The older brother who had been practicing for 2.5 years accidentally cut his hand, but I directly amputated his entire arm and replaced it with a mechanical Qilin arm. All because the system requires me to lead the world in mechanical ascension, and rescuing each patient can earn me generous rewards. What? You said insufficient Qi in blood. Heart failure? Let the mechanical heart take a look. What? You said weak physique. Congenital defects? I'll just activate the super beast armor directly. Invincible in the world. However, at this moment, the rolling shutter door of the sanatorium was smashed with a bang. Bang sound. Scammer. Open the door quickly. You've ruined my leg. Hurry up and compensate me. Hearing this, I immediately got angry. This was affecting my livelihood. I strode to the door, lifted the rolling shutter, and then saw a middle-aged man with a disheveled appearance and a smug face. This guy is called Zhang Chang. He was treated by me a month ago, and he should have recovered long ago. Now it seems that I am 100% sure that he is the one sent by the family to mess with me. The boy, you have injured my leg. Quickly compensate. Not only do you have to pay all the medical expenses, but you also have to give me an extra 50,000. Otherwise, I will report you to the martial arts hall immediately. Come and see. There is a quack doctor cheating here. Zhang Chang's shouting immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. At this moment, he looked at me mockingly, feeling very pleased. Kid, it's easy to deal with you, right? Don't you know how deep the waters are in the martial arts medical industry? I feel a strong chill on my face. This is too much. At this moment, a mechanical prompt sounded in my mind. The Divine Physician system has been activated. Congratulations on being chosen as the inheritor of the Divine Physician's medical skills. The flesh is weak, but the doctor is compassionate. Please lead the world of machinery ascension. Host, the selection event has been triggered. Option 1, a doctor should have a forgiving heart. Voluntarily compensate Zhang Chang with 50,000 yuan. Reward, a stress relief doll. Option 2, refuse compensation. Expose the misdeeds of Zhang Chang and his competitors. Let everyone know that you are the victim. Reward, 100,000 blue star coins. Option 3, a doctor treats the sick but not the wicked. Please feel free to break one of Zhang Chang's legs. Reward, a first-class martial arts realm. External skeletal surgical skills. The Eye of the Divine Physician. Do you still need to choose? Definitely choose 3. Congratulations, the host has completed the selection. Next, I felt a surge of power rushing into my body. A first-grade warrior. Done. Zhang Chang, who was closest to me, suddenly felt like I was different, but couldn't say why. However, immediately after, a sound of bones breaking interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Chang immediately let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. You broke my leg. I remained expressionless, with one foot pressing him down, the aura of a first-grade warrior emanating from within. Zhang Chang was scared to pee on the spot. Warrior? The people around were also stunned. This young man is actually a warrior. How dare you? I was wrong. Please don't step on me. Dad. Zhang Chang kept begging on the ground. How could this kid be a warrior? Boss Luo has really made a fool of himself. Shut up. I don't have a son as ugly as you. I stepped on his face with one foot. Next, a large amount of knowledge about exoskeleton surgery flooded into my mind. Exoskeleton surgery, Function 1. Replacing the flesh and blood body with metal, reshaping the physical limbs of the body, and transforming mechanical limbs for patients. Function 2. It can manufacture exoskeleton armor, attached externally to the body, doubling the power of mechanical limbs. Eye of the Divine Machine, can see through the patient's symptoms at a glance, regardless of boundaries. My eyes lit up at the sight of this divine machine eye. With it, even becoming a divine doctor would be difficult. The key point is that this mechanical surgery can not only treat disabilities but also provide additional chi and blood amplification. You see, the difference in strength between warriors is reflected in their chi and blood. Disabled warriors have a much slower cultivation speed compared to healthy ones. If someone were to tell them that by modifying their mechanical limbs, they could restore their chi and blood and even surpass others, without a doubt, these people would flock to me, begging for treatment. Just thinking about it excites me. This is a skill that can lead to wealth. I have decided to become a craftsman from today onwards and achieve my dreams with my own hands. Thinking, suddenly there came a piercing horn honking from a distance. A black jeep came speeding by. Doctor, come and save him. A young woman got off the car carrying a man with a severed arm. Looking anxious, I walked up to them immediately. Severed arm? Exoskeleton mechanical surgery? This is right up my alley professionally. I glanced and said, this injury is quite severe. It requires surgery, but I can't guarantee success. I can only try to save his life first. Joe Man almost didn't hesitate or think twice. Okay, please make sure to save our captain's life. However, at this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Don't believe him. To adults, he is a fraud. Don't cause trouble. I kicked fiercely, kicking him hard in the face. Zhang Chang's whole body bounced up with his head as the center of gravity, and a few teeth flew out of his mouth. Zhou Man was dumbfounded. This is. I waved my hand. It's okay. Saving people is the priority. Let's go in quickly to treat. This series of actions made Zhou Man lose confidence. Could this be a shady business? However, at this moment, my voice faintly sounded. Was he injured by the third-order peak ferocious beast? The lava fire? Zhou Man looked at me in surprise. You can tell? I am a martial arts physician. Diagnosing and treating patients is my specialty. Smiling, I continued. This ferocious beast usually resides under the magma. Extremely hot and yang, containing fire poison. Your captain has already been poisoned by the fire. His tendons and veins are gradually necrotic. When the fire poison spreads throughout his body, it is not impossible for his cultivation to be completely ruined, or even to die on the spot. At this time, the unconscious Yuan Chong slowly opened his eyes behind Zhou Man, weakly saying, I believe this young man is not a fraud. Xiao Man, let him treat it here. Yes, Captain. Zhou Man no longer hesitated this time. Her eyes looked at me with astonishment. And she actually saw the captain's injuries with just one glance? I'm afraid those intermediate martial arts practitioners at the base center hospital can't even do that, right? And they, indeed, encountered a peak third-stage lava fire python. And actually, he could even accurately tell the strength of that ferocious beast? Where did this genius martial arts physician come from? He's still so young. Thinking of this, she held even more hope for Lu Qing. Please, you must cure our captain. Go this way. Lu Cheng nodded. The first sale was finally done. Only that there were still a lot of gourmets surrounding the area, blocking the way. Zhou Man sniffed. His face was expressionless, and he only gently stomped his foot as a terrifying aura spread out. Everyone was startled and hastily retreated from both sides like a tidal wave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the third grade? Going out to play soy sauce and you can even run into a third product. I want to buy a martial arts lottery. Usually it's hard to see a second grade. Why did a third grade suddenly appear today? What do you guys say? Could these two be the martial ambassador lords of the martial hall? Inside the healing store. Cough. Ahem. Yuan Chong was lying on the bed with a pale face and a weak breath. Zhou Man, on the other hand, looked anxious. Dr. Lu, I dare to ask how many % you are sure of. 10%. Lu Qing faintly scanned the two. I just don't know if you can accept my method. Yuan Chang's face was pale and he laughed feebly. What do you care about anything else when your life is gone? Little brother, feel free to heal. It doesn't matter if it can't be cured. Yuan Mao deserves it and can't blame the others. Captain. Zhou Man stood aside. Her eyes couldn't help but moisten as she looked at Lu Qing. May I ask Dr. Lu, what method are you talking about? Lu Qing spoke in a calm tone and said, remodel his tendons, replace flesh and blood with machinery, and remodel one arm. When these words came out, Zhou Man's pretty face stiffened. A pair of beautiful eyes widened, their expression filled with shock. Dr. Lu, are you sure you're not kidding? Chapter 3, Choosing a Secondary Robotic Arm, New Book Takes Off. Requesting a bookshelf. Zhou Man's voice carried incomparable shock. Martial artists are centered on tempering their flesh and blood. And someone is actually talking about replacing the physical body with machinery? Isn't this contrary to the common sense of martial arts? Yuan Chong also froze. This is simply appalling. And asked, dare I ask little brother Lu, how sure are you? There is a 10% certainty in repairing your necrotic tendons. However, I can't guarantee to what level your cultivation will be restored. Yuan Chong sniffed and took a deep breath. And for a moment, his eyes became firm. Then I will trouble Dr. Lu. Lu Cheng nodded. And then, Zhou Man worriedly waited outside the door of the operating room and could only hope that the young physician. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, Lu Qing turned on the illuminating lamp, and the dark room was instantly lit up by soft white light, and the light hit Yuan Chong, making his face look even paler. Various equipment such as life testers, internal vision testing machines, qi and blood pressure machines, all of which Lu Qing had spent a large amount of money on when he opened his store. Even if it is a private healing store, these facilities are necessary. Otherwise the business license application will not be approved. But it's been a small business since I opened my store, and I haven't done a single surgery for anyone. However, this is also very normal. Those patients with serious conditions, the first choice is certainly the base of the city center of the big hospital. There is a level of security, and how will come to him this private store? This business of Yuan Chang's today is an accident of accidents. Captain Yuan, I'm giving you anesthesia now. Please don't reject it. Lu Qing reminded. High-ranking martial artists have strong physiques that are immune to the medicinal properties of drugs, so sometimes it is still necessary for this type of patient to actively absorb the medicinal properties. Obviously, Yuan Chong, as a peak third-grade expert who had been through hundreds of battles and had suffered countless injuries, was already familiar with the process. Yuan understands. 5 minutes later, Yuan Chong fell asleep, and a little bit of purring. Lu Qing is deeply impressed. Worthy of being a third grade, sleeping quite soundly with such a serious injury. In this world, the martial realm is divided into 9 grades. The first grade is introductory and the 9th grade is the highest. Generally speaking, as long as one becomes an official first-grade martial artist, one is considered successful. If you find a job, you'll never have to worry about food or drink in your life, and you'll earn $500,000 a year or more. If you're not bad-looking, you're what a certain voice would call a quality human being, and by reaching the 2nd grade, you've even touched the threshold of high society. Seeing the people and the scenery is not at all the same concept as making tens of millions a year. In this circle, although it is not comparable to the real upper class, but the contact is different, and the eyesight is naturally different. As for the third-grade martial artists, they were the ones who really had a face, casually earning millions a year. The class of living is totally beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In his previous life, Lu Qing brushed a certain sound and saw a segment. It said that the Mercedes E is the ceiling for ordinary people. Then the world, the 3 goods, is the same. The 2 of them, Yuan Chong and Zhou Man, were by no means simple in their identities. If this business is done well, do you still worry about no business in the future? The friend of a big shot must also be a big shot, and Yuan Chong is the best publicity for himself today. By then, all the patients he treated would be upper-class martial artists, and he would be able to make a fortune, right? Lu Qing thought about it all beautifully. Next, let's see what materials are used to complete this surgery. Thus, the knowledge of exoskeleton mechanical surgery immediately surfaced in his mind. If you want to install a high-quality robotic arm, technology is one thing, but so are materials. Technique-wise, Lu Qing wasn't worried because the knowledge system was directly instilled in him, and the proficiency was definitely at the perfect level. Instead, the material determines the upper limit of the robotic arm. It's a pity. The only best material I have here is this Xian copper, barely considered a preferred material within the 2nd-grade metals. I hope the final quality won't be too bad. Lu Qing searched for half a day, and eventually only found a palm-sized piece of Xian copper. Although this piece is then worth tens of thousands of dollars, it is only a secondary metal. It's still a bit low for the 3rd-ranked Yuan Chong. Conditions are limited, and it's important to save lives now, so we'll use it. Lu Qing made up his mind. Although the materials are not good now, they can be updated later when good materials are available. That's the magic of exoskeletal machinery. Saying yes, Lu Qing used this piece of Xian copper and then paired it with a large number of other metal materials to begin his first mechanical surgical treatment. The complex and precise operation process. Lu Qing was mentally focused throughout, and fine beads of sweat could not help but appear on his forehead. Due to the first surgery, an auxiliary device will also be built according to the system instructions, so the time consumed is a full 10 hours or so, from 9 in the morning until after 8 in the evening. Lu Qing didn't stop for a moment. The door to the operating room. Zhou Man was going crazy waiting, a pair of long snow-white legs swaying back and forth in the corridor. Several times she wanted to rush right in, but held back. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Following that, 2 figures appeared. A young man with glasses and a girl in a JK uniform came out and came to Zhou Man. The youth looked to her. "How is the captain?" "Still in surgery. Almost 12 hours, Zhou Man said. Hearing this answer, Chen Sanqing held his glasses in silence. His Chuanzi eyebrows locked, his clean white shirt stained with blood. On the side, the JK girl beamed. "Is this little store really okay? I've already asked my brother to contact a senior martial arts practitioner, just that the person is at base 16. I don't know if he'll be able to make it." The young girl had a ponytail, and under her skirt were safety pants, and then underneath were a pair of well-proportioned white legs, not as mature and slender as Zhou Man's, but the firepower must have been even fiercer. "It's definitely too late, Chen Sanqing. Besides, you secretly contacted your brother. If the Su family or your grandfather knew that we acted privately, our team too would be waiting to be expelled." Su was not happy and huffed. "On what grounds? I've shed blood for the human race. I've sweated for the martial palace. On what grounds can he expel us?" Chen Sanqing, by virtue of him being an elder of the martial hall. Su pouted. "Oh, I have nothing to say except. Following 6 points have nothing to say. Okay, wait a little longer. This Dr. Lu should have real skills." Zhou Man interrupted the 2 people. Then the words turned. "What about your situation afterward? How is that head?" Chen Sanqing shook his head. "It has been hiding under the molten lava since it was heavily injured by the captain. We provoked it to come out twice, but unfortunately it still escaped." Su, on the other hand, was unusually angry. Humph. This thing is so tenacious in its vitality. I punched it 10 times, and it actually didn't do anything at all. Hearing this, Joe Man was also shocked. Lava Fire Python is really as uncomplicated as what Dr. Lu said. Crispy fists is not generally the same realm opponents can eat, not to mention that this is still a wounded beast. Chen Sanqing sighed. This time is considered a big loss. The third order beast core did not get. The captain also lost an arm. This time is certainly to be accountable by the above. Unless the captain can. Click. Suddenly, the door to the operating room opens at that very moment. Lu Qing came out from inside, took off his mask, and found the 3 people waiting at the door. Joe Man was the first to speak. How was it? Lu Cheng nodded. The new arm has been fitted. The surgery was a success. You guys go wait in the restroom. The person should wake up soon. The trio's hanging hearts finally fell. It was only Chen Sanqing and Crispy who were a bit puzzled. Joe Man didn't give any details when he informed them. That said, isn't the captain's hand gone? What's the point of the new arm again? The 2 men looked at each other, confused, only feeling that something bizarre was about to happen. And inside the operating room, Yuan Chong finally woke up. When he slowly opened his eyes, he subconsciously used his hands to support his body, and then he heard the joints of his left arm zigzagging, and the metallic sound of mechanical parts turning. Yuan Chong realized that his left arm had completely turned out to be composed of bright copper-colored machinery. The thick metal arms, like gnarled steel muscles, were tough and ripped. Lu Qing walked in at this time. This is a level 2 exoskeleton robotic arm. Captain Yuan, how does it feel? Yuan Chong was already speechless, trembling with excitement. His pupils plummeted with a look of shock. Chapter 4, $2 million in account. Mission opens. Yuan Chong only felt that his left arm contained an amazing explosive force. This is something that the original flesh and blood did not possess. There are also those necrotic tendons in the body, which at this moment are also restored as before, connecting to the mechanically shaped metal veins through a magical way. Surprised, Yuan Chong turned his head and asked, Dr. Lu, you said that this is a second-grade mechanical arm of mine. May I ask what you mean? Is there a hierarchy to this robotic arm? Yuan Chong was curious. After all, he was the first man to have a metal arm, and his future life could all depend on it, so he had to understand it clearly. The dimly lit room. Lu Qing packed up the surgical instruments he had just used and calmly explained. Mechanical limbs are just like martial artists. There is a class distinction, and more advanced exoskeleton mechanical limbs are naturally superior in terms of power and quality. For example, this robotic arm installed for Captain Yuan, the main material used is grade 2 metal shen copper. Although it's average, it's a good thing that I'm a superb healer here, so that it can reach grade 2 fine quality. Yuan Chong froze, or the first time I've seen poverty described as so advantageous. Yuan still doesn't quite understand what the grade 2 fine quality actually does. Yuan Chong looked up and down at this metal arm of his. On the other side, Lu Qing had already packed up his utensils, turned around, and put up 2 fingers. Provides a 20% increase in qi and blood. What? Yuan Chong almost jumped up. Is this true? Lu Qing smiled and said, isn't it true? Won't Captain Yuan know if he goes back and tries it? The power of the exoskeleton mechanical limbs lies in the fact that it can not only repair the mutilations at the level of the martial artist's physical body, but it can also achieve an increase in qi and blood. There are 3 qualities of exoskeleton machinery: normal, fine, and perfect. With each quality, the chakra increase will also increase. In this case, a level 1 normal quality provides no increase effect. A level 1 fine quality provides a 5% increase in qi and blood. A level 1 perfect is a 10% increase. A level 2 normal is a 15% increase. And so on and so forth. Yuan Chang's grade 2 fine mechanical arm was just enough to increase by 20%. Dr. Lu, if the medical expenses for this surgery. Yuan Chong couldn't help but gulp at the thought of the heaven-defying effects of this mechanical arm. How cheap can this stuff be? Lu Qing's eyes lit up. In his opinion, it was finally time to talk about business, and he righteously said, Captain Yuan, talking about money is out of the ordinary. You are my first test. Patient, the success of the surgery, all depends on the trust between us. For the sake of this friendship, you symbolically give a $2 million will be fine. Yuan Chong. Okay, I'll turn you. $2 million? That's a whole year's salary that he doesn't eat or drink. The total value of this mechanical arm material added up may not exceed 100,000. But the money cannot be counted like this. Lu Qing sells the technology, the key is to save his life. Even if Yuan Chong felt a meaty pain, the money still had to be spent. Only to see Lu Qing took out his cell phone. The screen lit up, and the wallpaper was a collection QR code. Yuan Chong. Ding. Wufu Bao arrives. 200,000 yuan.
lounge. The moment Yuan Chong walked in,
all 3 team members were stunned.
"Whoa, Captain. How did your hand turn into a unicorn arm?" JK girl Susu opened her mouth wide and ran over and kept poking Yuan Chang's left arm with her finger. Captain Yuan popped a brainbuster on her head. Susu only felt a buzzing sound in her head. Pain came, and she couldn't help but let out an ouch. On the side, Su Sanqing finally understood what the phrase new arm installed meant. He gulped and said dumbfounded, "Team Yuan, your injury is healed?" Joe-man similarly opened his mouth to inquire. "Captain, are you in any discomfort? She's the one who's been here all along." Knowing more about the surgery than the two Su Sanqing and Susu, replacing flesh and blood with machinery, reshaping sinews and flesh. Such words are simply appalling. I didn't expect that this Dr. Lu really had this kind of means. Such a mediocre teenager. How on earth did he think of such heaven-defying medical skills? The entire martial arts world is unheard of. Yuan Chong stretched his mechanical arm. There is no discomfort. The tendons are healed. In addition to some discomfort. But I feel that this machinery is more flexible than my own hand. The bright copper-colored arms made a mechanical sizzle sound as they moved. Hearing that Yuan Chong had said so, Zhou-man and the others had nothing but admiration and gratitude for Lu Qing. Zhou-man solemnly arched his hand towards Lu Qing and said, "Dr. Lu, we will remember this favor. If there is anything in the future, you can come directly to the Martial Hall branch to find us. So all of you are martial ambassadors. Well, we count on knowing each other. Come often in the future, haha." Lu Qing said with a smile. Martial Palace, the most authoritative martial artist organization in Daxia, established over 200 years ago, enacting martial laws, spreading martial arts, monitoring various places, and defending against ferocious beasts. These were all the duties of the Martial Hall, and almost without exception, the best martial artists in the country would choose to become a member of the Martial Hall and become a martial ambassador. All martial artists are proud to enter the Martial Hall. There were a total of 18 base cities in Daxia. The headquarters of the Martial Hall was at Base 1, and the rest of the bases all had a branch established. Lu Qing hadn't yet been to the Martial Temple branch of Base 15. It was only known that the tallest and most majestic silver inverted triangle building that stood in the center of the base's downtown was the branch of the Temple of Martial Arts. As I recall, the original owner looked out over the iconic building every morning on her way to school. And these few people, they were all third-grade martial ambassadors. Ha ha ha, Dr. Lu was joking. We still have a mission to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. Come here often? Although you are very polite, but you think you open the hotel, I'll want to come. However, for the future maintenance and updating of this robot arm, you can only come to Lu Qing. Yuan Chong and the others arched their hands. Then the group left the healing store. A few people walked away. Lu Qing thought that he had earned $2 million in one day today. His heart should not be too happy. Simply gorgeous. The money could well have been used to buy more and more advanced metal materials. When the time comes, it's easy to earn a small goal. The day is really developed. Lu Qing couldn't help but lament. System, view unread messages. Lu Qing said silently in his heart. As soon as he finished operating on Yuan Chong, there was a new message from the system. Only he didn't have time to check it out at the time. The system panel opens. A virtual blue light screen that only Lu Qing could see appeared in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing his maiden work. The fine quality of the mechanical arm can only be said to be average, not yet in line with the compulsion of a divine machine doctor. Please make further efforts. Ding! You have triggered a stage quest. Please work hard to complete it and realize the great goal of worldwide mechanical ascension as soon as possible. Mission content: help 10 disabled martial artists to remodel their flesh and transform their mechanical limbs. Task progress, 1/10. Reward for completion, grade 6 metal dragon steel. Lu Qing? I'm being trolled by the system? Chapter 5. It's reasonable to die in a place like this, isn't it? Suburbia. Woods. The air smelled of sulfur. Heat waves rolled in, and the distorted air seemed to be on fire. Yuan Chong took a deep breath, and the searing heat instantly filled his lungs, making him feel like his organs were burning. The lava pool tumbled with crimson magma, bubbling like a pot of boiling blood. Sanqing, are you sure that head is still here? Yuan Chong twisted his head to look at Su Sanqing. A hint of coldness on his rough face. He touched his brand new robotic arm, the metallic texture giving him a few pounds. Su Sanqing pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, the lenses reflecting the firelight of the molten lava. Captain, that lurking at the bottom of the molten pool can heal its wounds, repairing its body with the energy of the molten pool. Based on the last time we fought, the injuries it suffered were not light, and it must still be at the bottom of the pool now. Good, then blow it out. Yuan Chong grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. The revenge for the broken arm will be avenged today. A martial artist is all about thoughts. All of you stay away. Don't get caught in the wave. He took a few steps back, signaling his team to retreat to a safe distance as well. Captain, be careful, Joe-man couldn't help but warn. His eyes filled with worry. Su, on the other hand, was all excited, rubbing her fists and leaping for joy, as if she couldn't wait to rush up and fight the lava fire python herself for 300 rounds. Yuan Chong moved his mechanical arm, and the metal joints made a clicking sound. Taking a deep breath, the power of chi and blood within the dantian madly surged into the mechanical arm. The lines on his arms lit up with a dazzling red light. A powerful feeling of strength filled his body. Sinner, get out here! Boom! The mechanical arm was wrapped in a furious force and ruthlessly smashed into the surface of the molten pool. With a loud bang, the molten lava rose up to the sky like a volcanic eruption. The fiery red magma splashed dozens of meters into the air. An extremely spectacular scene. Asterisk. Captain, this mechanical arm. It's too powerful. Su's eyes were glowing. Su Sanqing slapped her on the back of the head. Little children are not allowed to swear. Joe-man couldn't help but marvel at the sight. This power is even stronger than the captain's heyday. Her admiration for Lu Chang, the young physician, deepened in her heart. I'm afraid that the captain's current chi and blood strength has reached the 4th grade, comparable to an innate powerhouse. Su Sanqing calmly analyzed, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. At this point, at the bottom of the molten pool, an angry hiss came from the bottom. Immediately afterward, a huge figure rushed out of the molten lava. It was none other than the peak 3rd-ranked ferocious beast, the lava fire python. It was covered in molten lava, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures, and a pair of scarlet snake eyes stared at Yuan Chong with deadly hatred. Asterisk. I let you run away last time. It won't be that easy this time. Yuan Chong sneered and took the initiative to meet him. A man and a beast, engaged in a fierce battle. This time, Yuan Chong completely suppressed the lava fire python with the mighty power of his mechanical arm. Each attack of the mechanical arm carried a destructive force. The fire python's scale armor was simply unable to resist, and a bone-deep wound soon appeared on his body. 10 minutes in, Yuan Chong ended the fight straight away. A one-sided thrashing. Yuan Chong grabbed the lava fire python's tail and yanked it out of the lava, then used his mechanical arm to ruthlessly pinch its head. Click! The fire python's head instantly burst, and red and white things splashed out. Captain is awesome! Su shouted excitedly. It's outrageous! Joe-man froze. Su Sanqing pushed up his glasses and suddenly said, the captain got a divine weapon like the mechanical arm. And, since we're acting privately this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to hide this from the higher-ups. With such power in the mechanical arm, the Marshal Hall is bound to pay attention. Joe-man's eyes flashed. Suddenly thought of something, right? The Marshal Palace has so many injured and disabled martial artists. If Dr. Lu can heal them all, wouldn't it be? That night, inside a luxury KTV box, neon flashed. A chubby figure is hugging left and right with joy over the deafening music. Boss Luo is wearing a valuable suit today, with a large gold chain around his neck, and a smile piled on his oily face, which looks like the flavor of a thug. At the moment he was straddling 2 heavily made-up beauties and singing off-key songs while pouring drinks. He, you're so bad, Boss Luo. Yes, it's been a few days since I've been here. People miss you. The 2 beauties kept on seducing, and Boss Luo was even more horny. Just then, the cell phone rang. Boss Luo glanced at the caller ID and impatiently picked up the phone. Hey, what's up, boss? I'm Zhang Chang. I was beaten into the hospital by that Lu Qing kid. Can you? Came Zhang Chang's weak voice from the other end of the phone. What did you say? Boss Luo stood up. Tang. Wasteful thing. I asked you to mess with that kid's business and you ended up in the hospital? Boss, that Lu Qing isn't easy to deal with. He's a 1st-grade martial artist. What's wrong with a 1st-grade martial artist? Old me is also a 1st grade. Boss Luo's face turned red with anger. Get the hell out of here and don't come to me for money. He hung up the phone with a snap. Boss Luo sat back heavily on the sofa, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Lu Qing, right? Just a brat who dares to set up store on my turf? If I don't show you some color, I won't be called Luo. As soon as he pushed away the beautiful woman beside him, he pulled out his cell phone and started dialing. Check that kid's details for me. I not only want his store to close this time, but I also want him to disappear. Boss Luo narrowed his eyes. The horizontal flesh on his face twitched and flashed with a vicious color. Early the next morning, sunlight poured into the bedroom through a gap in the curtains. Lu Qing stretched and got up from the bed. System, check personal attributes. Host, Lu Qing. Realm, early 1st grade. Blood value, 105. Open points, 5. Martial arts, yellow rank, Manga gene, upper volume. Capability, exoskeleton mechanical surgery. Looking at the system interface,
The corner of Lu Qing's mouth lifted into a smile. In addition to becoming a first-grade martial artist, one had also earned a huge $2 million. It's easy money, but it should never be wasted. Let's go to the black market first and see what's available. Lu Qing thought about the shopping list as he washed up. Advanced metals are a must. Getting rich in the future all depends on doing mechanical surgery. Just as he was planning how to spend his money, his cell phone suddenly vibrated with a news tweet. Shock. Another incident of ferocious beasts injuring people in this city. Please reduce going out. Yes, and to buy some cultivation resources. And the next volume of the martial art manga strength to boost your strength. In this world, not being stronger is waiting to die. Lu Qing shook his head, strengthening his determination to improve his strength as soon as possible. After washing up, Lu Qing changed into a casual outfit, put on a mask and sunglasses, ready to go out. This is the basic equipment to go to the black market. After all, that kind of place is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. There is nothing wrong with being careful. The system mission is to treat 10 disabled martial artists. During this period, I need to quickly break through the second grade. The power of this mechanical surgery is bound to attract some covetousness, so I must have the power to defend myself as soon as possible. Lu Qing secretly calculated his plans for the future. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance to the black market in a cab. However, Lu Qing realized that judging by his first-grade martial artist perception, there had been someone following him since he got into the car. Lu Qing didn't even have to think about it. It must still be that boss Luo's people. I can't believe it's not dead. Well, in that case, in a place like the black market, it should be reasonable to die, right? Chapter 6, Kid, can you spot me? Black market entrance. Lu Qing wore a black mask and was alone. Slowly, he walked into the black market. Tiger secretly stalks behind him, not realizing he's been spotted long ago. The stalls of the black market were staggered, with sellers of all shapes and sizes yelling and attracting passing buyers. Lu Qing's eyes roamed around the various stalls, and the sounds of various transactions came to his ears. Sometimes it was a bargaining argument. Sometimes it was a whispered exchange between martial artists. It was worth mentioning that the martial artists that were usually hard to encounter in the base city were like a river of carpentry. The people here could be in any capacity, even fugitives wanted by the martial palace. Lu Qing secretly thought in his heart, what a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Without walking for long, Lu Qing found a stall selling martial arts techniques. Let's go check out the martial arts first and buy the next volume of manga strength. Lu Qing decided in his mind and quickly walked over. When he arrived at the stall, the owner was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a first-grade martial artist. Behind him, there is also a faded wooden board, on which is written Million Martial Arts Collection signboard. Lu Qing was speechless. Worthy of the black market, the beggar-s family's industry, the mouth of the richest man. Yo, young man, what do you want to buy? Middle-aged man with an accent asked with a smile. Lu Qing inquired, is there a manga jean lower volume? Of course I do. I have wow and everything. The middle-aged man raised 5 fingers. One price. $4 million. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing smiled faintly. Erase the zero and then make a discount. Middle-aged man, $200,000? No way, no way. Lu Qing shook his head and said, 2 pieces. You all wipe ah? The middle-aged man rubbed his head and jumped up. Little guy juice. Are you kidding me? Lu Qing, you were the one who joked first. Middle-aged man with a smile, hey, pretty boy ah. Cut price is not you cut the drop. $1 million. How? 10,000. 800,000. Can't be any less spicy, very cheap spicy. You're only one product, right? You can't even buy the next roll of spicy outside. After several consecutive exchanges, the two fought back and forth. In the end, it sold for $200,000. It still exceeds the original value of the mangaka power. But the other side is not wrong about one thing. That is, all levels of martial arts are strictly controlled by the martial palace. Heaven, Earth, Xian, Yellow 4 grades of martial arts, must reach the appropriate qualifications before permission to learn to practice. Martial apprentices and first-grade martial artists could only cultivate the first half of the volumes of yellow rank martial arts, and only when one reached the second grade could they pass the martial hall's audit to learn the second half of the volume. If Lu Qing was already a second-grade martial artist, he would only need to go to the martial hall and spend 100,000 yuan to get the next volume of manga jean, and in the meantime, somewhere in a dimly lit corner, Tiger, who was quietly following, witnessed the scene. As a first-grade martial artist, he was equally unqualified to learn the next volume, and if he could obtain it, his strength would surely increase dramatically. Thinking of this, whose heart instantly became greedy, and a flash of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. Damn, this kid is really rich. Kill him, and Mang Nyo Jin will be my old man's. The other side.
Lu Qing continued to wander around the black market. He walked past one stall after another, but realized that there were no high-quality metal materials, and he couldn't help but feel a little lost in his heart. Forget it, let's go buy the cultivation resources first and take our chances on the side, Lu Qing decided. Thus, in about half an hour, Lu Qing had already purchased a large amount of resources, costing him nearly 1 million funds in total. This scene was also a sight to behold for Ahu in the dark. Damn, this kid is so rich, all of this will be mine for a while. And at this moment, Lu Qing suddenly stopped. A strange store appeared in front of him, with a sign on the door that read a statement that bartering was only accepted. What kind of place is this? Lu Qing's heart stirred and he decided to go in and take a look. The store was dimly lit, with all sorts of strange items scattered around, and the smell of welding fumes filled the air. The old man of the store was an old man in his 60s, with a cunning face and the shrewdness of a treacherous businessman between his brows. The old man was smoking welding cigarettes, and when he saw Lu Qing come in, he didn't seem to be too eager to take care of him. There's everything here, as long as you can come up with something that can be exchanged for an equal amount, the old man said absently, his eyes wandering. I need tertiary metals. Lu Qing spoke bluntly. Yes, but what are you prepared to take in exchange? The old man continued to swallow clouds, his attitude still cold. A word. Lu Qing smiled faintly. When the old man heard this, he frowned, thinking that Lu Qing was just here to pick a fight, so he was ready to open his mouth and shoo him away. The hidden disease in your right leg. If you don't solve it, you won't be able to make a breakthrough in this life, not to mention that, for the rest of your life, just get ready to lie in bed and live out your old age in peace, and then kindly remind you that it's best to look for someone to serve you with food, drink, and that will be very inconvenient when the time comes. Suddenly, Lu Qing faintly opened his mouth. The voice was low but clear, as if a sharp blade had pierced the old man's heart. The old man was instantly shocked. His face suddenly changed, and a trace of fear and incredulity flashed in his eyes. He stared at Lu Qing and said in his heart, how did this kid know? You, what do you want to say? The old man opened his mouth with an apprehensive expression, his attitude instantly changing, his face filled with horror. The way I heal, perhaps, will even allow you to make a breakthrough. Lu Qing smiled faintly, his tone brimming with confidence. I wonder if I can exchange it for a piece of tertiary metal. The old man's heart was shaken, but he still asked cautiously, how do I know if what you're saying is true or not? In case you're swindling me? Lu Qing, however, smiled gently. Your right leg has been poisoned by a very rare poison, from a ferocious beast called the demon she-rat. Now the toxins have spread through the legs and have a tendency to spread to the upper body. The day the toxin enters the dantian is the day you die. The old man's face changed in a million emotions. After seeing Lu Qing's methods, he knew that this kid was definitely not joking. After some deep thought, the old man finally agreed. Alright, I'll give you level 3 metals, plus give you 5 pieces of level 2 metals. Can you tell me the cure? Naturally, Lu Qing was secretly happy in his heart. He finally got the material he wanted. Taking out a business card with the address of the healing store. There's an address on it. If you're free, you can come here in the afternoon and look for me. Old man? A martial arts doctor who cures all diseases? The old man instantly had a feeling of being set up. But things had come to this. He could only give it a try. Beating a dead horse. The road to martial arts is long. And who would mind living too long? Lu Qing, on the other hand, got the 3rd level medal as expected. Coming out of the small store, Lu Qing deliberately walked towards a less crowded place until he turned into a deserted alley. Came to a dead end in the middle of a cul-de-sac. Come out. It's been following for so long. Lu Qing slowly turned around, his eyes cold as he stared into the unoccupied air. Immediately afterward, a low and rough voice came out. Kid, how dare you find me? Chapter 7, The Eye of the Divine Mechanism. One move to kill. Kid, you managed to spot me? A dark shadow stepped slowly out of the dimly lit alley. He had a hideous scar on his face that looked horrible in the dim light. Tiger, a first-class martial artist. Boss Luo carefully cultivated the killer for many years. Surnamed Luo these years most of the dirty business in the business world. Who to do? This is definitely a ruthless character who kills without blinking an eye. Boss Luo sent you, right? Lu Qing said with a calm demeanor and a light tone. Tiger grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Dead people have no business asking me questions. He was seen approaching Lu Qing step by step, his footsteps extraordinarily clear in the silent alley. Lu Qing's pupils contracted slightly, and the eye of divine mechanism quietly opened. In the next second, the system immediately scanned out Tiger's entire physical condition and information. Patient, Tiger, cultivation, early 1st grade. Symptoms, 7 years ago, due to a fight with someone, the left abdomen suffered a serious injury, leaving a dark disease. Please host careful medical treatment. Otherwise there is a risk of jeopardizing the patient's personal safety. Well, I will be careful to heal. Lu Qing teased in his heart, but he still needed to be cautious about Ah Hu's strength. With 124 cards of chi and blood value, he was almost on the verge of breaking through the middle of the first grade. Kid, you should have just broken through the first grade not long ago, right? Contempt flashed in Ah Hu's eyes, and his breath carried a heavy killing intent. I'll play with you today. Lu Qing didn't say much nonsense. His figure flashed and he instantly struck out. Facing this kind of opponent who had a lot of experience in killing, he had to aim at the weak points and kill them with one blow. Seek death. Anger flashed in Ah Hu's eyes as he snapped, only to see Lu Qing running the Mangnia strength. His chi and blood instantly increased by 5%, and he punched Ah Hu straight at the dark wound on his left abdomen. The wind of the fist whistled, bringing up a blast of energy like a thunderous explosion. Bang! Ah Hu's entire body bowed into a shrimp shape. His face was pale and cold sweat was pouring out. How do you know my weakness? Lu Qing hooked up a thick smile. Dead people aren't qualified to ask me questions. Tiger's face was ugly and grim. This is something that no one knows about except Boss Luo, and Boss Luo sent him to kill Lu Qing. Could it be that the boss wanted to use Lu Qing's hand to get rid of him? His beloved henchman? He knew that he had been doing things more and more recklessly over the years. Could it really be that the boss wanted to get rid of him? Otherwise there was no way Lu Qing could have known about this secret wound of his. Tiger's eyes suddenly flashed with confusion, resignation, and finally fear. Then, he heard Lu Qing faintly say, as the words left his mouth, a precise hand slash struck Tiger's throat. Click! There was a crunching sound, and Tiger's eyes widened as his windpipe shattered, blood gushing frantically into his squeezed airway as he quickly suffocated to death. Looking at Ah Hu's corpse, a cold light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Surname Luo's 3 times 2 provocations. Today is even sent killers to deal with their own. This account should be properly calculated. A coldness flashed under Lu Qing's eyes. The moonlight was bleak and the air smelled faintly of blood. Lu Qing dragged Tiger's body and casually threw it into the green dumpster on the side of the road, turning around and disappearing into the black market alley. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the golden sunlight enveloped the Marshall Hall building. Yuan Chong took the elevator to the 25th floor, and the glass curtain wall reflected the dazzling light. The sound of the air conditioner running in the office was softly rattling, interspersed with keyboard tapping and whispered conversations. Yuan Chong just walked into the office area, and several civilians greeted him warmly. Good day, Captain Yuan. Aha! Yuan Chong nodded his head in a gesture and continued to walk inside, and the gazes of these few clerks unconsciously fell on Yuan Chang's mechanical arm. Several people were shocked as they watched the arm glowing with the cold light of metal and the precision of every joint. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Captain Yuan's hand. Another civilian slapped him on the side of the head. Does it hurt? Ouch. What are you doing? Then it's not a hallucination. In the office seat, Jo-man sat by the window, watching a TV series while fixing her lipstick. She was wearing a low-cut, slim-fitting white shirt today, with the collar wide open, revealing her beautiful collarbone and proud curves. The hip-hugging black dress outlined the shapely figure just right. Her long, straight legs folded casually, her slender black high heels wobbling once and for all. The screen plays out a cheesy idol plot, but it's one that this woman relishes. Seeing Yuan Chong arrive, she casually greeted, Team Yuan. On the other side, Su Sanqing, who was sitting in the seat against the inside, raised his head, pushed up his glasses, and reported, Team Yuan, Su is on leave today. Yuan Chong said breathlessly, when doesn't she take a vacation? Last month's sick leave ran out and this month she started using her annual leave. Su Sanqing, I think I didn't finish my homework. I'm still a high school student after all. As soon as Yuan Chong heard this, he had a headache. I don't know what the Su family thinks. The child has not yet graduated from high school and sent out to experience. On the side, Jo-man added, Captain, are you complaining about the above assigning Su to your men blah? Yuan Chong was instantly silent, with a black line on his head, and returned to his office without looking back. Sitting on the leather seat, Yuan Chong took a deep breath. He opens his computer, creates a document to edit, and starts typing in the information. Ambassador Jiang Yin, my subordinate has something important to report. Yesterday, my subordinate got the clue of the rattlesnake. In order not to scare the snakes, he went out overnight with his men to carry out the capture. But he accidentally encountered the peak third-ranked ferocious beast, lava fire python, and the capture operation was also interrupted and thus the capture operation was interrupted. My subordinate is very sorry. My strength is not good. I lost an arm in the battle, but fortunately the team has no casualties. Please ask Ambassador Jiang Yin to punish my subordinate accordingly. Unexpectedly, Jo-man returned to base city with his subordinates for treatment when he happened to meet a young martial arts practitioner named Lu Qing.
This person has mastered a method of mechanically modifying the flesh and blood of martial artists, and through surgical treatment, my subordinates have successfully installed a mechanical arm, and this mechanical arm can provide a stunning 20% increase in chi and blood for his subordinates. Yuan Chong wrote word for word, stopping now and then to revise the wording. Only after confirming that there were no errors did he click print and press his captain's seal. Come on man, Captain Yuan. A civilian walked in. Take this debriefing and send it to Ambassador Zhang Qi-Inwu. Chapter 8 Selection Trigger. First strike. The other side. The healing store that Lu Qing returned to, sitting cross-legged on a futon in the lounge. Sunlight slanted in through the windows, illuminating the various materials laid out on the floor. This time, the harvest consisted of 1 piece of tertiary metal, 15 pieces of secondary metal, and more than 20 pieces of primary metal. There were also 4 bottles of chi and blood pills, enough for one to cultivate to the mid-first grade, 3rd grade metal cold crystal iron. This pattern, perfect. Lu Qing scrutinized the material. It was worthy of being a grade 3 material. And the reason why he didn't just buy level 4 or better and higher level materials was because he didn't have the money. And also because he wasn't strong enough right now. Doing an advanced exoskeleton mechanical surgery consumed a staggering amount of chi and blood. His current chi and blood value was only enough for a level 3 surgery. The only way to build a level 4 or even higher mechanical prosthetic limb was to break through to the 2nd grade. And this piece of grade 3 metal, cold crystal iron, was what Lu Qing had prepared for himself. Exoskeleton surgery can not only modify a crippled body, but can also externally attach body surfaces. Lu Qing was preparing to build himself a level 3 fully armed mechanical battle armor. At that time, he would definitely be an unrivaled existence in the same realm. Without much thought, Lu Qing swallowed a chi and blood pill. He began to cultivate the lower volume of the Manhwa strength. The medicinal power flowed through the meridians, and the chi and blood continued to boil. And while practicing, he thought about the old man of the black market. I wonder if that old man will come to find himself today? A full 3 hours later, as the sun set, Lu Qing finally finished his cultivation. Phew! He let out a long breath. Feeling the results of an afternoon's cultivation, Lu Qing shook his head. Alas, the chi and blood value has reached 107 calories and has only increased by 2 calories. This cultivation is a bit slow. Forget it. Take your time. Anyway, his cultivation path was not a mere physical breakthrough, but rather, martial arts and machinery complemented each other to achieve mechanical ascension. Looking at his wristwatch, Lu Qing stood up. It's almost 6 o'clock. Looks like the old man won't be coming today. The mission goal of 10 patients. It's a bit hard to get. As a result, just then, footsteps suddenly came from the front room. Lu Qing quickly changed into his white coat and walked out, and he saw a hunched-over old man with a limp. He stood in the doorway, dressed as always in a gray cloth shirt, holding a welding pipe. The skin of his right leg a dark purple, his cloudy eyes but shining. The old man looked at Lu Qing as he gulped down the clouds, his voice hoarse. Little Dr. Lu, it's alright for the old man to call you that. Imperial KTV. Inside the box, gorgeous lights flickered, an ambiguous scent permeated the air, and the pungent odor of bad perfume and alcohol mingled in the air. Boss Luo's obese body was paralyzed on the sofa, naked and a sage time. 2 heavily made-up women twisted their water snake waists and wiggled their plump asses as they walked out of the box with fake smiles piled on their faces. Immediately after going out, a woman had a disgusted expression on her face and complained in a low voice. This dead fatso, covered in grease, smoked to death. The other one also didn't hide it. That's right, I thought I was good at it, but in 2.5 hours, I couldn't do it anymore. No work. All of them are some stupid work. I'm tired all day long. Inside the box, Boss Luo was lying on the sofa, his obese body occupying a large part of the sofa. He touched his greasy belly and cursed. What kind of crap is this? The drug strength is so bad. Next time, let Ahu replace it with another one. By the way, why isn't Tiger back yet? He touched his cell phone and dialed Tiger's number, but it kept prompting an unreachable call. His brow furrowed and a flicker of unease crossed his plump face. Sitting up from the sofa, his fat flesh trembling with the movement, he slapped the sofa hard and cursed under his breath. This punk, he couldn't have run away. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something wasn't right. Although Tiger hadn't been very obedient for a while, he was still reliable in his work. Planted? He couldn't believe that Tiger would fall into Lu Qing's hands. That brat, how could he be so capable? Who was an expert who had fought hundreds of battles and was infinitely close to the mid-first grade. Thinking of this, Boss Luo's breathing became rapid. Therapies. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on Lu Qing's white coat, gilding him with a golden edge. Xia Lao's cloudy eyes stared at Lu Qing. Little Dr. Lu, what do you mean? This leg of mine,
Needs to be cut off in its entirety? Lu Qing laughed and shook his head. It's not necessary. It's just that I need to transform most of Elder Shah's right leg into mechanical metal. As long as you cooperate, I'm fully confident that I can get you back on your feet. Sha Lao was silent for a moment, tapping the ground with a welding pipe and pouring out black residue. Okay, the old man believes you once. When can the surgery start? Lu Qing, right now. Soon. The two came to the operating room. Lu Qing took out the anesthetic and injected it into Sha Lao's body. Sha Lao slowly closed his eyes, actively absorbing the medicinal properties as his breathing gradually stabilized. Eventually, fall into a deep sleep. Lu Qing lifted Sha Lao's pants leg, revealing a dried and shriveled right leg with dark purple skin like dead wood. Lu Qing frowned slightly. It seems that the situation is worse than expected, and while there is no need for amputation, there isn't much flesh and blood left after most of the mechanical modifications. Lu Qing thought for a moment. It was decided to use 2 pieces of secondary metal, meteorite iron, and some primary metal for this treatment. Most likely, it should be of perfect quality. The reason why meteorite iron was chosen as the main material was because this metal was light in weight, which was very suitable for a martial artist like Sha Lao who excelled in body techniques. A mechanical leg modified by meteorite iron, speed-wise, would definitely be a step up, because of his experience with one surgery, plus the fact that he didn't need to completely create a mechanical limb this time around. It only took Lu Qing 4 hours to complete the surgery. Not long after, Sha Lao slowly opened those cloudy eyes. Shock filled his eyes as he looked at his brand new metal right leg. He tried to move, and a powerful surge of strength came from his legs, instantly bringing tears of excitement to his eyes. Unexpectedly, in my lifetime, this leg of my old age can still stand up normally. Little Dr. Lu, please accept a bow from the old man. Sha Lao turned around and was about to salute Lu Qing. The latter hurriedly held him up. Healing the sick and saving others is the duty of a doctor. Elder Shah need not be concerned. I hope this mechanical right leg can revitalize you. Sha Lao was excited at the moment. Suddenly, a powerful force of qi and blood erupted from within Sha Lao's body, and the air in the room began to tremble. Sha Lao felt the surging power in his body, clenched his fists in excitement, and laughed aloud. Ha ha ha, old me has broken through to the 4th rank. I can't believe I can still break through to the 4th rank in my life. Ha 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 ha. Back then, Sha Lao was originally an expert at the peak of the 3rd grade, and his orifices had opened 72 of them. If he hadn't spent years consuming his origin to suppress his toxicity and injuries, he would have been an innate powerhouse long ago. Above the 3rd grade, it is innate. Within the martial palace, that was the level of silver martial ambassador. And one must know that even a 3rd grade top expert like Yuan Chong was merely still a bronze martial ambassador. At this moment, Elder Shah tightly grasped Lu Qing's hand. Bending over, gratitude flickered in his cloudy eyes. Little Dr. Lu, a great favor is not appreciated. As I see that you have just entered the martial arts path, I would like to protect your path for 3 years in return for the great favor. Lu Qing once again picked up the other party, secretly ecstatic in his heart. How can this be a good thing? Elder Shah, why don't we do it this way? I'll waive the surgery fee for you this time. Receive a 4th grade powerhouse as a bodyguard for nothing? I'm bursting with luck. Suddenly, Lu Qing's phone rang. Answering the phone, a rough voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Qing, where the hell did you get my people? Lu Qing immediately reacted to the opposite side of who is. For the other side can get their contact information is not surprised. Tone of voice calmly said, Luo boss, what are you talking about? I do not understand. Boss Luo roared. Don't be a ing pretender. Tiger disappeared. You dare to say it has nothing to do with you? Lu Qing sneered. Boss Luo, meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Slandering me without evidence. Beware of me suing you for libel. The sound of smashing glass came from the opposite side, and Boss Luo's voice became even angrier. Gritting his teeth in a low voice, kid, believe it or not, I'll make sure you don't see the morning sun tomorrow? Oh, Lu Qing directly hung up the phone. Fatso, I'm glad I didn't come after you. How dare you threaten me? And in the meantime, an icy electronic voice sounded in his head. Ding! Success trigger choice. Your business is beginning to take off, but what will you plan to do in the face of the threat of competitors that may have an impact on your business? Choice 1, hold your tongue, make peace, and settle with Boss Luo. Reward, 5 million cash. Option 2, prepare for battle against Boss Luo. Reward, mid-1st grade cultivation. Choice 3, strike first and finish off Boss Luo tonight. Reward, Earth rank martial arts, push-up skypalm, complete version. Hearing this voice, Lu Qing instantly made a decision. He had intended to make the first move. Unexpectedly, the system had a windfall, and Manhwa could only be used as a basic martial art, and one happens to be missing a powerful killer door. Earth rank martial arts. This was something that people above the innate, at the level of martial arts masters, would have to dream about. Lu Qing instantly hooked a smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at Sha Lao. Sha Lao, tonight, help me with something. Chapter 9 Elder Sha Strikes. Abstract Earth Order Martial Arts. Oh, what is it? Sha Lao asked. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. Help me kill someone. Sha Lao took a drag on his dry cigarette, the thick smoke lingering around his thin face. Who? Boss Luo of the New Life Healing Shop. His cultivation is at the late first grade. Lu Qing's voice was as cold as ice. Elder Sha, time is rather rushed. This person must die tonight. Can you find him? Sha Lao grunted contemptuously, smoke puffing out of his nostrils. His hunched body suddenly straightened up, exuding a stern aura as he laughed. You're also underestimating the old man too much. Old me has been hanging out in the underground black market for so many years. Investigating a first-grade martial artist is still a breeze. Lu Qing secretly rejoiced, hearing Elder Sha's assurance. The system mission was stable. Then please, Elder Sha. Lu Qing bowed slightly. The reason why he asked Elder Sha to make a move was that Boss Luo, as a late first-grade martial artist, although he himself was sure of a fight, it was still a bit risky to settle the other party silently within the base city. And a fourth-grade powerhouse like Sha Lao could definitely take care of it easily and get rid of the other party without a word. In the next second, Elder Sand had disappeared into the room. Only a wisp of smoke was left, drifting slowly through the air. Lu Qing sucked in a breath of cool air. The strength of a fourth-grade martial artist was truly as terrifying as it was. Meanwhile, inside the private box of the Imperial KTV, Boss Luo's plump body packed up and strutted out of the lighted clubhouse. His round face was covered in beads of sweat, and a fierce glint was in his small eyes. Little redneck, how dare you go against me? I'll show you what I'm capable of tonight. Walking down the dark path, the street lights dimmed. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of him without a sound. Boss Luo was taken aback. When he turned around, it was a slim old man standing there. He was instantly enraged. Who the are you? You scared me. Sha Lao coldly looked at Boss Luo and slowly stepped forward. With every step he took, a powerful aura came over him. The right leg of the machine was covered by pants, but still made a subtle sizzle mechanical sound. Boss Luo's face instantly turned white, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. This breath was far beyond him. It was even more terrifying than a normal third-grade expert, and might even be a peak third-grade existence. He stared at Elder Sha incredulously, his voice changing tone. You, what exactly are you? The man who killed you. No, this lord, we have no grudge. Why do you need to kill me? Fatty Luo dragged his obese body with a face of fear, backpedaling and sitting on his butt in the green belt. The old man was commissioned. Sha Lao smoked a welding cigarette, his voice indifferent. An incredible thought suddenly surfaced in Boss Luo's mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is it possible for that kid to invite a strong person like you? Fatty Luo hissed with wide, bulging eyes. Sha Lao didn't answer. In the next second, a cold light flashed. The mechanical right leg erupted with a terrifying explosive force. Boss Luo didn't even have time to let out a scream before he collapsed in a pool of blood. Sha Lao turned around and disappeared into thin air, as if nothing had happened. The cicadas sough under the night. A burly man, with his arm around a heavily made-up woman with a Thai girl's face, walked into the lane. Oops, fourth brother, we won't be found out if we sneak out, will we? The woman's voice was pasty. Don't worry, no one's going to come this way after going this far. The lanky man let out an evil laugh. Ha. I've been suffocating these past few days. Even if I'm scolded by the chairman, I must have a shot tonight. Yikes. Suddenly, the woman shrieked. The lanky man frowned and asked, what's the name? The old man hasn't even started yet. The woman's expression trembled as she pointed to an obese body on the floor. You, look. The lanky man turned his head to look and froze on the spot. It wasn't long before the lanky man had no desire to fight, but had returned to the clubhouse, run towards the highest floor. Soon he came to a dimly lit corridor and panted his way through to the innermost room. Taking a deep breath, he knocked gently on the door. A lazy come-in came from the door, and the lanky man pushed his way in. At once, a strong scent of perfume and alcohol hit the room. A huge circular bed took up most of the space under the red and purple lights. There were all kinds of toys all over the place. On the bed, an enchanting woman was leaning lazily against the bed. It was a mixed-race beauty with delicate, three-dimensional features. The enchanting and sexy body was hidden under the tulle. A long blonde hair poured down like a waterfall, and her skin was as white as snow. The turquoise eyes flashed dangerously, as if they were vipers that would devour their prey at any time. Beside her were four wagging male favorites who were trying their best to please her. Even one of the male favorites was actually a first-grade martial artist. At the moment, It was like a pug. Will, President, the lanky man called out cautiously. He knew that it would be very unwise to interrupt the president while he was in the middle of his pleasure. But this business of strange and powerful people appearing in the clubhouse and killing people had to be reported with a stiff upper lip. Yes? The hybrid beauty's voice was flirty and charming. The lanky man breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the president seemed to be in a good mood. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered. Chairman, something's wrong. There's a member dead in this neighborhood. Oh, the half-blood beauty suddenly came to a trace of interest, not even tuning in to the male favorites underneath her. What is the identity of the person who died? The stout man swallowed his saliva and said, the deceased is called Luo Daong, the owner of a convalescence store. The peak cultivation of the first grade, judging from the death, is a one-hit kill. Second grade can't do it. It could very well be a third grade expert. Third grade? The hybrid beauty raised her eyebrows slightly, her smile flirtatious to the extreme. Interesting. Has this surname Luo offended anyone recently? She sat up slowly, not minding her near-naked petite body in the slightest. Long, slender fingers caressed his collarbone, and his turquoise eyes flashed with a demonic glint, not looking into it in detail at the moment. Look it up. Yes. The burly man nodded repeatedly and exited the room as if he had been pardoned. And at this point, Lu Qing was sitting on a futon in the lounge, tuning his breath and meditating while waiting for news from Elder Shah. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his head. Ding! System selection complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Earth Rank Martial Art, the Push-Up Sky Palm, complete version. Introduction: Earth Rank Push-Up Sky Palm. The user needs to store strength for 10 push-ups, and can explode a palm with 1000% of the power of chi and blood. This palm can hold up the sky and split the earth. Side effects: the whole body is depleted of chi and blood after use, and the physical body needs to bear the severe pain brought about by the overload. Comment: 10 push-ups first. Don't you hit me, I'm warming up. Lu Qing stood up violently. A look of ecstasy crossed his face. Chapter 10, paying him the highest salary. Earth Rank Martial Arts. In transmission. 10%. 30%. 90%. 100%. Transmission complete. It was as if a bolt of lightning crossed Lu Qing's mind, and countless information flooded in like a tidal wave. The essence of the prone sky palm was completely grasped by him in an instant. Lu Qing felt that the blood in his entire body was boiling, as if there was an infinite amount of power stirring in his body. He clenched his fists, excitement shining in his eyes. This is a martial art of the Earth class level. Finally, a killer weapon. Lu Qing was slightly secretly delighted. With a 1000% increase in chi and blood, if he used it in his mech, he could directly shoot the peak of the second grade. Just these 10 push-ups gave Lu Qing a whole laugh. So abstract? He wondered if the system was messing with itself. This thing can only be used to awe. Does it want him to be an old silver coin? But it's better than nothing. I have to collect a little more cold crystal iron to build a set of level 3 exoskeleton mecha soon. Pair it with an earth-ranked martial art and see who dares to mess with me. Just as Lu Qing was immersed in a beautiful fantasy, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was Sha Lao who called. Lu Qing unlocked the screen and picked up the phone. Lu kid, it's done. Sha Lao's hoarse voice came out. Although Lu Qingye had known it for a long time, he still spoke in an excited tone and said, "Trouble you. I have to remind you." Sha Lao paused and said, "The Imperial Palace Club is a Black Dragon Association property, and surname Luo is at least a member there, so it's unlikely that he'll have to check on your head." Lu Qing frowned slightly. Black Dragon Association? He hadn't heard. A low voice came from Sha Lao's side. The Black Dragon Association is a top 10 ranked martial arts association in Base City 15. The president is a woman of the 4th rank of innate, very famous in the underground martial arts world, with a nickname of Poison Scorpion Queen. Lu Qing's eyes flinched. Good lord. 4th grade? Is not to be messed with. He couldn't help but tap his fingers on the tabletop. One at a time. Sha Lao faintly said, "Don't worry too much, even if you find out. With Lao Fu here, they won't easily cross the line with another innate." Lu Qing smiled faintly. "Thanks a lot." Hanging up the phone, Lu Qing's smile faded. He knew that he had to accelerate his strength. Lu Qing sat back on the futon and began to think about his next plan. 1. He must quickly improve his strength. The president of the Black Dragon Association has Sha Lao to deal with, but the Black Dragon Association as an organization, there are bound to be other experts, and it is not guaranteed that there will be a 3rd grade martial artist, so at the very least, he must reach the 2nd grade. 2nd, hurry up and collect the grade 3 metal cold crystal iron to manufacture grade 3 armor, which was one's greatest base. 3rd, complete the system mission and get the level 6 metal Jiao Longang. This level of treasure is useless to the current self. When it is critical, you can contact Captain Yuan to hand it over to the Martial Hall and ride on the favor of the Martial Hall. Alas, but the mission progress is still 8 people short. I don't know when there will be news from Captain Yuan's side. Lu Qing was a bit embarrassed. The mechanical limb's reputation had yet to be established, and he could only rely on Yuan Chong to draw attention to himself in the martial hall. It is reasonable to say that a second-level mechanical arm should easily cause a not-so-small sensation in the martial palace. Why hasn't Captain Yuan heard anything yet? He won't GA it. Base 15 downtown. A towering inverted triangle of buildings. The Wudian mansion is like a mountain of iron, thrusting into the sky. Jinwo made Zhangqi push open the door and walk into an office full of high-class design. The sunlight pours through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling into the luxurious and elegant house. What caught his eye was a young man in a white suit, sipping tea at a leisurely pace. A handful of tea ceremony is flowing, skillful and beautiful to the extreme, just like an ancient nobleman. Kong Ju Knight. At the age of 22, he was the golden martial envoy of the Temple of Martial Arts in Base City 15. 6th grade cultivation. The first genius of the martial hall. His sword Dao talent was astonishing, and he was known as the Sword Duke within the martial hall. The 4th and 5th grades were known as innate, while the 6th grade was a martial arts master. And this Lord Sword, it was the youngest 6th grade ever in the martial hall. His cold, handsome face seemed to be forever calm, his waveless eyes deep as the ocean abyss. Zhangqi couldn't help but feel a little envious as he looked at his boss in front of him, who was bursting with noble temperament. Second young master, my subordinate has something to report. Zhangqi walked up. Zhang Juni elegantly put down his teacup, addressing positions during working hours. Zhangqi froze and quickly changed his words. Yes, Zhang Jin envoy. The rank of martial envoys in the martial hall is categorized into bronze martial envoys, silver martial envoys, and gold martial envoys. In a base city, a 6th grade golden martial envoy was considered the first person under the elders. What is it? Tell me. Zhang Junhui sipped tea while the slender fingers of his other hand gently tapped the tabletop. Zhang Qi continued to report. We found clues about Cobra, including evidence of his dealings with the Black Dragon Association's trafficking of women. Those trafficked women are forced to commit criminal activities such as selling, fraud, and freak show performances at the Imperial Club under the name of the Black Dragon Association. Our men are ready to make the arrest. Zhang Jun Knight's face was still as cold as ice and frost as he poured out the expensive tea in his cup and spoke faintly. Teams 1 and 3 are still out on other missions, so when they come back, the 3 teams will act together to make sure that nothing goes wrong. By the way, is the president of the Black Dragon Association a 4th rank? You go with Old White, dead or alive. Zhang Qi solemnly responded. Understood. At that moment, Zhang Juanyao's words changed and he asked, by the way, have you investigated clearly what happened before Yuan Chong? That martial arts practitioner called Lu Qing. What are the details? Zhang Qi nodded and replied. In this case, the situation is indeed consistent with the report that came from Yuan Changjia, and it is indeed true that his mechanical arm has the effect of a 20% increase in qi and blood. And it's equally true that Yuan Chong used his mechanical arm to easily kill a peak 3rd stage ferocious beast. In addition, the subordinate's punishment for his private actions was to deduct 3 months' salary and 1 month's cultivation resources, and 1 month's salary for the rest of the team. However, the 3rd-ranked beast core belongs to Yuan Chang's private loot, so according to the rules of the martial hall, he was not required to hand it over. Zhang Junyue didn't say anything and gave a faint hum, but Zhang Qi was very happy. This means that the second young master is sure of his work, and the word aha is the highest form of etiquette that Mr. Sword has for his subordinates. Zhang Qi had a flash of inspiration and immediately proposed. Ambassador Zhang Jin, my subordinate has another proposal. We have many disabled brothers in our team. This Lu Qing's mechanical surgery has helped us tremendously. Is it possible to consider recruiting them? Yes, you can let Yuan Chong take care of this matter. It's easier to do things with acquaintances. Yes, also, on the side of the other golden martial ambassadors, I don't want word to leak out. You know, it's not conducive to the unity of our division. Jiang Junyao leisurely brewed another pot of tea. Don't worry, I have the tightest of mouths, Jiang Qi assured. The disabled martial artists and the military ministry could be much more than the Ministry of Supervision. And if the other golden ambassadors knew about it, it was a safe bet that they would fight over stealing someone. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi faced a little embarrassed, but Yuan Chong that melon goods every day in the other office to show off what unicorn arm. I'm afraid that the other departments have already checked to Lu Qing head. Kong Ju Nai, then grab it. Zhang Qi stood in awe. What do you mean? We are gentlemen, and a gentleman's friendship emphasizes righteousness, while a businessman's dealings emphasize profit. And my principle has always been to treat people with sincerity. The Sword Duke was gentle and elegant, a clean white suit elegant, crossed his legs and opened his mouth lightly. Lu Qing is a businessman. Pay him the highest salary. What's this? Jiangqi stood in awe. Subordinate will do it now. Chapter 11 Martial Palace's Invitation. The next day, the morning sun was shining. Golden sunlight poured over the streets. Lu Qing rode his beloved little electric donkey through the bustling crowd. The air was filled with the smell of oil from breakfast vendors, mixed with the scent of jasmine blooming in the flower beds along the road. The smell of human fireworks awakens the steel city of the 15th and brings a bit of life and vitality to it. Not long after, Lu Qing arrived in front of his peaceful healing shop. Using the key to open the door, Lu Qing changed into a white coat. Well, human-like. Very much the temperament of a high-cool male doctor protagonist in an idol drama. I'm such a handsome guy. Lu Qing organized his diagnostic instruments and prepared to start a new day's work. What Lu Qing didn't expect was that without the competition from Boss Luo's newborn healing store, his business became exceptionally good. It didn't take long for the first patient to arrive. Doctor, I've been bitten by a two-headed dog on my leg. Help me. I'm young, I don't want to die. Just one vaccination. 2,000. And the package won't kill you. Second patient. Doctor, quickly help my son take a look. The teacher said that his qi and blood haven't risen for a semester. It's killing me. This parent, you go out first. Little old brother. I can understand puberty, but cultivating the unicorn arm is not urgent. You have to know moderation. Brother will prescribe you a pair of medicines to replenish your qi and nourish your blood. 3005. Third patient. Little brother, my chest has been stuffy lately. Can you show me? You're too young. It's best not to cultivate overly raw martial arts like extreme wave strength. It's easy to lead to qi and blood blockage. I'll prescribe you a pair of medicines to regulate for a few days and you'll be fine. 2017. Humph. Where are people small? I'm talking about age. Fourth place. Fifth place. The people coming to see the doctor didn't stop all morning. Lu Qing really didn't expect that his business would be so good one day. Only, why are there always some strange guests? No, that's not the point. The point is that there are so few missing arms and legs that it's basically a small business. But a mosquito is still meat. Lu Qing was already more than satisfied. This morning, he had earned over $20,000. Martial arts medicine was indeed a profitable industry. It's noon. I must eat a good meal to treat myself. Lu Qing took a long breath and stretched, his stomach already rumbling. He wasn't going to be open for business in the afternoon. Prepare to practice the next volume of Manhwa Jin. Besides making money, practicing is important. Packing up the clinic, Lu Qing prepared to close the door and leave. Just then, a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman with black silk and long legs appeared in front of the store. Lu Qing fixed his eyes on it. It was Yuan Chong and Zhou Man from the martial hall. Yuan Chong was a stout man, dressed in a strong suit. The mechanical arm of his left arm was covered by a loose sleeve, and only his hand was exposed, glistening with a metallic luster in the sunlight. Zhou Man, on the other hand, wore a close-fitting black short dress today, outlining a perfect S-shaped curve. The round and straight long legs were wrapped in black silk, and the black-faced, red-soled high-heeled shoes stepped on the ground with a crisp sound, exuding the unique charm of a mature big sister. Well, earthly things. Her rosy lips rose slightly as she greeted. Hello, Dr. Lu. I haven't seen you for a few days. Sister Zhou Man is beautiful again. That's for sure. Zhou Man immediately smiled even more charmingly. Lu Qing knew that Yuan Chong had brought Zhou Man to himself, most likely because the attitude of the martial hall side towards the mechanical arm was clear. On the side, Captain Yuan smiled and said, Dr. Lu, where are you preparing to go? I've been busy all morning. I haven't had lunch yet. Do Captain Yuan and Sister Zhou Man want to join us? Yuan Chang's eyes lit up. Good opportunity. That's just right. We haven't eaten either. My treat. Zhou Man suggested from the side. Let's go to the Starlight Hotel. The food there is delicious. Yuan Chong immediately blushed. But the word is out, and today is destined to be a slaughter. Lu Qing had also heard of the Starlight Hotel's reputation as the property of the richest man in Base City 15. 20 minutes later, Yuan Chong drove and the three of them arrived at the Starlight Hotel. The gilded hall with crystal chandeliers refracted a brilliant light. The floor was covered with a thick red carpet that was soft on the feet. The decorations and ornaments, all of which were decorated using materials from high-grade ferocious beasts, were beautiful and atmospheric. The first time Lu Qing came here, he could only think of one adjective, so damn trenchant. At that moment, a young waitress approached and politely inquired, "Do several of you have reservations?" Yuan Chong returned, "No appointments." The waitress wore a difficult expression. "I'm sorry, sir, we only accept guests with reservations." Yuan Chong didn't retort, but pulled out his martial arts ambassador's credentials. The waitress took a look and her expression immediately changed. She quickly bowed and said, "My lord, please wait." Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit walked quickly.
and he was the front hall manager of the hotel. The middle-aged man was full of smiles. Several honored guests, please follow me. We've already prepared a high-class box. Yuan Chong nodded. Lu Qing followed behind, thinking that the identity of the martial palace was really good. Come to a luxury box. Lu Qing sat on a chair made of high-grade ferocious beast skin, surveying the surrounding decorations. Tableware is the top-grade porcelain. This kind of porcelain is used year-round, has the effect of warming the qi and blood, can avoid mistakes in cultivation. What made Lu Qing even more marveled was that the free tea served by the waiter was brewed by second-grade spirit plants. Is this the life of a third-grade upper-class martial artist? Sure enough, it is plain, boring and tedious. Yuan Chong waved his hand. Feel free to order whatever Dr. Lu wants to eat. It's my treat today. I don't quite understand. It's better to let Sister Jo Man do it. I'm not a picky eater. Gentleman, Lu Qing said. On the side, Jo Man was overjoyed. I'll do it. She snatched the menu from Team Yuan's hand. This page. This one, and not this one. One of each of the others. Yuan Chong? I've only been docked 3 months' salary. The food came up quickly, fragrant and colorful. Jo Man started feasting straight away. Dr. Lu, don't be polite. Eat. Yuan Chong had a smile on his face as he thoughtfully gave Lu Qing a piece of spirit-embracing abalone. His back teeth clenched. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Lu Qing was indeed nonchalant, and his eating was no better than Jo Man's. Yuan Chong was speechless. You two are really hungry. The three of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Lu Qing took the initiative to speak. Captain Yuan, this time you came to find me. You won't simply invite me to dinner, right? Yuan Chong smiled and scratched his head awkwardly, finally saying the purpose of this trip, our visit, is to formally invite you to join the Martial Hall. Chapter 12 Special Treatment. Lu Qing froze. Join the Martial Hall? He had thought that Yuan Chong was only here to talk about cooperation, but he hadn't expected that the official Martial Hall would directly invite him to join. Yes, there are two main reasons for this, as discussed by the top brass. Yuan Chong put down his chopsticks and looked serious. Firstly, as the vanguard against the beast race, the Martial Hall has countless martial artists, and even more injured, and those who have been injured and disabled because of the mission have accounted for almost 40% of the members of the Martial Hall in the last 10 years. And these people, all of whom are veteran martial envoys with extensive combat experience, are the cornerstones of our human race. Dr. Lu, only your skills can bring them back to life. Lu Qing nodded. I know about that, but even if I don't join the Martial Hall, I can still help you guys with your healing. That shouldn't be the main reason. Captain Yuan. Yuan Chong sighed and smiled, said, I really can't hide it from you. In fact, the senior management after discussion, very worried that you this technology to the society to cause harm of an unexpected nature. Having said that, Lu Qing also roughly understood the official intentions. For example, if he saves a wanted criminal and installs a mechanical limb to increase his strength, this is a danger to society and to the martial temple. Lu Qing frowned slightly, meaning, I can only operate on members of the Martial Hall? That doesn't affect the money. No one can stop him from earning buns. No, the Martial Hall will not interfere with all your treatment targets. Yuan Chong waved his hand and explained. It's just that there will need to be a background check on the patient, plus the Temple of Martial Arts will help publicize it and recommend patients to you. There is absolutely no interference with the healing store's right to operate freely. Consider yourself, as it were, hanging on to the name of the Temple of Martial Arts. Having heard what was said, Lu Qing thought for a moment and nodded. That sounds good. Advertising with the help of an official organization is surely a faster way to make money than starting your own business from nothing. Most importantly, it is important that officials do not forcefully interfere with the operation of the healing store. Seeing that Lu Qing seemed to be interested, Yuan Chong continued to throw out the olive branch. Having heard that this was the strategy that sword prince had imparted to Zhang Yin's ambassador, Little Lu, you're a special talent, and if you agree to join, the Martial Hall has decided to give you captain-level treatment, a base salary of $200,000, a monthly payment of $100,000 in equivalent cultivation resources, a 15-pay system, and additional bonuses. You are not a combatant, so you don't need to be on attendance or missions either. You only need to sit in the clinic for 6 hours a day, and the income from the healing store belongs to you personally. The Martial Palace does not participate in the share. In addition, our ambassador Zhang Jin has made a promise to send you a 500-square-foot commercial store in the center of the city, to be converted into a healing store, and he is responsible for providing a set of the best medical facilities. Lastly, because you are specially recruited by the Temple of Martial Arts and have a special status, your identity information becomes officially exempt. No one has the right to investigate or enforce the law against you except for the Golden Martial Envoy and Elder levels. Lu Qing's eyes lit up as he listened. Have to say, this 500 square foot store was a little bit of a heartbreaker for him. And no overtime and no business trips. Isn't that the ultimate ideal for working dogs? And it's only 6 hours of sitting a day. The key thing is to become exempt. It's the equivalent of a life preserver. At least on the surface. No one dared to make a move against themselves. Unless the Golden Martial Envoy or the Martial Hall Elder. This is a privilege that is very much in favor of the healing store. Good ginger gold make. Giving away 500 ping just like that and giving the privilege to the highest. What kind of boss is this? He's clearly the god of fortune for me. Mr. Lu Qing wasn't a lapdog who saw money, but he is an aspiring young man who knows how to be grateful. One must thank people properly. To show his sincerity, Lu Qing smiled with a wide brow. I'm in. Great. Yuan Chang's face was ecstatic. Pulling in Lu Qing is the same as getting the priority of the mechanical surgery, which is what Jiang Ying made 1,000 times. Maybe, this time, he can go back and get back the 3 months' salary that was deducted from him. Yuan Chong was overjoyed and immediately took out the contract, signing pen and sealing clay from the space ring. You sign here and put your handprints on it, and then give me the resident card. I'll take it back to finish the process and return it to you in a few days. Good. Soon. Lu Qing finished doing what the other party said. Yuan Chong put away the documents with great satisfaction and bid farewell to Lu Qing together with Zhou Man. Not much longer. Lu Qing has returned to the peaceful healing store. He put up the temporary closed sign, then walked into the lounge and started practicing the next volume of the Manhwa martial arts. Qi and blood began to travel through the body. The aura of heaven and earth gathered in a small vortex and slowly integrated into the dantian. Lu Qing threw punch after punch, and Manhwa's strength erupted. The air around them shook with it. For several hours of non-stop cultivation until 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Qing finally mastered the complete Manhwa. With the foundation of earth rank martial arts, yellow rank martial arts are now child's play to me. Coupled with the ability of the divine mechanic physician, I can perfectly understand and control my body, and cultivate martial arts much easier than others. Lu Qing sighed in his heart. Learning a martial art in a day, even if it was only the lowest yellow rank, spreading the word would be amazing. To this extent, a martial arts prodigy that comes out once in a century would be hard-pressed to do so. Name, Lu Qing. Realm, early first grade. Blood, 108 cards. Open points, 5. Martial arts, prone heavenly palm, earth order. Manhwa, yellow order. Capability, exoskeleton mechanical surgery. Mission, help 10 disabled martial artists to rebuild their bodies and remodel their mechanical limbs. Reward for completion, grade 6 metal dragon steel. Current task progress, 2 out of 10. Scanning through the panel information, Lu Qing was satisfied with the rest. The only thing I'm not happy with is the chi blood. It's just too slow to go up. This cultivation only adds 1 card, even less than last time. When will this take to break through the middle of the first grade? Lu Qing felt tired. Looking at the account, there was only a balance of more than 700,000 left, and the tertiary metals still needed to be purchased as well. So this amount of money was definitely not enough. He was going to build himself a fully armored level 3 mech. Roughly calculating, for the main material, 4 pieces of cold crystal iron were needed for the limbs, 1 for the head, and 3 for the body, for a total of 8 pieces of grade 3 metal cold crystal iron. In addition, at least 30 more pieces of secondary metals were needed for auxiliary materials. On the market, the price of a piece of 3rd grade metal is 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, and 2nd grade metal is more than 100,000 yuan. So this set can't come down without 6 million dasha coins. Lu Qing was numb with this calculation. I should have known to charge Sha Lao for the surgery. The top floor of the Imperial Club. Luxurious crystal chandeliers shed an ambiguous light, reflecting the value of the decoration. In the air, there was a faint scent of roses. Lao Si stood outside a carved door and knocked gently. Come in. A lazy female voice came. Lao Si pushed open the door and was greeted by a dense mist of water. In the luxurious bathtub, a hot mixed-race beauty was lazily leaning back. Exquisite features, a pair of seductive eyes, exuding a deadly charm. Chairman, I've found it out. That surname Luo hasn't been feuding with anyone lately. The only one is a young man, the most probable. Old Four lowered his head and reported, not daring to take the slightest offense. Tell me about it. Donna casually fiddled with the water. This person's name is Lu Qing. He's 19 years old, failed the college entrance exam, and opened a healing store on 28th Street. Both parents are dead. There's not much of a background, and I'm just a junior martial arts practitioner. It's worth noting that he seems to have healed Yuan Chong, the captain of the second team of the Martial Palace.
who broke an arm that day, but came out of Lu Qing's healing store as if he was fine. Senior said, peeking up at Donna's expression. A broken arm can be healed? Donna frowned slightly. Old Four replied, that's right. This son should not be simple, and being able to invite a third-grade expert should also be related to his medical skills. Go on, get me someone to meet. Although a first-rate member is nothing, it's ultimately a loss of face for the Black Dragon Association. Yes, my subordinate will go forward personally, Oldest Four said in a hushed voice. No. Donna shook her head. There's been a lot of trouble lately. You stay and watch. Isn't Cobra back? Let him take care of this. Yes. Senior bowed and exited the room. Chapter 13, Defeating the Peak of the Second Grade with a Palm Strike. The night was extraordinarily silent. Lu Qing didn't go home tonight and planned to just rest at the store. Was getting ready for bed. Click. A slight rattle caught his attention. Immediately alert, he stepped gingerly and ducked into the shadows behind the bathroom door. Moonlight coming in through the window. Lu Qing found a short figure flipping through the window. The man had a ratty face with long, thin eyes, and was obscenely good-looking. Could it be that someone from the Black Dragon Association has their eyes on them? Lu Qing was the first to guess. He immediately used the system to observe the other party's information. Name, Cobra. Age, 36. Cultivation level, peak second grade. Disease, many days ago with people to kill. The whole body left a number of injuries. Unable to use full force. Please host as soon as possible to help the patient treatment, so as not to leave a stubborn disease. A peak second grade martial artist? Lu Qing was secretly shocked. No. If the other party was really sent by the Black Dragon Association and was preparing to strike against himself, that would be dangerous. The opponent was wounded, and this was an opportunity to, well, make the first move. He immediately got down on the ground and started doing quick push-ups. 1, 2, 3. The Earth-rank martial art prone sky palm was ready to be launched. Raging chi and blood surged wildly in the tendons and veins. As if a trickle of water suddenly erupted into a monstrous torrent, an enormous pressure descended on Lu Qing's entire body, as if there was a small mountain that pressed on his back. With each one, the pressure steepens. It is really a damn Earth-rank martial art. Tired old me. Lu Qing couldn't help but explode in his heart. Still, with perseverance, he held on and accelerated the speed of his power buildup. Phew, phew, phew. The sound of heavy breathing drew Cobra's attention. He immediately stepped towards the back room. Upon following the sound, Cobra was surprised to see a teenager, in the middle of the night, doing crazy push-ups in the restroom. What the hell? Cobra's slender eyes crinkled. The teenager didn't answer, just mouthed a silent 10. What? Cobra was unsure. But, what he didn't expect was that in the next second, the teenager suddenly stormed off, a leap and flipped towards himself with a palm blast. Boom! A terrifying palm force whistled out, and the chi and blood kicked up gusts of wind. 10 times the power of chi and blood was more than 1,000 calories. Cobra's pupils plummeted, and there was no time to react. Put! With a bang, Cobra was directly blown out, hitting the wall hard and spitting out blood. It's impossible. You're only a first grade. How could you possibly have this kind of power? What was that martial art just now? Cobra stared at the teenager dead in the face, a look of horror on his face. Lu Qing didn't bother with him, because the side effects after using the push-up sky palms have come. Intense pain struck his entire body from fast, as if every muscle was burning and tearing. Ouch! It hurts so much. I can only be a real man for 5 seconds from now on. Lu Qing couldn't help but bellyache in his heart. But for now, he had to grit his teeth and find a chain made of alloy to tie the Cobra up. Immediately following, Lu Qing began to meditate. An hour later, he was mostly back in shape. Walking up to Cobra, he looked down at him, then yanked on the chain to drag the man away. Kid, where are you taking me? Cobra drank warily. Lu Qing was so uncaring that she dragged him directly to the operating room and turned on the bright surgical lights, put on the surgical gloves and raised the sharp scalpel. You, what are you trying to do to me? Cobra looked at the room full of surgical instruments and turned pale. He's scared. Lu Qing revealed a harmless smile. It's nothing, it's just that I want to ask you to make a small contribution to the cause of martial medicine. No, wait, we can talk. I can tell you anything you want to know. Cobra is scared. He had thought it was just an ordinary kidnapping, but he didn't realize that he had actually incurred such a terrible character. This damn old Four. Who told you to come? Donna, the president of the Black Dragon Society. She wants to see you. Lu Qing raised his eyebrows. Want to see me? Cobra was busy nodding. Right. The Black Dragon Association shouldn't have any intention of making a move against you. They just asked me to bring you back. I really didn't mean any harm. Let me go. Go back and I'll say I didn't see you. What's all this talk about? You don't want to make a move on me and let a peak second-grade martial artist break into my house at night? Lu Qing's hand rose up and stabbed him in the abdomen, the sharp blade slicing through the belly with silky smoothness. Ah! Can you numb it first? Cobra grimaced in pain, but Lu Qing simply ignored him, and he could only use his afterglow to see that Lu Qing, like a devil, kept shoving some metal into his stomach, and then never took it out again until he fainted from the pain. When Cobra woke up again, he could feel the lower half of his body was different. What have you done to my body? Cobra cried out in fear. Congratulations, you're a girl now. What? Cobra's eyes widened. Just kidding, just adding some technology and ruthlessness to your stomach. Lu Qing's smile was sunny and warm. Now does it feel like when you exert yourself, your dantian is vaguely painful? It's okay, as long as you don't forcefully mobilize your qi and blood, the dantian won't explode. You're the devil. Cobra's face turned blue and his eyes trembled. What about the promised martial arts practitioners who heal the sick and save lives? What about the promised white angels of the martial arts world? This kid is simply evil. Seeing that the other party no longer dared to play small tricks, Lu Qing sighed in relief and sat down on his butt. What to do with this guy? Simply just sink it in the river? Or find a trash can? No. The Black Dragon Society had already set their sights on themselves, and it didn't matter if this guy was dead or not. Importantly, the trouble with the Black Dragon Society must now be resolved once and for all. Lest the night be long. He certainly couldn't handle the Black Dragon Society on his own. That leaves only one way. Shaker. Lu Qing first sent a message to Captain Yuan, explaining the situation of the Black Dragon Association, and then called Elder Shah, Base City 15, the most luxurious core villa area. Inside a luxurious villa, the warm yellow crystal chandelier emitted a soft glow. Wearing a silk bathrobe, Zhang Junue lazily lay on a massage chair while a beautiful young deaf maid was intently massaging his shoulders and neck. The warm palm had the right amount of force and was very experienced. Suddenly, Zhang Junie's cell phone suddenly vibrated and the screen lit up. He glanced at it. It was a message from the senior management group of the Martial Hall 15 Division. There were only 6 people in the group. One was the Duke of Swords himself, and the other 3 were fellow Golden Martial Ambassadors, as well as 2 elders. The 2 elders have the highest authority and sit in the base city, and below the elders were the 4 Golden Martial Ambassadors. Manage 4 departments separately: Ministry of Surveillance, Ministry of Law Enforcement, Ministry of Intelligence, Ministry of Military Affairs. Zhang Jun Knight was in charge of the Ministry of Supervision, responsible for overseeing organizations and martial artists at all levels. Of these, the military department and the other 3 departments had the greatest difference and the largest number of people, with a per capita strength of 2nd grade, and the average strength of the martial envoys in the other departments was 3rd grade. The military department was mainly responsible for foreign wars and defense against ferocious beasts, and had 5 times as many people as the other 3 departments combined. At the moment, the group, Qin Ming, the Golden Martial Envoy of the Military Ministry, spoke. At Zhang Junue, I heard that you recruited Lu Qing directly into the Ministry of Supervision. Is this true or not? Come out and speak. The Sword Duke froze for a moment and replied briefly. Who did you hear that from? Qin Ming, don't pretend. The matter of the mechanical arm is of great importance. You have privately included Lu Qing under the Ministry of Supervision without deliberation. You are overstepping your authority. Zhang Jun Knight, you are overstepping your authority. Envoy Jin Wu of the Law Enforcement Department also stepped forward to speak. Envoy Zhang Jin, this is not a good move on your part. A talent like Lu Qing is not suitable to be placed in your supervision department. Chapter 14-22222222. Ambassador Zhang Jin, this is not a good move on your part. A talent like Lu Qing is not suitable to be placed in your Ministry of Supervision. Oh, Duke Sword typed a word and sent it. Neither of the 2 elders had spoken, representing tacit approval. He didn't have the time to put his mind to such trivialities. At that moment, a deaf and dumb maid came quickly, gesturing with her hands in sign language. Zhang Juni looked to her, gesturing with skillful strokes that meant, tell him to wait for me in the parlor. A few minutes later, Villa Parlor. Zhang Qi was fidgeting and waiting, and immediately stood up when he saw Zhang Jun. What is it? Duke Sword elegantly picked up a cup of fragrant tea. Second young master. Yuan Chong sent a message that the Cobra appeared and went to Lu Qing's peaceful healing store. And Lu Qing has already subdued the other party. Zhang Jun's eyes flashed. When did this happen? Just an hour ago. Donna from the Black Dragon Association seems to have intentions towards Lu Qing. Jiang Qi said worriedly. Zhang Jun pondered for a moment. When will Bai Feng return? Right away. Okay, the plan is advanced. You guys go directly to the Imperial Mansion. In addition, tell Lu Qing not to scare the snakes. Let him pretend to be held hostage by the Cobra to go to the Imperial Mansion clubhouse. and cooperate with our action. Jiang Jun's gaze was sharp, as if a fierce storm was building up in his eyes. Jiang Qi hesitated. He's only a first grade and a non-combatant. Would it be too risky? Jiang Juni glanced at him. With Bai Feng around, 2 more Dana won't be able to make waves. Yes, Jiang Qi immediately answered. Jiang Jun suddenly remembered something. By the way, the military department side, how did they know about Lu Qing? This. Jiang Qi looked embarrassed. I accidentally told Bai Feng this afternoon. Jiang Jun Knight. Roll. Jiang Qi decisively buggered off and rushed to escape. As Jiang Junyao leaned on the sofa, 2 deaf maids came over with a fruit plate and red wine, one pressing the legs of the sword prince and the other pressing his shoulders. Therapies. Lu Qing received a reply from Captain Yuan Chong. Let me go to the Imperial Club. He hurriedly typed. Captain Yuan, can you guarantee my safety? Yuan Chong replied, of the package. Lu Qing had a black line on his head. Forget it, the trouble had to be solved as early as possible. Without the Martial Palace intervening, it would be difficult for him personally to fight against a major power like the Black Dragon Association. It's dry. He messaged Sha Lao again. The two discussed and decided that Sha Lao would crouch in the dark and rescue immediately once there was a situation. The rescue signals are, text button 1 for OK, text button 2 for help. Put the phone down. Lu Qing's expression suddenly turned cold as he looked at Cobra. Take me to the president of the Black Dragon Society. And as a reminder, I'm the only one who can unlock the mechanism in your Dantian. So you should understand what to do. Understand. On the side, Cobra nodded like garlic. Afterwards, the two of them walked out of the Convalescence store, with Lu Qing walking in front of Cobra, with a pitiful look of being kidnapped and held hostage. 1 hour later, Imperial Clubhouse, top floor. Lu Qing was taken by Lao Si to a private box of President Dana. The box was dimly lit, with only a few ambiguous wall lamps emitting a dark red glow, and a wisp of aroma, if any, wafting through the air. The crystal chandelier gave off a mesmerizing halo of light that reflected on the mink-carpeted floor. The air was filled with the faint scent of sandalwood mixed with the mellow aroma of top-quality red wine. A huge circular waterbed undulated slightly as Dana lay in it, the silk sheet slipping off to reveal her curvaceous body. Dana wore only a thin, cicada-like silk robe with an open neckline that revealed a large expanse of snow-white skin. The slender waist was unmanageable, and the slender legs were even more evocative. 2 proud peaks were hidden under the delicate collarbone. Demonis! Lu Qing secretly swept the mines and turned on his self-targeting. It is a gift that comes with every male at birth. I used it when I was a kid, and I used it when I grew up. Hello Dr. Lu. I'm the president of the Black Dragon Society. Dana. She leaned lazily against the bed, her scarlet nails gently scratching the edge of the wineglass, her red lips slightly hooked, her eyes mesmerized. Lu Qing was expressionless. President Tang is looking for me to help Boss Luo take revenge? Dana laughed softly, shaking the scarlet glass in her hand. Of course not. A mere first-grade member isn't worth my hand. That's staring yourself in the face. Lu Qing's mind turned quickly. And what did one have that was worthy of a hallowed 4th grade innate powerhouse's eyes? Without even thinking about it, it's bound to be a mechanical surgery technique. Lu Qing still had a blank look on his face. Then I wonder what President Tang is looking for me for. The hybrid beauty laughed a little, her voice flirty and seductive. I've heard that Dr. Lu's medical skills can regenerate a person's broken arm. She slowly sat up, her petite body exposed. A hint of greed flashed in her beautiful eyes. People are also very interested. I wonder if Dr. Lu can teach me? President Tang. It's getting late. Lu Qing looked at her. What do you mean? Anything goes in your sleep. Ha ha ha. Dana giggled indulgently, her flowery branches twitching. Lu Qing was speechless. This demon girl looks Thai and plays pretty Thai. Coming up here and trying to eat up my buddy's exclusive skills? It's a good thing Sha Lao is right outside, and he doesn't panic. Slap. Just Dana clapping her hands. A big, burly man, pushing the door open, appeared in the doorway. Lao Si's nearly 2-meter body almost blocked the entire doorframe. President Tang is going to use force? Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, looking toward the big man. Another peak 2nd grade. He had just used the prone heavenly palm, and the side effects of his body had not yet been eliminated, so he did not have the strength to fight, and no sneak attack this time. Thus, Lu Qing's hand in his pocket, his fingers precisely blind. Send a message to Sha Lao, 2222-222-2222. Rob? No. Dana shook her head with a delicate smile. How could I do such a rough thing to a genius? Dr. Lu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. There are many special services at the Imperial Club. I can give you 1 night to think about it before you tell me the answer. When she said that, her charming and moving eyes looked at the big man. Old 4, you take Dr. Lu to experience. Our highest standard of service. Pick a brand new top quality one. Lao Si nodded his head. Yes, President. At the door, the big man looked at Lu Qing, grinned and made a pleased gesture. Not long after, Lu Qing tentatively followed Lao Si to an erotic room. Warm orange light streams from a vase-shaped wall sconce. The air was perfumed if anything with the scent of roses. Lu Qing looked around and saw all kinds of toys hanging neatly on the wall, which made his jaw drop. At that moment, a tall young girl pushed her way into the room. She walks lightly, a pure white dress, the hem of the skirt with the pace of swinging, hidden between the show-long legs. Exquisite features, as if carved by heavenly craftsmen, were even more perfect than those actresses. The young girl was very young, looking even younger than Lu Qing. Lu Qing smacked his lips. Are all club girls of such high quality now? The young girl's face, with a few points of fear, but added a few points of temptation, came to sit beside Lu Qing. Her petite body close to Lu Qing seemed to be slightly shivering, red lips lightly opened. Lord, be gentle, can you? Lu Qing's scalp went numb. The cell phone, placed in his pocket, was once again precisely blind. 11111111. Chapter 15, Oldest 4, This kid plays with so many flowers? Please be gentle, can you? The hem of the young girl's pure white skirt swept across the floor like a frightened butterfly. Light but flustered. Fear and shyness mingled in those watery eyes. Lu Qing quietly opened the eye of divine opportunity, and without looking, he was shocked. This young girl in front of her, 18 years old, looked healthy on the surface, but in reality, her body was full of dark wounds. And some of the injuries are still new from the last few days. For ordinary people who were not martial artists, such a physical condition could be very bad. Don't look like the young girl is okay now. If you continue to suffer from this for a long time, you won't live more than 6 months at most. Black Dragon Society. This top 10 ranked martial arts power seems to be doing more than just a simple skin and bones business. What's your name? Lu Qing asked. My lord, just call me Little Foam, the young girl said with a voice like a mosquito. Where are you from? Lu Qing asked again. Foamy lowered her eyes, her body shivering slightly, but she didn't dare to answer. Lu Qing scanned the corners of the room out of the corner of his eye, and his heart was clear. This Black Dragon Association was really not simple. The surveillance and eavesdropping set was used. Who would dare to do business like this if they didn't have the power of a single hand? Lu Qing didn't ask any more questions. He was considering whether or not to let Sha Lao come in and take him out of this place of wrongdoing. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Choice triggered. As a healer who stumbles upon a lost girl, how would you choose? Choice 1, help Little Foam heal her dark wounds and save her from her miserable fate. Reward, peak first grade cultivation. Option 2, for safety's sake, let Elder Sha quickly take himself away. Reward, grade 4 Medallion Crystal. Choice 3, make a scene at the Imperial Club and clamor, I'm taking her away today. I'll see who dares to stop me. Reward, Xian rank martial art 3 overlapping waves poem. Lu Qing froze. Grade 4 medals and Xian rank martial arts are good things worth millions of dollars, but it doesn't fit what you need at the moment. 4th grade mechanical limbs he wasn't strong enough to create at the moment, and in terms of martial arts, he temporarily had the earth-ranked prone heavenly palm. For the time being, there was no need to learn another lower-level palm technique. Instead, it is the realm of cultivation. The issue regarding his slow chi and blood enhancement and stagnant cultivation was what Lu Qing most urgently needed to resolve at the moment. After thinking about this, Lu Qing silently said in his heart, System, choose one. Buzz. A warm current instantly surged into Lu Qing, rushing and roaring through his body. What the hell? It's too fierce, brother unicorn, you slow down. Lu Qing almost didn't tense up as he felt his chi and blood skyrocketing. The feeling was like a small stream suddenly turning into a rushing river. 120 card, 150 card, 180 cards, 200 card. It wasn't until the blood value was set at 200 cards that it finally stopped. It was only then that Lu Qing breathed a long sigh of relief. From start to finish, the whole process took just a few seconds, but it was these few seconds that directly brought Lu Qing back to full blood. The side effects and depleted chi and blood from the previous use of the prone sky palm were instantly refilled, including his own power, which was at least twice as strong as before. In the next moment, Lu Qing looked at the young girl in front of him. With a slight smile, he had a plan in mind. As a healer, he decided to use this newly acquired power to save the poor girl. He stood up suddenly and looked meaningfully at Foam, then found a cloth to cover her eyes. Lie down on the bed. Lu Qing smiled wickedly. Foamy sniffed and had to do as she was told. What you want to do? Give you a massage to move your muscles before you can't exert yourself in a while. I like difficult moves. She was instantly scared and cowering in her petite body. How could she not imagine that this superficially decent peer in front of her was actually that kind of person? Next moment,
She felt a sense of tenderness coming from her body, strong palms touching her body. A wave of pain came through. Lu Qing massaged very hard. Foam couldn't help but let out a small murmur. Her expression pained. Not knowing if she was begging for mercy or had already resigned herself to her fate, she realized that this man just wanted to torture himself. Not a massage at all. Don't worry. I'm a doctor. I won't hurt you. Jia jia jia. Lu Qing seemed like a demon whispering, echoing in the young girl's ears. However, after a while, Foam actually felt the pain in her body decrease. The other side was particularly painful at first, as if all the muscles in his body were about to be torn apart. But now, surprisingly, she felt a sense of healing in her body instead. It's amazing how much easier and more comfortable it is in all the places where I used to be severely beaten. And what she doesn't know is this. Lu Qing was using this method to help her unclog her acupuncture points and deal with the blocked and stagnant veins. For every dark injury scanned by the eye of divine chance, he correspondingly massaged the acupoints to help her revitalize the blood and remove the blood stasis, relieving her injuries. And Lu Qing was getting more and more excited, even a bit perverted and excited. Anum anum. Unexpectedly, the eye of the divine machine can also be used in this way, and hair development to a new project to make money. Wonderful frog. Next, the liver U point, Zhongji point, period, door point, and other various points. After Lu Qing's technique massage, Xiaomo's injuries gradually recovered. A sweet and comfortable moan couldn't help but overflow from Xiaomo's red lips. Outside the room, in the stairwell, Senior wore earplugs and listened to the sounds coming from the monitor. Both eyes were glaring like brass bells. What? Asterisk 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 asterisk? This kid looks like a human being, but he's actually playing so fancy? It's only the first time for that ninny. She's not going to get played, is she? Night falls and the streets darken. On the 3rd Avenue of the base city, the splendid signboard of the Imperial Club was particularly dazzling. Jiang Qi stood in the shadows on the opposite side of the road, and a dozen black shadows were already lurking around the clubhouse. 3 squads of military envoys, standing by. You guys wait outside first and act immediately at the first sign of movement. Jiang Qi whispered. Yuan Chong, you pretend to be the one surnamed Huang and go in with me. Yes, Silver Ambassador Jiang. Yuan Chong was wearing a black coat and gloves today. The mechanical left arm was tucked quietly in his pocket, and he tried not to let it make a sound as he walked. In the next moment, only Yuan Chang's appearance changed. Even the physique has changed. The same goes for Jiang Qi, whose silhouette gradually changes into a fat, middle-aged man. Yuan Chong, on the other hand, turned out to be a tall, thin man with gold-rimmed glasses. This was none other than the Martial Hall's unique disguise martial art, and although it was only of the yellow rank, it was very useful. Not only can you change your appearance, you can even change your height. And the 2 people pretending to be them happen to be 2 senior VIs of the Black Dragon Society. And these 2 are now wanted by the Temple of Martial Arts. Immediately afterward, the 2 walked into the clubhouse lobby, where the crystal chandelier flickered overhead. The manager saw the 2 immediately greeted them, full of fawning smiles. Mr. Huang and Mr. Li, how did you guys come tonight? I didn't hear that you 2 had an appointment. Chapter 16 out of the way. In the dimly lit room, lying on the bed, Lu Qing crossed his legs and held the white feather in his hand. Jiang Qi, who was dressed up as Mr. Li, immediately frowned with a face of displeasure. What? The old man spends $18 million a year in your place, and he can't come without an appointment? The manager hurriedly apologized, pretending to slap his own mouth. Egu, look at my bad mouth. Of course you can. You 2 are high-class VIPs. You can come whenever you want. Alright, is there any program tonight? Yuan Chong, who was on the side, opened his mouth. The manager lowered his voice and said with a thick smile, the 2 of you have come too coincidentally. There just happens to be a show tonight. It will start right away. Very well, take us there, Yuan Chong said with some excitement. So the manager led the way, through a staff corridor with a no-entry sign, and then through several dimly lit corridors. Finally, the duo walked into a small door. Wow! Came the cacophony of music and cheers and even screams. The 2 attendants at the door bowed to greet them. Welcome to the real Imperial Clubhouse. And the 2 Yuan Changs who saw the scene in front of them, their faces stiffened at the same time. Nice press. Keep going up a bit. On the other hand, inside the room, Lu Qing was lazily lying on the bed, scratching between Little Foam's thighs with a feather, his tone commanding. Little Foam couldn't help her delicate body from trembling, but she still tried her best to massage Lu Qing. The slender fingers pressed back and forth on Lu Qing's back, moving gently to outline a few strokes. Lu Qing felt the strokes on his back and also used his feathers to slowly write on Little Foam's leg.
The two are flirting on the surface, but they are sending messages in this secret way. It's not quite as easy to communicate this way, but you can barely get some information. Lu Qing thus learned about the truly dark side of the Black Dragon Association. For example, tonight, there is a special performance show. Only high-ranking VIPs of the Black Dragon Association are eligible to attend and participate. Under the pink ambiguous light in the room, Lu Qing suddenly pushed Xiao Mo away and raised his hand to slap him. Waste. You don't even know how to massage. What a waste of my time. Lu Qing suddenly stormed out. Although this slap seemed to use all his strength, it was actually skillful. Utilizing the martial artist's chi energy, he lifted Foam off the ground. Sorry. Foamy covered her reddened face and curled up on the bed shivering and whimpering an apology. As for the squatting old four, when he heard the commotion, he of course came over at the first opportunity, knocking on the door and asking, Dr. Lu, what's the situation? Lu Qing got up and put on his clothes, grumpily opening the door. Disgruntled. This woman is no good. A massage is so bad. Do you have anything more exciting and fun here? This. Oldest scratched his head. Lu Qing snorted coldly. What? You want lousy skills and don't treat me as one of your own? Then go play by yourselves. Lu Qing turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Lao Si immediately called out to him, saying, I have to go ask the president. Lu Qing waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up. Old Four grimaced and turned to walk away. A brat of the first rank. To speak to him like this, if it wasn't for the president wanting to draw him in, he would have slapped him to death long ago. In a short while, Lao Si came back. He looked at Lu Qing and said, Dr. Lu, the president agreed. Only that you're not familiar with the place. The president asked me to follow you around and entertain you. Entertain me? I'm afraid it's not spying on me. Lu Qing cursed and said, You entertain a ball. I don't like men. Let this chick follow and serve me. As for you, whatever. Okay. Old Four bit down hard on his back teeth, then turned around and walked ahead to lead the way. 5 minutes later, Lu Qing walked through the no-entry staff passageway to a private underground showroom. It was sickening to see the scene in it. The screams of the women, and the cheers of the men, were a stark contrast. On the side, it was also the first time for little Foam to come here. She had heard that disobedient sisters would be sent here for some perverted customers to enjoy and torture. The sight of it made her legs and stomach shake and she almost fell. Lu Qing wanted to keep some evidence, but unfortunately, Old Four kept a close eye on him. He couldn't do anything out of the ordinary. Right at this moment, Lu Qing's gaze swept over the two silhouettes, and the eye of divine mechanism scanned a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a level 2 exoskeleton mechanical left arm. Captain Yuan Chong? Transfigured? Lu Qing's first reaction was this, and then he didn't move. His heart was greatly settled. The people from the Martial Palace have arrived. At least the security is covered. Thus, Lu Qing looked around in a circle and said excitedly, I don't think there are any empty seats. There are more over there. Come on, let's sit over there. Wait, that's someone's exclusive VIP seat. The oldest had a grim look on his face, but Lu Qing didn't even listen to him finish his sentence before he wrapped his arms around Xiaomo's slender waist and walked up. Coming to sit at the card table, Lu Qing poured himself a cocktail, and seeing the visitor, with a pretty chick in his arms, Yuan Chong and Jiang Qi were dumbfounded. What? What's going on? I asked you to pretend to hold me hostage, and you really played along? Yuan Chong coughed dryly twice and downed a cocktail to calm the awkwardness, and Jiang Qi had read Lu Qing's profile and seen pictures, so he naturally recognized Lu Qing. But they are professionals, naturally pretending with style. Jiang Qi pretended not to recognize, immediately chided. Kid, what do you do? Lao Si hurriedly came over and explained with a smile. Mr. Li, it's his first time here. He doesn't know the rules. Please forgive me. Forget it, the show is starting. Yuan Chong rounded up the crowd and looked towards the large curtain in the center of the show. The red curtain, slowly drawn back. A dozen or so freak show performers were pushed and carried out. Beautiful young girls, placed in steel cages and subjected to inhumane treatment. The whole place was abuzz with cheers for it. And those stage girls started all kinds of unimaginable talent shows. And that's when one of the girls made a mistake in her performance and immediately a staff member came up and whipped her with a steel whip. Go step on the horse. Yuan Chong clenched his iron fist and spat darkly, almost on the verge of resisting standing up. Jiang Qi, who was on the side, hurriedly pulled him back, signaling that it was not the time to make a move. Yuan Chong had to hold back the anger in his heart. He violently poured a cup of wine down. Pooh. As a result, the next second, he spewed out his drink, just before spraying the oldest standing across the room. At this moment, the entire room was stunned. Only a black-haired teenager was seen, taking a step several meters away. Exuding a stern aura, he rushed onto the stage in the blink of an eye.
and in full view of the crowd, he blew over the Black Dragon Association staff member who had assaulted the girl with a single punch. Chapter 17. The girl on the stage had no arms or legs, and her fear could only be seen in her closed eyes and trembling body. Tears stained her eyelashes during the endless whipping. Suddenly, she felt the pain in her body disappear and opened her eyes to a young back shielding her. This back, like the dawn's light, pierced the dim heaven and earth. The staff member climbed up from the ground, covering his chest and desperately breathing. What kind of person dares to play tricks on the Black Dragon Association's territory? The whole room was silent. Lao Si ignored the alcohol all over his body. His forehead veins popped up. Kid, are you looking for death? Take him down for me. Whoosh. 3 first-grade martial artists, all of a sudden, leapt out from the crowd and rushed onto the stage. Lu Qing opened his arms and operated the Magnia strength. The chi and blood steeply increased by 10%. At that moment, the fist of the first martial artist slammed into Lu Qing's chest, and the latter backhanded his fist, firmly locking it in place before backhanding him, and the man flew straight out across the room. The second martial artist kicked his leg down from midair, and Lu Qing's other hand held his ankle with the same precision before slamming it hard towards the floor. Put! A mouthful of blood gushed out from that martial artist. The third martial artist raised his iron stick and smashed it on top of Lu Qing's head. Lu Qing rolled over and twisted his legs around the second man's neck. With a click, the man instantly lost his breath. The surrounding guests marveled. Holy, what is this kid? So raw? 3 martial artists who can't even catch a single move from him? How did this kid get in here? Where did he get the courage to dare cause trouble in the Black Dragon Association? This is not a place where first-grade martial artists run amok. On the side, Old Four was furious, his face turning blue. This kid can fight so well? Damn it! Why didn't this asshole Cobra waste him before bringing him in? And Fomi's eyes widened and her hands covered her cherry lips. She thought at first that Lu Qing was an ordinary John, but then Lu Qing cured her, and she felt that Lu Qing was a kind-hearted person, but she could never imagine that this young peer would dare to take on the Black Dragon Association. Lu Qing, you seek death. Old Four's face turned blue, his fists clenched, and his aura at the peak of the second grade erupted, straight towards Lu Qing to kill. And at this moment, wave after wave of people from the Black Dragon Association poured in. A dozen second grades, more than 80 first grades, hundreds of people. Seeing this, Yuan Chong bellowed, Jiang Yin envoy. Do it, Jiang Qi said in a deep voice. The silhouette of the two instantly disappeared in place, their appearance restored to their original appearance. And Old Four, who was running towards the stage, suddenly felt a pressure descending from the top of his head. Yuan Chong stretched out a metal palm and pressed it on Lao Si's shoulder. If you don't want to die, don't move. Lao Si's body was instantly tense, his pores combed, and he was sweating coldly, not daring to move a single inch. On the other side, Jiang Qi erupted his innate power and threw a punch towards the closed field. The reinforced concrete wall collapsed under Jiang Qi's punch. Outside the clubhouse, squads 1, 2, and 3 that heard the commotion immediately moved out. Lord Silver Ambassador has struck. Move. The crowds of black-clothed martial envoys poured into the Imperial Clubhouse from all directions, traveling quickly according to the direction from which the commotion came. Whoa! Martial Palace law enforcement. Nobody move. All of you, crouch in place. The 3 Martial Palace squads were like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, with a per capita combat strength of 3 grades, not comparable to these shrimp soldiers of the Black Dragon Association. Don't say that you're a martial arts power ranked in the top 10 of the base. Even if you're the top-ranked martial arts association, you're all little caramels in front of the regular army. 3 squads, 12 third grades, directly suppressing hundreds of Black Dragon Association people across the field. Lu Qing looked at this scene. So it turned out that the Martial Hall had been laying out its plans long ago and had its eyes on the Black Dragon Association. No wonder Captain Yuan is here tonight. It is really a thunderbolt. Not far away, little Foam, like a panicked deer, rushed to Lu Qing's side to hide. The little girl immediately felt a lot of peace of mind. At that moment, Jiang Qi walked up to the stage and looked around, and snapped. Everyone listen. The Black Dragon Association is suspected of human trafficking, forced selling and other large-scale criminal organization activities. The Martial Palace has now confirmed the evidence. This night the Imperial Clubhouse will be closed, and all the members of the Black Dragon Association will be seized. The rest of the people shall not move, or they will all be punished according to the same crime. The room was filled with shock and silence. Just then, an enchanting figure stepped out from the shadowy corridor. The black leather jacket outlined perfect curves, with demonic blue pupils and long hair to the waist. The half-blood beauty slightly hooked up the corners of her mouth. Jiang Yin envoy. What an imposing presence. Jiang Qi twisted his head to look at the owner of the voice, revealing a smile all the same. President Donna. It's been a long time. You're still as beautiful and touching as ever. The two seemed to know each other, like seeing old acquaintances. Tang Na laughed coldly and said, Jiang Yin envoy is different. Flattering the Jiang family and entering the martial palace as a dog is not close to the heart. Duty calls. Jiang Qi shook his head helplessly. Donna, you made a big mistake. And now that it's over, do you still want to resist? Wrong? Donna laughed out loud. Her eyes instantly glazed over. There is no right or wrong in this world. It just depends on whether you are strong or weak. Whoosh! Her right leg violently stomped on the ground, instantly blowing out a deep pit. The whole person was like an arrow off the string rushing straight towards Jiang Qi. The killing intent was like substance. Jiang Qi's hands instantly condensed innate qi and blood, and he slapped his palm out, blasting it straight towards Donna. Boom! A huge wave of sound exploded. Immediately after, the two instantly appeared in the smoke and dust of the explosion, and in an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 strokes, setting off raging qi and blood, and all of the surrounding tables and chairs and benches were shattered to pieces. Those who were close by fled in terror. Innate powerhouses fighting, terrifying as it was. While Jiang Qi and Donna were both in the late 4th grade, the two were close in strength and it was difficult to separate the winners from the losers for a while. However, when the battle reached a white heat, a black shadow suddenly attacked from the side. Yan Wu, the captain of the 3rd team of the martial palace, held a cold and shining dagger and stabbed Jiang Qi straight in the back of his heart. Swish! Sneak attack successful. Blood gurgled out at a rate visible to the naked eye. As soon as Jiang Qi's strong qi and blood dispersed, he was hit by Donna's palm when she saw the opportunity and fell out with a heavy blast. Lord Silver Ambassador. The members of the martial hall were all startled. Zhouman's quick eyes and hands faded to attack Yan Wu. The latter's first reaction was to retreat. Zhouman took the opportunity to land beside Jiang Qi. Envoy Jiang Yin, are you alright? Jiang Qi's face turned pale as he gathered qi and blood to stop the wound, shook his head, and meditated in place. On the side, Su Su cursed in a broken voice. Good you Yan Wu, you look honest and proper. How dare you betray the martial hall? Yan Wu had a sneering smile on his face. It can't be helped. Martial envoys are also human. President Tang gave too much. It's not bad money. Chapter 18, The Real Demoness? Su Su was enraged, her eyes glaring round. You shameless villain. Jiang Yin may treat you as a brother. You betrayed your brother for money. Looking for a beating. Su Sanqing pushed his glasses, anger appearing on his calm face. He's a peak 3rd grade. Let's go together. Yes, Yan Wu said disdainfully. With just the two of you. If you want to take me down, practice for a few more decades. He smiled coldly. President Tang had promised that after this matter, not only would he be guaranteed to leave No. 15 unharmed, but he would also have the chance to break through the 4th grade. It was just too tempting. He even wanted to kill a few more of his former colleagues to show his loyalty. Su Su was furious and took the lead. The fist was wrapped in a powerful qi energy and headed straight for Yan Wu's face. Seeing this, Su Sanqing also quickly struck out, matching Su Su's attack and waiting for an opportunity to attack from the left side. But Yan Wu was, after all, the squad leader, the strongest under the innate, and easily resisted the combined attacks of the two. This is it? Yan Wu stood with one hand. Again! Su Su grimaced in anger, her little face crooked, and with this sudden accident, the scene got out of control. There were only members of the Martial Palace's first team left in the field, and they were simply unable to deter the Black Dragon Association's hundreds of men. The scene was once again thrown into chaos. Don't move! Nobody move! The military envoys tried their best to suppress it, but with little effect. In the midst of the chaos, Donna's enchanting figure slowly walked towards Jiang Qi. Her turquoise eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and her red lips slightly opened as she laughed meaningfully. Envoy Jiang Yin, it seems that the Martial Palace is planted today. Oh. Jiang Qi braced himself and raised his head. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but he still maintained a resolute expression. Donna, don't be too complacent. The Black Dragon Association is finished. Donna smiled flirtatiously as she sniffed, her slender fingers running through her hair. Oh, is that so? What do you think? When I kill all of you and then leave Base City 15 overnight, what can the Martial Hall do to me? Can your people capture an innate expert in the wilderness area? As long as I'm around, do you think the Black Dragon Society will ever truly disappear? Jiang Qi was silent, his face becoming extremely ugly. Donna coldly turned around and looked around, her gaze finally landing on Lu Qing. Dr. Lu, I kindly invited you to be my guest tonight, but you don't seem to know much about manners. In that case, you too, along with these people from the Martial Hall, will you be buried with them? I poo. Mr. Yuan is here. Don't be arrogant. In a flash, a burly figure suddenly rushed out. Yuan Chong roared as his mechanical left arm instantly morphed, releasing a shocking wave of energy. Swish!
The sound of air being torn apart rang out, and Yuan Chang's mechanical arm was like a bolt of silver lightning, striking Donna straight in the face. There was a slight flash of surprise in Donna's eyes, but it quickly regained its composure. She took a light step back to avoid the powerful blow. Bang! Yuan Chang's fist hit the ground, instantly smashing a huge crater in the hard raw stone floor. Debris splattered and dust flew. Tang Na looked at the sight in front of her. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. You're Yuan Chong from the second team? This arm. So it turns out. A greedy gaze flashed in the eyes of the mixed blood beauty as she looked towards Lu Qing and licked her red lips. I've decided not to kill you. When I'm done killing these people, I'll take you with me to elope. Lu Qing. Demonis. How dare you break my heart. And Captain Yuan, who was ignored, was very unhappy and once again launched a fierce attack on the hybrid beauty. His mechanical arm erupted with a power comparable to that of a fourth-grade martial artist, and each strike carried a destructive aura. However, Donna's strength was, after all, at the late fourth grade, and she had the leisure to sigh while she was wielding Yuan Chang's attack. Oh, this is amazing. This is wonderful. Lu Qing, I must have you, you must be mine. Lu Qing, who was standing on the side, simply had a numb scalp. This dam is to pull him out of the rhythm of Ga Waista. Can't just sit back and wait. This woman must be tenderized tonight. Elder Shah, do it! Only Lu Qing shouted in a deep voice and, next moment, a hunched figure rushed into the battle like lightning. The moment the martial hall made its move, he had long ago asked Sha Lao to sneak into the shadows just for this moment. The mechanical right leg of grade 2 perfect quality exploded with a 25% increase in chi and blood. Boom! Sha Lao, who was known for his stance, was unexpectedly faster than the late 4th grade Donna in this instant. Dang! 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 Mechanical's right leg stomps the ground. A tremendous force crushed the floor. And, what a fast speed. The hybrid beauty was startled and was forced to dodge, retreating 5 or 6 steps in a row. And the dry tobacco bag in Sha Lao's hand turned into a black shadow and went straight for Donna's throat. Lu Qing looked at the scene with a grave. With Elder Sha and Captain Yuan teaming up, they should have a chance to kill this woman. 2 against 1. The aftermath of the battle between the two sides was incomparably astonishing, and the three seemed to transform into 3 black shadows that, it's too much. This is the battle of the innate. However, Lu Qing still underestimated the toughness of the late 4th grade. Despite the fact that Sha Lao and Yuan Chong cooperated well and attacked vigorously, Donna was still able to swim with ease. The hybrid beauty dodged to Yuan Chang's back with a gloomy voice. You think that with a chi and blood increase comparable to a 4th grade, you can fight a true innate? Boom! The slender whip leg flung out, directly sending the latter flying backwards. In the next second, she grabbed Sha Lao's mechanical right leg again with a disdainful hand. And you, old man, it's quite fast, but it's a pity it doesn't have enough killing power. People just can't do it when they're old. Boom! She flung herself violently, and Sha Lao slammed out, heavily. Asterisk 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 asterisk? So awesome. Lu Qing's face changed. No, he had to turn on the hang assist. The eye of the divine mechanism, quietly opened. Patient, Donna, realm, late 4th grade. Symptom, due to the fusion of the 5th order ferocious beast shadow bat wings, the patient has the ability to mutate, but due to the defects of the fusion method, the patient needs to endure the pain of etching and cutting the flesh every night, and suffers a lot of torment, so the host is asked to carry out surgical excision treatment for it, and transform it into a mechanical wingling with no side effects. Please be careful not to touch the shadow bat's life gate Kain, which is also the patient's life gate. Lu Qing? Fusing the bodies of ferocious beasts? Is this a real demon girl? Lu Qing immediately shouted. Team Yuan and Elder Sha, her lifeline is at the Kain. The words fell. Donna, who had been calm and unruffled, suddenly changed her expression. The turquoise eyes released a fierce light, deadly staring at Lu Qing. When Sha Lao and Yuan Chong saw this, they immediately reacted. The two of them looked at each other and immediately changed their tactics according to Lu Qing's reminder, constantly attacking Donna's vitals. Bang! 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 It worked! The battle was reversed once again, and she was pinned down by the duo to the point where she could only play defense. Being known as the lifeblood, the huge flaw is exposed to the enemy, even a child against an adult. As long as you hit this fatal flaw, you can take down the adult. Damn it! Donna seemed to be completely enraged. Flirt's eyes became stormy and filled with anger. Damn you all! It was as if she had lost her mind. Boom! A terrifying might erupted steeply from its body. Surprisingly, he went straight to the peak of the 4th grade. Inside her body, a rushing chi and blood rose up into the air, as if a gale was raging, tearing Donna's black tights apart. A large, snow-white landscape exposed. Chapter 19, Silver Martial Envoy by Feng. 100 Beasts Blood Burning Technique. Sha Lao's pupils shrunk as he watched Donna's aura skyrocket. This is the 100 Beast Sect secret method. Secret techniques, which belong to a special category of martial arts. It usually has the effect of exploding potential and dramatically increasing combat power. But the side effects are also tremendous. Generally speaking, it is not usually used unless in life and death combat. And the 100 Beast Sect's blood-burning technique could instantly raise one small realm of cultivation. Donna, you're hiding it deep enough. Jiang Qi's face changed abruptly, and Lu Qing frowned at what he heard. The 100 Beasts cult? According to the original owner's memory, this is a bunch of crazy people that they fused ferocious beasts with humans, allowing martial artists to gain the power of ferocious beasts, turning them into monsters that were neither human nor beast. The martial arts community calls this category beast martial artists. In the same realm, beast martial artists are more powerful than ordinary martial artists. However, there was one fatal drawback, and that was that the habits of the ferocious beasts would affect the martial artists, causing their temperament to become cruel, tyrannical, and distorted. Boom! Only to see Donna's body's chi and blood skyrocket, her skin glowing a bizarre red color. Her eyes had completely turned dark red, filled with violence and madness. Lu Qing knows that Donna's fusion is a shadow bat. That was a 5th stage great demon, comparable to a human martial artist's innate 5th grade, and the 100 Beasts Sect secret method, the blood-burning technique, could just draw on the power of the erupting ferocious beasts. At this moment, Donna's chi and blood had reached the peak of the 4th grade. This woman is now strong and scary. Sha Lao, you must hold on. Lu Qing prayed in his heart. He didn't want to fall into this woman's hands. Go to hell! Go to hell! Donna seemed to be fuming. His body transformed into a residual shadow, and his attacks were as dense as rain. Elder Sha and Yuan Chong instantly felt a huge pressure. Bang! 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 With 3 consecutive loud bangs, Donna's fist shadows fell like a rainstorm. Sha Lao swung his dry tobacco pole and barely managed to block, but his entire body was shaken back several steps. The difference between the early 4th grade and the peak was too great. If it wasn't for his superior stance, he would have been seconded long ago. And Yuan Chong is in an even tougher position. He was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. The mechanical arm made an ear-splitting metallic friction sound. Sparks coming out of its joints. Too weak. Let's see how long you can hold out. Donna laughed fiercely as her figure flashed and appeared behind Yuan Chong. She formed her 5 fingers into claws and went straight for Yuan Chang's mechanical arm interface. If you don't enter the innate, you're ultimately an ant. You like to rely on this arm, don't you? Then I'll unload it. Just then, in the nick of time, there was a sudden crisp ringing finger in the air. Snap! Yuan Chang's figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared he was already 10 meters away. The air throughout the grounds was thinned and filled with air-distorting fluctuations. Shen Kong skill? Donna turned her head violently and shouted out a name through gritted teeth. iPhone. Next moment, only to see a young man in a silver-white power suit descend from the sky. He stepped on the air under his feet and seemed to be able to manipulate space at will. Every step, a step of air-like substance will be formed under your feet. Sorry, it took a while to slaughter a big demon on the way back. His handsome face wore a cynical smile. Yo, if it isn't President Donna, is she planning to go on a killing spree against my martial palace tonight? Silver Ambassador. Susu tangled with Yen Wu while shouting. Yen Wu is a traitor. He sneak-attacked and seriously injured Ambassador Jiang Yin. iPhone raised an eyebrow, looked toward Jiang Qi lying on the ground, and snickered. Hey old ginger. When examining the recruiting I said that this surname Yan's ability is not good. One set of horse's ass, but you prefer to recruit in. Hearing his words, Jiang Qi's chest tightened. His face was more ugly than eating, so he had to close his eyes and pretend he didn't hear it and proceeded to meditate. Bifeng laughed lightly and casually snapped his fingers. Snap! Space distorted and Yen Wu was instantly fixed in place, unable to move. It was as if the air around him turned into sharp blades, cutting into his flesh. He revealed a pained expression, but he had been completely confined by the power of space to endure the torture. Silver made me wrong. I lost my head for a moment. Please give me a chance to change. Yen Wu twisted his expression in pain. You're worthy? Bifeng raised his finger again. Old Jiang saved your whole family back then, taught you to cultivate, and let you make it all the way to the captain of the martial arts envoy. But you are giving someone else to be a dog. Just as well. Redo it in your next life. Snap! Crisp ringing fingers echoed again. The space around Yen Wu was dramatically compressed, and it was as if his body was being squeezed by an invisible force. Spare your life. White. Silver. Yen Wu's screams gradually became smaller and smaller, and in the end, the entire person was crushed into a monstrous pile of corpses. Afterward, Bifeng turned around. Smilingly, she looked at Donna, the president of the Black Dragon Association. President Tang, are you going to tie up your own hands? Or should I tie you back? An evil, fierce light appeared in Tang Na's eyes as she angrily said, by phone. I'm also at the peak of the 4th grade now. Don't think I'll be afraid of you. Before the words fell, her body leaned forward slightly and turned into a black lightning bolt, heading straight for Bai Feng. Her speed was so incredibly fast that even the air was torn apart with a sharp whistling sound. Both of Bai Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his right hand, his palm glowing with a faint silver light. Xian Kong technique. An invisible space barrier instantly took shape in front of Bai Feng. Donna's fist slammed hard into the barrier with a deafening roar. However, her attack was like a clay ox entering the sea, failing to shake Bai Feng in the slightest. Instead, Bai Feng gently raised his palm and, a lot of airborne vibrations, it transformed into a huge palm. Boom! Slap on Donna's chest. Poof! She was directly like a cannonball, smashing down to the ground from a high altitude. Hardly smashed a 20-centimeter deep hole in the marble floor. Escape! Donna's eyes were bloodshot, and a pair of huge bat wings suddenly sprouted from her back, black as ink and more than 3 meters wide. Exploding with all his might, he flew towards the outside at breakneck speed. Ooh, you're still from the 100 Beasts cult? Bai Feng raised his eyebrows, and as he spoke, he pinched his martial arts skills in his hands, rapidly changing his hand seals. Rumble. At this moment, it was as if everything in a 100-meter radius, heaven and earth had turned colorless, and the air was twisted and constantly shaking. I only saw this silver ambassador raise his hand and press down. Far away, a cubic, white cage covered Donna directly. Strangle. He faintly spat out 2 words. The name is so loud and so cool. Inside the white cage, countless air converged into blades that cut through Donna's delicate body. Even the pair of huge black wings on her back were cut and tattered, as if they were a broken and rotten kite. Ah! Ah! A mournful scream rang out. 5 or 6 breaths later, the sound came to an abrupt end and a black shadow fell from the air. President of the Black Dragon Society. Donna. Dead. Chapter 20, Making a Big Difference. Will, the president is dead? Finished. It's over. Who is he to have killed the president so easily? Seeing this scene, all the members of the Black Dragon Association in the room were terrified. There was a flurry of bundling up. The president of the innate strength was dead. How could they still dare to call out the martial palace? Da-da-da-da. The military envoys quickly subdued them. Order was restored to the scene. At that moment, a hunched figure walked slowly to Lu Qing's side. Sha Lao dangled his dry tobacco bag, grumbling written all over his face. You kid, calling me out in the middle of the night to make such a big commotion. Sha old man smoking a cigarette. A big battle. Put him but tired enough. His voice hoarse as if by sandpaper grinding. You are trying to exhaust me this old bones? Lu Qing heatedly smiled. This is not to see that you have just broken through the 4th grade. So I'll find you an opponent of comparable strength to practice with. Sha Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. You call this equal strength? Who just broke through the 4th grade and went to take the peak of the 4th grade to practice? Isn't that just asking for a beating? It's almost enough. You've worked hard today. I'll get a higher grade of medal and update your mechanical legs some other day. Lu Chung drew a big pie, but it works like a thief. Sha Lao's eyes lit up. The dry tobacco bag in his mouth shook, obviously moved. Cut the crap. But it's true that this mechanical leg can't perfectly exert old man's virility, so it's good to get another one. At that moment, Jiang Qi walked over with Yuan Shan's support. Lu Qing. Yuan Shan took the initiative to introduce. This is Ambassador Jiang Yin, my top boss. Thanks to you tonight, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Hello, Ginger Silver Ambassador. Lu Qing first greeted Jiang Qi, then said with a cloudy look, Team Yuan is polite. I'll soon be a member of the Martial Palace as well. It's only right that I contribute. After all, receiving such a high salary. On the side, Jiang Qi spoke. No, if we didn't have you tonight, we would have lost a lot of money. I had heard that you are a great healer. I didn't expect that you could actually see through Donna's lifeblood. And this excellency, thank you for your help. I wonder how to address him. As he spoke, he noticed Sha Lao's left leg. Same with Yuan Chan's robotic arm. It seems to have a strong relationship with Lu Qing. This kid, he even knew an innate powerhouse. My last name is Sha, just an underground black market merchant. Sha Lao waved his hand and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. This realm was broken through in recent days. I didn't go to the Martial Palace to report. What? Are you guys going to arrest the old man me? Lu Qing slightly frowned. Sha Lao, this attitude doesn't seem to be too keen on the martial hall, but now is not the time to ask. Lu Qing continued to remain silent. Jiang Qi froze and laughed a little awkwardly. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency is joking. How could the martial hall arrest an innate for such a trivial matter? Your Excellency has stepped in to help, and for such a favor, the martial hall cannot thank you enough. Ha! Sha Lao suddenly laughed coldly.
The grace of the martial hall. The old man can't afford it. Lu kid. Old man is sleepy. Go back to sleep. With that he turned right around and left. The hunched back of an aged man. Like a lonely old man. This? Yuan Chong, who was beside him, was also confused. This old man just joined hands with him to fight against the enemy is still good. The two of them are still very tacit understanding. How all of a sudden change the vice attitude? Jiang Qi took the initiative to change the topic and looked at Lu Qing. Lu Qing, I'll give you credit for tonight. When we return to the Palace of Martial Arts, this silver envoy will definitely report to the Jiangjin envoy and give you credit for a great achievement. Is there a bonus? Lu Qing asked. Ginger Z, of course. Lu Qing laughed heartily. All buddy say these. All are for the martial arts temple work. For the great summer allegiance. Merit does not matter well. Ginger Z. At this point, a young figure approached. It was none other than the silver martial envoy who had just struck out to kill Donna in seconds. White Maple. You're Lu Qing? I heard that you were the one who messed up Yuan Chang's unicorn arm? Only to see him with an excited face, he directly reached out and put his hand on Lu Qing's shoulder and said, see if you can get me one as well. I don't want a unicorn arm. I want legs. That what a man's third leg. You know, preferably with an auto-retracting function. I'll trade you my years of treasured information. How about it? Lu Qing? What are you talking about? Big brother? I can't understand. Lu Qing's gaze was taken aback, and he was not in a position to refute this big brother's face. Dare I ask the silver ambassador what intelligence you are referring to? You're being polite. Call brother Bai. Bai Feng hooked his shoulders and leaned against him, whispering, I have all the secrets of the big shots of the martial palace, the elder of the military department, the elder of the supervision department, and our Jiangjin envoy. Which one do you want to hear? Lu Qing's eyes widened once again. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Mr. Kong, isn't that your boss? My god of fortune? How dare you talk about your boss behind his back? And the ING elders are out. That's a 7th grade martial arts master. Aren't you afraid they'll look at you and slap you to death one day? Lu Qing hurriedly dodged the guy and politely said, Brother Bai, I'm afraid this isn't quite right. I've never done this before. I'm afraid something might happen. Pak Feng doesn't want to give up. He wants to discuss it again. At that moment, Jiang Qi pulled him away and smiled at Lu Qing. Don't pay attention to him. It's getting late. You go back to rest early. These people from the Black Dragon Clubhouse will be dealt with by the Temple of Wushu. Also, your information has been approved, and someone will pick you up tomorrow to officially start. Alright, please trouble Ambassador Jiang Yin. After bidding farewell to the two silver martial ambassadors, Lu Qing greeted Zhou Man and Su Su, a few of his old acquaintances as well, before preparing to leave. But at that moment, a small, cold, slippery hand pulled at him. Little Foam looked at Lu Qing somewhat timidly, her voice as thin as a gnat. Lu Qing smiled and said, Don't worry, the martial hall side will make arrangements. You'll be fine if you go back with Captain Yuan. Foamy nodded, her gaze deepening as she looked at the pier in front of her. A few hours ago, in her eyes the other man was a scumbag who was about to take and ruin her life. But overnight, he suddenly became a big shot in the martial palace. Even those high and mighty silver martial ambassadors were polite to him. Having said that, Lu Qing turned to leave. Tonight was a big thrill. Having seen the battles between the innates, he understood that he had to improve his strength quickly. After that, when you go to the martial hall, you have to ask about the matter of breaking through to the 2nd grade. He didn't go to a martial arts university. He lacked specialized, systematic knowledge. Breakthroughs don't just happen. This was the reason why wild martial artists were no match for official geniuses. The first product is the introduction, and the second product is the foundation. If you don't have a strong foundation, how can you show your strength on the operating table later? One's own foundation must be hard and fast. Chapter 21, Official Induction. The early morning sunlight poured in through the cracks in the curtains, and Lu Qing was sleeping soundly. He was home to sleep last night. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Qing touched his cell phone in a daze, saw that it was Zhou Man calling, and immediately sobered up a few points. Hey, Sister Zhou Man, I'll be right in front of your cell, so pack up and come out. So early? Lu Qing looked at the time. It was only 6:30. Who made you a special talent? The military department side knows you're in. In order to appease this group of reckless people, Jiang Jin made the front of the booking opportunity to them. Today have you busy? Lu Qing had no choice but to get up and wash and change into a casual sports outfit. Sunny and handsome face, 5 feet 5 inches tall. Well, still that manly. Also good. I used to worry about no business, but now that I'm working for the Temple of Wushu, how can I lack by little system tasks? Take a pinch. 10 minutes later,
Lu Qing came downstairs to the entrance of the neighborhood. Sister Joe Man hasn't arrived yet. By the side of the road, a middle-aged man with a tan face was sitting on a matzah, setting up a stall. All that is sold is simple herbs. It is not a problem to treat some common minor ailments such as bruises, qi and blood deficiencies. Lu Qing took the initiative to walk up to greet him. Uncle Chen Shan. The middle-aged man looked up and realized that it was Lu Qing, and instantly revealed a stolid smiling face. It's little Lu. Going to the clinic so early today? The other party's name was Chen Shan, a close friend of Lu Qing's father, and a junior martial arts practitioner. Knowing some basic martial arts medical skills, Lu Qing was the one who followed Chen Shan to learn medicine as a martial arts physician after he failed the college entrance exam. Some years ago, Uncle Chen Shan also opened a healing store, when inexplicably and wonderfully collapsed and closed. The original owner is still unaware of the situation and only thought that it was Uncle Chen Shan's mismanagement, but Lu Qing's experience during this period of time to see, he realized that it is not that Uncle Chen Shan's medical skills are not good, but the water in the medical industry is too deep. Even for a martyr's orphan like him, those people dared to lay their hands on him, not to mention an even more ordinary family like Uncle Chen Shan's. Less than half a year after the sanatorium closed down, Uncle Chen Shan's wife, ex-wife, ran away with a rich man, rumored to be a first-rate martial artist, and Uncle Chen Shan could only raise his son all by himself to grow up and make ends meet by setting up stalls every day. Lu Qing smiled and replied, yes, I've changed to a new job, and my previous store has been hung up. Oh, got a new job? Where? In the center of town. Still sitting and seeing patients. Really? The city center is good. Xiao Lu really congratulate you. Such a good job you have to do well. Chen Shan stood up directly in surprise. Good. Lu Qing nodded. Seeing that the other party was congratulating himself from the bottom of his heart, he was also considering whether to wait until he was inducted into the Temple of Wushu, and arrange for Uncle Chen Shan to go over there as well. Setting up a stall can be harder than a normal job, and it just so happens that Chen Shan is also a medical student, and he grew up watching him grow up, so he is absolutely at ease. And, of course, only if the other person wants to, and that's when a red Ferrari pulls up and pulls over. The car window rolled down, revealing Joe Man's delicate face. Get in the car. My coworkers picked me up. I'll go first, huh? Uncle Chen Shan, you're busy. Seeing this, Lu Qing turned his head and bid farewell to Chen Shan before getting into the passenger seat. Chen Shan watched the Ferrari go away in the dust, froze, suddenly jerked his head up. Colleagues pick up early in the morning to go to work? This car isn't cheap, is it? Xiaolu wouldn't be. The vehicle sped along, and the two of them soon arrived at the 15th Base Martial Temple branch building. You sit in the hall for a while. I'll be right back. Joe Man left a sentence and turned around. Lu Qing had to sit alone in the rest area and watch the Wallin short videos. Shocked. 7 Base City Lianpin Group sold Qi Blood Dan actually does not contain Qi Blood grass ingredients? The local municipal supervisory department issued a notice. The counterfeiter song is planted false accusations. Must bear legal responsibility. The counterfeiter song decided to hard to the end, applying for the 7 Base Martial Arts Temple branch of the case to investigate. So the truth is exactly what? The general public of Base 15. Please note that in the past 2 months, there are frequent signs of third-order ferocious beasts and even fourth-order demons in the vicinity of the wilderness area. So please reduce the number of non-essential outings and safeguard your personal life. What are you looking at? At this moment, Joe Man's voice rang in Lu Qing's ears. Looking up, it was indeed Joe Man who had returned with 3 things in her hand. No, this is your Martial Envoy ID. From today onwards, you are a Bronze Martial Envoy. There's also this, Space Crystal. This is the standard equipment for members of the Martial Palace. It has 10 cubic meters of storage space. There are 2 styles. Usually boys like to wear rings and girls like necklaces, so I chose the ring one for you. Lastly, it's the Martial Temple's exclusive martial arts uniform, which can be worn at work, but must be worn on missions. You don't seem to need to go on missions either, but it's still necessary to give it to you. Many thanks. Lu Qing accepted them one by one. The one that deserved his attention the most was this spatial ring. More accurately, it was this space crystal embedded in the ring. This was a rare material, a treasure that had to be precipitated from a 5th-ranked great demon with a spatial attribute. Although this is only as tiny as a pinky finger, it is definitely worth a lot of money. Joe Man laughed and said, originally, Ambassador Jiang Jin was going to meet you in person, but a sudden assignment made me bring inductees first to check out your new healing store. Lu Chang nodded. The spatial ring was put on the middle finger of his right hand, and in the process, the martial arts envoy's ID and martial arts uniform were collected into it, and the healing store is right across the street from the branch building.
The golden section of 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 the golden section. The two men came to the front of the store. Lu Qing found that the name of the health store is still the word peace, but there is more directly under the Palace of Martial Arts gilt stamping suffix. Step into the hall. This will be your territory from now on. The position is chief physician. Zhou Man looked at Lu Qing and briefly introduced. In addition, the Martial Palace has also hired 2 intermediate martial arts practitioners to be your deputies. I still have a mission to attend to, so visit and see for yourself. Good. Lu Cheng nodded. Zhou Man turned around and left with his slender legs. It's so big. Lu Qing looked over inside. On the first floor, the exterior walls are designed with modern glass curtain walls, and sunlight pours through the glass into the spacious and bright lobby. In the center of the lobby, there is a ring of guide tables. On either side of the hall are neatly arranged rows of comfortable chairs, available for patients and family members to rest and wait. Electronic displays hung on the walls, scrolling a description of the healing store and some health practices. Down the hall and inside is the ward area. On the first floor, there are mainly wards and waiting halls. Lu Qing went up the stairs to the second floor. This is the hospital's medical department. On both sides of the corridor, clinics for various specialties are spread out. Emergency rooms, operating rooms, research rooms, offices and conference rooms, etc. More full of medical technology and modernization. No, the wound must be stitched up as soon as possible. At that moment, an urgent voice came from ER number 2. Lu Qing walked over to take a look, spotted a middle-aged man in his 30s, and a pretty young woman in her 20s. Both were wearing white coats and had anxious looks on their faces. Zhou Man had introduced them, and these should be his 2 associate physicians, Zhang Hanbin and Su Ting. And on the bed, lay a man wearing the uniform of a military envoy from the Ministry of Intelligence. He had a grim expression on his face at the moment, and his lower left abdomen was a bloody mess, letting out a miserable cry. Ah! It hurts too much. No, we can't handle this injury. That Dr. Zhang spoke up. Didn't we say that the head doctor would be here today? Why don't we wait for him to come over? What a joke. Su Ting's beautiful eyes were serious. Who knows when the people will arrive? If we don't stop the bleeding, he'll last 20 minutes at most. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Zhang Hanbin froze for a moment and looked at this senior student who had just graduated from the Martial Arts Medical University and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, still too young. And Su Ting had already picked up the needle and thread, surgical scissors, ready to sew up the wound. But at that moment, a clear voice interrupted her. You won't be able to save him this way. You'll die as usual. Chapter 22. Is Director Lu the genius who invented mechanical surgery? The sudden voice came. Su Ting and Zhang Hanbin, and even the martial envoy of the intelligence ministry who was lying on the bed all looked over. Seeing the young teenager in front of her, Su Ting asked sharply, "What do you mean by that? He's dying. He was bitten by a treasure rat. Straightforward stitches will only hasten death." Lu Qing looked at these two. "May I ask if you are?" Zhang Hanbin's face changed slightly. He and Su Ting had checked for half a day, but they hadn't found the cause of the disease, and this teenager even said it in one breath? Lu Qing, your Director Lu? Zhang Hanbin and Su Ting froze at the same time and spoke in unison. Before they came, of course, they had heard the name of the top man. But, how could the two of them not expect it to be so small? Could this be 20? In normal thinking, having an experienced martial arts practitioner, and a senior medical university student assisting him, is at least at the level of a senior martial arts expert. And how could such a character, not to say 70 years old, but just a teenager? The words fell. Lu Qing had quickly stepped forward and took the tools in Su Ting's hands. Time is short. Let me do it. Through the eye of divine chance, survey, he had grasped the best treatment plan. Patient, Lu Guangji, realm, early 3rd grade, symptoms, bitten by the 3rd order beast treasure rat. Its poisonous fangs on the patient caused a large area of bite wounds, a large number of venom residue in the body, the constant threat to the patient's life. Treatment plan, the use of extreme heat, extreme cold 2 of the same level. The attribute of the metal, the use of energy extrusion, can restrain the discharge of treasure mouse venom. The higher the level of the metal, the faster the discharge of venom. And finally supplemented by the wound suturing. Recuperation for half a month can be cured. Su Ting and Zhang Hanbin froze on the spot. Su Ting's beautiful eyes blinked as she curiously said, "Lu, Director, how do you plan to treat it?" She's curious. What kind of means did such a younger brother than her have to become a special expert of the Martial Palace? On the side, Zhang Hanbin pulled her a bit and put up a finger to make a silencing gesture. "Shu, let's go out first and not disturb Dr. Lu." "Oh, okay," Su Ting just responded. For a genius expert of Lu Qing's level,
Unless you're asked to assist on the spot, it's best not to stand there dumbfounded and characters at this level often have a set of private and unique skills, and are most uncomfortable with being watched from the sidelines. So the two men sagely exited the clinic and closed the door to the room. And Lu Cheng has been fully focused and in top form. He was completely unaware of what the two were thinking. If he were to know, Lu Cheng would only find it amusing. The way that Divine Mechanism Medical treats the sick is completely transmitted directly through the system, and it is complicated and arcane to the extreme. Even if we let them stand there and look at it for 3 days and 3 nights, they will not be able to see the principle, unless Lu Cheng personally breaks open and needs, little by little explains to feed the mouth. Come. Only hearing him whisper a sentence. In the spatial ring, 2 pieces of metal flew out at once. The 2 attributes are ice and fire respectively. Level 2. Lu Cheng had grade 3 cold crystal iron but not grade 3 positive metal, and both metals had to be of the same grade, so he had to settle for the next best thing and use 2 grade 2 metals to heal. Buzz. Mobilizing the information tips and techniques of divine machine healing in his mind, Lu Cheng urged his chi and blood, pulling the 2 mutually exclusive metals, and stabbing them into the patient's wounds. Aha! Nabu immediately screamed in pain. Outside the house on the porch, Su Ting froze as she listened to the commotion and looked at Zheng Hanbin with a somewhat strange expression. Nothing is going to happen, is it? I'm not too sure. Maybe. This is Director Lu's style of treatment? Dr. Zheng Hanbin stroked his chin, his eyes rolling. Su Ting was speechless, but this was too strange, right? This doesn't sound like healing, it sounds like murder. 2 hours later, the door to the emergency room was pushed open. Lu Cheng walked out. Outside, Su Ting and Zheng Hanbin hurriedly got up and walked forward to ask, "How is Director Lu's patient?" Su Ting's tone was tinged with urgency. "It's already out of life-threatening danger. The next step is just to be hospitalized and recuperate, and you'll be discharged next week," Lu Cheng said. On his forehead, he was already sweating slightly, and his body was a bit tired. Honestly, this treatment is no easier than modifying a mechanical limb. Mainly, his cultivation level was too low, and many of the system's special treatment programs required a deep chi and blood base. Must break through the 2nd grade soon. Otherwise, advanced mechanical limbs can't get it right, and it's usually a pain in the ass to heal. Director Lu was worthy of being a special talent of the Martial Palace. I really admire you, Dr. Zheng Hanbin sighed in admiration. Following such a young genius was not a bad thing. On the side, Su Ting's eyes were glowing, staring at Lu Cheng and feeling like she wanted to see through her. Director Lu, you are really amazing. Dr. Zhang and I couldn't figure out the cause of the disease for half a day, but you actually thought of a countermeasure at a glance. Can I ask which martial arts medical school you graduated from? Hua Medical Martial University or Northern Medical Martial University? Su Ting's beautiful eyes were curious. She herself was a senior student of China Medical and Martial Arts University. So maybe they were still alumni. Neither. I failed the college entrance exam, Lu Cheng said truthfully. What? At those words, all of Su Ting's words were stuck in her throat at this moment. Didn't go to Budo Medical School? Didn't even take the entrance exam? What else could she say? Only after a long time did she squeeze out a few words, her gaze strange. Director Lu, you're a demon, aren't you? Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. Well, that's a good compliment. Don't do it next time. I'm afraid I can't resist docking your paycheck. At this time, Zheng Hanbin opened his mouth and said, "By the way, Director, today, the side of the Martial Palace said that they would send over 2 patients. This is the medical record. Take a look." With that, he took out 2 medical records and handed them to the former. Lu Cheng glanced at them and nodded. "Well, you can arrange for them to come over. Prepare the operating room. I'll do it for them now." Doing what? Zheng Hanbin and Su Ting were full of brain fog. The former inquired. "These 2 are retired for many years of the old military department, suffering from disabilities. Take the liberty to ask, what kind of surgery are you going to do? They still don't know that this is not the general medical department of the Martial Palace, but, instead, it is opened exclusively for Lu Cheng. Mechanical surgery specialty. Lu Cheng, you have said that the body suffers from a disability. Naturally, to do arms and legs." Su Ting and Zheng Hanbin looked at each other. Oh, time flies, and a morning passes. Inside the operating room, Lu Cheng skillfully completed 2 mechanical surgeries. The 2 martial artists from the Ministry of War had been fitted with their respective robotic arms and legs, all first-class perfect quality. The contract he signed with the Martial Palace had a clause that the patients recommended by the Martial Palace internally would be fitted with a first-grade perfect quality mechanical limb for the 2nd grade and a 2nd-grade perfect quality limb for the 3rd grade.
while the patients who passed the audit from the outside world would be fitted with a first-grade fine-grade mechanical limb for the second grade and a second-grade fine-grade limb for the third grade, without any special circumstances. Lu Qing understood that this was the advantage of the Martial Palace in establishing an official organization. While he agreed to it, he could not abide by it if special circumstances arose. And the special case is, the other side gives too much. Even if I work for the Martial Hall, does that prevent me from making money? No way. Absolutely not. Lu Qing can't lose a bit. Ding! The host has successfully treated 2 disabled martial artists. You are 1 step closer to your goal. Mission progress 4 out of 10. Mission reward, grade 6 metal dragon steel. At this point, the 2 military division martial artists lying on the stretcher bed turned awake and opened their eyes. I'm this. Mechanical arm. This is the mechanical arm rumored by the Ministry of Supervision? The martial artist with the broken arm was excited as he moved his brand new mechanical arm. This arm, the flexibility is even better than my original. I can finally continue to fight for the Martial Palace. The martial artist with the broken leg even knelt down on one knee on the spot and cupped his fists. Dr. Lu, you will be my regenerative parent from now on. Lu Qing rushed to pick up the other party, nodded his head in relief. Parents are not necessary. Just give the money. The operation fee is 1 million for one person. And if there are any problems with the arms and legs in the future, come to the healing store at any time. We are responsible for the later maintenance and repairs. And, of course, the cost is separately calculated. The 2 men looked up with a swish. Oh, click. The surgery door opens. Outside the door, Su Ting and Zhang Hanbin watched as the 2 mechanical limbs that perfectly fit the human body walked out in a dragon's stride and majestic manner, shocked as if struck by lightning. That precise mechanical construction, smooth metal curves, perfect chakra conduction. It simply turns their perception upside down. Director Lu. At this moment, Zhang Hanbin's face was stunned beyond measure. Finally thinking of something, his voice was incomparably excited as he said, could it be that you are the genius who invented mechanical surgery and saved Captain Yuan of the Ministry of Supervision? Chapter 23, The Key to Breaking Through the Second Grade. Zhang Hanbin's voice trembled with excitement. Genius can't be talked about. Coincidentally like to study. Some tips are just. Lu Qing said. Zhang Hanbin was instantly convinced. No. Connecting flesh and blood with machinery is a godly skill. How can this be a small trick? If I had known that Director Lu was the genius who invented mechanical surgery, I would have signed a long-term contract. Old Zhang. When the Martial Hall had first approached him to come and give someone else a second in command, he had been reluctant to do so. The chief physician of the city center hospital is a good doctor. How can he willingly give others to be a little brother? But the invitation from the Martial Palace was not something he could well refuse, and the treatment from the Martial Palace was really good, so he signed a short-term contract. Had he known it was the genius who invented mechanical surgery, he would have signed long-term. No. For life. He would have been willing to work as a cow or a horse for the rest of his life. An ecstatic light erupted in Zhang Hanbin's eyes, and his entire body became exuberant as if he had shot chicken blood. Follow a genius like that and maybe you can learn mechanical surgery yourself. When the time came to make a name for himself in the martial arts world, he would truly be famous in the history of the world. Most martial arts practitioners do not pursue the path of the strongest, only to leave a name behind. What is mechanical surgery? On the side, Su Ting was still confused. She was fresh out of graduate school and out of campus and hadn't heard the rumors of mechanical limbs. If it wasn't for the temporary establishment of an ad hoc medical department in the Temple of Martial Arts, her mentor wouldn't have recommended her to enter the Temple of Martial Arts system, but rather to go to the downtown hospital to develop her career. Dr. Su, don't you know? Director Lu is. Zhang Hanbin was incredibly excited and immediately recounted in colorful detail that Captain Yuan Chong of the Martial Hall had been blessed with a mechanical limb as a result of the disaster. This matter has been spreading east and west in the Martial Hall division, and now there are many different opinions, with all sorts of outrageous and exaggerated versions of it. Some people say that Captain Yuan's unicorn arm hangs over the 4th grade innate. Others say that the military department kneels and begs Captain Yuan to use the unicorn arm to fight to them. And others say that since Captain Yuan has a unicorn arm his wife sends love lunches every day. After Su Ting heard this, her entire body froze for a full 7 or 8 seconds, and a look of a little fangirl appeared on her face. My god, even cool novels don't dare to write like this, right? Dr. Lu, you are really the genius of geniuses, the monster of monsters. Lu Qing, you really don't know how to brag, don't brag so hard. I really can't help but dock your paycheck. How could Su Ting not expect? This Director Lu not only has excellent medical skills, but actually has such a big head. This is a rare medical genius of the millennium. Compared to Lu Qing, Those so-called high achievers from Medical Wushu University were not worth mentioning at all. That graduate degree of hers is, to put it bluntly, a little bit of innovation from what has gone before, a little bit of her own thinking, and a paper published under school review, and you get your diploma. But what Lu Qing had created was a brand new healing system that was enough to change the martial arts world. The two are not at all on the same level. That afternoon, Lu Qing didn't continue to sit in the clinic, and went to the martial arts temple building, looking for Captain Yuan. He wanted to inquire about the method to break through to the second grade. Now that there was a martial arts temple doorway, the funds for the system quests and building the mechanical battle armor would soon be available. The thing to do now was to break through the second grade cultivation, but Lu Qing seemed to be unlucky. Captain Yuan had gone out on a mission with the second team and hadn't returned yet. In that case, the only person he knew in the martial hall was Silver Martial Ambassador Zhang Qi. Inquiring into Zhang Qi's office, he was again told that Zhang Yinmei did not work and was at home recuperating from his injuries. Fortunately, the staff recognized Lu Qing after looking at his documents and gave him Zhang Qi's contact information. Phone call connected. Hey, Silver Ambassador Zhang. This is Lu Qing. The opposite side of the room visibly froze for a moment, and then came the sound of laughter. Ha ha ha, how do you feel on your first day of work? Did you run into any trouble? That's not true. Lu Qing opened the door and said, I'm looking for Ambassador Zhang Yin to ask for advice on breaking through to the second grade. I wonder if it's convenient. Oh, you're making a breakthrough? Zhang Qi's voice drew up a few notches with a hint of surprise. He remembered that Yuan Chang's report mentioned that this kid's cultivation level was only at the beginning of the first grade at that time. How long has it been? How long has it been? No wonder this kid in the Imperial Club easily 1 to 3. The original is already a pinnacle of the first grade. Can it be that this kid is still a martial arts genius? A medical genius is enviable enough. This kid is simply inappropriate. Zhang Qi sighed with emotion and replied, Okay, why don't you come directly to my house? It's not far from the Martial Hall building. I'll send you the location. Good. 20 minutes later, Lu Qing took a taxi to an upscale residence. The small area is covered with green trees, rockery and flowing water, everywhere highlighting the luxury of the upper class. Lu Qing followed Zhang Qi's address and came to the 19th unit building. The elevator goes straight to the top floor. Zhang Qi gave him the password to his house, so Lu Qing could go straight in. Just as he walked into the foyer, he saw Zhang Qi in his robe, walking out of the bedroom. Sit. Zhang Qi greeted. Lu Qing then came to sit on the sofa in the living room and looked around. It was a large open flat. Being on the top floor, the floor-to-ceiling windows take in the entire city. The decoration style is very simple, gray and white tones, clean and tidy, just like Zhang Qi, a person, meticulous and well-organized. There were only 2 magazines on the coffee table, besides a couple of empty cups. I'm usually the only one who lives in this house, and I'm out on a mission most of the time. There's nothing to entertain at home. See you. Zhang Qi opened his mouth slightly embarrassed. You're welcome. It was supposed to be me who came to intrude. Lu Qing asked straight to the point, Envoy Zhang Yin. I've heard that breaking through the second grade is different from breaking through the first grade. May I ask what the difference is? Zhang Qi squared his shoulders and said, What do you think? What is the point of opening the orifices for? Lu Qing thought for a moment. Breakthrough? As we all know, to break through the first grade, you need to open 5 orifices. To break through the second grade, 12 orifices need to be opened. For the third grade, 36 orifices are to be opened. Only if the number of orifices was high enough could they withstand a larger amount of qi and blood. Ha ha ha, yes and no. Zhang Qi smiled and shook his head. For ordinary people, the opening of the orifices is for breakthroughs, but for geniuses, enlightenment is for higher cultivation efficiency, and unrivaled battle power in the same realm. Within the same realm, why was Bai Feng able to crush Tang Na, who was also at the peak of the 4th rank? It's because he has enough orifices. He opened up his orifices to 20 orifices when he was at the 2nd rank. 20 tricks? Lu Qing was stunned. That's right, the more orifices you have, the faster you can absorb aura, the faster you can cultivate, and the qi and blood you cultivate is more pure and thick. Lu Qing nodded indistinctly. No wonder he cultivates like a turtle. 1 calorie 2 calories per day, sometimes even 0. Few. I didn't come here for nothing this time, I really learned. Then how should I increase the number of openings? Lu Qing blurted out. Hardened. As soon as Lu Qing heard that, was it the kind of hardening that he understood as becoming hardened? Chapter 24, the coordinator has the power to enforce the law? Zhang Qi, every time a martial artist reaches the peak of a realm, he or she can undergo a body hardening. If you want to break through to the 2nd grade, you must quench your body. The higher quality the quenching the better.
High quality? There's a difference between high and low?
Lu Qing immediately asked for advice with an open mind.
I'd like to ask Silver Ambassador Zhang to explain. This is an area where he, a dirt dog who didn't go to college, really doesn't have a clue. There are two conditions for quenching the body. One is the body quenching method, and the other is heavenly materials. There are a lot of good body quenching methods on the market, with prices ranging from a few million, but they are all medium body quenching methods that can open 13-15 orifices, and as for how much exactly, it depends on the grade of the body quenching object you use. What about the higher ones? 16-18 tricks. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Then how did the Silver Envoy open up to 20 tricks?
Jiang Qi, because the thing he used to quench his body is the heaven and earth yuan liquid, which is the most suitable treasure to use to quench the body under the 7th grade. But this is rare and uncommon. Only by chance. Lu Qing rubbed his hands together. There's a bit of a heartbeat. Thinking about the image of by phone crushing Donna. It was a handsome so pretentious. It was necessary to mess around with the higher body tempering method and the heaven and earth yuan liquid. Lu Qing then asked, Ambassador Jiang Yin, does that martial hall have advanced body hardening methods? Naturally, there is, but money can't buy it. It needs to be exchanged for merits. Do I get enough credit? Enough. I can apply for you if you need it, but we'll have to wait for Ambassador Jiang Jin to come back and approve it personally. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. Then thanks a lot. Then, he asked curiously, by the way, who is the most enlightened person in our department? Do you know? Naturally, it's Ambassador Jiang Jin. Lu Qing murmured and nodded. That's right. The god of fortune was known as the first genius of the martial palace. He should be more powerful than by phone. He opened more and less orifices at the 2nd grade? 28 tricks. Leaving Jiang Qi's house, Lu Qing took a cab straight home. Looking out the window at the street scene that sped by, his mind was still thinking about the quenching of his body. The body quenching method will be available when the god of fortune returns. But just this body quenching thing, where should I get it from? If he delayed the breakthrough, he wouldn't be able to make more advanced mechanical limbs, but he couldn't just settle for a random breakthrough. The sun was setting at dusk, and the red sunset was laying a shattered haze over the clouds at the edge of the sky. In the meantime, on the street by the side of the road, Uncle Chen Shan is still setting up his stall. A couple of plastic sheets covered with various herbs were sold and yelled. At that moment, 2 uniformed co-counselors came to the stall. Co-envoys, equivalent to auxiliary police co-policemen, belonged to the supernumerary personnel recruited by the martial palace to assist the martial envoys in supervising the city. Uncle Chen Shan's body stiffened abruptly, and he hurriedly stood up to greet them with a smile. Both of you adults. I have a business license. Look. Saying that, he took out a medicinal herb trafficking license approved by the martial palace office. Really? Let me see. One of the burly co-counselors took it, frowned, and said, this business license of yours is expired. You belong to a private stall. We'll have to take these things away. While saying that, he also kicked Chen Shan's herbs with his feet. Chen Shan was shocked and was busy explaining. How could that be? This is something I only went to approve last month. It can't have expired. What? Old me can still lie. The stout associate minister had a fierce look on his face. No, not. 2 lords, please do me a favor. These are my hard-earned savings from my family. Chen Shan's face was full of pleading, his forehead breaking out in cold sweat. Cut the crap. The other tall, skinny conciliator pushed Chen Shan away and began to pack up the medicinal herbs on the ground, including the money in Chen Shan's satchel. All of them were also seized. Illegal business, just confiscating property. It's a good thing they didn't put you in jail. Chen Shan's face was deathly gray. He pulled on the tall, skinny conciliator's pants leg and kept begging. Your Honor can't take it all away. I beg you all. The tall, skinny conciliator became enraged and kicked him to the ground. Still not letting go? Chen Shan was on the ground, tugging at his opponent's pants leg, but doing so couldn't get his stuff back, and he was greeted with nothing but a beating and kicking. Gradually gathered around to watch the passers-by, but no one dared to go forward to stop. This group of associate envoys, who had taken the back door of the martial palace due to their connections, were accustomed to riding roughshod over the base city, so who dared to mess with them? Stop! A clear female voice suddenly rang out. Only a young girl in a white bodysuit, a delicate and small girl, stepped out from the crowd. Anger was written all over his googly-eyed face as he chided the 2 co-counselors. What right do you have to beat people? People obviously have business licenses. You are robbing personal property. Yang Nannan blocked in front of Chen Shan and said with righteous indignation. The stout associate envoy sneered. Little girl, minding so much business? Don't you know that we are martial envoys of the martial hall? Yang Nannan didn't budge an inch. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You 2 don't even have numbers on your uniforms, so you're clearly ambassadors.
Do envoys have the power to enforce the law? You're just pretending. If you're capable, show me your license. The tall, thin man touched his nose in embarrassment. ID. Forgot to bring. You come out to enforce the law without papers? How dare you? Does the Temple of Martial Arts know you two are so powerful? The stout associate ambassador's face was extremely ugly up, yelling, what dead girl? I have said that I have forgotten to bring it. I will ask my colleague to send it over here. He took out his cell phone and pretended to make a call while making a wink. And the tall, thin man understood and turned around with his arms around the property he had collected from Chen Shan. What for? You want to leave now? Yang Nan Nan was quick on her feet and took an arrow step to stop in front of the tall skinny man. Give the stuff back to that uncle. You step on the horse. Looking for death. A ruthless look appeared on the face of the stout associate envoy, and he suddenly struck out with a punch towards Yang Nan Nan. Yang Nan Nan was also a first-grade martial artist, and had prepared for this, dodging this sneak attack with a flash of her body. Excitement flashed across her small face. Good, wow. Want to do it right. This girl is just in time to move her muscles. On the other side, a cab stopped at the side of the road. It was Lu Qing who got out of the car. Uncle Chen Shan? Through the crowd, he saw Chen Shan, who was covered in wounds, and immediately walked forward. Lu Qing came to Chen Shan's side and hurriedly checked the other party's body with the eye of divine mechanism. Fortunately, he only suffered some superficial injuries, and from the gossip of the crowd around him, he got a general idea of how it started. Uncle, wait, I'll go get the stuff back for you, Lu Qing said. Chen Shan, however, pulled him back. He could fight for his life to protect his wealth, but he couldn't let Lu Qing, a junior, go into danger. Chen Shan was full of scorn and said, forget it, Xiao Lu. There isn't much money. Go tell the girl to stop. These associate envoys of the martial palace can't be messed with. Chapter 25 Progress of the mission, 10 out of 10. Don't worry, uncle. It's fine. Lu Qing gave Chen Shan a relieved smile, then towards the two co-envoys, only to see the stout conciliator swinging his fist in the air, obviously not expecting the little girl to be a first-grade martial artist. With this much skill, how dare you bully people? The corners of Yang Nanan's mouth rose slightly as her figure deftly dodged the attack. Her movements were as light as a swallow, each step stepping on the opponent's brakes. Star Martial Arts University's 7-star steps? Lu Qing could tell at a glance the martial art that Yang Nan had executed. Xingwu Budo University, one of the 3 best universities in the 15th base city. I remember that the original owner's goal of the college entrance examination that year was this university, but unfortunately, the young girl in front of her was mostly from Star Martial University. Her cultivation was in the late 1st grade, so she should be a senior student. Damn it, Lu San, come help me. The stout associate was very annoyed, having been tricked by a little ninny. Seeing his companion's loss, the tall, skinny co-counselor, clutching his stolen goods, was about to step forward to help. Stop. A strong palm pressed against his shoulder. The tall and thin man turned his head to see that at some point Lu Qing had already stood behind him. He said faintly, give it back. What kind of thing are you? Dare to meddle in the affairs of the martial hall? The tall and thin man's fire rubbed off and he was about to break into a rage. Count your father. You. Snap. Lu Qing threw a slap on his face. The peak of the 1st grade can be used with enough force that the latter's face immediately became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. You dare to hit my old man. Snap. Another forced pocket. So what? Anan? So what? Lu Qing looked down on him, convincing him with physics, his palm crushing him directly. The opponent simply couldn't withstand the power of 2 consecutive peak 1st grade martial artists and promptly fell on his butt. He's almost fainted. His eyes are burning. He's foaming at the mouth. You. The other stout associate ambassador was incredulous, looking at the scene. You're a 2. You what you? Only to see Lu Qing come to him in an arrow step. The stout conciliator was startled, subconsciously covering his face with both hands. Asterisk. Q. Lu Qing kicked at the man's generic lifegate. Aha! The stout associate ambassador immediately let out a pig-killing howl. At this time, that tall and thin associate slowed down and pointed at Lu Qing with a face full of malice, saying, you dare to attack the martial envoy. You're finished. Your whole family is finished. His voice trembled and he growled loudly. Lu Qing directly took out an ID from his space ring and disliked his face. On the small black book, the front edge is inlaid with a pattern. The center is a bright copper 5-pointed star. The back is carved with a fine pattern, engraved with the word Temple of Martial Arts. The pupils of the tall, skinny co-counselor contracted violently. His face instantly turned pale. Martial ambassador certificate? And that stout associate envoy was as if he had seen a ghost. His legs softened and he knelt on the ground on the spot. How did you come across a military envoy here? My lord. The tall and thin conciliator immediately changed into a fawning smile, his swollen face looking ugly. It's the little one who was blind. I didn't know that you were a military envoy. On the side, Yang Nan Nan froze in place as she surveyed the appearing teenager in surprise. Under the sunlight, the side of the teenager's face was angular, his eyes were clear and sharp, and he was wearing simple casual sportswear, giving off a very ordinary but ineffable feeling. Is he really a military envoy? ISNT. It said that the lowest martial ambassador is a 3rd grade, but he looks younger than me. Yang Nan Nan secretly wondered in her heart. At this time, the 2 co-counselors came bumbling to Lu Qing and fawned. We'll return the stuff. We were dog-eared just now. The business license is fine. It's not expired. Lu Qing didn't say anything and quietly watched them. I'm sorry, Boss Chen. The lanky associate envoy offered the item with both hands. We have eyes to recognize MT. Tai. The tall thin man kept bowing. Chen Shan was stunned. This. He looked at Lu Qing. Full of shock. Little Lu. You. When did you become a martial envoy? I'll talk to you about this later. Lu Qing smiled. You can put the things away first, then go back and put some medicine on. These injuries will soon heal. Can we go then, my lord? The stout associate envoy looked at Lu Qing and said cautiously. Lu Qing didn't say anything. The tall, skinny conciliator silently fumbled for his cell phone and swiped on the QR code of Chen Shan's booth. Ding! Wu Pei's account arrived, $2,000. The lanky co-counselor hastened to do as he was told. Ding! Wu Pei's account arrived, $2,000. You can roll. Lu Qing then faintly said. The 2 men immediately fled in a hurry like 2 pugs. The onlookers were also shocked. Such a young martial arts envoy. When did old Chen know such a big shot? How come I don't know? No, isn't this the Lu family's kid? Lu Qing became a martial envoy. Didn't he fail to get into the martial arts university? In front of the stall, Chen Shan looked at Lu Qing with shock. For a moment there were no words. 40,000. He only made 400 a day from his stall. And this is 40,000. Shao Lu, this money. Why don't I just transfer it to you? Chen Shan said. Lu Qing waved his hand and decisively refused. This is clearly the medical fee they took the initiative to give you. How can they give it to me? Just keep it. Immediately afterward, he turned his words around and said, Uncle Chen Shan, I don't think it's a good idea to set up a stall for this. In case something really happens, what will you let Yang Yang do alone? Why don't you just come with me to the healing store? It's part of the martial temple department, so at least it's more stable than a stall. This, Chen Shan's face hesitated. Eating official food? This was something he didn't even dare to think about. Chen Shan said, this is something you let me think about. Okay. Lu Qing didn't say much to force the issue. Then, he came to the front of the young girl, Yang Nan Nan, and took the initiative to say, thank you for stepping in today. Here are a few pills that are specially supplied from within the martial hall. Take them. Yang Nanan's eyes lit up without a trace of reserve and took it without hesitation. Wow. Thank you, Lord Martial Ambassador. You're very kind. Lu Qing laughed and didn't say anything else, turning to help Chen Shan pack up his things and send him home. Next day, Lu Qing went to work in the city center as usual, and in the next 3 days, he treated a total of 6 disabled martial artists, all from the War Department. 6 mechanical surgeries had finally allowed him to complete the full amount of system tasks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission to save 10 disabled martial artists. Mission progress, 10 out of 10. The reward has been issued, grade 6 metal auger steel. Therapeutic store? In the attending physician's office, an irregular metal block with a chilly light that emitted a sharp aura floated in front of Lu Qing. With a flick of the finger, the metal surface lightly trembled, and even issued a low roar like a dragon's roar. Good stuff. Lu Qing decisively waved his hand and put it into the space ring. This level of high-grade goods cannot be used now. First, put it in case of emergencies. First, let's see what the newly released quests are. With a thought, Lu Qing opened the system panel. Chapter 26 Modification Method. Nano 4 Technology. Host, Lu Qing. Cultivation, Peak First Grade. Blood, 200 cards. Orifices, 5. Martial Arts, Prone Heavenly Palm, Earth Order. Mangnia Gene, Yellow Order. Capability, Exoskeleton Mechanical Surgery. Ding! The host has completed the quest. A new quest has been issued. Please treat 5 disabled martial artists of the innate realm and remodel the mechanical limbs. Task progress 0/5. Reward, Indestructible Body Transformation Method. Lu Qing was slightly stunned. An innate martial artist. That's a 4th or 5th grade powerhouse. To heal a martial artist of this level, a 1st or 2nd level mechanical limb simply wasn't enough. For example, Sha Lao's level 2 mechanical legs clearly did not utilize the true power of a 4th grade innate. For an innate 4th grade,
at least a 3rd grade mechanical limb was required. And for an innate 5th grade, at least a 4th grade was required, so as to satisfy the needs of an innate powerhouse. But I can only remodel up to level 3 now. It seems there's still a breakthrough to be made first. Lu Qing opened his cell phone and checked his account balance. The good news was that more than $8 million had been amassed during this time by treating ordinary martial artists. There's definitely enough money to build tier 3 mechanical armor. Lu Qing took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Elder Shah. I want to acquire a batch of cold crystal iron in the black market. 8 million. As much as I can collect. That much? A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Hey, this is not to upgrade the mechanical legs for your old man. Come pick it up from the black market in 3 days. Okay. Early the next morning, the sunlight pierced through the glass windows of the healing store and splashed a golden color on the floor. Lu Chang went to work on time and clocked in at card seconds. He walked into the hall at a brisk pace. At a glance, he saw Su Ting busy checking on the rooms. Apart from disabled martial artists, the healing store would also accept some ordinary patients from time to time. Su Ting was dressed in a white lab coat, her long black hair pulled back into a bun, dignified and serious. As always, giving her a dry aesthetic. Good morning, Dr. Su. Lu Qing took the initiative to greet him. Su Ting turned around and saw Lu Qing's sunny and handsome face. Good morning, Director. Did Dr. Chang not come today? The one that's here. He's on the 2nd floor checking out the equipment. And when he's done you'll be ready for today's surgery. Lu Qing nodded and was about to leave. However, he heard Su Ting's voice ring out once again. By the way, Director, there is someone in the lounge looking for you. It's from the Martial Hall side. At this time, inside the lounge, Yuan Chong and a young girl in a simple t-shirt and jeans were sitting on the couch. The young girl was about 18 or 9 years old, with a melon-faced face and large, clean eyes. Lu Qing walked into the room. The expression was slightly surprised. Team Yuan, what are you guys? Only Yuan Chong smiled. This time, I came because I have something to discuss with you. Remember the girls from the freak show at the Empire Club? What does Team Yuan mean? Lu Qing looked at him. Those miserable women. He naturally remembered. That kind of harrowing experience can be remembered for a lifetime when put in front of anyone. So Yuan Chong explained the purpose of his visit. This time, after the Martial Palace's investigation, almost all of these 16 girls have lost their families and their own ability to survive. That's why Jiangyin Envoy's side is considering whether or not your side, Dr. Lu, can fit them with mechanical limbs and stay in the convalescence store as caretakers, with the Ministry of Supervision willing to pay for the surgery. On the side, Little Foam also stood up at this time, her hands nervously twisted together, pleading, Dr. Lu, I'm willing to stay as well. I'll take any pain. Nurse? Lu Qing froze, did not expect Captain Yuan to come to find himself today for this matter. Ding! Just as he was thinking, a mechanical beep sounded. Choose to trigger. Your healing store is presented with a small-scale development opportunity. What is the host's choice? Choice 1, reject Yuan Chong. Show off the pushiness of the divine mechanic physician. And do not treat ordinary patients. Reward, grade 5 metal snowflake quicksilver. Option 2, a healer who treats disabled girls, but does not recruit caregivers. Reward, Xian rank weapon blade of wound-breaking wind. Choice 3, children only make choices. Adults all want, Xiao Mo and the 16 girls take them all. Growing the staff size of the healing store. Reward, nano intravenous injection technology. There's new technology? Lu Qing never looks at the rewards first and chooses what to choose or not to choose. Skimming directly over the first 2 rewards, his eyes were set on this Nano 4 technology. A new technology has emerged? The technology of the divine mechanism system, that were beyond the frontiers of the times, were far beyond the estimation of money and some treasures. No need to think too much. Lu Qing already has an answer. Adults, all of them. Lu Qing revealed a smile and said, yes, I'll help with the surgery. It just so happens that there aren't many people in the convalescent store, so it's good to have them come over and help out. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Little Foam said excitedly, with excitement on her face. Ding! The system voice came again. Lu Qing was inwardly delighted. There was no reaction on the surface. And Dark opened the system panel to check. Nano 4 technology. Functions, repairing internal injuries, detoxifying, and regulating a range of internal diseases. Introduction, the nano repair solution made by Shinji can be injected intravenously to treat the patient's disease. After reading the introduction, Lu Qing immediately understood that in simple terms, it was an infusion. And this special nano repair fluid could treat and repair all kinds of internal injuries. Not bad, not bad. The needle doesn't poke. At this moment, Yuan Chong smiled and spoke. Good then. I'll have someone send them all over here to make it easier for you to save them. Okay.
Half an hour later, 16 disabled girls were sent to a ward on the first floor of the sanatorium. Lu Qing, on the other hand, came alone to the only research room on the second floor and began to follow the formula, experimenting with making the nano repair liquid. This restorative fluid is simple and requires far less skill than mechanical surgery, following a recipe for configuration, then adding the fixed metal material, and finally fusing it at high temperatures. The nano repair solution is graded 1 to 9. Lu Qing experimented for the first time, and soon, he made 1L of level 1 repair liquid. In the medicine bottle, the liquid was a light silver color, as if it were diluted mercury, and when gently shaken, it flowed like a sticky quagmire. Done. Star Martial Arts University. Inside the gymnasium, the sun was high in the sky, illuminating the grounds. A man and a woman were slicing and dicing on the open field of the pavilion. The boy was thin and wore white practice clothes, while the girl wore light blue practice clothes. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and her clear face had a serious look. Bang! Xiaobin threw a punch, the wind whistling, but it was easily dodged by Feng Shiyu. 7-star steps. Feng Shiyu droned out, her feet generating wind, her figure like a ghost leaving a trail of residual shadows in the center of the field. Xiaobin only felt a blur before his eyes as 7 figures surrounded him. Holy, 7 courses. Xiaobin's pupils shrunk violently, and his heart was horrified. He remembered that during the last sparring session, Feng Shiyu's 7-star steps were not this fast, and this time, she had actually cultivated it to near perfection? Boo! A heavy palm attacked from behind. Xiaobin could not react in time. The whole person flew out like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily on the ground. Ahem! Xiaobin lay on the ground, shaking his head with a bitter smile. See ya, you've gotten stronger again. Now I can't even catch 20 moves. Feng Shiyu quickly walked over and inquired. Are you alright? It's fine. It's just a flesh wound. Xiaobin rubbed his chest and sat up. If only old Lu was here. He knows medicine. In the past, when we were in high school, he was the one who helped with all the injuries from our sparring sessions. At the mention of Lu Qing, a strange light flashed in Feng Shiyu's eyes. Then she lowered her head to straighten the hem of her clothes to hide the fluctuations within her heart. Yes, it was so good at that time. Too bad. If it wasn't for old Lu's family's accident, he would have been able to get into the martial arts university too. Xiaobin's face was filled with emotion. I don't know how old Lu is doing now. He didn't get into Wudao University. I'm afraid he won't be in the same circle again in the future. Feng Shiyu didn't pick up on it and said softly, that's it for today. You go to the infirmary first to take care of it. Okay. Xiaobin patted the dust on his body and limped to his feet. Just then, Yang Nan ran over in excitement and shouted at them. Shiyu, Xiaobin, I have good news for you. Chapter 27 Heaven and Earth Yuan Liquid. Shiyu, Xiaobin, I have good news for you. Xiaobin rubbed his chest with a puzzled expression. What good news? So excited? Do you guys know about the recent ferocious beast riots in the wilderness area? Yang Nan's eyes were glowing with excitement. What kind of good news is that? Xiaobin frowned. Recently, we can't even get out of the base. Not to mention acquiring resources. The resources issued by the school are getting less and less. Feng Shiyu also nodded in agreement. Yes, many students in our school are complaining about this. He. Yang Nan smiled mysteriously and lowered her voice. Do you guys know why the ferocious beast riot happened? Seeing her like this, the two of them were instantly drawn into the conversation. Yang Nan, the martial hall just released a notice. It turns out that 2 6th-order Lord Fierce Beasts found a large amount of Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid in the White Cloud Mountain last month, and fought to the death over the turf, and ended up dying together. As soon as those two lords died, the 5th and 4th ranked great demons under them began to compete for territory, which is why this riot was triggered. What does this have to do with us? Xiaobin waved his hand. Not to mention the 4th and 5th order great demons. We have to run for our lives when we meet the 2nd order ones. It's so dangerous outside. Let's not go for delivery. Yang Nan gave him a blank look. Do you know how many people are going to White Cloud Mountain to explore it right now? All the major private martial arts associations and private martial artists have gone. And, she purposely stretched her tone, the senior students of our school have also organized an exploration team, and even invited 2 and 8 teachers to lead the team. Feng Shiyu's eyes lit up. Which 2 teachers? Teacher Kai from the Blade Academy and Teacher Su from the Melee Academy. Really? Xiaobin was instantly energized. Teacher Kai is at the peak of the 4th rank, and Teacher Su is also at the late 4th rank. With them leading the team, unless we encounter a 5th rank demon, we'll be absolutely safe. Starving the timid and bracing the bold. Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid is unattainable. I'm in. Yang Nan turned to Feng Shiyu and tugged on her arm as if she was pampered. Shiyu, didn't you just break through to the peak of the 1st grade? It just so happens that you need heaven and earth yuan liquid to quench your body. Xiao Bin and I have also reached the late first grade. This opportunity is really rare. Feng Shiyu pondered for a moment, remembering that Lu Qing had failed to get into Wu University because his orifices couldn't be opened in the first place, and the heaven and earth yuan liquid happened to have a miraculous effect on quenching the body and opening up the orifices, so if she could obtain it this time, she might be able to help him. I agree. She spoke softly. Great. Yang Nan jumped up excitedly, her ponytail swaying cheerfully. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Gather at the school gate and leave on time. Wilderness area. On the White Cloud Mountain. The sky was cloudy and a fine rain blanketed the mountains. The air smelled damp and bloody, and in the distance came the hissing and killing sounds of ferocious beasts tearing apart. At the edge of the cliff, a dozen black-clothed congregations wearing hoods stood in a row, their gazes icy cold. The two blue-clothed deacons stood at the very front, overlooking the entire White Cloud Mountain. One of the blue-clothed deacons, a mixed-race beautiful face with a flirtatious and ruthless countenance, and long black hair fluttering slightly in the light rain. Why haven't we done it yet? A trace of impatience flashed in Donna's voice, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. That's right, it was actually Donna, the president of the Black Dragon Association, who had already been killed by Bai Feng. The other deacon Ming in blue turned his head, his features grim and his eyes like knives. The chief lord has explained that this time, we have to kill the students of the 3 major colleges, and the target is not these ordinary martial artists. Tang, you're being too forward. Your sister's death is the price you pay for acting impulsively. At those words Donna's heart was filled with anger and murderous intent. But, soon she calmed down again. Although Deacon Ming touched her scars, she couldn't refute it. The same blue-clothed deacon of the 100 Beasts sect, but Deacon Ming was of the 5th rank, highly respected by the chief lord, and she was only at the peak of the 4th grade, and she was a notch behind in terms of both status and strength. In the midst of the 100 Beasts cult, the 3rd grade martial artists are all black-clad cultists. The 4th and 5th grades were the blue-clothed deacons, and their rank corresponded to the silver martial envoys of the martial hall. The purple-clothed chief, on the other hand, was a martial arts master with a cultivation of up to the 6th grade. It was comparable to the golden martial envoy of the Temple of Wushu. As for further up, there was the cardinal, a 7th grade patriarchal being, comparable to the elder of the Temple of Martial Arts. As for the rumored pope, she has never seen him, let alone know his cultivation. At this moment, her inner unwillingness twisted like a viper as she projected all her resentment onto Lu Qing. If it wasn't for that damned brat Lu Qing, my identity wouldn't have been exposed and my sister wouldn't have died. Deacon Ming sneered and said with amusement, his mechanical limbs are interesting. When this mission is over, I'll personally capture him and take him to the holy sect and have some fun. The words fall. He turned to the black-clothed cultists. Listen up. When the students from the 3 colleges arrive, leave no one behind. Yes. The black-clad congregation responded in unison. Under the hoods, each man wore a bloodthirsty, twisted expression and licked his lips. Time passed quickly and came 2 days later. It's the weekend and the weather is bright and sunny. Lu Qing came to the healing store. He was wearing a black trenchcoat with a slender figure that set off his entire body. With the new technology to create the nano repair liquid, the healing store began to hospitalize some patients. Most are still members of the military branch who spend years fighting in the wilderness, with all kinds of traumatic and internal injuries and illnesses. They are the most numerous. However, even the most serious internal injuries and poisonings can be cured with a day or 2 of hospitalization and fluids. This strange injection of medicinal fluid once again stunned the entire 15th Martial Hall branch. As for the 16 girls, Lu Qing had already treated half of them and created mechanical limbs for them. Only they were the lowest common quality 1st grade limbs. Having them on board to help take care of the patients has greatly eased the work pressure on Dr. Zhang and Su Ting. The daily income of the healing store has almost quadrupled. With the Nano 4 technology, he will no longer be short of money even if he doesn't have surgery in the future. It was worth mentioning that Lu Qing also accidentally found out that Little Foam had notable talent and knowledge in mechanical metals. He was considering whether to impart Little Foam with some low-level mechanical surgery knowledge. After all future tasks would be high-level surgeries. Those low-level surgeries were simply a waste of his precious time. He needed a part-timer. In addition, there was the most important thing, and the reason why Lu Qing still ran to the healing store on the big weekend. Just last night, the cold crystal iron that Elder Shah had been asked to purchase in the black market had arrived. A full 9 pieces. One more than what was budgeted for. Sha Lao's work. Just 2 words. Reliable. Today he was finally able to create the longed-for level 3 armor. Lu Qing couldn't help but curl a smile at the corner of his mouth. Quickly, he made his way to the operating room and locked the door behind his back. Lu Qing took out 8 pieces of grade 3 metal cold crystal iron from his spatial ring.
as well as more than 30 pieces of secondary metals for auxiliary materials. The cold crystal iron of the third rank, which appeared a deep inky blue color with fine lines on its surface, shimmered under the light with the metal's characteristic cold light. The other secondary metals are distinctive, some appearing silvery white, others with a faint golden glow. Both exude an unassuming metallic vibe. Screw it. Lu Qing picked up the special tool and began to inscribe various metals. As he injected his qi and blood, the metals gradually connected to his true qi and floated in the air. He waved his hands as if conducting a metal symphony, blending the different metals perfectly. Time passed by. Lu Qing's forehead oozed fine beads of sweat, but his eyes remained firm. His hands operated without stopping for a moment, and he concentrated on manipulating every detail. This was the first time a third-order machine had been built, and there was no room for sloppiness. Finally, as the sun set, a set of pitch-black mechanical battle armor presented itself. The mech's lines were smooth and full of technology, with energy cores embedded in the shoulder and chest armor, emitting an eerie blue light in the dim light. Perfect quality. A hint of ecstasy flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. It had actually created a perfect quality full set of mechs on the first try. A set of battle armor that not only provided an 80% increase in chi and blood, but also had perfect protection. Below the fourth rank, it can be done without injury. If the prone heavenly palm is added, it is enough to threaten the innate. The black iron metal texture looks both handsome and dominant, almost like a work of art. Since it's made of cold crystal iron, let's call you Cold Iron Mecha. Lu Qing reached out and gently caressed the surface of the battle armor. Feeling the cool and smooth touch, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then with a wave of his hand, he put the battle armor into his spatial ring. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. It's Captain Yuan Chong. Dr. Lu, where are you now? Yuan Chang's voice was full of urgency. Lu Qing frowned slightly. What's wrong, Captain Yuan? I'm working overtime at the Convalescence store. Great, just wait, I'll be right there. There's an emergency patient that needs your immediate surgical attention. Toot toot. The phone hangs up. Lu Qing is still a little confused. Emergency patient? Chapter 28. What a martial palace. What a sword duke. At night, Lu Qing came to wait in front of the healing store. The night breeze was cool with a hint of moisture. The roar of a car engine came from the distance as a jeep sped by. The headlights cut two blinding glints through the night. The car door opened, and Captain Yuan Chong jumped down with an anxious look on his face. He carried down from the back seat a young man with a broken arm. The man's face was pale and his lips purple, obviously extremely injured. Lu Qing froze for a moment. Why does this scene seem so familiar? Xiao Lu, hurry! Yuan Chang's voice was urgent, and worry flashed in his eyes. Lu Qing quickly stepped forward and picked up the young man, feeling the other's weak breath. Captain Yuan, what's going on? Yuan Chong took a deep breath and quickly said, this is a teacher from Star Martial University, Kai Jinyu, a peak 4th grade powerhouse. He has important clues to offer. He must be revived immediately. Lu Qing frowned. Captain Yuan, this is not a light injury. You go wait in the restroom. I'll take him into the operating room first. Yuan Chong nodded and walked quickly towards the restroom. Lu Qing, on the other hand, led Kai Jinyu into the operating room and locked the door with his backhand. Inside the operating room, Lu Qing took a deep breath. After building a tertiary armor for a day, the qi and blood in his body had bottomed out. He took out a qi and blood pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it, feeling a warm current spreading through his body. We can only carry it hard. Lu Qing mumbled in his heart and began to treat Kai Jinyu. He decided to use the remaining piece of grade 3 metal, cold crystal iron, to operate on Kai Jinyu. Level 2 mechanical limbs were too low for a 4th grade innate powerhouse to be effective. 4 hours later, Lu Qing finally finished the surgery, and Kai Jinyu slowly opened his eyes, a hint of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he began to desperately cry out, Martial Hall, someone come, someone help. But when he realized that he was in a dimly lit operating room, with his right hand turned into a metal arm, a moment of dumbfoundedness came over his face. This is, the level 3 cold iron robotic arm glowed with a cold, ghostly blue light under the surgical lights. Precision joints are joined with fine veins flowing with gorgeous light, full of technology. The cold metal surface released a slight chill. The whole arm is smooth and powerful. Lu Qing walked forward and spoke faintly. You're already safe. Looking at Lu Qing in his white coat, Kai Jinyu knew that he had been saved. His eyes gradually clearing as he eagerly said, this physician, quickly, I want to find someone from the Martial Hall. Lu Qing smiled faintly. Captain Yuan of the Martial Hall is waiting for you outside. Follow me. With that he turned and walked away. Kai Jinyu jumped off the bed in a hurry and followed Lu Qing, walking with little coordination. Inside the lounge, warm yellow light shone on the light gray walls. Click. The door was pushed open. When Yuan Chong saw Kai Jinyu come in, he immediately stood up from the sofa with a grave look on his face. Teacher Kai, I'm Yuan Chong, the captain of the second team of the martial temple. Please sit down and talk. Kai Jinyu sat paralyzed on the sofa, his face pale, and he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Captain Yuan, what happened at White Cloud Mountain was a setup by the 100 Beasts cult. The news of the Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid was deliberately released by them to lure martial artists into the mountain. Speaking of this, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes and his voice choked. I watched my students being killed by them, yet I could only run. I, a 4th grade innate, left those children behind. Kai Jinyu's voice became hoarse. His whole body was choking as he clenched his teeth in death. Yuan Chang's face became serious. Again the 100 Beasts cult. He patted the other party's shoulder. You, as the peak of the 4th grade, don't even have the power to fight? Kai Jinyu seemed to remember something. His eyes instantly filled with blood. Killing intent and anger filled his entire face. It's the 5th rank, the blue-clothed deacon of the 5th rank. That man could manifest a 5-meter-tall werewolf. I was bitten off my arm by his bite, and another teacher escaped to cover me to report the news. She chose to fight the other side alone. Yuan Chang's face sank, and without the other party needing to go on, he could already imagine the end of that teacher. This is not a trivial matter. I have to report it to my superiors immediately. Yuan Chong took out his cell phone and walked towards the house. On the side, Lu Qing sat on a chair and took several qi and blood pills in succession before he felt his body slow down a bit. He looked at Kai Jinyu's brand new level 3 mechanical arm and was too embarrassed to speak up at this time. The atmosphere is not right, but you can't not pay for the surgery. This was the first time he had ever made a 3rd grade mechanical limb for the public, and even though it was only an ordinary grade, it shouldn't be too much to charge $4 or $5 million, right? 10 minutes later, Zhang Qian by phone arrived quickly. The entrance to the healing store. Zhang Qi directly opened the door and said, I have explained the situation to Ambassador Zhang Jin. He ordered all 6 squads of the supervision department to mobilize, and the law enforcement department will send out 3 squads to cooperate. So we'll set off immediately and head to the White Cloud Mountain to rescue all the survivors and capture all the 100 Beasts cult members. Kai Jinyu was silent for a moment, but still opened his mouth and said with a worried face, this silver envoy, White Cloud Mountain already has a 5th grade blue cloth out there. Will there be a purple clothes chief behind this? Don't worry, Zhang Qi, of course, understood what he meant and spoke calmly. Ambassador Zhang Jin will return tonight, and he will personally arrive at White Cloud Mountain if necessary. The golden martial envoy surnamed Jiang. Could it be the sword duke of the 4 dukes of the martial palace? Kai Jinyu's eyes lit up. Zhang Qi nodded, and Kai Jinyu immediately let out a huge sigh of relief. It was as if this was the best news he had heard in the past 2 days and nights. Since there are no more problems, let's move, Zhang Qi ordered. On the side, Lu Qing thoughtfully opened the car door for the crowd. His mind was now filled with thoughts of hurrying back to sleep. It's been a long day of work and I feel like my body has been emptied. It is true that young people need moderation. Lu Qing, you take Bai Feng's car. Suddenly, Zhang Qi called out to him. Lu Qing? Zhang Qi faintly said, oh, Envoy Zhang Jin said that he asked you to join in the operation this time. Lu Qing's expression instantly solidified. Didn't we agree when we signed the contract that I didn't have to go on a mission? Capitalist's mouth. Cheating ghosts. What a martial palace. What a duke of swords. How dare you even draw my pie? Right, Zhang Qi added. Envoy Zhang Jin also said that this mission will be beneficial to you, promising to allow you to break through the 2nd grade. Before the words finished, Lu Qing blinked and sat in the back. Drive. 2nd grade? No sooner said than done. If you break through the 2nd grade, you'll be able to make more advanced mechanical limbs. It's just overtime in the district. Take it. Chapter 29, The Might of the Mechanical Right Arm. Encountering a boss? White Cloud Mountain. The night was shrouded in dark clouds that obscured the moonlight. In the shadows of the mountains, a dozen black-clothed followers of the 100 Beasts cult roamed like ghosts, hunting the students of the 3 major colleges. Their strength had reached the peak of the 3rd grade, and with the power of the ferocious beast fused within their bodies, anyone who intruded into the mountain would be hard-pressed to escape death, including those martial artists who entered the mountain. They were all hunted down and killed, and the Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid collected was recovered by the 100 Beasts sect. Deep in the dense forest, a group of young students clung to each other, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. You, stay away. A girl's voice was tinged with sobs as she shivered. Before their eyes, the corners of the mouth of a man in a blue robe hooked up in a playful arc, his gaze sweeping over the place as if he was surveying a group of lambs to be slaughtered. This person was none other than Deacon Ming of the 100 Beasts sect. You guys go, I'll hold him off. A senior stepped forward and shielded his underclassmen with a determined look in his eyes. Xiaobin clenched his teeth.
his fists clenched. Senior, if you want to go on together. Among this group of students, the strongest was this peak second grade senior. The rest of them, all of them are first class. However, in Deacon Ming's eyes, no matter whether it was a first or second grade, they were all like ants, making no difference. Deacon Ming's gaze steeply became vicious, and when he raised his hand, a strong wind whistled out, aiming straight for the senior student's door. Just in the nick of time, a roar exploded like thunder. Don't you dare! Don't hurt my students! Boom! The air seemed to be torn apart as a figure wrapped in a fierce wind and attacked with a thunderous force. Deacon Ming's keen sixth sense frantically signaled the alarm. He turned sharply, only to see behind him that Kai Jinyu is holding a tang sword. Its right arm, after all, was a mechanical arm that flashed with cold metallic luster. This mechanical arm, cast from pitch black metal throughout, with precision gears biting at the joints, had smooth and powerful lines. It reflected an eerie cold light in the night. In the palm part of his hand, his 5 fingers were flexible and tightly gripped the tang blade. The tips of his fingers flashed with a sharp light, as if he could tear through all obstacles at any time. Chop! Kai Jinyu bellowed. The voice was filled with endless anger and flames of revenge. The peak of the 4th grade, over 80,000 calories of chi and blood power. At this moment, through the 35% increase of the mechanical arm, it directly soared to over 100,000. It instantly reached the level of an 5th grade. Deacon Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a trace of shock flashed across his face. Without hesitation, he instantly exploded his beastly body, transforming into a 5-meter-tall werewolf. His body was gnarled with muscles. His hair stood up like steel needles. His eyes were red. His fangs were exposed, and he emitted a suffocatingly ferocious aura. Click! The tang sword carried a thunderous force and chopped down fiercely. This blade poured all of Kai Jinyu's strength and carried all of his hatred. Ow ho! A thick werewolf arm shot up into the sky, tracing a poignant arc in the air. Deacon Ming let out a pained and angry roar, his voice like the wail of a wild beast, shaking the woods. He stared incredulously at Kai Jinyu's mechanical arm. Your injuries, mechanical limbs. Chop again. And Kai Jinyu didn't give him any chance to catch his breath at all. His icy voice was like a death sentence being pronounced. The opponent was at the early stage of the 5th grade, and he was now able to burst out with the strength of the 5th grade. So he had to kill him with a single blow. Buzz! The light of the blade flashed, and under the mechanical right arm's augmentation, it erupted with terrifying might, and the air was distorted by it. Alarm bells went off in Deacon Ming's mind. He felt the threat of death and immediately exploded the blood-burning mysterious technique. His cultivation instantly increased by a small realm, and his aura skyrocketed. But Kai Jinyu did not pause in his movements, as if he wanted to pour everything into this blade. Today, I am going to chop you under the sword even if my cultivation falls. Bang! 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 7 star steps. Star secret technique. Flowing light Jedi slash. With several explosions in succession, a monstrous aura erupted from Kai Jinyu's body, his chi and blood erupting like a volcano, sweeping in all directions. Between heaven and earth, it was as if the only sound was the sharp whistling sound of a blade cutting through the air. A knife. Deacon Ming's eyes were wide open, his eyes filled with fear as well as disbelief. Breaking or snapping. A large wolf's head rolled to the ground, its eyes wide and dead. Put. A mouthful of blood then spurted out from Kai Jinyu. The body shook, and the cultivation plummeted to the 3rd grade. He turned his head and looked behind him at the students, a relieved smile on his face. Then, his body went limp and collapsed with a thud. Mr. Kai! The students exclaimed and swarmed around Kai Jinyu. Feng Shiyu quickly put on Mr. Kai's wrist, feeling his weak pulse and letting out a long breath. Luckily, Mr. Kai is overdrawn and not life-threatening. At those words, the crowd's hanging hearts dropped. Their gazes coincidentally fell on Kai Jinyu's chilling mechanical right arm, incredulity written all over their faces. Meanwhile, in a cave, 7 or 8 students huddled in a ball of, can we really get out of here alive? Even an innate powerhouse like Mr. Su is dead. What can we do? Mr. Kai will definitely bring someone to save us. We can't give up. What if Mr. Choi was also killed? Heavy depression enveloped the crowd. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and a dark figure appeared at the mouth of the cave, excitement glowing from under a hideous hood. The students were trembling like birds of prey. Yang Nan clenched her teeth and stepped forward, clenching her fists and encouraging, let's all go together. There's more of us. Big deal. Yet no one responded. Fear had taken hold of everyone. The black-clothed religious man laughed and pointed at Yang Nan. Whoever kills her, I'll let him go. Jia. The students' eyes twinkled and their expressions changed in complex ways. Suddenly, the senior's eyes showed a fierce light and pounced on Yang Nan. Yang Nan was dumbfounded.
incredulous that her normally amiable senior would do such a thing, but she was already too late to dodge, and in a flash of lightning, a dark and sharp spider tentacle broke through the air and instantly penetrated that senior's abdominal cavity. Ah! Blood-splattered and mournful screams resounded through the cave. The black-clothed devotee let out an oozing laugh as 6 pitch-black tentacles appeared dancing behind his back, shadows spreading and enveloping the crowd. Jia jia jia, lied to you. You're all going to be my sustenance. Raise your ass. With a furious shout, Su rushed into the cave like a wild wind. A heavy punch landed straight in the face of the black-clothed devotee, knocking him back a few steps. Behind her, Su Sancheng and Zhouman followed closely behind. The three quickly formed a closed circle, trapping the black-clothed religious man in the center. The black-clothed congregation's face suddenly changed, gloomily scanning the three, muttering in a low voice, "3rd grade. Martial halls have come?" Seeing this, the students trapped in the cave revealed a look of joy after the robbery. Just then, a dark-haired teenager in black casual clothes also walked in through the hole. The visitor was none other than Lu Qing. As a supernumerary, as well as a non-combatant, a finale is necessary. Security. And among the students, Yang Nan, who saw Lu Qing, had shock and disbelief in her eyes. Is he? As for Lu Qing at this moment, his gaze was like a torch, staring straight at the black-clothed religious man as he calmly spoke. His lifeblood is 3 inches to the left lower abdomen. Roger that. Su Sancheng sniffed and lifted his glasses with his index finger. He quickly organized a most effective strategic plan. Su was in charge of the main attack, and his fists fell like rain, forcing the black-clothed religious to retreat. Zhouman waited for the opportunity to take charge of the flanking attack and reduce the pressure on Su. Su Sancheng pulled out 2 special pistols from his waist and was in charge of long-range holding, and constantly adjusted the rhythm of the three's coordination and offense. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding, and soon, the black-clothed devotee at the peak of the 3rd rank's aura was losing ground. In the end, Su caught the break and killed him with a punch to the heart. 4th, Su Sancheng searched through the black-clothed devotee's corpse before finding a bottle of heaven and earth yuan liquid. A hint of delight flashed in his eyes and he quickly put it into his spatial ring. On the side, Lu Qing walked towards the group of Star Martial University students, sweeping his eyes and finally resting unexpectedly on a girl. He called out, "Yang Nan, in." The other man visibly froze. Then he reacted and immediately stood up. She watched Lu Qing take a step towards her. Her entire body was confused. Lu Qing smiled faintly and said, "This is a hand-drawn map, and the road over has been cleared, so you can safely descend the mountain." The students whirled around and cheered at the sight. Great! We don't have to die. Saved at last. There were also students who were secretly surprised in their hearts, not realizing that young Nan knew the martial hall martial envoy. After the students left safely, Lu Qing, Su, Zhouman and Su Sancheng continued to search and rescue on the mountain. Su proudly patted Lu Qing's shoulder and laughed. "Director Lu, awesome! You can see through someone's lifeblood with a single glance. Our speed has shaken off the other squads by 7 or 8 blocks." Zhouman's eyes were glowing and he couldn't help but be a bit excited as well. Team Yuan said that the team with the top performance this time will not only get a bonus, but each person will also get a share of the heaven and earth yuan liquid. It would have been great if Team Yuan was with us. Surely we would have bagged Nanbo Bay. Su added. Don't dream about it. Since Team Yuan installed the mechanical arm, the combat power unit is calculated according to the innate. From now on, for this kind of low-risk mission, only the 3 of us can rely on each other. Su Sancheng pushed his glasses, then looked at Lu Qing again. You've counted yourself as having earned it this time. The heaven and earth yuan liquid is a miraculous thing for quenching the body, and then use the merit to exchange it for a high-level body quenching method. And when you break through to the 2nd grade, you might be able to open up to 18 orifices. When Lu Qing heard this, he was not happy. What do you mean? Jiang Yin made it clear that Bai Feng is a 20-trunked man, and the god of fortune is even 28. Who are you looking down on? Face to face? He casually asked. I heard that the white maple silver martial envoy has opened 20 orifices? Su Sancheng nodded and explained. The silver envoy is an exception. A genius. For normal people, opening up to 18 orifices with the advanced body tempering method is already the limit. Lu Qing heart even more slander. Then the god of fortune opens 28 orifices. Isn't that a monster? Whatever. Charge. Death to those who stand in my lady's way. Su seemed like a wild horse that had spilled its guts. Lu Qing glanced at her. I have to say, it's just not the same when you're fresh out of school. Be careful. It'll be troublesome if we startle the 100 Beast sect Bluecoat. Su Sancheng reminded. Su gave a very disdainful cut. I don't believe it. The luck is that bad. Buzz. Just then, a gust of wind came toward the 4. The surrounding trees were blown off.
sand and grass flying in the sky. The wind was frighteningly strong, like a mountainous tsunami of power. Even third-grade martial artists such as Susu almost failed to stabilize their forms. Lu Qing was even blown almost flying backwards. Fortunately Zhou Man pulled him in time. The howling winds gradually stopped. A purple-robed man stepped out of the hazy night. Phew! Good thing it wasn't the Blue Deacon. Su was relieved. But before she could finish her sentence, Su Sanqing covered her mouth with a deadpan expression. He is the 6th rank of the 100 Beasts sect, the chief in purple. Chapter 30, The Benefits of the Sword Prince. Lu Qing was confused. Is this a ING encounter with a boss? That Mr. Kai said. The one they encountered was only a 5th grade blue coat, and he beat the hell out of 2 and 8s. And now you have a purple chief on your side? Well, 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 well. Has the reinforcement message been sent? Su Sanqing asked in a low voice. Zhou Man only gave a soft hum. The atmosphere at this moment was incomparably oppressive. One could even say suffocating. The purple-clothed man's eyes bypassed Zhou Man's trio and looked at Lu Qing, emitting a male unisex voice. Donna is talking about you, brat. Lu Qing? What the hell? Are you after me? The man in purple smiled evilly. Don't be surprised. This seed appreciates your craftsmanship. Why don't you come back to the holy sect with me and have a good discussion? You can't take him. Let Red come. In the sky. A cold and emotionless voice suddenly came from the sky, as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens. The purple-clothed man's face suddenly changed, burning with rage. How dare you? Who dares to be so arrogant? At this moment, a mature and handsome young man stepped on the sword and came, about 25 or 26 years old, white suit hunting with the wind. Under the feet of the turquoise jade-like sword body exudes seemingly sharp, seemingly warm Chinese light. His features were as handsome as knife sharpened, with a sharpness between his eyebrows. It was as if he were an ancient nobleman of the world, condescending and indifferent to everything. Jiang Juni. The man in purple gritted his teeth. The eyes hidden under the hood gradually filled with scorn. You and I are both at the peak of the 6th rank. Are we afraid of you? The man in purple instantly erupted with the full power of a 6th rank. The blood-burning mysterious method exploded, and a pair of large black feathered wings were born behind his back, filled with the madness of fighting to the death. Jiang Junue. This seat would like to see today if you, the first genius of the martial hall, are really that unbeatable. The black wings behind the purple clothes shook violently. However, he only made a false move and turned around to escape. Escape! It was his only thought. Who doesn't know how to brag? In a real fight, who among the 6th grade would dare to arm wrestle with Lord Sword? This kind of just promoted to the 6th grade when one person pick over the Southeast Dragon Peak 10 Peak Lord's pervert. Even if the 100 Beast sect and the martial hall are no matter how much they spit at each other. The Duke of Swords is the synonym for invincible under the 7th grade sect masters. There is no doubt about it. Go. In the next moment, only the white-suited noble gentleman looked indifferent, and with a flick of his finger, 3 more jade swords flew out of the spatial ring. Whoosh! Whoosh! The first 2 swords, like lightning, chased after the man in purple, cutting off his feathers. Whoosh! The last sword, immediately afterward, pierced through the chest of the man in purple with precision. Put! The latter could only be heard stifling a grunt from afar and falling through the air. Escape! Escape! This seat cannot die. The purple-clothed man's eyes were red, and even though his chest was pierced through a hole, he still tenaciously climbed up quickly. He forcibly executed a secret technique, blood spurting wildly as his power instantly soared to its limit. In an instant, its figure merged into a gale and disappeared. Jiang Juni's expression never changed. The imperial sword came down and collected the 4 flying swords. On the side, Zhou Man, Susu and Su Sanqing immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. My subordinates have met Ambassador Jiang Jin. Jiang Jun made a hum sound, and his gaze went to Lu Qing. Lu Qing froze for 0.01 seconds, and in the next moment, immediately clasped his fists and said, My subordinate, Lu Qing, I have met with the Golden Envoy Jiang. The Golden Envoy Lord's divine power is overwhelming, and he has become a man of virtue, 1,000 years and 1,000 generations, and a unity of the wonders of the world. Kang Junai also froze and let out another this time a little longer. Outside. I don't like subordinates who kiss ass. Do it less in the future. Duke Sword's tone was bland, but carried an unquestionable majesty. Oh, meaning no one can shoot when no one. Lu Qing understood and said, Understood. The 3 people on the side looked at Lu Qing in a daze. Jiang Juni looked at them. You 3, continue with the mission. Lu Qing is with me now. Also, I wasn't here tonight. Yes. Su Sanqing and the others nodded their heads. Before Lu Qing could figure out what was going on, Jiang Juni stopped talking and turned towards the mountain. Lu Qing hurriedly followed. Ambassador Jiang Jin, where are we going? The fortune teller's words about the benefits of letting himself be followed seemed to have been planned. When he encountered the 6th grade purple-clothes chief of the 100 Beast sect, the Jiang Jin envoy came down from the sky and arrived in time. How could there be such a coincidence? The latter might have returned long ago and have been following him. Just, what is the purpose? Jiang Juni did not look away. His voice was clear and cold. Take you to quench your body. Quenching the body? Lu Qing froze. Didn't they say that the first place in this performance will be rewarded with heaven and earth yuan liquid? Originally, I thought that was the benefit the other side was talking about. Too slow. What? Lu Qing's thoughts were interrupted. At this time, Jiang Juni offered a flying sword, which was 3 feet long and jasper-like. Come up. Lu Qing glanced at him and jumped onto the flying sword as instructed. Jiang Junue leapt up with him and stood at the head of the sword. The flying swords broke through the air with extreme speed, bringing up a gust of wind. Lu Qing stood on the flying sword and only felt his ears whirring as the scenery flew backwards. This feeling of flying with a sword made him feel both exciting and fresh. Ambassador Jiang Jin, this flying sword is so powerful. Flying so fast. Lu Qing couldn't help but marvel. Jiang June's face was calm, his tone bland. This is the Green Dragon Jade Forge, and there are only 9 of them in Daxia. A trace of envy flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. I see you used 4 handles just now. Who has the other 5? Jiang Juni raised the index finger wearing the space ring. It's also here with me. Well, what else could Lu Qing say? He could only not mince his words of praise. Ambassador Jiang Jin is really powerful. As the saying goes, a precious sword matches a hero, worthy of being the proud son of heaven. The corners of Jiang Juni's mouth rose slightly when he heard this. You're pretty good too. Lu Qing was gladly surprised. Overrated. Kang Junai, I mean you're a good ass-kisser. The flying sword traveled between the clouds, feeling the thrill of the blistering wind on his face. The dark clouds of the night were like fluff, sometimes drifting by my side, sometimes rolling under my feet, as if I could reach out and touch the stars in the dome. Gradually, the silhouette of the top of the White Cloud Mountain became visible in the sea of clouds. It was a vast platform, surrounded by dense jungle, quiet and silent. The flying sword slowly landed on the top of the mountain, and Jiang Juni stood steadily at the head of the sword, his gaze blandly scanning the surroundings. Lu Qing followed closely behind, jumping off his flying sword and stepping his feet on the solid rock. It is! His eyes suddenly widened. 2 corpses of ferocious beasts, lying on the platform at the top of the mountain. Each one was 20 meters high and more than 10 meters long, enough to scare a child to tears, comparable to 2 collapsed 6-story residential buildings. Lu Qing used the Eye of Divine mechanism to detect that they were all 6th-order Lord Fierce Beasts, Red Feather Wild Lion, Heavenly Poison Scorpion. The 2 Lord Ferocious Beasts were heavily scarred, obviously caused by their defeat after killing each other. Jiang Junyao slapped away, and a gust of wind lifted the 2 corpses off the ground. Immediately, a pool the size of half a basketball court below was exposed to the air. The pool water is milky white and gives off a light, fresh flavor. Lu Qing just inhaled the odor into his nostrils, and felt his body's chi and blood churning more violently than if he were high on drugs. On the side, Duke Sword spoke faintly. Your benefit, the Heaven and Earth Yuan Liquid Primordial Pool. Chapter 31 Breakthrough. 2nd grade. The Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid was dense and steaming, and the aura was so thick that it almost condensed into substance. Lu Qing took a deep breath. I only felt a stream of cool air flow down my nose and straight to the heavenly spirit. All the pores of my body were stretched open. The chi and blood in his body tumbled like boiled water. He looked at him. Jiang Juni, you want me to use these Heaven and Earth Yuan liquids to quench my body? The Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid here was many times more dense than those at the bottom of the mountain. The value was incalculable as it had attracted 2 Lord-level ferocious beasts to fight over it. Jiang Juni stood with his arms folded as he nodded slightly, his tone still indifferent. Exactly. White Cloud Mountain was originally the territory of the Heavenly Poison Scorpion, and that lion, lured by the 100 Beasts sect, was meant to be a trick to lure martial artists to the mountain. After saying that, he flexed his fingers and an advanced body tempering method flew steadily towards Lu Qing. This is the higher body tempering technique you asked for, and when combined with the Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid, the effect is superior, and you can break through right there. Lu Qing received the body tempering method with a surprised look on his face. Immediately, he couldn't wait to turn his gaze on the milky white pool. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the excitement in his heart, he took off his clothes and leapt into the pool. The temperature late at night was low, but Lu Qing didn't feel the cold at all. Instead, soon his body felt a burning sensation. Hiss! An unspeakable stinging pain instantly spread throughout his body. It was as if there were a million tiny needles sticking out of his body. Again, it was like being burned by fire. Lu Qing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. His face was instantly white, and his muscles were so tense that they almost spasmed. However, he clenched his teeth to death and endured the excruciating pain. He knew that this was the heaven and earth yuan liquid origin washing his flesh. In his observations during this time, it seems, the original owner had a good understanding of martial arts, coupled with hard work, so he was able to reach 100 cards of Qi blood in high school. Unfortunately, the downside is the physicality. At the time of apprenticeship, opening 4 orifices was the limit. The shortness of his physique is the main reason why he is lagging behind. Now, the first quenching of the body is bound to be a painful experience. The hair is cut off and the bones are removed. The body tempering technique began to run, and Lu Qing followed the line of action on the technique, guiding the power of the heaven and earth yuan liquid origin, impacting each and every closed orifice in his body. Boom! The first orifice was flushed open, and a majestic energy instantly surged in. Lu Qing felt a tremor in his body, as if he had broken free from some kind of bondage. His body became lighter and his strength increased by 1 point. He didn't dare to slow down and continued to impact the next orifice. Boom! 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 Successive muffled sounds exploded within the body as one orifice after another was flushed open. Lu Qing's body underwent a radical change with it. The muscles were firmer, the bones were tougher, and the skin had become crystal clear with a faint glow. The power of the heaven and earth yuan liquid origin continuously surged into his body, nourishing his internal organs and strengthening his meridians and blood vessels, causing his physical quality to improve at an astonishing rate. Time passed by minute. Lu Qing was completely immersed in his cultivation, forgetting the passage of time, forgetting everything in the outside world. Only the constantly running gungfu and the rushing energy in his body remained. Boom! The moment the 24th orifice was flushed open, Lu Qing felt that his fleshly body's ability to endure reached its limit. A powerful aura erupted from within him and rose up to the sky, shaking the surrounding clouds apart. Can't suck it anymore. He clenched his fists and felt his flesh almost crack. 24 ways. I don't know what grade. It was still insufficient compared to Jiang Junyi, but it had surpassed by foam. Enough qi and blood. Time to break through. Lu Qing's body was shaken, and there seemed to be tiger and leopard thunderous sounds exploding within his body. Second grade martial artist. A full 24 orifices. One must know that the number of orifices represented the speed of cultivation. If he had 5 orifices before and cultivated his qi and blood like a small stream, then at this moment, he was a large river. Lu Qing had finally stepped into the ranks of geniuses in the martial arts as well, although he couldn't compare to the god of wealth, Jiang Junyi. He had already surpassed by foam. No more 1 card 2 cards a day, tortoise speed, as it used to be. The effect of the heaven and earth yuan liquid was truly beyond imagination. It wasn't a wasted trip. I love you, god of fortune. Lu Qing stood up from the pool, his skin radiating a light luster, full of the beauty of power. He took a deep breath and only felt relieved and energized, as if he had inexhaustible strength. Lu Qing broke through the water and came out, dense mist rising from his body. He looked and realized that Jiang Jun had already left. There were also the corpses of the 2 lord-level ferocious beasts, which similarly disappeared. Lu Qing stared at the pool of heaven and earth yuan liquid. This is a good thing. We can't waste it. With a thought, the spatial ring flickered with light, and the yuan liquid in the pool was like a whale sucking in water, and all of it disappeared into it. At this time, the sky was white with fishbelly. The break of dawn is approaching. Lu Qing took out his cell phone. The screen lit up, and Jiang Qi sent a message. Rescue mission over. Full evacuation. The foot of the White Cloud Mountain. The students, who had survived the disaster, were holding each other with celebration written on their faces. When Yang Nannan saw Xiaobin and Feng Shiyu returning safely, she immediately jumped up and hugged her best friend Feng Shiyu. Shiyu, you guys are okay too. That's great. Xiaobin burst out sighing. This time scared me to death. What bull ******* chance. I no longer believe. Under the sky there is no such thing as falling pies. It's good that everyone is fine. Feng Shiyu said. Only her beautiful eyes flowed with a slight hint of regret in her eyes. After all, he still didn't get the heaven and earth yuan liquid. On the side, Kaijinyu walked up to Jiang Qi with Xiaobin's support. Cupping his fists, he saluted with a sincere tone. This time, thanks to the help of all of you from the Martial Hall, the Star Martial University is grateful. No need to be polite, Mr. Kai. This time, the 100 Beasts cult's actions clearly have an ulterior motive, which just reminds us that we need to take more precautions. Jiang Qi nodded slightly and said. Immediately afterward, he swept his gaze over the crowd and inquired in a deep voice. Yuan Chong, have all the personnel arrived? Yuan Chang's mechanical arm was completely exposed, and after a night of fighting, the metal surface was still a little hot, slowly cooling in the morning breeze. The Silver Envoy is still chasing 100 Beasts cult Blue Rider, and in addition, Lu Qing hasn't gotten off the mountain yet. Jiang Qi's sword brows frowned slightly, his expression a little strange, and he raised his eyebrows. Are you sure that there's no problem? Yuan Chong pondered for a moment and said, the remnants of the 100 Beasts sect are no longer enough to be feared, and those who should have fled, so Lu Qing should not be in danger. Jiang Qi glanced at him. I was referring to Bai Feng acting alone. Sure, that's okay? The waist of the White Cloud Mountain, deep in the dense forest, White Maple stepped on the air, rushed wildly, and slammed on a brake to stop. Strange, it's obviously this direction, and in one direction too, and from the dense forest. Donna's face was hidden under a shadowy hood as she stumbled away, her blue robes shattering and revealing hideous wounds dripping with blood. Her body was littered with the kind of injuries that seemed to be torn by the air. Her face was as white as paper, her eyes were full of unwillingness, and her breathing was rapid, like a pulled bellows. Donna's eyes flashed with endless hatred, resentment. White Maple. Chapter 32, The Might of Tertiary Armor. In the middle of the dense forest, Donna stumbled and fled, dragging her broken body with her. The Marshall Hall's people surrounded White Cloud Mountain. She had to escape before dawn. With the fall of Deacon Ming and a retreat message from Lord Purple, she was on her own if she wanted to survive. In fact, she more or less understood that from the moment she revealed her identity at Base 15. She had become an outcast. The blue robe was tattered and torn. The pieces fluttered like butterflies, revealing large swaths of snow-white skin. Blood gurgled and soaked through the tight waist and stomach, snaking along the slender thighs, coloring the grass along the way into a demonic red. Donna clenched her red lips. The half-breed's face was as white as paper, bloodless, its delicate features distorted by pain. The originally charming and attractive eyes were now filled with panic and despair. She stumbled, each step tugging at the wounds on her body, bringing a sharp pain to the heart. Sweat mingled with blood, and her high breasts rose and fell violently, each breath carrying a broken hiss of, "No, must tune in." Donna glimpsed a meandering stream, its water clear and reflecting her wolfish form. She lifted her hood, revealing a stunning, sultry, mixed-race face that, struggling to the edge of the stream, he couldn't think of anything else, but got right down and gulped down the water. The cool stream slid down her throat, easing the burning sensation in her body slightly. She needed to rest, she needed to heal, or she would die here. Donna braced herself and sat up, leaning her back against a cold rock, running the remaining Yuan power in her body in an attempt to repair her injuries. However, her injuries were too severe. The qi and blood operation also became stagnant. The ferocious beast body that had originally brought her endless power was now revolting against her. Suddenly, that's when a figure silently appeared in the dense forest. It was clearly Lu Qing who had come down from the mountain. The scene left him dumbfounded. Asterisk. Isn't this woman dead? He immediately opened the Eye of Divine mechanism to scan. It was surprising to find out that the woman's message was different. The previous Donna, whose fused ferocious beast body was a shadow bat, had now become a demon-winged bat, completely a different kind of ferocious beast. Lu Qing concluded from then on that this was definitely not a person. Lean. This crazy woman actually did not die. No, she has to live. Lu Qing cannot sleep or eat well. The opponent's breath had fallen to the innate. There was a chance. Tenderize her. A cold light immediately flashed under Lu Qing's eyes. With a thought, he took out the level 3 cold iron mecha from his spatial ring. The metal mech was glowing with an icy metallic luster, black as ink, thick and sturdy. With his thoughts, the mech automatically covered his entire body, and the entire person was wrapped in cold steel, just like a steel god of war. The qi and blood instantly increased by 80%. 900 cards. Mang Yojin. Lu Qing once again performed his martial arts, and the qi and blood in his body boiled like a rushing river, emitting a rumbling roar. The qi and blood increased by 10% again. 990 cards. Finally, a surge of power surged into his limbs and bones, and Lu Qing felt endless power, like a terrifying beast awakening in his body. Push-up sky palms. He took a deep breath and started doing push-ups. The surface of the mech's qi and blood condensed like substance, as if boiling blood-colored steam. The power of the whole body seems to be poured into this palm. The blood value spiked crazily. This slap. 9,900 cards. Die. Lu Qing's foot slammed down, and the ground instantly exploded as a huge crater appeared. His figure was like electricity, and he instantly disappeared in place. In the next moment, only a pitch-black mecha martial artist was seen, transforming into a residual shadow, as if it was a terrifying killing robot. The wind was howling and the leaves were flying. Donna was closing her eyes to heal her wounds when she suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis come over her, and her hair stood on end. Her eyes snapped open and her pupils constricted as she was met with a rapidly enlarging metal palm. Above his palm, chi and blood surged, emitting a terrifying pressure. Danger! 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 The thought flared wildly in her mind. Donna was horrified. Not caring about healing her wounds, she exerted all her strength to push the yuan power in her body, erupting the body of a ferocious beast, and violently opened a bat wing behind her back. Drink! Her eyes became bloodshot, like a ferocious beast. Boom! Lu Qing's prone heavenly palm, with its raging chi and blood raging, instantly tore apart Donna's black wings and proceeded to hit her back. Terrifying power instantly erupted, like a volcano erupting and destroying the world. She screamed miserably. Her body was like a kite with broken strings, flying out backwards and ruthlessly crashing into a sky-high tree. Put! Donna spurted out a large mouthful of blood, staining the grass in front of her. She struggled to get up, but realized that all her bones were shattered, and the intense pain made her almost faint. With difficulty, she raised her head to look at her sneak attacker, and what came into view was a figure in a pitch-black mech. The mech was cold and unforgiving, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Donna's mind was filled with shock and fear. The person who had sneaked up on her was actually a mecha-clad martial artist. How is that possible? And the martial artist in pitch-black mecha froze for a moment. This isn't even dead? The realm gap was still too great. The difficulty of a second-grade martial artist trying to kill an innate, even a severely injured innate, was really not low. And suffering a push-up skyslap, Donna's injuries, which she had managed to recover a little, got even worse. Right now, her breath was scattered and her body was overloaded to the limit. But any second-grade martial artist that came along could easily kill her. Escape! Donna clenched her teeth and violently ran her entire body's power. The body transformed into a shadow and disappeared at great speed. Seeing this scene, Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Can you run? After Lu Qing broke through the second grade, his physique was significantly improved, and his chi and blood became more abundant. Right now, he was strong enough to execute the prone heavenly palm twice. It went from being a 5-second real man to a 10-second real man. His feet once again gave force, and the mech made the mechanical sound of zip air pressure turning. Bang! The entire person was like a black cannonball that blasted out. Ta-da! 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 What? Donna's turquoise eyes flashed with horror, only to see that pitch-black mecha martial artist, rapidly approaching towards her, with a speed that was strangely fast that was simply impossible to escape from. Boom! Another punch. She hurriedly rolled over and set up her fist to block, and a huge impact hit her, jarring her arm. Blood spilled from his mouth once again. You, who the hell are you? Donna's voice trembled, her eyes filled with doubt and unwillingness. Lu Qing didn't reply and continued to sprint and kill. The pitch-black cold iron mech stepped heavily on the ground, stepping out deep grooves. Die! A metal synthesis-like cold voice came out from within the mech. Diffuse extreme killing intent. Chapter 33, The Real Donna. What the hell kind of monster is this? Donna's turquoise eyes rolled back in her head, and they twitched violently. This mechanical warrior, as if it was an emotionless killing weapon, it erupted with an astonishing amount of chi and blood, more than an unusual martial artist's chi and blood. Muddy, tyrannical, especially with that slap just now. If she were on a normal day, she would easily be able to fend it off. However, the opponent seemed to have clearly pierced through her state, and she, who had fallen off her innate nature, was simply no match for it. Earth rank martial arts. What the hell are you? Donna stared with incredibly complicated eyes. Like a viper. It's the Earth Order. You got it right. Lu Qing let out a cold laugh. The cold iron machine was like a sharp long sword, bursting out, but there's no reward. Go see the King of Hell. As the words fell, the icy mecha had arrived. The foot slammed down. The mechanical metal let out an ear-splitting roar, like a steel beast toward Donna, smashing her head. Boom! Wait! Donna barely dodged it, her face already blossoming. She couldn't care less about her reserve and screamed shrilly. As long as you let me go, I can agree to any conditions. Money, resources, including me can all be yours. Although she couldn't hear the other person's voice, she could recognize that it was a man inside. She desperately wanted to show her worth. She didn't want to die. Her plump body trembling slightly, her turquoise eyes filled with pleading. However, Lu Qing's response was still a biting killing intent. Second punch. Take advantage of your illness. Kill. He had handed over all his cards today, and there was no way he would let Donna have a single chance to live. Under the violent shout, the cold iron mecha turned into a black residual shadow, wrapped in a thunderous momentum. Boom! Donna's eyes were roiling with blood, knowing that it was hard to escape death today. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, she desperately urged the remaining chi and blood in her body, attempting to make a last-ditch effort. But Donna's too weak. Now, a second-grade martial artist could easily take her life. With a bang, Lu Qing's fist fell, containing a terrifying force in the machinery. Donna only felt a sweetness in her throat, and then she was blasted out by a huge force, smashing heavily on the ground, her blood spraying wildly. She felt like her internal organs had shifted. The sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body, and his consciousness began to blur. As if in a trance, a long-dusted image came to mind like a tidal wave. It was as if she had returned to that distant childhood. Her real name is Karina. She was born in the far western continent and had a happy and fulfilling family. She remembers her father's broad shoulders and her mother's gentle smile as the warmest harbor of her childhood. All this goodness, however, came to an abrupt end at the age of 10. A group of ferocious underground martial artists broke into the home. Her parents, who died horribly at the hands of thugs, and her sister witnessed the murder of their parents. Blood stained the floor of her house and her childhood. She and her sister Mina were treated like goods by those inhumane people, changed hands a few times, and were finally sold to the Dasha 15 base. The twins were only 14 years old at the time, but they had already tasted the cruelest things in the world. They are locked up in a dark basement and live a life that is worse than that of a dog or a pig every day, forced to sell her flesh in a seedy clubhouse and endure endless humiliation and torture in order to survive. No pay, no dignity, just endless beatings and starvation. Those 2 years were the darkest years of her and her sister's lives, and every day was like being in hell. She wanted to kill herself countless times, but didn't have the courage to end this miserable life. Until she and Mina met a man when they were 16. He came from the cult of the 100 Beasts, and it was that man who gave her a new life. That day, they had a new common name, Donna. From then on, they became each other's stand-ins for the most dangerous infiltration jobs, in the beast martial artists together. The two sisters displayed amazing talent. They became deacons of the 100 Beasts sect, and handily killed the owner of that clubhouse, establishing the Imperial Club and creating the Black Dragon Association. But these forces, instead of security, what it brought to the two sisters was unending hatred, and they began to hate all those women who were happy in their homes. What gives them the right to live a life of happiness and comfort? No, these people deserve to die. All have to be like with her sister, through the foulest sufferings of the world. You, all deserve to die. Donna's mournful hiss echoed in the night air. Her voice was hoarse, like the wail of a dying beast, full of spite and resignation. The turquoise eyes were completely taken over by blood at the moment. The originally charming and attractive face was twisted and distorted. Looking hideous, she trembled as a wild and evil aura erupted from within her, her already tattered clothes instantly exploding to reveal skin covered in scars. Immediately afterward, a creepy scene occurs. Behind Donna's back, the flesh and blood wriggled, once again giving birth to those huge pair of black wings. Those wings carried the wing membrane of a bat and smelled sickeningly fishy. At the same time, sharp fangs sprouted from her mouth, glinting with a cold, chilling light. The hands and feet also rapidly expanded, and the nails skyrocketed, transforming into sharp claws that were as sharp as knives. This woman is crazy. Lu Qing's pupils suddenly shrunk, and alarm bells went off in his heart. Without hesitation, he turned on the cold iron mech's chi and blood increased defense system. On the surface of the mech, a faint layer of blood-colored light flowed, wrapping his entire body. Roar! Donna let out a beastly roar. Her wings lifted, and her entire body pounced towards Lu Qing like an arrow off a string. The speed and power were far greater than before. She was wrapped in monstrous killing intent, as if she wanted to tear everything in front of her to pieces. Shasta! Bang! There was a loud bang. Donna's sharp claws viciously grabbed onto Lu Qing's chest with a deafening thud. Even with the defense of the cold iron mecha, Lu Qing still felt a huge force coming at him and felt like his bones were about to be shattered. The sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. His entire body flew out backwards like a cannonball, flying hundreds of meters away and smashing heavily on the ground, stirring up a sky full of dust. And in the chest area, the cold iron mech was torn open with a huge gash that arc zzz sound. Sparks are splashing. Lu Qing struggled to stand up, and his chest was even more fiery and painful. When he looked up and his eyes fell on Donna, who was not far away, he saw that she was taking a step toward his. Every step felt like it was stepping on Lu Qing's heart, causing him to feel a sense of suffocation. Crazy woman. Lu Qing cursed, his eyes trembling. Spell it out. Only one more outburst of push-up sky palms. The next moment, however, the sun rose, completely awakening the night silence. Donna's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and her body shifted, a look of relief on her face. She fell heavily to the ground, her breath breaking off and she was silent again. Her bloodshot eyes looked dead to the west. Phew, scared the hell out of me. A long breath was exhaled from within the cold iron mech, and with a click, the head machinery automatically contracted and opened, revealing a miserable, clean face. Lu Qing sat down on his butt, revealing an expression of a life after a robbery. Luckily it didn't play off. This crazy woman, too damn fierce. Actions like killing an innate single-handedly were still a bit too wild for the current him. You should be more careful in the future. Lu Qing then rested for 2 minutes and stood up to go to Donna's body, groping at her body. Eventually, he searched for a Xian rank martial art, which was the unique secret technique of the 100 Beasts sect, the 100 Beasts blood-burning technique. Performing this secret method could raise one small realm of cultivation. On top of that, there's some high-grade pills, Qi and blood pills and such. Lu Qing decisively smiled and accepted. Evacuate the site quickly. And a few minutes after he left, a figure arrived. Bai Feng swept a glance at the traces of battle nearby, and Donna's body on the floor. He had that wonderful, dazed look on his face. Donna? Chapter 34, Undercurrents. Martial Arts Palace Building. A spacious, bright and luxurious office. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the bustling scene of the base city, with sunlight pouring in and illuminating the delicate furnishings inside. Jiang Qi and Bai Feng entered side by side, before they had time to change clothes on them. A dusty look. Jiang Junyue sat behind a mahogany desk, wearing a well-tailored white suit that set him off even more upright and handsome, exuding an innate nobility. He raised his eyes, his gaze falling on the duo. This mission was accomplished well. On Elder Su's side, I will ask for credit for you. Jiang Junyue's voice was low and magnetic, carrying the majesty and confidence of a superior. Bai Feng spoke up. Boss, I found Donna's body, and after DNA comparisons, it was shown to be a twin sister to the Donna body from before. If you found it, you didn't kill it? Jiang Junyue raised an eyebrow. White maple, no. At those words, a glint of essence flashed under Jiang Junyue's eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. It doesn't matter who killed them. His tone was flat, dealing with the remnants of the Black Dragon Association. This is something you'll accomplish as soon as possible. Jiang Junyue's long and slender fingers tapped on the desktop, making a rhythmic sound. With a bitter face, Bai Feng couldn't help but complain. Boss, I need to rest too. I just came back from running a few outgoing missions. I'm no better than a cow or a horse. He rubbed his sore shoulders, his face full of exhaustion overflowing. Jiang Junyue glanced up at him. Double your salary this month. Bai Feng was instantly energized. Boss atmosphere. Jiang Junyue turned to pick up the purple sand teapot on the table and brewed tea with elegant movements. Boiling water fills the teapot and the tea leaves tumble in the water, emitting a delicate fragrance that fills the room. Seeing this, Jiang Qi stepped forward and spoke with a grave expression. Ambassador Jiang Jin, news has come from the family that the 100 Beasts cult's Cardinal Dark Moon King has infiltrated Base City 15, as evidenced by their actions on White Cloud Mountain this time. His tone was low, with a hint of concern. When Jiang Junyue heard this, his movements gave a slight start, but he didn't look up, still concentrating on brewing the tea, his long slender fingers deftly flipping the teacups, the hot tea pouring in. Across the way, Jiang Qi paused and continued. What the family side means is that they hope you won't intervene in this matter. Or else what? Jiang Junyue finally raised his head and his gaze landed on Jiang Qi. Otherwise, the family will withdraw your authority in the Ministry of Supervision, and even Elder Su is afraid that he won't be able to protect you. Jiang Qi said it stiffly, knowing the temper of the second young master. Never ate the family line. Duke Sword put down the teacup in his hand and leaned back slightly, leaning on the soft back of the chair. His posture was lazy and casual. It doesn't make sense that the Dark Moon King went into number 15 and there's no news from number 1. The Hall of Elders has indeed gone awry. All the great clans, some are on board, some are staying out of it. It seems that the Jiang family belongs to the former. Help me make an appointment with Elder Su Elder Qin, and don't let the family side know. Yes. Jiang Qi nodded immediately. He and Bai Feng both silently exited the office. The door closed slowly, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. Hall of Elders, the highest decision-making level of the Martial Palace. It was ruled by the 4 Grand Elders of the Martial Hall. If there was a problem with the Martial Hall, it meant that there was a problem with the 4 Elders. Who could it be? And what was the purpose of the Dark Moon King's visit to the 15th? The Sword Duke sat alone behind his desk, his slender fingers gently rubbing his teacup. The eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In the meantime, Dacha 1 Base City. Inside an ancient courtyard, the limestone-paved pathway winds its way to the back garden. Afternoon sunlight, lazily sprinkled in the courtyard, mottled light and shadow, reflecting the traces of the years. A middle-aged man in a navy blue tunic was carefully pushing a wheelchair. On the wheelchair, there is a windy old man. He is roughly clothed in linen. His description is withered, and his right arm and left leg are both crippled. What was left of his left hand was covered with deep and shallow scars. The old man's face was as furrowed as dry bark. The cloudy eyes, however,
flashed with a palpitating essence. Grand Elder, news of Jiang Jun has arrived. The middle-aged man's voice was low, and there was a hint of respect in his tone. The previously mentioned Lu Qing does not yet have the ability to create advanced mechanical limbs. It will take some time. For this White Cloud Mountain operation, Jiang Juni has helped him break through to the second grade. The old man nodded slightly, and the wheelchair slowly moved forward, making a creaking sound. It stung in the silence of the compound. The middle-aged man pushed his wheelchair and came to the back garden. In the garden, all the flowers withered. A piece of depression. Only a few proud cold plum. In the cold wind, blooming. The old man signaled the middle-aged man to stop, and he strenuously raised what was left of his left hand, took the water bottle from the middle-aged man, and tremblingly watered the flower garden. The middle-aged man said, "That brat, who also seems to have hidden his strength, killed a fourth-grade innate on this mission." The old man's movement stalled for a moment, his cloudy eyes blinking. Second-grade decapitation of the innate. But it's just a severely injured and dying innate. The middle-aged man added, "Even if you're seriously injured and dying, can you do it when you're second grade?" The old man asked rhetorically, his tone flat. The middle-aged man was speechless, and he lowered his head in shame, no longer saying much. The old man watered the flowers. "Let Jiang Junyue train Lu Qing well. As for the Dark Moon King, capture him if you can, or kill him if you can't. On the side of the clans and the Hall of Elders, I'll cover for him." The old man's voice was low with majesty. "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. He took the kettle from the old man's hand. "I'll refill it with more water for you." The old man sat alone in his wheelchair, letting the cold wind blow his thinning white hair and staring at the sky with a pair of cloudy eyes. And for the next few days, Lu Qing's healing store enters a phase of steady development, making money day by day. But on this day, a big trouble comes to the downtown hospital. Throughout the surgical home, the atmosphere was oppressive. With doctors and nurses on their feet, there was tension and unease in the air. Just an hour ago, a rush of ambulance sirens cut through the quiet of the hospital. The heir of the Chen family, that genius martial artist who was renowned among the younger generation of Base 15, was rushed to the central hospital. The Chen family, as the #1 martial arts family in Base 15 deservedly, its family forces were disjointed and influential. The injury to the Chen family heir was enough to shake the Chen family's position in Base City and even the martial arts world. The hospital, as a whole, naturally attaches great importance to it, as if it were a great enemy. The dean of the surgical institute looked grave, his tone carrying a bit of anxiety. "Han Bin this time, the incident happened suddenly. The Chen family heir was seriously injured. The situation is very critical. You are an expert in the surgical field of our hospital and have a lot of experience, so I purposely called you back to confer together. There's strength in numbers." Zheng Hanbin slightly owed his body, with just the right amount of humility on his face. "Dean, you are too polite. I can have today's achievements, all thanks to your cultivation back then. Now that the hospital is in such trouble, it's only natural that I, as a part of the hospital, should contribute." The two walked side by side toward the conference room. The hallway smelled faintly of disinfectant mixed with a hint of blood. In the conference room, more than 20 expert physicians were already seated, and they were all elites in martial arts medicine. At the moment, however, they were all frowning, and the atmosphere seemed particularly depressing. "Zhang Hanbin?" A slightly shrill voice rang out, and Director Chen's slightly mean face had displeasure written all over it. He looked askance at Zhang Hanbin, his tone carrying a few hints of sarcasm. "Dean, have you forgotten? Zhang Hanbin is no longer from our hospital. He is now an external physician of the Martial Palace. His status is honorable." Chapter 35 Heir of the Chen family seriously injured. The feud between Director Chen and Zhang Hanbin has long been an open secret in the surgical department. The two had always been the strongest contenders for department head, and Zhang Hanbin's level of medical skills had always pressed him. Originally, the position of department head was almost in Zhang Hanbin's pocket, but no one expected that Zhang Hanbin would be selected by the Martial Palace to become an external physician. It was then that the position of section head fell to Director Chen. Director Chen knew in his heart that Zhang Hanbin's level of expertise was more than a little higher than his. This time when Zhang Hanbin came back, he was afraid that the other party would steal his thunder. The prestige he had managed to build up in the courtyard during this time could not be destroyed by this guy. Director Chen's tone was filled with dissatisfaction and hostility. Zhang Hanbin seemed to have anticipated Director Chen's reaction. He still had a faint smile on his face, and his tone was calm. "Director Chen, you're being overly concerned. I came back this time, simply wanting to do my part for the hospital, and have no other ideas. What can you do to help?" Director Chen snorted, his tone even more disdainful. "Your little level, don't think I don't know. You're just giving a brat a handjob in the Temple of Martial Arts. I'm afraid you don't even know how to hold a scalpel, right? You." Zhang Hanbin's brows furrowed slightly as a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. You what you? Director Chen was aggressive and directly interrupted Zhang Hanbin. Aren't you capable? Come, give him the medical records of the Chen family's eldest son and let him see if he can cure him. A young physician walked quickly and handed a thick medical record to Zhang Hanbin. Zhang Hanbin took the medical record and quickly flipped through it. His face became more and more ugly, and his brows became more and more furrowed. Injured by an auger and lost a leg? Zhang Hanbin's voice was low with a few moments of shock. Silly, isn't it? When Director Chen saw this, a gloating expression appeared on his face. Are injuries caused by dragon-type ferocious beasts so easy to heal? That's a trauma that contains a powerful force, and ordinary means won't help at all. In the conference room, the atmosphere became even more stagnant. The physicians looked at each other with worry and anxiety written on their faces. If they couldn't cure the Chen family's eldest son, all of them, I'm afraid, would have to roll out of the house, and would even be subjected to the Chen family's wrath. It was entirely predictable that the hospital would dismantle a large number of them in order to quell the Chen family's anger. Zhang Hanbin put down the chart, took a deep breath, and looked at the dean. Dean, I'll go out and make a phone call. Maybe he can cure Grand Duke Chen. Dean asked eagerly. Really? Who are the people you're talking about? It's the genius who invented mechanical surgery some time ago. The dean's eyes lit up when he heard this, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Good. We must invite him over. No matter what the request is, we will agree. I'll do my best. Zhang Hanbin nodded and turned around to walk out of the conference room. After Zhang Hanbin left, the disdain on Director Chen's face intensified. He looked around, pretending to be relaxed and said, What to pretend? No way is no way. Mechanical surgery. Rumors of God, in the end, is not really who we have seen with our own eyes? Don't worry everyone. I have a few friendships with Mo Shan's Master Huang. I've already contacted his old man and he's already agreed to come over and help. Master Huang is a high-level martial arts physician. His medical skills are mystical. He has seen the illnesses of powerful patriarchs, and is said to have the divine means of living the dead and turning flesh into white bones. When the crowd heard this, their original despair was instantly ignited with hope. They all agreed. That's right. If Master Huang makes a move, it will definitely work. Therapies. Second floor. Inside the operating room, lights poured down softly, illuminating the sophisticated instruments in the room. Lu Qing clasped his hands to his chest and leaned against the wall. His eyes focused on little Foam as she performed the mechanical surgery. A few days ago, he had decided to pass on the first level of surgery to his opponent. Lu Qing had thought deeply about the fact that those high-ranked disabled martial artists, especially the innate, were few and far between. These days, he was all helping the second-ranked martial artists from the military department to perform first-rank surgeries. Too tired. Now that his cultivation had reached the second grade, he could create up to level 4 mechanical limbs, and those level 1 surgeries were like pointless screwdrivers without any technical content, purely wasting his time. It's like asking a PhD in math to teach equations to elementary school students. It doesn't make sense. However, Lu Qing only taught little Foam the lowest level of mechanical surgery knowledge. It was impossible for her to understand the more advanced ones. Firstly, she couldn't learn it, and secondly, Lu Qing wasn't assured that even if little Foam didn't have any dissenting thoughts, it was hard to guarantee that other people wouldn't have any ideas on her. Defense is necessary. On the operating table, a disabled girl who had lost her arms and legs was one of those 16 girls. She was lying on the operating table at the moment. Her face is pale and her eyes are tightly closed. Lights are shining, and under Lu Qing's guidance, Foam is performing mechanical surgery on him. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, but her movements remained steady. Operating Lu Qing's special mechanical surgical equipment, along with the specialized tools made by Divine Machine, he was carefully installing metal parts and transforming the girl's flesh and blood body step by step, appearing to be extraordinarily conscientious in every step. This is the last step. Success is just around the corner. Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. In the past few days, Foam has completed surgeries for 3 or 4 sisters who are now caretakers at the healing store, and Foam's level of mechanical surgery is also at level 1. Lu Qing observed, pondering in his heart. This ninja was unable to craft a grade 1 mechanical limb that provided a chi increase, probably because she herself wasn't a martial artist yet. If she could make a breakthrough, she could definitely create a true first-class mechanical limb out of it. 10 minutes later, the robotic arm was installed and the surgery was declared complete. Foam breathed a sigh of relief, but with a hint of apology on her face, she lowered her eyes and said softly, "Director, I'm sorry, I still haven't been able to do it." Her voice dropped a little, with a hint of resignation. Lu Qing walked to her side and took out a small glass bottle from his pocket, which contained a small amount of milky white heaven and earth yuan liquid. He handed the bottle to little Foam and said,
This is the heaven and earth yuan liquid. From today onwards, in addition to learning mechanical surgery, you have to start cultivating. Break through the first grade as soon as possible. Foam took the glass bottle, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe her ears. Me? Become a martial artist? A martial artist? That was an identity that every daxia person could only dream of. She once thought she would spend her miserable life in the Imperial Club, and then she was lucky enough to meet Lu Qing. She had never had the luxury that she would still have the chance to become a martial artist. Little Foam held the glass bottle in her hand tightly and looked at Lu Qing gratefully. Thank you, Director. Lu Qing nodded, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. He was calculating in his mind that once Foam had thoroughly mastered first-class mechanical surgery, he could be a shirker. Now the system quest was asking him to heal 5 innate martial artists. Unfortunately, there were too few innate martial artists. Fortunately, the signal of Mr. Kai of Star Martial Arts University not only increased a Kai, but the medical bills also hit. Otherwise his results are now 0. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the phone rings. Lu Qing pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was Zhang Hanbin calling. He hit the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Phone call connected. Zhang Hanbin's slightly anxious voice came out. Director Lu, I have something I hope you can help with. Chapter 36, Master Huang, the Tarzan of the medical profession. Dr. Zhang, you can take your time to say what's going on. Zhang Hanbin's voice followed. It's like this. Director Lu, the Chen family's youngest master. Soon, he recounted to Lu Qing the events before and after what happened in the central hospital. When Lu Qing heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked without moving. That Chen family heir. What cultivation level? 5th grade innate. Lu Qing's eyes instantly lit up when he heard that it was an innate client. Or a tricky injury like a broken leg. Business is coming. He agreed without hesitation. Okay, I know. This favor can be done. Zhang Hanbin was relieved, with a hint of surprise in his tone. That's really great. I'll drive here to pick you up. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Doodle doodle. On the other side, the downtown hospital. In the conference room, the atmosphere was still very depressing. Numerous physicians were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but they could do nothing. They pored over various medical texts and discussed various treatment options, but there was never a take-home, workable solution. The minutes ticked by. Director Chen, why hasn't Master Huang come yet? Yeah, want to go out and check it out. We can't afford to delay the Chen family's side. I'm afraid we'll be in trouble if Master Huang doesn't come. Anxiety covered everyone's face, and they could only wait for that legendary Master Huang to come to the rescue. Just then, the door to the conference room was violently pushed open. A beautifully dressed, noble young woman strides in, like a blooming red rose, instantly attracting everyone's attention. She wore a long fiery red dress that outlined her exquisite figure. Her delicate features were like a finely carved work of art, and her pair of phoenix eyes carried a stern light. Behind her, she was followed by 2 black-robed men, their faces expressionless, their bodies emanating a powerful aura. Surprisingly, they were both strong at the 4th grade innate realm. The young woman was none other than the Honorable Chen family's direct descendant, Chen Yao. Chen Yao swept around the conference room, her gaze like an icy blade. Locke coldly questioned, "What are you guys doing? It's been half an hour and you still haven't come up with a treatment plan?" An older physician rushed forward and carefully explained. "Miss Chen Yao, Chen Degongzi's injuries are indeed too serious. We really can't find an effective solution for a while. Please be lenient in." Snap! The sound of a crisp slap echoed through the conference room. Chen Yao's face was as cold as frost as she slapped the physician in the face and angrily rebuked. "Wastes! A bunch of quacks! If anything happens to my brother today, you're all out of here." That physician covered his red and swollen cheeks, dared to be angry, and could only silently retreat to the side. Director Chen stiffly stepped forward and said with a smiling face, "Miss Chen Yao, don't be angry. I have already invited Master Huang to come over. You can wait patiently for a little while longer. I believe that his old man will be able to save the Grand Duke." "Humph. It better be." Chen Yao snorted coldly. She didn't know any Master Huang. All she knew was that if this group of quacks dared to lie to her, no one would have a good time. As a member of the Chen family, this was her bottom line. As a 300-year-old martial arts family, the contemporary head of the family, that is, her grandfather was a veteran martial arts grandmaster. That was a top 10 ranked character on the Great Summer Patriarch list. Stomping his foot, the entire base city would shake 3 times. As for the Chen family, there was still more than just one patriarch in the old family. Rather, there were 2 more in addition. Chen Yao's father and eldest uncle, who were the elders of the Martial Hall Division of Base City 14 and 16 respectively, with high positions of authority. The same existence of a 7th grade sect master. With the Chen family's power,
As long as she was willing, she would have no problem sealing off the base center hospital today. The crowd was silent, not daring to breathe a single breath, craning their necks like quails. They didn't dare to offend this Miss Chen, or else, not to mention their jobs, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to save their lives. Master Huang has arrived. A physician walked briskly into the conference room, breaking the silence. The other physicians' faces showed delight, as if they had grabbed a lifesaver. The gray-robed old man followed closely behind, his steps steady, his face was thin, his eyes gleaming, and he was quite immortal. Director Chen immediately greeted him, a smile piling up on his face. Master Huang, you're finally here. The tone was full of respect and anticipation. Master Huang gave a faint hum and said, where is the patient? Show me. Yes, this way please. Director Chen nodded and personally led the way ahead. Immediately after, the president, Director Chen and other experts and elites of the hospital, all followed Master Huang and moved to the emergency room together. Seeing this, Chen Yao also rushed forward, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Master Huang, is it? My brother is the heir to the Chen family. If you can cure it, the Chen family will definitely not treat you poorly. Master Huang looked like a superior. May I ask Miss Chen, what is the situation of the Grand Duke today? Chen Yao, my brother was injured by a 6th order auger dragon. Is there a way to heal him? Master Huang stroked his beard and was confident. Don't worry, Miss Chen. Although the dragon-like ferocious beasts are ferocious, however, I have even saved the lives of patriarchal figures, so the injuries of the Grand Duke are not a problem. He said this with a resounding tone, as if he were a pin in the sea. The crowd showed their admiration. Worthy of a master's style, they carried a convincing aura between their hands and feet. Master Huang then walked into the emergency room. However, after only 2 minutes, he walked out holding the wall with his chest covered and his face pale, with a touch of blood at the corner of his mouth. He staggered and breathed heavily, his previous confidence and composure gone. Master Huang's voice was weak, with a hint of panic. Sorry, to hurt the Grand Duke is not an ordinary auger dragon, but a magic auger. Its ferocity is very scary. The dragon's breath residue in the Grand Duke's body, the old man cannot get close to. Chen Yao sniffed and her face instantly turned iron blue. How useless. Didn't you say that even a patriarch could save your life? This, Master Huang, a face of shame. Feel the old face lost. Looking for complimentary, the devil auger is too horrible. Unless, there are dragons with the same level of attributes of the treasures suppressed. Miss, really is not the old man's medical skills cannot be. Shut up. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If my brother isn't saved today, all of you get the hell out of base 15. Chen Yao was extremely angry. She thought she had really come with a powerful character, but it turned out to be still a drunkard. As for Master Huang, he was deathly pale and hammered an old face. He had thought that this time, he would be able to flatter the Chen family and become the guest of a 100-year-old martial arts family. As a result, right on cue, Zhang Hanbin hurriedly arrived with Lu Qing. Zhang Hanbin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the dean, Dean, this is Dr. Lu, who mastered mechanical surgery. The crowd on the side heard Dr. Lu's name, immediately looked over. He's the genius physician specially recruited by the Martial Hall? I'll go. So young to have invented such an awesome technology as mechanical limbs. This kind of genius is only envied by us for the rest of our lives. Do you think he can cure Chen's Grand Duke? On the side, Director Chen glanced at Lu Qing and didn't say anything. He didn't expect Zhang Hanbin to really call out this specially recruited genius over here. If Lu Qing cures Chen Xiao, while the Master Huang he found can't, and injures himself, wouldn't he be compared to the one surnamed Zhang again? Damn. Why are you trying to steal my thunder when you're not even here anymore? Damn it. Director Chen's eyes overflowed with incomparable indignation and injustice. Aside, Grandmaster Huang gave Lu Qing a deep look. His turbid flashed in essence. He had heard of Lu Qing's reputation. Genius. Absolute genius. But as a respected and honorable old Tarzan, should he really be compared to a kid? No way. He hurriedly walked up and said in an urgent tone, You're the genius who invented mechanical surgery. Ah, it's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. I admire you. Little Dr. Lu, you go quickly. Chen Dazhong is in critical condition. The old man is really limited in his level. Now I can only rely on you. He purposely prodded and didn't tell Chen Xiao about the special circumstances in order to shade Lu Qing. At that time, as long as he dared to touch Chen Xiao, the demonic Jiao Dragon Qi would be released on the spot. And even if he was a genius, it would be of no use. At least he'll be able to save his old face when the time comes. Not so much so that word would get out that he, Master Huang, was not even as good as a brat. Chapter 37 Auger Steel Suppression. 5 pieces of grade 4 metal. On the side,
Chen Yao quickly stepped in front of Lu Qing. This genius physician that everyone talks about is actually handsome and young. It looks much smoother than that awful old man. Master Huang. Chen Yao spoke in an anxious tone and spoke. Dr. Lu, I'm Chen Yao from the Chen family. My brother is in critical condition. Please save him. Okay, I'll take a look first. Lu Qing nodded slightly and whirled into the emergency room. This is the second congenital patient. As long as he healed 3 more, he would be able to complete the system quest and get the indestructible body transformation method. Since the second grade body tempering, his cultivation speed was much faster than before. That's the benefit of the increased number of orifices. Only compared to a demon like Zhang Junyi, his achievements were still inferior. But Lu Qing wasn't worried. As long as he got the indestructible body tempering method before the 3rd grade, he would definitely be able to catch up with Zhang Junyao. Room. In the hospital bed, lay a young man. His eyes were closed tightly, his face was as pale as paper, and his breathing was weak, as if it would stop at any moment. This person was none other than the next heir of the Chen family, Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was about 26 or 27 years old, with handsome features, and the willfulness of a son of his large family was vaguely visible. Even though he was unconscious, he still had an extraordinary aura about him. Its right leg was bloodied and battered, as if it had been torn by a giant beast, and it was miserable. The cardiac monitor at the bedside, emitting a regular drip-drip sound, signaling the faint presence of his vital signs. Lu Qing opened the eye of divine mechanism and quickly scanned his opponent's injuries. Patient, Chen Xiao. Realm, Peak 5. Martial arts, treading heavenly steps, ground level. Illness, the right leg was seriously injured by a 6th-order Lord Demonic Augur, contaminated with the ferocious chi of the Demonic Augur. With incurable ferocity attached, treatment requires attention. With the help of similar objects to absorb and suppress the dragon's chi, to transform the mechanical limb, and to remodel the patient's tendons and veins. A demonic augur? This thing, it's something. And at the same time, I marveled at Chen Zhao's great fate. A 5th-grade martial artist, escaping from a 6th-ranked augur dragon, worthy of being a son of a great family with deep underpinnings. Just as he approached Chen Xiao, a ferocious dragon's breath came crashing down on his face. It stung his skin like pins and needles, but that was fine. The moment Lu Qing touched his leg with his hand, an even more terrifying ferocious aura struck him. Lu Qing's eyes were glazed over. If he got hit with this, it wasn't as simple as skin tingling. Come on! Lu Qing immediately let out a light cry as the Jiaolong steel flew out, suspended in front of the body. The moment the ferocious aura of the demonic Jiao collided with the dragon aura released by the Jiaolong steel, a shocking energy fluctuation erupted. Boom! Wow wow wow! This burst of energy directly shattered the glass cups, TVs, and glass windows inside the house. The room became like a ruin for a while. Meanwhile, outside the house on the porch, asterisk 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 asterisk? What the hell? Is this healing? The crowd looked on, dumbfounded. The scene, only a piece of metal with a cold light flowing through it was urged by Lu Qing's chi and blood to, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. It was like a sleeping dragon awakening. The air around us was 5 or 6 degrees colder. That's augur steel? Director Chen's mouth opened wide and his voice trembled. On the side, Master Huang's gaze is complex and incomparable. Frozen in place, as if petrified. Only a wrinkled old face skin and a slight twitch. How is that possible? How is this possible? Jiao Dragon Steel is an extremely rare metal. Is the Jiao Dragon bone sunk into the gold stone ground? Fusion of thousands of years. Only this small piece. 100 years of transforming grade 6 augur steel, and 1,000 years of transforming grade 7 augur steel. Even grade 6 Jiaolong steel was much more precious and rare than an ordinary grade 7 metal. This Lu Qing actually owns a piece? In the room, the powerful cold chi emanating from the augur steel converged into a vortex, gulping down the dragon chi of the demonic augur on Chen Zhao's body. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Xiao finally slowly opened her eyes. My legs. Chen Xiao felt a sharp pain coming from his right leg and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The leg definitely can't be saved. If you want to preserve your cultivation, you'd better not move now. Lu Qing hooked his finger and retrieved the Jiaolong steel, saying calmly, "Who are you?" Chen Xiao forced herself to endure the pain and looked at Lu Qing suspiciously. "The physician who treated you. My name is Lu." Lu Qing said indifferently. "Physician." Chen Zhao's consciousness was still a bit dazed. Although the dragon energy ferocity had been eliminated, his leg was still a bloody mess. He broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Lu Qing. "May I ask, Dr. Lu, is there any way for me to get back on my feet?" Chen Xiao looked bleak. He knew that if he became disabled, he would have nothing to do with the position of the family head, and could only be an invalid in this life. "Yes, but it depends on whether you are willing or not," Lu Qing replied in a flat tone. "Really?" Chen Zhao's face was surprised and looked deeply at him. $20 million in medical expenses. In addition, provide me with 3 pieces of grade 4 metal to remodel your mechanical limbs. Lu Qing stated his conditions. Yes, Chen Zhao agreed without hesitation. These conditions are very simple. 20 million is nothing to the Chen family. Just the other side really have a way to cure the crippled right leg? Just then, Chen Yao hurriedly walked in. There was an innate nobility between her brows. Only at the moment, there was a hint of anxiety in that nobility. Brother! Chen Yao quickly walked to the bedside, a surprised expression on her face. You're awake. Great. However, when she saw Chen Zhao's bloodied right leg, her pupils shrunk violently, but she still tried her best to comfort her. Brother, don't worry. This is the special physician of the martial palace. He will definitely be able to cure you. A special appointment to the Temple of Martial Arts? That medical genius from a while back? Hearing these words, a few moments of hope rekindled in Chen Zhao's eyes. He took a deep breath, forced himself to endure the pain, and said, Yao Yao, you should arrange for someone to fetch 3 pieces of grade 4 metal from home right now. Wait. Lu Qing interrupted him at that moment, saying, creating a mechanical limb requires attributes that match your own, and it's best for me to personally pick the metal. A metal that matches me? Chen Zhao was a bit puzzled and looked at Lu Qing. Lu Qing smiled faintly. If I'm not mistaken, what you're practicing should be the Earth stage martial art treading heavenly steps. This martial art requires an extremely high level of explosive power in the martial artist's legs, and if the mechanical limbs are to be remodeled, an eligible metal must be used. Otherwise, it will not be able to withstand the immense power generated by your use of this martial art. Different patients need to be treated differently, and there should not be the slightest mistake that smashes your brand. This is the heir to the Chen family. Do this order well. It's definitely excellent advertising. However, it's as simple as that. Yet it caused complete shock to flash through Chen Zhao's eyes. He could not have imagined that Lu Qing would be able to tell at a glance that the martial art he was practicing was treading heavenly steps. Realize that the Chen clan's old ancestor created 2 Earth-rank martial arts back then. One was the Void Sky Step and the other was the Sky Stepping Step. The former is known for its speed, while the latter explodes with incredible power. However, the treading heavenly steps required a special physique for the cultivator. So in later generations, most of the Chen family descendants could only learn the Void Heaven Steps. Only he, Chen Zhao, was so gifted that he finally became the first descendant of the Chen family in 100 years to be able to cultivate the treading heavenly steps, and as a result, he was valued by the family and groomed to be the next heir of the Chen family. This was the Chen family's secret. Only the Chen clan's direct lineage knew about it, and to outsiders, the only thing everyone thought was the Chen clan's mastery was the Void Sky Steps. Chen Zhao gave Lu Qing a deep look, a hint of admiration in her tone. Dr. Lu really is a profound healer, and he was able to see the martial arts that I have practiced. Chen Yao on the side was similarly shocked beyond belief, her mouth wide open, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Chen Zhao turned her head to her sister and said, Yao Yao, you personally take Dr. Lu back to his home and pick up 5 pieces of grade 4 metal. He was deeply impressed with Lu Qing's ability. It was very necessary for the Chen family to befriend such a genius. So this time, he wasn't talking about the 3 pieces of grade 4 metal that Lu Qing had asked for, but 5. And the implications are self-evident. Lu Qing naturally saw that this was Chen Zhao sending himself a favor, pulling the strings. Just as well, he needs more advanced metals. Don't want it for nothing. On the side, Chen Yao heard her brother's command, her beautiful eyes blinking as she looked towards Lu Qing, a smile on her face. Dr. Lu, please. Chapter 38, The Chen Family. Step out of the room. The people outside were still sticking their heads out to watch, but they couldn't hear exactly what was being said inside. Seeing the two come out, the dean immediately walked forward and asked eagerly, Dr. Lu, may I ask about the injuries of this Chen Duke? Lu Qing hadn't said anything yet. The condescending Miss Chen family then snorted coldly and said in an unkind tone, My brother is fine. Dr. Lu has dispelled the Jiao Dragon's Qi and will help my brother with his leg later. And look at you people. You've studied medicine for half your life and still dare to call yourselves experts? Let's see. You can't even compare to a single finger of Dr. Lu. The crowd was dumbfounded and had nothing to say in rebuttal. Lu Qing, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Hanbin and said, Old Zhang, please transfer Chen Xiao to our convalescent store. I'll be back for the surgery later. Okay, Director Lu. Zhang Hanbin hurriedly nodded his head, his face incomparably joyful. Sure enough, no matter how bad the injuries are, this medical genius has it all figured out. You have a bright future ahead of you. Immediately after, Lu Qing and Chen Yao left the central hospital, and the hallway. Man, he really eliminated the fierceness of the dragon, and cured the crippled leg? No wonder,
The wizards who can become the special appointments of the martial palace cannot be judged by their age at all. I was saying before that Dr. Zhang jumping ship was an unwise choice, but now it seems that it's really a stroke of luck. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion and amazement, and that Director Chen's face had long since turned an iron blue. It's hard to see. He had invited with great difficulty, and Master Huang, the titan of the medical profession, was at his wit's end, but to let a brat solve it? What's going on? And at this moment, that Master Huang's old face was no better. This time around, the Chen family had failed to flatter, and had even been outclassed by a junior. He only snorted coldly, glared at Director Chen, and without saying anything, he simply whisked his sleeve away. A few minutes later, Lu Qing and Chen Yao got into a black customized version of a luxury car. Two bodyguards dressed in black suits sat expressionlessly in the front row as the limousine drove smoothly out of the hospital and sped towards the Chen family estate. The limousine sped through the bustling city center and eventually pulled into a secluded area. It was a luxurious manor that covered a vast area. The tall iron gate slowly opens, and what comes into view is a winding boulevard, flanked by neatly trimmed lawns and a cluster of scattered villas. The villas are of different styles, from classical European to modern and minimalist, and each one is like an exquisite work of art. Lu Cheng saw through the car window that there were artificial lakes, fountains, gardens, and even a small horse farm in the distance, and he couldn't help but smack his lips. Worthy of being the #1 martial arts family in base 15, this heritage was truly exaggerated. Dr. Lu, this way please. Chen Yao was the first to get off the car, her high heels knocking against the ground and making a crisp ringing sound. She walked ahead to lead the way with a graceful stride. The two walked through a garden of blooming flowers, fragrant with the scent of flowers and fluttering with butterflies, and walked through two very different styles of garden. The garden rockery water, green trees, like a beautiful painting, winding around a well-designed rugged path. He eventually arrived at the main hall of the Chen family. The main hall was a magnificent building with the doors open to reveal the opulence inside. At this moment, in the middle of the hall, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe was fuming. He was in his 40s, with a stout figure and majestic face, but at the moment, he was burning with rage, like a raging lion. He was none other than the third master of the Chen family, and the Chen family's old man was old and in constant seclusion. As for the Chen family's oldest and second oldest, they were both 7th grade Zhongsher powerhouses, serving as the martial palace elders of other base cities respectively. So the Chen family's affairs, big and small, were handled by him, the third Chen master. A bunch of losers. How could Xiao run into a scaly dragon when she went out to practice? How on earth did you guys investigate? Can't you even tell the territory of a Lord Fierce Beast? I'm telling you, if anything happens to Xiao, you'll all have to pay for it. Third Master Chen roared loudly and slammed his palm on the table. The hard mahogany table instantly split into pieces, and pieces of teacups flew everywhere. There were 5 martial artists kneeling on the ground, dressed in power suits, their faces pale and trembling. They were all attendants who traveled with Chen Xiao, all of them 4th grade innate powerhouses. But at this moment, they were scared out of their wits. Who would have thought that they would encounter a 6th order Lord Fierce Beast, or the most terrifying Jielong? Third Master, spare your life. We really don't know. We've previously investigated. It's impossible for there to be a Lord Fierce Beast in that place. Several people kowtowed and begged for mercy, their voices filled with fear. Wastes. It's all crap. Third Master Chen roared, his face turning blue. Have Master Su and Master Ouyang made contact? When exactly will they arrive? The 2 masters he spoke of were also both senior martial arts practitioners in the medical field, highly respected and titanic figures. These 2, both of them, were friends with the Chen family. One of them stammered. Master Su didn't get in touch with. Master Ouyang is at base 16. I'm afraid. Can't make it back. Damn it. Third Master Chen's face was angry, yet helpless. Just then, Chen Yao led Lu Qing into the hall. Third uncle. Chen Yao raised her voice and shouted, Yo-yo, you're back. Third Master Chen turned his head at the sound of the voice. When he saw Chen Yao, the anger on his face eased a little, but he was still very anxious. How is your brother's situation? What did the central hospital say? Chen Yao walked over to Third Master Chen, beamed and said with dissatisfaction, Humph, don't mention it. They are all a bunch of quacks, and they even invited some Master Huang, but it turned out to be of no use at all. What? When Third Master Chen heard this, he became anxious. I invested so much medical funding in them every year, and now that the heir of my Chen family is at stake, damn it. Third uncle, take it easy. Chen Yao pulled on Third Master Chen's arm and said petulantly, brother is still saved. Oh, how? Third Master Chen looked towards Chen Yao, a trace of hope flashing in his eyes. Chen Yao pointed to Lu Qing beside her and introduced, Third uncle, This is Martial Palace's special physician, Dr. Lu Qinglu. He has a way to cure his brother, but it requires 5 pieces of grade 4 metals. I want you to open the treasure trove and let Dr. Lu pick them. When Third Master Chen heard this, his gaze steeply fell on Lu Qing, looking him up and down. The special physician of the martial hall? You're the genius who invented mechanical limbs that can increase qi and blood. Third Master Chen's eyes were sharp. Chen Yao and Chen Xiao had never heard of Lu Qing. But who was Third Master Chen? The Chen family's current hand. Even news from within the martial palace couldn't be hidden from him. The entire base city 15 is under his watchful eye. Big and small. Any wind and grass that blows. Third Master Chen. Lu Qing slightly arched his hand and bowed without being overbearing. The other party exuded an aura of superiority. And although his martial arts cultivation was not high, he was obviously not a simple person to be able to mix in this position in the Chen family. Good. Third Master Chen waved his hand and said boldly, as long as we can cure shower, grade 4 and 5 metals are not a problem. As many as we want. Subsequently, Third Master Chen brought Lu Qing and Chen Yao to the Chen clan's treasury. The Chen clan's treasury was located underground, and the entrance was a heavy metal door. Third Master Chen took out a special key and inserted it into the lock hole. A mechanical turning sound rang out, and the heavy metal gate slowly opened. A rich metallic scent came to his face. Lu Qing raised his foot and stepped into the treasure vault, only to see that there was a huge space inside, with all sorts of dazzling treasures placed in different categories. All kinds of metal ores were piled up, emitting dazzling light, and the weapon racks were filled with all kinds of weapons. Swords, guns, swords and halberds, axes and spears, hooks and forks, everything. There were also some ancient scrolls and jade sketches that exuded an aura of antiquity. Lu Qing carefully picked his way through the treasure trove, and Chen Yao followed him, curiously surveying the surroundings. After about a tea's worth of work, Lu Qing picked 5 pieces of grade 4 metals. One of the pieces was named Red Inferno Copper, which was reddish in color and emitted a scorching aura, most suitable for outputting outbursts of powerful martial arts. This was something he had picked out specifically for Chen Xiao. Alright, I'll go back and perform the surgery now. Lu Qing took the selected metal and said to Third Master Chen, alright, Yao Yao, you bring someone to personally send Dr. Lu over. Third Master Chen nodded repeatedly, a smile on his face. Good, Chen Yao agreed. Just then, one of the 5 attendants kneeling on the ground suddenly stood up. His eyes were red and he said with tears in his eyes, Third Master, let my subordinate go as well. This time, letting young Master Chen Xiao get killed. I really feel guilty in my heart. My subordinate wants to go and see with my own eyes that young Master Chen Xiao is safe and sound. Lu Qing sniffed and turned his head to look at the man with a slight frown. He opened the eye of divine chance and probed down, realizing that this person had actually hidden his cultivation. On the surface, he was a 4th grade innate, but in actuality, he was an early 6th grade martial Dao master. Moreover, the body is fused with the body of a ferocious beast. This is from the 100 Beasts cult. Chapter 39, Boss Save Me. Good. You lackey still understands things. Go. Third Master Chen glanced at the martial artist kneeling on the ground. His tone slightly slowed down and his fire dissipated a bit. Many thanks, Third Master. It is my honor to serve the Chen family. The man hung his head, his voice low, and a flash of gloom darted across his face. But it was fleeting, and quickly replaced with an expression of gratitude. Lu Qing took it all in. Alarm bells ringing in his heart, a chill running up from the soles of his feet. The 100 Beasts cult people even lurked in the Chen family, but also served as Chen Zhao's personal bodyguard. And as a result, Chen Xiao just had an accident. This guy couldn't wait to ask for an order to follow. With his toes to think all no. He is not at all trying to protect Chen Xiao, but want to put it to death. Now that he didn't die, I'm afraid that he wants to go and make up for it. Holy. Thinking about this, Lu went numb. This isn't an ordinary 100 Beasts cultist, but a 6th grade martial arts master. That is, the purple-clad chief of the 100 Beasts cult. As soon as Lu Qing remembered the purple-robed man he had seen in White Cloud Mountain, the oppressive feeling that was like substance was simply suffocating, and the other party could crush him with a single finger. If this person is really going to kill Chen Xiao, then the best time for him to do it, the probability is that it will be the time when he himself operates on Chen Xiao. At that time, not to mention Chen Xiao, I'm afraid that I would be silenced together. What to do? What to do? Lu Qing's mind was racing, and now there seemed to be only one person he could turn to for help. Lu Qing's eyes rolled and squeezed out a smile, scratching his head somewhat awkwardly. That, Third Master Chen, people have 3 emergencies. I would like to go for a quick convenience before I set off. Ha ha ha, no harm done. Third Master Chen waved his hand and said smilingly, someone, take Dr. Lu to the bathroom. Thus,
Lu Qing followed a Chen family servant to the restroom not far away. He walked quickly into the cubicle and immediately unscrewed the faucet and turned it on as high as it would go, the sound of clattering water instantly filling the space. Then, he pressed the flush button on the toilet again, and the water rumbled, before pulling out his cell phone and dialing the number of the God of Fortune. Hello, a condescending, cool voice came from the phone. Lu Qing vocally shouted, "Boss, save me. Someone is trying to harm me." There was a moment of silence across the room. Get it straight. Ahem. Lu Qing cleared his throat, his tone serious. My subordinate accidentally discovered that Chen Xiao, the heir of the Chen family, was murdered by the 100 Beasts cult spies by design, but the other party missed, and now decided to go forward to kill and kill. Lu Qing recounted what happened briefly and concisely, speaking rapidly, afraid of delaying a minute or a second. And when the Sword Duke heard that the other party was a 6th grade martial arts master, his demeanor obviously changed, and a trace of gravity was added to his original coolness as he asked, "Where are you people right now?" "Still in the Chen family," Lu Qing replied. Zhang Jun spoke in a low tone and said, "Find a way to delay it for an hour." The phone hung up straight away, leaving only a busy signal. Lu Qing froze for a moment, holding his cell phone, a little dumbfounded. Holy, I'm stalling with my head off? I just want to see the doctor and earn money without worrying. Why do I keep encountering such high-risk missions? No, after this time, I must seek additional money from the Temple of Wushu. After calming down a bit, Lu Qing slipped his cell phone back into his pocket. He turned off the faucet, pushed the door open and walked out. By the time he followed the underlings and returned to the original location, Chen Yao had already prepared a limousine. "Uncle San, I want to come along." "Good, let me know the first time anything happens." Third Master Chen looked at her, then, solemnly arched his hand at Lu Qing. "This time, I'll trouble Dr. Lu, when Shower's injuries are cured. My Chen family will definitely thank you heavily." Third Master is polite. Lu Qing hurriedly returned the salute. "Chen Yao, time waits for no one. Let's get going." Upon hearing Chen Yao give the word, her stout personal bodyguard was just about to turn around to drive. Lu Qing suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute. I'm not used to him driving. I want to vomit when I sat over just now. Change the person. You drive." She pointed at the 100 Beasts cult spy who had kept his head lowered, hiding a shade under his eyes. "Then you go." Chen Yao didn't think much about it and didn't even give the man a second glance before agreeing to Lu Qing's request. "Yes, miss." The man froze, as if he didn't expect Lu Qing to suddenly name him, but he still rushed forward to drive. Lu Qing and Chen Yao, on the other hand, sat in the back seat as the car started and slowly drove out of the Chen family park towards the Ping and retreat in the city center. Outside the car window, the sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground. Luckily, it was a weekend and there was a little traffic on the roads, but Chen's house was only 20 minutes away from the healing store, which still wasn't enough for an hour's delay. Snap! Asterisk 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 asterisk. The light is about to turn red. Why are you driving so fast? Lu Qing suddenly stretched his arm and slapped the man on the back of his head. The man was caught off guard and his head fell forward, the body jerking as he slammed on the brakes. "This kid, how dare you slap him?" An anger flashed through the man's heart, but his tone had to remain respectful. "Mr. Lu, it's not that the light isn't red yet. I also want to hurry up to save young Master Chen Xiao. Asterisk 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 you. Do you know the law?" Lu Qing slapped him on the back of the head again. Her tone was brutal. Traffic regulations have long been changed. Running yellow lights is also considered illegal. Nima. The man was furious in his heart, cursing if this kid was sick, but on the surface, he was still polite. "Ah, is that so? Sorry, I really don't know." On the side, Chen Yao looked on with cold eyes and said indifferently, "Listen to whatever Dr. Lu says. Don't talk back." She reclined in her seat, her long, slender fingers tapping her snow-white knees in boredom, as if none of this mattered to her. "Yes, yes, yes." The man was busy nodding his head, forcing down the anger in his heart, only to feel a fiery pain behind his brain. Snap! However, Lu Qing's third slap went up again with full force. "This side is too jammed. I know the way. Go this way. Turn right." The man's eyes were wide and bloodshot, and he cursed madly in his heart. "Damn, you're addicted to fighting, aren't you? Okay, Mr. Lu," he said through gritted teeth. Then, Lu Qing began to act as a navigator and started to blindly lead the way, specializing in those remote and congested paths. Slaps. 4 slaps. "I just said turn left. Why did you turn right? Didn't you say right?" Slaps. 5 slaps. "Turn around, turn around. I misremembered. It's not going this way." Pop. Pop. Snap. "Damn. Brat. You're next when you kill Chen Xiao." In the meantime, a small remote and quiet courtyard with green shade and birdsong, a tranquil environment. An old man in his 60s was sitting upright, fishing rod in hand, staring intently at the calm lake. He was none other than Elder Su Tong, one of the elders of the martial hall sitting at base 15. Elder Su. Elder Su was puzzled and seemed to be unlucky. The fish basket was empty and he didn't even see a single fish scale. Air Force all morning. At this point, the fish moved slightly. Elder Su's eyes lit up. His pale wrist flicked violently, and he said in a deep voice, bingo. The corner of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a smug smile, as if he had already seen a fat fish on the hook. However, just then a strong gust of wind came suddenly. Blowing caused the lake to shimmer and the leaves to clatter. The calm surface of the lake rippled suddenly, spooking away the fish that was about to be hooked. Elder Su's smile froze on his face. His face instantly collapsed as he sloped his mouth and cursed, "Which one of these goddamned ones?" Only to see in the air, the sword prince Jiang Junyao came with his sword, all in a white suit that was immaculate. Jiang Jun walked to Elder Su and stood with his arms crossed, no expression visible on his cold face. He spoke faintly, "Elder Su, I have something important to discuss." Chapter 40. What's with the wind and the fire? Elder Su blew his beard and glared. He put down his rod and glanced painfully at the empty creel. Then without a word of humor, he said, "Go ahead. What is it?" Jiang Jun spoke in a flat tone and spoke without haste. Lu Qing came to report that a 6th grade martial arts master from the 100 Beasts sect has infiltrated the Chen family. 6th grade martial arts master? After listening to Jiang Junyue's narration, Elder Su's face became grave. He was well aware of the destructive power of a 6th grade martial arts master, especially in a densely populated urban area. This matter, if not handled well, annoyed the other side is afraid of great negative impact. Kong Jun Knight, if the other side strikes, the ripple effect will be too great, and once there's a head-on firefight, it'll pose a threat to the residents of the city center. That's why I've specially come to ask Elder Su for help. After Elder Su heard this, he pondered for a moment and looked up at Jiang Jun. "I see. You want to borrow weak water?" Weak water, a control prop, with the function of imprisoning the enemy's chi and blood for a short period of time. It was made from 1,000 years of sunken silver from an undersea abyss, and it was an earth-ranked weapon that could be useful even for a strong sect master. Yes, Jiang Jun was concise. Elder Su glanced at him. "You hold that kid in high regard?" Jiang Junwei didn't pick up the conversation and spoke indifferently. "A grade 7 material. Lu Qing is a talent of my martial palace. It must not be lost." Elder Su put down his fishing rod and came to the edge of the lake, a hint of sharpness flashing through his cloudy eyes. He took a deep breath and raised a hand to the calm lake, veins rippling on his dry palm. The surface of the lake began to ripple, a circle of ripples spreading in all directions. The willows around the lake swayed gently with a rustling sound as the breeze brushed by. A few unknown birds flew out of the woods and circled the lake. The lake tumbled and bubbled like boiling water. A moment later, a silver light rushed out from the bottom of the lake with a splash. The fish converged into a swirling mass and swam frantically. The silver light circled in the air for a few times and eventually fell into Elder Su's hands, transforming into a silver chain. The chain was like a sleeping silver dragon, emitting a faint cold aura, and the air around it seemed to freeze. Elder Su handed the chains to Jiang Jun with a hint of flesh pain in his tone. "Take it. Be careful with it. This thing won't last more than a few times. Breaking a piece of grade 7 material won't be enough. You kid will have to double compensate me." Jiang Jun took the chains and didn't even look at them squarely, turning around directly and landing firmly on the flying sword without even turning his head back. "Oh, you boy." Elder Su looked at Jiang Junyue's distant back, so angry that he stomped his feet and jumped to his feet, cursing, "You surnamed Jiang. You're all a bunch of unqualified ones." The other side. After more than 40 minutes of bumpy ride, Lu Qing led Chen Yao and his group and finally arrived at the healing store. The man covered the back of his head the whole way, stealing glances at Lu Qing from time to time. His eyes were like poison knives, killing intent. Lu Qing naturally noticed it, but pretended not to know and didn't care. A few moments later, their group stepped onto the second floor and stopped outside the operating room. "All right, I'll start the treatment now. You guys wait outside and keep quiet." Lu Qing dropped a sentence and pushed the door open. Chen Yao spoke, "Then please ask Dr. Lu." The corner of the man's mouth curled up into a grim smile as he stood aside. "Damn kid. Immediately let you know what happens when you disrespect the seat." And Lu Qing walked into the operating room. Inside the operating room, Chen Xiao was lying on the operating bed with her eyes closed, her face slightly pale. Hearing the footsteps, Chen Xiao slowly opened her eyes, her voice slightly weak. "Dr. Lu, can we start?" "Well, I'll give you the anesthetic first." Lu Qing took out a syringe from the medical kit, walked over to Chen Xiao, and suddenly lowered his voice. Shoo, pretend to be asleep. Chen Xiao was stunned, but still chose to believe Lu Qing as he nodded slightly and closed his eyes again. Lu Qing, however, did not start the operation, but quickly dodged and hid behind the partition curtain. He held his breath, but there was a sixth-rate thug standing outside the door. Lu Qing, heart beating wildly. God of fortune, you come quickly, otherwise it really is going to kill people. And outside the door, Chen Yao looked at the bodyguards and said, I'm going to the restroom. You guys stand guard outside. Don't let anyone get close. Yes, miss. The man and Chen Yao's two bodyguards answered in unison. However, Chen Yao had just left not long ago. A ferocious light flashed in the man's eyes and he suddenly struck out. His figure flickered like a ghost, and he slapped out his palm like a thunderclap, directly shattering the chest of one of the innate bodyguards. The bodyguard didn't even have time to let out a scream before he collapsed in a pool of blood. You! The other bodyguard was shocked before his words left his mouth. The man struck again, so fast that it was hard to discern with the naked eye, and another palm, like cutting a melon and chopping vegetables, resulted in his life. Griffin! The man snorted coldly, his face filled with contempt. Squeak! The man violently pushed open the door of the operating room with a cruel smile on his face. Kid, dare to disrespect this seat. Where is everyone? The man scanned around, but he didn't see Lu Qing's figure. Only Chen Xiao, who was lying on the bed as if in a coma, was seen. With doubt in his mind, he strides into the room. A strong chi force erupted with him at the center. The items around him were shaken to pieces, and the partition curtains were blown to the point of hunting, exposing Lu Qing's figure. Lu Qing scratched his head awkwardly and greeted with a dry smile. Hello, big brother driver. The man's face revealed a look of surprise. Then he laughed coldly. Oh, it seems that you're not a simple kid. You should have guessed that I'm not a member of the Chun family, and that you're trying to thwart me along the way. Misunderstanding, big brother. Do you think this seat can keep you alive? The man's eyes showed his killing intent. Lu Qing took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. Think clearly. Killing me here will definitely alert the martial hall. Do you think you can escape? The man laughed out loud as if he had heard some heavenly joke. This seat is a 6th grade martial Dao master. Even if I can't defeat a few golden martial ambassadors from the martial hall, but if I want to leave, who can stop me? Yes? Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice instantly echoed throughout the room. Immediately after that, a silver light shot in like lightning from outside the door, like a swimming dragon that swam across the ground, instantly wrapping around the man's body and transforming into an impenetrable silver chain. What is this? The man was shocked and struggled desperately, but found that the chain seemed to be alive. The more he struggled, the tighter he was bound instead. He hissed in horror. What man? What have you done to this seat? Chapter 41, Grade 4 Fine. Mechanical right leg. The next moment, Zhang Jun stepped out of the shadows. He was immaculately dressed in a well-tailored white suit and exuded an air of rejection around him, as if he'd always had this condescending look about him. He raised his hand, and a jade sword with a turquoise body levitated. The tip of the sword gulped a cold aura, pointing remotely at the man's throat. Green dragon jade sword. You're Zhang Jun. The man's pupils shrunk, his voice trembled, and panic was written all over his face. Nonsense! The dog-legged Lu Qing stepped forward at the right time. Weren't you arrogant just now? Now that my boss is here, why don't you try screaming again? Pop! Snap! Lu Qing was nonchalant, and slapped the man hard on his skull with 2 slaps, making a crisp sound. What's wrong with slapping you? What's wrong with disrespecting you? Speak up! The man's face was full of shame and anger, his eyes red and his teeth clenched. He was the purple-clothed chief of the holy sect, a 6th grade martial Dao master, and today he was actually humiliated 3 times by a mere 2nd grade martial griffin-like thing. Strange shame. Yo, still not convinced. He's glaring at your boss. Get him. Lu Qing rushed at Zhang Jun Knight, fully playing the doggy persona. It's done. At this moment, Zhang Jun's clear and cold voice rang out. His tone was flat. No mood swings could be heard. This person is still useful. I'm taking him away. You take care of things here. As for the merits of this debriefing, I've already reported it to Elder Su, and the martial hall will reward you accordingly. Immediately after that, he was only seen flicking his fingers. The green dragon jade sword suspended in midair was like a turquoise lightning bolt that instantly pierced into the man's abdomen, accurately penetrating his chi si dantian. Zhang Jun, you actually wasted my dantian. The man immediately let out a mournful scream, his voice hoarse, like an injured beast, full of unwillingness and resentment. He was trembling, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead, his face instantly turning as white as paper, his vitality rapidly draining away, until his whole body was deflated and he finally collapsed to the ground. Collect. Jiang Junyi looked indifferent, flexed his fingers, and the silver chains wrapped around the man's body flew back into his hand like a spirit snake. On the surface of the silver chain, a tiny crack was faintly visible. Jiang Junyi, on the other hand, picked up the man like a chicken and turned to leave. Dr. Lu, what is going on here? At this time, Chen Xiao on the bed opened her eyes. There was a hint of weakness in his voice, but more than that, it was shock. He struggled to get up, but it tugged at a wound on his body, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air in pain. What came into view was a messy operating room. His entire body was confused. 100 Beast Sect 6th grade purple clothes. How could he appear here? Brother, are you okay? Chen Yao's anxious voice came from the doorway with a hint of trembling. She had just seen the 2 dead bodyguards at the door and knew something was wrong and immediately rushed in. Lu Qing looked at the two and explained. That bodyguard who drove the car is a secret agent lurking in your Chen family. I recognized his identity. He briefly recounted the whole story. But of course, Lu Qing didn't expose the system's eye of divine chance. Chen Xiao and Shen Yao were dumbfounded while they naturally thought that Lu Qing had discovered the abnormality of the chief of the 100 Beasts sect by virtue of his superior observation and medical skills. In this way, the two siblings had a few more points of admiration for Lu Qing in their hearts. A trace of fear flashed in Chen Zhao's eyes, and she became even more grateful to Lu Qing. Thank you, Dr. Lu, for saving me twice. I, Chen Xiao, am unable to repay you. In the future, if Dr. Lu has anything to do, I'll be obliged. Young Chen is polite. You are my patient. I naturally have the obligation to protect your personal safety. Lu Qing said indifferently as he cleaned up the things on the floor. When Chen Xiao saw Lu Qing's attitude like this, his admiration grew even stronger. Lu Qing's age was still a few years younger than his, and he had such a heart. Not only is he highly skilled in medicine, but he is also thoughtful, and his future accomplishments will definitely not be low. Chen Xiao looked at Chen Yao and said, Yao Yao, it's fine here. You go out first and let Dr. Lu finish the surgery quietly. Oh okay, I'll call and have the house send more people over. Chen Yao hurriedly nodded her head. She also knew that she would only add to the chaos if she stayed here. The most important thing now was to ensure Chen Zhao's safety. She walked quickly out of the room, not forgetting to close the door carefully. In the room, only Lu Qing and Chen Xiao were left. Lu Qing walked over to the bedside and was about to start operating on Chen Zhao's mechanical limbs. He first injected Chen Xiao with an anesthetic and watched as the other party slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Then, from his spatial ring, he took out the grade 4 metal red flame copper. The red inferno copper was warm to the touch, with a dark red color, and under the prodding of the qi and blood, the copper was like a piece of red-hot charcoal, emitting a faint orange-red luster. What a manic aura! Lu Qing sighed in admiration. It was worthy of being a grade 4 metal. Red flame copper. Unusual grade 4 metals sell for a couple million tops on the market, and a rare item like red inferno copper was worth at least $5 or $6 million apiece, which was worth half the price of some grade 5 metals. The other 4 grade 4 metals he picked were no less rare than red flame copper, so this time it could be considered a blood profit. A centuries-old martial arts family is really rich. Begin. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing picked up the scalpel. The cold scalpel seemed to have life in his hands, flexible and precise. This was the first time he had ever created a level 4 mechanical limb, and the difficulty was self-evident, so he had to be careful and meticulous without the slightest mistake. He first carefully sliced through the wound in Chen Zhao's right leg, then used a special tool to clean up the necrotic tissue and shattered bones. Each movement was gentle and skillful, as if carving a work of art. Then, he began to fuse, forge, and mold the red inferno copper with some other auxiliary metal materials. The high-precision rare metals were deformed in his hands, as if he was a skillful blacksmith, beating a piece of cold metal into a precision part. Time passed by, and fine beads of sweat began to seep out from Lu Qing's forehead. In the operating room, there was only the slight sound of metal clashing and Lu Qing's steady breathing. 6.5 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully treating a disabled innate martial artist. Mission progress, 2/5. Completion reward, indestructible body transformation method. Phew! It's done. Level 4 fine quality. Outside the window, the sun had already set, and Lu Qing had finally finished the operation. He let out a long breath, a hint of exhaustion on his face, but more excitement and accomplishment. This was the highest grade he had produced so far, enough for an innate powerhouse to use. A mechanical limb of 4th level fine quality that provides a 50% increase in qi and blood. The effect is, not surprisingly, not surprising. After a few minutes, the effects of the anesthetic gradually receded, and Chen Xiao slowly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, his expression froze instantly. He looked down at his right leg, which had been a bloody mess and had now been replaced by a metallic mechanical limb.
The mechanical limb was dark red in color, with a smooth surface and smooth lines, like a fine work of art, emitting an icy luster. "This is the mechanical limb?" he muttered, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 42 Generous Reward, Elementary Cultivation Potion. "You can stand up and try the effect." Lu Qing smiled. Chen Xiao nodded as he took a deep breath and slowly stood up. The red inferno copper mechanical legs were like a part of his body, slightly uncomfortable at first. He lifted his leg, lowered it, lifted it again, and after 2 steps, Chen Xiao was in full control of it. He walked around, almost indistinguishable from a normal person, even feeling more flexible and matched than his own legs. "It's unbelievable. Dr. Lu, that a genius like you really exists in this world." Chen Xiao's eyes were filled with shock. He felt that this leg, as if it contained infinite power, could explode with even more might than before. "As long as you're satisfied," Lu Qing briefly introduced. "This is made of red inferno copper, a grade 4 fine quality mechanical leg, suitable for explosive and strong martial arts. It can probably provide a 50% increase in chi and blood effect. I think it should be the most suitable for Chen Xiao however. The ones he transformed for others were of fine quality, while his own was of perfect quality, with an increase of up to 55%. But 50% was already amazing enough for Chen Xiao. Satisfied. So satisfied. Chen Xiao laughed openly. His original gloom of being about to be crippled swept away and was replaced by ecstasy. Immediately after, he busied himself by saying, "Dr. Lu, the surgical fee is $20 million, right? I'll go and have someone call you right now." The two then walked out of the operating room side by side. Outside the door of the operating room, there were 20 to 30 black-clothed martial artists standing like statues, all of them bodyguards of the Chen family, and the atmosphere was solemn. Chen Yao waited anxiously as she kept pacing, her gaze fixed on the door of the operating room. And the next second, her beautiful eyes instantly widened when she saw her brother Chen Xiao walk out of the operating room by himself, and also noticed his reddish bronze-colored mechanical leg. "Brother, your leg." Chen Yao, she quickly greeted her, looking Chen Xiao up and down, her eyes filled with incredulity. Chen Xiao laughed, his voice bright. "I'm fine now. Moreover, I feel that my strength is on a higher level." He moved his mechanical legs, his face beaming with renewed joy. "Really?" Chen Yao covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement. Chen Yao immediately turned around and looked at Lu Qing, her tone filled with gratitude. "Dr. Lu, thank you for saving my brother. You are much better than those medical experts." "All as it should be." Lu Qing looked at Chen Xiao again and instructed, "When you go back, use it a few more times to skill up, which will be conducive to mastering the full power of the mechanical leg." "Okay, I understand." Chen Xiao arched his hand to Lu Qing in appreciation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two siblings Chen Xiao and Chen Yao left the Convalescence store with a group of Chen clan martial artists. The crowd left and Lu Qing came to the lounge. He lounged back in his recliner, gently swaying his legs. In his mind, he also began to calculate what he was going to do next. Now that he had treated 2 innate martial artists, the Kpai still had 3 left, and if he cured the heir of the Chen family this time, the publicity must be great, and he might even be able to attract a wave of customers. "I believe that soon the progress of the remaining tasks will not be a problem, and the completion of the system Kpai is just around the corner. Next, it's time to cultivate the chi and blood. We have to raise our realm to the peak of the 2nd grade as soon as possible to prepare for the indestructible body-quenching transformation. Also, the torso area of the previous level 3 cold iron mecha, which was smashed by that crazy woman Donna, still needs to be repaired." Recalling Donna's furious attack, Lu Qing couldn't help but frown. A level 3 mech was still not enough to deal with an innate powerhouse. The cold iron mech needs to be upgraded. The 4 grade 4 metals he had picked from the Chen family were precisely of the extreme cold attribute, and were meant to be used for repairing and upgrading the cold iron mecha. At that time, by looking for Sha Lao to get 4 more grade 4 metals with extreme cold attributes from the black market, he would be able to upgrade his cold iron mecha to grade 4. It wouldn't be a problem for him to at least double his battle power at that time. By then, the innate are all scum in front of him. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock sounded on the door, interrupting Lu Qing's thoughts. "Come in." Lu Qing sat up. The door was pushed open and the person who came into view was Dr. Su Ting. She looked competent and professional in a white coat, and in her hand she carried a 10-inch or so black case with a smooth surface that didn't look like anything special. Su Ting walked over to Lu Qing's table, gently put the box down, and said, "Director Lu, this is what the Martial Hall sent over for you. I've brought it up for you." Lu Qing's eyes lit up. That should be his reward for this credit. He was a bit curious, wondering what the Martial Hall would reward him with. "Okay, thanks." Lu Cheng nodded. "Then, I'll go out first. Su Ting glanced at Lu Qing, her beautiful eyes flashing. Then stepping on her high heels and striding with a pair of slender legs, she turned around and walked out. And as soon as Su Ting left, Lu Qing couldn't wait to reach out and open the box. Only 20 potions were presented inside the box, neatly arranged. The potion bottles were transparent and the light blue liquid inside could be clearly seen. Lu Qing took out a potion and carefully looked at the number on it, only to see that it read, Elementary Cultivation Potion, Refined Version. Holy, the Martial Hall is so generous? Lu Qing was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the Martial Hall to reward him with such a precious cultivation potion. You know, cultivation potions are not the kind of lousy stuff like chi and blood pills. This stuff can be much more precious and valuable than that stuff. Chi and blood pills for cultivation. Not only is the absorption slow, but also impurities and more. Taking too much will instead be harmful to the martial artist himself, and may even affect the foundation of the martial arts. Cultivation potions, on the other hand, are a different story, and you don't have to worry about that at all. It's fast absorbing, effective, and has no side effects. The only downside is that there is a market for it and you can't buy it at all, because cultivation potions, life potions and other special resources, the production methods and distribution channels are all firmly in the hands of the official martial arts hall. Ordinary martial artists simply do not have the opportunity to come into contact with, unless one is so lucky that one can occasionally come across such high-grade goods in the black market. But the price is surely sky-high, and even if there are goods, will not be the pure version, mostly diluted version. The price can be speculated to 200,000 to 300,000 but the effect is greatly reduced, far less than the pure version. The Martial Hall's cultivation potions are available in purified, normal, and diluted versions. There is a huge difference between the effects of the three, with the purified version being the best, the most effective and the most valuable. The beginner's cultivation potion, on the other hand, was just right for 1-3 grade martial artists. Very well, with these potions, I'll be sure to cultivate to the peak of the 2nd grade within a month. Without much thought, Lu Qing immediately picked up a potion, toggled the caps. Gulp, 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 gulp. Chapter 43, The Head of the Chen Family. The Chan family, an extremely sprawling luxury estate perched in the southeast center of the city. Third Master Chen took large strides and arrived at a secluded courtyard. He was wearing a navy blue brocade robe, followed by 2 formidable bodyguards. The courtyard is deep. An ancient acacia 2 people embraced. Branches and leaves, covering the sky, dappled sunlight through the gaps in the leaves. On the ground cast a little bit of broken gold. And in the center of the courtyard, a senile old man was sitting on a futon under an ancient acacia, eyes tightly closed, meditating and practicing. The old man's beard and hair were white. His face was emaciated, but his body exuded an abysmal aura, like an ancient sculpture, blending in with this courtyard. Chen family head, Chen Xiurui, the 7th-ranked veteran Grandmaster Realm powerhouse on the Grand Xia Grandmaster ranking, with a cultivation that was astounding, almost standing at the pinnacle of the Grand Xia martial Dao. Arriving at the entrance to the courtyard, Third Master Chen stopped, his eyes signaling the 2 bodyguards to stop. His tone was low. You guys guard the entrance. Pay attention to silence. Yes, the 2 bodyguards answered in unison, like 2 door gods, standing at the entrance of the courtyard on the left and the right, their postures straight and motionless. Only then did Third Master Chen turn around and walk into the courtyard alone. He walked slowly to the old man and respectfully bowed deeply towards him with a respectful tone. Father, you're back. Under the ancient acacia, the old man who had been resting with his eyes closed, his eyelids fluttered slightly. Chen Xiurui slowly opened his eyes, vicissitudes deep as an ancient well, as if they contained endless years. In an instant, a majestic aura exploded from the old man's body. In the courtyard, the fallen leaves are windless, hovering and flying. 2 people embraced the ancient acacia, branches and leaves rustling, like a flatboat in the waves, swaying, the dappled sunlight, through the gaps in the leaves, casting light and shadows on the ground, also began to shake violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Third Master Chen only felt a wave of invisible pressure coming over him, as if it was a titanic pressure, causing his breath to stutter and he couldn't help but take half a step back. He looked up in horror at his father. One could only see Chen Xiurui's robes on his body moving without any wind, just like an ancient deity awakening. Third Master Chen was immediately shocked and asked tentatively, your breath has refined quite a bit again. I guess this time out the chance is not bad. It's good, but unfortunately, it's still far from the 8th grade. Is it really so difficult to enter the Grand Master that you can't even? Father? Chen Xiurui sighed, a hint of helplessness and despondency in his voice. How many people of our generation have succeeded? I'm afraid I'm hopeless in this life. I can only hope for the next generation. Speaking of which, he turned his words around.
and there was a hint of concern in his tone. How is Shower's situation? When I returned to the base, I heard that he was injured by the demonic scale. Third Master Chen hurriedly replied. Martial Palace's special physician, Lu Qing, is already treating Shower. There shouldn't be any major problems. This son is extremely resourceful and has also detected the 100 Beasts cult secret sons lurking in my Chen family, and thanks to him, Shower was able to escape this time. Father, this matter is blamed on my incompetence, failing to detect the conspiracy of the 100 Beasts cult in advance, almost letting Shower. Third Master Chen said, a chagrined look on his face. Ugh. Chen Xiaorui sighed again, a hint of fatigue in his voice. Lao San, you are not good at martial arts. You have been concentrating on taking care of the family's industry over the years. You can't be blamed for all of this happening. The 100 Beast sect has been operating for many years, acting in a secretive manner, and cannot be guarded against. So in the future, just be more on guard. I'm old. Chen Xiaorui's voice was a bit low, as if it carried a hint of the vicissitudes of age. I don't know if I can still take that step in my lifetime. 100 years from now, where should my Chen family go from here? And will it still be as comfortable as it is now? When Third Master Chen heard this, he hurriedly comforted. Father, you will definitely be able to advance to Grand Master. Moreover, with the presence of my elder brother and second brother, both of whom are also strong in the sovereign realm, we will definitely be able to ensure the prosperity of my Chen family for 100 years. However, the response was another sigh of sighing from the old man. Chen Xiaorui shook his head with a hint of sobriety and helplessness in his eyes. Although the oldest and the second have also become patriarchs, their natural talent is limited. It's not that I don't look down on my own seed, but they are not the ones that are capable of going to the very top. Their martial Dao, when they go to the 7th grade sect master realm, will come to an end. But over the years, the beast race has become more and more powerful, and there have been some problems within the martial palace. So after I die, what will become of the Chen clan? Third Master Chen instantly fell into silence, his brows furrowed. Chen Xiaorui's aged voice sounded once again. Only Shower, who grew up with extraordinary natural talent, can cultivate both my Chen family's void sky steps and treading heavenly steps masterpieces at the same time. Only he can hope to replicate the glory of the Chen clan's ancestor, step on the threshold of the great patriarch, and become the foundation that preserves the future of my Chen clan. My son understands, Third Master Chen said with a firm voice. Da-da-da-da. At that moment, a rush of footsteps came. Chen Xiao and Chen Yao were side by side, walking towards the courtyard. Chen Xiao had an upright posture and a steady pace. Only at his right leg, the crimson-colored mechanical leg was particularly noticeable. The surface of the mechanical leg flowed with a metallic luster, and the joints were precisely bitten together, like a precise work of art, and with a cold killing aura. Grandpa! Chen Yao's delicate voice rang out. Like a milky swallow throwing herself into the forest, she vivaciously swooped over to Chen Xiaorui's side and affectionately took his arm. Chen Xiaorui's originally serious and sad face suddenly bloomed into a kind smile. You girl? How long has it been since you came to Grandpa's place? Grandson has met grandfather and third uncle. Chen Xiao also walked over and bowed towards Chen Xiaorui and Third Master Chen. Chen Xiaorui's gaze instantly landed on top of Chen Zhao's right leg. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes as she asked, Shower, this is that mechanical limb? As the head of the Chen family, he naturally knew everything that was going on in Base City 15. He had long heard that the Martial Palace had specially recruited a genius healer with the ability to reshape flesh and blood and transform mechanical bodies. It was just that the ones Lu Qing had treated before were all third and second ranked low-level martial artists like Yuan Chong, so he didn't give it a second thought. Now, when this matter fell on his own grandson's head, he truly saw Lu Qing's methods. Yes, Dr. Lu Qing has profound means. This mechanical limb is truly arcane. Chen Xiao replied. On the side, Third Master Chen was equally shocked. He curiously came closer and scrutinized Chen Zhao's level 4 red flame copper mechanical leg. Then he inquired with concern. Shower, this mechanical limb, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? There was a hint of concern in his tone. After all, no matter how good a mechanical limb is, it's still an external object. And I'm afraid it's no match for your own flesh and blood, right? Chapter 44, Serial Suicides. Chen Xiao smiled gently and said confidently, Grandpa, third uncle, let me show you, and you'll know. In the next moment, Chen Xiao took a step out. The red flame copper mechanical leg of his right leg suddenly erupted with a shocking energy. Qi and blood surged within his body, and his cultivation that belonged to the peak of the 5th grade instantly erupted, with his Qi and blood reaching as high as 200,000 calories. Tread heavenly steps. Immediately after that, Chen Xiao shouted violently. The might of the red flame copper mechanical legs completely exploded, hardening his Qi and blood at this step by 50%. Power of air and blood. 300,000 cards. Chen Zhao's right leg snapped. The pistons of the red inferno copper mechanical legs operated at high speed, emitting a low rumble, like a sleeping ferocious beast awakening. The lapis lazuli slabs on the ground instantly cracked, and fine cracks spread out like a spider web. With the point of his foot, his figure suddenly drew up, as if he was an arrow off the string, and rushed up to the sky. The air rubbed violently around him, emitting an ear-splitting shrill boom. He took one step into the void, and the entire space trembled. On Chen Zhao's right leg, the red inferno copper mechanical leg, the crimson light blazed more and more. The entire courtyard shook as a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, as if it contained a heaven-destroying might. This was the first time he had ever executed the heaven-treading steps to such power. Chen Xiurui's old eyes flashed with a brilliant aura as he lifted a finger and gently clicked it, and the pressure of the treading heavenly steps that descended from the sky collapsed in an instant. In mid-air, Chen Xiao collected his momentum and steadily landed back on his feet. Yes, yes, yes. In the next moment, one could only see incomparable excitement on Chen Xiurui's old face as he loudly praised. This object is extraordinary. This son is extraordinary. He complimented. It was not his own grandson, Chen Xiao, but Lu Qing, who had created the mechanical limbs. As for Chen Yao and Third Master Chen, who were standing at the side, they were already completely confused. This power far exceeds the innate 5th grade, right? May I ask who would dare to take this kick under a 6th grade martial arts master? Chen Xiurui slowly opened his mouth at this time, his voice old and powerful. Old 3, for my birthday banquet in 2 months, invite this Dr. Lu for me. I want to thank him properly. Third Master Chen froze and was busy returning to his senses, saying, yes father. A few days later, Martial Palace Building. In the conference room on the roof, in front of a long mahogany table, Elder Su sat at the first place. His old face was covered with sorrowful clouds, his eyebrows twisted into a pimple. Below them sat 3 people in turn. Envoy Luo Jin from the Law Enforcement Department, Envoy Han Jin from the Intelligence Department, and Zhang Junyue from the Supervision Department were dressed in white suits, with the air of an aristocrat, and no expression could be seen on their cold faces. Today, apart from Qin Ming from the Military Department, all of the Golden Martial Ambassadors from Division 15 were present this time. In the conference room, the air seemed to have frozen, and only the occasional sound of wind coming from the window could break the suffocating silence. Elder Su's expression was serious as he swept his gaze over the 3 people present, his voice low. How many days has it been since the 100 Beasts cult's Dark Moon King entered the base city? What have you all been doing? Can't you find any clues at all? Ambassador Han Jin of the Ministry of Intelligence bore the brunt of the attack, owing slightly with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Elder Su, the Dark Moon King's whereabouts are just too secretive. I believe that after some more time, we will definitely be able to recognize the other party's hiding. Elder Su sighed and waved his hand. That's just it. The other party is after all a Zhongsher-level powerhouse. It is indeed difficult for you to handle the case. He paused and then asked, by the way, those suicides that happened recently, how is the investigation going? Is there any connection between this and the Dark Moon King or not? On the side, Envoy Luo Jin of the Law Enforcement Department immediately stood up and respectfully replied, reporting back to the elder. According to my subordinate's verification, the multiple suicides that have occurred in the base city recently were most likely done by the Dark Moon King. Speak carefully. Elder Su raised his eyes and said faintly. Luo Jin made clear his throat and began to report in detail. Through the purple-robed chief captured from Lu Qing's convalescence store, and after some interrogation, we have obtained some basic information about the Dark Moon King. This person, the Dark Moon King, is extreme in her behavior, preferring what she calls justice, and abhors what she considers injustice and bullying of the weak. According to several recent suicides, it has been proven that all of the victims had done things that went against the Dark Moon King's philosophy during their lifetime, such as bullying and oppressing employees in the workplace, official personnel using their power to oppress others, illegally appropriating other people's property, and humiliating other people's wives and daughters, etc. The suicides of these people, all indications are that they should all be the handiwork of the Dark Moon King. Ha! Ambassador Han Jin of the Intelligence Department let out a cold laugh, his tone filled with disdain. So, she's still a warrior who seeks justice for the people? Jiang Jun had been silent, but at this moment, he suddenly laughed out. If you listen to it like that, it seems like it. Envoy Han Jin turned his head violently, glaring angrily at Jiang Jun and rebutted with a loud chorus. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The state has its own laws, and the family has its own rules. Even if those victims made mistakes, they should be enforced by my martial palace, not killed at her Dark Moon King's say-so. Cynicism and justice?
That's just the perverted mentality of thieves of the 100 Beasts cult like her. Such a dangerous person must be controlled and snuffed out in time. Buckle up. Elder Sue's dry and thin fingers gently knocked against the smooth mahogany desktop, making a crisp sound. Only then did Han Jingjie realize that he had just lost control of his emotions, and he took a deep breath to calm his agitated feelings and slowly sat back in his chair. Elder Su looked around the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Ambassador Han Jin, his tone low and serious. In any case, this serial suicide farce directed by the Dark Moon King must be stopped as soon as possible. No matter what method you use, make sure to lock down the Dark Moon King's whereabouts in the shortest possible time. I don't want the Elder Hall and the other bases to look at our Branch 15 as a joke. Yes, disperse. In the meantime, inside an elegantly decorated restaurant in the bustling city center, a young beauty anchor is live broadcasting. Facing millions of fans, the girl smiles coquettishly at the cell phone screen. The camera is aimed at the dazzling array of dishes on the table. Families, take a look at this squirrel mandarin fish. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sweet and sour. Yu Yu's voice was crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains, and it traveled in all directions through the cell phone. The pop-ups were like a tidal wave. Wow! Goddess Luna has brought us to eat delicious food again. This mandarin fish is so well done. My mouth is watering. Yu, eat slowly. Be careful of scalding. This restaurant looks so upscale. The spending must not be low, right? Yu, the dress you're wearing today is so pretty. Just like a fairy descending to earth. Upstairs, don't just look at the dress. Look at the food. That's the point. Suddenly, a crisp sound of breaking glass broke the otherwise harmonious atmosphere in the restaurant. The voice came from a window seat not far away. There, a middle-aged man with a big belly was glaring at the young waitress. The waitress had her head down, her face white, and she was carrying a tray with spilled red wine and shards of glass. The middle-aged man's obese face was covered with anger as he stood up violently, his large greasy hands raised high. Pop! A stinging slap echoed through the restaurant. The waitress's petite body was slapped so hard that she staggered back, and bright red five-finger marks instantly surfaced on her white cheeks. Q. The middle-aged man pointed at the waitress's nose and cursed. You don't have eyes, do you? Know how much this suit costs? Chapter 45, I deserve to die. What's going on? Goddess Luna. What happened? The anchor woman, Yu, quickly aimed her cell phone camera at the obese middle-aged man. The cell phone screen. The middle-aged man was oily, his body fat quivering as he breathed. In the restaurant, the waitress had her head bowed, her shoulders trembling, her voice tinged with sobs. I'm sorry, was all she could do to keep apologizing. How much is sorry worth? The middle-aged man's plump lips were one and the other, spitting out words like oil-stained knives. Call your manager? You must compensate the old man. Seeing this, the majority of the water users immediately guessed what had happened. The pop-ups instantly exploded. It's not just a dirty shirt? This fat bastard is so hateful. Goddess Yu, expose him. This kind of scum deserves to be punished. Support Luna and show him what social death means. At that moment, the middle-aged man seemed to have sensed something, and he turned his head violently, spotting Yu who was filming. The muscles in his obese face twitched like a toad whose tail had been stepped on, and he pointed at Yu and roared. Damn it, who gave you permission to shoot? However, when he approached with a fat, aggressive stride, when he saw Yu's face, which was so beautiful, his whole body froze and stayed in place. Gulp! A very distinct swallowing sound. He had lived for more than 30 years, and it was the first time he had seen such an extreme girl. A face full of collagen and blown-out skin. A pale pink dress with 2 layers of cream-colored gauze collars folded in front of the neck. The hem of the dress was plump and prominent, and the snow-white collarbones on top of it were as distinct as finely carved white jade. What a beautiful clavicle. What does it have to taste like? Would love to try it. Dress conservatively. The man's gaze scanned downward and he couldn't help but frown. A long dress with canvas shoes that only showed a sliver of her calf. You're supposed to wear high-heeled sandals. Showing off those lollipop-like toes. Gulp. The middle-aged man's throat knots rolled violently as he unabashedly looked Yu up and down, his gaze extremely aggressive and completely demented. Gotta get her. Since these years developed, everything he looks at the woman, wife, student, he can get, strong softeen, all kinds of means are played clearly. With this extreme beauty in front of her, it could be said that all the women in front of her combined could not compare to her. Get her. The pop-ups have opened up. ******** That lewd look. Goddess Yu, be careful. This dead fat pig definitely doesn't have good intentions. Familiars, protect our goddess Yu and dash him to pieces. At the table, Yu didn't move a muscle and didn't react much. It was only for a certain moment that her originally clear eyes suddenly glowed with a bizarre scarlet color. When the man met his eyes, He only felt a chill go straight from the soles of his feet to the sky, as if his soul had been frozen. These scarlet eyes were like a mandala blooming in the abyss, demonic and dangerous. His body stiffened for a split second, his mind going blank as if he were an empty shell from which his soul had been drained. But soon, the confusion in his eyes dissipated and he was back to his old self. It's like nothing happened. As it happened, the restaurant manager arrived in a hurry at that moment. He hurriedly apologized to the middle-aged man with a haircut. "This gentleman, I'm really sorry, it's our negligence." No, the middle-aged man, however, suddenly interrupted the manager's words. His eyes fluttered a bit, seemingly reflecting on something. "No, don't blame her. This little girl is careless. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hit people. The middle-aged man repeated the last sentence in his mouth as if he had lost his soul. Then he turned to himself and walked out of the restaurant. And inside the restaurant, the manager and the waitress froze in place. The surrounding guests were also uncertain, not understanding why the unreasonable middle-aged greasy man suddenly changed his attitude. Families, that's all for today's live broadcast. Next time, I'll bring you guys some delicious food. 886 by the dining table window. You smiled sweetly and flew a kiss to the camera. Ended the broadcast. On the other hand, the middle-aged man stood in the doorway of the restaurant and raised his hand to slap himself. "How could I? I'll be damned," he whispered to himself, his eyes blank as he stood on the curb. A black sedan quickly drove up. The driver took the initiative to get out of the car and pulled the door open for the man. "Mr. Wu, going to the office tonight or sending you home?" "Go back home," the man replied mechanically with hollow eyes. The car door closed, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. Inside the car, there was a crunch as the man slapped himself again. "I'll be damned," he groaned in agony. "Wu, Mr. Wu, what's wrong with you?" The driver carefully observed the man's movements through the rearview mirror, his tone filled with doubt. The man, however, as if he had not heard, his mouth continued to chant, as if he was possessed. Back at home, the man stepped into the shower, the hot water washing over his body. When he came out of the bathroom, he actually slapped himself again. "It's all my fault. I'm so damned. He sat on the couch and turned on the TV, its glow reflecting on his dull face. Snap! "I'll be damned." He lay in bed, trying to fall asleep, but tossing and turning. Snap! "I'll be damned. The man, who had managed to fall asleep, jerked his eyes open as if awakened by a nightmare. He began to strangle himself hard with his hands, and his breathing gradually became difficult. Meanwhile, the words kept coming out of his mouth. "I should really die." His struggles grew fainter and fainter. His eyes grew lax. A scarlet light flashed in his eyes. And finally, he lost his breath completely. Like a drowning man finally sinking to the bottom of the sea, all is at peace. The next day, early morning, inside the cordon, the messy room was like a hurricane passing through, with items scattered all over the place. At the scene of the crime, an obese body lies on a bed, eyes wide open, face distorted like a still sculpture, recording the horror of the last moments of his life. At this point, Su Sanqing pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and spoke in a calm tone. "Yuan team, the name of the deceased is Wu Yongka, 38 years old, unmarried, vice president of a small pharmaceutical company. The time of death was initially judged to be 3 o'clock in the morning last night." After a pause, he continued. "The deceased's behavior during his lifetime was bizarre, just like the previous suicide case. The preliminary conclusion is that it was the Dark Moon King's doing." Yuan Chong scratched his hair irritably and his mechanical arm made a slight clicking sound. "It's the Dark Moon King again. Yesterday, just after the meeting above, our precinct had a fatal incident. This time we'll be scolded again when we go back." He rubbed his temples and asked, "What about the autopsy results?" Only to see Zhou Man walk over with her slender legs and report, "Team Yuan, the autopsy results show that the deceased was all normal, mentally intact and in good health." Ugh! Yuan Chang's mechanical arm clenched into a fist and sighed heavily. This damned Dark Moon King, how the hell did she do it? Is it fun for a grandmaster to kill these ordinary people? Zhou Man frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes flickered for a moment, and she proposed, "Team Yuan, why don't we find Lu Qing to come over and take a look?" Yuan Chong sniffed and suddenly brightened up. Chapter 46, Autopsy Results. Peaceful healing shop. Lu Qing stretched, his bones crackling. He stayed up all night. The handiwork is getting more and more skillful. The corner of his mouth curled up in an arc of satisfaction as he scrutinized the fourth-grade frost mecha in front of him, which was glowing with a cold aura. Needles don't poke. Lu Qing's tone was full of satisfaction. The extremely cold attribute grade 4 metal that Elder Shah had been asked to acquire earlier was finally delivered yesterday. Together with the 4 obtained from the Chen family, it made up exactly one set. Lu Qing upgraded his broken level 3 cold iron mech into a level 4 frost mech in one night. And it's perfect quality. It was important to realize that a level 4 perfect quality mechanical limb could have an increase in chi and blood of up to 55%. It was even slightly better than Chen Zhao's fine quality Red Inferno copper mechanical leg. And the increase for a full exoskeleton mech has to be doubled, at a staggering 110%. With this frost mecha, as long as you don't exceed the 4th grade, you will be suppressed by the frost effect. It can beat the beginning and middle of the 4th grade. If it's combined with the push-up sky palm, I can slap a peak 4th grade to death. A flash of joy appeared on Lu Qing's face. The bottom line brought by his innate strength made his heart much more solid. Coming to this crisis-ridden world, there is always a preliminary ability to protect oneself. When he encountered a crazy woman like Donna again, Lu Qing wouldn't mind giving her a taste of a mature man slap. Moreover, the frost mecha had fused 8 metals with extreme cold attributes, and in the process, a special metamorphosis had occurred. As long as he wore it, Lu Qing's chi and blood would come with a frost effect. It can freeze the enemy's chi, blood and flesh. This is certainly another new development point. If you use a metal fusion with other attributes, does it produce any other special effects? This is yet to be attempted. But the exoskeleton mech is the bottom card and has to be kept secret. Only mechanical limbs can be shown to the public at the moment. Before he was not strong enough, Lu Qing decided to stabilize his hand first. Also, 2 system quests were completed. Thanks to the advertising effect of the Chen family heir, he managed to attract a big customer 3 days ago. The other party was the president of the Giant Axe Martial Arts Association, a disabled martial artist of the 4th grade of innate, who was generous and powerful, and ranked in the top 10 of the civilian martial arts organizations in base 15, not weaker than the Black Dragon Association at the time. On the other hand, it's Sha Lao. Sha Lao was already an innate, and the secondary mechanical leg could no longer fulfill his needs. Lu Qing then upgraded him with a level 4 blistering wind mechanical leg, completing a handful of performances in the process. The quest progress came to April 5th, just missing the last. Lu Qing had already seen the indestructible body transformation method beckoning to him. When the time came to break through the 3rd grade and break the record of Zhang Juni, the first genius of the martial hall, it was exhilarating to think about it. There's also the martial hall's potions that are not bad. These past few days of cultivation, my chi and blood have already broken through the 600 card mark, reaching the middle of the 2nd grade. At the end of this month, the late 2nd grade is expected. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth rose slightly as he felt the thick chi and blood power in his body. Just then, the cell phone rang suddenly. Lu Qing took a look at the caller ID on the screen. Joe Man. Hey, Sister Joe Man. Lu Qing scratched the answer button, and a familiar female voice came from the opposite side. After a brief conversation, Lu Qing roughly understood the situation. Suicide. Dark Moon King. Why are you involved with the 100 Beasts cult again? And this time it's one of the 4 cardinals. The Dark Moon King. A 7th grade grandmaster. A real big shot. This has to be a different price. Never mind. It's just to get an autopsy. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. With that, Lu Qing cleaned up and walked out of the healing store. 40 minutes later, Lu Qing arrives at the crime scene. Outside the cordon, Lu Qing showed his martial ambassador's ID and the security personnel immediately released him. In the room, Yuan Chong, Zhou Man and Su Sanxing were gathered around to discuss the case. When they saw Lu Qing, the 3 of them immediately looked over, their expressions excited. Lu Qing, you're here. Yuan Chang's tone was heavy. This is the deceased. You help take a look. Good. Lu Chang nodded. He walked over to the dead man, Wu Yongku, and slowly squatted down. The eye of divine chance opened quietly, like a scanner, rapidly gathering information. On the system panel, information surfaced. Ding! The patient you detected has died. The death report is as follows. Name, Wu Yongka. Cultivation, none. Cause of death, suffered from the contamination of the Overlord-level Fierce Beast Red Moon Evil Phoenix. His soul was traumatized and tortured by manipulation. Introduction, Red Moon Evil Phoenix. A 7th Order Overlord Fierce Beast, born with evil pupils that can manipulate other people's souls, and is the legendary messenger of death. Evil pupil. Lu Qing whispered to himself, his brows locked. The Dark Moon King was a 7th grade sect master, and the probability was that he had fused the eyes of the Red Moon Evil Phoenix. That's why it possesses this means of killing people. This does not work on the mental and physical bodies, but attacks the soul level directly. Conventional medical methods naturally could not identify the cause of death, much less deduce the Dark Moon King's modus operandi. Lu Qing got up and walked over to Yuan Chong. Well, Yuan Chong eagerly inquired, as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. It's the ability of the 7th ranked ferocious beast Red Moon Evil Phoenix. Lu Qing spoke in a calm tone. It can manipulate souls.
The Dark Moon King should possess this ability, but not completely. One thing to note is that the way she casts it is through her eyes. Eyes? Yuan Chong repeated, a glint in his eyes. This was a crucial clue. If this was the opponent's means of combat, they could prepare in advance. This is very favorable. Yuan Chong excitedly said, good, we'll go back and report to the top. Nightfall. Inside a Netflix company in a building in the center of a busy city. The warblers and the swallows. The fat and the powder. Many beautiful female anchors are busy in the dressing room, tracing eyebrows and applying powder. 9 o'clock at night. It's their time to go to work. Some of them practiced smiling in the mirror. Some exchanged beauty tips with each other, while others took selfies with their cell phones and shared their daily lives. The air smelled of perfume and makeup. Hello, Yu Outdoor is back. At that moment, the anchorwoman, Yu, passed through the corridor, clattering on her black high heels as she walked through the corridor towards the office at the end. The office is lavishly decorated with understated luxury. The soft woolen carpet covered the whole room, and stepping on it was like stepping on a cloud. Several valuable oil paintings hang on the walls, exuding a strong artistic flavor. Behind the desk, there sat a middle-aged man in a burgundy suit. He had handsome features, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was combed with an air of superiority. The next moment, seeing Moon arrive, he got up in a hurry and greeted them respectfully. Yu walked straight to the boss chair and sat down elegantly, crossing her legs in a lazy and casual posture. The handsome man immediately knelt down on one knee and lowered his head, his tone respectful. See Coronation of the Dark Moon King. Chapter 47 Dark Moon King's Concern. Get up. Yu lifted her delicate chin slightly. Many thanks, Coronet. The handsome man hurriedly got up and respectfully retreated to the side. In her boss's chair, Yu fished a strawberry-flavored lollipop out of her pocket, ripping open the wrapper and popping the candy into his mouth. He asked vaguely, well, who's next in line? This, the handsome man stammered, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Back, to the coronet. Those corrupt officials currently under investigation have already been killed cleanly by you. His eyes fluttered as he spoke, clearly in some awe. Yeah? Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt on her delicate face. That's all the corrupt officials at base 15? She twirled the lollipop in her hand as if it was incredible. Is it possible that you killed too fast? The handsome man was bellyaching in his heart, but on the surface, he did not dare to have the slightest negligence, and quickly pleaded, it is my subordinate who is not doing a good job, and I will send someone to investigate deeply again. Am good. Yu nodded in satisfaction. A bright innocent smile appeared on her pure face, like a pure neighborhood girl. If a corrupt official doesn't have one, Yu cocked her head. A crooked businessman will do. This, the handsome man hesitated a bit, seemed to think of something, and stammered, there is something, only, there are people from our 100 Beasts sect in here. After saying that, he carefully glanced at this ant, fearing that he would anger the other party. This Dark Moon King in front of me, I heard that he was the most temperamental of the 4 cardinals. What do I care who they belong to? Only to hear the young girl not thinking, her tone was flat. You only need to tell me. These people, have they ever done anything to hurt the heavens and oppress the good and the good? The handsome man was speechless. Who the hell would join the beast cult if they didn't hurt the world? But isn't it true that all those who join the sect have killed and broken the law, and don't want to be sanctioned by the martial palace, so they join the sect? Naturally there is. Handsome the man lowered his head and answered truthfully. Alright then, give me the information. You took the lollipop out of her mouth and twirled it around in her fingertips, her tone undeniable. The handsome man hesitated for a moment, but still handed over a document, while explaining stiffly, Coronet, do you want to reconsider? In here, there are 3 of the 6 Desire King's men. One of them is still a purple-clothed deacon, and the other 2 are also blue-clothed deacons. None of their positions are low. Will you cause the 6 Desires King's displeasure if you do this? 6 Desires? Yu's small face showed surprise as she put the lollipop back into her mouth and sipped it hard, making a crisp ringing sound. Then you inform him. Just say that this king is going to stay in the southeast region for a while, and that the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th bases are now under my control. Let him restrain his men, or else, the king wouldn't mind taking his octopus apart again and feeding it to the wild dogs. The handsome man trembled. This Dark Moon King is really ruthless. No longer dare to say one more sentence. After a pause, his words changed. Coronet, there is one more thing. This afternoon, a secret agent lurking in Martial Temple Branch 15 wrote that the temple had gained some information about your abilities through the autopsy of a suicide victim, regarding the fact that your evil pupil has been exposed. My subordinate is worried that the Martial Hall will target this, and I'm afraid that it won't be favorable to you. Oh, you twirled the lollipop in her hand, making a crisp cluck, cluck, cluck sound.
A hint of disdain appeared on his delicate face. That group of drunkards from the martial hall still have this ability? The handsome man wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and explained. It's a martial arts physician named Lu Qing. This person has excellent medical skills and is quite skillful, but his strength is average. Coronet, would you like my subordinate to go ahead and slaughter him? Suzuki took the lollipop out of her mouth and asked curiously. What about this guy? Has he done anything to hurt the world? The handsome man recalled Lu Qing's information and said slowly. According to the current information investigation, this person just joined the martial palace not long ago. His parents were both dead, and he was mediocre. Later on, he invented mechanical surgery and caught the attention of the martial palace, which led him to become a special physician. As for things like corruption and oppression of the good, I haven't heard of it yet. That's hard for me to do. It's a good man, or a doctor, you said with clear eyes as she put the lollipop back in her mouth. The handsome man froze. He was inwardly speechless. If he encountered this kind of mortal enemy who had broken through his secrets, he would have to be the first one to die. You still talk about this principle? No wonder they say you're a disgrace to the Holy Church. The 4 cardinals of the 100 Beasts cult are really all abnormal. It's really no injustice at all. But, he persuaded undauntedly, this man's medical skills are bizarre and his methods are unpredictable. If we let him see anything more from the autopsy, it will be even more unfavorable to you. Well, you have a point there. Oh. Yu's eyes rolled as if she was thinking about something. A moment later, she spoke. Then keep an eye on this Lu Qing for me. If he is corrupt, you will notify me at the first opportunity, and this king will personally take his life. She crunched the lollipop, the crisp sound echoing through the room. Let's go. Yu stood up from her boss chair and stretched, her marvelous figure visible. Inform those 3 henchmen from 6 Desires to watch their necks at home. The king is going to kill someone. The words fell out of her mouth as she casually tossed the lollipop wrapper into the trash. The next moment, the man was the only one left in the office. Greetings to the coronation of the Dark Moon King. The handsome man bowed deeply in the direction of its disappearance and let out a long sigh of relief. 5 days later, in the lounge of the martial hall, Lu Qing sat cross-legged, breathing long and hard. Wisps of heaven and earth yuan qi, like a trickle of water, surged into his body, nourishing his limbs and bones. 24 orifices, like 24 shining stars, greedily devoured the yuan qi of heaven and earth. His body, as if it were a dry sponge, absorbed water to its heart's content. Not long after, Lu Qing slowly exhaled and opened his eyes. A flash of joy flickered in his deep eyes. 820 cards of qi blood. Late 2nd grade now. Lu Qing clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. After using the heaven and earth yuan liquid to quench his body, his cultivation speed increased by more than 10 times. Unusual 2nd grade martial artists have only opened 12 orifices. He, on the other hand, had opened a full 24 orifices. That's the difference between genius and mediocrity. And then you think of the god of wealth. Zhang Junyi, the 2nd grade and 28 orifices? How exaggerated is that? Lu Qing lamented in his heart. Now the cultivation speed was raised, but the consumption was also great. The 20 cultivation potions were now mostly used up. 16 empty, clear test tubes, with only the last 4 remaining, presented a pale blue liquid. With these, cultivating to the peak of the 2nd grade is definitely not enough. Luckily, the last thing I need right now is money. On Lu Qing's face, a smile appeared. Chapter 48 Selective Triggering. Nanotrauma Repair Techniques. Luckily, the last thing I need right now is money. On Lu Qing's face, a smile appeared. Now that he had little foam as a well-behaved disciple, he acted as a shirker every day. The first level of mechanical surgery Lu Qing do not have to care. Every day to sit and wait for the accounts can be. In half a month, his wealth value had accumulated to over $50 million. This huge amount of money, piled up in his account balance. This was something Lu Qing never dared to dream of in his previous life. Suddenly, the cell phone rang abruptly, interrupting Lu Qing's thoughts. He picked up his cell phone and swept his eyes across the screen, slightly surprised by the contacts displayed. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Bin. In high school, the two were as close as diehards. However, since Lu Qing had fallen off the list and Xiao Bin had been admitted to the Star Martial Arts University, they had less contact and naturally drifted apart. Hello? Lu Qing pressed the answer button. Old Lu. Xiao Bin's familiar voice came from the receiver with a bit of enthusiasm. How have you been? Not bad. Lu Qing held a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. You are doing well at Star Martial University. Are you now? Junior in college? Yeah. I'm now a late 1st grade martial artist. Xiao Bin's tone carried a hint of emotion. See, you also know that she's always been the most talented of the 3 of us, and is now a peak 1st grade martial artist. It's just that she hasn't found the right body hardening materials yet, and she hasn't been able to break through to the second grade for the time being. Last time we went to White Cloud Mountain, we heard that there was heaven and earth yuan liquid and wanted to try our luck, but as a result, we almost put our little lives on the line. Alas, saying too much is all tears. White Cloud Mountain? Lu Qing was slightly stunned. The last White Cloud Mountain incident. Xiaobin and Feng Shiyu also went there? They should have been saved by the other Martial Palace squads and not run into them themselves. What's up? Looking for me? Lu Qing said quickly. Although they had less contact, they were still on good terms as diehards and said whatever they wanted at the few parties that followed. Oh yes, 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 I almost forgot about business. Xiaobin's tone suddenly became excited. Tomorrow, the convention center will unite with all the major universities to hold a talent recruitment fair. I heard that all major groups, small and medium-sized companies will attend for project cooperation. CA and I will be interns soon and are also planning to attend. Do you want to join us? Convention Center, affiliated with the First Budo Association, the First Martial Arts Association, on the other hand, is the leading civil organization in Base 15. The president was said to be a 6th grade martial arts master with numerous industries and martial arts businesses throughout Base 15. Companies and organizations large and small, but anyone who wants to do business can't get around the First Association. Apart from those official martial artists with iron rice bowls, every talent recruitment fair would cause a huge stir. Graduates from various universities and private martial artists, like crucians in a river, crowded their heads to get in and seek opportunities for development. I won't go. Lu Qing refused in a natural tone. He is now a special physician of the Temple of Martial Arts, and his patients are all bigots, so what's the point of going to that thing? However, these words became a different flavor when they heard Xiaobin's ears, only to hear Xiaobin's tone of comfort. He said bitterly, Old Lu, I know you've been very lost since you didn't get into WU, but this is the First Association's activity, and it's really a very good opportunity. You know how to practice medicine, maybe you can be recognized by a good pharmaceutical company? Lu Qing, momentarily speechless, really do not know how to refuse to be good. But, just then, the system's mechanical beep sounded in his ears. Ding, choose to trigger. Your medical career is already a small success. If you want to further expand the influence of Shinji Healing Way, how will you choose? Option 1, steady development, treating patients and expanding the reputation of the divine mechanic physician. Reward, level 1 metal asterisk 200 pieces. Level 2 metal asterisk 100 pieces. Level 3 metal asterisk 50 pieces. Option 2, seek cooperation to establish an industry and promote Shinji medical products. Reward, nanotrauma repair technology. Okay, I'll go. In the next second, Lu Qing immediately changed his words. Xiaobin is still bitter. Old Lu you just go. Really? What? You go? Right. I have things to do. So I'll see you at the convention center tomorrow. After Lu Qing finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone, not giving Xiaobin the opportunity to continue pursuing the question. Toot toot. The phone's busy signal echoed in Xiaobin's ears, and he remained a little confused. On this side, Lu Qing put down his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth hooked up an imperceptible arc. He quickly tapped on the system interface, his eyes burning. The excitement was like a tidal wave. Metal resources? The last thing he needed right now was money. Not at all. What really made him care was that the system had finally provided a new divine machine technology again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the nanotrauma repair technology. Introduction: this technology uses mechanical metal to make nano repair patch that can repair trauma. Remarks: Grade D repair patch can instantly heal injuries caused by third-order ferocious beasts. Grade C repair patch can instantly heal injuries caused by fourth-order demons. Grade B repair patch can instantly heal injuries caused by fifth-order demons. Grade A repair patch can instantly heal injuries caused by sixth-order injuries. And Grade S repair patch can instantly heal injuries caused by seventh-order injuries. Ding! Branch quest released, requesting the host to establish medical cooperation and sell 1,000 copies of nano repair paste to the outside world. Mission progress, 0/1000. Completion reward, celestial rank weapon equality of all beings. After reading the system panel, Lu Qing's eyes were on fire. It also rewards celestial weapons. Just what does the name equality of all beings mean again? Whatever. It must be awesome. Jiang Jun's green dragon jade sword was only earth ranked, and the equality of all beings was bound to hang around as a heaven-ranked weapon. The next day, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, north of the bustling city center, an imposing building rises, the First Association Convention Center. Its unique spiral structure, like a DNA double helix, with a giant glass sword inserted upside down in the middle, symbolizes the intersection of martial arts and technology. Under the sunlight, the glass curtain wall reflects the brilliant light, like a huge crystal palace.
In front of the convention center, luxury cars are gathered. A sports car and a stretch business sedan of different shapes and sizes were parked on the side of the road in order. The people who came down from the car were either rich or noble. All of them were the upper class and business elites of the base. And among them, there was no lack of martial artists with powerful breaths. And there were even popular female celebrities. Chug chug chug. Lu Qing rode his beloved little electric donkey and slowly drove in, stopping between a bunch of luxury cars. He was wearing a black hooded sweatshirt today with a cool print of I'm 9 pins on his chest, gray jeans and a pair of mid-top board shorts. The sunlight sprinkled on his face, outlining the angular contours, and with a height of 1.85 meters, he was as sunny and handsome as he could be. A security guard saw him and rushed over, shouting, "Sir, please wait, you can't." However, he saw Lu Qing get up in style, pulling out the keys to the little electric donkey. He tossed them to the other man. 3 grams of oil. Chapter 49 Cooperation. Slow down. The security guard froze for a moment as he hurriedly stopped Lu Qing. "Sir, please show me a letter from the invited company or a student ID from one of the 3 major universities. I need to check it." He looked Lu Qing up and down, all dressed in ground goods and riding a broken donkey. Not even wearing formal attire for such a grand occasion. Maybe it's another muckraker. "I didn't," Lu Qing said with a calm expression. The security guard's attitude immediately hardened. "Then you can't enter." Sure enough, he had already encountered 5 people who wanted to fish in troubled waters today, and he didn't expect another one to pop up. Today was the first association's important annual party. Not just any cat or dog could get in. At the thought, he puffed out his chest as if guarding some sacred temple. "Is this okay?" Lu Qing didn't panic and pulled out a black ID from his pocket. The edges are stamped with a gold lace pattern, and a delicate bronze star is embedded in the center of the front, reflecting a faint metallic luster in the sunlight. Marshal Ambassador Certificate? The guard's eyes stared like bronze bells. He took the document with trembling hands, and after carefully and repeatedly scrutinizing it, his face instantly became serious and he stammered, "This can be, totally can." He hastily returned his credentials with both hands, nodding and bowing. To hell with his sacred temple. Such a handsome Lord Martial Envoy. Naturally he can go wherever he wants. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction and pointed at his little electric donkey. "Please help me pick a parking space and charge it on the way." Yes. The security guard nodded busily. Hurriedly, he pushed his electric donkey and jogged along in search of a parking space. A few moments later, Lu Qing walked into the large convention hall. A sparkling crystal chandelier hangs from the high vaulted ceiling, spilling soft light and illuminating the sparkling picture of the evening. In the center of the hall, the long dining table, covered with a snow-white tablecloth, was set with exquisite meals and fine wines, clothes and drinks. Men in suits and women in evening gowns talk and laugh, exuding the nobility of the upper class with their hands and feet. The air was filled with the scent of expensive perfume and champagne. Soft music echoed in the ears, and everything seemed luxurious and elegant. Well, Xiao Bin and the others don't seem to have arrived yet, so I can go to the organizers first and talk about cooperation. Lu Qing looked around, calculating in his mind. With that, he found the front desk of the party hall. A young lady wearing a black OL uniform with exquisite makeup was sitting there with a kind smile on her face. Lu Qing walked forward, took out his Martial Ambassador certificate, and smiled. "Hello, I'm looking for your president." In the meantime, 28th floor, a luxurious office. The strong scent of cigars filled the air, and a middle-aged man in a black tang suit with a sturdy figure leaned back on a leather sofa, gulping down clouds. The smoke revealed the man's appearance. He had a square face, wide ears, and a thick cigar in his right hand, with thick, bony knuckles, distinguishing him from other upper-class men with more of a jaded, reckless air. This person was none other than the president of the First Association, Shen Ao. His cultivation had reached the early 6th grade, and he was a solid martial arts master. This President Shun, back then, started from nothing and built a huge martial arts and business power in Base 15, privately sitting on dozens of martial arts industries under his name, worth tens of billions of dollars, a veritable lord. Beside, a mature, beautiful secretary in a professional suit stood respectfully at one side and reported, "President, the 68 companies we invited, as well as the top management of the 3 major university authorities, have all arrived. Do you think the party can begin?" "Well, start." Shin Ao lightly exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings and nodded with deep eyes. "Okay." The female secretary turned her dimpled figure and was about to go down to make arrangements when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. The female secretary quickly walked out of the office to answer it, and 2 minutes later, he was back inside the office. The female secretary respectfully looked at Shin Ao and said, "President, there is a martial envoy from the Martial Palace who wants to see you." "Martial envoy?" Shin Ao raised his eyebrows, flicking the thick cigar in his hand with a hint of carelessness in his tone. Gold or silver martial envoy? At his level, a martial arts master of the 6th rank, he almost stood in the first echelon of power in the base city, and lesser people were not qualified to see him at all. It is a copper martial envoy. The female secretary replied carefully, as if she was worried that Shin Ao would be displeased by this. She was also surprised. Was the president something that a mere bronze martial ambassador could meet just because he wanted to? After all, Shin Ao was on the same level as the golden martial envoy of the martial palace. Don't see. Shin Ao refused dryly, not even raising his eyelids. The female secretary stood in place, thought for a moment, but still added, President. The other party said that his name is Lu Qing, and said that he was looking for you to cooperate, and that you would agree to see him. Lu Qing. Shin Ao's fingers clamped on his cigar slightly lurched, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The special physician of the martial palace? The Lu Qing who created the mechanical surgery? If it was really the other side, he would love to meet them. As we all know, martial arts medicine has always been the most lucrative profiteering industry, and the other party holds such era-leading, cutting-edge technology like mechanical limbs in their hands. It would be hard not to get rich if we could reach a partnership. The female secretary replied with less certainty. It seems so. In fact, she didn't know. She hadn't heard of Lu Qing's name, but when faced with the boss's question, even if you say it wrong, you can't not know it. This is the basic law of the workplace. In the next moment, a glint suddenly flashed in Shin Ao's eyes, and he opened his mouth with some excitement. The party is delayed for half an hour. Secretary Lu, go down and invite him over in person. Secretary Lu's eyes lifted slightly, his expression unexpected. 5 minutes later, she was back in the office again, followed by a handsome young brunette. Mr. Lu, this is the president of our first association. Secretary Lu led Lu Qing into the spacious and bright office with a respectful tone. Shin Ao was sitting on the sofa. When he saw Lu Qing come in, his face was piled with smiles and he took the initiative to reach out his hand politely. Dr. Lu, Mr. Shin has really heard a lot about you. Seeing this, Lu Qing also greeted him with a smile and shook Shin Ao's hand. President Shin is overpraised. Your martial attainments are so profound that you're about to break through the mid-6th grade. My little achievement is not worth mentioning in front of you. The smile on Shin Ao's face instantly stalled, and his heart was shocked. He had recently reached a bottleneck and was struggling to find a way to break through, but he didn't expect to be seen through by this young man in front of him. He hadn't even told his own son about this matter, and Lu Qing actually had this kind of eyesight. This son can become a special physician of the martial palace. Really is not idle awe. The look he gave Lu Qing also gained a little more importance. Ha ha ha. Shin Ao laughed cheerfully, hiding his inner surprise. Dr. Lu is really not simple. Secretary Lu, you go out first. I want to talk to Dr. Lu alone. Yes, the beautiful secretary respectfully answered, turned to leave, and gently brought the door with her. Chapter 50, the exhibition begins. The other side. Inside the lobby of the gala, the bigwigs of various leading enterprises gathered together, talked and laughed as they talked about the development plan and business pattern of the base city. Perhaps a few unintentional words affect the direction of the lives of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of base city residents. At that moment, a man and a woman walked into the hall. Xiaobin was dressed in a black suit with 7-part bangs, meticulously groomed, and even though he had an ordinary appearance, he looked extraordinarily spirited. Today, Feng Shiyu was wearing a champagne-colored evening gown that outlined her exquisite figure. The snow-white skin was like congealed fat, and the delicate collarbone was like the neck of a swan. Under the hem of the skirt was a pair of long, well-proportioned legs, slim and white. She wore her hair in an elegant bun, with a girlish innocence and a mature charm. This is a student from Star Martial Arts University, isn't it? So pretty and with a good temperament. A senior from a prestigious school is different. The temperament is not something those in the clubhouse can have. Ha ha ha, Mr. Li, how about recruiting to your company? Xiaobin looked around and couldn't help but marvel. Worthy of being the first association. What a big row. He turned his head to Feng Shiyu. Shiyu, old Lu hasn't arrived yet. He might not be able to enter. Why don't you go in first, and I'll wait for him at the door? Hearing Lu Qing's name, Feng Shiyu's footsteps lurched and her beautiful eyes lifted. It's better for me to go. Didn't you make an appointment to interview a company today? I'll go and wait for Lu Qing. Xiaobin thought briefly and said, that's fine. Immediately, Feng Shiyu was about to turn around when a 23 or 24-year-old youth suddenly walked over head-on. He was dressed in a dark brown suit, with straight features and a lean figure, but with a hint of arrogance. His name was Chen Liqiang, also graduated from Star Martial University, and had been Feng Shiyu's suitor during college.
His family owns a small arms manufacturing company with over $1 billion in assets, making him a mid-level rich kid. Arriving in front of the young girl, Chen Liqiang's face was piled with smiles. Shiyu, are you here to look for an internship? Why didn't you tell me? I'll just introduce you directly. All the corporate executives here. My dad has connections. No need senior. Feng Shiyu politely declined. Then he took half a step back and pulled away from Chen Liqiang without any trace. On the side, Xiaobin dryly laughed twice. Ha ha ha, Chen Xiao. What a coincidence. Thank you for your kindness, but we still have to wait for someone. Chen Liqiang was instantly speechless, interrupting Xiaobin's words. Waiting for what person? No one is worthy of making us Shiyu wait. Go go go. Let's take you guys to see the world. His tone was arrogant and flippant. This caused Feng Shiyu's willow brows to knit slightly, and a trace of revulsion flashed in her eyes. Xiaobin. Shiyu. Just then, a familiar voice came. Lu Qing came with faith. Feng Shiyu's eyes shone brightly, just like the twinkling stars in the night sky, and she smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming. Lu Qing, long time no see, she greeted with a smile. It's been a long time. He nodded slightly. It was indeed as Xiaobin had said. Feng Shiyu's cultivation had reached the peak of the first grade. It was precisely the time when she needed to arrive to quench her body. When he was in high school, something happened to his family and his parents sacrificed themselves. Feng Shiyu and Xiaobin had always quietly provided him with help, both financially and spiritually, so Lu Qing didn't mind helping each other out now. It just so happened that he had obtained a large amount of heaven and earth yuan liquid in the White Cloud Mountain, and when the time came to share a little of it with the two of them, it would be enough for them to smoothly break through to the second grade. However, Chen Liqiang, who was standing next to him, frowned. He could clearly feel that Feng Shiyu was looking at this brat differently. He definitely doesn't feel wrong. It turned out that Feng Shiyu liked this little white boy. Chen Liqiang looked Lu Qing up and down with scrutiny and disdain in his eyes. He made a show of posturing, the corner of his mouth curling up into a mocking arc. Shiyu, who is this? Chen Xiao. We're not familiar. Please don't address me like that. Feng Shiyu's willow brows knitted slightly, her tone cold. On the side, Xiaobin saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and quickly rounded off the situation. Xiao Chen. Let me introduce. His name is Lu Qing. He's a high school classmate of Shiyu and I. Back then, this brother of mine was unlucky and didn't get into Budo University. Chen Xiao, you have a wide range of contacts. If you can, help me introduce this brother to just about any company. However, after hearing Xiaobin's words, the smile at the corner of Chen Liqiang's mouth grew even wider, and the contempt in his eyes almost overflowed. He hummed contemptuously, not too loud, but loud enough for Lu Qing to hear. Oh, so it's a person who didn't get into Wudao University. In the path of martial arts, talent and hard work are indispensable. Some people, they are destined to be mediocre all their lives. In today's society, without strength, you can only do the lowest level jobs. Fortunately, this young master is kind-hearted and is willing to give these bottom feeders some opportunities. Buddy, knowing me counts as your good fortune. When the time comes to see which company, this young master will open a backdoor for you, at least so that you don't have to move bricks on the construction site in the future. He looked askance at Lu Qing, and his words were filled with a lofty sense of superiority. Lu Qing. Seeing that Lu Qing was dumbfounded by his education, Chen Liqiang immediately revealed a satisfied smile. He looked towards Feng Shiyu with even more complacency, and that's when a clear, loud voice came out, resonating throughout the room. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first society show. The party now officially begins. Will the representatives who read the list of companies please come up to the stage to demonstrate? Tonight, my President Shin has also invited a special honored guest who will bring us a brand new industrial cooperation. I hope that you all will perform positively and get the opportunity to cooperate. A presenter walked to the center of the stage at the very front of the hall. The spotlight hit him as if it were day. Then, one after another, representatives of enterprise companies came on the stage, announced and demonstrated their company's project industries. They are eloquent and passionate about bringing in the best talent in the room, as well as striking partnerships with other companies. The crystal big screen, displaying the information of major leading enterprises, all kinds of data, charts and propaganda films are played in turn, which is mesmerizing. Hello everyone, we are the Divine Iron Weapon Manufacturing Company, Skystar Mechanical Manufacturing. Welcome to, ladies and gentlemen, Deep Blue Elixir Group looks forward to your cooperation. Off stage, Lu Qing leaned against the dining table and picked up an exquisite pastry, savoring it while observing. These three are good for Nano Trauma Patch Co-dealers, Divine Iron, Celestial Star, and Deep Blue Elixir. All three companies are among the top 10 leading companies in Base 15, with strong strength and good reputation. Lu Qing didn't just intend to cooperate with the first association only. His goal was the entire Base 15, and even the broader market. Shiyu, do you want to enter the Deep Blue Elixir group? My dad happens to have some friendship with the personnel manager of their group. Why don't I go and talk to him for you? At this time, Chen Liqiang picked up a glass of red wine and said with a smug smile on his face, No need. And this time, Feng Shiyu's tone was not quite the same. She looked at the representative of the Deep Blue Elixir group on the stage with a look of yearning in her eyes. During these 3 years in college, in addition to her martial arts cultivation, she minored in the subject of elixir research. This time around, she was also looking for a business in the area of elixir manufacturing. The Deep Blue Group, which is the third-ranked corporate leader, is a leader in the pharmaceutical field. To say that she really didn't want to be in Deep Blue would certainly be a lie. But Feng Shiyu really does not want to get involved with Chen Liqiang. On the side, Lu Qing glanced at her as if he could see its mind, chewing a vanilla-flavored cake in his mouth as he spoke faintly. You want to enter this company? Chapter 51 Lu Qing, I'll give you a chance too. You want to get into this company? Lu Qing asked indifferently. Feng Shiyu froze, looked over in surprise, and gently nodded. Aha! A flash of longing showed in her eyes. But there was no graduate of the Department of Pharmaceutical Research who didn't want to enter the Deep Blue Elixir Group. Lu Qing nodded with a look of understanding. Okay, I'll ask for you when the time comes. Put, laughing my ass off. And when Chen Liqiang, who was at the side, heard this, he burst out laughing on the spot, spilling the red wine in his cup. Could you still let Shiyu into Deep Blue with a single word? Who do you think you are? Deep Blue Chairman's own son. He looked at Lu Qing with a sneer on his face, his tone filled with mockery. Failing to get into college only means you're not talented. But talking big is a problem with your character. Shiyu, how could you make friends with this kind of person? The one who is close to Zhu is red and the one who is close to ink is black. Feng Shiyu's face instantly sank like frost. As long as she heard Chen Liqiang speak ill of Lu Qing, she became even more disgusted and loathsome towards him. Who I'm friends with is none of your business. There was a hint of anger in her tone. With that, she turned her head to look at Lu Qing, fearing that Chen Liqiang's words had hurt him. Only, when she turned around she found Lu Qing looking indifferent. It was as if Chen Liqiang's mockery was just a whisper to him. Feng Shiyu's beautiful eyes flowed, and a complex color flowed in her eyes. With her understanding of Lu Qing, she would never talk big. But what did that sentence just mean? Did Lu Qing really know someone from Deep Blue? On the side, Xiaobin also stared at him with wide eyes and surprise. Old Lu, you really don't know anyone from Deep Blue? If he knows, I'll swallow this bottle of red wine on the spot. Without waiting for Lu Qing to answer, Chen Liqiang interrupted again, his expression full of disdain. Lu Qing shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look. It's true that I don't know anyone from Deep Blue. He paused, then revealed a smile and looked at Chen Liqiang. Since Chen Xiao has connections, why don't you try it out? Anyway, we're all trying to help Shiyu. It's the same for whoever helps. When these words came out, Chen Liqiang froze. The face is exactly as ugly as a pig's liver. He was just saying it casually, in order to put on a show in front of Feng Shiyu and suppress Lu Qing, thus showing his superiority. Their family's little tie company wasn't even worthy of mentioning their shoes in front of Deep Blue Elixir. In fact, he was only on the table, listening to his father mentioned with the Deep Blue personnel Su had the honor to eat a meal. In fact, no relationship between the fart. If this really went over, people might not even give a about themselves. Chen Liqiang cursed in his heart. The guy surnamed Lu shall not die. Just go. But the words had already been said. If he didn't go, face would be completely lost. He could only say with a hard head, don't worry CA. I will definitely let you enter Deep Blue. Not far away, a young man in a dark blue designer suit was surrounded by two beautiful women of top quality. The youth was dressed in a suit and wore a valuable watch on his wrist, emphasizing his flamboyance. Two beautiful women, one on the left and one on the right, snuggled up to the youth. Soft voice, extremely pleasing and flattering things. He was none other than the most valued youngest son of the chairman of the Deep Blue Elixir Group, Feng Xiaochen. At only 25 years old, he had broken through the third rank. It's a famous young talent of Base 15, a real sense of luxury. It's not comparable to the likes of Chen Liqiang. Young Master Tatsu, we're done. This year should be good. At this time, Mr. Su, the Human Resources Director of Deep Blue, who was speaking on the stage, walked down and came to Feng Xiaochen's side. Feng Xiaochen nodded with satisfaction. Well, as long as the contract with the First Association is successfully renewed this year, my father will be able to give me the position of general manager, and my elder brother will never have a chance again. And I promise that the shares promised to you by Uncle Su will not be less. When Mr. Su heard this, An amiable smile appeared on his face and he grinned with a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Thank you, young Master Chen. The eldest young master is indecisive and lacks boldness. You are the best candidate to inherit the group. It's young Master Chen who is the most talented young talent in Bay City. In my opinion, Chen Xiao of the Chen clan is even 3 times inferior to you. The 2 beauties on the side followed suit, daintily pleasing Fong Xiaochen. The corners of Fong Xiaochen's mouth hooked slightly with a satisfied smile as he shook the goblet in his hand, as if he had already seen the day when he would sit on the general manager's throne. And then, he turned his words around and asked, by the way, did you find out who the mysterious VIP revealed by the first association was? Upon hearing this, Mr. Su shook his head. No, but it is said that the exhibition was delayed by half an hour tonight because of this important person. The first association chose today's date to make the announcement. Most likely there's some big move. We can pay more attention and get a piece of the pie. Fong Xiaochen nodded. What could be valued by the first association must be a big money-making deal. If he could get involved, the position of the group's heir would be more stable. He must take it tonight. At this moment, a figure came over cowering. It was none other than Chen Liqiang Qin Xiao. At this moment, his face did not have the condescension of being a second-generation rich man. Instead, it was piled up with an ingratiating smile. Su, hello, Mr. Su. Mr. Su and Fong Xiaochen, who were disturbed, frowned and looked over at the same time. Who are you? Mr. Su looked over and realized that it was just a young man he didn't recognize. A hint of impatience appeared on his face. Mr. Su, my father is Chen Jianyong, the chairman of the Three Leap Arms Manufacturing Company Limited, and we had dinner together with you at Deep Blue's annual meeting last month. Chen Liqiang nodded his head, his face piled up with a fawning smile. Mr. Su frowned slightly, his tone cold. What kind of bull ***** Three Leaps company? He simply never heard of. This kind of small enterprises in the base city as many as hair. Simply cannot enter his eyes. Here's the deal. Chen Liqiang rubbed his hands together, his eyes glancing at Feng Xiyu from time to time. I have a schoolmate from Star Martial Arts University, also majoring in drug research. Very good. I hope you will give her a chance to enter the Deep Blue Group for an internship for the sake of my father. Your father's face? Ha, Mr. Su sneered. A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. Bull ***** in front of me again. Believe it or not, I'll make one phone call and let your family go bankrupt? Get the hell out of here. He's seen this kind of person a lot. He wants to go through the back door even though he can't get through the back door. But he's not an asshole. Yes. I roll. Chen Liqiang was so scared that he was sweating coldly and his face was pale. If he really pissed off and offended Mr. Su, his dad would have to beat himself to death. However, Fong Xiaochen, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up, his eyes looking in Feng Shiyu's direction, a playful smile spreading across his face. Wait, the schoolmate you're talking about, is that her? Yes. Chen Liqiang froze for a moment and hurriedly replied. I can give her a chance. Come on, let's go over. The corner of Fong Xiaochen's mouth hooked into an evil smile. Really? Chen Liqiang was overjoyed, as if he had seen a savior. Fine, please, young Fong. He nodded and followed it like a lapdog. A few moments later, Chen Liqiang, Mr. Su, and 2 beautiful women dressed in flamboyant outfits wrapped their arms around Fong Xiaochen and came to Lu Qing in the other side. Chen Liqiang hurriedly introduced it. Xiyu, this is Mr. Fong and Mr. Su, hurry up and introduce yourself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Xiyu froze, not expecting that the other party had really been invited over by Chen Liqiang. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked towards that Feng Xiao. The other party's extremely aggressive eyes made her very uncomfortable. Hello guys, I'm from Star Martial University. However, Feng Xiyu was really unwilling to give up this opportunity, so she hardened her heart and was about to introduce herself. Fong Xiaochen, however, interrupted her. No, I'll make it plain. You come in and work for me as a horse for a month. No, with your good looks, 2 months. How about in 2 months I give you an official position straight away? No internships? Fong Xiaochen's tone was frivolous, and his eyes scanned over Feng Shiyu's body recklessly, as if he was sizing up a commodity. What are you talking about? Feng Xiyu immediately blushed and a shy anger flashed in her eyes. What? Unwilling? Fong Xiaochen looked at her playfully and arrogantly. I'm telling you, there are plenty of women who want this opportunity. You should know how to cherish it. Feng Shiyu's pink fists clenched, her slender arms trembled slightly, and her white cheeks reddened with anger. As the school's star-studded goddess, when had she ever suffered such an insult? Young Master Feng, you are at least from a luxurious family. Isn't it a bit bullying to say such things? On the side, Xiaobin gathered his courage and stood out.
His face reddened, obviously holding back his anger. And what are you? Also dare to come and meddle in this young master's business?
Fang Xiaochen swept a contemptuous glance at Xiaobin, the disdain in his eyes almost spilling out, as if he was looking at an insouciant ant.
Xiaobin was overwhelmed by Fang Xiaochen's aura and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a single word. In front of the air of the Deep Blue group, college students like them were indeed as small as dust. Xiaobin has no bottom, can't hold a word. However, just then a young, clear voice rang out with a few chuckles. I do have a proposal. How about Fang Xiao letting these two beauties beside you accompany me for one night, and I'll give you a chance to get rich too. How about it? This is not a bad deal, right? Chapter 52, Is he Dr. Lu? Who was the one who spoke if not Lu Qing? He was only seen looking at this Fang Xiao with a smile on his face, with a glass of juice in one hand and a delicate pastry in the other. He ate it with relish. With these words, the surrounding area was instantly quiet to the sound of a pin. This kid is crazy, isn't he? Dare to talk to Mr. Fang like that? Who does he think he is? Tired of living? This is a good show. Young people are just impulsive. This is going to be a big loss. Hey, it's a pity about this handsome face. I don't know if I can still keep it. The surrounding guests whispered and looked at Lu Qing with eyes immediately filled with sympathy or gloating. On the side, Mr. Su's face darkened as he stepped forward, his voice low and full of threats. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Chen Liqiang, on the other hand, was even more terrified as he hurriedly jumped out to accuse Lu Qing. Lu, hurry thee up and apologize to Fang Xiao. Are you trying to get us killed? You really don't know how to write the word death. Are you pig-brained? The two heavily made-up beauties also leaned daintily against Fang Xiaochen's side and pampered him. Young Fang, this person is so loud. People's little hearts are pounding in fear. You have to do it for them. Feng Shiyu and Xiaobin, on the other hand, both turned pale as they looked at Lu Qing worriedly, their hearts in their throats. How dare you? Lu, when did you become so brave? Only a hint of playfulness flashed across Fang Xiaochen's face as he looked at Lu Qing with amusement and slowly spoke. What's your name? Do you know the price of saying that? So what? Lu Qing still looked like he was on cloud 9, and even drank the juice in his cup in one go. Fang Xiaochen's face twitched and his expression became more playful. Very well, it's been a long time since someone dared to speak to me like this. So what? Another sentence. Fang Xiaochen's face suddenly clouded over, and a fierce light shot out from his eyes. You seek death. He violently raised his hand and a powerful aura erupted from him. The aura of a third-grade martial artist was unreservedly released, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Lu Qing, be careful. Old Lu, be careful. Xiaobin and Feng Shiyu immediately let out a cry of surprise, and the latter even subconsciously tried to block in front of Lu Qing. Swish! In a flash, only to see the space ring on Lu Qing's index finger. The aura flashed, and a black martial arts envoy certificate was held up in front of his chest, and he said in a nonchalant manner, Fang Xiao, the offense of attacking a martial envoy is not a small one. Are you sure you want to do it? Fang Xiaochen's movements lurched. His eyes widened as he stared at the black ID in Lu Qing's hand with a deadpan expression. My special code, Martial Ambassador. Fang Xiaochen cursed in his heart as anger and viciousness emerged in his eyes. This kid is actually a martial arts envoy. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and had to withdraw. On the side, Mr. Su hurriedly stepped forward and advised in a low voice. Young Master Chen, the other party has the status of a military envoy. Absolutely cannot make a move. This matter can be settled later. This young master knows. Fang Xiaochen said through gritted teeth, resentful and angry to the core. Murmurs erupted from the surrounding guests. That young man is actually a martial envoy. No wonder he dares to dislike Fang Xiaochen in public. It's just a bronze martial envoy. I'm afraid that after this time, this young man won't even know how he died, and Fang Xiao definitely won't let him go. The Deep Blue Group is not something that can be offended by a mere copper martial envoy. At this moment, Fang Xiaochen felt that he had lost all his face, and he fiercely stared at Chen Liqiang next to him, only able to vent his anger on him. It's the dog's fault, or this wouldn't have happened at all. He was enraged and slapped Chen Liqiang's face hard, directly slapping him to the ground. Get lost, don't let this young man see you again. Uncle Su, let's go. Fang Xiaochen turned around with a cloudy face and left. I'll go. Old Lu, you're going to heaven. On the other side, Xiaobin put his arm around Lu Qing's shoulders and said excitedly, Are you really Old Lu? How did you become a martial envoy? This is too awesome. Lu Qing smiled faintly. It's just a matter of chance and luck. Xiaobin excitedly waved his fists. Ha ha ha, I actually have a martial arts envoy brother. Enough for me to go back to school and blow off my awesome for a year. Now those grandsons won't be able to envy me to death. Feng Shiyu looked at Lu Qing, her heart filled with shock and doubt. How could she not expect that Lu Qing, who had not seen her for a long time, had become a martial envoy. A trace of complex change surfaced on the young girl's delicate face. How did this happen? And on the sidelines, Chen Liqian covered his face and sat paralyzed with disbelief. How could the surname Lu be a martial arts envoy? Didn't he not even get into the martial arts university? He was so dumbfounded that he didn't dare to say more even after being slapped. He couldn't afford to offend Fang Xiaochen. But now, Lu Qing, whom he looked down on, had also transformed into a respected martial envoy. Want to die? Chen Liqian's face was full of dead ashes, and he couldn't help but complain. Even if you're a martial arts envoy, you're nothing in front of the Deep Blue Group. Do you know that if you offend Fang Xiao, none of us will have a good ending? It's over. This time it's over. Lu Qing's trio, however, no longer paid any attention to him, and the latter was only like a jumping clown. And that's when a loud voice resounded throughout the room. President Shen has arrived. Shen Ao, dressed in an ink-black tang suit, walked out with a dragon stride, followed by the mature and beautiful secretary, Secretary Lu. Hello, President Shen. I wish President Shen good fortune, prosperity and martial arts luck. People around them came forward to congratulate him. Ha ha ha, Mr. Shen thanks all of you for the honor of your presence tonight, Shen Ao said with a big smile. His voice was loud and center. Not far away, Xiaobin looked at this President Shen, his eyes full of envy and awe. He is the president of the First Association. Alas, martial arts masters, this level of characters, like me such ordinary people only look up to the part of. A middle-aged man spoke to Shen Ao. President Shen, you said that there is an important guest tonight with a major event to announce. I wonder. Nice. Shen Ao nodded and swept his gaze across the room. Have you all heard of the special physician from the martial hall the other day? Shen Ao's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. And this statement was made. The scene was instantly abuzz with chatter. Could it be that Dr. Lu who developed the mechanical limbs? My god, Dr. Lu, that's a true genius. Yes, I heard that he developed a mechanical limb at a young age. It's simply a miracle in the martial arts medicine world. It would only be a great opportunity if we could work with Dr. Lu. Guests talk excitedly. Martial Palace's special physician, inventor of mechanical limbs, and lifesaver of the Chen family's heir. Everyone was familiar with the name of this Dr. Lu. Exactly. Shen Ao on the stage stood with his hands and nodded. The First Association has reached an agreement with Dr. Lu to work together on a brand new project, and all that's missing is some like-minded partners. The crowd was once again abuzz at the news. That's the special genius physician of the martial temple who discovered the mechanical limbs. Working with the other side? What else could it be? That's mostly just super-aged mechanical limbs. The benefits of this are so huge that it is unimaginable. And if we join in the cooperation, there is a great possibility that these people here will double in value. I wonder where Dr. Lu is now? Someone immediately asked excitedly. Unable to wait, Shen Ao smiled faintly and cast his gaze to a corner. Dr. Lu, come up and meet everyone. How about it? Shortly after, a single figure set down the juice and pastry in her hand. Under the shocked gazes of Feng Xiu and Xiaobin, Lu Qing took a step towards the corridor where the gazes of the crowd converged. Old Lu? Chen Liqiang Chen Xiao, who had just climbed up from the ground, saw this scene and sat down again on the cold floor with a paralyzed butt. He. On one side, Mr. Su and Mr. Fang Xiaochen stared with wide eyes and straightly saw Lu Qing walking to Shen Ao's side, and the two of them smiled broadly, as if they were close friends who had known each other for many years. Fang Xiaochen violently shook off the two women at his side. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his voice trembled a little. He's Dr. Lu. Chapter 53, Shen Ao's attitude. Dr. Lu, all of us here are the leading enterprises of my base 15, the mainstay of each industry. I wonder if we have a favorite partner. Shen Ao had a smile on his face and a loud voice. Every word clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Representatives of the major corporations in the room came staring with excitement on their faces. Lu Qing smiled faintly and swept his gaze across the crowd. President Shen's First Association has great energy, and the companies that came here today each have their own strengths. Except that I need partners in both metal manufacturing and pharmaceuticals. When the words fell, the banquet hall suddenly looked like it had exploded. The representatives of those companies belonging to the two areas of metal manufacturing and pharmaceuticals were all overjoyed, with excitement shining in their eyes. It was as if they saw mountains of gold beckoning to them. The representatives of those businesses that are not on either side of the fence, on the other hand, are all hanging their heads like frosted eggplants. Before he even started, he completely lost this excellent opportunity to make a fortune in cooperation with Lu Qing and the First Association, and his heart was filled with regret. So, someone soon came forward to say hello. Dr. Lu, I am the head of the Divine Iron Weapon Manufacturing Company. We have 100 years of cultural history in the field of metal research, development and manufacturing, and various types of metal sequence product research up to more than 800, and being one of the top 10 enterprises in the Bay City. On behalf of the Divine Iron Group, I hope to get this opportunity to cooperate with you. A burly, bearded middle-aged man was the first to speak, his tone full of confidence and anticipation. Dr. Liu, we are Celestial Star Weaponry Manufacturing. We also have a long history in the field of metal research and development. With advanced technology, our products are sold far and wide overseas. Another well-mannered man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was not to be outdone, and hastened to add, Dr. Liu, I'm from 4 Dimensions Biopharmaceuticals. Our company is second to none in the field of biopharmaceuticals. Our medicines have remarkable efficacy and are loved by the majority of martial artists. Cooperating with us will definitely not disappoint you. A charming middle-aged woman also crowded forward, her voice delicate. At one time, the representatives of those responsible for metal manufacturing and pharmaceuticals-related enterprises all came up like a tidal wave and surrounded Lu Qing, actively recommending themselves in a variety of ways. Everyone is pulling out all the stops, wanting to get this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get a piece of the pie and make a fortune. That's the kind of fame that comes with mechanical limbs. It's the charm that transcends the cutting edge of the times. On the other side, Fang Xiaoqian's face was as ugly as if he had swallowed a dead fly. His eyes widened as he stared dead on at Lu Qing, who was surrounded by the crowd. His eyes filled with disbelief. How could he be? How could it be Dr. Liu? Fang Xiaoqian's face was blue. How could he not think that the other party was the big name, the genius who had developed the mechanical limbs? General Manager Su stood beside Fang Xiaoqian and carefully suggested, Young master, why don't we go apologize to Dr. Liu? This cooperation seems to be taken very seriously by the First Association. If we, Deep Blue, didn't get in, I'm afraid the chairman will blame. A fine bead of sweat had seeped out from his forehead. He knew that he was afraid that he was in big trouble for offending Lu Qing this time. Fang Xiaoqian's face was a shade of green and white. He clenched his teeth. Once he thought of the interests of the Deep Blue Group and his father's stern face, he had to force down the anger in his heart again. In the end, he still took a heavy step towards Lu Qing's side, and Mr. Su hurriedly followed, secretly praying in his heart. President Shun, Liu, Dr. Liu, Mr. Su walked closer, squeezing out a smile worse than tears on his face as he greeted slightly awkwardly. Fang Xiaoqian stood beside him, his head lowered, his eyes hiding in the shadows. It's Mr. Su and Xiaoqian. Shen Ao turned around with a warm smile on his face. He looked at Lu Qing and introduced him enthusiastically. Let me introduce. This is General Manager Su of Deep Blue Elixir and the second son of Deep Blue Group, Fang Xiaoqian. Dr. Liu. Deep Blue is #1 in the pharmaceutical field and is considered to be the best to cooperate with. Yeah? Lu Qing suddenly raised an eyebrow. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a meaningful smile. I said, where did these two get so much authority just now? So it's the bigwigs of the Deep Blue Group. HM? When Shen Ao heard this, he immediately sensed the implication. Could it be that Fang Xiaoqian and the two of them have offended Lu Qing? His expression as he looked at these two instantly changed and became serious, a hint of sternness flashing in his eyes. Thus, a staff member at the scene immediately came forward, came to Shen Ao's ear, and reported in a whisper, President, it's like this. He told Shen Ao what happened in the hall before one by one. In the next moment, only Shen Ao's face immediately turned cold, like a layer of frost. He coldly looked at Fang Xiaoqian and General Manager Su with displeasure in his eyes. When Mr. Su took a look at Shen Ao's face, he panicked and quickly opened his mouth to explain. President Shun, it's all a misunderstanding. This is just a little hiccup that happened. Our young master was young and impetuous and spoke a bit impulsively, so please don't forget the little man's fault. Humph. Shen Ao directly interrupted him and coldly snorted. Nephew Fang, Mr. Su, I see the Deep Blue Group didn't come here with sincerity today. Our First Association can't sit on this big Buddha of yours. As I see it, this year's contract between Deep Blue and the association will end here. Shen Ao's voice was ice cold, without a trace of emotion. Like a sharp knife, it ruthlessly stabbed into the hearts of Fang Xiaoqian and General Manager Su. What? What? Fang Xiaoqian was shocked and his face instantly turned pale. He raised his head fiercely and stared at Shen Ao with wide eyes in disbelief. Uncle Shun, aren't you being too hasty in making such a decision? You can't cut off the cooperation between our two families because of an outsider. His voice was trembling a little, with a hint of pleading. He absolutely could not lose the opportunity to cooperate with the First Association, or else his position as heir would surely not be guaranteed. He will also be severely reprimanded by his father and disqualified from walking into the center of power of the group for the rest of his life. However, he saw Shin Ao say firmly, Dr. Lu is a valued guest of my first society. And even with your father here, that's still my decision. After saying that, he looked at Lu Cheng again, a smile on his face. Dr. Lu, if you need it, Mr. Shin can contact some other excellent pharmaceutical companies and ensure that there will be no delay in our cooperation. President Shin has taken the trouble. Lu Qing smiled slightly. On the side, Fang Xiaochen heard that Shin Ao really wanted to decide to terminate the contract with Deep Blue. He went limp and no longer had the pride of a magnate. His body shook as if he had lost all his strength to fall down. It's over. Uncle Su, I'm completely finished. Chapter 54, Evil Pupil Gazing. It's over. Uncle Su, I'm completely finished this time. Fang Xiaochen's face was ashen, his lips trembling as if he had lost his soul. Mr. Su let out a long sigh, his voice dripping with helplessness. Let's go. This matter, we can't make the decision. We can only go back and let the chairman decide. He shook his head, as if he was feeling sorry for Fang Xiaochen, and as if he was helpless, reached out and patted Fang Xiaochen's shoulder, turned around and walked out. Fang Xiaochen followed behind, lost in thought. Sounds of sighs and exclamations came from the surrounding crowd. Holy, President Shin actually directly fell out with the Deep Blue group for Dr. Lu. We're still underestimating the weight of this genius physician. Who says it's not? I'm afraid it's going to be a tough time for this Deep Blue group in the future. On the other side, Feng Shiyu and Xiaobin were still frozen in place. It was as if he had been nailed and couldn't move. Xiaobin blinked vigorously, his voice filled with disbelief. Mechanical limbs. Martial Temple Special Physician. Shiyu. Am I dreaming? Old Lu is actually that genius martial arts physician from the legend? Feng Shiyu didn't say anything. She just pinched Xiaobin's arm fiercely. Her gaze landed on Lu Qing, her eyes deep and complex, like a deep pool that one could not see through. Hiss. Xiaobin sucked in a mouthful of cool air and grimaced. It doesn't seem to be a dream. Next to him, Chen Liqiang was dumbfounded. His mouth was open, but he couldn't make a sound. His heart turned over. He is Dr. Lu. He is really Dr. Lu. Thinking back to his previous behavior in front of Lu Qing, those self-righteous words, those pretentious actions, Chen Liqiang hated to find a crack in the ground. It felt like his face was on fire, as if he had been slapped hard a few times, and all kinds of emotions of trepidation, shock, and shock were intertwined in his heart, making him really want to find a crack in the ground. President Shun, do you think this is okay? You give me a copy of the information of these enterprises. I will go back and study it. I will give you a clear answer next week, and then we will talk about the cooperation in detail. Lu Qing had a faint smile on his face and his tone was unhurried. No problem. Secretary Lu, go get ready. Shin Ao commanded. The beautiful secretary nodded slightly and turned to leave, her movements elegant and competent. Without any more pleasantries, Lu Qing turned around and returned to Feng Shiyu and Xiaobin. Lu Qing, are you really Dr. Lu? Feng Shiyu looked at the teenager in front of her in a daze, a familiar face but with a hint of strangeness. But when she asked this, she knew that she had made a joke. Even the president of the Hallowed First Association, a martial arts grandmaster level figure, was courteous to Lu Qing, even terminating the contract with Deep Blue, an old cooperator with assets of more than tens of billions of dollars. For his sake, could it still be a fake? Aha! Lu Qing smiled and nodded. On the side, Chen Liqiang finally came back to his senses. His voice trembled a bit with a hint of awe. Dr. Lu. Lu Qing turned back and glanced at him, his tone calm. Young Chen, what else do you have to teach me? No. Chen Liqiang waved his hands in a hurry, his face reddening. My dad called me to come home for dinner, so goodbye. Goodbye. After Chen Liqiang finished speaking, he turned around and ran. That speed, faster than a rabbit. Even the son of the Deep Blue group had a nosedive in front of Lu Qing, let alone a minor character like him. All he wanted to do now was to hurry up and get out of here, fearing that Lu Qing would come after him because of what happened before. However, Lu Qing didn't have the slightest intention of hitching a ride with him. This kind of jumping clown wasn't worth his time yet. He looked towards Feng Shiyu and Xiaobin, his two best friends from his student days, and with a flick of his right hand, white light flashed, and two exquisite little bottles appeared in his hands. I heard from old Xiao that you guys are about to break through to the second grade. These two heaven and earth yuan liquids are just right to help you quench your bodies. Inside the transparent glass bottle, the milky white liquid lay quietly, emitting a faint halo of light, and at a glance, it was no ordinary product. Feng Shiyu and Xiaobin's faces revealed shocked expressions, their eyes glazed over. This is too expensive. I can't have it. Feng Shiyu hurriedly excused herself, her tone resolute. Take it. Lu Qing's tone was undeniable. You guys helped me a lot in high school back then.
This heaven and earth yuan liquid is nothing. Besides, I still have a lot of this stuff. The heaven and earth yuan liquid that Jiang Junyao had given him was a staggering amount. A pool as big as half a basketball court. That was the resources of a 6th Order Lord's cave. And giving them this little bit was not even 1/10,000th of that. The shock in the hearts of the two men increased when they heard this. When they thought about their 9 deaths in the White Cloud Mountain, they didn't even see the shadow of the heaven and earth yuan liquid. Such a precious thing. Lu Qing actually still had a lot of it? Good. Then brother, I'll accept the honor. Shiyu, don't be polite. At least it's a piece of old Lu's mind. He's a big shot in the martial palace now. He doesn't lack these things, Xiaobin said with a grin, reaching for the bottle. All right. Feng Shiyu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and put the bottle away. It wasn't long before the evening drew to a close. The guests were leaving one by one, and the hall was becoming less and less crowded. Just then, Lu Qing also prepared to leave. His gaze swept over the crowd, but his pupils contracted violently, as if he had seen something unbelievable. A prompt automatically came from the Eye of God's chance. Ding! High-risk level detected surveying host soul. Alert! Alert! Only a short distance away, beside a long white dining table, a young girl with a high ponytail was gazing at him quietly. She looked innocent and pretty, harmless. The young girl's skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were soulful and flirtatious. The lips were red and full, slightly upturned with a hint of a smile. The body is tall and well-proportioned, curvy and dimpled. The two men's eyes met in the air, and they only looked at each other remotely. In the maiden's beautiful eyes, a flash of scarlet, demonic and seductive, like poppies in the dark of night, beautiful and deadly. You froze for a moment. This kid sensed it? Immediately, she naturally withdrew her gaze, raising the selfie stick in her hand. She looked into the cell phone camera and tasted a piece of delicate pastry. Her voice was sweet and gentle. Families, the party is over. Today's live broadcast is here. We'll see you next time. And opposite. Crap Nima. What the hell? Evil pupil? Dark Moon King? Lu Qing's heart exploded directly and he almost jumped up. I only felt the cold hairs on my body and my entire scalp exploded. Ding! The other side's information is detected. Patient, Setsu. Realm, late 7th grade. Symptoms, fusion of the evil pupil of the Red Moon Evil Phoenix. Regularly subjected to soul backlash, resulting in a distorted character. Arbitrary overbearing extreme. Treatment program, no for the time being. Chapter 55, Good evening. Fong's house. In the luxurious villa, the glazed chandelier was brightly lit. The Western-style living room is spacious and grand, with famous paintings and calligraphy hanging on the 4 walls and exotic treasures on display. In the center is a set of leather sofas imported from Italy with smooth lines and fine texture. The coffee table is a tea-set tabletop in one, carved with a lifelike pattern of ferocious beasts. A clear stream flows slowly in the groove of the desktop, and the exquisite purple sand tea floats on it, supporting the swing back and forth, and the light tea aroma overflows and fills the air. Chairman, this is what happened. Mr. Su stood aside, trembling as he reported. He and Fong Xiaochen rushed back to the Fong family at the first opportunity and recounted what happened at the exhibition. On the couch, sat a middle-aged man in his 50s. He wore a dark blue suit, tailored to outline his slightly blonde figure, wearing slippers, half lying on the sofa, with the thick Persian carpet under his feet, soft and comfortable. Walking on it, he could hardly hear any sound. It's none other than the chairman of the Deep Blue Elixir Group, Fong Jianfeng. After listening to Mr. Su, Fong Jianfeng's gaze fell on his youngest son, Fong Xiaochen, who was standing at the side with his head bowed. Although Mr. Su's words had been euphemistic enough, trying his best to cover up Fong Xiaochen's faults, how could Fong Jianfeng not know his son's virtues? His face steeply clouded over, like the sky before a storm. Looking toward his son, his voice lowered. Do you know what cooperation with the First Association means? Dad, how was I to know that he was the special physician of the Martial Hall? Fong Xiaochen raised his head, his face filled with aggression and resentment. Even if he is a medical genius, it's not worth Shin Ao's attention, right? We, Deep Blue, can cooperate with the First Association for more than 10 years. Why should we terminate it just like that? Asshole! Fong Jianfeng shouted angrily, and an innate 5th grade aura was violently released. This powerful aura was like a small mountain that ruthlessly pressed down on Fong Xiaochen's body. Fong Xiaochen immediately felt a huge pressure. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a plop. Fong Jianfeng's eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. What do you know? In Shin Ao's eyes, friendship has no use. Only who can bring him greater benefits. If you can also become a 6th grade martial arts master, do whatever you want. I won't say a word more. All you know is playing with women. What else do you know? Isn't it enough that you get into trouble with women every time? Its voice grew harsher and harsher.
each word like a hammer, hating and hitting the latter's heart hard. Just last week, his youngest son, the one he loved the most, committed suicide by forcibly ginning a female college student. The family of the other party called the police to no avail, and then tried to make a scene at the law enforcement department of the Temple of Martial Arts. Luckily, he was able to use his contacts and throw money at it in time to get it squashed. It's only been a few days, and I didn't expect this color-crazed loser to get into trouble again because of a woman. And it's even worse than last time. Fang Xiaochen's face was a shade of green and white. He clenched his teeth, his voice squeezing through them. Dad, that college girl really didn't blame me last time. I put the money on her card, but who knew she'd be so stubborn? Shut up. Fang Jianfeng coldly interrupted him and turned his head to look at General Manager Su. Is that family still making a scene or not? If a case is filed at the Martial Palace Law Enforcement Department, we can only send this kid out of the 15th. Mr. Su hurriedly replied. No, we found some third-rate martial arts association thugs and squatted under their family unit every day. Both husband and wife are now out of work and have an elderly mother with Alzheimer's who can't get out of the house. And I've already hinted at letting them return to a normal life by accepting your $1 million settlement. Well done. Fang Jianfeng's face eased a bit as he let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, he then looked at Fang Xiaochen, who was kneeling on the ground, with a stern gaze. You can think of your own way to deal with Dr. Lu and the First Association. Send money to apologize. No matter what method you use, you must get me back my cooperation, including that new project. Deep Blue cannot be absent. Otherwise, let your big brother take the position of general manager. Understand? Fang Xiaochen's body trembled slightly as he lowered his head, his voice low. Understand. Alright, get up, Fang Jianfeng said indifferently. Fang Xiaochen's face was suffocating, bracing his knees as he was about to stand up. Suddenly, an even more powerful pressure fell from the sky, like a Tarzan. It was breathtaking. Not only Fang Xiaochen, including Mr. Su and Fang Jianfeng were all suppressed by this force. All fell to their knees, unable to move. In a flash, only a large red glow, like a demonic flame, enveloped the entire living room. The red glow bounced off the walls and furniture, tinting the whole room with an eerie color. There was a faint scent in the air, which was rich and mysterious and haunting. What man? 6th grade. No, this is Zong Master. Fang Jianfeng's face turned white and his voice trembled. He clearly felt that this pressure on his back was like a small mountain, almost crushing and shattering his body. A powerful person of the 5th grade of innate, but he couldn't even withstand the other party's pressure? It was impossible for a 6th-ranked martial arts master to do this. Only a 7th-ranked grandmaster. But, when has the Fang family ever offended a patriarch? There are only 3 7th grade in Base City 15. 2 are Martial Hall elders and the other is the Chen family ancestor. And none of these 3 have any reason to look for trouble from the Fang family. Dang. At that moment, several heads rolled across the expensive teak and brown wood floor. 1, 2, a full 5, like bowling balls, rolled to the feet of the 3. These heads were grim-faced and dead, their blood staining the floor in no time. It's the ones I found. Third-rate association punks. Mr. Su screamed in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. An aura flashed through Fang Jianfeng's mind as he thought of something. In addition to the original 3 patriarchs at the base, there has been one more recently on the 15th. Dark Moon King. Fang Jianfeng uttered the name with difficulty, his voice desperate. His pupils contracted violently like a fine needle, and he kept starting to tremble. Buzz, the surrounding scarlet halo, like flowing blood, was filled with the fetid sweetness of blood and a faint ethereal fragrance. A wonderful young girl holding a selfie stick floated in front of the trio in style. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders, and her pale skin looked even more alluring in the red light. You smiled, a smile like a blooming flower on the other side of the river. Demonic, absolutely beautiful, and deadly. Good evening. 3. Chapter 56, I want to make a deal with you. Fang Jianfeng's teeth cackled and his body shook like a sieve. Cold sweat had soaked through his shirt and he was almost deflated. I wonder what you would like to do. Coronation of the Dark Moon King. Deep Blue Group. But it has never offended the 100 Beasts sect. He barely managed to smile, taking the strain, his voice dry and raspy with the intermittent quiver of his spit. The thing is, Yu's voice was still sweet, as if she was telling a fairy tale. Your son killed a college student, and a good family was ruined. Alas, what a sin. You know my reputation. I'm the kindest person who can't see past something like this. Recently, the Martial Hall had issued a notice that the serial suicide case was making a lot of noise. So naturally, Fang Jianfeng knew something about the Dark Moon King's strange reputation. It was just that he didn't expect that just because of such a small matter, the Dark Moon King would actually come. Blame it on his bad luck. The Dark Moon King was originally running towards Lu Qing today, just happened to observe the conflict between the two sides, and happened to check. Who knew there was a real surprise? Da. Yu took a light step, her slender white legs looking particularly enticing under the red glow. She first came to Feng Xiaochen, raised the selfie stick, tapped on the photo flip, and Feng Xiaochen and she appeared in the picture frame at the same time. Yu's voice was regretful and soft. Feng Xiaochen, Yu Jian killed an innocent female college student. This king now sentences you to the punishment of beheading. Come on, then yeah. For the record, Feng Xiaochen's face instantly turned pale. With fear and despair in his eyes, he panicked and explained. No, I didn't kill the person. She killed herself. Yu froze for a moment, then gave an apologetic smile. Oh, sorry about that, that leaves you with a whole body. This king sentences you to death by fear. Yu's eyes flashed red. Feng Xiaochen's face was instantly ironic. His forehead veins twisted like earthworms, and his eyes were bloodshot as if they were about to burst open. He saw it, he saw the most terrifying being in the world. His body began to convulse violently, struggling desperately like a fish thrown ashore. Foam continued to gush out of his mouth, and a strange sound of ho-ho came from his throat, like the last cry for help of a drowning man. Soon, his body began to become incontinent and an unpleasant odor filled the air. His eyes gradually laxed and his pupils dilated, eventually settling into endless fear. Ka-ching! The sound of the shutter sounded the moment Feng Xiaochen stopped breathing. Next, Yu looked at Feng Jianfeng with another smile. Feng Jianfeng, committing the crime of harboring. This king sentences you to all 5 organs to burn. As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Jianfeng felt a sharp pain in his body, as if there was a flame burning in his internal organs. No, Awa! His mouth opened wide, and then he couldn't make any more noise. All that could be done was to fall helplessly to his knees and clasp his hands over his abdomen. His face went from red to white and back again. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead and dripped onto the floor with a pop sound. His body began to twist and curl up into a ball like a roasted prawn. His eyes were dead set on the ceiling, his eyes filled with pain and resignation. Ka-ching! A second shutter clicked, recording the twisted remains of the blade below. Aside, Mr. Su was so scared that his liver and gall bled. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground. He was trembling like a lamb to the slaughter. His eyes filled with fear and despair. The chairman and young master are dead. It's all dead. Su Jin, guilty of aiding and abetting the enemy. This king sentences you to 10,000 ants to devour your heart. Yu's voice continued to echo through the living room like a hypnotic spell. Mr. Su felt a sharp pain coming from his heart, as if there were countless ants gnawing at his heart. He covered his chest and rolled on the ground, screaming, his voice harsh and desperate. His face turned pale, his lips purple, and his eyes grew lax. His body began to convulse, each convulsion accompanied by a sharp pain. Ka-ching! The last shutter clicked. The night hangs low, like a huge black curtain. The dim streetlights cast long shadows on the highway. Lu Qing has always been a good law-abiding young man, but today is an exception. Speeding down an empty highway in my beloved little electric donkey. A force of chi and blood was driven from within the small electric donkey. It's as if it's infused with endless power. The vortex is pressurized and spins rapidly. The little electric donkey's speed soared to an unprecedented 120 yards. Scared me to death. How could the Dark Moon King be there? Lu Qing couldn't help but bellyache. Toes are stubbed tight. Little donkey, you've got to hang in there. He's got it all figured out. 80% of the Dark Moon King was coming for himself. Help the Martial Temple autopsy. And that meaningful look she gave at the end. The more Lu Qing thought about it, the more he felt cold behind his back, and his cold sweat unknowingly soaked through his clothes. That Tama is the 7th grade. It's the Grandmaster. He had to get to the Martial Temple building as soon as possible. The only way to get there now is to be safe. Just then, an intersection appeared ahead. A large truck, loaded with goods, came speeding in from the distance. At the gate, the traffic light turned from green to yellow. However, for the next few seconds, the yellow light never changed, as if it had frozen. It's as if it's frozen in the moment. Large swathes of red halo, centered on the intersection, quickly spreading in all directions, enveloping hundreds of meters in a circle. Space seemed to be distorted by an invisible force. The aperture shook, and the large truck, which was originally speeding along, unexpectedly began to fall back. In the sky, the dark clouds that had just drifted by, reclouded the moon. By the side of the road, the water of the industrial river, too, eerily flowed against the current. The entire world, as if it had lost its original order, became chaotic and bizarre. Lu Qing's little electric donkey, which made a clunking sound, stopped uncontrollably like a wild horse out of control. No matter how much Lu Qing twisted the handle, it was to no avail. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Qing exclaimed, his scalp tingling. Next moment, a young girl came from the other side of the crosswalk, walking in style and holding a selfie stick. Come to the front. With a sweet smile on her face, Yu took the initiative to greet her. First time. I am the 100 Beasts cult, Dark Moon. Lu Qing only felt his heart beating wildly. Breathing became rapid while his brain raced. Suddenly, he kicked off the footrest of the electric donkey. With an arrow step, he rushed to Yu's face and shouted his congratulations. Greetings to the Dark Moon King. I wish the core and its divine power to be worldly, to be civilized and virtuous, and to unify the great Xia for 1,000 generations. Yu froze slightly and gave an incredibly sweet smile. Lu Qing, I want to make a deal with you. She opened the door. Lu Qing immediately answered righteously. 2,000 for a night, 800 for a time. Suzuki raised an eyebrow. Chapter 57, Residential Homes for the Elderly. You giggled at once. I thought you were just good looking. I didn't realize you talked better. Not as much as a millionth of you. Lu Qing had a sincere smile on his face. It was Lu Qing's principle not to pat people on the back lightly. In addition to flattering Jiang Ju Knight, their dog life is about to be lost. Ha, interesting. As the delicate laughter fell, Yu's eyes turned scarlet in the next instant. A red light was imprinted into Lu Qing's eyes. Lu Qing only felt that heaven and earth had changed color, as if he was in a boundless sea of blood. The sea of blood rolled over and the air was pungent. Above the sky, a blood moon hung high, emitting a bizarre light. Suddenly, a pair of huge demonic giant pupils opened in the middle of the blood moon. The giant pupil was cold and merciless, as if it was gazing from hell, causing Lu Qing to feel a bone-chilling chill. Immediately afterward, countless red threads shot out from the blood moon like a poisonous snake, quickly wrapping around Lu Qing's body, as if they were alive. Those red silk threads penetrated into Lu Qing's body, deeply rooted in his flesh and blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is it? Lu Qing was shocked in his heart. The corners of Yu's mouth curled into a smile as she pulled harder, only to see a transparent shadow, identical to Lu Qing's, being yanked out of his body in a hard manner. Lu Qing seemed as if his soul was out of his body. Swish, soul stripping. It's a feeling that can't be described in words. There was no pain, no sensation, only an indescribable taste of discomfort. The virtual shadow, suspended and tied in the sky by thin red threads, was like a puppet on strings, at the mercy of others. Lu Qing felt a jolt in his body, as if waking up from a nightmare. Immediately afterward, the sea of blood and the blood moon disappeared, and the sight in front of him changed back to the road. Hiss, ha, hoo hoo hoo. Lu Qing's eyes widened as he took a crazy big deep breath. His body trembled violently. Cold sweat soaked through his shirt, like a drowning man climbing to shore, greedily getting oxygen and feeling the celebration of his life after the robbery. He was busy checking his body with the eye of divine mechanism. In one piece? Why doesn't the other side just do it? What kind of trick is this? Wasn't he here to kill himself? Ding! Foreign force detected invading host soul. Protection program responding. Is it activated? Release control? Lu Qing's heart stared. Nope. This woman's intentions are unclear. If this time to lift, the other party as a master, bound to notice the oddity of their own body. So it is really dangerous. The other party has no intention of killing for the time being. Let's see what this woman really wants to do. Ignoring the system. In the next moment, Lu Qing squeezed out a smile worse than tears on his face. Ahahaha. What kind of deal do you want to make? I'm very cooperative. There's no need for that. You eyed him with interest. Help me heal a few people. Vermilion lips lightly opened, and her voice was pleasant to the ear. What disease? In case I can't cure it? Lu Qing asked tentatively. You tilted her head and gave a bright smile. If you can't be cured, you'll keep playing bondage poly with me. You this. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth twitched. How presumptuous. Is this woman sick? A grandmaster, chasing after himself in the middle of the night, just to tease a little? Fog had. Follow me. At that moment, Yu's innocent voice rang out, only to see her turn around and walk towards the front. With a wave of his hand, the red light enveloping the square space disappeared, reverting back to its original unusual nighttime road appearance. The yellow light turns green. A large truck sped by with a deafening roar. Lu Qing suddenly exclaimed, realizing that his body was out of control. His legs moved on their own. Yu rides Lu Qing's little electric donkey and hogs it for herself. Lu Qing very obediently sat in the back seat and held the handle with both hands. Yu thoughtfully picked up the helmet and put it on for him. Buzz. The little electric donkey started up with a slight hum and carried the two men as they disappeared into the intersection. About an hour later, Yu drove Lu Qing out of the city center to a remote old street in the northwestern part of the city. Suddenly,
She stopped in front of a fence gate. The door appeared to be in disrepair. The paint was patchy and peeling, and the rust on the door was clearly visible. The wooden sign on the door beam read Yofuk Residential Home for the Elderly in 5 large, peeling letters, the handwriting so crooked that it seemed like it would fall off at any moment. Moss crawled on the surrounding walls, and leaves and dust piled up in the corners. A few stray cats rummaged around the trash cans for food, making a whimpering noise. The entire home was shrouded in a layer of dim lighting, making it look old and quiet. Lu Qing's first reaction was, "This is the 100 Beasts cult stronghold?" He was secretly on guard in his mind. Still can't figure out what the other side is up to? Is it really just to heal people? Get off. Yu's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Lu Qing automatically followed. He tried to move his body and realized that he still couldn't control it freely. So he spoke. "Why don't you help me untie it? It's all here and I can't run, can I?" "Makes sense." Yu nodded in agreement. With a wave of her hand, Lu Qing felt his body lighten and finally regained his freedom. Da. The two walked into the courtyard, which was very clean and tidy, although the houses and facilities looked old. A few stone benches are neatly placed in the center of the yard, next to a simple fitness area with singles and doubles. Not far away, a stone table, sitting in front of 2 grandmasters playing chess. The 2 people you back and forth, killing hard to distinguish. An old woman stood exercising on a walking pedal, slow but hale and hearty. There were also 2 old couples in couples' clothes playing badminton. They worked well together and had happy smiles on their faces. They smiled and greeted Luna when they saw her arrive. "Dean, you're here," the badminton player Moncler Outlet Online said enthusiastically. "Dean, you haven't been here for a few days. That girl Cindy has been pining for you." The other chess-playing grandpa smiled back. "I'll see her later." You smiled in response, her tone gentle. On the side, Lu Qing had a strange expression. "Dean, aren't these people the 100 Beasts cultists?" Under the observation of his eye of divine mechanism, the old men here were all beast martial artists who had fused the bodies of ferocious beasts. Only one strange thing was that these people had varying strengths. The strong ones had cultivations as high as the peak of the 5th rank, such as those 2 chess-playing lords, and the weak ones were only of the 1st or 2nd rank. The 100 Beasts sect isn't accepting people with the same standards as the martial hall. The lowest black-clothed congregation have to be of the 3rd grade? What is the matter with these people? At that moment, a woman in a pink dress ran out of the house. She was probably in her 30s, and in terms of looks alone, she could be described as beautiful and generous, standing tall, but she had a big bow tied around her head, which complemented the dress and made it look sweet and cute, and she was holding a delicate doll in her hand, like an inseparable companion. She was seen running towards you, her pace brisk and strong, like a cheerful deer. "Auntie Luna, Cindy misses you so much." The sound was sweet and clear, as pleasant as a wind chime. "What?" Lu Qing stood aside and froze on the spot. Chapter 58, The Fierce Beast's Body Goes Berserk. Not a beast wielder, not even a martial artist. This woman. No, the girl is just an ordinary person. It just seems to have been mentally traumatized, developed a stress disorder, and kept his mind at 8 or 9 years old. "Auntie Dean, how about we catch up on the show tonight?" "Doc?" Cindy tilted her little head, her eyes full of anticipation. "Okay, but I need to see your dad first." You gently stroked Cindy's head, like she was coaxing a child. "Yeah." Cindy jumped up happily. "Puppy's sleeping. I'll take you to the dock." She took Luna's hand and bounced forward. Soon they walked into an old dormitory building. In the corridor, the light is dim, and the mottled marks on the walls tell of the vicissitudes of time. Cindy bounced ahead and led the way like a happy deer. In the back, you took the initiative to open up the conversation as she stepped on her long, white legs. Her real name is Wang Chan. 20-something years ago, she was still in Budo Elementary School, 3rd grade. A teacher at the school at the time, in between classes, sexually assaulted her. His father, Wang Yu, appealed to file a case to apply for the Martial Hall's law enforcement department to try that teacher. But the other man's father was the school principal, deleted the surveillance, bought off other teachers, the children's parents, and had a friendship with one of the Jinwu ambassadors. Later, the court ruled against Wang Yu and his daughter on the grounds of insufficient evidence, so Wang Yu initiated a divorce, living alone and away from his wife and daughter. 6 months later, he killed that teacher himself while he was on his way from work. The principal started to mobilize his contacts to find Wang Yu. Her wife couldn't handle the pressure, and after a serious illness, she somehow died. I saved Wang Yu's father and daughter from the Martial Hall's wanted and have been living here. Only Wang Chan's experience during her early childhood made her mentally deranged and she became like this. Lu Qing silently listened to the Dark Moon King without speaking. He asked, "So the person who asked me to heal is Wang Yu?" Suzuki let out then stopped and came to the door of a room. Looking out the window, The house lights were on and the faint sound of a television came out. A hunched back lay on the bed. At that moment, Cindy opened the door and called out, "Poopy, Auntie Dean is here to see you." Ka. However, the moment the door opened, a sudden change occurred. Wang Yu, who was quietly lying on the bed, violently opened his eyes. The eyes were bloodshot and tinged with blood, as if they wanted to choose someone to eat. Ah! He let out a miserable roar, his voice hoarse and terrifying. The body began to twitch and shake like a sieve. The wrinkled, pale face showed a grimace as the muscles twisted. The hunched body of a 60-something became muscular and swollen, the bones vibrating and creaking under the skin. Most surprisingly, his hands gradually changed from human palms to two large black tentacles. Bang! Skyrocketed to 5 or 6 meters long and 20 or 30 centimeters wide. A black mist emanated from the black tentacles of the. This is clearly not a body that belongs to a human being. Two black tentacles swinging wildly. Smashed windows, penetrated the television screen. The room was a mess. The surface of the black tentacles was covered with thick scales that. It reflected a hauntingly dark light in the lamplight. Each scale is as sharp as a blade. The edges were still stained with undried blood. Tip of the tentacle, splitting into countless tiny suckers. Each sucker is like a greedy little mouth. It keeps opening and closing, as if looking for the next prey. Black mist poured out of the slits in the tentacles of the. With a strong fishy odor that makes you want to vomit. With each swing of the tentacles, a suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. It was as if an invisible beast was awakening in this small room. Dad! Dad! Woo-woo! Dad is like this again. Again! Cindy's voice was tinged with sobs and, she doesn't understand. Why did his own dad turn out like this? Lu Qing stood in place, his brows slightly furrowed. Ooh, it's like this again. Cindy was so shocked that she cried out, repeating this phrase over and over again with tears falling down her face like broken beads, as if she had been through such horrible things many times before. Her tiny body trembled with fear. Yu frowned. He instantly dodged and came in front of Wang Yu in the blink of an eye. She slapped him on the forehead with a swift, forceful motion. Scarlet light bloomed in the beautiful eyes, demonic and mysterious. Wake up. She drank lightly. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. In the next moment, Wang Yu's irritability gradually calmed down. The two ghastly thick black tentacles shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their color faded, turning back into human arms. Lu Qing stood in a daze, shocked by the scene before him, detected by the eye of the divine mechanism. The 60-year-old man named Wang Yu possessed a 4th-grade cultivation and was fused with the body of a 4th-grade ferocious beast, the demonic Chi octopus. Only, while the body of a ferocious beast brought power, it also affected his mind. Any beast martial artist cannot be spared the influence of ferocious beast ferociousness, especially in their later years. Time accumulation. Their human consciousness residue will be more and more rare, and ultimately turned into a monster that is not a human or a beast. At this time, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes gradually regaining clarity. He looked to you with an apologetic expression. Dean, I can't help it. Sooner or later, I'm going to be that way for good. I don't want to hurt anyone. Last time I offered. His voice was filled with pain and helplessness. On the side, Cindy jumped to the side of the bed and grabbed Wang Yu's hand tightly. She lay on the edge of the bed, crying, her tears wetting the back of Wang Yu's hand. I don't promise. You interrupted Wang Yu with a firm tone. I have found a healer who can cure you. When Wang Yu heard you use words, his gaze fell on Lu Qing behind him. It was then that he noticed the fresh-faced young man with a puzzled look in his eyes. He is. Wang Yu's voice was weak with a hint of uncertainty. That's none of your business. You don't have the right to decide this life of yours without my permission. Yu's voice was still cold, but it revealed an unquestionable dominance. Immediately after that, she looked at Lu Qing and took out a pile of information from the space necklace around her neck and handed it to him. I've already investigated. The mechanical limbs you've created manipulate flesh and blood to direct the odd meridians and veins to achieve the effect of increasing chi in blood. Since one can channel chi in blood and control flesh and blood, naturally one can also control the rampage of a ferocious beast's body. Lu Qing glanced at the information. They're all about the patients who were treated at the sanatorium. His pupils condensed as he looked at Yu and said, meaning, let me transform the ferocious beast tentacles and mechanically control the beast body? Chapter 59, Crazy Bitch. Yu looked at him silently and, not a word. Can I refuse? Lu Qing asked with dogged courage. What do you say? The corner of Yu's mouth curved up into a sweet arc, her voice soft, but with an undeniable meaning. In her beautiful eyes, red light flickered slightly, demonic and mysterious. Next moment, Lu Qing only felt an invisible force instantly binding his entire body. The body, uncontrollably, jerked into an in-place split. Hiss-oh! Lu Qing let out an acidic to the core grunt. It rang through the room.
and the five senses twisted. Grass. This woman is so sick. He cursed in his heart, but his face immediately changed into a fawning smile and conceded. Just kidding, just kidding, whatever the coronet says. Lou, will never say anything. You nodded in satisfaction. Be good, do your job seriously, and your sister will reward you by buying you a girlfriend. Lu Qing righteously refused. No need, I like realistic girlfriends. Then the conversation turned. Why don't you come back with me? Mechanical parts need to be made by machines. The equipment is in the healing store, and it's hard for me to do anything without a guy. Lu Qing had a very difficult look on his face. You're doing a pretty good job of calculating. You let out a light laugh, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Your healing store is right next to the Martial Hall. You want the Martial Hall elders to save you? Look at what you said. Lu Qing immediately denied it. With a righteous face, that's right. UTM guessed right. How could I possibly have an evil mind? He replied immediately and righteously, his voice resounding. The corners of Yu's mouth rose slightly. I'll give you one day to come over tomorrow night on your own. After all, you don't like to play splits, do you? As she said that, she glanced at Lu Qing's crotch. Lu Qing's back is cold. MD, you're so perverted. When I go back, I'll uncontrol it and then hide in the martial arts hall and not come out. So I'll play chicken with you. Lu Qing superficially catered. Don't worry, I guarantee your satisfaction. Yu revealed a sweet smile. Her fingertips traced over Lu Qing's face. Very good. From now on you are my person. Cure everyone here. Sister will send you a surprise. Lu Qing? Nima, you still want me to be a toolman? You're thinking pretty good thoughts. What? Not leaving? Can't bear to part with me? You turned back to him with a flirtatious smile and locked eyes with him. Lu Qing immediately said, farewell. With that he turned and walked away without looking back in his stride. And Yu's face turned into a gentle smile as she looked at Wang Chan. How about we watch TV with your dad? Yeah. Cindy cheered. An innocent smile on her face. Lu Qing walked out of the dormitory building and reappeared at the previous courtyard. The old couple who had been playing badminton and exercising in the yard before had disappeared. Only the two oldest men who were still playing chess at the stone table remained. Lu Qing glanced at it without stopping and continued walking towards the gate. At that moment, one of the hunchback lords spoke up. Young man, you seem to be the first outsider that the dean has brought here. The voice was husky, with a hint of curiosity. Lu Qing stopped and came to the stone table, and after 2 seconds of silence, he asked, do you know her true identity? The Dark Moon King of the 100 Beasts cult. Another older man wearing presbyopic glasses suddenly interjected, his tone flat, as if he was talking about a matter of no great importance. Lu Qing was silent for a moment before asking again, did she fuse the fierce beast's body for you guys? Are you guys from the 100 Beasts cult? The hunchback laughed. The first one is, the second one isn't. We're just a bunch of old things who made a mistake. There was a hint of vicissitude in his voice. What mistake have you made? Lu Qing then pursued the question, but the two bosses were silent this time. As if ignoring his presence, he continued to play against each other. Hey, old thing, did you secretly regret your move? Put your salty duck egg dog stinking fart. Old eyes, get new glasses. The sound of the two arguing echoed extra loud in the yard. Lu Qing, no longer stopping, he finally came out of this blessed home for the elderly. It was completely dark outside, and the night was as deep as a pool of stagnant water, without a single ray of light. Early morning, 12:30, the night was as quiet and deep as ink. In the villa, the lights were bright, like a shining pearl, contrasting with the surrounding darkness. The villa has a grand design. Every detail reveals luxury and prestige. Luxurious furniture and furnishings, and a light sandalwood scent filled the air, intertwined with the woodsy fragrance emanating from the expensive furniture. In every corner, the smell of money permeates, making you wonder about the owner's wealth and taste. The depths of the villa. A spacious cultivation room with a closed door. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Jiang Junyi's forehead, and his breathing was slightly rapid. In front of him, 9 green dragon jade swords hovering in the air. The sword was flowing with a faint greenish glow. A slight buzzing sound was emitted. These 9 jade swords, each of them exuded an overpowering sword aura, as if they possessed life, and flew around Jiang Junyi. They sometimes weave like traveling dragons, sometimes as swift as lightning, and sometimes as gentle as the breeze. 9 jade swords, as if forming a subtle sword formation. Sword chi crisscrossed the room, and the sword duke stood in the center of the sword formation. His clothes were fluttering, just like a modern-day exiled immortal in the sword, and the male was peerless and elegant. Suddenly, Jiang Junyu's sword finger waved, his movements dashing and fluid, as if receiving instructions. The 9 flying swords let out a crisp sword sound and transformed into 9 streaks of green light. They flew into his spatial ring. The sword array disappeared. and calm was restored to the room. There was only the faint aftermath of the sword chi that slowly dissipated in the air. 7 pints. Can't hold it down fast enough. Jiang Jun gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes deep. In a few moments, he pushed open the door to the practice room. Outside the door, 2 deaf maids in plain cheongsams waited quietly. They have pretty faces and shapely bodies. One of them held a delicate silver tray in his hands. It was decorated with fresh fruit, a vintage bottle of red wine, and a cell phone. Kang Junai walked over to the tray, picked up a tall glass, poured a glass of red wine and shook it gently. The wine swirls in the glass, giving off a tantalizing aroma. He brought the glass to his lips and took a gentle sip, feeling the mellow flavor of the red wine bloom on his tongue. Then, he put down his glass and gestured in skillful sign language. Prepare hot water and take a bath. The other maid understood, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. The pace was light and silent. Just then, the cell phone that was on silent on the fruit plate suddenly vibrated and the name of the caller flashed on the screen, Lu Qing. When Jiang Jun saw this name, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He slid the screen and picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, immediately there came a shout. Boss, help me. Chapter 60, Altering the Body of a Beast. Get the word out. Jiang Jun said flatly. Lu Qing hurriedly recounted his encounter with the Dark Moon King, notifying the officials first. The Dark Moon King must be completely resolved before he could truly be free of the other party's clutches. Of course, he didn't tell the other guy that his soul was being controlled by the. If a second rank could undo the means of a 7th rank sect master, then it would be a hell of a thing. Jiang Jun was silent for a moment, and there was a change in his tone. Do what she says for now. Ha! Lu Qing thought he had heard wrong. These people from the blessed elderly home, although they weren't members of the 100 Beasts cult, the Dark Moon King was the cardinal of the 100 Beasts cult, so they naturally couldn't completely disassociate themselves from it. And the goddess of fortune was actually telling him to listen to the Dark Moon King? I say you go treat Wang Yu tomorrow night, Duke Sword said in a single word. At those words Lu Qing froze for a moment. Previously after his autopsy, he had already obtained information about the Dark Moon King's means of controlling souls. Lu Qing seemed to think of something as he said, Boss, does the Martial Hall have a plan? Jiang Junyue. The cold voice slowly spoke. The day before yesterday, Elder Su had personally rushed to City 1. The Elder Hall has a prop that specializes in evil spirits. Counting on time, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. For the next 2 days, do as she says and go and treat her as usual. Once Elder Su arrives, at that time, we will take decapitation action against Dark Moon. Well. Worthy of being an official organization. Efficiency is high. After hearing Jiang Jun's explanation, Lu Qing was more or less relieved. Only if the elder made a move could he truly be free of Dark Moon's clutches. That crazy, temperamental, hell knows who she won't be able to use up her own and kill to kill. The patriarch wanted to GA him as if he were crushing an ant. Well, there were quite a few people in the home, 24 or so, and the Dark Moon King had asked him to treat all of them. 2 days, Elder Su returns. There's exactly enough time. Early the next morning, Lu Qing came to the healing store early and started working on the mechanical parts. These accessories were all carefully crafted by him in the shape of the demonic oral octopus tentacles, striving for perfection in every detail. However, whether or not it could fit perfectly with Wang Yu's body, he was not completely sure in his mind. In the past, when performing mechanical surgeries, he used auxiliary equipment, making accessories and modifying and installing them at the same time, always adapting them to the patient's situation. But this time was different. Facing the temperamental Dark Moon King, he had to succeed once and for all. If this crazy batch of is slightly displeased, I'm afraid I'll be killed. Lu Qing took a deep breath as fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, carefully put the last part together. Finally, he created another simple surgical aid and loaded it into the space ring. Done. Lu Qing's gaze flowed. Wang Yu's cultivation had reached the 4th grade, so he naturally wouldn't use a 4th grade metal for his transformation. However, if secondary metals were used, they would not be able to withstand the power of an innate powerhouse. After much weighing, he finally chose tertiary metals. Night is creeping in. Lu Qing was harboring a feeling of apprehension. Once again, I stepped through the door of the blessed home for the aged. In the yard, the old people are carrying out all kinds of exercise. Some playing Tai Chi, some doing gymnastics. A peaceful and quiet scene. Not far away, Yu and Wang Chan were playing shuttlecock, which made a beautiful arc in the air. Lu Qing walked quickly to the duo. A smile piled on his face. What a kick! Lord Coronet is truly talented, literate, and capable of anything and everything. Yu ignored his flattery and just gently patted Wang Chan's head and softly said, Cindy, we have something to do to find your dad, so you can play by yourself for a while, okay? Wang Chan nodded her head obediently. her voice clear and pleasant. Aha! Auntie Dean. You guys go and get busy. Cindy will be good. Lu Qing silently watched this unfortunate woman without saying anything. 5 minutes later, Yu Yu and Lu Qing arrived at a brand new room. Wang Yu's previous dormitory was still being repaired, and it was destroyed yesterday. Dean. Wang Yu saw you come in and struggled to sit up from the bed. Later he will perform an operation on you that will require you to release the body of the fierce beast. Yu Yu's voice was calm and indifferent, as if she was recounting something perfectly normal. A worried look appeared on Wang Yu's face and his voice trembled a little. But, I can't control myself at all right now. No harm done. Yu said lightly, as if she had everything under control. I'll be here, suppressing the ferocity of the demonic chi octopus for you. Wang Yu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, I understand. The words. Wang Yu's originally normal arm began to undergo bizarre changes. The skin gradually became as black as ink. The muscles twisted and swelled. The two thick tentacles broke out of his arms and danced with abandon. The surface of these tentacles was covered with densely packed suction cups, each of which flashed with an eerie cold light, as if capable of devouring everything. At the tips of the tentacles, the sharp barbs flashed with a chillingly sharp edge. Ah! Ah! Roar! Wang Yu's eyes instantly became blood red, and his entire body fell into a state of berserkness. His mouth emitting bursts of beast-like hissing. He flailed his tentacles wildly, snapping and leaving a deep mark on the wall. Jing! Yu let out a low cry. Her eyes flashed with red light, and a bizarre power filled the air. Evil pupil open. Under the suppression of the evil pupil, Wang Yu's movements gradually slowed down and eventually stopped rioting. Only his body was still trembling slightly. You may begin. Yu turned her head to look at Lu Qing, her voice icy cold. Lu Qing only felt a chill from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The power of this evil pupil. It is really too bizarre. He forced down the palpitating feeling, and took out the metal mechanical parts he had prepared long ago from his spatial ring. Start the surgery. Lu Qing operated slowly, striving for precision in every step. These cold metals, as if they were alive in his hands, fused perfectly with Wang Yu's ferocious beast body. Yu Yu stood by the side, her eyes sweeping over Lu Qing's maneuvers from time to time, but she was never able to understand the mystery. The complexity and subtlety of this so-called mechanical surgery actually far exceeded the methods of fusing the bodies of ferocious beasts that she knew. Lu Qing was fully focused on the operation. His fingers danced nimbly and, one by one, precise parts were fitted onto Wang Yu's tentacles. The originally hideous and terrifying tentacles were gradually covered with cold machinery. As the operation proceeded, Wang Yu's tentacles began to change marvelously. What was once a soft tentacle became hard and, every joint glistened with a metallic sheen. The dark and rough tentacle muscles, the surface of which was covered and embedded by large areas of metal, were tightly sealed, like a natural killing weapon. It was as if they were two pythons made of steel, full of power. Time is ticking away. A full 5 hours later, a tone that only he could hear suddenly rang in Lu Qing's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest to treat 5 congenital patients and remodel mechanical limbs. Task progress, May 5th. Reward indestructible body hardening and transformation method. Chapter 61, Commencement of the Plan. The system quest beep sounded, but Lu Qing had no time to pay attention to it. The immediate trouble must be solved first. At that moment, only Yu Yu's scarlet eyes gradually faded and returned to clarity. Twisted space was also restored. The taut nerves on Wang Yu's face relaxed, as if relieved, as if he was soothed by a long illness. I'm better? It was as if the ferocious nature of the beast deep inside was firmly imprisoned by an invisible shackle. He gazed in amazement at his metallized arms, wielding them with ease and control. This is. Wang Yu's eyes widened. The steel tentacles were like two dexterous pythons, drawing smooth arcs in the air, sometimes as swift as electricity, sometimes as gentle as the wind. A perfect combination of power and control. A hint of satisfaction passed through Yu Yu's eyes. She handed Lu Qing a piece of A4 paper, on which she recorded in detail the information of another old man in the home, age, cultivation level, type of ferocious beast fused, everything. Well done. Suzuki's tone was light. Go back to preparing the next one, and continue tomorrow. Lu Qing responded with a smile on his face. Got it. Damn woman. Wait for the Marshall Hall elder to come tomorrow. See how you still dare to use Lousy as a toolman. He walked out of the home, hailed a cab, and headed straight back to the Convalescence store. As night falls and the lights come on, the Steel City is dotted with neon as bright as the starry dome. Time passes quickly. Turning to the evening of the next day, Lu Qing built a set of mechanical fittings based on the demonic python beast body that the old man had fused on the information. The opponent was only a second-grade beast martial artist, so he chose the cheapest first-grade metal. As he was about to leave the house,
His cell phone rang abruptly. It was Kong Yun Yeol who called. Lu Qing hurriedly picked up the phone. The usual calm voice of the god of fortune came from the receiver. Elder Su has arrived. Proceed as planned. Lu Qing's spirit lifted and he responded excitedly. Roger. The courtyard of the Arafuku home for the aged. The seniors were engaged in an exuberant tug-of-war. Old men and women are organized into teams by gender. Cindy soldiered on, waving her fists and cheering on her grandparents. Moon then acted as the referee. And the moment the red rope crossed the center line, she loudly proclaimed, "Blue team wins." The red team bosses exploded into a frenzy of yelling. Shame on a bunch of old men who can't even compete with old ladies. You're the one who's ashamed. You 80-year-old loser. The sight of the old ladies but a cheer, laughing and cursing. Vibrant. The courtyard is full of warm and lively fireworks. Lu Qing walked in. You looked over at him, her voice pleasant. The people are in the dormitory. I'll take you there. Spinning around, he headed for the inner room. Lu Qing silently followed, through a narrow corridor to a clean and tidy single room. The door to the room was ajar, and the room was somewhat dimly lit. A withered old man was hunched over in a wheelchair, staring intently at the news broadcast shown on the TV screen. The old man's face was covered with deep and light spots and creases. The skin is loose and lifeless as dry bark. A pair of cloudy eyes, deeply sunken, the whites of which were yellowish, bore a deadly grayness. Thinning, florid gray hair, plastered to his scalp. He wore a coarse, whitewashed lab coat that, a thin blanket covered the lower half of his body. You walked up to the old man and, her eyes flashed. A red light blossomed, a scarlet glow that, it erupted from her eyes and instantly filled the room. The light distorts, the air shakes, a low humming sound was emitted. The originally quiet old man suddenly let out a low roar and his body trembled violently. The muscles in his face twitched and his veins rippled and twisted like earthworms. The blanket covering the lower half of his body slipped and reveals a chilling scene. His legs, which were expanding and deforming at a rate visible to the naked eye, were, the skin tore, revealing white bones. The bones twisted and made a toothsome cackling sound. Between the blood and flesh, gray scales grew out one by one, cold and hard. In just a few seconds, the lower half of the old man's body, which had been completely removed from its human form, it turned into a thick and hideous gray snake body. The upper body still maintains its human appearance. The lower half of the body is a cold, serpentine tail. It made a weird and scary picture of a weird half-man, half-snake. The serpent's tail twisted uneasily, slapping the ground with a dull thud. Go to sleep. You spat out 2 words coldly. The voice was not loud, but it was undeniable. As if manipulated by some mysterious force, the old man's cloudy eyes gradually lost focus and became disoriented. His struggling movements, too, slowly ceased. Finally, sinking back and closing his eyes. Falling into a stupor. You turned around and looked at Lu Cheng. Begin. Lu Cheng nodded. He took a deep breath and, walking over to the old man, he began his exclusive hand job. From within his spatial ring, remove a cold metal part. Surgery begins. He is as experienced a surgeon as any, installing the metal parts, one by one, onto the old man's snake body. The metal collided with the flesh and blood, making a piercing friction sound. Lu Qing was focused and his eyes were sharp, as if he was carving an exquisite work of art. The metal parts, and the scales on the serpent's body, blended together perfectly, without a single gap. The original hideous serpentine body, augmented by metal parts, it looks more techy. And just in the middle of this long remodeling process, suddenly, Yu Yu's originally calm expression suddenly changed. She jerked her head around and looked through the window, into the sky. The demonic eyes instantly flashed a cold light. The corner of her mouth hooked into a playful smile as she looked at Lu Qing, a hint of teasing in her tone. I'll find you later. Before the words left her mouth, her figure shifted like a ghost and disappeared in place. The windows were windless and open, whistling with cold air. Lu Qing froze for a moment. Mindfulness. It seems that the elders of the martial hall have arrived. Going after it? No. The thought had just popped into his head. It was just denied by himself. The masters are fighting and the mortals are suffering. So what's the point of watching? The 36 stratagems. Walking is the best. Yo, let's get back to safety first. Go straight back to the Temple of Martial Arts and secure yourself first. On his way out, Lu Qing glanced at the wheelchair lying on the old man who fell into a coma. He sighed, carrying him to the bed and laying him down. He then pulled a thin blanket over the side and gently covered the old man. That done, he turned and walked quickly toward the door. Young man, you're done for the day so soon? A familiar voice sounded behind him. It's the same hunchbacked grandpa who played chess yesterday. Right, I have things to do. Take your time. Lu Qing didn't look back. only wanting to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. Finally, I can get out of the grip of that crazy batch of women. He quickened his pace and headed for the door. However, just then, bang! With a loud bang, the gate to the courtyard, it was kicked away roughly. Chapter 62, The Dark Moon King Can't Be Messed With. So who are you to bark? Wood splinters flew, the doorframe shook violently. Let out an overwhelming groan. Wow! A group of military envoys, dressed in black uniforms, like a tidal wave coming in. The footsteps were neatly organized, and at a rough count, there were more than 30 people. Each of them had a cold face and stern aura, and their bodies exuded a strong murderous aura. The entire courtyard was instantly enveloped in a sullen atmosphere. These people, well trained, split into two columns, like two black torrents of. It quickly took over all corners of the yard. Then, like the tide receding, they parted to either side, giving way to a passage. At the end of the passage, a young man with a straight figure and a cold face walked over slowly. He was dressed in a black power suit and wore a long knife at his waist, with a silver insignia set into the hilt that shone coldly in the dim light. He was not very old, about 27 or 18, and the nose is high and straight, thin lips pursed, exuding a cold atmosphere that is uninviting. This man, it's the Inwu ambassador from the Ministry of Law Enforcement, Ling Xiao, also the head of this mission, an early 4th grade innate expert. Ling Xiao's gaze was like an icy blade that, sweeping over the crowd in the courtyard. When his eyes landed on Lu Qing, he paused for just less than a second. Then he skimmed right over it, as if he hadn't seen him at all. His attention, it was completely focused on the dozen or so old men in the yard. His voice, cold and merciless, was like a judgment from hell. All remaining members of the 100 Beasts cult will be killed. Kill. He spat out a word faintly. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder that exploded in the courtyard. The words, the 30-odd military envoys behind them. In unison, they drew the long knives at their waists. The light of the knives flashed, and the cold aura was aggressive. A strong killing intent instantly spread out, enveloping the entire courtyard. Wait a minute. A voice interrupted the killing that was about to erupt. Lu Qing walked forward and looked at this group of people from the law enforcement department. The crowd of the law enforcement department recognized him, and for a while, even though the blades were not sheathed, no one dared to act rashly. The status of the special appointment of the Temple of Martial Arts is here to stay. Ling Zhao's sword brows twisted, and a trace of impatience surfaced on his cold face. Dr. Lu, this matter is closed. You need not intervene any further. The remaining matters will be taken over by my law enforcement department. His tone was hard, with an undeniable authority. Lu Qing slowly stepped forward and stood opposite Ling Xiao, his eyes burning. These people, they are not the 100 Beasts cult congregation. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Oh, the corner of Ling Zhao's mouth hooked up into a playful arc as a cold aura flashed under his eyes. With this statement, could it be that you are trying to block the law enforcement department from handling the case? His voice turned abruptly cold, like an ice blade scraping across a cold winter month, sending shivers down one's spine. I just think that there is an injustice in this. Lu Qing looked straight at Ling Xiao without flinching. In the past 2 days, he had also roughly understood from Darkmoon's mouth that the old people here have made mistakes, more or less for reasons that are hard to tell. Lu Qing couldn't decide whether what they had done was good or evil. Take Wan Yu for example. Didn't that teacher deserve to die? Is it wrong for Wan Yu to kill him? The specific rights and wrongs need to be determined by martial law. But the sad part is, Wu Fa didn't give a reasonable justice at that time. Wan Yu is not an unforgivable man, and the old man here shouldn't be sentenced to death in one bite by Ling Xiao. Lu Qing was not a saintly mother. If he didn't see it, he didn't have the time to care. But what happened in front of him? He couldn't do nothing, even if Wan Yu and the old people are guilty, even if they have to die. Nor was it such a direct decapitation by the people from the Department of Law Enforcement. Instead, it should be tried by martial law and then decided. Ling Xiao was so indiscriminate that he didn't understand or recognize it. Lu Qing, do you think that with your mere status as a bronze martial envoy, you can stop my law enforcement department from enforcing the law today? The cold light in Ling Xiao's eyes grew even more intense, and an invisible pressure emanated from him, crushing towards Lu Qing. Although he still called Lu Qing Dr. Lu on his face, in fact, his heart had already regarded him as a mole cricket. In the world of martial arts, the strongest is the most respected, and he was an innate 4th grade expert. So how would he put a tiny 2nd grade martial artist in his eyes? Come on man. Ling Xiao gave a command that sounded like a bell. Take Dr. Lu back to the law enforcement department for the crime of obstruction of law enforcement and wait for the verdict. In Base City 15, the law enforcement department of the Temple of Martial Arts is the Iron Law. They are in charge of martial law and have the power of preemption. Those civic organizations and martial artists who encountered the Ministry of Supervision on a regular basis would at most be inspected. And even if they violated the law, the Ministry of Supervision did not have the power to enforce the law. But the law enforcement department is different. They have great power. Their duty is to maintain the law. The use of martial arts is very well known. Reversing black and white, calling a stag a horse. For them, but it is just a routine. They can condemn you to death for what is clearly a trivial fault. With a little bit of design, you can find a breakthrough and kill you on the spot. It is so that no one does not fear this group of living hell. Just then, a copper martial envoy stepped forward stiffly and approached Ling Xiao's ear, reminding him in a low voice, Ling's silver ambassador. He has special exemption status. We seem to have no right to enforce the law against him. His voice trembled, obviously wary of Lu Qing's identity. This silver envoy naturally knows that. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, a trace of viciousness flashing in his eyes. But this mission is not trivial. Lu Qing harbors the remaining members of the 100 Beasts cult, and is involved with the people of the Dark Moon King. I suspect that he is a lurking spy of the 100 Beasts cult. For traitors, his exempt status is naturally invalid. Give me a hand. That copper martial envoy showed a difficult expression and was hesitant to step forward. Are you kidding me? We are all veterans of the law enforcement department. It's okay for you to act like a bully and turn black and white in your day-to-day life, but you can't lie to your own people. Can you? That Tama is a special waiver. Even if the elders wanted to move him, they would have to hold a meeting to discuss it, and you're asking me, a third-grade bronze martial envoy, to go hard? Waste. Ling Xiao angrily rebuked, killing intent in his eyes. His gaze fell back on Lu Qing, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a sardonic smile. Today, this silver envoy will kill everyone here. What can you do to me? Swish. The long knife was sheathed. The cold light flashed, and the blade pointed straight at Wang Chan, a stern killing aura that instantly enveloped her. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded throughout the compound, only to see Lu Qing's figure suddenly move, like an arrow off the string, violently bursting out to the back. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrunk, disbelief written all over his face, only to see that in mid-air, Lu Qing's entire body was covered with a layer of dark blue metal mech, just like a steel god of war from the future. The surface of this mech flowed with an ethereal blue light, emitting a palpitatingly icy cold aura, as if it could freeze everything. Class 4 Frost Mech. The lines of the mech were smooth and full of power, and every piece of armor shone with the cold luster unique to metal. In the helmet part, the face armor was hideous, and at the eyes there was an ethereal blue light flashing, like two cold stars, taking in the heart. At the chest, a miniature energy reactor was flickering with an ethereal blue light, providing powerful power to the entire mech. The joints of the limbs, precision mechanics, glistened with a cold light, full of explosive power. The entire mech, full of technology and futuristic feeling, as if it was a super weapon that came out from a sci-fi movie. Boom! A terrifyingly cold aura, like a flood that broke the dike, swept towards Ling Xiao. What? He only felt a coldness instantly invade his limbs and bones. Even his blood was about to be frozen, and the qi and blood in his body was unexpectedly unable to mobilize the slightest bit. Bang! The frost mecha's fist wrapped in metal, like a meteor, ruthlessly smashed above Ling Xiao's face. The latter was caught off guard, and like a kite with broken strings, his entire body flew straight backward and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Qing harnessed his mech and rushed forward with an arrow step, riding directly on Ling Xiao. Metal fists fell like rain, making muffled thumps. He frantically pounded and cursed as he vented his pent-up frustration. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
front of me. Do you know how I've spent the past 2 days? Ha! You dog! Scream again! Make you scream again! Snap! Punches were thrown and the sound pang, was crisp and loud, with a metallic hard-hitting feel. It was a strange shame for a 4th grade innate expert to be pressed to the ground and violently beaten by a 2nd grade martial artist without the ability to fight back. The surrounding law enforcement department personnel, each dumbstruck, were, as if he had been cast in a fixation spell. He froze in place, his mind going blank. This TM, what the hell kind of monster is it? You call this Dr. Budo. Chapter 63, a whole plate? Stop. Lu Qing. Stop it for me. Ling Zhao's voice trembled with a hint of pleading for mercy and there was no longer any semblance of the silver martial envoy's might just now. Stop you. Lu Qing's mechanical eyes flickered with a piercing blue aura at their eyes. Pop. Snap. The steel fists of the frost mech fell like a blistering rain. Each punch ruthlessly smashed into Ling Zhao's body and face. Ling Zhao screamed miserably as blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. He struggled desperately, but was deadened by the frost effect. Damn it. With great difficulty, Ling Xiao reached out his hand and felt around on the ground for a while, finally, grabbed his standard long knife. I told you to stop. He swung the blade violently, with fury, and the Jedi struck back, trying to stop this monster from doing damage. Bang! The blade arced through the air. However, in the next second, the blade landed on top of the frost mech, but it only made a crisp metallic clang. Then, the knife then curls the edge, and the surface of the deep blue mech left only a shallow white mark that, as if it was just a mosquito bite. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Still have the strength to fight back? So he backhanded and grabbed it. His metal palm was like an iron clamp, holding that blade in a death grip. An extremely cold aura gushed out from his palm. The ice spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, coloring the long blade an icy blue, instantly freezing the blade. Immediately after, Lu Qing's 5 fingers pinched hard, only to hear click a crisp sound. The long knife should be broken. The break is as smooth as a mirror. It's a special sword for the Jinmu ambassador, forged with grade 5 metal, a solid Xian rank weapon. How could it be crushed by Lu Qing just like that? Monster! You're a monster! Ling Xiao's face at the moment only had fear and despair in his heart. I was wrong. Spare me. He could no longer bring up half a bit of resistance, and his voice was hoarse with a thick plea. Late. I'm addicted to fighting. Lu Qing seemed like a furious war machine, his iron fists falling like rain. A dozen breaths. Ling Xiao's face had long been a bloody mess. His features were twisted in deformed nose and face, and his teeth were chipped. You can't even recognize your own mother when she comes. The surrounding members of the law enforcement forces, each and every one of them were dumbfounded, completely shocked by the scene in front of them. They've never seen such horrific images of. Never seen anyone so crazy either. Is this a doctor? I'm going to. Him. He won't beat Ling's silver ambassador to death. Will he? What to do? Go. Up and stop him. Don't you dare go on? There's no one left to talk to. Who dares to go on? Ling Xiao, who was at the 4th rank of the innate, was pressed to the ground and beaten wildly. Did they go up to deliver the takeaway? Until Ling Xiao was completely motionless, lying on the ground, passed out. Only then did Lu Qing stop. Clunk! The frost mech lifted its covering, and with a metallic scraping sound, the mech parts quickly retracted into the spatial ring. Lu Qing's young and handsome face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The teenager's posture was upright, just like a killing god returning from the battlefield. He swept his gaze over the group of people from the law enforcement department and said in a cold voice, "Carry it back. It's not dead yet." The members of the law enforcement forces woke up as if from a dream, each one of them looking pale. Their hands were in a mess as they lifted up the fainting Ling Xiao. Then he left the home as if he were fleeing, his footsteps disorganized and hurried. How arrogant you are when you come. How wretched you are when you leave. At this point, Wang Chan came to Lu Qing's side with small steps. She tilted her head and, looking at Lu Qing with those crystal clear eyes, she gently tugged on the corner of his coat. "Big brother, you're awesome. Where did that robot just change from?" The voice was soft, with childlike innocence and curiosity. The biting murderous aura on Lu Qing's body instantly dissipated, and was replaced by a gentle smile as he looked at Wang Chan with a smile. Softly, "It's a secret, only for magicians." Wow! Wang Chan's eyes were glowing. Adoration was written all over his face, and it was as if stars were blinking in his eyes. At this point, the hunchbacked grandpa walked slowly and came to Lu Qing's face as he gazed deeply at the young man. A hint of complexity flashed in those weathered eyes. He really didn't expect Lu Qing to step in and interfere with the law enforcement department's enforcement of the law, even violently beating up a silver martial arts envoy, just for the sake of them old, decrepit things who have only met twice. What he didn't realize even more was that this young man with a cultivation level of only 2nd grade, but also has that kind of amazing means, with a set of mysterious armor. He was able to crush the 4th grade innate expert Ling Xiao. The hunchbacked grandpa sighed softly, a hint of worry in his tone, and warned, "Young man, you beat up someone from the Department of Law Enforcement, and they won't take it lying down." He knows the ways of the law enforcement crowd all too well, even more so than those people themselves. "It's okay, kill me and I'll go burn paper for him." Lu Qing smiled faintly, his tone light. Moncler Outlet Store, a startled look. I didn't think the little guy had the heart to joke around. A helpless smile appeared on his wrinkled face. The conversation turned to ask, "I see you weren't in a hurry just now. In a hurry to leave on something?" At those words, Lu Qing fell silent. "Are you still going? If the Department of Law Enforcement kills again and retaliates, these old people in the old folks' home still can't escape death. Don't look at the 2 5th grade lords sitting here, but once they break out their beastly bodies, into a rampage, while it's possible to kill an intruder, but they will also kill all the other people here because they have lost their minds." "No, The news on the side of Jiang Jun and the elders is uncertain for now. I don't know if I can take the Dark Moon King either. If it ever fails, the return of the Dark Moon King, surely revenge will be exacted on him. Lu Qing cursed in his heart. A few seconds later, a touch of relief appeared on his face, and Lu Qing lifted his head, a smile back on his face, and, pointing to the chess pieces on the stone table not far away, he said, "Master, a whole plate?" The hunchback froze for a moment. Immediately, a smirk also appeared on that old face. Whole. The two of them sat down to play against each other, engaging in a silent battle on the chessboard. The hunchbacked grandpa twisted up a chess piece and rubbed his fingertips over the surface, only to see him slowly raise his head, his gaze crossing over the chessboard. He suddenly opened his mouth. "Didn't you ask me last night what mistakes I, and old Su too, had made?" His voice was old and deep, with a hint of huskiness. "That's over 40 years old." Moncler Outlet Online recounting. Lu Qing listened. It seems that the other party to the chest of the pent-up years of emotions, and spit out. The depths of a pair of cloudy old eyes were as deep as an ancient well, so deep that it was impossible to see what was really underneath. Meanwhile, on the edge of the city, an abandoned, rotting building stands. The mottled walls were covered with dark green vines and the steel bars were exposed and rusted, like a hideous skeleton. It supported the broken shell. At the edge of the sky, 3 streams of light cut through the cloud city and traveled above the firmament. At the very front, it was a scarlet stream of light, like a burning meteorite. Right behind, it was a golden stream of light and a gray stream of light. The former seemed like a blazing sun, with an air of sacrosanct inviolability. The latter's breath was introverted, but swift as the wind. They clung to the scarlet color in front of them, weaving and chasing through the air currents that were brought up, letting out a guttural whine. Chapter 64 Battle of the Masters. Boom! The loud noise was deafening, as if it was going to tear the eardrums. Just as that scarlet stream of light cut through the sky and passed over that abandoned building, Shasta, in the 4 corners below the building, 4 pitch-black pillars of light surged into the sky, and the curtain of light coalesced to form a closed cage, instantly blocking that scarlet stream of light to death, completely sealing off its path. Bang! A muffled sound. The scarlet stream of light only fell at extreme speed, steadily smashing into the top floor of the building, the hard concrete rooftop instantly crumbling. The rubble is flying. The dust is flying. A deep, bottomless pit appeared. The center of the pothole. A young girl in a ponytail stood up slowly and she had an upright posture, and between her eyes, there was an unspeakable high spirits. A powerful aura erupted. That was the unique pressure of a late 7th grade sect master. Like an invisible mountain, it shook the entire rooftop slightly. Black prison? You looked down and her eyes landed on the 100-meter building. There, in each of the 4 corners, 4 figures stood. They were none other than the 4 golden martial ambassadors of Base City 15. Jiang Junyue of the Ministry of Supervision. A white suit. His noble son's temperament was on display, as well as Ambassador Qin Mingjin of the Ministry of War, who was large and muscular. Ambassador Luo Jin of the Law Enforcement Department had a thin face and deep-set eye sockets. Ambassador Han Kim of the Ministry of Intelligence, with a serious and meticulous look. The 4 golden ambassadors have all arrived. Their hands flew and shifted, squeezing and moving complex spells, co-presiding over the black prison, confinement grand formation. Runes flickered on the black light pillars, emanating a palpitating energy fluctuation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately following, the 2 streams of light in the sky followed suit and also landed on the top floor of the building one after the other. Elder Su stepped in step by step, dressed in a gray practice suit. His body was slim, his face was old, and every wrinkle seemed to be engraved with the traces of age, but he gave off an air of resilience and perseverance. The cultivation of the mid-7th grade erupted like a volcano. The air currents around him surged and his robes hunted. The other one, and its elder Qin of the Martial Hall. He was about 40 years old, with a stout figure that stood like a tower of iron, his body bulging with muscles, full of explosive power. It's not angry. The cultivation of the early 7th grade was unleashed without reservation. It was as if the air had frozen, making people feel a sense of suffocation. This was the killing aura that could only be found when fighting on the battlefield. Yu Yu's red lips lightly opened. Her voice was clear and pleasant, but with a hint of teasing. Yo, the executives of Division 15. This is pouring out. It's really looking up to me. Even borrowing the black prison. What a big deal. Elder Qin's face sank and his voice was like muffled thunder as he burst out. Dark Moon. Without a word of nonsense. Once the words fell, Elder Qin shot up explosively. Elder Qin transformed into a residual shadow with terrifying speed, directly exploding into a sonic boom. A sharp whistling sound came from the air, as if space was being torn apart. He blasted out with a fist. the wind of which was like a dragon, carrying a destructive force that went straight to Yu Yu's face. Elder Su followed closely behind, transforming into a residual shadow. His figure was as erratic as a ghost, making people unable to catch him. He formed his 5 fingers into claws, his fingertips flashing with a cold light, like the claws of an eagle, and grabbed at Yu Yu's throat. In the face of the 2 great masters' pincer attack, Yu Yu was unperturbed, only to see her figure sideways. Like a spirit cat, she lightly dodged Elder Chin's fist. At the same time, she slapped out a palm with her backhand, the palm wind whistling as it collided with Elder Su's eagle claw. Bang! With a muffled sound, the air waves rolled over, and the concrete rooftop under the trio's feet instantly crumbled, splattering debris. Yu Yu fought 1 against 2 without losing a single step. Their attacks carried the potential of a patriarch, a power unique to a patriarchal powerhouse. This Dark Moon King, downstairs, Ambassador Han Jin of the Intelligence Department was slightly surprised. She was actually able to fight against both Elder Chin and Elder Su at the same time? It won't last long. Even though she's in the late stage of the patriarchal master, Elder Chin's broken arming momentum and Elder Su's Wuji momentum are both continuous types that will get stronger the more they fight. This kind of peak duel, the fight is about the bottom card, and at the end of the battle, who reveals their bottom card first and who has more cards is the key to victory or defeat. The law enforcement department's Luo Jin envoy said indifferently, controlling the formation in his hands as he did so. On the rooftop, the battle intensified. Elder Chin opened wide. Each punch was powerful and heavy, like a cannonball, blasting into the air with bursts of explosive sounds. Elder Su, on the other hand, had a bizarre stance, and his speed was getting faster and faster. From time to time, he appeared in front of Yu Yu, and from time to time, he appeared behind Yu Yu, and each of his strikes was tricky and vicious, aiming straight for the vitals. Next moment, looking for death, Yu Yu's rosy lips gently spat out 2 words, as if the god of death had whispered a cry. The words fell. Her originally clear eyes abruptly turned scarlet. An evil, tyrannical aura surged out crazily from within her body. In a flash, the winds and clouds changed. The originally clear night sky was suddenly shrouded in a rich blood color. A huge blood moon slowly emerged. Under the blood moon, a huge shadow gradually solidified. It was a phoenix with scarlet flames burning all over its body, its wings spreading out to cover the sky. The ruddy plume, each one seems to be carved out of the densest of blood-colored feathers. It shone with a hauntingly evil luster. The evil phoenix's head was high, and the crown feathers on top of its head were like a burning crown, majestic and full of evil. Those scarlet eyes moved. The red moon evil phoenix silhouette in the sky then violently flapped its wings, emitting a high-pitched phoenix cry. Nico dash, raising his head to the sky, his voice pierced through the gold and cracked the stone, resounding through the night sky. Scarlet red sound waves spread out like substance, and wherever they passed, cracks appeared in space. Hundreds of meters in a circle seemed to tremble under this terrifying pressure. On a rotten building, those dark green vines, under this pressure, instantly withered and turned into pieces. The exposed rebar, too, groaned with an unbearable groan, twisting and contorting. The sky and the earth were red with blood. It was as if the end of the world had come. Coming, Elder Chin bellowed in a low voice. Elder Su and he only felt a tremor in their bodies, feeling the suppression from the soul level fall on them, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move easily. Stone harvest, Shun. One could only hear Elder Su shouting furiously and pinching the spell in his hand. A majestic black stone statue, horns like a deer, head like a camel, ears like a cat, eyes like a shrimp, mouth like a donkey, hair like a lion, neck like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a carp, front paws like an eagle, back paws like a tiger. He disappeared into the night sky and charged straight towards the terrifying evil phoenix. Chapter 65 The Black Gate. Roar! The black, stone harvest, looked up to the sky. That voice seemed to come from the ancient flood, carrying an endless majesty and ancient mystery. The statue, which was originally no more than 3 feet, rapidly expanded at this moment like a blow-up balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic beast that stood on top of the sky. The huge body covered the sky. Even the blood moon in the sky was eclipsed. Nico dash. The red moon evil phoenix's silhouette also let out a sharp chirp, and its wings violently vibrated as endless orangutan red flames swept out, as if they were going to burn the entire world to the ground. A black and a red, 2 terrifying forces collided in the air with a bang, between heaven and earth. It was as if these 2 colors were the only ones left frantically entangled and torn apart. The black giant roar intertwined with the red phoenix's roar like a destructive piece of music. On the rooftop of the building, the wind was howling and debris was flying as if it was the end of the world. Harvest, the ancient fierce beast, roar can suppress the soul and destroy the gods. is specialized in the soul of a class of objects. And this Earth rank prop, Stone Harvest, was made from the corpse bone of the 7th rank Overlord Harvest. Refined. Shasta. The power of the Red Moon Evil Phoenix seemed to be innately suppressed. The madness and tyrannical light of those huge scarlet pupils quickly faded. The scarlet color in Yu Yu's eyes also slowly faded, changing back to those clear and moving eyes. Sky. That Red Moon Evil Phoenix shadow that covered the sky. In the next second, the Stone Harvest gradually became illusory under the roar of the. In the end, with an unwilling wail, it completely dissipated into the night sky. Yu Yu stood still and glanced at the dissipating Evil Phoenix shadow, without the slightest hint of panic on his face. Instead, he evoked a snicker. Black Prison, plus, Stone Harvest, 2 Earth-ranked props? Quite well prepared. Don't tie your hands yet, Elder Qin shouted angrily, a hint of sternness flashing in his eyes. Breaker! The muscles of his entire body fiercely pancaked, and a golden light burst out from his body, as if a golden god of war had descended into the world. The Patriarch's power, Broken Army, bursts forth with full force. All of a sudden, all of the golden light converged at one point and it coalesced above his fist's blade, emitting a brilliant and dazzling light. He leapt high into the air, his body drawing a perfect arc in the air, and then, with endless might, he blasted his fist down. The huge golden pillar of light was like a shockwave that cut through the sky and, with an aura of destroying everything, it ruthlessly shot at Yu Yu. Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar, as if the entire world was trembling. The location where Yu Yu was instantly engulfed in golden light. The whole rotten building could no longer withstand this terrifying force, and collapsed into ruins. Taken? Downstairs, Han Jin made his eyes widen as he looked at the ruins and asked in astonishment. No! Ambassador Luo Jin's gaze, however, remained fixed and he stared dead at the center of the collapsed ruins, where a powerful aura slowly rose once again. The smoke cleared. Yu Yu's delicate figure once again appeared in front of the crowd's line of sight. She stood quietly in the center of the ruins, her clothes somewhat torn but her entire body unharmed. Humph. Posturing. Elder Qin looked at this scene and let out a cold snort as he said to Elder Su, she can't use the power of the evil phoenix. The consumption of blocking this strike must not be small. Go on, don't give her a chance to catch her breath. Yes, Elder Su nodded. The gray practice suit on his body was windless and made a hunting sound. A glint of essence flashed in his eyes, and the Patriarch's power, Wuji, manifested. A huge gray vortex slowly rose under Yu Yu's feet, as if it was going to swallow her up. You looked down at the vortex under her feet, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a bright smile, a smile that carried a hint of cunning, a hint of disdain. Geez, why are you so mean? Don't play no more. She laughed softly, a hint of teasing in her voice. Swish, the figure of the young girl suddenly disappeared from the spot where the next moment, having appeared in midair, turning into a red stream of light, he temporarily dodged the whirlpool at his feet. To reach the 7th grade, not only did he comprehend his own unique potential, but he also had the ability to fly in the air. Dark Moon, you can't escape, Elder Qin shouted angrily, and the golden light on his body erupted once again. Then it quickly converged on his fist, forming a huge golden energy. In midair, the corners of Yu Yu's mouth hooked slightly, and with a quick pinch of the spell in her hand, a black door appeared in front of her out of nowhere. The door was made of pitch black stone, covered with mysterious runes. In the center was nothing but a shimmering black curtain of light that gave off a mysterious aura. Seeing this, Elder Su, Elder Qin, and the 4 golden martial ambassadors all changed in color. How did she have the black gate of the Elder Hall? A shocked and inexplicable expression appeared on Ambassador Luo Jin's face as he stared wide-eyed and deadpan at the black door, his voice filled with unbelief. Black prison, and black gate, 2 Earth-ranked props? Both refined by a master forger at the Martial Palace over 100 years ago. One has the effect of confinement of the formation, while the other has the power of spatial recluse, which can ignore all formations. Both of them are from one person's hand, complementing each other. Instead, the Dark Moon King had taken out the black gate that was clearly stored in the Elder Hall at this moment. Elder Su, stop her. Elder Qin's face also became extremely ugly as he roared and urged, go! Elder Su didn't dare to be slow, and quickly pinched his spell, and a silver flowing water flew out from his hand, transforming into a silver dragon that shot towards the Dark Moon King in midair like lightning. Ground level props. Weak water. 3000. Meanwhile, Elder Qin followed suit with a punch, and a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, shooting straight up into the firmament, targeting none other than Yu Yu in midair. Stop! Only hearing Yu gulped softly, her stillness power manifested, as if it had been subjected to a great confining force. That silver-colored flowing water suddenly stopped in midair. It was followed by incessant trembling.
as if struggling to break free of its bonds. Click. Weak water seems to be desperately trying to get out of this bind, but at that moment, it could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered with a loud bang. It broke in two and fell in midair. Elder Su's face showed a heartbroken expression as his expression froze. In midair, only a second before the golden shockwave arrived. Moon, leaving them with an afterimage of a light smile. He waved his hand and said, "See you later." In an instant, she walked into the black gate, and then even the entire black stone door disappeared from sight. Elder Chin's golden shockwave fiercely blasted into the empty space. The terrifying power rushed straight into the clouds, breaking up the clouds in the sky, eventually dissipating into golden specks that floated in the sky under the moonlight. Absolutely beautiful and gorgeous. How did she get that black gate? Elder Chin roared angrily as he fiercely blasted his fist against the barriers of the black prison. The black curtain of light emitted a buzzing and trembling sound, but it remained still and intact. Chapter 66. Your nephew is dying. Inside the home for the elderly, the stillness of the night was gently broken by the crunching sound of chess pieces falling on the board. In the center of the courtyard, at a stone table, the chess game between the hunchback Zhang and Lu Qing is nearing its end. Zhang Moncler Outlet Store's brow was tightly knit, and beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. "There's no need to struggle anymore," Lu Qing said softly. The pieces in his hand roamed the board, each move seemingly unhurried. "No, I can still." Moncler Outlet Store Zhang's voice carried a hint of resignation. He stared intently at the board, trying to figure out a way out. Snap! The cannon in Lu Qing's hand landed firmly on the chessboard, making a muffled sound. "General." Zhang Moncler Outlet Online's face instantly turned pale. He's looking at the last car on the board that's been eaten. With a long sigh, he slumped in his chair. "Yay! Big brother won. Grandpa Su was right. Grandpa Zhang, you are a stinky chess player." Cindy watched the battle from the sidelines, her crisp cheers breaking the silence of the courtyard. Just then, a sudden change occurred. In the center of the courtyard, the air began to distort, as if an invisible force was tearing through space. Immediately afterward, a black stone door appeared out of nowhere, and it was carved with ancient and mysterious runes. In the center of the door was a deep darkness that seemed to connect to another world. "Everyone, follow me." A clear female voice came out of the door, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in it that the echoes reverberated through the yard as if from a distant sky. Lu Qing's face changed as he immediately recognized the owner of the voice, the Dark Moon King. Didn't take it? A flicker of doubt flashed through his mind that, however, the Dark Moon King, that woman, also did not personally come back again, indicating that there are still some scruples. "Young man, you're a good chess player. Let's spar again sometime." At this point, the hunchbacked Moncler Jacket's Outlet Zhang slowly stood up, a kind smile on his face. Having said that, he and the nursing home congregation, Wang Yu, Wang Chan, and Master Su, who wore old-fashioned glasses, walked towards the black stone door. Their figures paused for a moment before the door of the, and then one by one, they went in, disappearing into the darkness. When the last person enters, the stone door disappeared with it, as if it had never been there. The courtyard was once again quiet. Whoosh! At that moment, in the sky, a streak of light crossed the. Zhang Junyao was dressed in a white suit, with his feet on a jade sword. He descended from the sky. His stance was erect, his clothes were flowing, and it was as if an exiled immortal was approaching the earth. And the jade sword exuded a warm luster at his feet, with ancient patterns engraved on the sword, flowing with a faint aura. Zhang Juni descended with his sword and landed steadily in the middle of the courtyard. His gaze swept across the yard and it finally landed on Lu Qing. "What's the situation, boss?" Lu Qing quickly stepped forward and asked eagerly. "The mission failed." Zhang Juni's tone was calm, his face devoid of any expression. Lu Qing's complexion stared. The Dark Moon King did run away. 2 Martial Hall elders and came prepared, and this let her get away? This matter is more involved than simple. And if I'm right, Dark Moon has other purposes in mind for this visit to the 15th. Zhang Jun's eyes became deep. He looked into the distance and seemed to be thinking about something. "Let's go. Back to the Martial Palace. You're involved this time and need to attend the mission meeting." Lu Cheng nodded. He took a deep breath and stood on Zhang Junyel's flying sword. The flying sword slowly rises up and, taking the two of them up into the sky, they disappeared into the night sky. The courtyard of the home for the aged. The original lively and cozy atmosphere is gone. The chessboard on the stone table remained as it was at the end of the game. A few empty chairs stood silently around the breeze blew through, bringing a hint of coolness, and after this night, the place became incredibly silent and empty. Downtown, inside a luxurious 5-star hotel, the lights were on. In the presidential suite, decorated in the utmost luxury,
A huge crystal chandelier radiates a brilliant light that, soft carpet, comfortable queen-sized bed, every detail, as well as the $3,000 per night price tag, underscores the luxury feel of the place. In the bathroom, a man in his 50s was soaking in a bathtub with a young college girl. The man was slightly chubby, with somewhat thinning hair, but his eyes revealed a shrewdness and cunning. College girl looks to be in her early 20s. The face was pretty, the skin was fair, and there was a hint of flirtation in her eyes. She's a senior at Star Martial Arts University. Put in the school, properly countless licking dog admiration object. Schoolgirl level of existence. Honey, when are you going to divorce your wife? I'm about to graduate. The college girl asked delicately as she snuggled into the man's arms. Almost there, baby, take it easy, the man replied, perfunctorily. His hands roamed over the college girl's body. The man's name was Peng Chang, with an early 5th grade cultivation. More than 20 years ago, he was just a 4th-ranked silver envoy of the Marshall Palace's law enforcement department. Because of a case of a teacher's murder, he took bribes and covered up a huge amount of money from it. But in the end, he was able to muddle through and the case ended because there was no substantial evidence. Then he voluntarily resigned and got away with it until now. Nowadays, he is a 5th grade innate powerhouse. Over the years, he felt more nourished than when he was a military ambassador. Knock knock. Just then, a sharp knock on the door broke the charming atmosphere in the room. Check it out. Peng Chang frowned in displeasure. The girl froze for a moment, and her face hardened as but she didn't dare to disobey Peng Chang, so she had to get up from the bathtub, reluctantly, casually draped in a bathrobe. That bathrobe was so thin it was almost translucent and, outlining her marvelous figure, full breasts, slender legs, full of seduction, she walked to the door and opened it. A martial envoy of the law enforcement department, dressed in a black uniform, stood at the door. He looked flustered and forced his way straight into the room. Who are you? Who told you to go in there? The girl was startled and screamed. Silver Ambassador Pang. Something's happened to Ambassador Pang. The martial ambassador ignored the girls and yelled at the top of his voice. Although Peng Chang had long since ceased to be in the law enforcement department, the people in the law enforcement department continued to call him so. What's all the noise about? Punky was wrapped in a bathrobe. With a grimace, he stepped out of the bathroom. When that law enforcement department's military envoy saw him, it was like seeing a savior. Immediately, he shouted, Pang Yin is not good enough. Your nephew, Ambassador Ling Yin has been beaten up, and I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on and die soon. Peng Chang's eyes widened steeply. What's going on? How did he do his job when he told you to kill a few old and weak women and children? Chapter 67, 100 million. An hour later, Peng Chang and the law enforcement department's military envoys drove to the central hospital. The hospital was brightly lit. People were coming and going in the corridors, and the smell of disinfectant filled the air. Outside a VIP room, Peng Chang and a black-clad martial arts envoy walked briskly to the. As soon as the two law enforcement department martial envoys guarding the doorway saw him, they immediately stood upright and saluted. Silver Envoy Peng, Silver Envoy Ling Xiao is inside. Peng Chang was expressionless and ignored it, directly pushing the door in. Inside the ward, Ling Xiao was lying on the hospital bed. His entire body was frozen and condensed with a thick layer of frost, like a frozen corpse. The curve on the heart rate monitor next to the hospital bed fluctuated weakly, almost in a straight line. The various instruments and tubes were connected to his body, maintaining his feeble vital signs. Peng Chang walked to the hospital bed. Looking at his nephew in this state, his brows locked. He turned his head to the attending physician standing at the side and asked in a deep voice, Director Li, how is he? This Director Li naturally recognized Peng Chang. He looked grave and his tone carried a bit of respect. Ling Xiao's silver envoy has been hit by an extremely special cold poison. The coldness has invaded the bone marrow, causing the qi and blood to solidify. Coupled with the fact that he has been severely injured, he has no ability to recover on his own, and his vitality is rapidly draining away. This kind of symptom, I really unheard of. When Director Li finished speaking, a fine bead of sweat had already seeped out from his forehead. Looking a little nervous, just tell me straight, can it be cured or not? Peng Chang's voice was low, with a hint of impatience. It's nice to be able to. Director Li stammered. Only it's not at the central hospital. It needs to be somewhere else. What place? Peng Chang pursued. Director Li, the ad hoc medical department of the Temple of Wushu. That specially recruited Director Lu may have a solution. What did you say? Peng Chang's voice rose steeply with a hint of disbelief. On the way here, he had already learned that the one who had beaten his nephew into this hellish state was this special physician surnamed Lu. And now you're actually asking people to cure it? Director Li hadn't heard Peng Chang's implication and was still explaining to himself. This Director Lu, although young, has studied the way of surgery and the mysteries of the human body quite deeply, and there is a great possibility of solving the symptoms of the cold poison on Ling Yin's body. Enough! Yuing told me to find Lu Qing. Why don't you go and eat Xiang? Peng Chang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and cursed. This, what are you talking about? Director Li was startled. His face instantly turned pale. How could he not expect that his kind advice would be rewarded with such insults? But this innate 5th grade big brother in front of him, behind not only the martial palace but also the underground forces, black and white, he wouldn't dare to be offended in the slightest. Asterisk. Peng Chang was so angry that he was trembling, his chest rising and falling violently. Originally, today was a good day, and he had inquired about a piece of information. That is, in this operation of the Dark Moon King, the law enforcement department was tasked with searching for a suspected nest of the 100 Beasts cult, blessed home for the elderly, and he was surprised to see in the list of people at the Arbata home for the elderly the associates of his related bribery case back then, father and daughter Wang Yu and Wang Chan. Back then, he was still just a 4th grade silver martial envoy in the law enforcement department of the Martial Palace. He was approached by someone that day. The other person was the principal of the First Martial Arts Annex Elementary School, and he was rich, very rich. The other man told him that he would be paid $100 million as soon as the verdict was pronounced in the trial court that his son was innocent and had not raped and violated the female students in his class. 100 million. Even for an innate powerhouse, that was a staggeringly huge amount of money. An average silver envoy would probably earn around $10 million a year, which would be equivalent to him working diligently for 10 years. And now, it only needs a simple sentence and a pronouncement to get that 100 million. How could he not be impressed? So that Budo elementary school teacher was acquitted and released in court. He had thought that this matter was over. Did not expect. Half a year later, Wang Yu murder case once again led the case of the year to attract the attention of the senior management of the Ministry of Law Enforcement. He was scared, desperately mobilized manpower, looking for Wang Yu. It's better to kill someone, so that he will really rest on his laurels. But unfortunately, in the end, he did not find Wang Yu. He was afraid that one day Wang Yu would jump out again and reopen the old case. He could only choose to resign and avoid the sight of the Martial Palace, and has been secretly searching for the whereabouts of Wang Yu's father and daughter all these years. Finally, he saw the names of Wang Yu's father and daughter again in the list of people in the Arbato home for the elderly. The day before yesterday, he decisively contacted his nephew Ling Xiao, who is a silver martial arts envoy in the Ministry of Law Enforcement, and went to arrest a group of suspects in the old people's home. And Ling Xiao, naturally, knew about this incident back then. On that day, he took the initiative to ask for help and set off with his beloved team members, regardless of whether he was a member of the 100 Beasts cult, no matter whether it was a suspect or a real rebel, as long as the Department of Law Enforcement all killed cleanly, and went back to say that these people made the first move and resisted the law enforcement, and that they had no choice but to behead them. He has done this kind of similar work not once or twice, and is very comfortable with it. Damn you, Lu Cheng! Damn you! Peng Chang gritted his teeth, and a spiteful light flashed in his eyes. A great opportunity after waiting so many years. I can't believe he broke it. Now you're actually asking for his help? Asshole! Peng Chang's eyes were sinister and angry to the extreme. After a long time, Peng Chang spat long and coldly said to the law enforcement department's martial envoy beside him, "Go, call the Peaceful Healing Store and ask." "Ooh-hoo, okay." The martial ambassador froze and hurried to the window, dialing a number to call. The call lasted only half a minute. The latter came to Peng Chang with a white face. "Say, how about that?" Peng Chang asked eagerly. Cold sweat oozed from the martial envoy's forehead, and his voice trembled a little. "Lu, Dr. Lu personally answered the phone. He said he wanted 100 million. What did he say? 10 more grade 5 medals. What are you talking about?" Peng Chang completely exploded. He roared, kicked Ling Xiao lying on the edge of the bed, only to hear click. The whole bed instantly collapsed. Frozen as ice, Ling Xiao fell straight to the ground. Issued a pang sound. The sound of crisp, and the sound is clear and loud. Base center, next to the Temple of Martial Arts building. Peaceful Healing Shop. 2nd floor. Research room. Lu Qing hung up the phone, then stopped paying attention. Instead, he couldn't wait to open the system panel. Host, Lu Qing. Realm, peak 2nd grade. Blood, 1,000 calories. Orifices, 24. Martial arts, prone heavenly palm, earth order. Manga Jin, yellow order. Equipment, level 4 frost mech. Technology, exoskeleton mechanical surgery. Nano intravenous injection technology. Nano trauma repair technology. Task 1, please treat 5 disabled martial artists in the innate realm and remodel their mechanical limbs. Task progress 5/5, completed.
Reward, indestructible body transformation method, to be claimed. Task 2, the host is requested to establish a medical cooperation to sell 1,000 copies of the nano-trauma patch to the outside world. Task progress, 0/1000, not completed. Completion reward, heaven-ranked weapon equality of all beings. Congratulations to the host for having completed task 1. Do you wish to receive the reward? There was some fire in Lu Qing's eyes. It was finally time to quench the body again and break through the 3rd grade. Pick up. Chapter 68, Reforming the Indestructible Body. Ding. Claimed successfully. Indestructible body. Introduction, the method of quenching the body with the divine machine. Transforming the indestructible body, bone as steel, skin and flesh as gold, blood as quicksilver, and the 5 Tibetans as iron, the 8 channels of the odd meridians and veins of chaos, and the 3,000 orifices of the indestructible crystals. Comment, please call me the hardest hardening method in the universe. Hardening steps, click for more. For 5 minutes. Lu Qing finally finished reading the entire contents of the undying body tempering method. He didn't read too much, but was greatly impressed. What steel? What gold? Lu Qing doesn't quite understand the specifics of what, but according to the system's general meaning, it should be using some kind of steel-type metal to transform the bones with the indestructible body quenching method. For skin and flesh, it's gold, and for blood and flesh, it's some kind of quicksilver flow-like metal, except that there is no precise indication of which one and what grade it is. But this also means that the divine mechanism indestructible body has great exploitability. Lu Qing's mind shifted and his eyes brightened. In the future, every time he broke through a realm, he would have to quench his body. Then every time, it would be an evolution of his physical body. Flesh and blood transformed into mechanical metamorphosis. Lu Qing secretly smacked his lips. This is about transforming yourself into a purely metallic mechanical body. But it's kind of fun. Looks down at his Lamborghini. No. Can't have that weird thought. Putting aside distractions, Lu Qing decided to give it a try with the auger steel first to remodel the bones. Bone for steel. As a grade 6 steel-type metal, auger steel was just right for the first step in the transformation of the indestructible body. But before that, there's also an auxiliary machine to be built, and this seems to be quite simple, requiring just enough materials for me. Lu Qing looked at the system panel instructions and began the first step of his preparations. Spinning around, he turned to the tool bench. All sorts of metal materials and mechanical resources flew out from the spatial ring and were neatly arranged on the silver-white metal table. In the light, they reflect a bright metallic sheen. Lu Qing then began to operate according to the system description of that. Inside the high-temperature barometer, molten metal liquid flows into a precision mold, and as the steel water cools, a part gradually takes shape. Carefully polished, each part is shaped differently, some like gears, some like bearings, and some like intricate connectors. Lu Qing took them out of the mold and carefully polished them, each action full of concentration and meticulousness. His fingers moved nimbly through the parts like a pianist playing a complex piece of music. These parts seemed to have life in his hands, gradually combining into a complex mechanical structure. The structure of the machinery is interconnected to form a large and sophisticated system. Eventually, an over-the-top futuristic mechanical creation is presented under LED lights. It's done! With a surprised voice from Lu Qing, he took a few steps backward. His vision focus zooming in as a gray and silver mechanical pod over 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide gradually revealed itself. A hatch of the mechanical compartment was half open, like a giant mouth waiting to devour its prey. The surface of the capsule was covered with a silver-gray metal shell that shone with a cold sheen. 12 mechanical straight arms protruded from the sides of the pod, each consisting of multiple joints that were unusually flexible. The ends of these robotic arms are fitted with various parts, some like scalpels, some like welding torches, and some like sophisticated sensors. The interior of the mechanical chamber was even more complex, with various lines and pipes intertwined to form a vast network. The cabin's abdominal adamantine blade, a combined set of blades, was sharp and glowing with a cold light, as if it could cut through any creation. The bulkheads were studded with countless indicator lights and displays, which flashed regularly to show the operational status of the mechanical pods. The entire mechanical cabin exuded a high-end sense of future technology, as if it was a product that came out of a science fiction movie. Lu Qing hurriedly walked forward and clicked on the display above. Various functional effects he tested all over again. Nice! This auxiliary machine, near perfect, works almost as well as the system states. The only shortcoming is that the materials used are average, but it's not a big problem for quenching a 3rd or 4th grade flesh body. When we break through later, we'll change to a more advanced one. Lu Qing was calculating in his mind. And the next step was to formally quench and transform the body and break through the realm of the 3rd grade. Whoosh! A piece of silver-gray metal flew out from the spatial ring, faintly emitting a faint dragon's roar. It was none other than Jialong steel. Lu Qing grabbed it as soon as he could, his eyes glittering with anticipation. Immediately, he stripped off his clothes and sat inside the cabin of the body-hardening assistance machine that had just been manufactured. The hatch slowly closed, cutting him off from the outside world. He placed the grade 6 metal auger steel into an alcove that was specialized in presenting metal materials. Immediately after that, a large amount of milky white liquid also gushed out from within the spatial ring, like a small river, flowing into the container holding the energy liquid. That was the Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid. Under the 7th grade, the most suitable thing for martial artists to use to quench their bodies. Initiate. With everything in place, Lu Qing took a deep breath and clicked the machine start button. The machine began to run, emitting a low humming sound as if it were alive. The blade module in the pod, rubbing out, directly slashed the flesh on Lu Qing's back and chest before he could react. That's it? Lu Qing didn't think so. This injury is nothing to him. I don't care at all, right? Totally painless. Little Key died, but the next moment, his face suddenly changed, only to see that the blade module instantly pierced his spine, and 12 mechanical straight arms violently probed into his body. Asterisk. Meanwhile, the night was deep, 11 o'clock at night, in the peaceful healing shop, in the ward on the first floor. The room was clean and tidy, with a variety of medical equipment neatly lined up along the walls, blinking with ghostly blue lights. On the hospital bed, Ling Xiao was lying quietly, not moving. His entire body was covered by a thick layer of frost, his face was as pale as paper, and his lips were frozen purple, as if he was an ice sculpture. Peng Chang stood beside the hospital bed, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His face, which was already a bit blonde, was now even more distorted by nervousness and anxiety. He stared tightly at Ling Xiao, who was unconscious on the hospital bed. Another glance at Dr. Su Ting Su next to him. When exactly will Lu Qing come out? Peng Chang's voice was hoarse and urgent, with a hint of uncontrollable trembling. Doesn't he want 100 million? I'll give. Quickly let him come to the rescue. Su Ting was not flustered. Her delicate face was very calm. The director is conducting medical research and cannot be disturbed. What about my nephew? The chief said that he can't die in one night, and that 8 o'clock tomorrow morning is the exact time of death. Chapter 69, Lu Qing, I hate to see patients suffering. Milky white Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid filled the mechanical cabin, and Lu Qing sat in it, completely submerging his entire body. Pure energy seeped into his body through his pores, nourishing every inch of flesh and blood, every bone. His back, sliced mercilessly by sharp blades, revealing the internal structure of the human body. The sight of blood and flesh, if a normal person sees it, I'm afraid to be scared out of their wits. However, Lu Qing's face did not see the slightest bit of fear, and he had a determined look on his face. At this point, looking under the skin again, his bones were no longer the grimy white bones of a human, but a bright silver metallic spine. This spinal column, like a sleeping dragon, quietly hibernated within his body. The silver-colored metal surface, glistening with an icy luster, was engraved with intricate and precise patterns. Each line seemed to contain infinite power, and these lines, like ancient runes and like some kind of mysterious code, were inscrutable but could not help but be deeply attracted by them. The whole spine exudes an unspeakable majesty and power that, it was as if it was a skillfully crafted work of art, and like an infinitely powerful artifact, indestructible and imperishable. It seems that a piece of auger steel is only enough to transform a spinal column. Lu Qing's face was a little pale and sweat slid down his cheeks, but his eyes were firm and his consciousness remained awake. Next, the third step, enlightenment. Lu Qing catalyzed the indestructible body to quench the body and, the qi and blood in his body began to surge violently, like a rushing river, emitting a roar. 24 orifices buzzed simultaneously, like a greedy vortex. It crazily absorbed the energy of the Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid. The silver spine, infused with energy, erupted with a brilliant silver light, as if it was going to illuminate the entire mechanical cabin. Bang, 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 25, 26, 27, 28. A dozen new orifices opened one after another, making a crisp sound like some sort of musical movement. But soon, the voice suddenly stopped. In the container inside the mechanical cabin, the Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid is already at the bottom. With that fast? Lu Qing raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Without hesitation, he once again released a large amount of milky white liquid from his spatial ring. The Heaven and Earth Yuan liquid, which was rich in aura, once again filled the entire mechanical cabin, drowning his entire being. Continue. Bang, bang, bang. 38 orifices, 48 orifices, 58 orifices. Finally, it went on until all 68 orifices were opened. Those orifices that were greedy as if they were black holes that couldn't get enough to eat were finally satisfied and finally quieted down. No longer absorbing. Very well. Step 4. Refine the orifices. This was the final and most crucial step of the undying body. Unlike the flesh and blood martial path's opening of the orifices to increase the number of orifices to raise chi and blood, rather, it is to refine the orifices and fuse them within the metallic indestructible body, completely detaching them from the bondage of mortal flesh. It's a process of increasing and then decreasing. Refine. The next moment, these 68 orifices, overflowing with a stream of thick energy, in the upper half of the body, one orifice after another began to actively melt into that auger steel spine, until there were 36 orifices all disappeared, and only then stopped. Inside Lu Qing's body, there were only 32 orifices left again. Buzz. The silver-gray light shone brightly, as if it was going to pierce through Lu Qing's body and shoot straight out of his body, coloring the entire mechanical cabin with a layer of silver radiance. Boom. 12,000 calories of chi and blood burst out from his body, like a volcano erupting, unstoppable. No, to be precise, with the metallic body of the indestructible body, what he exploded no longer belonged to the level of chi and blood, but was the unit of power in the mechanical system. The heck? The biggest difference between the two lies in the fact that the power of chi and blood is limited by the flesh, and if the flesh is not strong enough, then it cannot break through. The mechanical power has no limitations, and as long as it keeps transforming, it will be able to break through, including in a battle. The power of chi and blood has times when it is depleted, while the mechanical power is used infinitely with no cooldown CD. This moment, 12,000 hectares of mechanical power exploded. Third grade. It's done. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp, cold light flashed under his eyes. An ordinary early third-grade martial artist has a chi blood of 2,000 cards, and just after he had broken through, he possessed the 12,000 hex of mechanical power of an indestructible body, which was equivalent to the 12,000 cardinal points of chi and blood power of a fleshly martial artist. The one who had just broken through the early stage of the third grade was only 2,000 calories of chi and blood, while Lu Qing was 6 times as much. He knew that this was the increase effect of the indestructible body modification. Grade 6 auger steel. Just 6 times. The powerful aura caused the mechanical pod to shudder twice, isolating the aura. The mechanical hatch opened with a squeak as the wounds on the surface of the body slowly closed. Lu Qing stepped out of it. Every step was steady and powerful, his stance erect, as if he was a ferocious beast at its peak. Early the following morning, the time was 7:30. On the hospital bed, Ling Zhao's face was as pale as paper and bloodless. The frost was like a maggot in his tarsus, tightly wrapping around him, little by little devouring what was left of his vitality, as if he were a frozen corpse, lying there quietly, lifeless. Pang Chang stood beside the bed with a frown on his face. Every now and then he looked up at the wall clock, his heart clenching with every movement of the second hand. He had been waiting here all night, but Lu Qing never showed up. It's almost 8 o'clock. Where's Lu Qing? Why isn't he coming yet? Pang Chang couldn't hold back any longer and drank in a hoarse voice. A feeling of anger at being teased rolled around in his chest. However, he didn't dare to leave. He was afraid that once he left, Ling Xiao would really be hopeless. Su Ting stood on the side, facing Peng Chang's questioning. She appeared very calm. She explained in an unhurried manner. Director Lu has always been focused on doing research. All-nighters are common, sometimes even staying in the lab for 2 days and 2 nights. What did you say? Why didn't you say so? Peng Chang sniffed and became enraged, his eyes glaring as big as bronze bells, as if they were about to spit out fire. Many times, he wanted to have a fit more than once, but once he thought that this was the ad hoc department of the martial hall, he could only swallow his breath hard. No one has the right to disturb the order here and provoke the authority of the martial palace. Not to mention, he's not even a silver ambassador anymore. Just then, the door to the hospital room was suddenly opened. A handsome teenager in a black punching bag walked in, his figure erect and his pace steady. Director Lu. Su Ting's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Qing and she hurriedly greeted him, shouting respectfully, "Well, Dr. Su worked hard last night." Lu Qing smiled and nodded at her. "It's not hard, it's all due." Su Ting smiled faintly, a delighted expression on her face, hearing Lu Qing's concern in the incomparable joy. When she graduated to work here, many classmates feel that she might as well go to the Central Hospital Development, that the Temple of Wushu is no longer good, after all, is not a professional medical institution. However, later on, Lu Qing's fame resounded through the 15th base city, and all those students began to envy her, and some even complained in private about why the tutor didn't give the recommendation slot to them, but instead gave it to Su Ting. Peng Chang looked at Lu Qing with resentment in his eyes, only to see him gritting his teeth.
Lu Qing, I promise to give you $100 million. Heal him quickly, he's really dying. Next to the hospital bed, on the heart rate monitor, the fluctuation of the curve had become so faint that it was almost a straight line. Call the money first. Lu Qing glanced at him, his tone unsavory. You. Good. Peng Chang was trembling with anger, but he managed to hold back his rage and dialed a phone number. In less than half a minute, a remittance of $100 million was received on the account of the healing store. Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Then with his eyes signaling Peng Chang, he continued, and then, give it to him. Peng Chang squeezed 2 words out of his teeth, his back teeth gritting. Immediately, a law enforcement department marshal envoy next to him brought over a black box. The box is open. Inside, there were 10 expensive grade 5 metal materials neatly arranged, each of them harboring pure energy attribute fluctuations. In the current market, a level 1 metal was worth tens of thousands of dollars, while level 2 metals were more than 100,000. Level 3 metals were at least 300,000 to 400,000. Level 4 metals were priced in the millions, and level 5 metals were in the tens of millions. The value of these 10 pills is not in any way less than 100 million cash, or even more. Is it okay now? Peng Chang looked at Lu Qing, his voice trembling a little. Lu Qing directly grabbed the black box from that marshal envoy's hands and immediately changed his face and said with a smile, of course, I'm a person who can't stand to see patients suffer. Peng Chang's face was covered with black lines, and in his heart, he had already angrily cursed Lu Qing's ancestors 800 times. However, in the next moment, the scene that occurred shocked Peng Chang and Su Ting. Even the marshal envoy who had already seen the mech was similarly shocked. Only a layer of dark blue metal, as if it was alive, quickly spread over Lu Qing's entire body, armoring it fully. The armor was dark blue in color, with smooth and powerful lines, and the metal surface shone with an icy metallic luster. The entire mech was full of dominance and technology, as if it was a war machine that had traveled from the future. Even Peng Chang, who was at the 5th rank of innate, felt his heart palpitate. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees steeply. Dang! Then the overbearing mech took a step over to the sickbay and, prospecting a hand, a burst of energy attracted the frost on Ling Zhao's body, so it quickly faded and was absorbed by the frost mech. It only took 3 seconds. Lu Chang disengaged his mech estate and looked at Peng Chang with a smile. Alright, you guys can be discharged. Pennsylvania? Well, Peng Chang stared wide-eyed, a face of disbelief. What are you talking about? Just this? This UTM charge owed me more than $200 million. And what else? Lu Qing reached out and slapped Ling Zhao's face twice, only to see that the other party, who was still in a coma, then moved his eyelids, and then slowly opened his eyes. Into the eyes. It was Lu Qing who was wearing a white coat with kind eyebrows. You? Ling Zhao immediately drew in a breath of cold air and fainted again. Chapter 70, The Elders' Rebellion. On the other hand, the Temple of Martial Arts building. The overall building presents an inverted triangle shape, towering and imposing. At this time, in the top floor conference room of Division 15, the atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. On both sides of the long table sat the 3 golden ambassadors from the intelligence, supervision, and law enforcement departments. Elder Su sat in the first place. His wrinkled face was written with gravity at the moment. Elder Qin and Ambassador Qin Mingjin of the military department did not attend. The military department of the Martial Palace shouldered the heavy responsibility of the base's defense, and needed to sit at the helm at all times to block the ferocious beasts in the wilderness. They would only appear here unless they encountered a major mission that required the entire division to work together, such as the last beheading of the Dark Moon King. The conference room was silent, with only the sound of light breathing echoing through the air. Everyone's eyes were focused on Elder Su, waiting for him to speak. Elder Su slowly opened his mouth, his aged voice echoing in the empty conference room, appearing particularly grave. Why does Dark Moon have the Black Gate in her hands? What this matter means should be clear to you. They are certainly clear. This means that there is a rebellion of the Elder class. The Black Gate and Black Prison were stored inside the Elder Hall of Base 1, and no one could take them away by force. Only Elder-level people have the authority to apply for use. Ambassador Han Jin of the Intelligence Department hesitated for a moment, but finally broke the silence. He looked at Elder Su and asked with a slightly trembling voice, Elder Su, what did the Hall of Elders say? Did you find out who it was? He desperately wanted to know which division's elder, or who at HQ1 had defected from the Martial Palace. Elder Su closed his eyes, his brows locked, his lips pursed, and his entire person exuded an unspeakable exhaustion. It was a full 5 or 6 seconds before he opened his eyes again, sighed deeply, and said in a low voice, no. These 2 words are like 2 heavy hammers that, it slammed hard into the hearts of everyone in the room. No. No? Ambassador Han Jin's expression instantly stiffened. His eyes filled with disbelief. The elder level can indeed borrow props and weapons from the elder hall, but there is a stipulation that the elder hall will also leave a record of the borrowing. When Elder Su went to borrow it, the same registration was required for the record. Beyond that, there is only one answer left. That's what people who don't need to register do. Who can? The 4 Grand Elders of the Hall of Elders. Any one of them has the authority to directly take away the black door, and then erase the record to the point of being flawless. But how is this possible? That was the Grand Elder, an 8th grade Grand Master, the highest authority under the Hall Master. Such a person, yet he has collusion with the 100 Beasts cult? The faces of the 2 golden ambassadors, Han and Luo, became extremely ugly, their eyes filled with shock and uneasiness, except for Duke Jiang of the Ministry of Supervision, who was still picking at his nails there. There's no need to be surprised. It's just what you think. The 2 elders who were in charge of guarding the treasure trove are dead. Elder Su's voice sounded again, his tone filled with helplessness and sadness. With these words, Han and Luo's faces even changed wildly, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. A few moments later, they knew there was no escape from this. It must have been one of the 4 elders. Even the guarding elders are dead. Who else can do it within the martial hall? Dead silence. The conference room once again fell into dead silence. No one spoke. Only the sound of heavy breathing echoed through the air. This matter had already involved the Grand Elder level, and it seemed that any further meetings they had lost their significance. Suddenly, the Sword Duke spoke. So, who do you think it is? Elder Mu? True Marshal? Vermilion Bird? Or the 9 Swords? Or is it a gang? I think it's Xin Wu. No. Mu Lao is also possible. No, it's not right and not like that. Vermilion Bird has the least seniority. The probability is higher. What do you guys think? Swish, swish, swish. The 3 people, including Elder Su, all stared at him in unison with wide eyes. Hiss. You are so bold. Can't you see that everyone is silent? And you're naming the 4 elders one by one all over again? Cough cough. Elder Su coughed twice in an attempt to break the awkward atmosphere as he looked at Jiang Junyi and said seriously, Jiang Junyi, don't jump to conclusions. This matter is no longer something that our branch can be involved in alone. I have contacted a few elders in Division 16 and 17 to discuss further. So what are you guys talking about now? The Sword Duke continued to pick at his nails, his slender fingers looking especially good under the light. Silence, again. Only after a long time did Elder Su change the topic and asked, by the way, what's the situation with that suspected den of the 100 Beasts cult? Why hasn't it been reported yet? Hear this. Envoy Luo Jin of the Law Enforcement Department immediately stood up as he looked at Elder Su with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Elder, this matter was handled by my Law Enforcement Department, and we could have captured all of the 100 Beasts cult suspects, but on the way to the mission, we were blocked by Lu Qing, causing all of the personnel at the Blessed Elderly Home to escape. Immediately afterward, he narrowed his eyes at Jiang Junyi, his voice questioning. Lu Qing is from your inspection department. I'm asking you to give me a reasonable explanation. Chapter 71, Reversal. He did it. What am I explaining? Jiang Junyi's tone was flat, crossing his legs, his slender fingers constantly tapping lightly on his knees. Envoy Luo Jin froze, then anger surged to his heart as he slammed the table and snapped. Jiang Junyi, what kind of attitude is this? Indulging your subordinates and disregarding the rules. Alright, Elder Su opened his mouth to interrupt. He rubbed his brow. Lu Qing is also a participant in this mission. Call him in and ask him before making a decision. You can't make a decision easily. Ambassador Luo Jin snorted coldly and sat back down, but his eyes remained dead set on Jiang Junyi. He had long been dissatisfied with this guy's unimpressive attitude. However, thinking of the identity of the other party's Jiang family members, he had never had a real head-on conflict with them. On the other hand, on the side of the Convalescence store, Peng Chang, Ling Xiao and the others left after completing the discharge procedures. Lu Qing had also received news of the invitation to the Martial Hall meeting. Calling me over. It's mostly about the Blessed Elderly Home and obstructing the Law Enforcement Department's enforcement. Lu Qing had long expected this, and a flash of meaning surfaced in his eyes. 10 minutes later, Lu Qing rode the elevator to the conference room on the highest floor of the Martial Hall building. Pushing through the door, around a long table, 4 people sat. Aside from Zhang Zhaoshan, the other 3 were the first time he had seen them. However, he immediately judged the identities of several people, and the one sitting at the first place was naturally an elder. The 2 elders of the 15th base city, one surnamed Su and one surnamed Qin. Elder Qin was mainly responsible for leading the military department in the war against the beast race, while the one in front of him was naturally Elder Su, who was responsible for the internal affairs of the base. Elder Su, the 3 golden ambassadors. Good morning.
Lu Qing arched his hand at the old deng on the first seat. Elder Su smiled faintly and extended a hand, saying politely, Lu Qing, sit. Although Lu Qing's position is only a bronze ambassador, but the status of the special exemption level, in fact, second only to the gold ambassador, has been on top of the silver ambassador, just no real power. At this point, one of those two unfamiliar golden ambassadors suddenly let out a cold snort. He was tall and thin, with prominent cheekbones, a pair of triangular eyes that glittered with sharpness, a nose that curved like a hawk's hook, and thin, pursed lips that gave him a mean and ungracious look. It was none other than Ambassador Luo Jin of the Law Enforcement Department. He stared at Lu Qing and questioned. Yesterday, my subordinates reported that they were forcibly obstructed by you on their way to enforce the law and injured a silver envoy. Dr. Lu, I need an explanation. When these words came out, apart from Jiang Junyao, the intelligence department's ambassador Han Jin and Elder Su were all stunned. Lu Qing injured a silver ambassador? How did he do it? Lu Qing leaned back in his chair, not in a hurry, with a look of total ignorance. When did this happen? And when did I obstruct the Department of Law Enforcement? Luo Jin's eyes were gloomy as he pointed at Lu Qing, his voice sharp. The members of the Law Enforcement Department's several squads all witnessed it with their own eyes. That's the truth. Do you still want to deny it? Yeah. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow as he asked the other side rhetorically. How did I hear that what His Highness Wu reached was only a suspected arrest order, not a mandatory seizure? Your Ling Xiao silver envoy, that was rushing in with the intention of directly killing someone. I was so scared, said he, looking towards Elder Su on the first seat with a shivering look. I thought the law enforcement department was crazy and was going to GA me along. It's not too much to ask for self-defense, is it? How dare you make a strong argument? Envoy Luo Jin was trembling with anger as he pointed at Lu Qing's nose and angrily rebuked. And what evidence do you have to prove that the members of my law enforcement department can do any great merit by killing people with their direct hands and slaughtering a group of old and weak people? You can't take credit for it, but there are people who want to let these old and weak die on purpose. At this point, the sword prince who had been silent all this time suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was so cold and noble that it immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Ambassador Luo Jin's brows furrowed as he looked at Jiang Junyi, his tone unkind. Jiang Junyi, speak with a basis. Don't think that just because Lu Qing is a member of your Ministry of Supervision, you can be recklessly biased. At the top, Elder Su also spoke. Your words mean something else? Buzz. With just a wave of Jiang Junyi's palm, a large pile of information appeared in front of Elder Su. Gold Envoy Luo, and Gold Envoy Han in his spatial ring. A neat stack of papers, one for each person. Duke Sword's cool voice continued. These are the personal data of everyone in the blessed nursing home. They all have one thing in common. They have violated the martial law and are wanted by the martial palace. Listening to Jiang Jun's description, Elder Su and the others looked at the information placed in front of them one by one. And the more they looked, the deeper their frowns became. All of these old cases of disease and suspects wanted by the martial palace for many years were surprisingly under the shelter of the Dark Moon King. Envoy Luo Jin of the Law Enforcement Department immediately clapped his hands. Since this is the case, it is all the more important that these people not be let go. Lu Qing's obstruction of law enforcement is an added offense. However, the Jiang Jun Knight Lu Qing duo didn't seem to care about his rant at all. The Sword Duke elegantly flicked his tongue at his stable boy. Lu Qing understood and nodded. Then he took out a recorder from within his spatial ring and gently placed it on the table. Drops. Press the play button. The old voice of Moncler Jacket's outlet Zhang slowly sounded. That is already more than 40 years old. Nearly an hour of recordings flowed quietly through the conference room. The story is interspersed with conversations of Lu Qing laughing and joking with Grandpa Zhang, as well as the crisp ringing of the chess pieces as they fall, as well as the past of every old man in the old people's home. Their encounters, the injustices they had suffered, and everyone's grievances were all poured out in the recorder, echoing in the conference room on the highest level of the martial palace. Finally, the recording ends abruptly. The conference room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Elder Su's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant aura, and his kind voice became incomparably low. This matter, can it be taken seriously? If it's true as this recording says, then Ling Xiao took the initiative to ask for help for the purpose of Wang Yu Wang Chan's father and daughter. For the sake of killing people, this makes perfect sense. The law enforcement department's Luo Jin envoy's expression was questioning, but his tone was no longer as forceful as before. Humph, talk is cheap. This is just the one-sided story that Lu Qing heard from the other party's mouth, and it can't be used as a basis for fact. Isn't it the truth? Plain and simple. Jiang Jun Knight picked up the cup of water on the table and gently took a sip, saying, last night, I had already asked Jiang Qi to verify the case back then, and once I asked, I would know. Summon Silver Ambassador Jiang Qi, Elder Su said in a deep voice.
his voice echoing in the conference room. In a few moments, only to see Silver Ambassador Jiang Qi walk into the conference room. His hands held a thick pile of information, his face had faint dark circles under his eyes, and his pace was steady and strong. Jiang Qi, I have been informed of the events before and after. I want to see the results directly. Elder Su looked at him. Yes, Elder. At once, Jiang Qi spread out all the details of the case information of that year, of which he had the Ministry of Supervision retrieve overnight, and laid them all out on the table. And so, through Jiang Qi's more than 20-minute-long parsing, the final conclusion was laid bare in front of everyone. Jiang Qi solemnly turned toward Elder Su and said, Elder, the above is the entire record of the crimes, trials, and verdicts of Wang Yu, Zhang Shenyan, and a cadre of other people from the blessed elderly home. After examination, there are indeed many suspicious points in it, suspected of illegal and disorderly behavior by the official personnel of the Martial Palace. These 21 old cases, when all of them are not established to deal with, overturned and retried. Chapter 72, Jagged Man Playing Me. Humph. A cold snort gushed out from Elder Su's nostrils, his voice like ice. Chilling, good. When it's really good. Ambassador Luo Jin, I've heard that the law enforcement department is no. 15th Yama's palace. So I'd like to ask you if this Yama master of yours has been comfortable all these years? Between the words, there were wisps of coldness, as if they could freeze the air. The subordinate is guilty. Luo Jin make face white, forehead cold sweat beaded down, a heart fluttering, wildly beating more than, as if to pop out of the chest. The back of his shirt had long been drenched in cold sweat. He only felt his legs weaken and he could barely stand, as if he was going to fall to the ground the next second. Although 80% of these 21 old cases had nothing to do with him after all. He hadn't yet completed 10 years of service in Division 15, there were still so many of them, which had occurred during his tenure. In any case, he is not to blame. At this moment, where did he have the heart to question Lu Qing? He simply even had the heart to die. Regret like a tidal wave surged to his heart. He really wanted to ruthlessly smack his own cheap mouth 2 times. Nothing to do, why have to involve Lu Qing? If this kid hadn't come, how could he have made such a big mess? Of course you're guilty. Elder Su's voice exploded like thunder, each word like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashing into Ambassador Luo Jin's heart. Go back today and give me a thorough investigation of the law enforcement department, and within 10 days, find out all the hidden facts of the case. All Martial Palace personnel involved, regardless of their position, whether on duty or resigned, will all be arrested and apprehended. Jiang Junyue, your Ministry of Supervision is responsible for supervising from the sidelines, and has the right to decide on the entire process of the law enforcement ministry's handling of the case. Elder Su's gaze was like a torch, sweeping over everyone present. Elder, these are all old cases. The oldest Wang Yu case is more than 20 years old. 10 days. I'm afraid that there is not enough time. Ambassador Luo Jin's face showed a difficult expression, and there was a hint of pleading in his voice. So how long will you be? Elder Su frowned, his eyes sharp as knives. Luo Jin made a stammer, lips mumbling for half a day, and finally did not dare to say a specific number. Here's the deal. Elder Su gazed at him coldly and said word by word. Finish it within 10 days and I'll only give you one major demerit. More than 10 days, you get the hell out of here and become a silver ambassador. More than 15 days, you get the hell out of here and become a bronze ambassador. And if you can't finish it in a month, you get the hell out of here. The words fell. Luo Jin make as if struck by lightning, body swaying, flopping paralyzed in the chair, face like ashes. There was no longer the majestic demeanor of the head of a ministry, not to mention being a bronze or silver ambassador. Even a mere demerit was not something he could afford. This is not a mistake made in school easily remembered once so simple. Martial Arts Hall of the Great Fault. That is filed for life. Once remembered, this life will completely lose the possibility of promotion. All aspects of the strict limitations. Even if he managed to break through to a 7th grade sect master, there was absolutely no way he could become an elder. Of course, under the lifelong restrictions of the Martial Palace, the probability of a person who had been written off breaking through the 7th grade in this lifetime was almost zero. Elder! Luo Jin caused his voice to tremble with a sobbing tone as he raised his eyes to look at Elder Su with pleading in his eyes. Elder Su, however, stopped paying attention to him and turned to look at Jiang Qi, who was in the lower seat. Envoy Jiang Yin, you will now lead your men forward to apprehend Ling Xiao and Peng Chang and bring them to justice. Yes. Jiang Qi led the way and turned to stride away, his steps firm and strong. Finally, Elder Su's gaze landed on Lu Qing, and a touch of amiability finally surfaced on his originally cold face. Lu Qing, you've made a great achievement this time. After Elder Qing comes back to deliberate, I'll give you a commendation. Lu Qing bowed. his face showing just the right amount of gratitude. "Thank you, Elder." At that moment, he suddenly spoke, a hint of doubt in his tone. "I have a matter that I would like to ask the Elder, but there's no harm in saying it." Elder Su nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Lu Qing considered the wording and asked, "I heard that the Dark Moon King escaped this time. Will she get enraged and do something drastic again?" "Ha ha ha." Elder Su laughed softly a few times, a look of understanding on his face. "You're worried that the Dark Moon King will come back to take revenge on you, aren't you?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lu Qing's face and he didn't say anything. Elder Su's voice once again sounded with an undeniable certainty. "Don't worry, Dark Moon dared to run amok in No. 15 before because we weren't clear about her details and methods, but now that her intelligence has been fully grasped by the Martial Palace, she won't dare to act rashly in the short term." Hearing this, a big stone hanging in Lu Qing's heart finally fell to the ground. A long breath of relief washed over the entire group. "Afraid to come? What's the point of pretending?" Previously, in order not to startle that crazy batch of women and notice the system's unusual means, he could only temporarily pretend to be controlled by the other party. But now it's just not wimpy at all. "I'm done pretending. Showdown." Lu Qing read silently in his mind. System, release control. Ding. Foreign force detected invading host soul. Command received. Background protection program activated. The system's mechanically cold voice sounded in his head. Boom. Within Lu Qing's consciousness, the originally calm spiritual world was instantly stormy. The sky and the earth are dark red. Sky above. A blood moon hung high above, emitting an eerie red light. In the center of the blood moon, a huge red pupil slowly opened, cold and evil, as if it wanted to devour everything. Countless red filaments spread out from the blood moon, like tentacles, tightly wrapping around his soul, constantly tightening in an attempt to completely control him. Yet in the next moment, a powerful force surged from the depths of Lu Qing's soul. One could only see a streak of thunder and lightning appear out of thin air, raging in the space of consciousness and emitting a deafening roar. Immediately following, a huge mechanical gear slowly emerged. The surface of the gear arcs flashed, and every rotation was accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations. The mechanical gears slammed into the blood moon and giant pupil in the sky with a thunderous force. Only heard a click sound. The blood moon and the giant pupil instantly shattered, turning into countless fragments that dissipated in the air. Those red filaments that had originally bound Lu Qing's soul were also as if they had lost their lives, breaking off and floating away in the space of consciousness. Ding! The soul control has been lifted. The God Machine system wishes you good health. Base 14. Somewhere in a hot spring bed in breakfast, Yu was quietly immersed in the soup pool filled with floating flower petals. Her delicate and absolutely beautiful body was hidden under the clear water. The heat is steamy. The water is sparkling. Her eyes were gently closed as the spring gently enveloped every inch of her, her full breasts rising and falling slightly as she did so. In the distance were the hazy mountain colors, the beauty of the beauty. This scene was unparalleled. All of a sudden, her eyes snapped open, her beautiful eyes moving in shocked. Scumbag. Acting me? Chapter 73, Choice Trigger. Mechanical Golem Technology. Whoa. In the middle of the hot spring, Yu suddenly rose, water droplets sliding down her delicate body, outlining an attractive curve in the dense mist. She casually threw on a light shirt and walked into the room. A middle-aged woman had already thoughtfully prepared her favorite variety show, as well as a variety of fruit plates and snacks. Yu leans lazily on the sofa, her slender hands tearing open a bag of potato chips, her vermilion lips lightly opening. Have Black Fox come and see me? The middle-aged woman nodded slightly and respectfully responded. Yes. About half an hour later, Yu was reveling in the joy of the variety show, laughing and trembling lightly. At that moment, a handsome young man stepped in. He was about 26 or 27 years old and wore a burgundy suit, showing elegance and extraordinary temperament between hands and feet. This person was none other than the 6th grade purple clothes chief of the 100 Beasts sect, the most relied upon beloved of the Dark Moon King, Black Fox, and also the grand steward of this faction of the Dark Moon. Manipulating hundreds of billions of huge funds in his hands, he took care of a series of affairs within the faction for the Dark Moon King. The famous investment giant TC Financing in the southeast region was created by this person. In addition to possessing the strength of a 6th grade martial arts master level, this person was a top genius in the field of business. A beast tide 3 years ago had affected the economy of the entire southern region of Western University. While he had taken the opportunity to kill the large consortia of several bases in the southeast with just his own strength and his business vision of strategizing, and had become famous in one battle. And after that financial war, how many people lost their homes? TC Financing became an investment giant that all of the southeast was scared of overnight. Meet the coronet. Black Fox bowed slightly, his voice low and magnetic. You let out a soft
her eyes never leaving the fascinating variety show. And the snack in her hand had changed from potato chips to chili fries. She asked absently, "The people at the old folks' home, are they all set?" "Most of the men have been moved to base 14 and the accommodations have been arranged," Black Fox reported meticulously, and with a slight lilt in his tone, he continued, "There are just a few people whose homeland is difficult to leave. Unwilling to leave 15. One who goes to worship his late wife every month. Zhang Xinyan's grandson in the orphanage is in elementary school this year, and he has rented a house nearby, saying that he wants to see his grandson grow up to adulthood with his own eyes, as well as these 7 people. All of them insist on staying in No. 15, and my subordinates have already arranged for them to have a new identity. Just let them be." You nodded gently, with a hint of casualness in her tone. "Did the acquisition of the deep blue elixir on the 15th go well?" "Everything is under control. The contract was just signed yesterday. After the accidental deaths of Feng Jianfeng and Feng Xiaochun, only the eldest son of Feng Xiaoyun and some small shareholders remain in the Feng family's deep blue, and they are defenseless in front of TC's powerful capital. With a market capitalization of $27 billion, we only use $12 billion to take 81% of the shares, and we have already achieved absolute control." The corners of Black Fox's mouth curved up in a confident arc. Yu Yu's face did not show too much emotion, as if this tens of billions of income was nothing more than a passing cloud in her eyes, as she turned her words around and asked, "I heard that on the day of the evacuation, it was Lu Qing who stepped in to stop the Marshall Hall's law enforcement department?" "Indeed." Black Fox's voice was steady. "Oh, the king doesn't owe scum men favors." Yu Yu's red lips curled slightly. "Isn't he in medicine? Shamrock sent him. Do it subtly." Yes." Black Fox nodded with a slight start. "What scum? What scum? We don't understand, and we don't dare to ask." Base 15. Lu Qing walked slowly out of the top-floor conference room. Inside the elevator, he stood side by side with the Silver Ambassador, Jiang Qi. The latter wore a smile on his face, and there was a hint of envy in his tone. "Dr. Lu, you've made another great achievement this time. I'm sure the reward will be incomparably generous." "It really makes Jiang envious," Lu Qing responded humbly, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Silver Ambassador Jiang is too kind. It was just a fluke." Ding dong. The elevator door opened in response. Having arrived on the first floor, Jiang Qi arched his hand in farewell. "I still have to search and apprehend Ling Xiao and Peng Chang, so I'll take my leave, and we'll meet again another day." "Good, take your time, Silver Ambassador Jiang." Lu Qing nodded slightly. Seeing Jiang Qi leave, Lu Qing turned around and prepared to return to the healing store. However, just at this moment, a familiar beep sounded in his head. Ding, choice triggered. The patient you had treated, Ling Xiao, has developed a huge grudge against the host? In the face of enmity, how would you choose? Choice 1, forgive him, of course. Reward, 1 aggravated doll, enlarged. Option 2, wait for the Marshall Palace to apprehend him and let him receive the punishment he deserves. Reward, a set of Class 4 exoskeleton mechs. Option 3, Uncle can endure. Recycle the lives of disobedient patients with your own hands before the Temple of Martial Arts. Quest coordinates, Storm Bear Underground Boxing Gym. Reward, Divine Machine Puppet Technology. Lu Qing was slightly stunned. Immediately, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a day. Seriously, Lu Qing wanted to thank Ling Xiao. Not only did he take care of his business and contribute $200 million in medical expenses, but he also triggered the system selection, which is really a rare patient with a conscience. Wouldn't it be heavenly if we didn't take this new technology? Shenmai puppet technology. A flash of excitement surfaced on Lu Qing's face. However, he quickly calmed down again. Ling Xiao had only just been discharged from the hospital not long ago, so he couldn't say that Peng Chang was with him. Ling Xiao, this little chicken, is not afraid. Just the latter is the innate 5th grade. Directly Mang words. There are risks. Playing dirty? With his current strength, plus a level 4 mech, he could indeed sneak in a direct second with a prone sky palm. But Stormy Bear Lucha Underground is mostly just on the other side's turf. There's no first-hand advantage. Shaker. It was necessary to grab ahead of the Ginger Silver Envoy, and this pie-in-the-sky reward could never be lost. Come to think of it, Lu Qing quickly pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Fingertips flew across the screen and found Xiao Lao's number, dialing it without hesitation. There was a low, busy tone on the other end of the line, and finally, the call was answered. Lu Qing cleared his throat and said in an excited tone, Elder Shah, I want to eat fish. Are you kid drunk? Eat fish you go eat. I'm not a fish seller. The voice of Sha Lao's old smoky voice came from the opposite side. This bad old man. Stocks cannot catch. No fun. Slandering in his heart,
Lu Qing's voice sank and straightened up. I want to kill someone. What? Sha Lao's side seemed to rub up, making a squeaky mechanical sound. Killing again? I doubt what you did before you studied medicine. What strength is the other side? Early 5th grade. Lu Qing said. Sha Lao was silent for 2 seconds. Couldn't manage it. Too risky. Help you get your mechanical legs up to level 5. I'm coming over now. Chapter 74, Ling Xiao, I want that kid to die. On the streets of the red light district, a bar called the Night Strike stands quietly with its door closed. Street side, deep in a dark and cramped alley, the figures of Lu Qing and Sha Lao quietly emerged. The two men met. Sha Lao was dressed in a wide linen robe, and underneath his feet was a pair of fat linen pants, which perfectly hid the mechanical right leg that glistened with an icy metallic luster. Nowadays, Sha Lao had already stepped into the peak of the innate 4th grade realm, and his chi and blood surged around him. Since that mechanical right leg had been upgraded and modified by Lu Qing, Sha Lao's deep underlying manifestation accumulated over the years was able to be completely released, and his cultivation soared by leaps and bounds. An innate 4th grade martial artist has a chi and blood power between 20,000 and 50,000 calories, and above 50,000 cards. It can be called the peak of the 4th grade. Sha Lao's blood value at the moment was already as high as 70,000 cards, already on the verge of reaching the tipping point of breakthrough, only one step away from that 5th product that symbolized a higher realm. As for that innate 5th grade powerhouse, the chi and blood power was between 100,000 and 200,000 calories. If one wanted to fight head-on against Peng Chang, who was in the early 5th grade, one would need at least 100,000 cards of chi blood or more. Therefore, before coming here, Lu Qing had specially upgraded Sha Lao's mechanical right leg once more. The mechanical right leg, which was now a level 5 perfect quality, was able to provide up to a 70% increase in chi and blood. Once it explodes at full force, Sha Lao's chi and blood power would soar to nearly 120,000 calories. This kind of terrifying strength was enough to compete with Peng Chang, or even if it was even better. Old me has already checked it out clearly. That underground boxing gym you mentioned is exactly hidden underneath this bar. Sha Lao opened his mouth, his voice low and hoarse, like two rough gravel rubbing together, carrying a sense of the vicissitudes of age. This place has quite a reputation in the circle. Every day there are quite a few martial artists from the underground forces who come and sign up for the black boxing tournaments. And every day there are a few lives accounted for here. And the owner of this boxing gym is none other than the one you mentioned, Peng Chang, whose cultivation is at the early stage of the 5th grade of the innate, and who once held the position of silver envoy in the Temple of Wushu. That's right. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth rose slightly, outlining a meaningful arc, as if he had smelled his prey. Now it was basically certain that Peng Chang and Ling Xiao were in here. According to the system's real-time monitoring, Ling Xiao's location had never changed, and since this was Peng Chang's territory, the two of them were in all probability still staying together. The coordinates had not changed, which also meant that Jiang Qi had not yet locked the whereabouts of Peng Chang and Ling Xiao's nephews during this time. One must hurry. Do it before the Temple of Martial Arts arrives and get your reward. You've really decided to do it? Sha Lao's brows knitted slightly, a flash of grave concern in his eyes. This one surnamed Peng is not a good person. He has quite a few contacts in both the black and white. Don't worry. The Martial Hall has already placed a wanted notice on him. Let's strike first and then destroy his body. If the Martial Hall can't find him, they'll only think that he's absconding with his crime. Lu Qing looked indifferent. Coming out of the highest level meeting of the Martial Palace, this was the information advantage. You kid, is really sinister enough? The old man really cannot figure out this surname Peng exactly how to provoke you, let you so much trouble. Sha Lao shook his head, a hint of helplessness and doubt in his tone. A small conflict, not worth mentioning. Lu Qing waved his hand lightly and snorted. Sand old man looked deeply at him. The heart secretly slandered, I believe you a ghost. Small contradiction to kill? Also destroy the corpse? This kid, he has more heart than a beehive coal. I'm not at liberty to show my face directly. Lu Qing collected his smile and said with a serious expression. You go in first. Sign up for the fight as an underground martial artist. And as soon as you lure Peng Chang out, do it immediately. Inside the bar, a faint smell of tobacco filled the dim light. Sha Lao pushed open the heavy wooden door and walked in slowly. A waiter in a black vest immediately greeted him with a professional smile on his face. The old man, we're not open yet. I'm here to sign up. The sandy old man's voice was low and hoarse, like the turning of rusty gears, and carried an unquestionable majesty. Before the words fell, a powerful aura belonging to a martial artist surged out from his body like a tidal wave, instantly filling the entire bar. The waiter's face suddenly changed. His body trembled uncontrollably. His legs went limp, and the smile that had been hanging on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by total deference. You are on your side. He hastily bowed and trembled. So, under the guidance of that waiter, Sha Lao walked through a dark corridor and came to a hidden dark door. Behind the dark door was a dark staircase that snaked down to the ground floor. A moment later, Lu Qing's figure also appeared in front of the bar. Handsome, we haven't opened yet. The other waiter was just about to open his mouth, but he was directly shocked by the aura emanating from Lu Qing's body, and he choked back his later words. I'll sign up, Lu Qing said faintly, his voice not loud. Again? That waiter trembled and hurriedly said respectfully again, please follow me. Underground. Stormy Bear Boxing Gym. Under the dim light, a huge octagonal cage stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by a circle of spectator seats, which were empty at the moment, with only a few dim lights, casting dappled shadows on the walls. The smell of blood and sweat was so thick in the air that it was sickening. A burly, muscular man asked expressionlessly as he saw Sha Lao walk in. Enrolled? Get your boss out here. I want to play the highest level of the field. The sandy old man's voice was low and hoarse, as if it were an aged lion that was dying, but still exuded a palpitating majesty. Old man, you're afraid you're not talking in your sleep, are you? The burly man snorted, a flash of contempt in his eyes. Boom! A majestic innate momentum erupted from Sha Lao's body like a flash flood. The burly man was caught off guard and was directly lifted out by this powerful aura, as far as 4 or 5 meters away. The latter let out a muffled thud before sliding to the ground like a puddle of mud. First, innate powerhouse. You wait. He struggled to get up from the ground, his face no longer holding the contempt that he had previously. In a hurry, he turned around and ran towards the depths of the boxing gym. Meanwhile, inside a room, Ling Zhao's face was full of grimace, his eyes were bloodshot, and he hissed, Uncle, I will make sure that brat surnamed Blue dies. How dare he do this to me? Chapter 75, Level 5 Mechanical Legs. Kill the 5th grade. I want that kid dead. Ling Zhao hissed and roared. Peng Cheng frowned, his face clouded over as he said in a deep voice, the brat surnamed Lu is indeed detestable. This matter can't just be forgotten. A cold aura flickered in his eyes, and he was filled with killing intent. Uncle, he's just a 2nd grade martial artist, just relying on a set of mechanical armor to show off. You're a 5th grade powerhouse. You'll kill him. A flash of viciousness flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel arc, as if he could immediately see the sight of Lu Qing dying tragically in front of him. His face was shadowy and cruel. The big deal is that we'll just keep sending people to keep an eye on him. I don't believe that he can stay in the Martial Palace building forever. As long as he walks out of the central area or leaves the base, that's when he'll die. He gritted his teeth, being brutally beaten by Lu Qing in public. The Silver Ambassador's majesty was swept away and his face was lost. Every word spoken at this moment felt like it was squeezed out of his teeth with bone-deep hatred. Kill, of course, but he is a special recruit of the Martial Palace. Once something happens, the Martial Palace is bound to track him down. And I've heard that this kid is quite appreciated by that Duke sword. We must think of a good countermeasure. Peng Cheng's eyes flickered. Shrewd eyes flow. Fingers gently knocked on the desktop, emitting a dull sound, from which the pros and cons were weighed. All these years of wind and rain, from the official, mixed to the underground martial arts world, he relies on a hand of caution and sophistication. Uncle Wise. A look of excitement appeared on Ling Zhao's face. Lu Qing, you wait for me. Sooner or later, this silver envoy will personally dismantle you. He roared madly in his mind, itching to break Lu Qing into pieces and find him now. Knock. At this point, a sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded, breaking the heavy atmosphere in the room. Come in. Peng Cheng collected his mind and said in a deep voice, restoring his usual majesty. A burly martial artist pushed his way in with a hint of panic on his face and fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Boss, there's an underground martial artist outside. He says he wants to fight the highest fight. His voice trembled a bit, as if he was shocked by the aura of the person who came just now. Oh, Peng Cheng froze, his expression a bit surprised. The highest field? His Stormy Bear underground boxing gym had quite a reputation in the industry, fighting black boxing classes that could be categorized into featherweight, lightweight, heavyweight, and the highest champion class, which corresponded to 1st to 4th grade martial artists. The featherweight and lightweight divisions generally have the most fights, and a fight opens with a draw, and the profit is usually in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, all of which is a small amount of money, and the gym has these fights every day. And heavyweight earnings are probably around $4 or $5 million, with a few fights every month, the bulk of Pen's revenue. As for the highest number of boxing champion match, are the 4th grade innate to fight? A year do not see such a match opening, and this fight down, the boxing gym can make a profit of tens of millions of dollars in one night. and the effect is good, or even 2 or 3 million are possible. As soon as he heard that it was an innate martial artist coming over, a flash of light flashed in Peng Cheng's eyes, as if he saw countless gold coins beckoning to him. Stormy Bear Boxing Gym hadn't had an innate tournament for a long time. As long as the news got out, those underground martial artists would definitely be ignited. As long as he operated well and the betting was open, he was certain that he would be able to earn more than $50 million. He had just been pitted by Lu Qing for $200 million, and this boxing match was just the right time to get a mouthful of blood back. A thrill ran through Peng Cheng's heart, and his face showed an uncontrollable joy. Quickly take me there. Yes. The burly martial artist responded respectfully and hurriedly turned around to lead the way. Da 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 da. A rush of footsteps came as Peng Cheng arrived at the hall of the underground boxing center, and Ling Xiao followed suit. He saw, at a glance, Elder Shah sitting in the first row of the audience not far away. I'm afraid this person's strength has reached the late 4th grade, or even the peak. Peng Cheng was shocked in his heart and his eyes became fiery. The higher the cultivation level, the bigger the gimmick of the competition. He would definitely be able to make a lot of money this time. With a smile piled on his face, he walked quickly towards Sha Lao, his steps light, as if he was 10 years younger. I heard that Your Excellency is going to sign up for a boxing match. I don't know if you can understand the rules of my Stormy Bear Boxing Gym. I can explain them to you. Peng Cheng had a warm smile on his face and said in a gentle tone, as if he was a warm businessman. Your boss Peng of Peng Cheng? Sha Lao slowly raised his head. A hint of sternness flashed in his deep gaze, his voice hoarse and low. That's exactly what I am. Peng Cheng was still quite confident in his fame in the underground martial arts world, and he nodded slightly with a hint of self-satisfaction on his face. Then there is no need to speak. A cold aura flashed in Sha Lao's eyes, and his killing intent burst out like substance, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Sha Lao's hunched body surged up, and his level 5 mechanical right leg erupted with strong mechanical might, emitting a low rumbling sound, as if a sleeping beast had awakened. 70% increase in chakra. With a whistling sound that tore through the air, a whip leg burst out with 120,000 calories of astonishing chi and blood power. Like a discharged cannonball, it fiercely attacked towards Peng Cheng's face. What? Peng Cheng's face changed drastically. His pupils suddenly contracted, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. Uncle, be careful! Ling Xiao shouted in terror, his voice changing tone. Boom! Peng Cheng burst out his chi and blood in a hurry to resist. His body's chi and blood boiled, forming a thick chi and blood barrier, but he was still drawn out by this leg, fiercely, and his body flew backward like a kite with broken strings, bursting back 17 or 18 meters one after another. It made a dull thumping sound and crashed into the wall behind him. On the other hand, Ling Xiao, who had just recovered from a serious illness on the side, as well as that 2nd grade lanky martial artist, were directly blown away by the aftershocks of the chi and blood explosions as if they were autumn winds sweeping away the leaves, and landed heavily on the ground, letting out a painful groan. Peng Cheng slowly stood up, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. The thick chi and blood of an innate 5th grade powerhouse exuded from his body, as if it was a thick wall, protecting him firmly. With an expression of unparalleled shock, he stared at Elder Shah with disbelief in his eyes, just to see Sha Lao standing there across the street. Because of that strike just now, the hemp pants of its right leg had been torn apart by the violent chi and blood, revealing the mechanical leg that glowed with metallic luster, dark gold in appearance. It shimmers icily in the dim light, filled with a sense of power and technology. It was a blend of technology and martial arts, bringing a strong visual impact. Mechanical prosthetics. You were found by Lu Qing? Peng Cheng's 2 eyeballs were rounded. The tone was incredible, and the next second, what responded to him was Sha Lao's silent killing intent. The level 5 mechanical right leg erupted again. The floor shattered in an instant, and Sha Lao's entire body shot in like a cannonball. Chapter 76, Killing Ling Xiao. Reward in hand. Shower. Back off. Peng Cheng's eyes were wide open and he let out a heartbreaking roar, as if an enraged beast. The 5th grade 130,000 calorie chi and blood in his body erupted with a roar. Like a volcano erupting, a fiery wave of air swept through the entire hall, and the air around them became distorted. Sha Lao's figure moved. His hunched body erupted with amazing speed as he battled with Peng Cheng. The two of them instantly transformed into 2 blurry stumps of, weaving and crisscrossing like ghosts in the dim light. Every time the hands exchanged touches, a deafening roar would erupt in the air, as if it was a flat thunderstorm, making people's hearts tremble. The surrounding area was suddenly filled with wild winds, and the terrifying chi and blood raged furiously like a tsunami, tearing everything apart. Even on the competition stage, the alloy steel octagonal cage, under the impact of this violent chi and blood, issued a click sound, and then collapsed, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Ling Xiao stood far away with shock written all over his face. This is the innate 5th grade. Although both the 4th and 5th grades were known as innate powerhouses, but the difference is something that only the ascendants themselves understand. For the 4th grade of innate, the power of qi and blood is in the range of 20,000 carat 50,000 carat. As for the innate 5th grade, the power of qi and blood reached 100,000 card 200,000 card. The two of them, Xiao Lao and Peng Chang, at the moment had a qi blood of more than 120,000 and more than 130,000, both at the early 5th grade level. In the battle, the 5th level mechanical right leg installed by Xiao Lao was clearly superior in terms of speed, and each kick carried a whistling sound that tore through the air, as if it was going to shatter space. On the other hand, Peng Chang's qi and blood were slightly better, and each swing carried a mountainous force, as if he wanted to destroy everything. The battle between the two could be described as evenly matched, and it was hard to distinguish between them. Ling Zhao's eyeballs reflected Xiao Lao's mechanical leg that glistened with metallic luster, and the color of resentment spread deep within his pupils. "It's you, Lu Qing again. I'll make sure you die." He spat the words through gritted teeth. It was because of this mechanical limb technology that Lu Qing was able to become a special grade exempt person of the martial palace as a mere 2nd grade martial artist. This is a technique that only his healing store can do. More crucially, the strength of this old man in front of him was astonishing, comparable to his uncle who was of the 5th grade of innate, and the great quality of his mechanical limbs must not be low. It must have a great relationship with Lu Qing. This ING kid. I can't believe he got someone to make the first move. Obviously his side has not yet made a move. The other side has made a move. Surnamed Lu. You're really tough, aren't you? Snap. At this very moment, Ling Xiao was jolted as a cold chill came from behind, wrapping around his body like a poisonous snake, making him feel like falling into an ice cave. This chill was more than familiar to him. He glanced out of the corner of his eye, and a cold, metallic palm was resting on his shoulder. A mechanical and low voice, through the back of his head, entered the inner cavity of his eardrums. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Lu. Ling Xiao was stiff. His heart was beating violently as if it was going to jump out of his chest, and fear flooded him like a tidal wave. He didn't need to turn his head to know that behind him was bound to be that terrifying dark blue mech again. I'm afraid the memory of being brutally beaten by a monster like this is still fresh in anyone's mind. His mouth had just spat out a word when he felt the metal palm on his shoulder release a force of frost. This coldness, like a maggot in his tarsus, quickly invaded his body. Next, the power of qi and blood in his body was instantly frozen. The qi meridians and veins solidified. The dantian seemed to freeze, and he was unable to mobilize a single ounce of qi and blood anymore. This level 4 frost mech, as long as the opponent is of the 4th grade and below, they can't resist the invasion of the frost effect, and once they are controlled by the frost, they can only obediently take a beating. It can be said that wearing it, the same class is invincible. Not to mention that the exoskeleton mecha had a terrifying qi and blood increase bonus, and could even fight over the ranks. An early 4th grade like Ling Xiao was no different from a toy in Lu Qing's hands. Feeling the coldness in his body slowly spreading throughout his body, Ling Xiao was scared. The fear of death enveloped him, making him tremble. Don't kill me, Lu Qing. I was wrong. Please let me off the hook once. I promise to never trouble you again. From now on, I'll be at your disposal in the Ministry of Law Enforcement. His voice trembled with sobs, full of desperation and pleading. Patients who don't listen deserve nothing more than to lie in the morgue. Lu Qing's voice indifference cannot be heard emotionally, just like the doctor's usual to the patient under the conclusion of the disease. The words, the metal palm blowing with a cold light slapped out and hit Ling Zhao's back. Bang! A muffled sound was emitted. Ling Zhao's eyes were wide open and his pupils were disorganized. The tendons and veins in his body broke by inches, and a mouthful of blood gushed out, staining the ground red. His body went limp and he fell to the ground with a plop, dead as a doornail. Ding! The host has completed the selection task. Reward, Divine Machine Puppet Technology. Issued. Dead. On the side, the 2nd grade stout martial artist from the underground boxing gym was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. He looked at the terrifying mech man in horror. His legs weakened and he could barely stand. Without hesitation, he turned and was about to flee. Lu Qing slowly raised his palm, and in the center of his palm, the moisture in the air seemed to condense and coalesce into a sharp ice cone. Whoosh! Lu Qing blasted out with a palm. The ice cone was like a bullet, and in a swift manner, it directly penetrated the lanky martial artist's chest from behind, running through a large hole. Blood spurted out, forming a demonic blood flower in the air. At this point, Peng Chang, who was in a fierce battle with Xiao Lao, noticed this side. He watched as his only nephew was killed, and his eyes instantly filled with blood and turned red. In the next moment, he instantly roared out, "Shower! Lu Qing! You deserve to die." He stared dead-on at the mecha monster that his nephew Ling Xiao had described to him, and the rage in his eyes was so intense that he wanted to dismantle it. Boom! His entire body erupted with a shocking aura. The qi and blood were like raging dragons, surging wildly in all directions, surprisingly shocking Xiao Lao back a few meters. "Kid, I want you dead," Peng Chang roared, his eyes red, like a crazy beast, as he killed towards Lu Qing. Air dare. Immediately after that, the Xiao Lao at the back's breath exploded and his figure flashed. He kicked down from the sky, his level 5 mechanical right leg carrying a might as if it was going to trample the earth, ruthlessly stomping towards Peng Chang. Peng Chang immediately had alarm bells ringing in his heart. Feeling the terrifying power of Xiao Lao's kick, he had to give up his attack and quickly turned around to fend off Xiao Lao's attack. "Leave this place to the old man. You retreat first," Elder Sha said to Lu Qing while fighting, his voice low and powerful. However, his words were not yet finished. In the afterglow, it was surprising to see an amazing scene. Only the dark blue, chilly, domineering mecha. Suddenly he jumped, fell to the ground, and did push-ups, whimpering. "Yeah, push-ups. Xiao Lao, Sigma." Chapter 77, by phone, I will take it. 1, 2, 3, 6. After the transformation of the undying body, within Lu Qing's body, the power of qi and blood that belonged to a martial artist's physical body had been transformed into the mechanical power of the undying body. A third-grade martial artist's qi and blood is between 2,000 and 5,000 cards. Since Lu Qing had broken through to the third grade, his 2,000 card of qi and blood power was then increased by the grade 6 metal auger steel, up to a 6-fold increase in effect, resulting in an outburst of 12,000 hertz of mechanical power. A mechanical body's 12,000 hertz is comparable to a physical martial artist's 12,000 card power, but the advantage is, the power of qi and blood would run out, while the mechanical power was constant and endless. In the middle of the field, the dark blue frost mech tirelessly did push-ups, each rise and fall carrying the dull sound of metal rubbing against metal, and Lu Qing has long since started stacking up buff. The first layer of buff, the yellow rank martial art Magneo Strength, was executed. Blood is raised by 10% again, through the indestructible body, and then converted into mechanical power, 13,200 hertz. Second layer of buffs, Tier 4 Exoskeleton Frost Mech, 110% increase, mechanical power spike, 27,720 hertz. Tier 3 buff, the moment Lu Qing's prone heavenly palm came to the 10th, the tenfold increase surged wildly within the indestructible torso as if it were a volcano erupting, and blood splattered all over the body like lava. Mechanical power, 277,200 hertz. Inside the mech, a dazzling silver-gray light blazed from Lu Qing's spine. The mechanical power of more than 270,000 hectares exploded at this moment, as if it was going to tear this space apart. Not only Xiao Lao, even Peng Chang was stunned. Disbelief was written all over its face, as if it had seen some kind of monster. Boom! An incomparably terrifying power erupted from the palm of the frost mecha. This palm, like a roaring dragon, swept towards Peng Chang with an aura of destroying everything. "Xiao Lao, retreat!" Lu Qing's voice resounded inside the mech, carrying a stern and incomparable killing intent. Xiao Lao's cloudy eyes suddenly contracted, as if he had seen some horrifying sight, and without hesitation, he cast his level 5 mechanical right leg. His body transformed into a swift wind, instantly pulling away hundreds of meters away, in midair, only to see a domineering and terrifying dark blue mecha, wrapped in endless cold air, killing towards Peng Chang with a stern palm, as if it wanted to blast him to pieces. No! Peng Chang's face was distorted, his 5 senses were squeezed together. He desperately retreated backward, but he simply could not escape from this horrible blow. As if a nuclear bomb exploded in front of his eyes, the fire instantly filled his eye sockets, as if it was going to devour him. Ah! Miserable screams resounded throughout the underground boxing gym as the metal palm broke through the qi and blood shield in front of Peng Chang as easily as tearing apart a thin sheet of paper. Immediately after, the moment the palm touched his chest, Peng Chang's body directly began to explode, like countless bombs being detonated inside him. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Boom! 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 The explosions were deafening. Eventually, silence returned to the underground boxing gym, leaving only the heavy smell of blood in the air. With a plopping sound, a mangled body fell to the ground with a dull thud. The corpse is no longer recognizable as a human being, and the hands, legs, and bones are all twisted into an unnamable and tragic image that one can't bear to look at.
and because Lu Qing had already initially remodeled his indestructible body, the side effects of the Earth Order martial arts-prone heavenly palm were actually reduced by a lot. He didn't feel the unbearable sharp pain in his flesh like before. At that moment, Sha Lao took one step at a time, and each step seemed extraordinarily heavy. The knots in his throat rolled up and down, the sound of swallowing saliva clearly visible. You kid ah, hiding such a terrifying undercard. No wonder you dare to look for trouble from an innate 5th rank. What he was referring to, naturally, was this 4th level exoskeleton mech on Lu Qing's body, as well as the former's use of a terrifying palm, which was so powerful that it had clearly far exceeded the Xian rank martial arts. As for the mecha, Sha Lao was not that surprised. After all, Lu Qing's craft was to do this. It was normal to hide some secret weapons, but that Earth-level martial arts left him baffled. This kind of grade of precious martial arts, even those elders of the martial hall who were in the 7th grade of the sovereign realm, were also the things they could only dream of, and regarded them as treasures. And where did Lu Qing come from? And at that moment, he only saw that the domineering mecha in front of him began to fade away from its covering, emitting a clicking sound and automatically being included in the spatial ring, which then revealed the teenager's original appearance. Lu Qing grinned, revealing his white teeth. After all, I'm trying to cure people and save their lives, so it's not too much to ask to prepare some undercards to prevent medical troubles, right? Sha Lao, hurry up. You said that the Martial Palace is searching for Ling Xiao and Peng Cheng's uncle and nephew. With the efficiency of the Ministry of Supervision, they will surely be able to find this within a day. Sha Lao lowered his voice and urged. One moment. Lu Qing faintly returned and turned around in a hurry. He quickly came to the corpses of Peng Cheng, Ling Xiao and that 2nd-grade martial artist, and put them into the spatial ring respectively, with clean movements. These 3 corpses could just be used to experiment with his newly acquired divine machine puppet technology. A 5-piece, a 4-piece, and a 2-piece. The second quality ones can be used for the first experiments to familiarize yourself with the new technology. This way, when messing with the bodies of the 4th and 5th grades, you can more or less avoid minor mishaps and not make mistakes. Go! After collecting the corpses, Lu Qingsha's old duo quickly left and disappeared into a messy underground boxing ring. About 20 minutes later, 2 black jeeps came to a steady stop on that familiar street in the red light district. Right in front of that bar, the car door opened, and Bai Feng and Jiang Qi stepped out of the car one after another. Behind them, 7 or 8 team members wearing the uniform of the Ministry of Supervision followed closely behind, each with a solemn aura written on their faces. For this operation, the targets were 2 innate martial artists, so the ones who were deployed were all the elite of the Ministry of Supervision. Each of them was at the peak of the 3rd grade, with a blood value of over 10,000, and with the unique battle method of the Martial Palace. When they joined forces, they were fully capable of taking down Ling Xiao, who was at the early stage of the 4th grade. As for that early 5th grade Peng Cheng, it was naturally Bai Feng and Jiang Qi, the 2 silver ambassadors, who would personally deal with him. Lao Jiang, just watch. Later on you don't even need to make a move. Watch me show you a hand. The corners of Bai Feng's mouth rose slightly as he said confidently. Jiang Qi frowned slightly, a hint of caution in his tone. You'd better be careful, although you've just broken through to the 5th grade. But that Peng Cheng is after all a veteran silver envoy with experience. I'd better help you to pillage the line as well. This mission was personally ordered by Elder Su. There mustn't be any mistakes. Hey, got it, 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 got it. Bai Feng waved his hand in disgust. Just put your heart in your stomach. This wave, I will take it. Immediately, a group of members of the Ministry of Supervision, clad in the Ministry of Supervision's standard black trench coat, rushed into the bar that had not yet opened like a black whirlwind. They already have definite information that Peng Cheng's nephew and uncle are here at this moment. The latter had already taken wing and could not escape. However, the moment the door of the bar was pushed open, Jiang Qi's gaze froze. He noticed that a waiter in a vest was slumped over the table. Not moving, he stepped forward quickly and reached out to probe the waiter's nose and feel for his pulse. With a slight frown, he murmured, "Knocked out." As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately realized that the situation was not right. They searched the bar quickly, and not long after, a member of the Ministry of Supervision violently kicked open a hidden secret door. Bang! Jiang Qi saw this and walked quickly. He gazed at the dark and deep underground passage and took the first step in. All follow. Da 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 da. Footsteps echoed in the dimly lit corridors of the. When the immediate sight became bright again, everyone was stunned by the wretched scene in front of them. Bai Feng, what's going on? A burglar? Chapter 78, Modifying the Mechanical Golem. Underground Boxing.
What came into view was a shocking mess. The originally sturdy alloy octagonal cage was in pieces, with twisted metal remains scattered all over the place, as if it had been ravaged by a giant beast. On the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions, varying in depth, with exposed rebar even visible at the deepest point. On the wall, a hideous crack was shocking, as if it had been cut by an invisible blade, and concrete fragments and dust fell down. The stone-seated audience, surrounded by the surrounding area, collapsed into a pile of rubble. Collapsing a piece of. The entire underground venue was filled with a heavy odor of smoke and blood. Surveying for signs of combat, pulling surveillance. Jiang Qi's voice was low and grave, breaking this dead silence. Yes, the members of the oversight department responded to the call. There were all kinds of specialized exploration equipment taken out from space rings or space necklaces. The devices were oddly shaped, like black metal compasses that shone with an eerie, cold light. The team moved skillfully, either crouching down to scrutinize the traces on the ground, scanning close to the wall with their devices in hand, or catching something in the air. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a team member walked quickly to Jiang Qi and by phone and reported with a serious expression. 2 silver ambassadors. After a preliminary survey, the traces in the field were caused by 2 early 5th grade experts, and aside from Peng Chang, the other person's chi blood is roughly 120,000 calories or more. But the last strike was strange, with a power close to a 280,000 card blood burst, so there should have been another great master of the peak of the 5th rank present at that time, close to 280,000? Jiang Qi's pupil shrunk violently, his voice filled with incredulity. It was important to know that when one's chi and blood reached 200,000 cards, they were already at the peak level of the 5th grade, with 280,000 power. It was almost enough to kill anyone below the peak of the 5th rank. The 2 early innate stages were simply like ants in front of such an existence, and could be crushed in a single move. I just don't know. Who is this mysterious great master and which side is he on? Did he come with another innate to find trouble with Peng Chang? Or did Peng Chang hire help himself? Now before him, there are only 2 outcomes. Either that or Peng Chang and Ling Xiao had been killed by this mysterious expert. Either that, or Peng Chang had a strong person to help him and had already escaped. If it was the latter, then with Peng Chang's energy of operating in the black and white world for many years, he would soon learn of the Marshal Hall's arrest. Maybe the nephews and uncles will flee overnight and leave the 15. Where's the surveillance? Jiang Qi's face grew more serious as he asked in a deep voice. Another martial envoy from the Ministry of Supervision came forward and reported with a difficult look on his face. Lord Silver Ambassador, we have checked. This area belongs to the Grey Industrial Zone of the Red Light District. Either ineffective surveillance or dead ends, coupled with the large flow of people going to and from the area, it's difficult to find clues of suspicious people in a short period of time. Jiang Qi closed his eyes and sighed deeply. With a heavy sigh, he opened his eyes and said, "This matter needs to be communicated to Ambassador Zhang Jin as soon as possible to close the team." Yes, Base City Center. Therapies. Elder Shah had already left, while Lu Qing went to the research room on the 2nd floor alone. Under the soft, bright incandescent light, a variety of sophisticated equipment is laid out. These were all made piece by piece with his own hands by following the instructions of the Divine Mechanism system and applying them to various Divine Mechanism techniques. Shinki Puppet. Lu Qing tapped on the system panel. The panel for puppet technology. A virtual panel that instantly unfolded before his eyes. It has an exhaustive list of puppet technical description information. Shinki Puppet. Introduction. Divine Machine mechanical puppets are divided into 1-9 levels. Transforming a level 1 puppet requires a first-order carapace, a level 2 puppet requires a second-order carapace, and so on. Remarks. The amount of metal materials required for humanoid carapace transformation is 9 pieces of metal of the corresponding level. The amount for beastoid carapace transformation varies. Please scan and calculate. Verdict. There's no enemy that can't be done by a Shinji Golem, and if there is, then there's another one. Production process. Click for more. After Lu Qing read the system description, uncontrollable excitement surged on his face. This thing, as long as there are enough materials, I can keep building it. It was as if Lu Qing could see that in the future. With an army of mechanical puppets in his hands, even if he encountered the most terrifying beast-tide disaster that was rumored to be the most terrifying of all, he would be able to not be afraid in the slightest. This puppet technique would definitely be one of his strongest cards in the future. Say it and do it. Immediately, Lu Qing waved his hand, and a corpse was thrown out from the spatial ring and lay on the ground. This corpse was stout, and it was none other than that Peng Chang's second-ranked henchman. He planned to use this low-grade body first, experimenting with the effects of the puppet technique. Anyway, he wasn't short of money right now. He only needed 9 pieces of level 2 metal to make a level 2 golem. and the healing store had a large amount of it in its inventory, so he didn't have to worry about materials at all. It's still a regular process. The first step was still to build a machine for creating mechanical puppet assistive devices. In just under 3 hours, a machine made of alloy was presented to the bright lights. The shape of the machine is similar to that of a height and weight measuring machine. At the bottom was a circular station, about 2 meters in diameter, its surface glistening with an icy metallic luster. Extending from the station was a thick metal column, about the thickness of a tree trunk, on which were mounted a variety of mechanical calipers, blades, and other tools of precision and sophistication, depending on the size of the carcass to be modified. The metal column can extend 2 to 5 meters, and at the back end of the column, there is an LCD screen that displays a variety of precise values. The whole machine is full of technology. Done. You're on. Lu Qing glanced at the body lying peacefully on the ground. Just by gently waving his hand, an invisible air force directly threw him on top of the remodeling equipment. Click, click, click. At once, the calipers on the metal columns were activated, like a mechanical arm, quickly and precisely securing the body firmly to the station. Arms and legs pulled open. The body was outwardly facing in a 2 shape to be racked. Buzz. Immediately afterward, Lu Qing took 9 more pieces of grade 2 metals, as well as some matching metal materials, and officially began the transformation. He placed this metal material in a groove on the side of the machine and pressed the start button. The camera at the top of the metal pillar, which was suddenly red and bright, began to scan the body. After a few moments, those blades, calipers, and other tools on the metal post began to function. The calipers peeled the skin off the body, exposing the flesh and blood tissue underneath. A metal needle poked out from the metal pillar and pierced into various parts of the corpse's flesh and blood, emitting a zipping sound. Lu Qing stepped forward and utilized the auxiliary tools he had additionally created to operate the equipment while cooperating with the mechanical debugging modifications. In a few moments, those secondary metals, some of which were solid, some of which became liquid and melted under the high temperature, turned into puddles of metallic liquid of various colors and slowly flowed into the interior of the corpse. These metallic liquids flowed along the meridians and bones of the corpse, gradually replacing the original flesh and blood tissues. As the metal liquid was injected, a layer of metallic luster began to emerge on the surface of the corpse, and the originally soft body gradually became stiff. The other solid metals, some in the form of sheets and some in the form of blocks, were installed and connected on top of various parts of the puppet's body under the operation of Lu Qing. The whole thing lasted about an hour and a half. This relatively simple level 2 divine machine puppet was then remodeled. The device calipers opened to release control of the torso. It stood there silently, emanating a cold metallic aura, its eyes empty and lifeless. So there was a buzz. Its pitch black eyes shot out 2 strands of red, piercing aura. It's like being awakened and reborn. Chapter 79, Thunder Attribute. Level 5 Puppet. The level 2 mechanical golem in front of him was so disembodied that he couldn't recognize its original face. Pitch black metal covered every inch of his body, along with his features, just like a mechanical killer. Come on, attack me. Lu Qing gave the command, his voice echoing in the empty research room. Red aura suddenly erupted in the eyes of the level 2 mechanical puppet, as if 2 miniature bombs had detonated in its eye sockets, and an overpowering killing intent erupted. The mechanical joint of its right arm made a small clicking sound. The tightly clenched alloy fist, with a thunderous force, went straight to Lu Qing's chest. Bang! A muffled sound echoed through the research room, shaking one's eardrums. Not bad. The mechanical power of this punch is 1,000 hectares, comparable to the full force of a peak second-grade martial artist. Lu Qing opened his mouth, his tone quite satisfied. Only his palm, with 5 fingers spread out, easily held the alloy fist of the level 2 golem firmly, unshakable like an iron vice. Immediately following, a burning sensation came from the puppet's fist, a wave of heat rolling through it as if it was going to burn through the palm. Lu Qing raised his eyebrows, and instead of being surprised, the smile at the corner of his mouth intensified. Very good. Just the effect I wanted. Sure enough, his suspicions were verified. As long as a metal material with complementary attributes was chosen, it could confer special attribute bonuses to the mechanical puppets. As in, it comes with a magic damage bonus. This development path is as different as an exoskeleton mech. His frost mech is the attached frost effect. As for this level 2 puppet, the main material he chose was precisely fire-attributed metal. So the puppet's attacks naturally came with a scorching effect, with waves of heat scorching people. Don't think that he could easily resist it, but opponents below the second rank would definitely not be able to withstand the burning. And with the experiment of the level 2 puppet, he could safely and boldly follow this direction and remodel the 2 advanced puppets behind him. Next, as Lu Qing waved his hand, Pang Cheng's body flew out from within the space ring,
arcing through the air and landing firmly on the ground with a very peaceful face. Only his body was somewhat deformed by the heaven-propping palm. This 5th grade innate body could build a 5th grade puppet with great potential. Lu Qing was quite excited in his heart. This level 5 puppet would be his strongest combat power other than the prone heavenly palm, and he would have another powerful card in his hand. In the next moment, Lu Qing took out a black box from his spatial ring. It was the medical bills that Peng Cheng had paid earlier. The 10 pieces of grade 5 metal that were just right for transforming himself. Click. The black box should open. 10 pieces of high-grade rare metals were lying quietly in it, emitting various, differently colored metallic luster, interplaying with each other. Lu Qing had long ago carefully observed that 6 of them were lightning attribute metals, with arcs of electricity flickering. The other 4 pieces, respectively, had the attributes of gold, fire, light, and poison. It was not necessary to use the same attribute material to transform a puppet or create an exoskeleton mech, and it was about complementing each other. With the right combination of attributes, it can even create effects that are more powerful than a single attribute, and the power is even more amazing. 9 pieces are needed to transform the golem, and in addition to the poison attribute, gold, fire, and light can all be adapted to the lightning attribute. Well, it can be messed with. Lu Qing did some calculations in his mind and finally decided to give up that poison attribute grade 5 metal. Soon, the divine machine puppet assist device activated once again, emitting a low humming sound. Penjo's body was placed securely on the remodeling table. Remodeling surgery begins. The mechanical arms on the metal columns danced flexibly, and various tools were operated precisely and methodically. Lu Qing's operation has also become more skillful and comfortable. This time, however, the remodeling surgery for a level 5 golem was far more complicated than a level 2 remodeling. Add to that the body in Pennsylvania and the damage is severe. Lu Qing took a full 4 more hours before declaring it complete. The time was exactly 10 p.m. Sharp. The night was low, enveloping all of base 15 as if a steel beast had fallen into a deep sleep, hibernating above the earth. Who dash? A long exhale, echoing in the closed research room, broke the silence. Lu Qing pressed the equipment shutdown button, and a silver and white mechanical puppet came into view, its body flowing with color. The silver-white metal surface, inlaid with golden stripes, outlines a complex and precise pattern, as if it was made by heavenly craftsmen. Head above the silver helmet, a barbed silver horn is particularly eye-catching, on which the white transparent arcs of electricity jumping, lightning overflowing, emitting crackling sound. The air around them was torn apart, emitting an aura of destruction. The level 5 thunder golem stood there quietly, with what appeared to be the horns of the thunder god on top of its head, as if it would descend at any time with the wrath of the thunder god, so that people did not dare to look at it directly. Well, you won't have to attack me. Lu Qing looked the puppet in front of him up and down and nodded in satisfaction. Spinning his hand, he waved it into the spatial ring, and next, it was Ling Zhao's 4th grade body. Lu Qing intended to transform it into a mechanical golem with water attribute attached to it, and cooperate with the level 5 thunder golem to utilize the water conductive properties to expand the range of the AoE aspect of the skill, and to assist the level 5 thunder golem in battle, which belonged to the base manipulation of the online game players. The next day, last night, after Lu Qing did the last puppet transformation, he directly rested at the healing store. When he came to the lounge, he soaked a bucket of Old Altar's sauerkraut noodles for breakfast. Lu Qing opened the information panel as he did so. Host, Lu Qing. Realm, early 3rd grade, mechanical power, 12,000 Hz, indestructible body, melted metal, grade 6 auger steel * 1 piece, altered body, spine, refined orifices, 36 orifices, remaining orifices, 32 orifices, martial arts, prone heavenly palm, earth order, Manga gene, yellow order, equipment, level 4 frost mech, mechanical golem, level 5 by 1, level 4 by 1, level 2 by 1. Technologies, exoskeleton mechanical surgery, nano intravenous injection technology, nano trauma repair technology, and god machine puppet technology. Current task, requesting the host to establish a medical partnership to sell 1,000 copies of the nano repair patch to the public. Task progress, 0/1000, uncompleted. Completion reward, heaven-ranked weapon equality of all beings. A glance sweeps by. The information on the panel has obviously changed. After transforming the indestructible body, the displays of the physical body martial arts system were all transformed into information that was more in line with the mechanical system. Lu Qing only skimmed through it without going too deep. His attention was focused on the final system mission, establishing medical cooperation to promote Shinji Medical's products. Nano repair patch. It's almost time. It's time to contact Shin AO and talk about cooperation. Lu Qing dished out a few mouthfuls and finished shivering the bubbly.
And just then, a blacked-out Rolls-Royce rolled up and stationed itself firmly in front of the healing store. The body is streamlined and elegant, with a sheen of understated luxury. The car door opened and an old man with gray hair got out first. He was upright and sure-footed, and it was clear at a glance that he was not an unusual driver. The older man walked around to the back and respectfully pulled the door open. Shortly after, a young man slowly walked out, about 27 or 18 years old. It's wearing a tank top, big pants, flip-flops under his feet, a child's phone watch on his wrist, and a full complement of miscellaneous groundlings. Eldest young master, I'll accompany you inside? Only the old man respectfully said. Fong Xiaoyun waved his hand. No, give me the share transfer agreement. Chapter 80, Entering Deep Blue? Give me the share transfer agreement. Yes. The old man nodded respectfully. Then he took a document from the car and handed it to Fong Xiaoyun with both hands. The latter took the document. His eyes fell on the door of the first-floor hall, and he walked in at an unhurried pace. The old man looked at his upright back, his eyes filled with sighs. Alas, he sighed. Unexpectedly, a large deep blue group now even fell into this kind of field. Chairman Fong Jianfeng and his second son, Fong Xiaochen, died tragically overnight, leaving the Fong family with only the eldest young master, Fong Xiaoyun, as the only child. And woe betide, TC capital in the southeast region, even like a shark that smells blood, took advantage of the fire and struck out to snipe and squeeze the market share of deep blue elixir. It has caused the dark blue stock market to fall again and again like a cliff, and the market capitalization has evaporated miserably. The market capitalization, which was originally close to $30 billion, fell below $20 billion like a bubble in just 5 days, which can be shocking. Although he was the Fong family's head butler, and an 8th-grade powerhouse, there was nothing he could do about it, and he could only watch as Deep Blue's building was about to fall. Well, surprisingly, this young master, who was usually hangdog and never cared about the affairs of the group, suddenly stood out as if he had been transformed overnight. With his strong posture and superior means, he gathered all the shareholders of the group in one day, just like a long-experienced general, commanded with determination, and even resisted the step-by-step pressing of TC Capital. And under the strategy of Fong Xiaoyun, TC Capital has shifted from strong suppression to a strategy of gradually nibbling away at Deep Blue, like a frog boiled in warm water. The intention is to slowly exhaust Deep Blue. Everyone did not expect, even the chairman of the board Fong Jianfeng, are underestimated by the eldest son of the Fong family. And yet it's still a shame. The momentum is too great to be reversed. In front of the powerful TC Capital, even the most amazing geniuses can't resist the absolute capital crushing. Thus, just the day before yesterday, after Fong Xiaoyun negotiated with the TC executives, the other party succeeded in acquiring 81% of Deep Blue's shares, and requested that 51% of them be transferred to that Marshall Hall special physician Lu Qing, and the remaining 19% could be promised to be left to the Fong family, as if it was a handout. Fong Xiaoyun agreed. There is no other choice. Otherwise, the Deep Blue elixir would only end in ashes and disappear completely. But the only strange point, why is the TC Capital at base 14 asking for shares to be transferred to a Wudong special practitioner at base 15? Not only Fong Xiaoyun, the old man was also puzzled. The first-floor lobby of the healing shop, Su Ting walked down the corridor, checking out the various wards with a light pace. Since the availability of nano-injection technology, there has been a significant and substantial increase in hospitalizations. The healing store only has 2 physicians, Zheng Hanbin and Su Ting, so they can only take turns on duty and are busy. Fortunately, there are a number of girls rescued from the Black Dragon Society as carers who are handy and share the workload, letting Lu Qing, the shirker, live a nourishing life. He could concentrate on the medical research of the divine machine system. Only on rare occasions is he required to go into the operating room to modify a level 2 and above mechanical prosthesis. Hello, is Dr. Lu Qing Lu in? Fong Xiaoyun walked up and asked, his voice gentle. Su Ting was looking intently at the medical records in her hand, her slender fingers writing and drawing on it, and she didn't seem to hear the other person asking, completely immersed in her own world. Hello? Fong Xiaoyun slightly raised his volume and asked again. Su Ting then only just snapped back to the god. She raised her head, swept her gaze over Fong Xiaoyun and smiled apologetically. Oh, I'm sorry, are you looking for Director Lu? May I ask if someone in your family is missing an arm, or a broken leg? Fong Xiaoyun, my family is dead. Neither. I'm here to talk to Dr. Lu about cooperation. I'm from Deep Blue Elixir. Su Ting froze for a moment. She seems to remember. Director Lu did make a trip to the First Society Business Community show some time ago, so she spread a smile and said, then you're in luck. Usually the chief is gone on the weekends, and last night he just happened to stay for medical research. The director should be in the lounge right now. I can go and ask for you. Wait a moment, Su Ting said enthusiastically. Yes, please. Fang Xiaoyun nodded slightly. Soon after, Su Ting made a call and then walked back. Director Lu wants you to go straight up. He's in that lounge at the end of the second floor. Thanks a lot. Fang Xiaoyun said thanks. Turning, he headed directly for the stairs. His pace steady but a little hurried. 2 minutes later, coming to the door of a room, he knocked gently. Come in. A young voice, with a hint of lethargy, came from the house at once. Fang Xiaoyun pushed the door open. The only thing I could see was the soft light in the room and a strong smell of old pickles in the air. Lu Qing was leisurely lying on the recliner, holding an empty noodle bucket in his hand. He drank the last mouthful of noodle soup and let out a satisfied gulp. Hello, young Master Fang. At the moment he entered, Lu Qing's eye of divine chance quietly opened. Like a scanner, he scanned Fang Xiaoyun from head to toe. Patient, Fang Xiaoyun. Cultivation, none. Symptoms, insufficient innate qi and blood. Weak physique, unable to cultivate. After seeing this name, Lu Qing quickly guessed the identity of the other party. From Deep Blue Potion. Surname Fang. It's 80% that the eldest son of the Fang family. Fang Xiaochen's brother. Fang Xiaoyun was stunned. The other party actually knew him? He immediately thought of the confrontation that his half-brother had had with him a few days ago oh so many times. It's not out of the question that this physician extraordinaire is investigating the Fang family as a result. But such irrelevancies don't matter anymore. After all, his father and brother were dead. And these tiny little conflicts weren't worth mentioning. Fang Xiaoyun gathered his mind and opened the door. I'm not hiding anything from Dr. Lu, I do have something to ask for this time. The situation of Deep Blue today. Suffering from the constant squeeze of TC Capital, 80% of the shares have been acquired by the other side. TC is requesting that 51% of the shares be transferred to you in a settlement. At the same time, I'd like to borrow your technology to revitalize Deep Blue. Now, in my capacity as the group's CEO, I formally invite you to join Deep Blue and assume the position of chairman. As he spoke, he handed the document in his hand to Lu Qing. Chapter 81, Starving the Timid, Braving the Bold. The chairman of Deep Blue? Lu Qing was slightly stunned. He took the contract handed to him by the other party and flipped through it, and his brows unconsciously furrowed slightly. He had glimpsed on the internet the recent encounters of Deep Blue. Chairman Fang Jianfeng and his second son Fang Xiaochen accidentally died. The group initially secret until TC Capital's sudden pressure was forced to reveal the truth. TC Capital took 81% of the shares of Deep Blue Elixir in a thunderous move to achieve absolute control. Lu Qing originally thought that this was merely an unusual business annexation. However, the agreement in front of him left him in a daze and somewhat confused. TC Capital was actually going to transfer 51% of its shares to himself? What's going on? When did he get involved with TC Capital? Lu Qing immediately went through all the social connections he had made since crossing over in his mind. And the answer was, no. Only slowly did he put down the contract of agreement in his hand. Eyes calm as water, he asked tentatively, what did TC say about transferring that 51% to me? Fang Xiaoyun didn't notice the deeper meaning in the words and replied frankly. During the negotiations, the TC's people said that this was payment for your surgery. Surgical expenses? When had he ever charged such an expensive surgery fee? He, Lu Qing, is the most conscientious martial arts physician. That's a Deep Blue with a market value of over $20 billion. Not a hunk of metal the size of the palm of your hand worth $2 million. Lu Qing began to think back carefully. Every patient he has personally performed surgery on and has not yet paid for. Suddenly, a chill ran down Lu Qing's back. It seems as if one you of the blessed home for the elderly and an elderly man have not yet been charged for their surgeries. Crap, if that was the case, wouldn't TC Capital be associated with the Dark Moon King? What purpose does this woman have? How could she suddenly be so generous to herself? Lu Qing gazed at the share transfer agreement on the table, his eyes shifting as if he was in deep thought. Fang Xiaoyun, who was on the side, stood quietly and did not make a sound to disturb. The Deep Blue Group, which is worth more than $20 billion, is really tempting. 51% of the shares were enough for Lu Qing to take control of the entire Deep Blue with the position of chairman. His next step, to establish a medical partnership to develop the new product Nano Repair Patch, is in need of a sizable pharmaceutical company. Throughout Base 15, Deep Blue Elixir is undoubtedly the best choice. If he became the owner of Deep Blue, he would be able to rely on Deep Blue Elixir to build his own commercial medical system, and gradually grow the strength and influence of Divine Opportunity Medical. This is an advantage that cannot be matched by working with outsiders. But, if his guess is true, then one day, when the Marshall Hall found out about the connection between TC and the Dark Moon King, he himself would inevitably be labeled as colluding with the 100 Beasts cult. the risks involved should not be underestimated. Furthermore, if the Dark Moon King had other plans, he himself would likewise be implicated. The other party was a 7th grade sect master, and Lu Qing didn't want to be at his mercy again. In this short period of less than a minute, Lu Qing's thoughts had been running as fast as lightning, weighing the pros and cons. When he first chose to join the Martial Palace, he was looking at the official channel to quickly obtain more patient resources and complete the system mission as soon as possible. The same is true today. The process of manufacturing nano-trauma repair patch is extremely large, thousands of repair patches, and the healing store alone certainly can't do it. And the process of manufacturing nano repair patch contains 3 steps: raw material refining, accessory manufacturing, and nano-quenching medicine. The partners of the first 2 steps, Lu Qing has already selected. Tianqing Machinery Manufacturing Company specializes in metal smelting technology and is responsible for the refining of metal raw materials, which is more than appropriate. The Divine Iron Arms Company is skilled in the field of metal forging and can take care of the fabrication and assembly of repair patch fittings. As for the most crucial and important 3rd step, the nano-quenching pill, Lu Qing had yet to finalize it. If the deep blue elixir was owned by him, this dilemma would be solved. Lean, starve the timid and sustain the bold. Relying on the official, relying on others, is ultimately only a stopgap measure. The only strong is the basis of the foothold. As long as Lu Qing grew quickly enough and the system quests were swiped quickly enough, even if the Martial Hall wanted to lay hands on him in the future, they would have to weigh the gains and losses. Even if the Dark Moon King is a grandmaster, so what? With the system in hand, at that time, he himself also had the same battle power of his own and playing another bundle play, it was not certain who would take who. People are as bold as the earth. It's dry. Making up his mind, Lu Qing slowly raised his head. He gazed calmly at Fang Xiaoyun and asked indifferently, "Are you willing to give away what is rightfully yours?" Lu Qing needed to confirm whether or not this original owner of the Deep Blue would have any thoughts about him. After all, judging from the rumors in recent times, this Fang family's great young man is by no means a real dude. And with this statement, Fang Xiaoyun's expression became slightly deeper. Deep Blue Potion had been circulating a story that the Deep Blue 30 years ago did not belong to the Fang family, but rather, Fang Jianfeng had joined the Deep Blue group. That is, he had married his real mother and gave birth to Fang Xiaoyun. Mr. and Mrs. Fang Jianfeng made a concerted effort to develop the Deep Blue group into a top 3 giant in the business world of No. 15. He only felt that his family was harmonious and Fang Xiaoyun's childhood was full of happiness. Even though he was born with a birth defect that prevented him from cultivating, his father continued to love him, and his parents loved each other as if the world was full of great people, until his birth mother passed away. Fang Jianfeng took over as chairman of Deep Blue and then married another woman. It was as if everything had changed. His half-brother, Fang Xiaochen, was born the following year, and his father seemed to have transferred all the favor he used to show him to his younger brother. It wasn't until he moved into middle school that he came to understand why. He began to become uneducated and never got involved in the affairs of the group after graduation, indulging in hedonistic pleasures on a daily basis and becoming a veritable playboy. However, the Deep Blue pill wasn't his Fang Jianfeng's alone. That also had his mother's heart and soul. What he wants is to keep the group, even if Deep Blue no longer belongs to him. Fang Xiaoyun's eyes were resolute and his gaze was firm as he said, "As long as you are willing, I, Fang Xiaoyun, am willing to do my best and die for Dr. Lu." Lu Qing waved his hand. "I don't want your life. Just concentrate on doing things for me. And in the future, it's not impossible to let your body, which is incapable of cultivation, set foot on the martial path." Swish! Fang Xiaoyun looked up sharply, his eyes instantly widening as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The vision of this genius physician was really as venomous as the rumors. Seeing through the crux of his body with a single glance, onlookers had always thought that he, the Fang family's youngest, was uneducated before his martial arts path was in doubt. Who would have thought he was a solid loser? Fang Xiaoyun's body trembled slightly, not knowing if it was excitement or what. Emotions that he had never felt before in all these years surged to his heart. He took a deep breath and his voice sank. "I understand, Chairman." Chapter 82, The Beginning of Cooperation. The morning breaks. The next morning, Lu Qing dialed the number of Shen Ao, the president of the First Martial Arts Association. "President Shen, matters of cooperation can officially begin." The other party was overwhelmed when he heard the reply. The 2 interested companies, Tianqing and Shentai, mentioned by Lu Qing, have also clearly informed each other. As soon as the news broke, both the First Society and the 2 eagerly awaited companies were ecstatic. Shen Ao is even more thunderous. At noon that day, a feast was set up at the Starlight Hotel, with unprecedentedly high box specifications. 12 noon sharp, just in time, Lu Qing rode his beloved little electric donkey to the entrance of the Starlight Hotel. This was the second time he had set foot in the place that symbolized the pinnacle of consumption in the city of Base 15. The first time he came, or when Captain Yuan invited him to join the Martial Palace. Well, Zhou Man's level of ordering, the needle does not poke. Stopping in front of the hotel's magnificent gate, Lu Qing walked in faithfully. Inside the lobby of the Starburst Hotel, it's golden and sparkling. Above the dome, the giant crystal chandelier looks like a river of stars pouring down. Streams of light and color. It illuminated the entire hall as if it were day. The surrounding walls, inlaid with murals of ferocious beasts carved out of precious jade, were lifelike. The floor is covered with rare stones from exotic places, each one carefully selected for its unique texture and mirror-like finish. The air was filled with a light sandalwood fragrance that was refreshing and invigorating. The service staff is highly trained, elegant in manner, well-spoken. Every subtle action reveals professionalism and dignity. However, today's Starburst Hotel is a departure from the norm. The old days of packed houses and hard-to-find seats no longer exist. The spacious hall was empty, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Just then, a man in a straight suit with an unusual demeanor walked slowly. He was upright and confident. This person was none other than the lobby manager of the Starlight Hotel. He was used to seeing dignitaries on weekdays, but at this moment, when he faced Lu Qing, he gathered all his arrogance and piled a humble and respectful smile on his face. Starburst Hotel, as an industry under the First Association, received orders from its superiors today to suspend its external operations and cancel all reservations, all just to welcome the notorious and talented healer from the Temple of Martial Arts. It was also said that President Shin Ao had personally given the order, and its importance was evident. The entire staff of the Starlight Hotel has never experienced such a big battle before. In order to welcome Lu Qing, this lobby manager has been waiting here personally since early morning. He didn't dare to slack off for fear of missing Lu Qing's arrival. As his eyes touched the young man before him, immediately pulling out his cell phone and comparing the photos carefully, after confirming that the person coming was the legendary genius physician, he was excited beyond words, more excited than seeing his 18 generations of his own ancestors. Dr. Lu, President Shen has been waiting upstairs for a long time. Please follow me. The lobby manager's voice trembled slightly, unable to hide his excitement, respectfully made a pleased gesture. Aha! Lu Qing nodded slightly. Under the guidance of the other party, the two of them took the exclusive elevator and went straight to the 108th floor, the highest floor of the hotel. This is Shin Ao's private territory, usually only open to him alone, but today it is exceptionally used as a place for meeting and negotiation. The finely carved mahogany doorway was gently pushed open with a subtle sound. Inside the spacious and luxurious box, the atmosphere was solemn and warm. Shen Ao, the president of the First Martial Arts Association, and the chairman of the Divine Iron and Tianqing companies, Dong Li and Dong Xiao, had long been waiting here. Shen Ao, the 6th grade martial arts master who was over half 100 years old, was dressed in a dark-colored tang suit, with a posture as straight as a pine, a calm face, and glaring eyes that were not angry but authoritative. Li Dong, stout, rugged face, a look as a long time in the field of practical workers. Xiao Dong, on the other hand, looks much more elegant, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses glitter with shrewdness. All three of them were pivotal figures in the base city, but at this moment, they all restrained their sharpness and looked at Lu Qing with a smile. Dr. Lu, you're finally here. Quickly take your seat, quickly take your seat. As soon as Shin Ao saw Lu Qing, he immediately got up to welcome him. Warmly, without the slightest hint of a 6th grade martial arts master's demeanor, Lu Qing took his seat calmly. Pop, snap, Shin Ao gently clapped his palms. Crisp applause echoed through the box. A dozen or so well-built, good-looking waitresses fishtailed into the room. They are dressed in uniform. Their movements are neat and tidy, and each of them is holding a plate of delicacies with a full range of colors and flavors in their hands. The dishes were placed one by one on the round table made of precious mahogany, and all of a sudden, the entire box was filled with aroma. There was longjing shrimp, which was full of shrimp balls and pink in color. There's squirrel guppy, which is graved and deep-fried until golden and crispy, and drizzled with a sweet and sour sauce, shaped like a squirrel in a lifelike manner, and bluefin tuna, almost caviar, Buddha jumping wall. Each dish is a work of art and mouth-watering. Dr. Lu, come, let's eat and chat. These are all Starlight's signature dishes, try them. Shin Ao personally poured a cup of wine for Lu Qing and greeted him warmly. Li Dong and Xiao Dong also have risen. With a smile, took the initiative to Lu Qing dishes and pour wine. Attitude attentive, extremely pleasing to the intention. Obviously, all wanted to leave a good impression in front of Lu Qing, get more share of cooperation in the next negotiations. Lu Qing picked up the wine cup and gently shook it. the wine swirling in the cup. He smiled slightly, his tone flat. There's no rush. There's a friend yet to arrive. Oh, Dr. Lu, you mean? Li Dong was puzzled. He learned from Shineo that Lu Qing had only invited 2 of their companies to cooperate this time. Could there be others? Feng Xiaoyun of Deep Blue Pills. Mr. Feng. Lu Qing put down his wineglass and said indifferently. He should be on his way already. Deep Blue Potion? Shen Ao. Li Dong and Xiao Dong looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on here? Some time ago, didn't Lu Qing have a big row with Deep Blue Elixir at the exhibition? And the 2 sides even clashed? Shen Ao even terminated this year's cooperation with Deep Blue for this reason. How come now? But the 3 did not ask more. The technology in the hands of Lu Qing. People want to cooperate with whom they have no right to ask, as long as they can get a share of the pie on the line. Only to see Shen Ao beckoned. A man came and bent his head to listen, then walked out of the box. Naturally, Shen Ao arranged for him to pick up Feng Xiaoyun downstairs. Otherwise, no one would be able to enter this banquet today that was opened exclusively for Lu Qing. Soon, it didn't take more than a cup of tea. The compartment door opened again, only to see Feng Xiaoyun in formal attire. Did not greet Shen Ao first, but came straight to Lu Qing's side, bowed and greeted. Chairman. Well, sit. Lu Qing smiled and nodded. And on the seat, Shen Ao's 3 people were dumbfounded. Chairman? Chapter 83, New Profitable Products. The current CEO of Deep Blue Elixir was calling Chairman Lu Qing? Shen Ao, Li Dong and Xiao Dong, as the 15 pivotal bigwigs in the business community, actually know nothing about this. But at the moment, they had no time to look deeper. Shen Ao's words turned, his face piled up with smiles and spoke. Since everyone has arrived, Dr. Lu, why don't we talk about mechanical limb cooperation? He rubbed his hands together, an expectant gleam in his eyes. Who said the project I'm going to collaborate on is a mechanical prosthetic? The corners of Lu Qing's mouth rose slightly as he asked back with a smirk, a hint of meaning in his tone. Not a mechanical prosthetic? This statement was like a thunderbolt from the ground, instantly causing the atmosphere in the box to stagnate. Not only Tianqing Xiaodong and Divine Iron's Li Dong, even Shen Ao's face suddenly changed, and a trace of panic flashed under his eyes. Is that? Shen Ao frowned and looked at Lu Qing suspiciously. Lu Qing put down the chopsticks in his hands and wiped his mouth before he slowly opened his mouth, his voice low and magnetic. There's no need for you all to be anxious. Recently, I've dug into my research and developed a new medical product. He paused, sweeping his gaze over the 3, and said in a single word, called Nano-Trauma Repair Patch. This is the project I intend to work on with all of you. Nano Repair Patch? Tianqing Xiaodong pushed his glasses, his eyes flashing with a puzzled light behind the lenses. I wonder how exactly this nano repair patch works. The other 2 also looked at Lu Qing in unison, with scrutiny and hesitation in their gazes. They naturally believed that Lu Qing's medical skills were highly skilled, but the reputation of mechanical prosthetics had long resounded through the base and was deeply rooted in people's hearts. The risk of switching to a new product that has never been introduced before would undoubtedly be much higher, and I am afraid that it would be difficult to compete with a mechanical prosthetic program. These 3 old foxes in the business world know the laws of the market and know the pros and cons like the back of their hand. Without certainty of the project, they will never easily invest. Are not see the rabbit does not spread the eagle of the Lord. Lu Qing's gaze turned to Feng Xiaoyun, who understood. He was seen nodding softly and rising, his voice booming. 3 of you, let me introduce the specific efficacy of the nano repair patch and cooperation matters. Feng Xiaoyun opened his mouth. Yesterday, Lu Qing signed a contract with him and officially became the chairman of Deep Blue. Then the details of the restoration posting project and the plate. After hearing this, Feng Xiaoyun was astonished. Is there really a medical product in the world that can instantly repair injuries to the physical body? This is, like, too much of a pipe dream. But after listening to Lu Qing's detailed description, he was completely convinced, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. At this moment, Feng Xiaoyun's voice was powerful and loud. Nano-Trauma Repair Patch. Lu Dong's first batch production program is divided into 3 grades, F, E, and D, and the therapeutic effect corresponds to 1st to 3rd grade martial artists respectively, and no matter how serious a trauma is sustained, except for broken limbs, it can be healed in a matter of moments with the use of a single repair patch. As soon as the words fell, a dead silence fell over the box. Shen Ao, Li Dong and Xiao Dong looked at each other with shock written all over their faces, as if they had heard something incredible. Feng Xian, Mr. Feng, is this true? Li Dong's voice trembled a little as he asked incredulously. On the table, Lu Qing was enjoying his own food, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Feng Xiaoyun smiled slightly and asked in return, Li Dong is not believe our Lu Dong technology? This, of course, Of course not. Li Dong quickly waved his hand to deny it and hurriedly explained. Dr. Lu is even able to create mechanical limbs that are as godlike as medical skills. So naturally, I believe in it. I just don't know. How much does this nano repair patch cost to build and how much is the profit? He rubbed his hands together, a shrewd gleam in his eyes. This issue is also the most concerned about Shin Ao and Xiaodong. If the medical effects were really as miraculous as Fang Xiaoyun said, then there must be no worries about sales. Their main concern right now is cost and profit. Although Shin Ao's first association is not involved in the pre-product manufacturing, he holds 70% of the sales channels of Base 15, and he is bound to be responsible for the later sales, and the profit is what he is most concerned about. Fang Xiaoyun, this former Fang family's playboy. At this moment, he was facing the three bigwigs but appeared to be calm and comfortable. He smiled slightly and explained. In the case of an F-rank repair patch, the material requires a piece of grade 1 metal, and the price of a piece of grade 1 metal on the market is around $50,000. Xiaodong's Tianqing Manufacturing has advanced technology in the field of gold refining, and if raw metal or refining is used, it can reduce the cost by more than half. Next is the nano repair paste manufacturing and assembly. Li Dong, your divine iron manufacturing is particularly good at this. I wonder how much it costs to smelt and forge in an assembly line. Almost without thinking, Li Dong blurted out, basically half of what the metal was originally worth. Fang Xiaoyun seemed to have expected this answer and continued. The repair patch manufacturing technology is divided into a total of 3 steps. 1. Raw material refining. 2. Accessory manufacturing. And 3. Nano-quenching medicine. The first 2 steps will be taken care of by both Li Dong and Xiaodong. And when you do the math, the cost won't be more than $50,000. And for the step of nano-hardening the drug, Lu Dong will personally manipulate it at Deep Blue. In the nano-quenching process, the herbs used are precious, but a single medicinal liquid can be used for quenching many times, and its cost is much lower than metal refining and manufacturing. Li Dong and Xiaodong looked at each other, and a hint of shrewdness flashed in their eyes. This makes the total cost of an F-rated restoration sticker for 2 families just 50,000, spread out to just over 20,000 for 1 family, and the restorative patch efficacy is clearly worth much more than that. By analogy, an E-grade repair patch for use by a 2nd-grade martial artist requires a piece of 2nd-grade metal, with a market price of $100,000 a piece and a cost of between $100,000. Grade D is for use by 3rd-grade martial artists and requires a piece of 3rd-grade metal, with a market price of $500,000 a piece and a roughly comparable cost. At this point, Xiaodong could no longer hold back. Looking directly at Lu Qing, he eagerly asked, "May I ask how Dr. Lu is going to price it?" 100,000 for Class F, 500,000 for Class E, and 2 million for Class D. This pricing was something that Lu Qing had thought over. The average first-grade martial artist wouldn't have a problem earning $200,000 to $300,000 a year. The 2nd grade could earn tens of millions a year, and the 3rd grade averaged $2 to $3 million a year. Using their yearly income to buy a life-preserving talisman would not be a loss, and would inevitably cause a mad rush. Lu Qing spoke in a calm tone, digging into the caviar with a spoon, and said indifferently, "For the first production program, I'm going to produce 1,000 copies of each of the 3 grades." Hearing this price, Shin Ao's 3 faces immediately showed an uncontrollable excitement, and their breathing became rapid. And 1,000 copies of each were produced. It doesn't sound like a large number, but you can't beat the high asking price. Grade F, add 1,000 copies. The cost is 50 million. The profit is 100 million. Grade E, add 1,000 copies. It costs $100 million and makes a profit of up to $500 million. As for the D grade, that's the real big headline. The windfall, 1,000 copies, at a cost of $500 million, can result in a profit of $2 billion. As the saying goes, with 50% profit, a capitalist is willing to take desperate measures. With 100% profit, he dares to trample on all the laws of the earth. With 300% profit, he dares to risk the gallows. And Nano Repair Patch, this new medical product, the lowest grade, F, has a 50% profit margin. Chapter 84, 770 Split. Shin Ao's 3 people forced down the excitement in their hearts. Whether it was Celestial Star Manufacturing, Divine Iron Weapons, or the First Association, the market capitalization was only tens of billions in size. And Lu Qing, this is only the first batch of production program. The profit is already up to more than 2 billion. It was like a hurricane sweeping in wealth and dazzling. Crazy. The world is crazy. They knew that as long as what Lu Qing said was true, this repair patch would definitely be in short supply. A mere 3,000 copies, I'm afraid, is hardly enough to meet even a fraction of the market demand. Shin Ao's gaze was like a torch, solemnly looked at Lu Qing and asked in a deep voice, Dr. Lu, then this split ratio. Lu Qing looked indifferent and spoke slowly. I get 70%, Dark Blue gets 10%, and the remaining 20%. You guys negotiate the distribution. Since Deep Blue Elixir had already come under his command, he naturally had to focus on the distribution of benefits. When Shin Ao's 3 people heard this, they looked at each other and were speechless. This genius physician, his mouth is really as sharp as a knife, really cutting meat. As the top 10 corporate giants of Base 15, they have always been a strong party on the negotiation table. Take the lead. Why ever thought there would be such a passive day? But the situation is stronger than others, and core technology is the hard truth, and they are powerless to refute it. Unless they were going to take the risk and just tie up Lu Qing and do it the hard way. But who dares? Who dares to take that risk? It would be fine if Lu Qing was just an ordinary businessman, but the key was that Lu Qing happened to also have the status of a special recruit of the Martial Hall, daring to touch the mold of the Martial Palace in Daxia, unless one was tired of living. However, the most critical thing is that Lu Qing gave a share of the share, although harsh, but accurately stepped on their psychological bottom line. It is really difficult for people to open their mouths to refuse. Good. In that case, I, the first association, have no objections. Shin Ao took a deep breath and took the lead in stating his position. I, Divine Iron Manufacture, also agree. I, Skystar Manufacturing, am equally fine with that. Then, in the future, I will be obliged to all of you to help me cooperate and get rich together. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth hooked into a smile as he raised the highball glass in his hand. In the end, the remaining 20% share will go to the first association for another 10%. The 2 families, Heavenly Star and Divine Iron, each received 0.5% and signed a final cooperation agreement. Although only 0.5%, Sha Dong and Li Donghart is not dissatisfied, but instead a trace of celebration. Originally, they expected that they would be victorious if they could secure a 10% share today. Who would have thought that nano repair paste is so lucrative, even if only 0.5%, but also far more than their initial expectations. It wasn't long before the dinner gradually came to an end. Lu Qing had enough wine and food and got up to bid farewell to Shin Ao and the others, and Li and Xiao promised that it will only take 2 weeks for them to complete all the first 2 steps of the assembly line operation. Lu Qing was very satisfied with this progress. Walking out of the Infinity Starburst Hotel, he turned his head and said to Fang Xiaoyun, "Come on, show me Deep Blue." Before the Divine Railway in Tianqing started to work in full force, he also needed to start the development of nanomedicine liquid in advance. In this way, at that time, only the final quenching step needs to be done, and the entire product production process can be completed in the first place. Yes, Mr. Lu, Fang Xiaoyun responded respectfully, personally opening the car door for Lu Qing and carefully placing his little electric donkey into the trunk. Get in the car. The scenery outside the car window flew backwards, gradually blurring into a blur of light. Lu Qing's thoughts began to drift away, and the system interface seemed to appear before his eyes. Current task, ask the host to establish medical cooperation and sell 1,000 copies of the nano repair paste to the public. Task progress, 0/1000, not completed. Completion reward, heaven-ranked weapon equality of all beings. In half a month, the assembly line will be fully operational. At that time, Nano Trauma Repair Patch will be officially launched to the market. Completing the system quest and obtaining a heavenly rank weapon reward was a day he had been looking forward to for a long time. Lu Qing secretly pondered in his heart that in the shocking battle between the Elder of the Martial Hall and the Dark Moon King, the Patriarch-level powerhouse had used nothing more than an Earth-level class prop. So, this heavenly rank weapon, does it contain the power to kill a Grandmaster? Inside a special courtyard, the dense green shade of the sky, occasionally a few rays of sunlight through the cracks in the branches and leaves sprinkled down, leaving dappled light and shadow on the ground. At the edge of the lake, Elder Su sat like a bell, holding a fishing rod, his eyes fixed on the lake, as if an old monk was in meditation. The fish basket beside him is still empty. Apparently, today is another Air Force day. Shiver. Just then, the float on the line sank hard, as if a big fish had taken the bait. Elder Su's originally ancient and unperturbed face was suddenly flooded with joy that was hard to hide. He was about to lift his rod and reel in his line to enjoy this rare moment of harvest. However, above the vault of heaven, a cold and strong wind suddenly blew up, causing the branches and leaves to rattle. Above the clear sky, a sword gentleman in a white suit, with his feet on a turquoise-green sword, came with his sword, just like an exiled immortal descending to the world. Wow! The wind suddenly swept across the lake, and the lake, which was originally as calm as a mirror, was instantly flooded with layers of ripples. The fish, which was about to arrive, was frightened by this, and with a flick of its tail, disappeared in an instant without a trace. Elder Su's face was instantly gloomy, as if it had been dyed with ink, so black that it was scary. While Jiang Jun floated to the ground, he put away the green sword at his feet and walked slowly to Elder Su. Lao Deng raised a black face and blew out his beard. It's you again. Jiang Jun, can't you just go through the front door? You have to make such a big commotion every time. So rude to the extreme. How rude. It was as if Jiang Jun had ignored it, only to see him gently wave his hand. In the spatial ring, 2 clusters of sticky, quicksilver-like objects appeared out of thin air, emitting a faint metallic luster. This is 2 portions of 7th-ranked Abyssal Sea Quicksilver, which can repair the damaged, weak water 3000. Not that I blame you for being rude. My old man has a bad heart and can't stand this kind of shock. Next time move a little less. Elder Su flicked his fishing rod and backhanded the 2 7th-order materials into his pocket. His tone eased and he asked, "Go ahead. What's up?" Duke Sword's face was always calm, and his voice was richly magnetic and low. News has come from the law enforcement department, regarding the handling of the old case of the Yarafuku elderly home. The preliminary information on the identities of the suspects from back then has been grasped. However, Jiang Junyue added with a twist, most of the suspects have been secretly transferred out of Base 15, leaving only 7 parties to the old case, disguised in other identities, still operating within the base. Humph. Elder Su sniffed and let out a cold grunt from his nostrils. I see that not only the law enforcement department, but the intelligence department also needs a good overhaul. These people were secretly transferred, and they didn't even receive a hint of it. They are all a bunch of corpses. Check. These remaining 7 people, none of them can be left behind. Not only should we investigate their old cases back then, but also their relationship with the Dark Moon King. This matter, you, the Ministry of Supervision, should keep an eye on it, and the water must come out. Jiang Junhum, the words changed, asked, the mess in the Elders' Hall. Have there been any results? Elder Su let out a long sigh, and a trace of exhaustion and gravity passed between his brows. Yesterday, I have already passed the gas with the elders of the other bases in the southeast region, and according to the information from Elder Chen of Base 16, the 6 Desire Kings of the 100 Beasts sect have already entered 16. It is a fact that a certain person from the Elder Hall has colluded with the 100 Beasts cult. First it was the Dark Moon King, and now it's the 6 Desires King. This group of people has big plans. The entire southeast region is going to be unsettled. Elder Su's pale voice was suddenly incredibly low. We're considering whether or not to make the 4 southeastern bases independent for the time being and cut off contact with the Elder Hall at headquarters. Chapter 85, Double Dan. At those words, Jiang Junyu was silent. Elder Su's gaze turned to him, and his words turned, his tone carrying a few hints of probing. By the way, regarding Lu Qing's set of mechs, have the specifics been investigated? Since the last time I learned that, with a mysterious set of mechs, Lu Qing had beaten the innate 4th-ranked Ling Xiao senseless with his 2nd-ranked body. The entire division hierarchy was shaken. No one had expected that Lu Qing had hidden such a killer weapon in addition to his mechanical limbs. This kid's underhandedness is truly one more amazing than the other. From the looks of it, this mecha technology is only being used by Lu Qing himself. Jiang Jun's voice was still smooth, like a piece of cold ice that didn't ripple. He interacts closely with a black market merchant surnamed Shah in the underground martial arts world, and has repeatedly relied on this person's connections to purchase metals at low prices in the black market. Yesterday, he went to Star U to talk about business, and there are 2 partners, Divine Iron and Heavenly Star, both belonging to the metal manufacturing field, and it's rumored that he's going to work on a new product, whether it's mechanical limbs, mechs, or this so-called new product. Lu Qing's medical technology is closely related to the field of metal mechanics. Elder Su's pale face froze for a moment. He rubbed his chin and said in an exclamatory and thoughtful tone, this martial arts physician of his is truly an alternative. It seems that the reward I discussed with Elder Qin happened to be the right choice. Last time the Dark Moon King beheading operation, Lu Qing once again made a great achievement, although the plan failed. But this had nothing to do with Lu Qing. The rewards that should be given to him should still be given. He conferred with Elder Qin and decided to grant Lu Qing the mining rights of Golden Peak Mountain as a reward. Golden Peak Mountain. That was a treasure mountain, rich in mineral veins. For years and years, there existed a large amount of rare metals. Now that Lu Qing was going into the medical business and needed a lot of metal mineral resources, this reward sent to him was definitely considered a big favor. Jiang Jun's sword brows slightly raised. The extent of this reward was clearly higher than Lu Qing's merit, and he immediately thought of what these 2 elders were playing at. You guys want his mech? Elder Su nodded slowly, his gaze becoming sharp. Great chaos is coming. If we can arm the military with this treasure, or the southeast can be safe. He looked toward Jiang Jun with a few hints of temptation in his tone. I've heard that you've dealt with him many times.
And Lu Qing is also considered a member of your inspection department. What do you think? How is he as a person? Jiang Jun didn't hesitate and spat out 4 words. People who emphasize profit. Elder Su frowned slightly, as if he wasn't too satisfied with this evaluation. Such a genius, yet worldly in nature. Are we right to cultivate him like this? One day, when greater interests are at stake, if he chooses to abandon us, will it be worth it? He muttered as if he was asking Jiang Jun, and as if he was asking himself. Worth it. Jiang Jun still didn't hesitate, and in a high and cold tone, he gave his answer in a decisive manner. Elder Su was a bit surprised as he raised his eyes to Jiang Jun with a hint of doubt in his eyes. You trust him that much? Those who emphasize profit may not lack righteousness. If he only valued the former, he wouldn't have blocked the law enforcement department that day and bailed out the people in the old age home. Jiang Jun's voice was soft, but his tone was loud and clear. Elder Su sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face. But it's often people like this who are the least constrained. Everything is only from the heart. Jiang Jun did not look at him, picked up the fishing rod on the ground and threw it into the blue water lake. Elder Su, after sitting in the elder seat for a long time, you seem to have forgotten the original heart of a martial artist. My generation emphasizes on thoughts and love and hate, and it is also often people like Lu Qing who are the most trustworthy. Those at the top only think about controlling those below them. They won't have a true sense of belonging to the organization. Especially a genius like Lu Qing. The surface of the water kicked up a wave of microwaves, and the air was filled with the faint smell of resting soil as the breeze brushed by. You're lecturing the old man. But what do I not know? Elder Su let out a bitter smile, a trace of unspeakable emotion on his face. You're right. I've been sitting in this position for a long time. I've had to think about it more. I've had to think about the tens of millions of people at base 15. Let's not talk about it. Elder Su shook his head, as if he was trying to shake these annoying and difficult matters out of his mind. You've dealt with Lu Qing a few times, so it's up to you to talk to him about the mecha. He paused, changed his tone, and asked, I've heard that your cultivation has recently become unstoppable. Have you found a solution? The Sword Duke's face was unruffled as he faintly shook his head. The martial arts hall and all the big clans retained ancient books to look all over. 2,000 years in Daxia. All the Double Dan people. Break through the 7th grade masters. Is the day of death. Without exception. His voice was calm, as if he were stating a fact that did not concern him. Dual Dan, as the name suggests, is a dual dantian martial artist. This type of martial artist was born to open up a double sea of chi, and their chi and blood were so vast that they shook the ancient world and were invincible in the same realm. In the history of Daxia, there are only 2 people on record, the champion marquis of the Western Han dynasty, Hua Dewei, and the Western Chu hegemony king, Xiang Yu, both of whom were dual Dan martial artists, but died young due to the fact that when they broke through to the 7th grade of Zongshi, their physical bodies could not withstand the dual Zongshi's power to add to their strengths. Jiang Junyao, on the other hand, was today, the 3rd dual Dan martial artist in the Great Summer New Martial Calendar. It was well known that the reason why a patriarch crushed lower realm martial artists was because of the patriarch's potential to add to it. If it was said that dozens of 3rd grades could pile up an innate, but 100 martial arts masters would never be able to pile up a grandmaster. As long as the potential is out, all the people under the masters are like mortals without any power. However, although the potential is strong, it has become a lifeline for Double Dan cultivators. Before the 7th product they are invincible geniuses. But breaking through the 7th product, Double Dan generates double potential as their poison. No matter how many orifices you break through, no matter how much you temper your flesh, you will not be able to withstand the dual potential enchantment. Elder Su's face was grave as he pondered for a moment and said, if you really can't, you can use props to press it again. The Hall Master has gone to the Misty area to find a crack for you for 2 years already, and there are also the Chaos of the 100 Beasts sect and the Hall of Elders. Just wait for the return of the Temple Master. All things can be solved. Jiang Junyi didn't speak, his gaze calm and deep as he stared at the lake. Wow! The fish bites, and the Sword Duke pulls sharply, a 20 pounds upwards of a large bluegill, breaking the lake out, drops of water floating in mid-air, in the sunshine through the 4 overflowing. Southeast region, Base City 16, a luxurious villa, hidden deep in the bustle, stood quietly. In the villa, a well-decorated room with an ambiguous and warm atmosphere. On the soft waterbed, light and shadow intertwined, outlining 2 closely embracing figures. A man in his 30s, dry and thin, like a walking skeleton, as if emptied of his body by desire. Its dyed, flamboyant yellow hair stood out in the dim light. Baby, you sneak out like this every day. Aren't you afraid of being noticed by your husband? The corner of the man's mouth hooked up an evil arc, revealing a bit of cynicism and recklessness. The woman underneath him was a breathtaking beauty, with skin as white and delicate as congealed fat, as if water could seep out with a gentle pinch. The agar nose is straight, and the red lips are delicate, like a rose in full bloom. Master, don't worry. The woman smiled delicately, her voice so sweet that it seemed to be able to drip honey. All he knows all day long is to bury his head in those official duties, which has the heart to care about what I do every day. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes incomparably mesmerized. Besides, even if he finds out, so what? Could it still stop me from coming to see you? Ha 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 ha. The man let out a burst of unbridled laughter, his voice filled with teasing and smugness. Isn't he the golden ambassador of the intelligence department? How come he can't even watch his own wife? What a waste. Ha 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 ha. He wrapped his arms around the woman violently, as if to rub her into his body. And, baby, you're really getting on my king's nerves. The woman obediently snuggled into his arms, her fingers gently drawing circles on his chest. Then master, you must love me well. Click. Just then, the door to the room suddenly opened. A middle-aged man with similarly dyed yellow hair hurriedly walked in. Coronet. I've found it. I've found it. The king of six desires cursed as he rose up in a violent manner. Pound sir, who let you in at this hour? Chapter 86. The yellow-haired henchman's body stiffened and he stammered out his mouth. Didn't you order? As soon as we find the murderer of our brothers in Stronghold 15, we will report to you at the first opportunity. When the Six Desires King heard this, his narrow eyes narrowed dangerously as a cold aura flickered. Find out? Who is it? This. Yellow-hair's gaze glanced to the poised woman on the side and swallowed. The Six Desire King followed his line of sight and spoke nonchalantly. You, get out first. Yes. The beautiful woman's eyes flowed, revealing a few moments of unfulfilled loss. The water snake-like flexible waist lightly swayed and curled out of the room. At first, she was forcibly possessed by the Six Desires King, but as time passed, after seeing the other party's bravery in bed, her entire person, along with her soul, completely sank. Then the husband at home who was as chewy and tasteless as wax. The log who spends his days obsessed with investigating and working on cases. It's only in the past 2 months that she's truly experienced what it's like to be a newborn. Say, who is it? Is it that group of unknowing scum from the Marshall Hall that dared to touch my people? The Six Desires King's voice was cold to the extreme, as if it came from the depths of hell. Not this thing. This matter was done by the Dark Moon King. The yellow-haired henchman's voice trembled as he stammered his reply. Dark Moon? It's that crazy. Stinking again. The Six Desires King was furious, his voice hissing like a wounded beast. Say, what exactly is her purpose in killing our people? I haven't been messing with her lately. One must know that the 3 Six Desires schoolbrothers who lost their lives this time, one of them could be a purple-robed, and the other 2 were also 5th grade blue-robed. A subordinate of this cultivation level was an indispensable and capable general wherever he was placed. That's a loss. That's a lot. Seems like, the 3 of them, in order to earn some extra money, slaughtered a few local rich merchants of the 15th. The yellow-haired henchman replied with trepidation, afraid of offending the furious Six Desires King. Snap! The King of Six Desires is furious. A hard slap on the waterbed beneath him. The whole bed collapsed in an instant as the water splashed and the room was a mess. Damn! Crazy woman! What a complete lunatic! Killing my people again because of such trivial matters. She's just as sick as that psychopath Shura King. She's just sick. So sick. The King of Six Desires broke into a rage. It wasn't the first time this kind of had happened, and what angered him the most was that half a year ago he was merely forcibly possessing a female college student. It just so happens that Dark Moon is at the same base. As a result, he was hunted like prey for 3 days and 3 nights by the other. The body of a ferocious beast is broken. It was only last month that I finally recovered. No! This bad breath. I can't swallow it no matter what. The Six Desire King's forehead veins rippled as he roared with a fierce face. I'm asking you, are there any clues about the people under her hand? I'm going to issue a bounty. Do you really think that my Six Desires sect is a soft persimmon to be pinched? The Dark Moon sect has always been scattered, with no fixed strongholds. The yellow-haired henchman racked his brain in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. Right. My subordinate recalled that during the last beheading of the Dark Moon King at the Marshall Palace, there was a home for the elderly, and although these people were not members of our 100 Beasts cult congregation, they seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with the Dark Moon King. The point is, they're all a bunch of old and weak, easy to deal with. The Six Desires King's face was ecstatic when he heard this. A cruel smile appeared on his hideous face. Good. Excellent. Issue a bishop's bounty order for this king, and get all these people for me. There will be a heavy reward for those who accomplish it. Only the yellow-haired henchman's face showed a difficult look as he hesitated. Lord Coronet, I'm afraid it's a bit tricky. Most of these people have moved to base 14. where the Dark Moon King himself is sitting in attendance, and only 7 remain in 15. Convenient for us to strike. Ch. The 6 Desires King disdainfully skimmed his mouth with a disgruntled expression. Alright, 7 is 7. I'm going to make that stinky understand this time. My 6 Desires sect is not something she can take at will. Yes, sir. The sun was setting, and the last vestiges of light in the sky were disappearing into the horizon. The fine raindrops fell quietly, casting a hazy veil over the city of Base 15. Within a mausoleum, somewhere in front of a tombstone, there was silence all around, except for the slight sound of the rain hitting the gravestones. The dim streetlight stretched out the 2 figures in a slender, one hunched, one standing. Wang Yu brought his daughter Wang Chan and walked slowly. Wang Chan's hand held a bouquet of delicate flowers. The petals were still stained with crystal raindrops, extraordinarily beautiful and touching. Xianer, I brought Cindy to see you. This was your favorite flower when you were alive. Wang Yu's voice was hoarse. The face is furrowed, and every wrinkle is written with the vicissitudes of life and longing. He gazed at the tombstone, his eyes tender and sad. Cindy, he called out softly. Ow. Then he heard Wang Chan responded obediently and carefully placed the flowers in front of the tombstone. Subsequently, Wang Yu slowly sat down beside the tombstone. Eyes fell on the picture taped to the headstone of the. In the photo, the young face of his wife is still visible. The woman in the photo has a pretty face and a gentle brow. From the face alone, this is a woman who is gentle and virtuous, as soft as water. Xianer, I have good news for you. I have been cured by a young man with excellent medical skills that the dean found. Wang Yu spoke in an old voice, each word full of deep emotion. But the dean took everyone out of 15. But I didn't want to leave. I got better. I'm capable of taking care of Cindy. And I can take care of myself, too. I'd like to stay with you and visit you every month. Talking to you. On the side, Wang Chan happily chimed in. I want to come visit mommy every month from now on too. Wang Yu's face showed a long-lost smile. Since that incident happened back then, he fled with his daughter and never showed such a smile. The sky was drizzling, pattering, but the picture of father and daughter snuggling up to each other is so cozy that it even adds a little more warmth to this cold cemetery. Suddenly, 2 footsteps, from behind. The visitors were 2 men whose faces could not be seen, cloaked in blue. The 2 of them stepped on the waterlogged ground, splashing a cold, chilling burst of water. Chapter 87 Mechanical Beast Body. Fighting 2 with 1. Wang Yu's eyes suddenly changed, and a hint of sharpness flashed through the turbidity. A beast martial artist's perception was as sharp as that of a ferocious beast. Since transforming his beast body and controlling the power of the ferocious beasts, his perception and strength had risen a notch, far surpassing that of a 4th-grade martial artist of the same realm. Cindy, close your eyes. Open them again when I call you. Wang Yu's pale voice softly said. Ow. Yes. Wang Chan obediently closed her eyes, without the slightest bit of wariness on her innocent face. In the next moment, only Wang Yu waved his hand, releasing a layer of substantial qi and blood that enveloped Wang Chan, isolating him from the outside world. The rain was falling diagonally and the sky was gray. Wang Yu slowly turned around and stared warily at the 2 men in blue. Who are you people? He asked in a deep voice, a glint in his eyes. Wang Yu knew in his heart that this blue coat was naturally the deacon of the 100 Beasts sect. What he inquired about was which faction the other party belonged to. Although the 4 great redcoats of the 100 Beasts cult work for the Pope, they are in constant rivalry and factional struggles. Today, these 2 people made a sudden visit, and it was obvious that they were not coming from a good place. Old thing, come back and ask us again if you can survive. One of the blue-clothed deacons sneered, his tone filled with contempt and killing intent. The words have not yet been spoken. 8 purple-black sharp bone joints suddenly broke out from behind that person's back, like spider legs attached to his body externally. A strong beast martial artist ferocious aura erupted from its circumference, and it actually had the power of an early 5th grade. Meanwhile, the other blue-clothed deacon was not to be outdone, only to see the muscles of his body rapidly expand, and his palms instantly grew thick, long black hair, transforming into thick bare paws. The same early 5th grade beast martial artist aura pounced on him. The 2 men exuded a stern killing aura as they approached Wang Yu step by step. Wang Yu's face revealed a look of gravity. All of them are in the early 5th grade. He was aware that he was only at the peak of the 4th grade, and even if he had transformed his beast body, it would be difficult for him to fight 1 against 2. The wisest choice was to break out the mechanical beast body to escape with all its might, in order to have a ray of hope. However, when his cloudy gaze glanced at Wang Chan behind him, a pang of sourness ran through his heart, and he knew he had no choice. Then try. Wang Yu let out a low roar, and a determined light erupted from his eyes. In a flash, his ferocious beast body exploded. The mechanical version of Lu Qing's magic air octopus tentacles were released with a bang. The two human arms transformed into shimmering mechanical tentacles at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was 7 or 8 meters long, embedded with precision metal parts that danced wildly in the air. The surface of the tentacles was covered with fine scale-like structures, each one glistening with an icy metallic luster. The mechanical body of the beast. Interesting. A hint of excitement and greed flashed in the eyes of Deacon Rain, who bore the 8-spider spear on his back. The left hand goes to you. The right hand goes to me. GG. To the side. The bearified barbarian Deacon roared and charged. The terrifying bare body stomped on the ground, splashing rainwater in all directions and causing the ground to cave in with every step. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. Bang! One of Wang Yu's metal tentacles violently swept towards Deacon Barbarian. The latter laughed fiercely. His terrifying bare body erupted with amazing force, and his hands closed around the tentacle with force. Too weak. Deacon Barbarian laughed playfully, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. Let me chop this old guy down. Deacon Rain laughed recklessly. The dark purple 8-spider spear behind his back was like a sharp blade, leaping up high and slashing straight at Wang Yu's mechanical tentacles. Just in the nick of time, a stern light erupted in Wang Yu's eyes. Increase. Kill. A mechanical limb of third-grade fine quality with a 35% increase in chi and blood instantly explodes. The chi and blood power of 80,000 odd calories suddenly skyrocketed to over 100,000. The tentacle that was suppressed by the barbarian Deacon suddenly erupted, shaking away the other party, and lightning-like, it killed towards the incoming Deacon Rain. Ding 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 ding. Deacon Rain hurriedly crossed 8 sharp spider spears to block in front of him. He hadn't expected this old thing to suddenly erupt with the chi and blood of an early 5th-grade powerhouse. The mechanical tentacles collided with the 8 spider spears, emitting an ear-piercing metallic striking sound. In a flash, another mechanical tentacle came from behind like a spirit snake, aiming straight for Deacon Rain's back heart. Wang Yu's killing intent was revealed in his eyes. Facing 2 high-realm opponents, he could only rely on the increased effect of his mechanical beast body to show weakness before catching them off guard. This is his only chance to win. Be careful. Deacon Barbarian shouted sternly, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, the warning was too late. Metal tentacles as sharp as knives broke through the air, flashing with cold light. With a swish sound, the tentacle went straight through Deacon Rain's back, and green blood shot out like a fountain. Hiss! Deacon Rain's face was twisted, a hideousness mixed with uncontrollable pain and anger. Damn you, old thing! In an instant, Deacon Rain's aura around his body skyrocketed as a bizarre crimson aura erupted from his body. The blood-burning mysterious technique instantly erupted, and his cultivation directly climbed to the mid-5th grade. The 8 spider spears swung and slashed at Wang Yu's other mechanical tentacle like a madman. The terrifying force swept over the surface of the metal, and the metal surface was immediately scarred, with parts crumbling away one after another. Get lost! Wang Yu roared in pain, his body's chi and blood churning. He fought and threw Deacon Rain out hard. Deacon Rain used his strength to zap the 8 spider spears and landed firmly on the ground. A touch of sinister venom flashed in his eyes, and his tone was cold and piercing. Damn! Forcing me to use my secret method. Stop playing around and hurry up and get him killed. Whoosh! The 8 spider spears behind Deacon Rain's back snapped into action, and his entire body catapulted out like an arrow off a string. Bang! 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 At the same time, the barbarian Deacon took on the form of a bear and stomped on the earth like a small mountain as he ran wildly towards Wang Yu. The gap between the innate 4 products and 5 products, like a rift valley. Even with the mechanical beast body, facing a person still has a chance of survival, but at the same time against 2 5 products strong, he has already seen half a hope. But Wang Yu subconsciously looked back at his daughter Wang Chan behind him, and a touch of determination appeared on his face. The 3 of them fought in one place, with swords, and waves of air surging. Under the pincer attack of the 2 5th-grade bluecoats, Wang Yu's chi and blood drained rapidly. His beast's body was in tatters, with large swaths of mechanical parts falling off. Finally, with a loud bang, Wang Yu's body was stomped on the ground by a heavy bear's paw. His bones were shattered, his breathing heavy as an ox, and he lay dying in the mud. Wow! Not far away, the chi and blood barrier enveloping Wang Chan's body suddenly dissipated. Run! Run! Wang Yu struggled to raise his head. His eyes were dead on his daughter, and a few words came out of his mouth with difficulty. Hearing her father's call, Wang Chan finally opened her eyes. As she took in the gruesome scene before her, her clear eyes instantly flared with fearless fury. Without hesitation, Wang Chan rushed up and used her small white and slender fists to continuously pound on the barbarian Deacon who was stepping on Wang Yu. Monster! Let go of daddy! You let go of my daddy! She shouted at the top of her lungs, stubborn tears in her eyes. Hurry!
Run fast. Wang Yu's voice was hoarse and his heart was like a knife. However, Wang Chan turned a deaf ear. For a girl with a mind of only 7 or 8 years old, she only saw her dearest father being bullied. She couldn't be afraid. She had to fight back. Deacon Barbarian laughed recklessly, and Wang Chan's ordinary man's fist falling on him was simply like a breeze on his face. Not painful. Ha 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 ha. So it's a cutie. On the side, a flash of lechery flashed in Deacon Rain's eyes as he smiled shadily. But the posture is quite good. This old thing dares to shade me. Then use his daughter to compensate this deacon. The age of 30 is when women are at their most attractive. Coupled with Wang Chan's youthful dress, it added a few more points of temptation. You guys dare. Wang Yu's eyes were red and his voice was filled with despair and anger. Old thing. How dare you bark? Deacon Rain's heart burned with rage as a sharp spider spear directly chopped at Wang Yu's shoulder. In a flash, the right half of Wang Yu's mechanical tentacle fell in response. Ah! Miserable screams resounded. I like hearing that sound. Immediately afterward, the barbarian deacon also revealed a look of excitement as his wide bare paw directly ripped Wang Yu's other mechanical tentacle alive from his shoulder. Ah! Ah! There was another heartbreaking scream. Only this time, Wang Yu seemed to have lost consciousness from the pain, and the whole person seemed like he would break at any moment. His vision gradually blurred, and only Wang Chan's blurry figure remained in his eyes. My daughter's face slowly overlapped with the spunky little girl she remembered. It was as if he had gone back to the day his daughter was persecuted by her teacher. He angrily stormed into the school to theorize, but no one believed him, and the schools harbored the scumbag. Later, he could only sue to the Temple of Wu. The scene shifts as he walks out of the trial court in a state of dismay. The Marshall Palace Law Enforcement Department surprisingly ruled that not guilty and released him in court. And when he walked out, his ears were full of that reckless mocking sound. Finally, it's like he's back to the day he killed the other guy with his own hands. He squatted on the road in front of the school for a whole day and night. Suddenly, a withered palm pulled him from behind. The young Wang Yu looked back and there was his older self. Elderly Wang Yu said to him in a hoarse voice, "Kill him and you won't be able to go back." Wang Yu was silent. But the next moment, my daughter's bright smile seems to ring in my ears. Young Wang Yu violently shook off the pale palm. The dagger in his hand glowed with a cold light. And in the night, he rushed up. Chapter 88, Choice Trigger. Kill. 9:30 at night. Lu Qing was riding his beloved little electric donkey on his way back to the convalescence store from Deep Blue. The cool evening breeze brushed against my face, bringing a touch of refreshment. Today's harvest put him in a happy mood. Not only did he sign the contract to get the nano repair patch coming out, but he also took control of the Deep Blue elixir. As the leader in the pharmaceutical field at Base 15, Deep Blue's advanced technology and equipment are sufficient to meet the demand for nano-quenched drugs. With a few modifications, they can be perfectly adapted to the manufacturing requirements. Lu Qing was secretly happy and expectant in his heart. We are not far from completing 1,000 pies and achieving the system mission. Coming to this world in less than 2 months, he has realized his very first goal. With a fortune of $10 billion and innate strength in hand, he could be described as powerful and rich. The blueprint for the future unfolds in your mind. Gradually develop divine medical technology to expand your reputation and earn more wealth while increasing your strength. Imagine that the number 1 richest man and the number 1 strongest man in Dasha would both be him. Lu Qing, in the future? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Beep. He honked his little donkey horn. The sound crisped in the night. In a few moments, the familiar doors of the healing store came into view. After a busy day, Lu Qing planned to enjoy himself. Listening to the book recently, Shemo learned a set of massage and acupressure with his sisters. Well, for the reputation of the healing store, he decided to experience it for himself to ensure the efficacy of the treatment. Parking the small electric donkey firmly in the exclusive parking space, Lu Qing strides into the store. However, the sight before him made him frown slightly. Uniformed military envoys walked back and forth in front of several wards. The Ministry of Supervision and the Ministry of Law Enforcement are among them. There seemed to be a sense of unease in the air. Thus, Lu Qing pushed open the door of a ward. What came into view was the figures of the Jiangqi Silver Envoy and a Silver Envoy from the Law Enforcement Department. And on the ground, 6 bodies lay silently on a white cloth-wrapped stretcher. Lu Qing's gaze swept over, his eyes trembling. These people, they were all old people in the blessed elderly home. The one who likes to play chess with Moncler jackets for cheap Moncler jackets UK Sue. Elderly couple who like to play badminton. Auntie Lee who always loves to tease Wang Chan. A familiar face, but at the moment lying cold. And the next moment, when Lu Qing's eyes landed on a corpse with both arms missing, his breath hitched. Wang Yu. The corpse's arms were bloody and gruesome. One side seemed to have been chopped off by a sharp weapon, while the other looked like it had been ripped off hard. Lu Qing recalled the tertiary metals used in transforming the beast's body for Wang Yu. with Wang Yu's cultivation at the peak of the 4th rank. Unless he encountered a mid-5th rank powerhouse, he could never be killed so easily, and from the differences in the wounds, it's clear that more than one killer did it. Lu Qing's face was grim, but he remained calm and walked up and asked, "What's the situation?" When Jiang Qi saw Lu Qing's return, he brightened up and hurriedly explained, "Lu Qing, you're finally back. Here's what happened. Starting this afternoon, we suddenly received reports of multiple murders. After rushing to the scene, we found that the deceased were all related to the Arafuku home for the elderly back then. Their deaths had one thing in common: the bodies of ferocious beasts were destroyed by extremely cruel means. We sent them here to ask you for an autopsy to see if we can find any clues." Lu Qing looked calm, slowly squatted down and gently pulled the white cloth for Wang Yu. Just then, a mechanical beep sounded in his head. Ding! Choice triggered. Your patient was brutally murdered. What will the host choose? Option 1, the deceased has passed away. Obtain more advanced medical skills as soon as possible to avoid future misfortunes from happening again. Reward, Xian rank prop *1 PC. Option 2, this is a provocation to the divine mechanism of healing. Kill. Quest coordinates, 7 knights bar. Reward, 6th order auger steel *10 pieces. Dr. Lu, have you found anything? The silver envoy from the law enforcement department asked eagerly, his tone revealing anxiety. Last time, Ambassador Luo Jin was reprimanded by the elders, and even the entire law enforcement department was implicated. It's so hard to find out clues about the people involved in these old cases, but it turns out that they either left the base or were killed. Lu Qing just gently shook his head without answering. At that moment, another stretcher was brought in at the door of the ward. On it lies a hunchbacked, aged corpse. However, creepily, the corpse is headless. The break in the neck was flat, as if killed by a single blow from a sharp blade. Lu Qing's eye of divine mechanism instantly opened. Patient, Zhang Xinyan, deceased. Cultivation, early 5th grade. Symptom, the beast's body is forcibly damaged, and its qi and blood run out and it dies. This is the one who played against him, Master Zhang. System, please make your choice. Host, 2. Chapter 89, The Jiang Family. When the 7th corpse was slowly carried in, it was like a huge stone, weighing heavily on the hearts of Jiang Qi and that law enforcement department's silver envoy. The two men's faces instantly dimmed. In the past few days, they were like headless flies running around. The investigation found that the people of the blessed elderly home has long been transferred, like a stone sinking into the sea, nowhere to be found. After a few weeks, well, they finally found out that there were 7 others stranded at base 15. However, before they could get to these key clue figures, but bad news came one after the other. 7 people had been killed. This sudden blow caught the crowd off guard, especially the crowd from the law enforcement department. Each one of them looked as if the sky had collapsed, as if they did not know how to explain to their superiors. Dr. Lu, are you sure you can't examine a single clue from these bodies? The silver envoy of the law enforcement department was still undeterred and asked. Judging from the killing technique alone, there is nothing special about it. Lu Qing shook his head, his tone flat, and naturally he knew the real situation. What these people died for, who they were killed by, and what the strength of the murderer was. He knew it all like the palm of his hand. Lu Qing is deliberately hiding it. Through the eye of the divine mechanism, he saw clearly that the 2 murderers with the strongest strength were actually innate 5th grade beast martial artists. As for the rest of the murderers, there were beast martial artists of the 4th and 3rd grades, with varying strengths. He didn't want the martial hall to intervene for the time being. If the martial hall intervened in this matter, he would definitely be more than inconvenienced if he went to the 100 Beast sect's stronghold to kill people. Lu Qing is not completely trusting of the officials. Law enforcement, surveillance and intelligence are not ironclad, but each has its own agenda. Furthermore, the last time Dark Moon was able to escape the Elder's siege, the infighting that occurred within the officialdom was like a wake-up call. This was a constant reminder to Lu Qing that he had to keep his hand in the game, and that he must not put all of his cards out in the open. He had a plan in mind and planned to head to the mission coordinate point alone first to find out what was going on. Now that he possessed a mechanical puppet, he could disguise it, so that he would not need to take the risk himself. In that case, we will take our leave first. Although these people are dead, the case still needs to continue. Elder Su has already issued a death warrant. If there is any injustice in the old case back then, it must be clarified, and Section 15 must never be left with any stains. Jiang Qi bowed his hand to Lu Qing to take his leave, then swept his gaze across the crowd and commanded in a firm tone. Roger that. The people present answered in unison, their voices loud and clear. Inside the luxurious villa, the lights were bright and illuminated every corner. Sword Duke Zhang Junyao reclined on the soft sofa, his posture casual and lazy. Dressed in a coffee-colored silk nightgown, He exuded aristocratic elegance and ease, his face well-defined and every bit just right. And beside him, today it was two deaf maids of the Cheongsam style who stood at his side, one moving gently to pound his shoulders, the other carefully massaging his legs. Their skillful movements provide the ultimate in comfort and relaxation. And on the opposite side, sat a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a dark brocade robe. His face was majestic, and his brows revealed an aura of having been in a position of power for a long time. This person was none other than the Jiang family, the #1 martial arts family from Base 7 of the Southwest region. Like the Chen family of Base 15, the Jiang family was a behemoth. There existed more than one 7th grade patriarch-level figure in the family, and the depth and strength of the family was awe-inspiring. Even if we really want to talk about strength, the Jiang family is even better than the Chen family. Like a huge dragon coiled in the Southwest region, shaking the four directions, Jiang Mingzhong, as the 5th son of the direct line of the Jiang family's contemporary family head, his own strength had also reached the 6th grade martial arts master realm, and he was also in a respected position in the family. If you have something to say, I won't keep you for dinner if there's nothing. Jiang Jun spoke faintly, his voice clear and cold. Jiang Mingzhong frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He was at least the elder of the Jiang family, and a 6th grade martial arts master. Wherever he went on weekdays he wasn't respected. He immediately said in a deep voice, Jiang Jun, I am at least considered your elder. It's only fair that you don't address me as 5th uncle. How can you be so impolite and so ignorant of the rules? Jiang Jun remained deaf, as if Jiang Mingzhong's words were just air. Jiang Mingzhong's heart burned with rage and he didn't expect that Jiang Jun had left the family all these years, and instead of restraining himself, he had become even more unseemly. But, thinking of the purpose of this visit, he forced down the anger in his heart and said patiently, June Knight, the family has recently heard that Base 15 has produced a medical wizard who was able to create a kind of mechanical limb that increases chi and blood, as well as a special kind of mech. And I have heard that this person just happens to be doing work under your hand? The words have not yet been spoken. Jiang Jun sneered and directly interrupted him. Go back and tell those old guys that they should take care of themselves when they get older. Don't do these unrealistic daydreams all day long. And that if you have this kind of effort, you might as well seize the opportunity to cultivate, lest your lifespan will be exhausted. And no amount of begging for help will help you then. You're reckless. The anger on Jiang Mingzhong's face could no longer be concealed, and he slammed the table and rose abruptly. This kid is so angry with his words. His stinking temper is so bad. Who is this old man he's talking about? That was the previous family head's own son, and several of the current Jiang family elders. In the family, the status is honorable and highly respected. Even the sons of several of their family heads have to be courteous when they see them. Jiang Junyue, a descendant from a side lineage, dared to be so disrespectful. It was simply audacious. Jiang Mingzhong's tone couldn't help but have a few hints of threat in it. Jiang Jun, don't think that just because you have the palace master protecting you, you can disregard the family and do whatever you want. Furthermore, the palace master left for 2 years without returning, and now only the elders in the clan are truly treating you well. What do you think the surname Su is relying on you for? It's still not because you have the Jiang family at your back and can bring benefits to Section 15, seeking greater power for him. That young scion called Lu Qing, he's under your command anyway, by you, promising heavy benefits. There's nothing that can't be negotiated, nothing that can't be obtained. The clan elders have explained this time. The family values these two technologies and hopes to introduce them into the family and carry them forward. You are ultimately surnamed Jiang, so I hope you can take the big picture into consideration and think more about the family. June Knight, 5th uncle, I heard that you've recently hit a bottleneck in your cultivation. You can't suppress your cultivation soon, right? Only the family's 100 refinement tower can help you suppress it, and you don't want to be truly centrifuged from the family, do you? Are you threatening me? Jiang Jun slowly raised his head. His deep eyes did not carry a trace of emotion. His voice was calm, but it carried a chilling sense of oppression. Kang Myung-jong smiled faintly, non-committal. He believed that Jiang Jun was a smart man and knew what to choose. Jiang Jun waved his hand, and the two Cheongsam-clad maids bowed and retreated, leaving him and Jiang Mingzhong alone in the room. First, why the family is so supportive of me, a collateral descendant, is clearer in your hearts. Secondly, the 100 refinement tower is something I exchanged for 2 Earth grade props of the same grade, so if you back out and want to take it back, then return the other 2 to me. Third, don't hit Lu Cheng again. There are people watching behind him. The Jiang family can't afford to mess with him. No send-off. As the words fell, Jiang Juni got up and walked straight toward the door. Jiang Mingzhong froze in place, his face flushed green and white. Hard to see. He didn't expect Jiang Juni to be so oily and soft. Arrogant. Simply arrogant. Jiang Mingzhong flung his sleeves and left the villa in a rage, walking out of the villa, only to be met by Jiang Qi. He was in a hurry, as if he had something urgent to report. When Jiang Qi saw Jiang Mingzhong, he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Fifth Master. Oof. Jiang Mingzhong didn't even respond with he just grunted coldly and left straight away. And Jiang Qi has long been accustomed to it. Every time the family comes, which one of them doesn't come in with a high and mighty demeanor? But every time you leave, which one of you is smiling? Chapter 90, Infiltration. Second Young Master. The clan sent someone over this time. Could it be for the matter of your realm? Jiang Qi stepped into the study, his gaze landing on Jiang Junyi, and asked tentatively. The corners of Jiang Junyi's lips curled up into a sneer. They really have this kind heart that Lu Qing can treat people for free. He turned the tables and asked bluntly, Say, what is it? Jiang Qi didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly bowed to report. The people involved in the old case of the blessed elderly home have suffered an untimely death in recent days, while the law enforcement department's side is responsible for continuing to embark on the investigation, and Bai Feng is leading the supervision. Jiang Junyi tapped his fingers on the desktop, making a rhythmic sound. An imperceptible flicker of thought flashed across his deep eyes as he murmured, What kind of people do that? Jiang Qi looked embarrassed and stammered as he replied, We asked Lu Qing to go ahead and check it out, and he said there were no clues. Initially, we deduced that it might be related to the interior of the 100 Beasts sect. Meh. Jiang Junyi let out a meaningful light laugh at his words. He even has insight into the Dark Moon Killer's treacherous and unpredictable means of committing murder. Could he not see the cause of these 7 people's deaths? Right. Jiang Qi was stunned as realization dawned on him. Lu Qing has this ability, but why is he hiding the truth? These cases involved the top echelons of the martial palace, and he should have told the truth and never hidden it. I still ask the second young master to guide me. Jiang Qi hurriedly bowed for guidance, his posture respectful to the extreme. Jiang Jun slowly opened his mouth, his voice low and magnetic. If the 100 Beasts sect really did it, he naturally went to take revenge. Jiang Qi became more and more confused, his brows tightly locked. Then all the more reason for him to inform us of the truth. He is alone. How can he ensure his own safety? According to the information records, the 100 Beasts sect stronghold at least 5 products and 8 masters sit in the town. He is only in the 3rd grade realm. What if he has the strength to kill a 5th grade expert? Jiang Junyi faintly asked back. When Jiang Qi heard this, an incredulous look appeared on his face as he exclaimed, How is this possible? Jiang Junyi's gaze was like a torch, as if he could penetrate all illusions. He was able to take out his mech and beat Ling Xiao, who was at the 4th rank realm, to a standstill. So how do you dare to conclude that he doesn't have any other means of dealing with the 5th rank? In the last mission, who exactly did Peng Chang and Ling Xiao lose their lives to? Jiang Qi's eyes suddenly lit up, and the color of shock on his face increased. He seemed to understand something and blurted out, You mean, I didn't mean anything by it. Jiang Junyi interrupted, his tone still as flat as water. The deaths of Peng Chang and Ling Xiao have been finalized, and the mission has been completed, so there is no need to say much about this matter to the outside world. Subordinate understands. Jiang Qi immediately nodded his head and responded. He was well aware of the intentions of the second young master's move. It was obviously to protect Lu Qing. He had sensed before that the second young master's attitude towards Lu Qing was unusual, and he hadn't expected that it was so valued. His thoughts raced and his words turned to worry. If the other party has not only a 5th ranked expert, but a 6th ranked. When Jiang Junyi heard this, he was slightly stunned, and in an instant, his figure disappeared into the study like a ghost. The night is low and the lights are on. The city is shrouded in a haze of neon light, and the hustle and bustle intertwine with the quiet to form a bizarre nightscape. A bar called 7 Nights, the signboard of which is glittering in the night color. The deafening sound of music and the clamor of the crowd came faintly from inside the door. Inside the bar, with its dim lights and strange lights, the air was filled with the pungent odor of a mixture of cigarettes and alcohol, and the deafening sound of music hit the eardrums like waves of the sea, making one's heart beat faster and one's blood run cold. Lu Qing followed the coordinates provided by the system and came to a dark corner. It was even dimmer here, almost out of reach, with only a few flickering neon lights that barely outlined the surrounding area. He waved his hand gently, and a subtle wave rippled through the air. In the next moment, a level 2 mechanical golem appeared in front of him out of nowhere, its metallic body glowing with an icy luster in the dim light. Before coming, Lu Qing had already carefully disguised it, utilizing human simulation technology to turn the cold metal shell into a flesh and blood body that was no different from a real person. This technology was already very mature in the modern medical system, and Lu Qing easily grasped its essence with the eye of divine mechanism, optimized it, and successfully applied it to the mechanical puppet. Through the audiovisual system installed in the golem,
He could monitor what the puppet saw and heard in real time, as if he was there in person. A grade 2 mechanical puppet, which at the moment was transformed into a middle-aged man of about 30 years old. With steady steps, he came to the door of the bar, but the golem was stopped by the security guard at the entrance at the first opportunity and told that non-members would not be entertained. Lu Qing could only command the puppets and sneak in from the back. Inside the bar, a strong scent of hormones came over me, as if mixed with alcohol and perfume. The golem casually found an empty seat and sat down. Instead, his eyes glanced to a corner without realizing it. There sat a stout, burly man. His figure was clearly transmitted to Lu Qing's mind through the visual system. Lu Qing was keenly aware that this person was precisely one of those several early 5th grade beast martial artists murderers, and on the table in front of him, which was set with glasses of wine, hers was placed a head that looked like a man, not a sheep, with 2 curved horns growing from the top of the head. One of the horns, which had been broken off hard, was jagged and shocking at the break, though the head is bestialized and faceless. However, Lu Qing was still able to recognize the familiar face from the distorted face, and it was none other than Master Zhang. Chapter 91, Kill Them All. Deacon Barbara lifted his glass, shook it gently, and the amber liquor refracted seductively in the light, and he tilted his head back and took a drink. The pungent liquid slid down his throat, delivering a searing rush of pleasure. The other hand, while holding tightly to the curved horns on the hideous head of Master Chang, holding it aloft as if displaying a trophy. Old thing. Wasn't he quite fierce when he stormed out, but wasn't he taken down by this deacon? His tone was filled with disdain and smugness as he swept his gaze over everyone present, enjoying their worship and awe. Lord Deacon is highly powerful and easily took the head of the innate 5th grade, so he will surely be able to gain the favor of Lord Coronet. A small young man with dyed yellow hair came forward, his face piled with fawning smiles, his voice carrying undisguised currying favor. Ha. Deacon Barbara looked up to the sky and laughed. The voice echoed in the bar, jarring people's eardrums, as if they had already seen the day when they would soar to the top. This bounty was personally ordered by Lord Six Desire King, and he has done his job well, so this reward for the 6th order beast carcass will definitely be in the bag. Breaking through the 6th grade and being promoted to Purple Chief is just around the corner. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise the head in his hand to his eyes and scrutinize it, and that twisted face became a wonderful work of art in his eyes, making his heart beat faster and his blood boil. Brothers, when I become a purple cloth, I will definitely lead us and become the largest stronghold of the 6 Desires sect in base 15. Our slogan is. He slammed his foot on the wine table. The wooden tabletop made an unbearable creaking sound, and raised his head in his hand, like a general reviewing an army, and said in his rough voice. The atmosphere was instantly ignited. The people of the stronghold raised the bottles of wine in their hands, fervor and worship written all over their faces. Deacon Barbarian was the most cultured person among them, and they followed this big brother from the bottom of their hearts. Go fu gue. Do not forget each other. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. The chants rose and fell, converging into a deafening wave of sound that crashed across the bar as if it were about to topple the roof. Deacon Barbara looked around the room with satisfaction. Well, that's good. He thinks his leadership skills are fully qualified to be chief of the purple. Suddenly, he frowned. He suddenly saw, in a corner, an unfamiliar face that was indifferent to his brilliant speech. The crowd also followed the boss's gaze and turned their eyes to that corner. The young man who had just made a complimentary remark immediately jumped out. He took a few steps to the stranger, with a hint of anger on his face, and loudly rebuked. Hey, that new guy, don't you know the rules? Who's your leader? However, before the words fell, a sudden change occurred. The strange man's body suddenly began to redden and burn, as if a volcano was erupting inside. Flesh and blood, originally belonging to human skin, rapidly melted under the heat. It drips to the ground, making a tinkling sound. There was a burnt smell in the air. In the twinkling of an eye, a cold metal skeleton was revealed, glinting with an eerie cold light in the dim light. Exposure at the same time. Bang! The mechanical puppet swung out a fist violently, with a whistling wind sound, heading straight for the youngster's face. The latter was a 3rd grade beast martial artist, and although the level 2 puppet could only erupt with 1,000 Herculean mechanical power, it was made by Lu Qing using fire-attributed metals that came with a scorching effect. What the hell? The young man was caught off guard and was struck by a punch. The whole person fell back repeatedly. His head was burned by a blazing flame. His head of yellow hair zipped and smoked black, and the air was filled with a scorched odor. What kind of monster is it? The surrounding crowd was stunned by this sudden change of heart. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths wide open.
disbelief written all over their faces, and each of them stood in place as if they were dumbfounded. Even Deacon Barbarian, at this moment, narrowed his eyes and his eyes gazed at the sudden appearance of this level 2 mechanical golem, and a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. At that moment, the mechanical puppet's eyes flashed with scarlet light, and its mechanical head slowly rotated as if it was scanning everyone in the room, and a low murmur came out of its mouth. 1/5, 3/4, and 50/3. Very well. There is no 6th grade. The crowd was furious. What the? Guys, get it for me. The small young man with burnt hair, struggling to get up from the ground, pointed at the mechanical golem and hissed. The words have not yet been spoken. There was another loud bang. A huge figure slammed into the bar like a discharged cannonball. Wood shavings and shards of glass flew everywhere. It was the Stronghold congregation responsible for guarding the gate. Da-da-da-da. A dark blue mech, with heavy steps, slowly stepped out of the darkness and appeared in the crowd's field of vision. The surface of the mech was glittering with cold metallic luster, giving people a powerful sense of oppression. He raised his arm and with a flick of his hand, the spatial ring flashed with light and 2 mechanical puppets appeared out of nowhere. 1 silver white and 1 light blue. Level 5 Thunder Golem. Level 4 Water Control Golem. As soon as these 2 mechanical puppets appeared, it was as if the air in the entire bar froze. A powerful pressure filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. Deacon Barbarian's pupils shrunk violently as he felt a strong threat from these 2 puppets, causing his heart to race and his palms to sweat. Who the hell are you people and do you know whose territory this is? Deacon Barbarian forced down the uneasiness in his heart and asked in a low voice with a hint of caution and displeasure in his tone. Lu Qing was inside the mech, gazing out through a cold metal mask. Seeing the barbarian deacon carrying Zhang Xinyan's head in his hand, the mech's eyes lit up with 2 blinding cold glints. Kill them all. The words. The 2 level 4 and level 5 puppets behind him, as if receiving instructions. A low mechanical hiss emanated from his body, and he exploded out with a fierce. The speed is staggering. How dare you? A 4th grade beast martial artist roared in anger, his eyes widening as he, with a mid-4th grade cultivation, more than 30,000 cards of chi and blood exploded out without reservation. The whole person was like a ball of burning fire with an amazing aura. He stormed towards the level 4 golem, trying to stop it. However, only to see that level 4 golem dodging like a ghost, instantly appearing behind him. Immediately following, a heavy punch was thrown. This punch, wrapped in 50,000 hectares of mechanical force, was like a Tarzan crushing the top of the mountain, ruthlessly smashing into the back of that 4th grade beast martial artist. There was a crunching sound, the sound of bones breaking, followed by the metal fist directly piercing through his chest and through his heart. Blood spurted out, staining the puppet's metal arm red. Chapter 92. This, impossible. The expression on the face of that 4th grade beast martial artist froze and he lowered his head with difficulty and looked at the shockingly large hole in his chest. His eyes were full of disbelief, until the moment his consciousness dissipated. He couldn't believe that his Hall of 100 Beasts Sect's 4th grade expert had been killed so easily. 20,000, 50,000 is the chi blood of a 4th grade martial artist. As for the Lu Qing puppets, all of them were able to uniformly reach the peak of the realm, comparable to the peak of the 4th grade. Bang! The level 4 water control golem casually tossed the body aside, as if discarding a piece of trash. With that, the next second, the surface of its body began to glow with a burst of blue light, and a special energy fluctuation, centered on it, quickly spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 Thousands of bottles on the bar's counters and tables, glass shattered in response to the sound of a crisp ringing sound, and various colors of liquor, as if pulled by some mysterious force, flew out of the bottle, converging into a colorful water dragon in the air. Meanwhile, water molecules in the air, coalescing at a rate visible to the naked eye. It actually formed a raging river wave out of thin air. The water was turbulent and choppy, flooding the entire 7 Nights bar in the blink of an eye. Jab. At the same time, a thunderbolt exploded. That silver white level 5 puppet, the surface of its body erupted with dazzling and eye-catching lightning. Arc jumping, wantonly wild dance, crackling sound resounded through the field. The air is filled with the smell of scorched, as if the entire space is to be torn by the power of this violent thunder and lightning. Next moment, thunder flashed in the palm of the silver white puppet, and that thunder instantly spread to the entire bar along the stream of water created by the level 4 puppet. It was as if the entire space had been torn apart by this violent lightning. No! Don't! Mercy! Mercy! Monsters! These guys are martial artists or monsters from an alien planet. The Six Desires sect congregation was terrified, and they struggled desperately to, but found that his legs were as heavy as lead. and his body seemed to be plunged into a quagmire. These currents, which seemed to possess a powerful suction force, bound them firmly. Immediately afterward, thunder flashed by, carrying an aura of destruction and penetrating their bodies. There were screams and screams, but then it came to a screeching halt. 53rd grade congregations, as well as the other 2 4th grades, were all killed and lifeless under this raging thunder. 5 short seconds. The whole stronghold. Not a single person left. Reunion. You. Deacon Barbarian's eyes were glazed over. His eyes bloodshot and, it was as if a wild beast had lost its mind. He's the only 5th grade powerhouse in the group, barely able to withstand a level 5 mechanical thunder attribute attack. But even so, he was still tormented by this terrifying thunderbolt to the point where his entire body was paralyzed, and his fighting strength was 10 to 1. The blood-burning secret method. Blast! Deacon Barbara roared. His body began to undergo amazing changes. His muscles gnarled, his veins rippled, and his hair grew wildly, transforming into a huge black bear in the blink of an eye. Roar! The bestialized barbarian deacon roared up to the sky, his voice shaking the 4 fields. Silver light exploded in the eyes of the silver-white golem. Those intricate and precise lines of the silver horn on the forehead suddenly lit up. The dazzling lightning arcs were emitted. Snort! The silver-white golem's arms unfolded violently. The thunder and lightning were pulled apart like chains. It quickly condensed into 2 2-meter-long thunder spears between his palms. Whoosh! The thunder spear tore through the air, emitting ear-piercing whistles and carrying an aura of destroying everything as it viciously stabbed at Deacon Barbarian. Pust! The thunder spear pierced through the barbarian deacon's huge beast body without any obstacles. 2 thunder spears were deeply embedded in his shoulder blades, nailed him dead to the wall. Roar! Get off me! Deacon Barbara let out a mournful, miserable howl. I've just raised a terrifying aura, bottoming out in a flash. No more half of the beast's might, but like a dead dog nailed to the wall, struggling in pain. Take it away. Lu Qing's voice was indifferent, echoing within the bar. The energy fluctuated around the 4th level water control golem, and the submerged bar river waves were rapidly decomposed and turned into water elemental vapor, dissipating into the air. Lu Qing stepped forward. Come to the savage deacon nailed to the wall. Please, spare my life. Please spare me. Deacon Barbara's voice trembled and, filled with fear, where there is still half of the previous arrogance. Lu Qing ignored it and turned around in silence. He looked to the table where the head of Zhang Shenyan, pain and grimace were written all over that bestialized face. Master Zhang, you speak of others, but what about yourself? Me? I killed someone's whole family. That tough? At that time, I had a disease that required a large sum of money for surgery. My son borrowed money from the company to pay for my surgery. Later, in order to pay off the debt, the son and daughter-in-law went to work for that company. But that boss isn't as kind as we think he is. He covets that daughter-in-law of mine. Until one day, he called, kidnapped my son in his office and violated her in front of him. At that point, she was more than 4 months pregnant. On that day, my son was beaten to death by them and my daughter-in-law didn't last either. 1 body and 2 lives. After a long time again, my body and bones got better, and I even broke through the innate, so I sought revenge. That owner is a family of 5. 2 seniors, a couple, and an 8-year-old son. I didn't spare any of them. Snap! The voice of Grand Master Zhang, accompanied by a chest drop ended. Lu Qing reached out, his palm gently brushing Zhang Shenyan's cheeks, closing those pale eyes for him. Spinning around, turning around, his eyes once again fell on the barbarian deacon, who was nailed to the wall by the thunder spear in death. Those deep eyes were so calm that there wasn't a ripple in them. There's another 5th rank. Where is he? The barbarian deacon was trembling, a strong desire to survive burning in his eyes. I know where he is. Deacon Barbarian's voice even had a sobbing tone in it as he pleaded. I'll tell you anything if you let me go and spare my life. Well, I'm studying medicine, and I can still heal you if you tell me. It was as if Deacon Barbara had grabbed a lifesaver. Eagerly, he said, he's 2 kilometers away at the night hotel, room number 7205. However, in the next second, the arm of the frost mech lifted up, and its 5 fingers formed a fist that, wrapped in a terrifying force, it directly blasted the head of the barbarian deacon, spraying blood and mist. Sorry, just misdiagnosed. I can't cure it. You might as well die. Chapter 93 Reward, 10 pieces of auger steel. With a wave of Lu Qing's hand, more than 50 corpses disappeared and were put inside his spatial ring. He turned around and left this 100 beasts cult stronghold. Night Hotel, room 7205. Deacon Rain reclined on the soft sofa with a cigarette between his fingers. Between the smoke, his face was mesmerized. as if he was in the realm of ultimate bliss. On the bed, a naked female body lay still, its body covered with shocking wounds. Its body heat gradually dissipated and became cold, and its breathing had long since stopped, and it was none other than Wang Chan. If you want to blame it on your illiterate old man. If he had obediently suffered death, you wouldn't have had to suffer this torture. Deacon Rain swept his gaze over the cold body on the bed, a hint of playfulness in his tone. The wound on his back that was caused by Wang Yu's mechanical tentacles was still vaguely painful at the moment. Jab. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered and were instantly plunged into darkness. The lights are broken? Deacon Rain frowned slightly. The lights of a five-star hotel could also be broken? Next, in the midst of the darkness, a pair of silver-colored eyes suddenly lit up, with electric arcs pulsating on them, flashing with a palpitating light. What a guy! Deacon Rain finally realized that the situation was wrong and his face changed dramatically. Boom! A dazzling burst of thunder light violently erupted from the fifth-level thunder golem. The whole room, bright as day. Before Deacon Rain could make any reaction, the thunder puppet had already thrown a punch. Wrapped in the terrifying mechanical power of 200,000 hectares at the peak of the 5th grade, it struck him straight in the chest. Deacon Rain's pupils contracted violently, and he let out a mournful and miserable scream. The whole person flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, hitting the wall heavily before falling to the ground. It's too fast. This speed, so fast that he was unable to react at all, as if both sides' strengths were not even on the same level. The 100 Beasts blood-burning secret method. Burst. A strong sense of death crisis surged madly in Deacon Rain's heart, and he instinctively wanted to fight to the death. Rain Deacon back rubbing a few sounds. 8 sharp spider spears broke out of the body. The breath instantly skyrocketed. A breath into the middle level of the 5 products. However, the level 5 thunder puppet emotionlessly raised its foot and violently stepped on his back, and Deacon Rain, who was about to struggle to get up, was ruthlessly stomped back to the ground again, like an ant being stepped on, unable to move. Put. Deacon Rain sprayed a mouthful of blood furiously from his mouth. Zzzzzzzzz. The electric current sounded again and the lights in the hotel room returned to normal. At this point, Lu Qing, who was dressed in a frosty mech, stepped into the room. Coming in front of Deacon Rain, he looked down on him condescendingly. You, who are you? Deacon Rain asked morosely, his voice so weak that it was barely audible. Lu Qing didn't answer him, but instead directly reached out to grip one of the 8 spider spears on his back, and a powerful force erupted, breaking it hard. A beast martial artist's beast carcass was connected to his own flesh and blood, like a part of his body, and was no different from his arms and legs, which was equivalent to Lu Qing ripping one of his arms off his body alive. Deacon Rain let out a heart-rending scream that resounded throughout the room. Click! There was another crunch as the second spider spear was mercilessly broken off. In a mournful scream, Lu Qing expressionlessly plucked off all of Deacon Rain's fused 8 spider spear beast carcasses, one after the other. And under the absolute suppression of the level 5 mechanical puppet, Deacon Rain was like a fish on a chopping board, and could only let Lu Qing do what he wanted, the latter almost fainting from the pain. Finally, it's a loud bang. Lu Qing held an 8 spider spear in his hand and violently stabbed down, piercing through Deacon Rain's throat. The latter's eyes snapped open and blood gurgled out, mixed with a strong smell of cigarette smoke, until his breathing stopped completely. Ding! Choice completed. Reward, grade 6 auger steel * 10 pieces. Issued. A crisp beep sounded in his head. Lu Qing seemed to turn a deaf ear, and just waved his hand indifferently. And Deacon Rain's corpse, the level 5 thunder puppet, and the frost mecha, disappeared into the room together, being retrieved by him. Then, he looked at Wang Chan who was lying quietly on the bed. The soft light from the ceiling poured down, covering her entire body in light. Lu Qing walked over to her and personally put on her already torn shirt, then slowly put her into his spatial ring. Ugh! In the end there was only a sigh that echoed through the room. If the duty of a healer was to save lives, then what was a murderer for? Revenge? Lu Qing thought not. The sigh echoed out in the room, as if it was going to swing into the warm light. Warm like the girl's smile. Lu Qing turned around and prepared to leave, but the next second, he froze in place on the spot. Just see the door to the hotel room. A white-clothed sword duke stood there quietly, one eye open and the other slightly closed on his handsome features, silently watching his stable boy. Lu Qing was momentarily speechless, having the feeling of being looked at naked, yet he didn't know how to explain it. However, Zhang Juni didn't wait for him to open his mouth, and only spoke faintly. Come with me, something's up. After saying that, the sword duke turned around and left as if he hadn't seen anything just now. Under the night, a separate villa that stood in the center of the base. At that moment, a colorful flying sword cut through the night sky and landed steadily in the center of the garden. Sword Duke Zhang Juanyao's stance was upright as he floated to the ground. Following closely behind, Lu Qing also got down from the jade sword. Ta-da-da-da. Crisp footsteps sounded, and two deaf maids in cheongsams came in style, with delicate postures and light steps. In their hands they carried delicate trays of freshly cut fruit and crystal-clear wine drinks. Sit. Zhang Junyao lazily lay down on the cozy recliner, his slender fingers gently twisted, picking a crystal-clear grape and throwing it into his mouth. On the side, Lu Qing looked around, and as far as his eyes could see, it was all about luxury. The marble-paved floor shines with a soft luster, and the precious mahogany exudes a faint wooden fragrance. He found a seat and sat down, secretly sighing in his heart. The god of wealth is really the god of wealth. The grade of living in this residence was no better than the Chen family of the first family. Although, Jiangju Night Home Villa, far from the area of the Chen Manor House, but the ants are small. All the organs are complete. A variety of treasures are not short of a dazzling array. On the recliner, Zhang Jun casually waved his hand. An approval order that emitted a faint glow appeared out of nowhere and landed lightly on the table. This is the reward that Elder Su promised you last time. Just sign it. Lu Qing's heart stirred as he picked up the approval order and took a look. His eyes swept over the title and his pupils immediately shrank. I only saw that it was clearly written, approval for granting all open rights to Golden Peak Mountain. Gold Peak Mountain? The Martial Palace was going to give itself the largest metal mining resource in Base 15? This reward. You're so bossy, aren't you? Chapter 94, Star Martial Artist Endorsement. The Golden Peak Mountain Range, as the premier treasure trove of metal resources in the southeast region, was under the jurisdiction of Base 15. It is like a sleeping dragon that stretches across the southeastern land. Its main peak is lofty, and more than 10 secondary peaks cluster around it, stretching for thousands of miles. There are countless treasures in the mountain. Metal veins are scattered everywhere. The main peak is even more mysterious and unexplored, and it is rumored that there is a 7th-order overlord-level ferocious beast entrenched, with ferocious might. As for the rest of the sub-peaks, they had long been fully developed by the Martial Palace, mining resources worth tens of billions of dollars every year. There were a wide variety of ores in the mountain, red copper and refined iron, purple gold and secret silver, and all sorts of countless rare and accompanying minerals. Lu Qing was a little excited. If you can privately own this mountain, do you still need to worry about metal raw materials? Elder Su, this move really sent him hard awe. But Lu Qing is not a little cutie. Lu Qing was not a little sweetie. He was not a pie in the sky, and the Martial Palace was not a charitable organization. So there was no reason to grant him a reward that far exceeded the value of his merits. He did not rush to sign. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Zhang Jun and asked in a deep voice, "Boss, does Elder Su have any more orders?" Zhang Jun's sword brows lightly raised, glancing at him, as if he had long since gained insight into what was going on in his mind, and frankly said, "Yes, Elder Su wants you to create a troop for the Martial Palace, a special troop of heavily armed mechs." Mecha? Lu Qing was enlightened, instantly realizing the deeper meaning. It must have been the exoskeleton mechs that had shown amazing battle power during the last battle against Ling Xiao, which had attracted the attention of the higher-ups. "Boss, this mech of mine is expensive. Building a set is time-consuming and requires a huge amount of resources," Lu Qing said bitterly. The corners of Zhang Jun's mouth curved up in an arc, as if he had expected him to speak in such a manner. "Don't worry, the Golden Peak Mountain is an additional reward. The mech cost is paid separately, and you won't be treated poorly. You did not say earlier." Lu Qing was overjoyed at the words. Grabbing a pen, he signed his big name on the document with a dragon's flourish and a smile on his face. "I wonder how many sets Elder Su needs. At least 300. No need to reach the innate level. Just be able to match the 3rd rank," Zhang Jun said indifferently. According to his understanding, Lu Qing's mechanical technology was skillful and closely related to martial artist rank. And looking at the entire Great Xia, the human race and the beast race war power comparison, the Martial Palace is comparable to the beast race in terms of high-end war power, but in terms of the middle and low-level war power base, it is far inferior to the beast race. This is where the terror and threat of the beast tide exists. Once the high-end battle force of the human race was held back by the strongest of the beast race, the base city could only allow the beast tide to wreak havoc and devastate the living world. As for the Lu Qing mecha, the senior management has long conducted a rigorous data test. Within the same realm, it is enough to crush any ferocious beasts and be invincible. If 203rd grade Martial Hall warriors were equipped with Lu Qing mechs, why would they be afraid of the beast tide? This force will become an indestructible blade that will completely crush the threat of the beasts that are so large and base that humanity is helpless. The days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, the sun rises and pours down on the earth, coloring everything with a layer of gold. The steel behemoth that is Base 15 slowly awakens to life. On the street, Lu Qing rode his beloved little electric donkey, leisurely weaving through the traffic. He had promised the Martial Palace the matter of building an exoskeleton mecha unit, but this matter, it would have to be put on the back burner. Right now, it's the nano repair patch program that's the top priority. In a few moments, Lu Qing's small electric donkey stopped in front of a skyscraper, which had hundreds of floors, plunging into the sky with a magnificent appearance. The exterior wall is designed with all-glass curtain wall, which glitters and refracts dazzling light under the sunlight, highlighting the perfect combination of modern technology and architectural art. At the top of the building, the 6 gilded characters of Deep Blue Elixir Group flew in a magnificent manner. At the door, 2 security guards have long been on this printed Hello Kitty pink donkey is not strange. See the situation in quickly and attentively come forward to meet. Charge it down. Lu Qing casually tossed the key to one of them, his tone familiar. Yes, Chairman. The 2 nodded and responded respectfully. Smiles piled on their faces. Lu Qing stepped into the group building. Take the elevator and go straight to a bright and spacious conference room. The conference room is decorated in a minimalist yet luxurious way, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of the city. A long conference table sits in the center of the room, with comfortable chairs neatly arranged around it. Today, Deep Blue CEO Fang Xiaoyun, Tianqing Group's Xiao Dong, Divine Iron Group's Li Dong, and First Martial Arts Association President Shen Ao had all gathered here, waiting for Lu Qing to arrive. Lu Dong has arrived. Seeing Lu Qing's arrival, Xiao Dong and the others took the initiative to get up and greet him, smiling and enthusiastic. Fang Xiaoyun was even more respectful and quickly stepped forward. Lu Dong, on the production line side, the last nano-quenching process you explained has been successfully completed. 1,000 copies each of Class F, E, and D repair patches have all been prepared. Saying that, he carefully took out 3 samples of the repair patch and placed them on top of the table. These are 3 different grade samples. Please take a look at them. So efficient? These are worthy of the industry leaders. The 3 giant companies join forces, in their respective fields of technology, has reached the peak of this era. Lu Qing only needed a little nudge to incorporate the divine machine technology to create epic-making medical products such as the nano repair patch, leading the medical revolution. Lu Qing's gaze fell on the 3 samples. Just see these 3 nano repair stickers about 5 or 6 centimeters square. The surface is covered with fine lines, flashing metal luster, full of sense of technology and advanced sense. Breathtaking. Not bad. Top quality. Lu Qing activated the eye of divine mechanism and quickly scanned it, nodding his head in satisfaction and praise. When these words came out, all the people showed joyful faces, as if they were relieved. Lu Qing's approval means that the repair patch can be officially put on the market. Rolling money will soon come in. How can they not be ecstatic? Lu Qing's gaze turned to Shen Ao and spoke. President Shen, the First Association is in charge of the sales market for martial artists at Base 15. What is your opinion on the nano repair patch going on sale for the first time? Shen Ao smiled slightly, a look of success in the chest. Seems to have long been planning, just waiting for today. Mr. Shen does have a plan. Recently there's a popular actress named Wang Luofei who's extremely popular and in the limelight. We can hire a celebrity martial artist to endorse the product, borrowing his fame to hit the product's popularity and quickly take over the market. That's a good idea. When Dong Li and Dong Xiao heard this, they clapped their hands and expressed their approval. Fang Xiaoyun, on the other hand, was slightly hesitant. Well, but as far as I know, this Wang Luofei is different from other artists. Quite a personality. Quite a maverick. Ha ha ha. Mr. Fang is overthinking it. If several of us join forces, which entertainment company can refuse? In the meantime, inside the Huachan Entertainment Company, in an office, the agent, Sister Wang, was sitting in the middle, suddenly received a phone call, and was struck by lightning, stunned and dumbfounded. Sky Star Group? You are saying that you want to invite Luo Fei to endorse a medical product? Are you the Li Dong of the Divine Iron Group? What? Endorsement repair patch too? The First Association of Shen. President Shen is going to ask concubine Luo for an endorsement? Sister Wang's voice grew shaky, and she was completely confused for a while. Chapter 95 Invitation to a Healing Shop. Divine Iron, Heavenly Star, and the First Association have all approached Luo Fei to endorse the same product? Sister Wang's voice was filled with disbelief, as if she had heard a fantasy. These 3, they were all giants that could cause earthquakes when they stomped their feet in the Bay City. They came to the door at the same time, and what they were trying to do was no child's play. That mysterious repair sticker in their mouths. What kind of god was it that could cause such a battle? Behind this, I'm afraid there's a big business hidden. Sister Wang's mind was racing, and she hurriedly grabbed the phone on the table, her fingertips rapidly dialing the familiar number. Quickly, inform Luo Fei and ask her to come over. In about half an hour, The office door clicked softly and was slowly pushed open. A tall woman entered in style, and it was none other than the popular actress of Bay City 15, Wang Luofei. She was dressed today in a long, plain, white dress embellished with a few pale orchids at the hem. Just like the Moon Palace fairy mistakenly entered the mortal world. Cool and dusty, without a trace of fireworks, with picturesque eyebrows, agar nose and cherry lips. Her features were as exquisite as the masterpiece of a sculptor. And she's not only a magnificent star, she's also a third-grade martial artist of uncommon strength. That's a rare thing in the entertainment industry. Wang Luofei did not come from a wealthy family, but was the child of an ordinary family, raising her younger brother alone after her parents died in a car accident when she was a child. She got to where she is today, all because of her own life-changing efforts. Lo Fei, come on, sit over here. Sister Wang changed her usual forcefulness. Her face was filled with smiles and she greeted warmly. In the entertainment industry, the status of an artist is closely related to fame. It is natural for a budding starlet to rely on the company's resources and connections, but it's a different story if you're growing into a hot top stream. Instead, the company has to be careful to maintain the relationship for fear of upsetting the cash cow. And Wang Luofei, now the brightest star of Huachen Entertainment, anyone up and down the company has to be greeted with a smile. Sister Wang, I still have a circular to catch in the afternoon. What is it that you called me back in such a hurry? Wang Luofei settled down on the sofa and asked right to the point. The voice was as cold and soft as spring water striking a stone. Oh Lo Fei, heavenly good news, heavenly good news. Sister Wang was so excited that she was incoherent, and her hands were gesticulating, as if she wanted to pour out all the joy in her heart. The divine iron, heavenly star, and the first association. These three giants actually came to the door at the same time, naming you to endorse a new product. They want you to be on a program that will be broadcast live across the city to show everyone how amazing this product is. When Wang Luofei heard this, a trace of surprise flashed across her cool face. The three giants joined forces. This battle, indeed non-trivial. These three companies, taking out any one of them, were all existences that could make Huachen Entertainment look up to them. She pondered for a moment and opened her mouth to ask, what time are they scheduled for the live show? Tomorrow, just tomorrow, and the program will be broadcast live for 3 days in a row. There was a hint of urgency in Sister Wang's tone, as if she was afraid of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In such a hurry? Wang Luofei's brows furrowed slightly, and those cool eyes looked at Sister Wang. Sister Wang, you promised me before that I would be able to take a vacation after this afternoon's announcement. This time, I must go back to see my brother. Luo Fei, I know you're thinking about your brother, but this project is really coming from too much. They're making an offer that's just too good to refuse. Worth a whole year of your hard work. We, Hua Chen, really can't afford to push back. Sister Wang persuaded her bitterly, with difficulty written all over her face. Look, why don't we do this? You agree to see your brother for a while, whenever you want. Next time, how about next time Sis promises to grant you a longer vacation so you can spend time with him? Wang Luofei was silent. She didn't speak. She just sat there quietly and, she's not a child. She can certainly hear this kind of pie in the face. Wang Luofei's thoughts drifted away. Last year, during the college entrance examination, his younger brother Wang Luoting encountered a peak first-order ferocious beast during the examination. Although he was lucky to save his life, he lost his legs forever and has been confined to a wheelchair ever since. In order to give her brother the best treatment, Wang Luofei worked her ass off to get him into a downtown hospital to get the best treatment guaranteed. However, the limitations of medicine have dimmed his brother's hopes of getting back on his feet. It wasn't until some time ago that she happened to hear about mechanical limbs within the martial hall. These high-tech prosthetic limbs are said to restore mobility to disabled people, even more so than normal people. At that moment, it was as if Wang Luofei had seen the dawn of hope. The first thing she wanted to do was to get her brother into treatment to get him back on his feet. However, reality poured cold water on her. The big stars who were high up in the eyes of ordinary people were so small in front of the martial palace. She's made countless connections, used all the contacts she can, only to be told that surgeries at the sanatorium had long been scheduled for next year. The spots in front of them were all taken up by internal members of the martial hall, as well as those connected to martial arts clans and top-tier mansions with their hands in the air. She's a popular actress who earns millions a year, and in front of the really big people who, surprisingly, they couldn't even secure a spot for the surgery, so they had to honestly wait in line until next year. But time waits for no one. My brother is only 19 years old, and if he can get back on his feet before the end of the year, he can still attend the repeating program next year. And with his talent and perseverance, he has a high hope of getting into Wuhan University. But once you're over 20 years old, WU no longer accepts them. In that brother's life, the path of martial arts will be severed. Luo Fei, I know you're anxious in your heart. Don't worry, sis promises you. We'll get you a surgery slot this year. No matter what it takes, okay? Seeing that Wang Luofei was silent for a long time, Sister Wang hurriedly opened her mouth again. There was a hint of eagerness and curtness in his tone. And just then, the phone on Sister Wang's desk suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the room. This sudden ringing made Sister Wang feel a sense of annoyance. Her mind was now full of how to convince Wang Luofei. How could she have the heart to answer any phone calls? So she casually pressed the speakerphone button and asked in a tone of voice, "Who? Hello? This is the Heian Sanatorium, the medical department under the jurisdiction of the Temple of Martial Arts." On the other end of the phone, there was a gentle female voice. It was Dr. Su Ting Su. "We would like to invite your company's MS, Wang Luofei, to endorse a new medical product. Is it convenient to have a chat?" With these words, Sister Wang and Wang Luofei steeply froze. The expression on his face was as good as it was going to get. Chapter 96. That afternoon, Sister Wang directly pushed off that last announcement from Wang Luofei, because, after some detailed conversations with the healing shop, the other party unexpectedly agreed to make an exception to the queue for Wang Luofei's brother, and mechanical limb surgery can be arranged today. This news, for Wang Luofei, was heavenly. The original, three giant corporations, collaborating on medical products that actually came from Peaceful Healing Store? Thinking of this, where was she to refuse an endorsement? Just want to help endorse the healing store immediately. Advocate for that gifted physician. Downtown hospital. Inside a spacious and bright VIP ward, a fresh-faced teenager lay quietly in a hospital bed. He was empty at his legs, flat beneath the covers. "Sis, what brings you here? Don't you have to work today?" The teenager raised his head and saw Wang Luofei. A sunny smile appeared on his face and, however, behind that smile, there was a hint of bitterness and despondency that was hard to hide. His name was Wang Luodong, and he was Princess Wang Luofei's own brother, because today is a good day for a big celebration. Wang Luofei walked over to the hospital bed, bent down, and gently peeled an apple for her brother. There was a hint of mystery and joy in his voice. Good day? What good day? Wang Luodong was at a loss. He didn't understand that for a man who had lost his legs, what other day can be called a good day? Knock knock. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, interrupting the siblings' conversation. When the door opened softly, I only saw a director-level intermediate martial arts practitioner from the central hospital with a humble smile piled on his face, was leading the way for a young teenage girl. Behind the teenage girl, two young women dressed in nursemaid uniforms and fitted with mechanical limbs. Pushing a rudimentary mechanical surgical aid and following quietly. MS. Foamy. This is the place. The head physician smiled brightly, a hint of ingratiation in his voice. Nowadays, Little Foam had already gained fame and had become Lu Qing's right-hand man. She performs all first-level mechanical surgeries at peaceful retreats. After a long period of hard study, she not only fully mastered the essence of first-class mechanical surgery, he even made a breakthrough and was promoted to a first-grade martial artist. On this occasion, in order to save time, she took two of her nursing sisters herself and came to perform surgery on Wang Luodong. "Sis, is this?" Wang Luodong looked at the two female caregivers who were fitted with mechanical limbs, and his gaze was filled with incredible surprise. It was as if he had seen a ray of hope. He saw it. Mechanical limbs. Ever since he learned of the existence of mechanical limbs, it had been the stuff of his dreams, his only hope of getting back on his feet. In the hospital room, Little Foam came to Wang Luofei and smiled slightly, her voice clear and pleasant. "MS. Lofi, please feel free to leave your brother in our hands. The mechanical surgery will be completed soon. Now, you will be required to sign this surgical protocol first." Yes, thank you so much." Wang Luofei couldn't help but be overjoyed and overflowing with gratitude. And in the face of the people of the Peaceful Healing Store, she didn't have the frame of a big star in the slightest. Without hesitation, she signed her name to the surgical protocol. Foamy nodded softly and, immediately, the two caregivers pushed Wang Luodong's hospital bed and, the hospital director led the way, slowly, in the direction of the operating room. 5 hours that slipped by. With Foam's mastery of the art today, installing a first-class mechanical limb it takes about 2 hours or so. However, Wang Luodong needed to have his legs fitted, so it took longer. Wang Luofei quietly stood guard in the corridor outside the operating room. She was convinced of the skill level of Peaceful Healing Shop, but a faint trace of apprehension still inevitably flooded his heart. Click! Suddenly, the door to the operating room was gently pushed open and Foamy's figure appeared in the doorway. Immediately after that, Wang Luodong followed suit, stepping on a pair of dark, metallic, Mechanical legs. Steady as she goes. The mechanical legs operate with a subtle tapping sound. It's as if it's a symphony of technology and life. The mechanical legs shimmered with a cold, metallic luster. The lines are smooth and full of futuristic technology. What's even more amazing is that these mechanical legs are perfect quality first-class mechanical legs. The increase in chi and blood is up to 10%. To an innate powerhouse, such an increase might be nothing. But for Wang Luodong, still a high school student, it was a godsend. A 10% increase in chi and blood was already on par with the complete manga strength. You should know that when Lu Qing took the college entrance exams, it had also only cultivated the upper volume of manga strength, and the increase in chi and blood was only 5%. If Wang Luodong is allowed to repeat 1 year and take the college entrance exam again, he was definitely able to easily crush a group of candidates and become the king of the examination hall. The young man's face was overflowing with uncontrollable excitement and thrill that it was as if he had been given a new lease on life. Wang Luofei's face also bloomed with an incomparably grateful smile. Her brother, at last, was back on his feet. That evening, 8 o'clock sharp, prime time, Base 15 central radio and television stations, as well as major media platforms. Several breaking news stories were released at the same time. These news are like heavy bombs, instantly detonated the whole network. It has quickly taken over every corner of the Hot 100 list. No. One Wudian genius physician Lu Qing creates another miracle. New medical products will be shockingly launched tomorrow. No. Tu Ping and Healing Shop relaunches new medical products, endorsed by Wang Luofei. No. 3 shocking reveal. The new medical product Nano Repair Patch is actually a joint collaboration between the First Association, the Tianqing Group, the Shentai Group, and the Deep Blue Elixir Group. No. For the genius physician Lu Qing took over the position of chairman of Deep Blue Potion last week. No. 5. 20 consecutive hotspots on the hot list. Without exception, all of them were related to Lu Qing. And in the comments section of the hottest Vian platform about these top stories, it's been blowing up for a long time. The enthusiasm of the netizens erupted like a volcanic eruption. Lu Qing? Is that the Lu Qing who invented mechanical limbs? Wow. Dr. Lu's new work. I think it will be another epic-making medical product. I'm so looking forward to it. The one invited is actually the goddess Luofei's endorsement, eh? I give this wave of operation full marks. The anticipation value is bursting. Aha, I can't wait. I'm so excited to see how this repair patch works. I'm going to order 100 copies. Chapter 97, live broadcast in the city. In the eastern continent, other than the 18 base cities established by Disya, the remaining 80% of the land was a wilderness area, occupied by ferocious beasts. Beasts are hundreds, if not thousands, of times more numerous than humans. In these wilderness areas, they are further divided into 6 classes. The first level, the white low-risk zone, existed with ferocious beasts of rank 1 to 3 roaming around. It was the outermost part of the wilderness, where 1st to 3rd grade martial artists practiced and cultivated almost all the time. And the second level, the yellow medium risk zone, there existed great demons of the 4th to 5th order. Only an innate expert of the 4th or 5th grade would dare to set foot here. Level 3 is the orange high risk zone, with a terrifying 6th rank Lord Ferocious Beast sitting in the town. According to one side of the territory, millions of ferocious beasts under his command, ruling over 1,000 miles in a radius. Strong martial arts masters who were not of the 6th grade realm did not dare to enter. Level 4, on the other hand, is a red ultra-high risk zone. There is a 7-stage overlord beast entrenched. Tens of millions of demonic beasts under his command can start a beast tide, rule over 10,000 square miles, and dominate the area. Only a martial arts master of the 7th grade would dare to fight with one. And the 5th level, known as the Black Exclusion Zone, the territory of the 8th ranked Beast King. So far, there were only 7 Beast Kings above the eastern continent. That is, 7 Black Forbidden Zones. No one other than the strength of the 4 elders of the martial hall dared to step in. As for level 6 wilderness areas, there were only 3 in the east and west continents combined. It's called the Misty Zone. Legend has it that there is a mysterious unknown area where the 9th ranked Beast Emperor survives. And since the Great Xia's new martial calendar, only this one martial hall master had dabbled in one of them. At this moment, in the southeastern wilderness, on the outskirts of Base 15, a territory designated as a white low-risk zone, a live broadcast was being staged that held the eyes of the entire city. At the focal point of the camera was that star martial artist who was in the limelight, Wang Luofei. She was dressed in a tailored black martial arts power suit that outlined her delicate curves. The strong suit closely fit every inch of the skin, putting that surplus willow waist and long, straight legs. And beside Wang Luofei, there were 4 handsome-looking youths who stood out. They were the popular boy band Wu Dong Qian Kun from Huachen Entertainment. and each member possessed peak second-grade martial arts strength, with a huge fan base of more than 8 million on the internet. In order to rub off on this wave, they had to do everything they could to get this valuable opportunity from the company. Deep Blue and the other organizers didn't care too much about this. After all, Wang Luofei was the absolute protagonist of this live broadcast, and the existence of others was just icing on the cake. At the rear of the group, 2 photographers carrying equipment followed closely behind and at the forefront of the group to open the way was a middle-aged guide with a vicissitude of face, who was also a second-grade martial artist. Not only that, there was also an innate powerhouse lurking in the shadows, dispatched by the First Association, who skillfully avoided the camera's capture and covertly protected the entire team like a shadow. Shin Ao's only instruction to him was to do everything possible to show the extreme utility of the nano repair patch. As long as Wang Luofei's life was safe, he did not need to show up. The core task of the entire team, for this live broadcast, is to constantly look for ferocious beasts in this white low-risk area for actual combat, and to show the magical healing effect of the nano repair patch in front of the public. Miss Luofei, that third-rank brown bear beast's lair is just 2 kilometers ahead. The middle-aged guide's voice broke the silence of the group. As an experienced wilderness guide, he had led no less than 20 teams of martial artists, and had long been familiar with the terrain and landscape of this area. The first target they chose was none other than the third-ranked brown bear beast that was entrenched here. Is it finally time? This is our time to make a big splash. One of the members of Wudong Qian Kuan could not hide his excitement, his voice filled with eagerness to try. The morning sun was dappled through the dense canopy of trees. The procession traveled through the dense forests of. The air was moist and earthy, with a faint hint of a fishy odor that was the distinctive mark of belonging to a ferocious beast. Meanwhile, the pop-ups on the city's live feed were like a tidal wave of netizens. Heavens! Goddess Luofei's first target actually picked a third-order ferocious beast. This is too risky, right? Upstairs, you don't get it, do you? With Dr. Lu's medical products backing her up, Goddess Luofei is definitely in full control. I'm really convinced. It's even if Goddess Luofei dares to challenge the third-order ferocious beasts. But those 4 male troop members, they are obviously only at the peak of the second grade. Where did they get the courage? This man. It seems like you're not well informed enough. This Wudong Qiankuan group still has a couple of tricks up their sleeves. They specialize in a kind of group warfare. And last year, with a live broadcast in the wilderness area, they teamed up to kill a third-order red tiger, thus becoming a hit. A few minutes later, Wang Luofei's group arrived near a ferocious beast nest. The entrance to the lair was overgrown with weeds, and a few huge rocks were stacked randomly to form a natural barrier. Deep in the lair, a huge black shadow could be vaguely seen. It was a large-sized brown bear beast that was crouching on the ground, seemingly sleeping soundly. Hoo-hoo! The sound of heavy breathing echoed through the quiet forest. Suddenly, as if it had smelled the unfamiliar human scent in the air, the third-order brown bear beast violently opened those copper-bell eyes and revealed its ferocious light. Damn humans for disturbing their dreams again. Roar! It roared up to the sky, its voice shaking the 4 fields, its terrifying aura erupting like a mountain torrent, and the surrounding trees trembled. Let us! The 4 members of Wudong Qiankuan looked at each other and shouted in unison, and then their bodies rushed out like arrows. They also chanted loud slogans under their breath, trying to make a statement out of it. Snap! However, the reaction speed of this brown bear beast far exceeded their imagination. It violently swung out a powerful bear paw, and the 4 were blown away by this sudden strike before their battle tactics could take shape. Put! One of the members arced through the air and fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth as he looked incredulously at the middle-aged guide and asked in a trembling voice, Isn't it an early third-stage ferocious beast? How could it be an intermediate third stage? The middle-aged guide was also stunned. He scratched his head, confusion written all over his face. How is this possible? It shouldn't be. Just then, another slightly smaller female brown bear beast slowly crawled out from the depths of the lair, and it similarly exuded the powerful aura of a third-order fierce beast. When the middle-aged guide saw this, he suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. Bear-type ferocious beasts can accelerate their growth through dual cultivation. No wonder this male brown bear broke through so quickly. So you've got a wife and a double flight. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. I told you, those 4 flashy guys are really unreliable. What Wudong Qiankuan? It's just sissy. Vegetable chicken. Quick look. Goddess Luofei has struck. In the picture, Wang Luofei is in a strong posture. Like an agile cheetah, he charged towards the 2 brown bear beasts. Chapter 98, Unlimited Full-Blooded. All boiling over. Roar! Roar! The 2 third-order brown bear beasts immediately burst into a rage. Weak human women, dare to provoke them. As for Wang Luofei, she fought with the two ferocious beasts, her chi and blood running through her, and she didn't even lose a single step. In the dark, that innate expert couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw this. Ouch! This little girl's talent is not bad. In most people's perceptions, martial arts stars were nothing more than a bunch of feudal flowery figures who looked good but were not useful. But I didn't expect this girl's martial arts skills to be so solid. One person fought two ferocious beasts of the same rank all by himself, and still did not lose the battle. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen was as crazy as an explosion. So fierce, worthy of goddess Lofii. But after all, it's 1 against 2. It's not good if it goes on like this. Yuck! Crow's mouth. Oh no, the goddess is really hurt. She can't hold on much longer. Just as the crowd was sweating for Wang Luofei, the female brown bear beast saw an opening and violently swung out a claw. The sharp claws cut a cold light in the air and viciously tore through Wang Luofei's abdominal clothing. On snow-white, delicate skin, a hideous wound appeared in her. Blood gurgled out like a spring, staining the lapel of his coat. However, just in the nick of time. Instead, a soft metal sheet half the size of a palm suddenly appeared in Wang Luofei's hand. This soft metal sheet is as thin as a cicada's wing. It's covered with precise lines of, glistening with a cold, metallic luster. Exudes a strong sense of technology. This was none other than the Class D Nano Repair Patch developed by Lu Qing. It can instantly repair injuries caused by third-order strength. Click! Wang Luofei didn't hesitate to crush the Nano Repair Patch. The Nano Repair Patch instantly transformed into thousands of metal nanomolecules, as if it had a life, quickly spreading out and covering every inch of Wang Luofei's skin. Those hideous and gruesome wounds, under the repair of the nanoparticles, rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state, smooth as jade, and not the slightest trace of injury could be seen. And then, with a thud, pure chi and blood power once again erupted from Wang Luofei's body, and her entire body seemed to be transformed. Full-blooded resurrection. The middle-aged guide's eyes glazed over as he witnessed the miraculous scene of the. He rubbed his eyes hard and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this new medical product launched by the Big Four?" To be able to make a third-grade martial artist heal from his injuries in an instant was too divine, wasn't it? On the side, those four Egio who originally wanted to take the opportunity to rub a wave of heat. At this moment, they were like frosted eggplants, completely wilted, embarrassment and shame written all over his face. Originally wanted to take this opportunity to make a big splash, but did not expect to become a companion. Meanwhile, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room once again exploded, and the general public was completely abuzz. Ilu a big chowa. The goddess has come back to life? This is the new product developed by Dr. Luck? Awesome. Awesome plus. This is simply a bug in the game. Unlimited blood return. How else can we fight? It's so unbelievable. With this, wouldn't it be possible to sweep the wilderness area? My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the broadcast, and I told her I was witnessing a miracle. Once again, however, the situation on the moors changed. After Wang Luofei knocked down the two ferocious beasts of the same realm, the sound of fierce fighting, surprisingly, it attracted a ferocious wolf pack. Only 40 to 50 ferocious beasts of grey wolves were seen, coming from all directions. Their eyes flickered with a ghostly green light, like ghostly flames, and they surrounded the crowd. Although these grey wolves weren't of a high rank, just at the early to mid-second order level, but they are extremely numerous and humongous. Once entangled in them, they are locked in an endless battle of attrition, and are the most terrifying presence in such low-risk areas. Martial artists under the innate encountered it, and it was almost difficult to escape death. Kill, but see Wang Luofei in danger. She pulled out several E-rank nano repair patches from her arms and tossed them to the people in the group. As for herself, she was like an arrow off the string, charging towards the third-ranked grey wolf leader that was the most massive in size. Valiant and unrelenting, the middle-aged guide took the nano repair patch and felt the strange energy contained in it, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Put up a fight. Those four male troop members looked at the densely packed grey wolves and felt the suffocating sense of oppression. They tightened the nano repair patch in their hands and also charged up with a stiff upper hand. Less than 3 minutes, a large body of grey wolves then fell on the ground, and a heavy smell of blood filled the air. And on Wang Luofei and the others, it also became bruised, bloodied and shocking. However, whenever they crushed one of the Grady nano repair paste in their hands, those wounds caused by the second-ranked grey wolves would quickly heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Intact as ever, this nano repair patch is just like the existence of a heavenly plug-in. Gives the crowd a near-immortal body. The grey wolves were completely scared out of their wits by this bizarre scene. They had never seen such tenacious opponents, simply undefeatable. One by one, the grey wolves,
who were beginning to be timid by nature, began to turn their heads and break away from the pack battle, fleeing hastily with their tails between their legs. Mamma mia! How come these humans can't bite? Are these guys really human? The Wolf Clan was one of the most united ferocious beast clans, and the one that could make them flee from battle must be an absolutely unbeatable existence in their eyes. The scene was clearly captured by the photographer, who stood in the center of the group, protected and secure, inside the broadcast booth. At this moment, it had already reached 30 million online views, and the pop-up comments were once again boiling over. The crowd was more emotional than ever. What am I seeing? A few second-grade martial artists, messing around killing gray wolf packs? You're crazy. With this nano repair patch in hand, it's equivalent to one more life, or even a few more lives. Absolute, heaven-defying. Damn, if I buy enough nano repair paste, won't I dominate the wilderness? I can't. I'm going to penetrate the black forbidden zone. I announce that from today. I am a die-hard fan of Dr. Lu. This, the nation's boiling live broadcast of star martial artists exploring the wilderness, lasted for 3 days. $35 million in traffic on the first day. 50 million the next day. The third day was a staggering 80 million. Almost the entire population of Base City 15 witnessed this prehistoric event. The fame of the nano repair paste, Lu Qing's name, was being extolled in every corner of the Base City every second. The Star VU, inside the stadium. The largest screen hangs in the center of the arena. It's live streaming the highlights of the last day of the repair patch endorsement program. In the end, Goddess Wang Luofei ended this sensational product endorsement that had stirred up the city with a stunning 3-day hunt of 21 third-order ferocious beasts. The whole Base City went crazy over it. One must know that even the best martial arts squad would already be at their limit of hunting a maximum of 10 third-order ferocious beasts in 3 days. Even if the official squad of the Martial Palace stepped in, there would not be more than 15 heads. And Wang Luofei alone, with the nano repair patch of unlimited full blood, had actually broken the record of human martial artists. Goddess Dr. Lu is awesome. Nano repair patch absolute outlier. YYDS. Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. I want to buy it. Inside the stadium, thousands of martial arts college students were seated in a packed house. They waved their glow sticks and shouted at the top of their lungs. Feng Shiyu and Xiao Bin were naturally among them. And as they watched Wang Luofei's heroic appearance on the screen, exhilaration and excitement were written all over their faces. The old Lu really became a big shot. These 2 years have not seen. What has he gone through? Xiaobin rubbed his eyes vigorously, his face full of incredulity. As Feng Shiyu listened to the deafening cheers around her, her heart seemed to be filled with thoughts that were difficult to describe. And that's when, after the live broadcast ended, only Feng Xiaoyun, CEO of Deep Blue Elixir Group, walked onto the stage. He stood tall, holding the microphone, his voice booming. Hello students, I'm Feng Xiaoyun from Deep Blue Elixir. I'm glad to be here today. In order to develop the nano repair patch, the group needs more medical talents, and that's why I'm here today. Feng Xiaoyun's short but powerful opening speech once again ignited the enthusiasm of the whole audience. Shamrock Dan is hiring? Upon hearing this news, those students who majored and minored in medicine subjects all showed excitement. Students who want to sign up for an interview can come up to the stage and check in with our staff. Deep Blue looks forward to having you all on board. Feng Xiaoyun's words just fell. A large group of students then emerged from the crowd, scrambling towards the stage. To the side, a roommate excitedly pulled Feng Shiyu's arm. Shiyu, look at all those majors and minors in medicine going up. You're the best in our pharmacy class. Come on, let's go too. There's a lot of people. And just at that moment, only to see Deep Blue CEO Feng Xiaoyun, who had finished his speech on the stage, slowly put down the microphone and walked straight in a certain direction. The gazes of all the students followed, looking up at him with a little bit of awe, a little bit of envy, until Feng Xiaoyun walked up to Feng Shiyu. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Bowing slightly, he said very politely, "Hello, Ms. Feng, the chairman asked me to take you to Deep Blue to join the team after the meeting today." As soon as these words came out, that roommate and the surrounding fellow classmates all stared in disbelief, mouth open wide enough to stuff an apple. Chapter 99. The day after the live broadcast ended, all the major martial arts malls in Base 15, online and offline channels started the official sale of the Nano Repair Patch. Grade F Nano Repair Patch, instantly healing a class of injuries, priced at 100,000 yuan a copy. Grade E Nano Repair Patch, instantly heals injuries at the second rank level, priced at 500,000 yuan a copy. Grade D Nano Repair Patch, instantly heals injuries of 3 classes, priced at $2 million a copy. The price caused a huge outcry. I can't believe it's so expensive. The official selling price of a yellow rank martial art was only 100,000
000 dasha coins, and he didn't expect the lowest grade F nano repair paste to reach this price. However, when one thought of Wang Luofei's raw battle in the wilderness, all thanks to the powerful healing effect of this repair patch, it made sense. Instant full blood, equivalent to one more life. This strategically important material can no longer be considered a mere healing product. At this price, value, buy. A nationally enthusiastic buying frenzy suddenly erupted on the 15th, and in just 2 days, 3,000 copies of the nano repair patch were sold out. Sky Star Group. Inside an extremely luxurious office, soft light sprinkled in every corner, and a faint sandalwood scent filled the air. Showdown was leaning comfortably on the wide sofa chair. Beside him, a female secretary dressed in a professional suit was snuggling up to him coquettishly, and the two of them were whispering. Their words were ambiguous. The female secretary let out a pout, her voice so sweet that it seemed as if it could drip out honey. Showdown, you are bad. She gently drew circles on Showdown's chest, her eyes mesmerized. Knock, knock. Just at this charming moment, a knock on the door sounded abruptly. The female secretary was startled and hurriedly sat up straight, straightening her slightly disheveled clothes as a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Showdown lightly coughed a few times and cleared his throat. Cough, cough, cough. What is it? A finance officer pushed his way in. Respectfully standing in front of the desk, he reported, Chairman, the proceeds from the nano repair patch project, the first association side has already sent the payment over. The grand total is $180 million. The treasurer's voice was clear and loud. Showdown's eyes, which originally still had a few moments of lethargy in them, instantly lit up. He sat up straight violently, his voice filled with unbelievable excitement. So fast? Less than 2 days and it's sold out? This speed was completely beyond his expectations. That's 3,000 copies of the nano repair patch. Each copy sells for a lot of money, and it's amazing that they can sell out in such a short period of time. He had expected this sales cycle to take at least a week or more. He realized that he still underestimated the market appeal of the product nano repair patch. He even underestimated Lu Qing's fabulous technical strength. 2 days netted $180 million. What an amazing rate of money making. It's almost like it's faster than a money printing machine. Even after accounting for the cost of time, employees, and raw materials, the Tianqing group under his control could net at least $100 million. And that, just 2 days. If the industrial line process is opened up in the future, the production efficiency will be improved and the time cost will be almost negligible. Showdown felt his heart beating like crazy. A rush of hot blood went to his head and he felt like he was going crazy. If this kind of money-making speed continues, wouldn't it be possible to directly double the total assets of the Tianqing group in just 2 or 3 years? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Showdown could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and laughed up to the sky. And laughter echoed through the spacious office. The sexy female secretary on the side was shocked by the sudden laughter and her body trembled. Shintetsu Group. Inside the office, Li Dong's eyes fell on the computer screen, looking at the $180 million of funds that had just arrived on the accounts. The face was overflowing with unconcealed elation. This huge sum of money is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the Divine Railway Group. But soon, the smile on Li Dong's face will converge a few points, replaced by a trace of bitterness. Ugh, the money that just arrived is going to fly away again. In addition to shareholder dividends, he has to give most of the proceeds to his wife at home. Hey, the chairman of the board of directors of Divine Iron. These days are so miserable. Good thing, with Dr. Lu's nano repair paste project, such an amazing money-making speed. Sooner or later, one day, I'm going to turn over a new leaf and sing. Li Dong's eyes flashed with eagerness, as if he saw the hope of the future. Toodaloo. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking up his cell phone, his brow furrowed when the caller ID was his only precious son. Crooked? Dad, I've been eyeing a new car lately. Make me a $30 million call. I want a car. On the other end of the line came his son's familiar and headache-inducing voice. Li Dong's face instantly grimaced, and there was suppressed anger in his voice. You loser. Buying another car? How many have you bought this year already? Dad, this is not the same. This is the Western continent's newest limited edition sports car. The global limited edition of only 18 units. Exported to Ardashia's only a mere 5 units. Your son if you can drive this car. That's how cool it is. Is not it also give you face is not it? The voice on the other end of the line perked up with a tone of excitement. Humph. Playing with things. How much money has your company lost? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? All you know is to eat, drink and have fun all day long, not doing your job. How can I rest assured that I will hand over the huge family business to you in the future? Li Dong angrily rebuked, his voice filled with hatred. Lean on your parents with all your might. Get out. Li Dong was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone. He took a deep breath and silently transferred $30 million, with $2 million remaining in his account. First association. In a quiet cultivation room, the surrounding walls were inlaid with crystals emitting a soft glow, and the air was filled with a rich spiritual qi. Shin Ao sat cross-legged with his eyes closed tightly and a powerful aura emanating from his body. As he exhaled and inhaled, the surrounding yuan qi surged into his body like a tidal wave. After a long time, Shin Ao slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He felt the surging power in his body. His cultivation at the mid-6th grade was even thicker and more solid than before. President. At this time, a senior staff member of the association walked slowly, bowed, and said respectfully, "The dividends from Dr. Lu and several companies, including Deep Blue, Divine Iron, and Heavenly Star, have all been transferred, and the 1% of the dividends that our first association has received totals 360 million dasha coins." Aha! Shin Ao nodded slightly. No joy or anger could be seen on his face. He paused and asked, "My current personal assets? How much is the difference between purchasing the clan breaking pill?" The zone breaking pill, as its name suggested, was a precious pill that helped martial artists break through the 7th grade zone master realm. This kind of elixir was only qualified to be refined by the official martial hall. Moreover, it had to be refined by that vermilion bird Grand Elder of the Elder Hall, utilizing his departure fire power to condense the most refined and pure Nanming departure fire. Each clan breaking pill was an official strategic grade material, precious beyond measure, and its value was as high as 100 billion dasha coins. Moreover, just having money wasn't enough. In order to obtain the clan breaking pill, one had to complete a special task for the martial palace after the breakthrough. Otherwise, even if you were lucky enough to break through to the sovereign realm, the martial hall would have a way to take back everything you've gotten. President, on your current accounts, your total assets are 88 billion dasha coins, which is 12 billion short of the qualification to apply for the sect breaking pill. The association's senior staff answered truthfully. Okay, go ahead and go down. Shin Ao waved his hand, signaling the other party to retreat. Yes, that senior staff bowed and quietly exited the cultivation room. When the other guy leaves, a flash of blazing essence flashed in Shin Ao's eyes. According to the normal profitability of the association in previous years, he would need at least 6 or 7 more years to save up enough money to purchase the clan breaking pill. And today, with Lu Qing's nano repair patch program a component of Red, he only needs just less than a year to save up $100 billion. Thus, they are qualified to apply for the clan-breaking pills. The 7 pieces of the patriarch. That was a realm that how many people had dreamed of in this lifetime. A peak that how many people had spent their entire lives unable to reach. In the meantime, inside the peaceful healing shop, Lu Qing's gaze fell on the cell phone screen, looking at the long string of numbers in the account. Ding! Wufu Bo arrives, 25, 2,000, 0000 yuan. This second, Lu Qingdu froze slightly, somewhat in a trance. Holy, I'm this rich? 52 billion. With this number, it could be said that 90% of the ascendant powerhouses would not be able to earn this amount even if they worked hard for their entire lives. With this huge amount of money, you will never have to worry about the cost of purchasing materials. At first, in order to save money, he also asked Sha Lao to buy metal materials through black market connections. Now buddies are not bad for the small amount of money. Direct application and purchase from the official martial arts hall is the most convenient and fast way. Well, find some time to apply for some more grade 5 medals from the martial hall and raise the grade of the frost mecha to grade 5. Also, have to create more mechanical puppets. These can be cards that can save your life at critical moments. Lu Qing secretly made a decision in his heart. Immediately, with a thought, he opened the system panel with a few moments of anticipation in his eyes. Mission, ask the host to establish medical cooperation and sell 1,000 copies of nano repair paste to the outside world. Mission progress, 1,000, completed. Completion reward, heaven-ranked weapon equality of all beings, issued. Chapter 100 Gambling on Dogs. Pick up. Lu Qing's mind moved and he secretly whispered. There was a soft wow sound and a flash of ghostly light. A revolver of about 20 centimeters appeared out of thin air and hovered silently in front of him. The body of the gun was engraved with complex patterns, precise and arcane. It gives the impression of a futuristic technology with an icy metallic luster from time to time. Weapons, equality of all beings. Introduction. The magazine contains 5 different types of bullets, can be randomly selected once a day. The probability of 1/5. 0 refresh. Bullets ignore the rules. The shot will hit. The gun will kill. Cannot be circumvented. Judgment bullets, which can kill a 6th order lord/master in seconds. Verdict bullets, which can kill a 7th order overlord/patriarch in seconds. Winky face. Destruction bullets, which can kill an 8th order beast king / grandmaster in seconds. Exorcism bullets, which can kill a 9th order beast emperor / demigod in seconds. Winky face. Divine punishment bullet, which can kill a god. Evaluation, everyone has a chance to live until I shoot them. Lu Qing's pupils suddenly contracted. Unstoppable astonishment spread across his face. Holy, isn't this the gambling dog artifact? 1 random post per day. God can be killed if you draw a bullet? There are a total of 9 realms in the martial arts, and the highest realm is the 9th grade demigod, which is already at the level of the martial hall master. And the strongest in the world is just like that. Is there really such a thing as a god in this world? But since the system states it, it must exist. It's only a 1 in 5 chance. It's purely betting on the dog. If you face a strong enemy, if you don't draw, you will die. But the guarantee is to kill the 6th rank in seconds. It's not bad for me now. 1 more killing weapon. As for whether I can draw a more powerful bullet, it all depends on my face. Lu Qing stroked his chin and thought. Nowadays the 6th rank is a shot in front of him. And the scariest thing about this weapon is that it comes with the rule. Shoot to kill. 6th grade is a shot. 7th and 8th grade as usual. As long as you can draw bullets. So what if I have props that increase my chi? Can I get stuck with a bug? I wonder if the martial palace has such props. Lu Qing's mind flickered and he suddenly realized the blind spot. This is something to inquire about. And it's necessary. If there is, it's a real no-brainer to get your hands on it somehow. Thus, Lu Qing immediately began in sorting out the subsequent plans. First, apply to the martial hall to purchase high-grade metals to upgrade the frost mecha to level 5. Second, remodel the 50 or so corpses in the spatial ring to increase the number of puppets. Third, inquiring about props of the chi class, card, equality of all beings, bug. Fourth, organize manpower and personally go to Jinfeng Mountain, select a site, develop a mine, and build a production chain for the nano repair patch. Of course, when he developed the resources of the Golden Peak Mountain to a certain extent, and even the high-level metal resources in the later stages, he didn't need to buy them from the martial palace. He could mine and smelt them himself. Fifth, cultivate to the peak of the 3rd grade, prepare for the 2nd indestructible body transformation, and with the strength of the 4th grade, you will be able to create divine machine creations at the 6th level. He mulled over 1 item at a time, and soon had his next objectives clearly organized. Immediately, Lu Qing picked up his cell phone and dialed the God of Fortune's number. Boss, I'd like to apply for the purchase of high-grade metals. Night, rain, heavy rain. A private villa in base 16. The 6 Desires King was lying naked on the bed, with a charming middle-aged woman underneath him, and the two of them were in a state of inversion. Although this woman was close to 40, she was well maintained, and from her temperament, it was not hard to tell that she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. The 6 Desire King's expression was incomparably excited as he licked his lips. Recently, his interest in young women had become significantly less, and instead he had become more aware of the taste and flavor of such mature flower bones. Not only are they skillful, but they know a lot of tricks. What's the word for it? Coroner-sama. Love me. Keep hurting me. Outside the window, through the wide glass window, you can clearly see the 2 people inside the room turning over the body. Ambiguous and crazy. Boom. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. Far away in the sky, a majestic force poured down from the dome of the sky, as if a heavenly river was pouring down, with an appalling power. The raindrops were strangely stagnant in the air, and the entire world was tinted with a scarlet blood color. Touchy-feely. Immediately afterward, a round of demonic blood moon hung high above the ink-colored canopy, emitting a palpitatingly treacherous red light. Ah! Above the bed, the woman let out a mournful scream, her voice filled with panic and despair, as if she had seen the most terrifying sight in the world. And above the vault of heaven, only to see a pair of huge scarlet eye pupils, suddenly opened, like a gaze from hell, cold and merciless, chilling. The square world was shrouded in a red field, evil and infinite. 6 lusts. Get out here. Yu's voice was cold and absolutely beautiful, echoing in this heaven and earth. Before her words fell, the evil pupil erupted into a blood-colored beam of light that, it was like a sharp arrow with an aura of destroying everything, shooting towards the 6 Desire King. This blood-colored beam of light, wherever it passed, space was slightly distorted, emitting a toothsome sound. The entire villa shook violently under the impact of this force, and cracks appeared on the walls, emitting a click, click, click sound, as if it would collapse at any time. Howl. The 6 Desire King's eyes were wide open, his pupils reflecting the rapidly approaching blood-colored beam of light. He let out a roar, his muscles gnarled and veins rippled, and his body rapidly mutated. The original dry and thin body instantly swelled several times. The head turned into a hideous cow head, The back is growing 8 thick octopus-like tentacles, dancing madly in the air, just like a monster. The Six Desires King let out a roar to the sky, spewing out a sound wave from his mouth, colliding fiercely with the blood-colored beam of light that shot out. The two forces intertwined and tore, emitting a deafening roar, and eventually both collapsed and dissipated into points of light in the sky. Dark Moon. You crazy bastard. Do you really want to kill me? The Six Desires King's voice was hoarse with a hint of shock and anger as he questioned you, who looked like an evil god in the night sky. Chapter 101, Crushing the Six Desires. Cut the crap. Yu's voice is cold, just like the coldest wind in the winter months, without the slightest emotion. The words have not yet been spoken. The evil blood pupil above the sky dome once again erupted with 2 scarlet beams of light, tearing through the air, straight to the Six Desires King. It was as if it was going to consume him completely. Asterisk. The King of Six Desires cursed angrily and there was a hint of undisguised panic in his voice. The 8 thick tentacles behind him swung violently and it was like 8 wild pythons with fishy wings, meeting those 2 scarlet beams of light, and ear-piercing friction sounds resounded in the air. Boom! There was a loud, deafening sound, as if the sky was falling apart. The red light collapsed and turned into a bit of blood-colored light rain, dissipating into the heavens and earth, and on the dark brown tentacles of the Six Desire King, 2 huge pieces of charred blackness appeared. The skin and flesh burnt, emitting an unpleasant burnt odor that was disgusting. The tentacles slowly unfolded, revealing the hideous appearance of the Six Desire King's bull-headed body. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth and, apparently, he had suffered internal injuries in the collision just now, and his internal organs were reeling. Damn! The Six Desires King gritted his teeth, his forehead veins rippled, and his gaze was filled with indignation and unwillingness. Both of them were at the same late 7th grade sect master cultivation level, but the Dark Moon King's strength was steadily superior to his. The key to this, it lies in the fact that the latter's fusion of the body of a ferocious beast is the innate evil pupil of the Red Moon Evil Phoenix, and his fusion was nothing more than an 8-tailed Kueyu. Phoenix clan, born is the beast in the Emperor. Its racial level is much higher than the Kia cattle. The latter growth ceiling is only the 8th level of the Beast King level, while the Phoenix clan ceiling is the 9th level of the Beast Emperor. This is the difference between clouds and mud. Dark Moon. What the hell do you want? The Six Desires King was so shocked and angry that his voice trembled a little. Yu's voice remained indifferent, as if she was stating a fact. What do you think? Would the man who killed me still have the guts to sleep with women here all day? As Yu's clear and cold voice rose steeply, the pair of red pupils in the night sky suddenly grew larger. It was as if it was going to envelop this heaven and earth into it, like an evil god opening his eyes and gazing at the earth with his icy gaze, chilling people's hearts. Her master's power was called static, and now that it was integrated into the huge evil pupil, the wind and clouds that were originally moving instantly stood still, and the wind and clouds that were originally moving instantly stood still, and the wind and clouds that were originally moving instantly stood still. There seems to be a mysterious force that makes everything in the whole heaven and earth fall into a state of stasis. It was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Terrifyingly extreme power descended from the sky, as if it was going to crush everything. The Six Desires King's pupils contracted violently, his heart beating wildly as he yelled, "Crazy man, do you really want to start the patriarch battle? To start a civil war in the bishop for a few old and weak ants? To let the Holy Throne know? Do you know what the consequences are?" Seeing that Yu was getting real, his voice was agitated and urgent, with a hint of threat. "Kill you before you do." Yu's slender hand gently waved, and the red pupil in the sky blossomed with blinding red light. It coalesced into hundreds and thousands of blood-colored threads, like a blood-colored storm, sweeping towards the underground like a sky and earth. Asterisk. Just fight. I can't be afraid of you, pussy. The Six Desires King was completely enraged. The 8 tails on his back roared into the sky, colliding fiercely with those countless blood-colored threads. At once, there were dozens of explosions one after another in the sky and earth, just like thunder rolling and shaking people's hearts. However, the evil pupil cohesion redline endless. One was eliminated. Will give birth to more redline, a steady stream, until the 8-tailed Kueyu chi weaker and weaker. Body bruises. Stop. Yu seized the moment, her palm fiercely gripped. Countless blood-colored silk threads directly penetrated the 8 tentacles of the Six Desire King, sewing and penetrating back and forth, as if the toughest chains, deadening that 8-tailed control bound. Aha! The Six Desires King let out a low roar as thousands of penetrating wounds brought about intense pain, causing his face to twist and turn in a hideous manner. Damn! Women! Damn the power of the evil phoenix! Soul and bloodline suppression. Even the power of the Zongshur could not catalyze, can only be passive to beat. Winch! Immediately after that, the coldness in Yu's eyes became even more intense.
and with what looked like substantial killing intent. The countless red threads running through the 8 tails were violently pulled. Swish, 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 as if the sharpest blade directly cut the 8 tentacles into countless pieces of broken meat, blood and flesh flying. The scene was bloody to the extreme. The 6 Desire Kings let out a miserable scream, with both bulls roaring and people sobbing in their voices, and the misery was incomparable. Dark Moon, are you really going to kill them? For a few mole crickets. Kill me. Yu Yu's appearance was absolutely beautiful, her long hair flowing. You are also a mole in the eyes of this king. Brush. A scarlet beam of light once again shot out from the blood pupil, aiming straight for the 6 Desire King himself. It was as if the scythe of death was about to reap his life. No, don't you dare. The 6 Desire King's eyes trembled as he hissed madly, his voice filled with fear and despair. Enough. Right at this moment, a low, hoarse voice rang out between heaven and earth, as if it came from the 9 hells, carrying endless majesty. This sound directly shattered Yu Yu's static momentum. The huge evil pupil dissipated and the blood moon returned to clarity. Heaven and earth are once again back to nature. The wind flows again and the rain falls again. Ha! Ha! The King of 6 Desires was like an amnesty, letting out a long sigh of relief, his body drenched in cold sweat. Then, a figure clad in dark golden robes blocked in front of 6 Desires out of thin air. Just by gently pointing his finger, he blocked the red beam of light that shot out and dissipated into a bit of light. The dark golden hood, which hid his face from view, made it impossible to see his features. Only a pair of deep eyes could be seen, like an endless abyss. And its identity. It was the Lord of the 100 Beasts sect, that mysterious pope. Subordinate 6 Desires. See the holy throne. The 6 Desires King endured the severe pain and hurriedly bowed on one knee in a respectful manner. The golden-robed manhwaman looked up at the sky, his voice low. Come down. Yu Yu's figure slowly fell from the air and, coming in front of the gold-robed man, she directly ignored the 6 Desires King on the side, who was almost beaten half to death by her, as if the other party was just a ball of air. The 6 Desires King gritted his teeth and restored his human face with a very ugly expression. The golden-robed man looked at Yu Yu. His tone did not mean to blame, but rather carried a hint of helpless persuasion. Conflicts within the sect. Just give a lesson. You shouldn't have laid your hands on him. Got it. Yu's tone was bland, and she owed a slight bow towards the other party. Father. Chapter 102 Puppet Unit completed. I know, Father. Yu Yu's expression was indifferent, but her soft voice carried a hint of undetectable chill. Holy throne. This. The 6 Desires King's voice was filled with unwillingness. The muscles in his dry, thin face were twisted as if a worm was writhing. He was beaten up like this and almost lost half his life. Is it just going to be taken lightly? It's not fair that we're all cardinals together. His heart was burning with anger, but he didn't dare to attack. The golden-robed man casually raised his hand, stopping the 6 Desires King from continuing. His tone was flat, but carried an unquestionable majesty. This time, I did let you suffer some losses. 10 days later, you will come to me, and replace a beast body with a stronger bloodline for you, and this matter will end. A stronger beast body? Upon hearing this, the King of 6 Desires, a greedy light instantly erupted from those slender eyes. Wouldn't that be the upper limit to a 9th order bloodline beast body? An existence of the same level as the Red Moon Evil Phoenix bloodline. He was ecstatic in his heart. If this was the case, he would never be afraid of this crazy woman. Dark Moon. In the future, when he thought of this, he even forgot the severe pain in his body, and his body trembled slightly from excitement. The voices all became shrill. Many thanks to the Holy Throne. The gold-robed man nodded slightly, and in the next moment, he was only seen lifting his feet and slowly walking forward. Every time the gold-robed man took a step, the raindrops in the sky seemed to be driven away by an invisible force, automatically avoiding. Wherever it passed, the rain stopped and it was actually clear. His low, husky voice echoed in the air. You've been in Southeast for some time now. Do you have an idea about the candidate for the new Beast King? In the Burial Bone Mountain, there is a 9th-ranked bloodline hegemony class blood Qilin. Within half a year, it will surely be promoted to the 8th order king level, and it's most appropriate to utilize it to start a beast tide. Yu Yu's voice was clear and cold as she replied faintly. On the side, a trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the 6 Desires King as he opened his mouth to inquire. Holy Throne, I don't know this time. Which base in the southeast we are targeting? There are 4 base cities in the southeast region, 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th. He speculated in his mind. However, he saw the golden-robed man shake his head, and there was a hint of palpitating chill in his voice. We're not targeting one, but the entire southeast. What? 4 seats? The 6 Desire King sucked in a breath of cool air, an incredulous look on his face. But the Holy Throne. This If the other 3 Martial Hall Grand Elders step in and stop the Beast King, I'm afraid the Beast Tide will hardly pose a threat to the 4 bases. The strength of the Martial Hall's Grand Elder, an 8th grade Grandmaster, was completely capable of holding off an 8th Order Beast King all by himself. Ha! The gold-robed man let out a low, hoarse laugh, and that laughter echoed in the rain curtain, making people's bones creepy. Then this seat will have to let the 4 great elders become 3. The rain fell, and the night chill became more and more dismal, as if it were going to freeze people. Between the echo of the words, the figure of the gold-robed man has disappeared in place, without a trace, as if it had never appeared. In the original spot, only Yu and the 6th Desire King were left. The 6th Desires King immediately looked at Yu with vigilance, his body tensing up as if he was a frightened beast. Dark moon, the Holy Throne may have spoken. There was a hint of trembling in his voice, and he was clearly jealous of Yu to the extreme. Yu snorted coldly, her tone disdainful to the extreme. It doesn't matter. This cheap life of yours stays first. This king will collect it later. I hope next time you fuse stronger beast bodies. I don't like abusing imaginary men. When these words came out, the yellow-haired 6th Desire King directly exploded. What did you say? You. Say it again. As if he had been touched by the reverse scale, all 5 of his features were distorted with anger and his face twitched. He could tolerate any insult, but he could not accept the word false. As a result, before he was about to curse back, Yu's figure had already turned into a red light and disappeared into the sky. A week later, Base 15. In the research room on the 2nd floor of the healing shop, the sunlight poured through the window and spilled onto the lab table, leaving dappled light and shadows. Lu Qing let out a long breath of relief, a delighted smile on his face. He looked at the 10 pitch-black level 3 mechanical puppets in front of him. They stood there quietly, as if they were a silent army, ready to follow Lu Qing's command. These puppets, each of which looked like a work of art created by his own hands, shone with an icy metallic luster. The body surface pattern is precise and arcane, technological and domineering. It's 3 days. He transformed 50 3rd-grade corpses, 3 4th-grade bodies, and 2 5th-grade bodies, all into mechanical puppets. Applying for the purchase of metal materials at the Martial Hall had cost him more than $2 billion. It made him feel slightly fleshy. However, at the thought of this puppet troupe, capable of bursting into terrifying combat power, Lu Qing was relieved again. These puppets would be the sharpest weapons in his hands, his future capital against the beast race, his enemies. In his hands, there were nothing but those 50 3rd-grade puppets. Lu Qing also possessed 3 level 5 thunder puppets, as well as 4 level 4 water control puppets that assisted in combat. These 7 puppets, which he had specially purchased to be modified with the 2 attribute metals of water and thunder, were specially made to match the fighting style. After the last experience of overthrowing the 100 beasts called Stronghold, Lu Qing was deeply impressed by the bonus damage of the thunder and water attributes. That's simply a killer way to overcome the difference in quantity. The thunder puppet, capable of releasing raging thunder. As for the water controlling puppet, it was able to manipulate water currents to form a large area of water, utilizing water conductivity to directly kill more than 57 Knightsbar's beast martial artists in seconds. A scene that Lu Qing still remembered vividly. That's really, Thai pants are hot. The two worked together in a seamless AoE ceiling. Next moment, with a wave of his hand, Lu Qing put all the puppets in front of him into his spatial ring. His previous spatial ring, the capacity was already insufficient, so Lu Qing bought another bigger one from the Martial Hall. There were hundreds of cubic meters of storage space dedicated to his puppet troops. And, of course, the price is exaggeratedly expensive. Enough for a small target. This space ring would be his personal arsenal, his mobile private army. Put it out, and you can provide great fire support, crunching and killing indiscriminately. In addition, Lu Qing had also upgraded his level 4 Frost Mech to level 5. Even if he faced a 5th product now, he would be able to crush it single-handedly without using his prone Heavenly Palm sneak attack. The last thing was to ask Kong Jun Knight about the luck-boosting props. The good news is that the Martial Palace Treasury really does have this kind of stuff. The bad news is that this ground-level class prop has long been bought by the No. 13 bases No. 1 martial arts family, the Meng family. This made Lu Qing feel a little disappointed. He had originally wanted to utilize this prop to improve his own luck and increase the probability of drawing a high-grade bullet. Unfortunately, I can't get the Equality of All Beings bug stuck. The newly acquired heavenly rank weapon, Equality of All Beings, contains 5 rounds of bullets, Judgment, Destruction, Execution of Heaven, and Divine Punishment, which can only be randomly drawn once a day to fire one shot. The worst is the Judgment Bullet, which is guaranteed to kill the 6th Order in seconds. But it's not enough. If you can get the Raise Your Luck prop,
you might be able to draw a higher grade bullet. Even if you only boosted one model of verdict bullet, you could still shoot a zone sure in one shot, and that would be awesome. Unfortunately, that kind of luck doesn't just happen. In case you face a strong enemy and don't draw enough bullets to kill them, you'll be the one who dies. Too much of a gamble. There was no way Lu Qing would put his little life on the line of luck. It's a shame the luck of the draw type props for the card bugs were bought by someone else. It's a real shame. Never mind. We'll talk about this later. Lu Qing shook his head, putting all this behind him first. Next, it's off to Gold Peak Mountain. To select a site and develop a metal vein, you can only let go of the huge metal resources if you have them in your own hands. Chapter 103 Heavenly Court Heavy Industry Program. The following morning, the Golden Peak mountain range was shrouded in a layer of mist. Lu Qing was at the entrance of the base, looking for a wilderness squad, and took a ride down the road to the area of Golden Peak Mountain. In front of him was a secondary peak of the Golden Peak mountain range. This is a low to medium risk area of the wilderness, but there are a number of crises lurking. First to third order ferocious beasts were everywhere, and there were even a small number of fourth and fifth order great demons, which made people not dare to take it lightly. Lu Qing, dressed in a gray punching jacket and hiking boots, looked up. The lofty mountain peak stuck straight into the sky. The sunlight sprinkled down. Various colors of strange metal ores refracted dazzling light. The whole mountain peak seemed like a huge treasure, quietly waiting for people to discover. What a piece of feng shui! The corners of Lu Qing's mouth curved up in a satisfied arc as he softly sighed in admiration. With just one sub-peak, the resource reserves had far exceeded expectations, and the Golden Peak mountain range, which stretched for thousands of miles, was simply an inexhaustible treasure trove. It was as if he saw countless armies of puppets, beckoning to him. Just then, the system's beep in his head seemed to come as promised. Ding! Found a huge resource land, suitable for selection as a base camp. Build a base for ascension. Long-term mission triggered. Please ask the host to gather resources and start the Heavenly Court Heavy Industry Program to build the Heavenly Court of Divine Machines. Specific requirements are as follows. Click for more. Reward, neuron splicing technology plus times bioengine technology. Long-term mission? Lu Qing was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting the system to release a mission at this time. And this time, the mission seemed to be very different from the past. This time the system directly the whole King Bomb. Is it going to be a big one? He quickly tapped on the mission details, and after a cursory glance, he had a general understanding of the mission arrangement. The core of the Heavenly Heavy Industry Program lies in the two major projects of infrastructure and energy. By overcoming these two major problems, the divine mechanism Heavenly Court depicted by the system could be realized. This stuff, mechanical ascension, surprisingly literal. Is this a real game for brother unity? An unspeakable excitement surged in Lu Qing's heart. It seems like metal mining is a top priority no matter what. Everything needs resources. Lu Qing rubbed his chin and murmured to himself thoughtfully. He took a deep breath and took big strides, climbing towards the towering peaks in front of him. The mountain air was fresh and refreshing with a hint of the cold, metallic scent that characterizes it. All kinds of exotic plants grow in the mountains, intermingling with the metallic ores to form a unique scene. Half an hour later, Lu Qing traveled to the halfway point of the mountain and finally found a mineral source, only to see a stone wall, exposed many red-colored metal, in the sunlight shining bright luster, as if a ruby embedded in the rock. Lu Qing recognized at a glance that it was a level 2 metal red copper, widely used in infrastructure, aviation and other fields. It is an indispensable basic material. Not bad. Make a mark. Lu Qing grinned, revealing a satisfied expression. You can recruit people later and start digging from here. Looking at the exposed area, it should be a not-so-small vein. This kind of vein often contains rich metal resources within, but mining needs to be extra careful not to go too deep, so as not to hurt the mineral source. Once the mineral source was damaged, the entire vein would lose its ability to regenerate and become a dead vein. Hiss! Just as Lu Qing was about to go up and take a closer look, a blood-red venomous snake violently sprang out of a rocky crevice and attacked him. This is the third-order ferocious beast red copper snake. Likes to eat red copper, although the body is small, but contains intense fire poison. Let a person cannot be defended. Pop! Lu Qing was quick on his feet and slapped out a backhanded slap, and the 120,000 Herculean mechanical power instantly erupted, directly slapping the red copper snake into a mass of blood mist, with not even dregs left. Immediately afterward, Lu Qing continued on without a care in the world and punched the locator markers into the stone wall, making it easier to find it next time and directly mine it. This time, he intended to explore enough veins first to fully prepare for formal mining later. The road has to be taken step by step, and the meal has to be eaten in small bites, so there is no hurry. And for the next 2 hours, Lu Qing explored non-stop,
marking 5 level 2 veins and 3 level 3 veins in a row. As for grade 4 and 5 veins, no trace has been found yet. Lu Qing could only continue to climb higher, and based on his observations, the higher the mountain, the rarer and more advanced the metal resources became. It's just that along the way, from time to time, ferocious beasts jumped out and harassed people, making them annoyed. Lu Qing himself was too lazy to do anything, directly releasing 20 level 3 mechanical puppets, like locusts crossing the mountains. Along the way, the corpses of ferocious beasts were lying on the ground, blood dyed the mountain road red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. There was no lack of third-ranked ferocious beasts with strong battle power and bloodlines. Lu Qing smoothly pocketed them, preparing to transform them into beast-form mechanical puppets later. In the future, these could be used as the escort force of the divine mechanism Heavenly Court, stationed at the base camp. As for lower-order ferocious beast puppets, he couldn't see. Needles don't poke. Lu Qing expectedly continued to move forward, relying on the 20 puppet bodyguards, invincible along the way, practically rampaging like a triad society. Suddenly, a fierce fighting sound came from not far away. It was actually someone fighting a ferocious beast? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, puzzled in his heart. Hadn't the Martial Hall given itself full authority to develop the Golden Peak mountain range? By all rights, this place should belong to one's own private territory, and no one else should be present. Lu Qing's first thought was that it might be a rustler in the wilderness, but as he crept closer and took in the scene before him, he realized he had guessed wrong. 100 meters away, 8 silhouettes flickered. They were dressed in flashy clothes. Their hands and feet showed the demeanor of masters. Surprisingly, all of them were innate 5th grade masters. These 8 people, however, were teaming up to surround a 3-meter-tall behemoth. The creature was stout, walking upright like a moving mountain, with a golden unicorn horn growing on top of its head, emitting a powerful pressure. That's Titan 1? Lu Qing opened the eye of divine mechanism and looked closely, and was surprised to find that it was actually a juvenile Titan, and an extremely rare bloodline, Golden Horn Titan. It was important to know that the Titan clan was among the top races among the beast races, enough to rival the dragon and phoenix races. The Golden Horn Titan, on the other hand, is the royal family of the Titan clan, with an incomparably honorable bloodline. A Titan growing to its peak can be up to 10,000 feet tall and breathe the air of the stratosphere. There is even a legend that the first Golden Horn Titan was beyond the Beast Emperor and became the existence of the Beast God. What kind of person dares to snoop around here? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the group turned violently. His eyes were like electricity, and he shouted sternly, his voice echoing among the mountains and forests as an aura pressed straight in Lu Qing's direction. Chapter 104, John's Family. Bang! Lu Qing's aura around his body suddenly erupted, like a mountain torrent pouring down. Hardening himself against this pressure, the middle-aged man was stunned. His eyes contracted slightly and his eyes became sharp as he spoke to his companions in a deep voice. You guys keep dealing with it. I'll be right there. Before the words fell, his figure flashed, like a ghost spanning a distance of 100 meters, appearing in front of Lu Qing in an instant. The remaining 7, on the other hand, continued to round up that juvenile Golden Horn Titan. Roar! Humans! The Golden Horn Titan let out a heaven-shaking roar, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness, and he even spat out human words. Obviously, it had been forced to a desperate situation by these 8 humans in front of it. It was only the peak strength of the 5th rank, but it had to face 8 human experts who were also of the 5th rank, and it had no chance of winning, so it could only fight and retreat, and was chased all the way here. Unfortunately, the group was still surrounded by the group after all. Sword formation. Start! The 7 of them shouted in unison. The light of the flying swords in their hands was great. They urged the true chi in their bodies, and each of them manipulated a flying sword, forming a murderous sword formation, strangling towards the Golden Horn Titan. The sharp flying swords, which cut through the air with a cold aura, continuously left a shocking wound on the Titan's body, and like golden blood gurgled out. As the two faded, the Golden Horn Titan's strength gradually waned, and its counterattacks became more and more impotent, so it could only be passively beaten. If it wasn't for its naturally strong body and thick skin, if it were any other beast race, I'm afraid it would have already collapsed. On the other side, the middle-aged man squinted his eyes, his pupils flickering with surprise as he sized up Lu Qing. Kid, a mere 3rd grade, how could you block my mighty pressure? Lu Qing's heart was irritated. He was just watching the battle from the sidelines, but this person shot for no reason. This was clearly a thief's heart, afraid of being found out that they were hunting and killing the peak ferocious beast cubs. What's more, this Golden Peak mountain range is Lousy's territory. These few people should not be the aborigines of the 15th residential area, but the outsiders who followed the Golden Horn Titan all the way after. Thinking of this,
Lu Qing's tone was unkind. So, humbug. The middle-aged man let out a chilling laugh. Blame it on the fact that you saw what you shouldn't have. Die. Boom. His feet slammed down. The ground instantly cracked, and his entire body leaped high like a cannonball. The power of the innate 5th grade chi and blood surging crazily as he threw a punch towards Lu Qing. This punch was wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds, and the air was pressurized to the point of bursting. Pang! However, just as the fist was about to hit Lu Qing instantly, a silver-white mechanical puppet suddenly appeared, blocked in front of him, and grabbed the middle-aged man's fist in a swift and easy manner. It was the level 5 Thunder Golem. The puppet was full of cold metallic texture, with a silver unicorn horn on top of its head, on which electricity arced and crackled. Its palm, like a mechanical vice, clamped down on the middle-aged man's wrist, making him unable to move and break free. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, "What? What the hell? Quickly let go of me." Click. As soon as the words fell, the level 5 puppet lashed out, directly breaking his right wrist alive. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible, and he immediately let out a mournful scream. Ah! Lu Qing spread his hands and said conspiratorially, "Blame it on what I saw that I shouldn't have seen. You, what the hell are you?" The middle-aged man's face was pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. The terrifying power of the mechanical puppet suppressed him so much that he directly fell to his knees, unable to resist at all. Finish him. Lu Qing didn't answer his question, but instead, he faintly gave orders to the puppet. "You want to leave alive when you're spreading wildness on my territory? If anyone can come and hang around in front of my house and dare to take a shot at me, where will my master Lu's face go? Don't you dare." Swish swish. Just then, 2 cold lights sped from afar, and 2 flying swords broke through the air, stabbing Lu Qing directly. Zilla! The level 5 Thunder Golem's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and on the silver horns on top of its head, dazzling lightning suddenly erupted, instantly interweaving into a gigantic thunder net, trapping the 2 flying swords firmly. What? In the distance, those 2 people's faces changed greatly. They never thought that this mechanical monster's strength would be so terrifying. The 2 of them had combined their efforts in a single strike, and it had been blocked so easily. Kill him. Lu Qing gave the command again, and killing intent surged from the level 5 golem. The middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, panic written all over his face, he hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill me. I am a direct line of the Jiang family. You can't afford the consequences of killing me." The Ginger family. These 2 words did make Lu Qing move. Southwest region. No. 7 base city Jiang family? That's right. Your Excellency, let me go and this matter will be treated as if it never happened. How about it? A trace of hope appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly and sized him up. What the? It's really the god of fortune. That Kong family. These guys, actually chasing a titan cub all the way from the southwest region to the southeast region? However, once he thought about the fact that it was a peak 9th order bloodline golden horn titan, he was able to understand it. Jiang family people? No. 7 base city to carry the family, but also in Jiangjun night is the same family. Well, that's all the more reason not to let it go. Lu Qing's heart has already made up its mind. If this is put back, let the Jiang family know what's wrong. This was a golden horn titan, so there was no guarantee that the Jiang clan wouldn't move to kill. I hate the surname Jiang the most. Kill him. Lu Qing said indifferently, his eyes cold. Stop it. 2 sharp cries came from the distance, carrying an undisguised anxiety. Those were the other 2 direct members of the Jiang clan, their voices filled with shocked anger. However, it was too late. They watched, but were powerless to stop it. The thunder light in the palm of the level 5 Thunder Golem exploded and flashed, as if it was holding an indestructible blade of thunder with a destructive aura, instantly piercing through the middle-aged man's chest. A fresh heart, hardened out, still beating slightly. Vertical sun, how dare you slaughter the direct lineage of the Jiang family? Those 2 men were in a rage, their faces hideous and horrible, as if they wanted to eat Lu Qing alive. You guys are the same. Lu Qing's face was expressionless and his tone was as cold as frost. If you kill 1, you have to kill 8. You can't let any of them go. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Kill. On command. The level 5 Thunder Golem was surrounded by thunder and lightning. Arcs of electricity jumped and crackled, and its killing intent surged towards the 2 men like a tidal wave. Drink! The 2 of them roared angrily, frantically urging the chi and blood in their bodies and desperately strangling their spells. The 2 flying swords buzzed and erupted with bright light, finally breaking free from the thunder net, carrying a powerful sword chi and chopping towards the puppet at a rapid pace. Bang! 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 The sound of gold and iron striking continuously resounded, and sparks splashed everywhere. However,
The Xian-class sub-level flying sword could only leave a shallow mark on the hard body of the level 5 puppet. There was no way to really hurt it at all. On the contrary, the level 5 golem's offense became more and more ferocious. It was as if it was a tireless killing machine, and every attack was wrapped in the power of raging thunder. Electricity arcs flashed between the swings of his fists and feet, and a charred smell filled the air. Those two were overwhelmed and in a sorry state. They were horrified in their hearts, never expecting this mechanical monster to be so terrifying. A level 5 golem. Surprisingly, one pressed 2 5th-grade grandmasters to sling the hammer. No fear of pain. Unlimited output. Lousy life. Just it. Chapter 105. Come on. Help us. One of them shouted hoarsely into the distance, a hint of desperation in his voice. In the distance, the 5 direct members of the Jiang clan who were besieging the Golden Horn Titan had a shocked look on their faces. What kind of monster is that again? While they were tangling with the Golden Horn Titan, they glanced with their afterimages at the Thunder Golem, which was covered in flashes of lightning, and their hearts were in disbelief. The Golden Horn Titan was, after all, a peak race, and even if it was heavily injured, it still needed enough manpower to jointly surround it. Otherwise it would be extremely easy for it to escape. Leave 3 to hold the Titan. The other 2 go forward for support. A Jiang clan disciple made an immediate decision and ordered in a deep voice. Before the words fell, the 2 figures sent out their swords, transforming into 2 streams of light that sped towards Lu Qing's direction. Around the flying swords, qi and blood surged like 2 blood-colored dragons. The Jiang family was known for their sword skills, and the family's best skill, the royal sword art, was a famous killing martial art in Daxia. It is said that the ancestor of the Jiang family is Jiang Wei, a famous general of Shu Han during the Three Kingdoms period, who once realized the way in the sword pavilion, and with the power of a supreme sword formation, 1 person and 1 sword, blocked the millions of soldiers of Chao Wei. It was a pity that the generation of Jiang family offspring sword cultivators was not as good as the generation, and most of them could only maneuver a flying sword. Those who were gifted and talented could maneuver 2 or 3 hilts, and those who were able to perform the sword formation alone were even more rare, and could only be performed by a combination of many people. Smash them. Lu Qing's tone was flat. He flicked his index finger, and with a flash of light from a spatial ring, another level 5 puppet broke out of the air, like an arrow off the string, with amazing speed. The appearance of this one was very different. The puppet's body was silver white, the same thunder attribute, but instead of the metal horns on its head that manipulated lightning energy, it had 8 sharp metal spider spears borne on its back, and white lightning lingered between the spider spears, emitting crackling noises. Zira. It was precisely transformed from the corpse of Deacon Rain's beast body. One more? When the 2 newly arrived Jiang clan 5th grade experts saw this, their pupils suddenly shrunk, their hearts horrified. Before they could make any reaction, the 8 spider spears behind the 8 spider puppets shot out like lightning, instantly strangling their flying swords. The powerful lightning energy injected into the flying sword, only to hear a click sound. The 2 flying swords cracked in response to the sound, turning into pieces and scattering all over the ground. Something's not right. It's too strong. Move. One of them finally reacted and yelled in horror, turning around and fleeing. However, it was too late. A spider spear haunted with thunder, like a viper spitting out its mail, instantly pierced through his heart. The silver-colored metal spider spear, stained red with blood, arced with electricity, evaporating the blood and emitting a ZZ sound. You. This Jiang clan's 5th grade expert stared incredulously with wide eyes, staring at Lu Qing in the distance with a deadpan expression. How could he not expect to lose this life of his so easily? Go to hell. The other 5th grade expert roared in anger, his eyes filled with flames of hatred. He stepped into the air and kicked hard at the 8 spider puppet. The 8 spider puppet twisted its head violently, its mechanical eyes erupting with a piercing light. The 8 spider spears in his back shot out like lightning, instantly penetrating the body of this 5th grade expert. Lightning raged, and with a forceful tear from the 8 spider puppet, this 5th grade expert was torn into several pieces on the spot as if he had been split into 5 horse corpses, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Dead. Holy, leave a whole body. Lu Qing froze for a moment when he saw this, and a hint of heartache appeared on his face. Sorely losing a 5th grade body. What a loss. On the other side of the battle, it was only seen that the fist of the level 5 thunder puppet gathered huge energy and condensed into a huge ball of thunder, which was about to be smashed towards another level 5 expert. After hearing Lu Qing's words, it immediately withdrew its hand, and the huge ball of thunder rapidly shrunk, transforming into a thunder blade that instantly pierced through the chest of that 5th grade expert. Another one dead. When the last Jiang family 5th grade expert saw this, his eyes trembled and he no longer had the courage to continue fighting in his heart. He immediately rose up with his sword, wanting to escape from this place. However,
the level 5 thunder golem went through the corpse's palm, and the thunder blade skyrocketed and, forming a beam of thunder laser several feet long, it pierced through too, directly piercing through the escaping 5th grade expert. The 5 Jiang clan experts who had approached Lu Qing were all killed in less than 3 minutes. The 2 level 5 puppets, on the other hand, were unharmed, just like 2 killing gods that controlled thunder and lightning. Majestic. At that moment, the 3 Jiang clan experts who were still besieging the Golden Horn Titan looked over to Lu Qing's side in disbelief. One of them immediately shouted, "Abandon the mission. Retreat." The 2 mechanical puppets in that teenager's hands were too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 5 innate experts were killed. This kind of strength was absolutely unbeatable. When they encounter such a being, they can only resign themselves to it. The family mission was important, but what was the point of talking about allegiance when one's own little life was gone? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them rose up with their swords, transforming into 3 streaks of swordlight, fleeing this place at the first opportunity. Seeing this, the Golden Horn Titan also took the opportunity to scatter his legs. The Titan is more intelligent than the average beast, and it knows that humans are untrustworthy. With humans killing each other, it's the perfect time to escape on your own. Can you escape? Lu Qing looked at the 3 fleeing Jiang clan experts, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a snap of his fingers, a 3rd level 5 golem appeared out of thin air. This mechanical puppet had no head, and it was none other than the barbarian deacon whose head had been blown off by Lu Qing's punch. It was as stout as a savage bear, with a dark silver metallic body, and black lightning surrounded its body, emitting a palpitating aura. The headless golem's appearance was full of technology and dominance, although because of the lack of a head, its strength wasn't enough to reach the peak level of the 5th order, but only the late 5th order. However, since it was a powerful beast martial artist body that had been transformed, it could still defeat an innate martial artist of the peak of the 5th grade. Don't spare any of them, and bring me back the bodies. Lu Qing gave his orders in a flat tone. The 3 level 5 puppets moved in response, transforming into 3 streaks of lightning and chasing towards the 3 fleeing Jiang clan experts. As for Lu Qing himself, he first pocketed the 4 remaining corpses. Immediately, in the next moment, his body was covered by exoskeleton metal, and the level 5 frost mech spread all over his body. This was his upgraded level 5 frost mech, and at the moment, it was as if he was transformed into a frost god of war. The dark blue metallic skin morphed into a crystalline icy blue, as if carved from 10,000 years of cold ice. A thin layer of frost condensed on the surface, and mechanical metal on the inside. The complex lines on the surface spread like glacial fissures, and an eerie blue light flickered, the aura of a perfect fusion of technology and ice elements. The air temperature plummeted, and within a 10-meter radius around them, it was chilly. White mist visible to the naked eye rose up from under Lu Qing's feet, and the ground was quickly covered by a layer of white frost that spread out like the domain of an ice king. Who dash? He slowly exhaled a mouthful of white gas, which instantly condensed into ice crystals in the air before slowly drifting down. In the blink of an eye, the entire mech was like a white lightning bolt, cutting through the sky and dashing wildly in pursuit towards the direction where the Golden Horn Titan had fled. Chapter 106, Titan will never be a slave. Knock knock. The earth trembled, and the mountains and forests corresponded, as if they were beating drums and thundering. Lu Qing was dressed in a frost mech, like a blue lightning bolt, tearing through the air with great force. The Eye of Divine Opportunity was running at full power, and the 100 miles in a radius were under control. Once the Golden Horn Titan entered the scanning range, he was able to instantly lock onto his target. This is a peak bloodline beast. If it can be taken in and cultivated, it will become a great help in the future. The mountains and forests were reduced to pieces under Lu Qing's feet, and the metal ores and ancient trees were crushed into dregs. He was like an out-of-control bulldozer, and wherever he passed, not an inch of grass grew. Following the huge footprints left behind by the Titan, Lu Qing frantically chased after him. Suddenly, a beep sounded from the eye of the divine mechanism, and a red dot broke into the scanning range. Golden Horn Titan. Rank, peak of the 5th order. Symptoms, severe malnutrition, vitality failure, serious injuries not yet healed, urgently in need of large quantities of rare metals to replenish functions. Finally, a brilliant light appeared in Lu Qing's eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised in a meaningful smile. So it is. The Titans strengthen their bodies by devouring metal. The more they eat, the harder they get, the more impenetrable their bodies become, like a bronze wall. In the Titan community, the hardness of their muscles is a symbol of their status, and they even have preferential rights to choose their mates. Getting hard is the ultimate quest of the Titans, what it means for life to evolve. As for the Titans, swallowing gold not only cultivates, but also heals. No wonder this juvenile Golden Horn Titan fled into the Golden Peak mountain range.
It looked like it had been caught by the Zhang clan's experts again before it had a chance to enjoy its metal feast. Roar! A roar cut through the air. Lu Qing rushed out of the jungle, only to see the bruised and battered golden horn titan leaning against the rock wall, gasping for breath. It was at the end of its rope and had no more energy left to flee. The titan was covered in sword wounds, both deep and shallow, and golden blood gurgled and soaked the rock. It roared angrily at Lu Qing, as if warning this dangerous human to stay away. Click! Lu Qing unlocked the head mech, ready to first convince the moral beast, and if that doesn't work, he'll use the strong one again. However, he did not completely unload the level 5 frost mech. After all, although the other party was seriously injured, he was a peak bloodline, and his strength should not be underestimated. Big guy, I'm the one who just saved your life. I'm harmless and a great guy. Lu Qing pretended to be affable and began to flirt. Although this young titan was smarter than ordinary ferocious beasts, his intelligence level was comparable to that of a human 8 or 9-year-old child. Kids, as long as they're sincere, they're easy to get. Golden Horn Titan sniffed stunned. This human did seem to help himself to solve the group of bad guys. Chased and did not have the intention to do it, but it still stared at Lu Qing warily. You want to let Baba go? Lu Qing? He subconsciously thought the big guy was taking advantage of him, but on second thought, he tried. Your name is Bully? The Golden Horn Titan nodded his head, his voice rough with a bit of naivety. Sister wrong. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth twitched as he said, I can let you go, but your injuries are so severe that you won't be able to go far without metal replenishment before you die. The Golden Horn Titan was arrogant, waving his hand and pointing to the surrounding area, as if to say that this mountain was full of metal resources, all of which could become its healing medicine. It's all over here. Bully eats. That's not good. Lu Qing revealed a wry smile and smoothly guided the topic. This mountain range is all my territory. You can't take it at will without my permission. In our human race, there is a saying that without permission is considered stealing. As far as I know, the Titans are all valiant warriors, so they shouldn't do something as unsavory as stealing, right? At these words, the Golden Horn Titan immediately stood tall and pounded his chest. Baba never steals food. Yes. Lu Qing gave a thumbs up and praised. I was right. You are the most valiant Titan warrior. Humph. Ba. Go Lu. The Titan grunted and stood up, as if he had been pumped up, with a stance that he would leave Lu Qing's territory immediately, vowing not to steal half of the food. The young men of Lu were stupid, frozen in place. This stupid big man is not a short brain? Shouldn't you be asking me for food? Why are you just leaving? And what's with this impassioned look of death? Wait! Lu Qing let out a stern cry and instantly dodged in front of the Titan, turning his back to it and assuming a superior stance, his tone full of admiration. Not bad. Not bad. This emperor has not seen such a brave Titan for hundreds of years. I admire you. Would you like to stay here and guard the mountain gate for me? The Golden Horn Titan looked puzzled and scratched his hard brain, seemingly thinking hard. Lu Qing continued to follow the good advice. Don't worry. Food and shelter are included, and there's enough metal to go around. The Golden Horn Titan raised his head slightly, a bright light flashing in his eyes. It also lets you live in a metal mine, weekly, with all kinds of properties and flavors. The Golden Horn Titan's eyes widened at once, his golden pupils growing brighter and brighter. Immediately following, a flash of light flashed in Lu Qing's eyes, and his finger lightly caressed the spatial ring. In an instant, the surface of the ring rippled, and a ray of golden aura overflowed from it. Only a fist-sized metal was suspended in mid-air, emitting a palpitating pressure. This was clearly a piece of grade 6 metal auger steel. The surface of the metal flowed with arcane patterns, and the aura was overpowering, as if a dragon was swimming between them. The air was filled with pure and overbearing gold energy, causing the mind to tremble. The sound of a dragon's roar could be faintly heard, echoing through the mountains and forests in a majestic manner. The dragon steel was surrounded by a thick mist that was as solid as substance. Lu Qing held his breath, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the Jiaolong steel. This kind of supreme treasure, which was a grade 6 metal, for the young Golden Horn Titan, it was the most delicious delicacy under the sky. At the moment, it had become a bait in Lu Qing's hands. The Golden Horn Titan's eyes were wide open, staring at the levitating metal. Drool runs unconsciously down the corners of your mouth, gulping and swallowing. There was excitement in his eyes. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth rose slightly, knowing that the fish had taken the bait. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he asked again, if you're willing, this auger steel is a gift. How about it, big guy? Well, the Golden Horn Titan's pupils suddenly dilated. Titans will never be slaves, unless food and shelter are included. Bully, it's going to stay here. Chapter 107, The Little Mining Master. Very well, this one is yours. Lu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. He flicked his wrist,
and the piece of grade 6 Jelong steel that emitted a stern aura floated towards the Golden Horn Titan's mouth like a golden stream of light. Gobble. The Golden Horn Titan's throat rolled, drool slipping uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Its golden pupils flashed with undisguised impatience and excitement, as if it was facing the most delicious delicacy in the world. In the next instant, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed the auger steel in one bite. In a flash, the Golden Horn Titan's entire body erupted with a dazzling golden aura. Its huge body trembled slightly, and its gray skin became harder at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was cast in steel. The bone-deep sword scars that originally spread all over his body were now healing at an astonishing speed, and soon disappeared without a trace. The most amazing thing was that the pair of golden horns on top of its head had actually started to grow slowly. The lines became clearer and clearer, radiating a brilliant golden light. In just a few seconds, the golden horn grew a full centimeter. Along with this series of changes, the Golden Horn Titan's aura was climbing rapidly. The biting pressure caused the air around him to stagnate, infinitely approaching the 6th order Lord level. Just one step away. Waha! Bubba! The Golden Horn Titan excitedly pounded his chest with his fists, letting out a deafening roar as if proclaiming his power. Lu Qing saw this. His heart secretly marveled. This breath is really a bit scary. He secretly estimated that he was afraid that even if he used 2 level 5 puppets, he might not be able to take down the Golden Horn Titan in full bloom in front of him. In order to have any chance of winning, I'm afraid that the 3 puppets would have to join forces. Just as Lu Qing was pondering, a burst of neat footsteps came from far and near. Just saw 3 level 5 puppets running side by side. It was none other than the Thunder Golem, the 8 Spider Golem, and the Headless Golem. In their hands, they were each carrying the corpse of a Jiang Clan 5th Great Grandmaster, already broken in life. Swish! With a wave of Lu Qing's hand, the 3 corpses, along with the puppet, instantly disappeared and were included in the spatial ring. He then turned his gaze to the Golden Horn Titan. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. I'm going to look for metal ores now. Big guy, follow me. Find the right one and treat you to a buffet. Well, the Golden Horn Titan suddenly crouched down and patted his broad shoulders, an expectant glint in his naive eyes. Lu Qing raised his eyebrows and asked in some confusion, "You mean, let me go up?" "Aha!" The Golden Horn Titan nodded his head vigorously and let out a low, "ah" sound. Lu Qing pondered for a moment, and although he didn't understand the Titan's intentions, he obediently sat on its shoulder. He crossed his legs and sat firmly on the Titan's broad shoulders, holding the golden horns on its head with both hands as if he were gripping the gear lever of a car. "Find the food, do. Eat, do." The Golden Horn Titan chanted excitedly, and his feet pounded like a heavy truck started at full speed, with eyes as firm as a child's, as if nothing in the world could stop its determination to dry rice. It took Lu Qing and ran wildly towards the depths of the mountain forest. Ta-da-da-da. In less than 10 minutes, the Golden Horn Titan then led Lu Qing to a tall stone wall. Lu Qing looked around and frowned slightly, not being able to see anything special about this place. It didn't look like there were metal resources in the slightest. However, as the Golden Horn Titan gradually approached the stone wall, the horns on its head suddenly blossomed with a dazzling golden light, as if responding to some kind of hidden call. "Bully, let's eat." The Golden Horn Titan let out a low roar and violently swung his huge fist, smashing it heavily on top of the stone wall. Its special fist and bone structure was as if it was a sharp weapon made specifically for chiseling mountains and mining. Boom! The stone wall burst open in an instant, cracks spreading rapidly like a spider web. In a matter of moments, a narrow cave entrance came into view. When the dust settled, Lu Qing's eyes widened as his gaze passed through the hole, only to see that inside the rock, countless red flame copper were embedded in it like stars, emitting a fascinating crimson luster. Grade 4 metal, red flame copper? Lu Qing couldn't help but voice out in surprise, a hint of essence flashing in his eyes. Good fellow. He had searched for most of the day and hadn't found a 4th grade vein, but this kid found it as soon as he came? Too much luck. Ha! This is an entire vein of complete red flame copper. He had exhausted himself for most of the day, and had only discovered a few tertiary veins. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, Lu Qing's gaze involuntarily fell on the pair of glowing golden horns on top of the Titan's head, and he suddenly understood what. This shouldn't be luck. It should be the natural ability of the Titan clan, a natural ability specifically used to detect metal deposits. After all, the Titans had always fed on metal, and it was only normal to have such an ability. "I'll go?" Lu Qing immediately felt joy in his heart. Didn't this mean that he had gotten a living detector? It's almost like a proper little mining operation. With the Golden Horn Titan as his right-hand man, the efficiency of mining could be many times faster than manual labor. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. The Titan clan was simply the perfect hitman to build the heavy industry of heaven. This time it's a real moneymaker. Bang bang bang. The Baba underneath, however, didn't stop in the slightest, as it continued to swing its huge fist that was as hard as iron, smashing more rocks away. The red flame copper ore that fell to the ground was picked up by it casually and thrown into its mouth to feast on it without any hesitation. Lu Qing looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but recall that when he had remodeled the mechanical leg for Chen Xiao, the heir of the Chen family, it was this very metal red flame copper that had been used. Only, at that time, it was the refined grade 4 red flame copper from the Chen clan's treasury that was used, whereas these in front of him were raw ores that had yet to be smelted, and naturally, their purity was not as good as that of the refined ones. To the Titan eye, though, there doesn't seem to be much difference between raw ore and refined metal. Their stomachs are like a specialized smelting furnace, capable of refining most of the world's metals into their purest form within their bodies. Hiccup. Baba burped contentedly and continued to excavate into the cave while feasting on the fallen red flame copper ore. When it had excavated to a certain depth, it stopped of its own accord. Apparently, even the Titans, who are metal eaters by nature, are well versed in sustainability in nature. They understand that if they injure the origin of the vein, this rich vein will become a worthless dead vein. At this point, these beasts rather understand the truth of it better than humans. Just like that, in the next 2 hours, with the help of the Golden Horn Titan's marvelous innate ability, Lu Qing managed to mark a full 5 level 4 veins. This kind of harvest was simply beyond Lu Qing's expectations. Through careful observation, Lu Qing realized that the Golden Horn Titan's ability to perceive metal veins was also somewhat limited. It requires access to a certain range of the vein to be accurately located. Just like that level 4 red flame copper vein at the very beginning. It was because they happened to enter the perception range that the Golden Horn Titan was able to directly lead Lu Qing to his destination. At a normal speed, one could explore a vein about every half an hour, which was already quite astonishing in terms of efficiency. The only beautiful thing was that they had already turned over the lower part of the mountainside of the sub-peak, but they had never been able to discover a grade 5 vein. For Baba, who had already reached the peak of the 5th rank, metal ores below the 4th rank would not even enter its eyes. None of it is worthy of its food. Lu Qing's intention was to find out those high-level resource sites first, and as for the low-level veins, they could be planned for later, but this level 5 mine, it seems a bit hard to get. Lu Qing couldn't help but spit out a sentence, his brows furrowing slightly. After a few moments of contemplation, he made the decision to have Baba start heading towards the upper half of the mountainside to continue exploring. Buzz! Finally, at a certain moment, the golden horn on top of Baba's head suddenly blossomed with an even brighter light than before. As if responding to the call of some natural energy. Big meal, Baba roared excitedly, his thick fingers pointing to a cavern not far away, excitement shining in both eyes. Check it out. Lu Qing couldn't help but get excited as well, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Finally found a higher level of vein resources. Da 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 da. When Baba sniffed, he immediately spread his legs and ran wildly away. Each step of its huge body could span a distance of 4 or 5 meters, and on the muddy ground, it left a huge footprint. Chapter 108, The Cave of Heavenly Bliss. The mine was incredibly deep, like a giant beast opening its shadowy maw to devour all light. Inside the cave, the rock walls were wet and slippery, and from time to time drops of water slid down the cracks in the stone, and the sound of ticking echoed in the silence, adding a little more eeriness. Sure enough, it's a grade 5 vein. Lu Qing's face showed delight, his eyes glowing as if he had discovered a new continent. He stared intently at the rock wall, which was sparsely embedded with an earthy brown metal. Earth vein fine iron. It was an extremely rare grade 5 metal, known for its hardness. Its hardness even exceeded that of some grade 6 metals, and a weapon crafted with it was definitely the hardest existence amongst the Xian rank, and could be called a divine weapon. Ta-da-da-da. The further in, the more the golden horn on Baba's head shone brightly, like a guiding star, shining in the darkness. The unique metallic scent of the earth vein essence iron drifted into Baba's nostrils, causing its mouth to water and saliva to secrete rapidly. This was the most fragrant delicacy in the world for it, and there was no food that could be comparable to it. The harder the metal, the more the Titans liked it. It was their nature. Clunk! Baba advanced all the way chiseling the rocks, and those protruding parts of the rocks were smashed to pieces under its hard as iron fists. Nothing could stop Bully's advance, and it rumbled forward like a tireless mountain-breaking machine. Finally, after traveling to a depth of over 300 meters, a huge cavern opened up before his eyes. Lu Qing's eyes glowed as he marveled. This is actually made of 3 level 5 mineral veins connected together. What was even more shocking was that where the 3 earth vein essence iron were connected, there was even a grade 6 mineral vein formed earth vein essence crystal. When the energy concentration of the grade 5 metal earth vein essence iron reached a certain level, it was possible to spawn a grade 6 earth vein essence crystal.
And the essence crystal vein formed by the convergence of the three essence iron ore veins was simply like a deliberate handiwork of the heavens, and it was fully described as a heavenly paradise. It's a stroke of luck today. Lu Qing smacked his lips as a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. Bang! Just then, a violent explosion came from the depths of the vein, breaking the tranquility of the cave. As Baba ran, Lu Qing fixed his eyes to look inside. That was clearly two ferocious beasts fighting each other. Those were two identical late 5th stage 100-eyes demon spiders that were engaged in a fierce battle. They are horribly shaped, with hideous eyes all over their bodies, so densely packed and creepy that they can scare people with dense phobias straight to death. Lu Qing activated the Eye of Divine Chance and swept through it, learning that this ferocious beast liked to absorb earth vein energy the most, and that this earth vein essence iron happened to contain pure earth vein power. Obviously, they were here precisely to fight over this place's mineral veins, fighting to the death and not stopping. Meanwhile, not far from the two ferocious beasts, there were also two human women. They were blocked by the two fighting 100-eyes demon spiders, so they could only stand guard in the corner, looking nervous and alert. Those were two identical-looking twin beauties, about 25 or 26 years old, growing up in a pavilion, with eyebrows that actually revealed a bit of the man's heroic spirit, like two side-by-side snow lotuses, beautiful and tough. One of the women, dressed in a white power suit, held a silver lance, the tip of which was flashing with a cold light, as she stood in front, vigilantly looking at the two ferocious beasts. The other, however, had broken an arm. Her right arm was blurred with blood. The wound was shocking. She was protected by the former. Her face was as pale as paper, but she still clenched her teeth, not letting herself make a sound. And these two women were both at the early 5th grade cultivation level. Sister, I am too injured to go. These two heads are holding each other back. You go alone. Bai Qingyi, who had broken her arm, said weakly, a hint of despair in her voice. What nonsense. Sister Bai Shuiyang chided, her tone firm. There must still be a chance. When they are injured, I'll take you to break out. Damn it. If we hadn't encountered those Zhang clan sword cultivators who killed and exterminated them, the expert who was with us for protection wouldn't have died at all, and we wouldn't have ended up in this situation, Bai Qingyi said indignantly, anger in her eyes. Humph, Zhang family, when I return to the family, I will definitely report to my father, so that his surname Jiang will give an explanation. Bai Shuiyang gritted her teeth and said, right now, it's a matter of bringing you to escape from. Before she could finish her sentence, however, she heard a heavy stamping sound coming, getting louder from far and near, closer and closer. Knock, knock, knock. Only the golden horned titan hegemony was seen, charging in towards the inside of the vein. The ground shook with every step of the huge body. The two women instantly turned pale, as if struck by lightning. The lance held in by Shuidance's hand began to shake, her lips trembling in horror. Titan? Another one. And a peak bloodline titan. It's over. They thought they were escaping into a shelter in order to avoid pursuit, but to their surprise, it was the lair of two great demons, and now there's even a titan that's competing for the vein. Now there's no way they can survive. No, sister, look. Suddenly, Bai Qingyi let out a cry of surprise as she looked at the running titan in amazement. Bai Shuiyang looked at the sound, and was equally surprised to find, on the shoulder of that titan, there was actually a person sitting on it? That's right, a human, riding a titan. Yakuza Rob, it's all bully-do. At that moment, Baba's eyes lit up and he roared in excitement. Following that, he charged up towards the 200-eyes demon spiders, just like seeing an enemy who had been robbed of his beloved toy, his eyes filled with wariness. Both women looked dumbfounded that, what kind of picture is this? And those two devil spiders trembled all over, suddenly acting as if they were enemies. The aura of the beasts of the peak bloodline was like an innate suppression that made the burrs on their bodies stand up. Snort! Snort! The 200-eyes demon spiders immediately turned their spears. They understood that the titan that suddenly barged in was the biggest enemy right now. In the next moment, Baba directly rushed up to do battle and fought with the two late 5th stage 100-eyes demon spiders. Its fist was like a meteor hammer, carrying the sound of whistling wind as it ruthlessly smashed into the demonic spider. The battle was exceptionally fierce, and Baba was in a completely crushing stance, beating the 200-eyes demon spiders without the ability to fight back. The eyes of the demon spider were burst by dozens by it, and the green sap splashed around. The scene was extremely bloody. Lu Qing, on the other hand, sat on Baba's shoulder and shouted as if he were a coach. Yes, that's it. Left hook, right hook, sweeping leg, over the shoulder. Not this one. Finally, after clanging a few punches, the two demon spiders were completely killed, their huge bodies collapsing to the ground with a bang, green blood flowing all over the place. Sisters Bai Qingyi and Bai Shuiyang were dumbstruck.
looking at this scene as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 109, Choice Trigger. Intelligent Armor Technology. Swish, Lu Qing gently waved his hand, and the two huge 100 Eyes demon spider corpses on the ground were put into the spatial ring. Knock knock. The Titan's heavy footsteps came from far and near, each step seeming to tread on one's heartstrings. Baba's huge body, like a moving mountain, slowly walked up to the Bai family sisters. Its huge fist, which had just been stained with the green blood of the demonic spider, was now hanging casually at its side, each finger thicker than the waist of the Bai family sisters. The two sisters looked up at the behemoth, with both the celebration of having survived the robbery and a hint of unspeakable fear in their eyes, especially when they saw that a human was sitting firmly on Bully's shoulders. This picture is even more bizarre than the story in the talkbook. You, what do you want? Bai Shuedance's voice trembled slightly, but she still firmly stood in front of her sister, the lance in her hand clenched tightly, its tip flashing with a cold light, as if it was her last line of defense. Lu Qing sat on Baba's shoulder and condescendingly surveyed the two sisters in front of him. Although their clothes are ragged and their hair is disheveled, and they have obviously experienced a bitter battle, the pricey clothes, as well as the long spear in the hands of Bai Shuedance that emits a faint halo of light, Lu Qing could tell at a glance that it was an extremely superior Xian rank weapon that was worth a lot of money, and could be worth at least a few small targets. Looking at Bai Qingyi again, her broken arm was shocking to the eyes. The wound was bloody and the blood was still seeping out, staining the ground underneath her red. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Isn't this a big order delivered to your door? These two women, at first glance, are rich masters and happen to be professional counterparts. Can't let go. Ding, choose to trigger. The life of a handful of people is nourishing, but is your handiwork rusty? You stumble upon a patient with a broken arm. Your choice is, option 1, what's a hand job? Lu, never use my hands to solve it. Reward, 100 days of self-discipline champion certificate *1. Choice 2, encounter is destiny. Revive your craft and install a mechanical arm for Bai Qingyi. Reward, God's mechanical and intelligent arm technology. At the same time, the system's beep suddenly sounded in Lu Qing's mind. What the hell? What is this system saying? Don't mislead the children. Okay? Lu, am a serious craftsman. Seeing that a new type of technology was available, he did not hesitate to choose the second option. Lu Qing coughed lightly and let down from Baba's shoulder. His stance was athletic, dashing and natural. Walking up to Bai Qingyi, he wore an inscrutable smile on his face as he said indifferently, her injuries are very serious. Her tendons and veins are damaged, so it's best to get professional treatment. When Bai Shuedance heard this, she was first stunned. Then she carefully observed Lu Qing's expression and realized that the other party did not have any malicious intent. Then she was slightly relieved and slowly said, my sister was injured by a fifth-order demon. She needs to go to the nearest base 15 immediately for treatment. Thank you for just now. Don't worry, as long as you let us go, you can guarantee that you won't disclose the news of this treasure land, and my Bai family will definitely repay you in the future. The White family? Lu Qing's eyebrows raised slightly as realization dawned in his mind. It turned out to be the #1 martial arts family of base 16. No wonder these two women had reached 5th grade cultivation at a young age, and were using superior Xian rank weapons, which could not be done if they weren't the sons of a large family. Lu Qing instantly had a flash of meaning on his face. I am the healer, and I have the most experience with broken arm injuries. Is that true? A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Shueyan's eyes. She knew that even if Lu Qing let them leave, it would take half a day to rush to base 15, and even though her sister was in an 5th grade, and even though the injury of the broken arm was not fatal, the longer the time dragged on, the more unfavorable it would undoubtedly be to the injury. If this one in front of him was really a martial arts physician, it would be the most appropriate choice instead. Naturally, Lu Qing's tone was calm and confident, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. It's just that I'm a person who cares about the word fate when it comes to healing. What margin? Bai Qingyi and Bai Shueyang asked in unison, both with a hint of curiosity on their faces. $500 million. Lu Qing put up 5 fingers and downplayed the situation. This, Bai Shueyang's brows furrowed tightly. She knew that Lu Qing was asking for money. Only, the other party just said verbally that he will cure the disease. The truth is not yet known. This opening to 500 million, how to see is not like a good karma. Seeing only a moment of contemplation, she asked, I don't know where your excellency is highly qualified as a medical practitioner, and what level of martial arts physician qualification is it? Sister. Bai Qingyi gently pulled Bai Shuedance's sleeve. Obviously this was thinking that her sister was being a bit presumptuous. People had only saved them and kindly said that they would help with the treatment. And yet we question people like this. It is indeed impolite. Furthermore, charging a fee to see a doctor is supposed to be the natural thing to do. However, Bai Shuedao had a firm expression. Don't blame me, Your Excellency. I still need to be cautious as it involves my sister's future. May I ask if you are an intermediate or advanced physician? If your hand is broken, it's fine if it can't be cured. You can still cultivate the martial arts path, but if it's damaged by the medical treatment, it can't be undone. The corners of Lu Qing's mouth rose slightly. The time to pretend is here. Only to see him walk closer to the Bai sisters. His tone humble and flat. Neither. I'm just the special physician of the Martial Halls Branch 15. Oh, my name is Lu Cheng. You're Lu Qing? Bai Qingyi and Bai Shuiyang exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes filled with disbelief. The talented physician at Base 15 has a reputation for creating mechanical modification surgeries at a young age. Not to mention the bases in the Southeast region, even the Southwest region, and even the Central State region and the remote Northwest region. I'm afraid that the word has already spread. Lu, Dr. Lu, are you really willing to step in and treat my sister? Bai Shuiyang's voice trembled a little with excitement. Bai Qingyi didn't say anything. She just quietly looked at Lu Qing. Looking at his handsome side face, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. As a physician, there is no reason to see death and save it. You guys are very much in my eye. If you think that the price of 500 million is expensive, I still have a $20 million treatment plan here. It's economical and affordable. Lu Qing said with a smile. 500 million was the price of a level 5 mechanical limb, while 20 million was the price of a level 4 mechanical limb. The results and prices of the two are vastly different. While level 4 essence can only increase qi and blood by 50%, level 5 essence can reach 65%. It was with his 5th grade mechanical legs that Xia Lao was able to draw with the 5th grade Ping Cheng at the peak of the 4th grade. When he thought about it, his realm was not enough, and his surgical remodeling ceiling could only reach level 4, earning $20 million, but now that he had mastered level 5 technology, it was directly $500 million. But this time it's not mainly about making money, it's about getting new technology for the system. Lu Qing has his own calculations. This single is mainly made, not profit. He then gave two options. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui dance, as the eldest miss of the hallowed Bai family, of course she wanted the best. She immediately clapped her hands. We'll do 500 million, please Dr. Lu. No problem. Lu Qing nodded his head. However, he didn't have any extra grade 5 metals on him right now, so he looked to the side at Baba. He didn't have any, but there were grade 5 earth vein iron ore all over the place. Titans' bodies have the ability to digest and refine ore. Can't they also refine it in their stomachs and then take it out? I need a refined piece of grade 5 earth vein essence iron. Can you get it? Words. Buster lifted his head proudly, his chest thumping as he nodded heavily. Buster, eat, la la la. What? Lu Qing didn't understand this sentence, and neither did the Bai sisters, but seeing Bully nod his head meant that it was there. Just as Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief, he saw that Baba walked over to the ore vein, opened his big mouth, and took a bite of a large chunk of earth vein essence iron ore, crunching and chewing on it as easily as if he was eating a sugar bean. Chew on it. Baba's gray skin began to glow with a burst of red, and his abdomen was like a red-hot branding iron, emitting a scorching aura. A few seconds later, Bully's ass puckered. Put. A pile of pure brown earth vein iron, with a hot gas, was pulled out. Chapter 110, Female Mechanical Arm. Great achievement in marksmanship, when it's really a big pile of iron. Lu Qing, Bai Qingyi and Bai Shuiyan looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, and the air seemed to freeze. Grr! Bully let out a joyful yelp. It gleefully held up the pile of earth vein essence iron that was still emitting hot air, and with heavy steps, it came to Lu Qing's side, its golden one horn shining under the reflection of the crystals in the mine. Thanks Anon. Lu Qing received the fine iron with a slightly complicated expression. Granted, Titans ate metal for a living and never defecated, but this output was always a bit abstract, and he could even smell a peculiar odor of ore being scorched by the heat. Swish! Lu Qing put his fingers together, his mechanical power running, and swung out two invisible air blades, precise and harsh. The coconut-sized earth vein essence iron cracked in response to the sound and was divided into 3 parts, with the cuts as smooth as mirrors. It doesn't take that much to remodel a level 5 arm. The 5th-ranked earth vein essence iron was only used as the main material, in addition to the other 4th-ranked metals. In order to achieve the best fusion effect, Lu Qing collected the extra 2 copies into his spatial ring, a skillful and natural action. He took one of them and said to Bai Qingyi, "Come on, let's go inside, be quieter, and operate on you." His gaze fell on the depths of the tunnel of a Class 5 vein, where there happened to be a relatively secluded clearing that could isolate some of the disturbances. Well, Bai Qingyi looked at the somewhat shady clearing and gently nodded, dropping her head slightly. Some nervousness and some anticipation.
The two of them walked into the tunnel clearing while Bai Shuiyang and Baba stood guard outside, like two loyal guardians. It hurts a little. You'll have to bear with it. Lu Qing's voice echoed in the empty tunnel, reminding, when he was out, he had put the equipment and tools for mechanical surgery in the space ring, but he had forgotten the anesthetic. Careless. As we all know, girls are afraid of pain. It's fine. Dr. Lu, just do it boldly. Bai Qingyi bravely looked at Lu Qing's handsome face, her beautiful eyes flashing with determination. My generation of martial artists bleeds without tears. Although her voice was soft, it carried a touch of perseverance. Yoo-hoo, the little mouth is quite hard. I like it. Lu Qing stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand to take out the mechanical limb surgical equipment and tools, laying them out in order in the open space. Several pieces of grade 4 metals and that grade 5 earth vein essence iron were placed into the equipment, and under Lu Qing's operation, the metals began to melt and mold. He then used his utility knife and pliers to begin connecting at Bai Qingyi's broken right arm, moving with precision and speed. As time passed, the metal pieces connected to the flesh piece by piece, making a slight clicking sound. Ah. Bai Qingyi let out subtle muffled grunts from time to time with a hint of trembling in her voice. The pain of the surgical procedure seemed to have exceeded her expectations, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. It was important to know that the pain of surgical remodeling was precisely based on the grade of the metal. The higher the grade of the metal, the purer and more powerful the energy it contained. And when it was connected and fused with the physical body, the resulting rejection created a severe pain. This kind of pain is deep as the bone marrow, very human to endure. Humph. Bai Qingyi clenched her teeth, her shell teeth leaving a deep mark on her lips, as if she was trying not to lose face in front of Lu Qing. She actually did just force herself to endure it without letting out a single miserable scream. The entire remodeling surgery, which lasted nearly 4 hours, was hard on her and she didn't cry out. Ding! The mechanical limb transformation is successful. The selection is complete. Reward, God Machine Intelligent Mechanical Technology, issued. The system prompt sounded in Lu Qing's mind in response, like heavenly music. Huge and unfamiliar new knowledge poured into Lu Qing's mind like a tidal wave. It was about the mysteries of the God Machine Intelligence armament. He has been baptized with systematic knowledge many times. He has long been accustomed to the process, and in a few breaths he absorbed all of this knowledge. As for Bai Qingyi, she gradually slowed down at this moment, the pain receding like a tidal wave. In its place was the shock of excitement on her face. She slowly raised her right hand and scrutinized it. This is mechanical limb? There was incredible surprise in his voice. Bai Qingyi's right arm, it's turned into a brown metal, but not the brown color of a single earth vein essence iron, but a much deeper, introverted color. The surface of the metal is also reflecting a 7-colored halo of light under the light from the crystals in the mine, which is particularly gorgeous. The arm that Lu Qing had transformed for her was different from the previous one that was full of strength and violent aesthetics, but instead had soft, smooth lines that were very much in line with the feminized features. The lines on it flowed with precision, faintly glowing with a flowing halo, as if they were alive. Lu Qing smiled as he introduced, yes, it's ranked at level 5 fine quality and provides a 65% increase in qi and blood. At that moment, Bai Shuiyang came over, her face carrying surprise. Qingyi, this mechanical arm, can it really provide a qi and blood increase? Her voice was filled with curiosity. The rumored mechanical limbs were divine, and even more so, they had the divine effect of providing qi and blood increases. Only, she has yet to see it for herself at base 16. Aha! Bai Qingyi nodded her head with certainty. Now that she possessed the divine mechanism limb, she could clearly feel the magical efficacy of this arm. The next moment, swish, a metal lance flew out from her spatial ring, which was silver-white in color, with the tip of the lance flashing with a cold light, and was held in her mechanical right arm. Buzzing, the qi and blood constantly shook. Increase, the 110,000 qi and blood power at the early stage of the 5th grade had steeply skyrocketed to over 180,000 cards, coming directly to the late 5th grade. This was simply a qualitative leap. Bai Qingyi blasted out with a gun. The gun's strength was like a swimming dragon. This was the Bai family's best skill, the swimming dragon gun. The gun flashed, carrying a harsh and powerful wind as it blasted on top of the rock wall. With a loud boom, a deep crater appeared in the rock wall, splashing debris and dust. Oh! On the side, Baba was very excited to see this, and it also punched towards the stone wall, letting out a dull thud that shook the entire mine. Bai Shuiyang was shocked beyond words. Qingyi, your dragon traveling gun has become a great success? Her voice was filled with shock and envy. The divine mechanism limbs brought more than just an increase in qi and blood. The tendons, veins, and flesh and blood became more precise in their control of the body after being mastered by the fusion of the machinery. Sometimes,
It is even more flexible and precise than its own hands and feet. It's a whole new experience. An ultimate mastery of power. Bai Shuayan looked at Lu Cheng gratefully. The kindness of Dr. Lu in saving my life and the kindness of recreating Cheng-Yi, my Bai family will definitely repay. $500 million for the operation. I will definitely send it to you when I return to the family. Her voice was all sincerity and respect at the moment. Small matter. Lu Cheng smiled faintly. Thus, without any further pleasantries and after a simple exchange of contact information, the two white family sisters excused themselves and left. What they've experienced in the past few days is too fantastic. The Jiang family kills and kills, stumbles upon a rumored genius physician, and the sisters are blessed by their misfortune, all of which must quickly go back to report to the family. And when the two women left, Lu Qing looked at the 3 grade 5 ore veins and a grade 6 earth vein essence crystal vein in front of him, and his face showed excitement. It was time to start working officially. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. Asterisk 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 on off. On the sidelines, Bully seems to be intent on feeling something, and is very conscious of the laborer. All of a sudden, he stared at the glowing vein with both eyes and waved his fists. Baba, eat, la la la. Chapter 111, Intelligent Weapons Team, Security Team. 4 veins of ore gleam in the gray tunnels. Lu Qing's gaze swept over and he began to think about the production plan. First, he needed to build a team of wise instruments. This team will be the core of his Heavenly Heavy Industry program, responsible for a variety of complex and tedious work. With them, Lu Qing could put intelligent robots into the Heavenly Heavy Industry program. There was no need to find outsiders, and it could increase the secrecy for the time being. Secondly, he was going to transform the ferocious beasts he had killed earlier into mechanical puppets. These puppets will become the guardians of the Golden Peak Mountain base, and can ensure the security of the base and the intrusion of foreign enemies. As for the issue of materials, with Baba around, Lu Qing wasn't worried at all, producing them at any time and using them at any time. Wow! Tapping on the system panel, information about the God Machine Intelligent Mechanism technology surfaced. Introduction: there are 4 major levels of intelligent weapons, and different levels of intelligent weapons have different production materials and different energy consumption. Elementary intellectual equipment, equivalent to a basic computer program Winky Face. Intermediate level of intellectual equipment, equivalent to a mainframe computer complex Winky Face. Advanced intelligence devices, AIDS, equivalent to a super celestial computing cloud Winky Face. Super intelligent beings, arithmetic power unknown, theoretical no upper limit. Please explore on your own by the host. Manufacturing method, click for more. Lu Qing carefully read the system's introduction, his mind gradually clarifying his thoughts. He pondered in his mind, to build the Heavenly Court Heavy Industry. For the time being, I don't need 2 high-level wise weapons. Right now, what I need is quantity. A team of wise weapons that is large enough, and primary wise weapons that are made using tertiary metals and supplied with energy will suffice. It's a pity that manufacturing an intermediate-level smart device requires a level 6 metal, and I don't have enough cultivation to get a level 6 system creation. Or else I could have built a single intermediate-level smart device that would lead the entire team of smart devices so that I wouldn't have to give orders personally, and I could have the robots carry out the Heavenly Heavy Industry program autonomously. Still, he had to quickly rise to the 4th grade 6th grade mecha, 6th grade puppets, and intermediate intelligent weapons. All of these needed him to reach the 4th grade before he could do so. It's just a matter of building the primary Wise Arms team first. Lu Qing sighed, put aside his distractions, and brought the Golden Horn Titan Baba with him to a Tier 3 mining vein cave. He followed the system's instructions and began to work on building the equipment machines used to build the smart robots. Lu Qing was fully focused on the manufacturing of the equipment. His hands cut through the air with a trail of residual shadows, and all kinds of tools and materials fluttered in his hands as if they were alive. The sound of metal clashing, the sound of electricity, and Lu Qing's occasional whispers intertwined into a unique symphony. Ba, on the other hand, sat on all fours and opened his big mouth from time to time, swallowing a piece of grade 3 metal ore into his mouth. Its stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much metal it ate, it could quickly digest and purify it, and then pull out a pile of pure tertiary metal materials from behind it, providing Lu Qing with a constant supply of raw materials. Time passed by, and an hour and a half later, Lu Qing completed the first equipment machine. Done. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This equipment machine is about 1 person high. The whole is silver gray, smooth lines and rich sense of technology. Its surface was covered with all sorts of sophisticated instruments and indicator lights that glowed with an eerie blue color. In the center of the machine, there was a recess that was used to hold the metal material, and underneath the machine, there was an exit, the place where the smart robot was born. This device, not only a manufacturing machine, but also a charging device. When the intelligent robot runs out of energy, it can also lie on top of it to recharge. And the energy supply, naturally, is also a tertiary metal. Well, not bad. Lu Cheng nodded with satisfaction, but one isn't enough. The amount of work done by Celestial Heavy Industries is immense. We have to build a few more, and manufacture the intelligent devices at the same time in order to come up with enough. With that said, he once again plunged into the manufacture of the device. This time, he was more skillful and faster. More than 14 hours later, 9 new equipment machines were created, and together with the previous one, a total of 10 equipment machines were neatly arranged in front of Lu Qing. The silver-gray shells reflecting the eerie light in the mine are quite a spectacle. That should be enough. The next step is to formally build the wizard's team. Lu Qing's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he had already seen the site of the future intelligent armament army. His initial plan is to get it 200 first. After his previous explorations, he now held 9 level 3 metal veins in his hands, which was more than enough in terms of resources, and he could completely afford to feed them. Poof, put, poof. Baba had already eaten and drank enough. It sat on all fours on the ground, and from time to time lifted up its buttocks, pulling out a pile of pure metal materials, and piled them up on one side. Lu Qing tried not to look at this image. His mind repeatedly implied, clean, clean and hygienic. He grabbed a pile of metal material and placed it into the groove of the device's machine, then activated it. The machine began to run, emitting a low humming sound, and the indicator lights flashed more frequently. Lu Qing nervously watched the machine and operated his hands without stopping, anticipating the birth of the first intelligent armored robot. 2.5 hours later, a brand new smart robot is presented. It was about 1 meter 8 in height, silver gray in color, and all the joints of its body were made up of precise mechanical structures, glittering with the characteristic luster of metal. It had an oval-shaped head with no features, only 2 red electronic eyes that flashed with an icy light. It can be commanded by consciousness? Lu Qing surveyed the intelligent robot with surprise. He could feel that he could give commands to it directly with his mind through the system. It was a marvelous feeling. He attempted to give the command, build your own primary intelligence device, to the first intelligence device. Buzz. This primary intelligence device. Its body shook slightly, and its red electronic eyes flickered for a moment. Then he turned around and walked over to one of the equipment machines and began to operate it in a decent manner. Every action was precise and efficient, just like Lu Qing's previous operation. Soon, a second brand new primary intelligence device was built. Lu Qing's eyes lit up. Worthy of being an intelligent product produced by the system. It's much smarter than the divine mechanical puppets that can only do nothing but fight. This way, I can let the intelligent devices produce intelligent devices while I remodel the mechanical puppets myself. Nope. Why do I have to modify the mechanical puppets myself? Why don't I just use the same smart devices? Wow. At that moment, Lu Qing waved his hand. The large number of corpses of ferocious beasts stored in the spatial ring were all thrown out and piled up in the open space of the mine. These corpses were of different shapes and forms. There were huge elephants with huge bodies, flying ferocious beasts with wings, and all sorts of strange reptilian ferocious beasts. In total, there were third-order fierce beast corpses, 40 of them, fourth-order great demon corpses, 15 of them, and fifth-order great demon corpses, of 200 eyes demon spiders. There were also 7 fifth-grade corpses of Jiang clan experts, but unfortunately, one was broken by the puppet, otherwise it would have been 8. Lu Qing once again gave instructions to the intelligent devices to start transforming the mechanical puppets. As time passed, new primary intelligence devices and Tier 3 puppet beasts were constantly being created. However, Lu Qing soon discovered that even after the primary intelligent devices inputted the program of the puppet transformation technology, they could only transform the third-level puppets and could not transform the higher-level ones, and I had to do it myself. Lu Qing shook his head somewhat helplessly. It was a good thing that it didn't take much time for level 4 and level 5 puppets. After finishing these transformations, I must break through the innate 4th grade as soon as possible. Lu Qing made up his mind that by the time he had an intermediate level intelligent armament, he would be able to completely let go of his hands and be a shirker. A capitalist's dream should be to lie down and count his money. 2 days passed. Lu Qing finally accomplished 2 production goals. The smart devices team and the security team are all done. During these 2 days, he sent out the puppet troops in his hand to hunt back a large number of corpses of ferocious beasts for him again, with 3 level 5 puppets leading the team, plus the troops of level 4 and 3 puppets. Even those 4th and 5th ranked great demons were no match. An entire mountain was almost swept away by Lu Qing. At this moment, Lu Qing stood in the center of the mine, looking at the 2 fledgling teams in front of him, with a sense of accomplishment in his heart. 200 primary intelligence devices were neatly arranged on his left side. They stood silently, their red electronic eyes flashing with a unified light, as if they were a team of elite professionals. And on his right side was his legion of puppet war beasts. 300 third-grade puppet war beasts, 50 level 4 puppet war beasts, 20 level 5 puppet war beasts. They stood or lay down in various forms, full of the ferocity and violence of mechanical creations. Chapter 112, Building the Heavenly Court. Heavy Industry. Celestial Heavy Industries has so many projects that it's impossible to do them all at once, so we have to pick the right one first. Lu Qing rubbed his chin, his gaze falling on the system's virtual screen that only he could see. On the screen, the various heavy engineering items of the divine mechanism Heavenly Court were in abundance, and the construction methods were displayed one by one. Lingxiao Bao Dian Control Center, Shuzhou Medical Center, Yaoqi Xianquan Sanatorium, Manhwa Life Institute, Tushio Palace Smelting Workshop, Peach Orchard Biological Laboratory. No more, no less. Exactly 36 items. Everything is detailed and exhaustive. Lu Qing's gaze swept over, his heart marveling in awe. Any one of these projects could make the entire Grand Xiao shake. Right now, the most important thing is to pick a project that will save your life and give yourself a way out. Preferably both offense and defense. Lu Qing's brows furrowed slightly as he calculated in his mind. For him, developing more sophisticated technology is not a priority. After all, his current strength was still weak, and he could still fight when he encountered a 4th or 5th ranked martial artist. But if he encountered a martial arts master or patriarch, it would still be difficult for him to defend himself. A base that could withstand a patriarch-level existence was what he desperately needed. Well, this one doesn't work. This one only defends, or not. Lu Qing's gaze traveled quickly through the system panel, and finally, at a certain moment, his eyes settled on a piece of heavy labor information, Southern Heavenly Gate Fortress. This heavy industry, both a powerful defense shield, itself is also incredibly sturdy, built from thousands of metal materials poured in smelted alloys, and also equipped with special spirit energy cannons whose power is comparable to that of a Zone Master's strike. This is certainly the best option at the moment. However, in order to build the complete Nanshanmen fortress, the two peaks need to be connected to each other to form the basic structure of Nanshanmen, and then constructed from the inside. Therefore, Lu Qing still needed to pick a mountain with a similar elevation to serve as the other half of the carrier. The good thing was, it wasn't difficult at all. The Golden Peak Mountain stretched for thousands of miles, with more than a dozen secondary peaks, all of which were of similar elevation. After 10 minutes, Lu Qing finished surveying. The peak under his feet was 3,000 meters above sea level, and a secondary peak next to it was 3,200 meters above sea level, which was just the right height, and the main peak of the Golden Peak Mountain. The altitude is as high as more than 9,000 meters, more lofty than the previous world's Mount Everest, as if everything in this world is this exaggerated and appalling, ghostly work. Lu Qing secretly thought in his heart that when he was strong enough in the future, he would definitely take down that overlord-class ferocious beast on the main peak and transform the main peak into an even more grandiose heavy industry project. Command. Enter. Lu Qing gave his intelligent armament team the program instructions to build the Southern Heavenly Gate Fortress. The intelligent devices immediately sprang into action, their red electronic eyes flashing with a cold and determined light. Their first step was to complete the construction of the infrastructure. The large security team, however, began patrolling the perimeter to protect the construction safety of the smart devices team. Once a leaky ferocious beast came to attack, they would immediately strike and destroy it. Lu Qing checked the progress through the intelligent armor panel. The first step of building the infrastructure was expected to take 2 months. He turned his head to look at the Golden Horn Titan, a behemoth that was sitting crouched on the ground, bored and fiddling with a huge metal ore. Big guy, I'm going to be gone for a while, so stay here and help me produce metal. Eat whatever you want, and when I come back, there'll be auger steel for you. Upon hearing the words dragon steel, the Golden Horn Titan's golden eyes immediately glared round, flashing with excitement, and the consciousness of a worker was instantly full. He let out a low growl of excitement. Growling, Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction and turned around to go down the mountain, returning to base 15. He had to use this time to hurry up his cultivation and strive to break through to the innate 4th grade as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Southwest Region, Base City 7. Inside a luxurious and extravagant estate villa, the Jiang family residence, Jiang Mingzhong walked through a garden full of exotic flowers and plants, and walked through a long corridor with carved beams and paintings, and came to a quiet courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, a white-bearded old man was sitting alone in front of a stone table, holding a black seed in his hand, playing against himself. Jiang Mingzhong respectfully stepped forward with a hint of hesitation on his face and said softly, "Second clan elder, there's news about the people chasing the Golden Horn Titan. Speak." The white-bearded old man didn't lift his head, and faintly spat out a word that. The pieces in his hand landed gently on the board with a crisp sound. The 8 family direct lines, which were lost contact in the area of Golden Peak Mountain in the southeast region, should be lifeless. Jiang Mingzhong's voice was a little low. The white-bearded old man's hand that was dropping the seeds gave a slight lurch and looked up, a hint of doubt flashing through his deep eyes. That titan is only a juvenile, and with 8 of them at the peak of the 5th grade and the family sword formation, how could they miss? A trace of cold sweat oozed from Jiang Mingzhong's forehead, and he carefully replied, "It should be a bystander who has made a move." Who? Still, haven't checked it out yet. Chapter 113, Middle 3rd Grade. Second Transformation. Send someone to check on 15. The white-bearded old man slowly opened his mouth. His voice was very low, obviously displeased. The Golden Horn Titan is the peak bloodline. It cannot fall into the hands of a bystander. Yes. Jiang Mingzhong bowed slightly and respectfully responded, a fine layer of sweat already seeping from his forehead. He knew that although the second clan elder usually lived in deep seclusion, he acted with decisive means and was ruthless enough, now that the head of the family is in seclusion, and this one is in charge of the Jiang family on behalf of the family. The following people must do it word for word, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. By the way, Lu Qing, who invented the mechanical limbs, did you get a ride last time you went to 15? The white-bearded old man suddenly turned his words around and looked at Jiang Mingzhong with a torch-like gaze, his eyes as deep as the ocean abyss. Jiang Mingzhong's heart tightened and he hurriedly replied, "This person works under Jiang Junyue. I went to look for him. Was rejected." He sounded a little helpless and a little angry. After all, with his status and position, to be slapped in the face by a junior, Jiang Junyue, even made him feel disgraced. The white-bearded old man sniffed. A trace of displeasure likewise flashed across his face. Humph. A wild boy born of a maidservant. A concubine of the sideline. Not of the same mind as the family since he was a child. That's all. The wild boy in his mouth naturally referred to Jiang Junyue. After only a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I heard that some time ago, not only mechanical limbs, but also a type of mecha appeared, which can significantly increase the martial artist's combat power, and the family head likes it very much." Kong Myung-jong's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "What do you mean?" "I have applied for a transfer order from the Hall of Elders, and Lu Yun will head to Division 15 with the order and transfer this person's special title to my Division 7. The white-bearded old man said indifferently, as if he was talking about something that was a sure thing. "You, on the other hand, split your army in 2 and personally make a trip to the southeast Golden Peak Mountain to search for the whereabouts of the Golden Horn Titan and to investigate the reasons for the disappearance of the 8 direct descendants." As soon as he heard that Jiang Luyun was going to step in, Jiang Mingzhong actually raised an eyebrow right away. This youngest scion of the Jiang clan's generation had reached the 6th grade martial Dao master at only 25 years old, and he holds the position of gold envoy in the law enforcement department at base 7. Jiang family young generation. Talent is second only to the existence of Jiang Jun Knight, but Jiang Luyun is a direct line, deeply family valued and cultivated, and Jiang Jun Knight out of the sideline, has never been close to the family. Because of this, several clan elders disliked Jiang Junyi and preferred Jiang Luyun. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was being groomed as the next heir of the Jiang family. Yes, clan elder. Jiang Mingzhong bowed once again in response, and in his mind, he had already begun to calculate his next move. He was seen respectfully exiting the courtyard, his pace steady and swift, as if he was afraid of disturbing the tranquility of the courtyard. 2 days later, base 15, peaceful retreat shop. In the lounge, Lu Qing sat cross-legged with his eyes closed tightly, his breathing long and even. He was in the middle of deep cultivation, a faint yuan qi fluctuation emanating from his body, as if he was one with his surroundings. On the table, there were 2 large boxes of primary cultivation potions, which he had specifically purchased at the martial hall after his return. 2 black boxes with 20 potions inserted into each. The blue liquid shimmered tantalizingly in the light, as if it contained infinite energy. If you wanted to quickly cultivate to the innate 4th grade, cultivation potions were the best choice. At a certain moment, Lu Qing slowly exhaled, and the 2 white streams from his nostrils were like small snakes, scurrying through the air until they dissipated, as if he was expelling all the turbid qi from his body. It's the middle of the 3rd grade. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant aura flashed through his eyes, as if they were even sharper than before. As for the orifices in the body, 8 new orifices were added. According to the last experience, refining 36 orifices could indestructible body transformation once. Now it can go in for a second time. Wow! From his spatial ring, Lu Qing took out a piece of gel-long steel. The metal emitted a faint dragon roar, regaling the mind as if it contained some mysterious power.
The 10 pieces of auger steel rewarded by the system were given to Baba for 1 piece, and now he had 9 pieces left for himself. Immediately afterward, Lu Qing took out his indestructible body-modified mechanical capsule again, stripped off his clothes and sat in it. The heaven and earth yuan liquid was used as an energy fluid and was injected into the vessels of the mechanical chamber, and the auger steel was also put into the metal vessels. The remodeling begins. The mechanical chamber began to operate, and the knife sets and calipers within it suddenly seemed to come to life. To have a life. They cut through the flesh of Lu Qing's back with precision, revealing his spine. It could be seen that the top half of his spine was bright silver, the metallic bone that had been previously modified, while the bottom half of his spine was still white human bone. This time, Lu Qing was trying to transform an entire spine of his own. All of it. The various parts of the mechanical pod began to function. The mechanical arms danced nimbly, and the various tools operated with precision, emitting a slight humming sound. The knife set carefully stripped the flesh and blood tissue around the spine. The calipers held the part of the spine that needed to be modified in place, and the torch shot out a hot flame that melted the auger steel and injected it into the spine a little at a time. I'll go. It still hurts so much. Lu Qing clenched his teeth, fine beads of sweat oozing out from his forehead. But he remained conscious, without anesthesia, and the remodeling process required him to remain absolutely conscious. 3 hours later, the 36 orifices in Lu Qing's body were refined, and the auger steel disappeared, perfectly fusing into Lu Qing's spine. At this moment, his entire spine had been fully converted into an indestructible body. It can increase mechanical power by 12 times. Mid-third grade, mechanical power is 3000 Hz. 12 times is 36,000 Hz. Today, even if Lu Qing didn't wear an exoskeleton mech, didn't use martial arts secret techniques, and didn't rely on any external objects, he would be able to compete with the innate 4th grade with his physical body alone. Yes, Lu Qing stepped out of the mechanical cabin, dressed and held his head high. His aura was like a ferocious beast, as if he had shed his bones. Host, Lu Qing, realm, middle 3rd grade, mechanical power, 36,000 Hz, indestructible body, melted metal, grade 6 auger steel * 2 pieces, altered body, spine, refined orifices, 72, remaining orifices, 4. Lu Qing walked out of the lounge. He was ready to make a trip to Deep Blue Elixir to test the progress of the nano-quenching pill. When he returned to the base 2 days ago, he contacted Skystar, Divine Iron, and Deep Blue to open the production of the second batch of nano-repair patch items. And he also used one of the secondary peaks of the Golden Peak Mountain as a mining zone for the Tianqing Group to go and mine raw materials for grade 1-3 metals. In this way, the cost can be reduced to a great extent. Of course, the Golden Peak Mountains were all Lu Qing's private property, and there was a charge for granting mining rights to the Tianqing Group. Although it falls into the 90% category compared to what you earn from restoration posting, it's still money that needs to be collected. It is not that Lu Qing is stingy. Doing business is like this. There is no free lunch. Everything must be rules. Otherwise sooner or later others will take it for granted. In the meantime, in the Marshall Palace building, a luxurious and high-specification reception room, the 20-peak 3rd grade Marshall Hall members stood in 2 separate columns. But they were not from Base 15 and wore different uniforms. Instead, they were from Marshall Hall Branch 7 in the Southwest region. They held standardized knives in their hands at their waists, and each of them had a stern aura and sharp eyes. And on a chair in the lounge, a young man in a coffee-colored trench coat was leisurely resting his legs on the expensive coffee table, a look of condescension and nobility emanating from the inside out. On both sides behind him, there were also 2 innate 5th grade silver ambassadors standing, like 2 iron towers, giving people a powerful sense of oppression. This youth was none other than the Golden Envoy of Law Enforcement Department No. 7, the pride of the Jiang clan, Jiang Luyun. On the side, Jiang Qi, who was in charge of reception, smiled and very politely poured a cup of tea for the other party. Young Master Luyun, your transfer order needs to be personally approved by Ambassador Jiang Jin or an elder, so I really can't just let you take the person away. Jiang Luyun took the teacup with a smile, but slowly poured out the tea with a crisp sound. His tone was soft, but with a faint hint of teasing. Jiang Qi, have you been out there so long that you don't know who your master is? Chapter 114 Transfer Orders. Jiang Qi's face stiffened as if he had a lump in his throat, but he quickly eased up and once again revealed that trademark smile. Wow. He attentively poured a cup of hot tea for Jiang Luyun. Once again, the aroma of tea curled up, and the dense heat blurred the hint of helplessness under his eyes. Young Master Luyun, you're really breaking my heart when you say that. Jiang Qi tone humble, posture put very low, the family's cultivation of grace. Jiang Qi is broken bones also since I dare not forget. Just this transfer order. He paused,
His voice also lowered a few points. It is true that you need the elders and the headquarters of the Gold Ambassador to jointly approve before you can do it. Lu Qinghe is a special recruit with a special status? I really can't do the main thing. Good. Zhang Luoyun smiled faintly. That smile was like the warm sunshine in spring, but it made people feel a hint of coolness. He picked up his teacup and gently rubbed the rim, but his eyes fell elsewhere. In that case, go and tell my cousin that I'm here, and that this envoy will speak with him personally. This is also afraid. Need to wait for a few more days. Zhang Jin envoy, he has been busy with his cultivation lately and has been in seclusion for a long time. He doesn't see anyone. Jiang Qi carefully observed Zhang Luoyun's reaction. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luoyun's smile grew even wider. Only that the coldness in this smile was also even thicker. Like the surface of a frozen lake in winter, busy with cultivation? Oh, this cousin of mine, is just too talented. It's a pity. He naturally knew that Zhang Jun's double dan cultivation was about to be suppressed. Ever since he was a child, he had liked to compare him to Zhang Junyi within the family. But just because Zhang Junyi was a dual dan martial artist, he was forever like he was being pressed down by a huge mountain and couldn't catch his breath. On the surface, he and Zhang Junyi were the first and second among the younger generation of the Zhang clan, but the difference is obvious to anyone with a clear eye. Let's take a graphic example of student achievement, where two people are only one rank away from each other, but the first place shakes off the second place by 100%. The chasm is insurmountable. It's a real shame. The smile at the corner of Zhang Luoyun's mouth grew deeper as he put down his teacup and slowly got up. Since the Golden Envoy is closed and the elders aren't around, I'll just have to bring someone back to know 7 myself. With that, he turned and walked away. The entourage at his side immediately separated in 2 well-trained columns to clear the way for him. Each step made a dull sound on the floor, as if each step was on Jiang Qi's heart. Young Master Lu Yun, this is out of order. Jiang Qi was in a hurry. He quickly stepped forward and tried to stop Zhang Luoyun's path, but it was simply useless. He immediately whispered to a member of the supervision department beside him. Quickly, send someone to notify the elders. We mustn't let this matter become a big deal. His voice was urgent and anxious. Which? You say which elder? That member of the Ministry of Supervision was obviously a bit confused by this sudden turn of events, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. In today's base 15, Elder Su had long since traveled to the southeast region for the matter of the 100 Beast sect, discussing important matters with the elders of other bases, and would not be able to return at all for a while. Only Elder Qin from the military department was left. Only that Elder Qin was guarding the wilderness area at all times, and it would take quite a bit of time to convey the news to him and then rush back to the base. Elder Qin, of course, contact the nearest wilderness stationing point of the military department, and be quick. Jiang Qi's voice is heavy. He knows that he can now stop Zhang Luoyun, who came with a transfer order from headquarters. There's only Elder Qin. Yes, that member of the Ministry of Supervision didn't dare to slack off and immediately turned around. About 20 minutes later, the deep blue group building, like a towering steel beast, towered over the center of the city. The sunlight pours on the glass curtain wall, reflecting dazzling light and giving a sense of unattainable distance. 5 or 6 black jeeps, like silent cheetahs, parked silently at the entrance of deep blue group, their body lines smooth and emitting an icy metallic luster. At this time, Zhang Luoyun got down from a car. His posture was upright and his gait was calm. Beside him, a 4th-ranked silver ambassador held a tablet in his hand. On the screen of the tablet, Lu Qing's personal information was being displayed, detailed to the point where his experiences as a student were being recorded. Lord Silver Ambassador. This person is now not only the special physician of Branch 15, but also the chairman of this pharmaceutical company, which is currently located here. That silver envoy's voice was low and respectful. According to the investigation, some time ago, he launched another new medical product. Zhang Luoyun looked at the majestic edifice in front of him. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes as he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "What product?" "It's called Nano Repair Patch and there are currently 3 grades, corresponding to the different grades. It can instantly heal a martial artist's injuries in the blink of an eye, regardless of the severity of the injury." The 4th grade silver envoy explained in detail, with a hint of awe that was hard to hide in his tone. "Oh," a glint flashed in Zhang Luoyun's eyes as he stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "This person really has some means. No wonder the clan elder would personally order. Such a person should indeed be used for my Zhang family. Staying in this whole southeastern region is simply a waste." At that moment, the silver ambassador was seen pulling up a video on his tablet. The very same slices that were used when Wang Luofei was promoting the nano repair patch on the air. In the video, the bloody wounds all over the body, after attaching a small piece of metal, surprisingly quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The magical effect is simply breathtaking. Mechanical limbs, exoskeleton mechs, and now a nano repair patch has popped up. Jiang Liuyun's eyes flickered. This person. He had to bring back to the Jiang family. Very good. The corners of Jiang Liuyun's mouth curled into a satisfied smile as he ordered with a wave of his hand. Guard this place. Don't let in any of the people from Division 15. This envoy is going to go up and invite this person in person. In his eyes, the treatment that the Jiang family and Branch 7 could give was something that Base 15 could never give. He couldn't think of any reason for Lu Qing to reject himself. Chapter 115, Jiang Liuyun's Invitation. Deep Blue Building. Inside the chairman's office. The decor is simple yet luxurious, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that take in the bustle of the city, and a vibrant scene of traffic and people outside. Fang Xiaoyun stood beside the wide mahogany desk. He was upright, suited and booted, meticulous. The once dandy atmosphere had long since disappeared, replaced by a calm and competent. His pace of speech was unhurried, and every word revealed the seriousness and responsibility for his work. Lu Dong, the second batch of nano repair patch has been produced. This is the sampling product. You have a look. On the table, 9 copies of the nano repair patch were neatly placed, 3 each of F, E, and D grades. These repair patches were like light blue metal chips, half the size of a palm, with precise patterns engraved on the surface, flashing with an eerie blue light, containing a magical healing effect. Well, all qualified. Lu Qing sat on the wide boss chair, his eyes narrowed slightly, and with a sweep of the eye of divine chance, he knew the quality of the products like the back of his hand. In the future, each batch will be fine if you come to check it. There's no need for me to go through it personally, and when something goes wrong, I'll only look for you. Don't worry, not only will I personally inspect Deep Blue's quenching pill production line, but I will also filter and inspect the Divine Iron and Heavenly Star first when they are transferred to us to make sure everything is safe. Fang Xiaoyun solemnly promised. Lu Qing nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Fang Xiaoyun's performance. This former Fang family dude, since serving as the CEO of Deep Blue, as if he had been transformed into a new person, with a fine mind and great ability to do things, was indeed very much to his liking. Thinking of this, Lu Qing couldn't help but think of Deep Blue's former chairman, Fang Jianfeng, that old fool who had bet all of his heart on his younger son who was truly recalcitrant because his eldest son, Fang Xiaoyun, was unable to cultivate. It is really foolish and prejudice. I don't know. What determines the upper limit of a person's height is never natural talent, but wisdom and heart. Not bad. When I'm done with this period of time, I'll personally reshape your foundation and cure your physical defects to help you step into the martial Dao. Lu Qing said indifferently, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, these words were nothing less than heavenly music to Fang Xiaoyun. His eyes instantly erupted with a blazing light. His body trembled slightly, and he was so excited that it was hard to restrain himself. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Budo. Knock. Knock. Just then, a sharp knock on the door broke the silence in the office. A clerical employee in a professional suit hurried into the office, her face a little rushed, fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Obviously something urgent was going on. Lu Dong. Mr. Fang. Her breathing was a bit rapid. Fang Xiaoyun frowned slightly. He didn't like this kind of stammering, so he asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" "The Martial Palace is here." Naming Director Lu. The clerical staff took a deep breath and finally finished his sentence. However, before her words had left her mouth, a steady, strong footstep sounded outside the corridor of the office. Immediately afterward, 2 third-grade martial ambassadors wearing the uniforms of the Martial Palace appeared at the entrance of the office, their faces cold and their eyes sharp as falcons. And behind them, a young man in a coffee-colored trench coat and a 4th-ranked silver ambassador in a silver uniform were striding into the house. The young man was about 25 or 26 years old, with a slender figure and a handsome face, with a smile, if any, hanging at the corner of his mouth. He directly swept past Fang Xiaoyun, as if the other party was just an insignificant piece of air. Following that, his gaze was fixed on Lu Qing, who was reclining on the boss chair. "You're Lu Qing?" Lu Qing raised her eyes slightly and sized up the young man in front of her. Through the detection of the Eye of Divine mechanism, all of the other party's identity information was revealed. Patient, Jiang Liuyun, realm, late 6th grade, martial arts, swordsmanship, can control 6 flying swords, disease, forcibly harnessing too many flying swords number, beyond the body's limit. Please advise the patient to avoid protracted battles as much as possible, otherwise it will affect the foundation. Treatment program, Kong Ryun? The Kangs again? Lu Qing laughed coldly in his heart. He had just slaughtered 8 of the Jiang family's direct lineage. Could he have been discovered so quickly? Not right, not right. It doesn't look like this guy is too much of a revenge seeker. And with the people from the Temple of Martial Arts barging right into his office, It should probably just be that this guy is a mere pretender. You are? Lu Qing asked as if he didn't recognize him. His tone was calm and no emotional fluctuations could be heard. Only the 4th grade silver envoy beside Jiang Luyun stepped forward. His voice was low and loud, with a hint of unconcealable condescension in his tone. This is the Golden Envoy of Law Enforcement Department Number 7, Jiang Luyun. Jiang Golden Envoy. Jiang Luyun walked to the office's sofa by himself and casually sat down, crossing his legs and admiring the city lights outside the floor-to-ceiling windows as if this was his private territory. So, Lu Qing said indifferently, but in his heart, he was speechless. This guy, simply more pretentious than the god of wealth. Only 6 Xin Order flying swords are overloaded. Jiang Junyue 9 Earth Order Green Dragon Jade Sword are like a game. You drag a chicken hair Humph. When I, Lu, break through the martial arts masters, sooner or later, I'll want this pussy. 6th grade. Qi and blood over 1,000,000 calories. No longer belonging to the category of ordinary people. Not comparable to an 8. By order of the Elders Hall transfer. You no longer belong to Division 15 now. We have come here to lead you back to the southwest to work for Division 7. Dr. Lu, please. That 4th grade silver envoy pulled out a transfer order from his pocket and held it up in front of Lu Qing. His tone was polite but carried a hint of not being able to refuse. At this time, Jiang Luyun, who hadn't said anything, softly called out, "Someone come." A 3rd grade martial envoy immediately came forward. His head lowered as he stood respectfully beside Jiang Luyun, waiting for his orders. Swish! Jiang Luyun suddenly struck out with a flick of his finger. Within the spatial ring at the end of his finger, a slender silver flying sword shot out like lightning, directly penetrating the thigh of that 3rd grade martial artist. Hiss! Ah! That 3rd grade martial envoy immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air in pain, but he forced himself to endure the severe pain, not daring to scream out, and just silently endured it. Blood dripped down his pant leg, staining the expensive carpet of the office. Immediately, Jiang Luyun's gaze swept across the desktop in front of Lu Qing, and with a gentle hook of his finger, an invisible force of qi and blood sent a grade D nano repair patch out of thin air in front of that 3rd grade martial envoy. Try it, Jiang Luyun said lightly, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Is this thing invented by Lu Qing really this amazing? He would like to see it with his own eyes. Yes. That 3rd grade martial envoy hurriedly led the order as he held the D-grade nano repair patch with a trembling hand before violently crushing it. With a wow, the metal pieces of the repair patch seemed to come to life, turning into a stream of light. It spread down his palm to his entire body, slowly integrating under his skin and flesh. Less than 10 seconds. That 3rd grade martial envoy's thigh, the penetrating wound caused by the flying sword, unexpectedly recovered and healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, not even leaving a single scar. The pain is all gone too. That 3rd grade martial envoy's eyes were wide with disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. Alright, go out. Jiang Luyun waved his hand, signaling that 3rd grade martial envoy to retreat. His eyes flashed with a hint of joy, obviously very satisfied with the effect of the nano repair patch. He smiled as he looked at Lu Qing, his tone confident and bland. Lu Qing, follow me back to the southwest. What Jiang Junyue can give you, I'll give you quite a bit, even more than him. Chapter 116, Threats. Much? How much can there be? Lu Qing didn't move, but a hint of curiosity flashed under his eyes. Jiang Luyun snapped his fingers, the corners of his mouth rising slightly with a confidence that he was in control of everything. As far as I know, your technological products, which are all mechanically related, require a large amount of metal resources. This ambassador can make the decision, every year, to provide you with $1 billion of metal resources, and the other treatment can be renegotiated. 1 billion resources. Even an average gold ambassador would have to earn it for a long time. $1 billion? Lu Qing raised his eyebrows and sneered in his heart. Little old brother, are you kidding? The Golden Peak mountain that Elder Su had granted himself, the mining rights of any subpeak was worth several $1 billion a year, and the entire Golden Peak mountain range had 12 secondary peaks and 1 main peak. Your $1 billion is not even enough for a fraction. The granting of development rights to Lu Qing by Base 15 was a private decision made by Elder Su and Elder Qin, and did not go through the official approval of the headquarters. It is clear to both elders that a region is unlikely to leave a major resource area to be managed by an outside special recruit, but the potential crisis facing Southeast compelled the two elders to do so. No. 15, or the entire Southeast, needs Lu Qing's skills. They could only put down blood money. Even if they violated the rules, they had to pull in Lu Qing. So this matter was unknown to the headquarters Elder Hall, and even less to the other bases. Jiang Luyun's $1 billion naturally became a clown to Lu Qing's ears. Seeing that Lu Qing didn't immediately agree,
That fourth-grade silver envoy thought that he was shocked by the huge figure and hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. Lord Gold Envoy has never appreciated anyone so much. Dr. Lu, quickly accept the transfer order and follow us back. Not going. Lu Qing faintly spat out 2 words. Well, we have already prepared a car. You have anything to prepare? You can also wait. That silver ambassador originally wanted to continue to persuade. Suddenly reacted. His voice came to an abrupt end, and the expression on his face instantly froze, as if he had been given a fixation. Not going? Lord Gold Envoy. Rejected. His eyes widened as he looked at Lu Qing incredulously. On the side, Zhang Liuyun's eyes also sank, but on the surface, he still maintained that gentlemanly smile that a son of a powerful family should have. Only in that smile, there was no longer any temperature. You say, you refuse? Yes, not going. Lu Qing responded calmly. No emotional fluctuations could be heard in his tone. Reason? Zhang Liyun narrowed his eyes, his voice low. I'm a person who doesn't like to go far away. I grew up in the southeast, and when I go to the southwest, I'm afraid that I won't be able to get used to the water. Lu Qing had a sincere look on his face, as if he had really refused because of this reason. God damn the water. That fourth-grade silver envoy couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately droned. Dr. Lu, this is a transfer order from the Elder Hall. Even if your elders come, you must obey. Zhang Liyun suddenly felt like he was being teased as he took one step closer to Lu Qing. Each step felt like it was stepping on a person's heart, making them feel depressed. He whispered, Are you sure you don't want to go? Lu Qing smiled faintly. Grant me $100 billion a year and I'll go. The corners of Zhang Liyun's mouth twitched twice. He had never had anyone dare to be so slick with him when he was growing up. He leaned down and gently whispered in Lu Qing's ear, his voice like a viper spitting. Lu Qing, you are a genius, but not a strong man. Do you know the consequences of rejecting the Zheng family? Lu Qing raised his sword brows and sneered in his heart. Ha, so you're really a pretender, and you're getting into the threat thing? I've only chopped up 8 of your Kong family. What can you do? Besides, if I really go, in case it's found out that the golden horn titan you're looking for is in my hands someday, wouldn't I be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Cootie, just went to base 7. That's Kang's territory. What does Ambassador Zhang Jin want to do? I'm specially recruited by the Martial Hall. Quite curious. What are you going to do with me? Lu Qing responded in a nonchalant manner, without the slightest bit of fear on his face. Ha! Zhang Liyun smiled. That smile was full of grimness. It's true that I can't do anything to you in the open, but what about the people around you? I've checked. Your parents are dead, but there's a man named Chen Shan, who has been teaching you medicine since you were a child, as if he was a close uncle and nephew. What do you think I can do to him? Silence. Deadly silence. Inside the office, the air seemed to freeze, so oppressive that people could not breathe. The smile on Lu Qing's face instantly became brilliant, so brilliant that he wanted to immediately pull out equality of all beings and give Zhang Liyun a shot to this brain. Well, the Kangs are so blatant, aren't they? Then why should I be polite to you? Okay, I'll go. Lu Qing he immediately changed his mouth, dry and crisp. His face blossomed into a bright smile, as if a sunflower in full bloom. When I get out of the base with you guys and walk through the whole wilderness area, I'll give you all the GA. Well, Dr. Lu is really smart. The corners of Zhang Liyun's mouth rose slightly, tracing a satisfied arc. Lu Qing followed the crowd and slowly walked out of the office. His pace was steady and unhurried. As he passed by Fang Xiaoyun, Lu Qing slightly tilted his head sideways and said in a low voice that only the two could hear, Go to the Martial Hall building and look for the Ministry of Supervision. Yes. Fang Xiaoyun nodded his head. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes, but he turned to leave without hesitation after a few people left. More than 2 hours later, 5 jeeps, like 5 steel beasts, roared toward the exit of Base City 15. Lu Qing sat in the backseat of the car in the center, closing his eyes as if he was indifferent to everything around him. The convoy slowed to a halt, and the stationed guards, dressed in uniform and armed, stopped the way with serious faces. The fourth-grade silver envoy opened the window of the car, and a stern aura instantly filled the air. His brow was furrowed, a disgruntled gleam in his eyes, and his voice was low and authoritative. What do you mean? Can't you recognize that this is the car of the 7th Martial Temple? The guards had no fear. Their gazes were as hard as steel and they did not flinch. The guard at the head, his voice was loud and clear. The Ministry of Supervision has ordered that entry and exit is prohibited today. No one can pass. Everyone go back. Bold. The 4th-grade silver envoy burst into a rage, a roar like a thunderous explosion. The aura on his body erupted violently. Oh, Zhang Qi, he really doesn't know his last name. Zhang Liyun sat in the car and sneered.
Jiang Junyi was away. And the only person in the Ministry of Supervision who could give the order so quickly and get the news was naturally Jiang Qi, who held the position of Silver Ambassador. Breakthrough. Jiang Luyun slowly spat out 2 words, his voice cold and without a trace of emotion. Wow! The 20 base 7 martial ambassadors in the car, like hungry wolves, quickly got out of the car. They drew the long knives at their waists, their blades flashing with a cold light and a murderous aura. The guards blanched and hurriedly blew the whistles in their mouths. However, there were only 5 people guarding the door, and among them, there was only 1 second-grade martial artist, facing 20 or so peak third-grade experts, as well as the presence of innate experts. They were all hesitant to simply let it go. Just in the nick of time, outside the gates of the base, there was a sudden loud roar of helicopter propellers. A dozen helicopters, like giant steel vultures, came to cover the sky. The hatch opened, a rope hung down like a python, and one by one, the military martial artists from the military department of Base 15 quickly slid down the rope. Hundreds of military division martial artists, dressed in camouflage combat uniforms and holding advanced weapons, were like special forces, quickly forming up. They blocked the base exit. Boom! It was immediately followed by a loud bang, as if the sky was breaking up. A golden stream of light fell from the helicopter in the center, like a meteorite crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. It was clearly Qin Ming, the golden envoy of the 15th Military Department. He scanned the surroundings and his voice was like a loud bell that echoed around the square. Elder Qin has ordered that whoever lets Dr. Lu Qing take 1 step out of the base gate will have his head blown off. Yes, yes, yes. Hundreds of military division martial artists shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky and the earth, their aura like a rainbow. Click click click. The sound of countless guns being loaded rang out, crisp and neat. Chapter 117, The Ministry of the Army only follows military orders, does not recognize transfer orders. Ministry of War. Qin Ming. Through the windshield, Jiang Luyun saw the figure, which resembled a lofty mountain peak, with an upright and sturdy posture. Jiang Luyun's face instantly turned gloomy, as if it was covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. He pushed the door open and stepped out of the car in stride. Behind them, the martial envoy of Division 7 followed closely behind, forming a confrontation with the people from Military Division 15. The atmosphere so tense that it seemed as if it was about to explode. While in the car, Lu Qing witnessed the arrival of the military team from Base 15, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The War Office is here? That's a little big, isn't it? However, he did not get out of the car. Jiang Luyun came with a transfer order from the Elder Hall. How will Division 15 respond? We still need to wait and see what happens. Base City entrance. The 2 sets of people were at swords drawn, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. The 4th-grade silver envoy under Jiang Luyun immediately pulled out a transfer order and rebuked in a stern manner. Envoy Qin Jin, this is an order from the Hall of Elders. Could it be that Branch 15 is going to blatantly defy it? Snap! Qin Ming was nonchalant and slapped out violently. A 5-meter square palm of qi and blood coalesced in midair, and like a titanic pressure, it directly slapped that 4th-grade silver envoy over onto the ground, smashing out a deep pit. The transfer order fell lightly to the ground, like a scrap of paper. The War Department only follows military orders and does not recognize transfer orders. Last warning, anyone who dares to let Dr. Lu step out of the base will be killed without mercy. Qin Ming stood with his arms folded. His voice was like a flood bell, mixed with majestic qi and blood, shocking the 4 directions. Yes, the martial artists of the military department responded in unison, their voices once again resounding in the sky, their aura like a rainbow. The people in Division 7 were shocked under this mountainous aura and took 2 steps back, their faces showing fear. Military department martial artists. Although the number of 2nd and 3rd grade warriors varied, but every one of them, they are from the battlefield out, every day in the wilderness through life and death. The body of the strong killing aura is not ordinary martial artists cannot look forward to. When Jiang Luyun saw this, his heart couldn't help but surge with anger. Qin Ming, you're trying to stir up conflict between the 2 bases. Instead of obeying the transfer order, you're leading your troops away from the front line privately. Are you 15 trying to revolt? In one sentence, the hat of 2 major offenses was placed hard on number 15's head. First, the duty of the military department of each base is to garrison the wilderness area and always guard against the invasion and unrest of the beast race. Unless the base is under threat, the War Department may not withdraw and return without authorization. Second, the Hall of Elders was above the 18 bases and was the command center of the entirety of the Grand Xia Martial Hall. Even the elders could not refuse the instructions of the Hall of Elders for any reason, not to mention just mobilizing a special recruit. You can't even defy a patriarchal-level elder to cut himself. And now, Base 15 has actually violated 2 iron laws in a row.
However, this really gave Jiang Luyun the right answer. Since the Dark Moon and the 6 Desire Kings infiltrated into the southeast, the 4 major bases, through the traces they investigated, all realized that there would be an unknown catastrophe occurring in the entire southeast, and the 100 Beast sect and the Elder Hall internal existence of some kind of connection. Then, facing a crisis, also do not know whether the headquarters can be relied on. Southeast can only rely on their own. During this period of time, Elder Su and several other elders of the Southeast base had initially decided to disconnect from the headquarters and adopt an autonomous joint strategy to avoid leakage of information and other unforeseen circumstances until the conspiracy of the 100 Beasts cult was uncovered. As for Lu Qing, as a valuable talent that could provide strategic significance, no. 15 would naturally do his best to keep it no matter what the cost. If you preserve Lu Qing, then the hope of preserving the hundreds of millions of people in the Southeast will be increased by a few more points. Good. Jiang Luyun gritted his teeth and said word by word, good, good, good. This ambassador is an eye-opener today. When I return to the base to report this matter, I'd like to see how you deal with yourself. He himself was not afraid of Qin Ming in a single fight, but these people from the military department were all like jackals, tigers and leopards, with fierce eyes. If he really did it, the 20 or so people he brought with him wouldn't be enough to stuff their teeth. In the military department's martial artist team, many of them had mechanical arms and legs installed on their bodies, and these people, as soon as they heard that an outsider wanted to snatch their Dr. Lu, their expressions were almost as vicious as if they were trying to eat someone. At that moment, the 4th grade silver envoy who had been seriously injured by Qin Ming struggled to climb up. Staggering to Jiang Luyun's side, he asked in a low voice, Lord Gold Envoy, are we really going to release them? What do you say? Jiang Luyun glared at him with a blue face, his teeth clenching as if he was looking at a fool. Yes, that 4th grade silver envoy shivered in fear. Hastily waving his hand towards the car behind him, a martial envoy respectfully opened the door for Lu Qing. Immediately, Qin Ming walked dragon-like to Lu Qing, a rare hint of a smile unfolding on his iron-blooded face. This envoy has been ordered by Elder Qin to come and protect you. Thank you. Lu Qing responded politely, his face rippling. He also really didn't expect the War Department to arrive in person. If he really followed his original plan and made a move to kill Jiang Luyun and the others after reaching the wilderness, there was no way for him to return to the base. Killing the Golden Envoy and being the next heir of the Jiang family, both the Martial Hall and the Jiang family would be looking for him. He would then have to go to the wilderness area and develop from the outside, and all the medical cooperation and benefit income that he had previously established would go down the drain. It's not strong enough on its own at the moment, but it still relies on Division 15 and cooperative helpers first. Withdraw. Qin Ming gave an order that sounded like thunder, and then the military contingent reboarded the helicopters and quickly returned to the front line, leaving behind nothing but rolling smoke. Lu Qing, on the other hand, was personally escorted back to the Martial Hall building by Qin Ming, and once the news spread, people from the other 3 departments of the Ministry of Supervision, Ministry of Intelligence, and Ministry of Law Enforcement were enraged that Base 7 had blatantly come running over to rob people, and it was Dr. Lu who had granted many favors to the Martial Palace, not to mention those disabled martial ambassadors. Which one of them hadn't regained their lives because of Lu Qing's mechanical surgery? Not to mention the nano-intravenous injection in the back. How many seriously ill and hospitalized casualties have been cured by the peaceful healing shop? There's also the new nano repair patch that was released a few days ago, which has greatly improved the team's mission survival rate. It was not too much to say that Lu Qing was their regenerative parent. Even the Law Enforcement Ministry's Luo Jin envoy, who had initially gotten into trouble with Lu Qing at the Supreme Meeting, was disdainful of the behavior of Jiang Luyun and the others. Of course, what shocked everyone was that the 2 elders had refuted the face of the Elder Hall to their faces and disobeyed the transfer order. This is going to be a complete turnaround in the southeast. And at the entrance to Base 15, Jiang Luyun and the others remained, and he sat in the car without saying a word, his face terribly gloomy as if it could drip water. The silver envoy under his command hesitated for a moment and cautiously opened his mouth to ask, My lord, do we should return to the base? Back? Jiang Luyun's voice was cold and piercing, as if it came from a bottomless ocean abyss. If you can't snatch it away in the open, you won't use other means? This envoy did not promote you from the law enforcement department for you to eat dry rice. Ming. Understood. That silver envoy trembled and hurriedly responded. My subordinate has checked. That Chen Shan, who is as close to Lu Qing as uncle and nephew, is only a junior physician, not even a first-grade martial artist. We can start with him. Jiang Luyun didn't respond, but slowly closed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. This ambassador is tired. Looking for a hotel to rest. Yes, quick, drive. Silver ambassador immediately ordered, not daring to be the slightest bit slow.
Chapter 118. A quiet lounge was filled with soft lighting in the Division 15 Marshall Temple building. An exquisite mahogany coffee table was set with a celadon tea set. A clerical worker in a light cheongsam was gently fiddling with the tea set. She skillfully placed the tea leaves into the pot and filled it with boiling water with elegant and smooth movements. The aroma of tea rises up and fills the air with a hint of bitterness and sweetness that refreshes the mind. However, Lu Qing had no intention of enjoying this elegant scene. He sat quietly on the soft sofa, his brows furrowed slightly, his eyes revealing a few anxious and thoughtful moments. On the coffee table, steaming tea waited silently, but he had no desire to drink it. At that moment, a light footstep broke the quiet of the lounge. Silver Ambassador White Maple pushed his way in, his figure standing out in the light of the doorway. White, aren't you on a mission? Lu Qing raised his head, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. In the Ministry of Supervision, the two most capable assistants under Jiang Jun were Jiang Qi and Bai Feng. Jiang Qi usually sat in the back and dealt with the complicated matters within the department, while Bai Feng was responsible for carrying out various field missions thanks to his outstanding combat prowess. Now, Bai Feng's appearance undoubtedly indicated that the incident of Jiang Luyun coming to snatch people with the Elder Hall's transfer order had caused quite a shock within the base. Bai Feng's face, a few points less cynical on weekdays. He nodded slightly, walked to the coffee table, picked up a cup of fragrant tea and drank it, like hurrying back to this only to drink the first mouthful of water. I've heard all about the situation from old Ginger. The Ginger family is prepared this time. He put down his teacup, his voice low and powerful. Moreover, Jiang Luyun and the rest of his party didn't leave the base. They stayed at the Starlight Grand Hotel. I'm afraid the other side still has a plan, so beware. Lu Qing smiled faintly. Although he and this unruly silver envoy didn't have much contact, the other party's concern made him feel a hint of warmth. Thanks brother Bai. Bai Feng waved his hand, his drawing style suddenly changing, his eyes slightly frivolous. If you're gotten rid of, who's going to help me remodel the mechanical Dinyonyo? Lu Qing. And Bai Feng's voice then rang out with a turn of words. Now that the boss is in seclusion, Lao Jiang said to go to his place and wait. Once he comes out of seclusion the first time to come to you. The boss in his mouth naturally referred to Jiang Jun. Everyone knew that Jiang Jun was an external presence in the Jiang family, as long as there was a Jiang Jun knight to step in. Not to mention one Jiang Luyun, even if the entire first family of the Jiang clan came in number 15, it wouldn't be enough for the former to beat them with one hand. The name Duke Sword was too intimidating to the younger generation of the Jiang clan. A brat from a collateral lineage had pressured them, the orthodox direct lineage, to raise their heads. All these years have gone by and not one of them has had the guts to come forward, because the ones with guts, they were all cut up and wasted by his sword Duke. Hearing Bai Feng's words, Lu Qing's mood relaxed a little, but he knew in his heart that he couldn't pin all his hopes on Jiang Jun. After all, no one knew when he would be out of the gate. Lu Qing recalled Jiang Liuyun's threatening words when he was in the Deep Blue Group's office, and a chill couldn't help but well up in his heart. Jiang Luyun couldn't lay a hand on him in the open, but if he turned his target to Uncle Chen Shan, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to act quickly to protect Uncle Chen Shan and Chen Yang. Only then could he let go and fight with Jiang Luyun, fight with the entire Jiang family. Lu Qing had subdued the Golden Horn Titan, which could provide him with a steady stream of metal resources, which was the cornerstone of his future development, and could never be ceded to the Jiang clan. This also means that there is no longer any possibility of reconciliation between him and the Jiang family. What to do? Lu Qing's thoughts were like rapidly rotating gears, constantly colliding and rubbing in his mind, trying to find a perfect solution. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind like lightning. He thought of a place to go, a place that could definitely shelter Uncle Chen Shan. Just ask what could contend with a top martial arts family of a base within the Great Xia? Naturally, another top martial arts family. And he happened to have crossed paths with the Chun family of base 15 before, and the heir of the family, Chen Xiao, was also the first signboard that made him famous when he first appeared on the base. If they could make Uncle Chen Shan get the shelter of the Chen family, then Jiang Luyun would definitely be afraid, or at least not dare to blatantly lay his hands on Uncle Chen Shan. Thinking of this, Lu Qing couldn't sit still any longer, and he fiercely stood up and excused himself to Bai Feng. Walking out of the Marshall Hall building, Lu Qing decided to contact Uncle Chen Shan first to confirm his safety so that there would not be any accidents during the operation. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed the familiar number. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. The mechanical female voice rang in his ears, and Lu Qing's heart sank violently, as if it was tightly clutched by a large invisible hand. How could Jiang Luyun move so quickly? No, it's not right. He forced himself to calm down and dialed again. This time, the wait was extraordinarily long, and every second felt like a century. After a full half a minute, the phone was finally connected,
and Chen Shan's familiar and slightly restrained voice came from the receiver.
Lu Qing took a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Little Xiao Lua, you call me is. Chen Shan's voice had a hint of constraint in it. A few days ago, Lu Qing's name resounded throughout the base like a thunderclap, and naturally, he had heard that this child that he had watched grow up since he was a child had now become a pivotal big shot. This huge shift in his identity caused him to inevitably feel a slight sense of disconnection and alienation when facing Lu Qing. He even began to somewhat deliberately avoid contact with Lu Qing, fearing that his presence would bring unnecessary trouble to Lu Qing. However, Lu Qing was completely unaware of Uncle Chen Shan's thoughts. He's just too busy these days. First, he was caught up in the Dark Moon King incident, followed by the promotion and sale of medical products, and then just a few days ago he came back from the Golden Peak Mountain, and before he could catch his breath, the Jiang family's troubles came one after the other. He was like a high-speed gyroscope every day, busy all the time, and had no time to think about anything else. Lu Qing hemmed and hawed, his tone carrying a bit of the naughtiness of his childhood when he learned medicine from the other party. Uncle, where are you? Wow, I have something to find you. Chapter 119, Don't kid yourself about being poor. Chen Shan's voice came from the other end of the phone with a hint of imperceptible delight. It's not the end of the school year soon. I went to the school to give Yang Yang a parent-teacher conference. Chen Shan has a son 4 years younger than Lu Qing, named Chen Yang, who just started his first year of high school this semester. This kid has been like a firecracker since he was a child. A little bit will blow up, naughty and mischievous, and has not been beaten by Chen Shan. Only Lu Qing, his big brother, could make him obedient and honest for a while. Then Uncle Chen Shan got divorced. The burden of life and the emotional blow made Chen Yang seem to grow up quite a bit overnight, although he still occasionally caused a little trouble, but compared to the past, he already knew a lot more. Alright, I'll go over and find you guys, say it face to face, and have a meal together on the way. Lu Qing said calmly, no emotions could be heard in his tone. He didn't tell Chen Shan about the seriousness of the matter for the time being. After all, it wasn't clear over the phone, and he didn't want Uncle Chen Shan to worry too much. Ooh-hoo, good. Chen Shan's voice carried a trace of consternation, not expecting Lu Qing to be so busy that he would suddenly propose a meeting. Hanging up the phone, without the slightest hesitation, Lu Qing directly stopped a cab and headed straight to the 4th Martial Arts High School in the south of the city. About 40 minutes later, Lu Qing arrived at his destination. The gates of the 4th Budo High School loomed large, the doors made of dark gray granite. Engraved on the top were the words 4th Budo High School in golden letters, glittering in the sunlight. Campus, green trees, flower beds of various colors of flowers competing to open. The air is filled with a faint fragrance of flowers. On the playground, a group of students in school uniforms were taking a martial arts class. Some of them were sparring with each other, punching and kicking, tiger-like. Some were practicing their stance, as light and agile as a swallow. The female students next to them waved their arms, cheering them on. The crisp laughter and shouts intertwined, full of youthful vigor. These high school students are still young martial arts apprentices, the purest of ages, with a total vision and love for the future of martial arts. Grandpa, I'm here to find someone. Lu Qing walked outside the security booth and politely greeted him. A big man with white hair is lying on a rattan chair, holding a newspaper in his hand, leisurely looking at it. When he heard Lu Qing's voice, he didn't even lift his head and lazily asked, "What's the child's name? What grade in class?" "From the Martial Hall's inspection department. My name is Lu Qing." Lu Qing stepped forward and handed his martial arts envoy card to the grandpa. On the credentials, the insignia of the Temple of Martial Arts glinted coldly in the sunlight. The Moncler outlet store eyes swept over the papers, first absently, then with a violent glare, and the whole body bounced out of the chair as if electrocuted. "Martial Palace, Lu Qing? You're that Lu Qing?" His voice became a little shaky from excitement, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and excitement. Nowadays, in Base City 15, from the oldest old man to the youngest child, who didn't know Lu Qing's name? He was like a rising star, illuminating the entire Base City with his amazing talent and dazzling achievements. "Yes, Moncler, I'm here to find someone. Please register me." Lu Qing smiled faintly. Moncler Outlet Online. He was so excited that he was like a child. He held Lu Qing's hand tightly and said with a trembling voice, "Don't be too busy with the registration first. Can you give me an autograph? My grandson is also a medical student, and he especially admires you. If he knows I've met you, he'll definitely jump for joy." With that said, the Moncler Outlet store immediately probed into the security booth, rummaged through a notebook and a pen, and handed it to Lu Qing. Lu Qing took the pen and paper, smiled somewhat helplessly, and under the Moncler Outlet Online eager gaze, he signed his big name with a dragon's flourish. Immediately afterward,
the security master warmly invited Lu Qing into the gate as if he was greeting a VIP, and jogged all the way to notify the school leaders. Learning of the visit of such a big shot, the principal even took it upon himself to trot all the way here to greet him. Principal Lu of the 4th Middle School, a middle-aged man over half 100 years old, with a slightly chubby figure and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, personally led Lu Qing to the teaching building where the senior class, 5, was located. As he walked, he sneaked a glance at the young man beside him with his afterglow, his heart filled with curiosity and doubt. Dr. Lu, do you know any students from our school? Well, my brother got into your school this year. Lu Qing casually replied back, his gaze looking through the classroom window. At the moment, the students and parents are sitting upright while the classroom teacher is standing on the podium, looking serious and explaining something. Brother? On the side, Principal Lu was full of doubts. A big shot like Lu Qing. He had also heard a lot of rumors about him in the upper circles. It said that this genius physician's parents died early, and he grew up in the slums and had no relatives. So how did a younger brother suddenly appear? And also in their 4th form. Damn it! Principal Lu was chagrined in his heart. If he had known earlier, he could have casually invested in this genius physician's younger brother, tilting resources and focusing on cultivation by virtue of this relationship. Maybe he would have gotten on with Lu Qing a long time ago. Good thing. It's not too late. As long as Dr. Lu's brother was still in their 4th form, he would have plenty of opportunities. Principal Lu made up his mind in his mind, and his face revealed an amiable smile. I wonder, your brother is, which one? Chen Yang. Lu Qing's gaze quickly swept over every student in the classroom, and finally, landed on the last row of the entire classroom by the window. Chen Yang. Principal Lu silently noted down this name, while secretly praying in his heart, hoping that this Chen Yang is a moldable talent, and must not be a bucket that can't be helped. At this moment, within the classroom, the homeroom teacher was holding the report card, reading the students' names and grades one by one, and just happened to read Chen Yang, 58th place, Chen Yang, final grade 250. The homeroom teacher's voice rose steeply, her tone filled with hateful anger. The exams at Budo High School are based on 3 subjects, chi and blood, actual combat, and written exams, with a total score of 500 and a passing score of 350. As for Chen Yang's grade, not to mention excellent, even the passing line was sky high. It was simply miserable. The class teacher was so angry that her face turned blue. She pointed at Chen Yang and angrily rebuked. Brat! Full marks in the practical test and a duck egg in the written test. Are you trying to piss me off? Ha ha ha. I knew Yang would score 0 again on the written test this time. He chose all A's for the multiple choice questions and he filled in a D for the fill-in-the-blank questions. I'm going to die laughing. Yang is such a talent. The students laughed and laughed and laughed, and even some of the parents couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. After all, an oddball student like Chen Yang who scored a perfect score in the actual combat but a duck egg in the written exam was really too rare. The class teacher then looked at Chen Shan and said in a stern tone, Chen Yang's father, even if you are usually busy at work, you still have to supervise your child's studies, don't you? With Chen Yang like this, what about the college entrance exam in the future? Are you going to rely on real-world grades to go to college? Teacher, I will pay attention in the future. Definitely pay attention. Chen Shan was so ashamed that his face turned red. He lowered his head, itching to find a crack in the ground. Snap. However, Chen Yang slammed the table and stood up like a hero. He looked around and shouted with great bravado. No laughing. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Today I take the 255 test. Tomorrow I'll make you all climb high. I, Yang Heavenly Emperor, will ultimately be the existence that will hold the Black Forbidden Zone in my hands and conquer the Beast King. Shut the hell up. Chen Shan couldn't hold back any longer, as he grabbed Chen Yang's ears and pressed him back into his seat. Chen Yang was instantly dumbfounded and sat honestly like a deflated ball. Lu Qing. Outside the classroom, Principal Lu was shocked when he saw this. He sneaked a glance at Lu Qing, only to see Lu Qing's face that was called a piece of iron blue. Principal Lu was suddenly shocked. This oddball student is actually the brother of Dr. Lu. It's over. It's over. It's over. Being reprimanded by the class teacher in public and laughed at by the whole class. This great physician Lu wouldn't let Chen Yang transfer to another school in a fit of anger. Would he? No way. As the head of a school, he had to do something to salvage the situation. Chapter 120. A soft click broke the hustle and bustle of the classroom. Principal Lu pushed open the door and walked in with large strides, his slightly chubby body exuding an unquestionable majesty at the moment. In an instant, the students who were still immersed in the joyful sea of criticizing Chen Yang seemed to have been pressed the mute button, and one by one obediently sat back to their original positions. Even those parents who were originally still wearing smiles as they watched the show, also instantly tightened their expressions and sat upright. The class teacher, Ms. Zhang, was even frozen in place. She had been teaching at this school for many years and had seen a handful of past principals, but most of those principals were at the strength of the 4th grade innate. And this principal Lu in front of her was the strongest person she had ever seen. His cultivation had actually reached the innate 5th grade. This kind of strength, even if placed in those top martial arts universities, would be enough to hold the position of dean. Principal Lu, what brings you here? Teacher Zhang's voice carried a trace of imperceptible trembling as she tried to calm her inner surprise and respectfully asked. Instead of answering directly, Principal Lu walked straight up to the podium and swept his eyes over every student and parent present. Good afternoon, students and parents. Principal Lu's voice was loud and magnetic, clearly transmitting to every corner of the classroom. Our school has always been based on the teaching guideline of virtue first and cultivation second, and is committed to cultivating excellent martial arts talents who are all round in terms of morality, intelligence, physicality, and aesthetics. He paused, and his tone turned serious. I think that Teacher Zhang's criticism of student Shen Yang just now was biased. At this statement, a subtle whisper rang out in the classroom, as parents looked on in disbelief and students looked on in bewilderment. Even Shen Yang himself, his eyes widened in disbelief. Student Shen Yang, although his results in the written exam were not satisfactory, he has a resolute heart, a courageous heart for the martial arts, and dares to stick to his choices. This kind of quality is exactly what we martial arts practitioners need. In a sense, student Shen Yang is also a superior good seedling, worthy of learning from every one of us. Teacher Zhang's face was a shade of green and white. She didn't expect the principal to directly deny her education style in front of so many people, but she also understood that the principal must have his reasons for doing so. So, she hurriedly followed Principal Lu's words. What the principal said is true. It was me who lost my temper in my words just now and didn't take into account the special situation of student Shen Yang. I will reflect on my educational methods and strive to teach according to the student's ability. Aha! Principal Lu nodded with satisfaction. His words had not only maintained the school's reputation, but had also given Shen Yang face, and he thought that it would also reduce some of Lu Qing's antipathy towards the 4th middle school. Right? After all, Lu Qing's identity was not trivial, and he didn't want to offend this promising genius physician because of a student's education. As long as he could keep Shen Yang studying here, he would still have a chance to hook up with Lu Qing, which was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the 4th middle school. Alright, you continue with the parent-teacher conference, I'll stay here and listen. After Principal Lu finished speaking, he gestured for Teacher Zhang to continue. Okay. Teacher Zhang wiped the fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and said in a hurry, Chen Yang, quickly go to the back and move a stool for the principal. Make it 2. Principal Lu suddenly opened his mouth to add, his gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, glancing towards the classroom door. Just then, a handsome young man wearing a matte gray punch jacket appeared at the classroom door. Chen Yang was carrying a stool in one hand, and the moment he saw Lu Qing, he was pleasantly surprised. Brother, why are you here? Lu Qing smiled faintly and walked over to Chen Yang, gently patting his shoulder before turning his head back to Chen Shan and greeting him cordially. Uncle, I happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd stop by to see how this kid usually behaves in school. Lu Qing's voice came to an abrupt end as he looked at Chen Yang's begging for praise look, which was hard to explain. This kid's performance, indeed, gave him a surprise, only a little difficult to judge. Dr. Lu, please sit down. Seeing this, Principal Lu hurriedly greeted enthusiastically. Our school's education style is very set, and this teacher Zhang is also an experienced and excellent teacher. I believe that your brother will be able to make even more progress if he studies here. Lu Qing was not polite and pulled over a stool and sat down. He knew that from the moment he stepped into this classroom, there was no way that Jiang Liuyun's people would dare to make a move in front of him. Just then, a student's parent gently walked up to Lu Qing. His face piled with smiles and his tone was respectful. Chairman, what brings you here? Lu Qing raised his head and saw a familiar face. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. It was the technical director of the Deep Blue Nano Quenching Medicine Project. Mr. Su, it's Mr. Su, your family's child is also in the 4th middle school? Lu Qing greeted symbolically. Yes. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you. As Mr. Su spoke, he suddenly froze and he remembered that Lu Dong is only 20 years old this year, right? Not even married. Do you have a child? Lu Qing saw his confusion and smiled, explaining, Chen Yang, my younger brother. Mr. Su suddenly realized, the original just now that the written test 0 points of the odd outstanding student is Lu Dong brother, and it's in the same class as my own kid. That's a great destiny.
That alone was enough for him to go back to Deep Blue and brag about it. The conversation between the two was not loud, but in the quiet classroom, it still clearly reached the ears of the surrounding parents. What? That person next to Principal Lu? Is that genius physician Lu Qing? That student named Chen Yang just now is actually Dr. Lu's younger brother? No wonder the principal came to sit in personally and praised a student alone who scored 0 on the written exam. My goodness. I didn't expect to meet a big shot from the Marshall Hall for a parent-teacher conference. For a while, the classroom once again buzzed with chatter. Parents mingled, and every now and then someone cast a curious glance toward the last row, wanting to catch a glimpse of that legendary healer. Teacher Zhang on the podium, at this moment only felt that her brain was blank. How could she not expect today this parent meeting, but will turn into this? She not only reprimanded Dr. Lu's brother in front of the principal, but was also hit in the face by the principal in public. And now even Dr. Lu himself is personally present. Ms. Zhang felt that her future was gray, and she even began to doubt whether she could continue to stay in this school. Originally supposed to be the most verbose and procrastinating homeroom teacher in the entire grade, this time the 5th class, instead, was the first to finish the parent-teacher conferences. After the class meeting, the students swarmed around Chen Yang, each with admiration and envy in their eyes. Holy, Chen Yang, how come you never said that your brother is the Marshall Hall's great physician Lu? Brother Yang, if you copy me for the written exams in the future, can you ask for your brother's signature for me? Please, Brother Yang, you'll be my own brother from now on. Anyone who dares to bully you is messing with me. Listening to the flattery of his classmates, Chen Yang felt like his entire body was floating, as if he was going to fly up to the sky in the next second. He had known for a long time that Lu had become an official figure, but his dad had always instructed him not to publicize this relationship outside, so as not to bring unnecessary trouble to Lu, so he had kept this secret in his heart. Today, he could finally raise his eyebrows. Lu Qing, on the other hand, walked out of the classroom door under Principal Lu's personal escort. When he passed by the class teacher, Mr. Zhang, Lu Qing stopped and looked at the other party with a smile. Teacher Zhang, there's no need to take Principal Lu's words to heart. The results of the written exam are indeed very important. It's about a martial artist's combat skills and knowledge of ferocious beasts. My brother still needs you to take the trouble to teach him. Teacher Zhang was flattered for a moment. She didn't expect Lu Qing to take the initiative to talk to her, and she also recognized her teaching work. Yes, 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 thank you for your affirmation. I will definitely teach Mr. Chen Yang with great care. Uncle, come on, let's go eat first. I have something to tell you. Lu Qing turned his head to Chen Shan and said, Good, good. Chen Shan hurriedly nodded his head, a smile spreading across his face as he casually lifted Chen Yang, who was still immersed in his classmates' bragging, out of the room. Sooner or later, I, Yang Heavenly Emperor, will return and lead everyone to set their feet on the Black Forbidden Zone and conquer the Abyssal Face. Chapter 121, Lu Qing's Arrangement. The twilight is over and the lights are on. Inside an upscale restaurant in the city center called Fairview Court, there is a lot of color and glitter. The air is filled with the faint aroma of dishes, interspersed with soft background music, creating a luxurious yet cozy atmosphere. Lu Qing and Chen Shan sat opposite each other. The rosewood round table in front of him was filled with delicacies of all colors and flavors. Among them, the most eye-catching one was the cup of Buddha jumping over the wall, in which the meat of the third-ranked ferocious beast was stewed, and it was even emitting a tantalizing luster. The soup is rich and aromatic. Chen Shan looked at the table of delicacies, especially the cup of Buddha jumping wall. A trace of shock flashed in the bottom of his eyes. A third-grade martial artist was a big deal to him. To actually be able to eat the meat of a third-grade ferocious beast in his life? The knot in his throat rolled involuntarily, and his voice was slightly dry. This table, how much does it cost? Lu Qing smiled faintly and picked up the communal chopsticks to chuck a piece of beast meat for Chen Shan. His tone relaxed. Uncle, taste it and let's talk while we eat. Good. Chen Shan nodded, picked up his chopsticks, picked up the piece of beast meat, and carefully brought it into his mouth, chewing it carefully, as a hot, warm stream of qi instantly surged through his body and dantian. Turning his head, Chen Shan realized that his son Chen Yang was standing in front of the restaurant's huge floor-to-ceiling windows with his back to them, gazing into the distance. Outside the window, the neon lights of the city had come on, and the traffic was flowing. What's going on? Hurry over and eat. Chen Shan greeted. Chen Yang didn't turn around. His voice was low and magnetic. Turn your back on the living world and dictate for the ages. At the age of 15, with a head of 1.75 meters, he was already primed to complete his development. Chen Yang's figure was of the upright and robust type, coupled with his handsome face. Under the soft lighting of the restaurant, he really did have the demeanor of a strong martial arts practitioner. Snap!
Chen Shan raised his hand and slapped him on the back of his head, pressing him to sit on the stool. Brat, you've been peeking at novels again all this time, haven't you? That's not fiction. That's my life creed. Chen Yang's face was hot-blooded, as if he had been greatly aggrieved. After saying that, he grabbed a leg of beast meat that was grilled to a crisp and chewed on it, and asked vaguely, "Say, Brother Lu, what's the matter with you? My dad said you're busy. Why did you suddenly run to school?" Chen Shan also put down his chopsticks and looked at Lu Qing with a puzzled face, waiting for his explanation. Lu Qing smiled faintly, swallowed the food in his mouth, and spoke slowly. He didn't directly state the matter of Jiang Lu Yun, telling the other party would only add to the worries, so he thought of what to say in advance. It's not a big deal. This kid is not going to high school. You know, for martial arts cultivation, not only does the child have to learn in school, but the family's resources also have to keep up. That's why I prepared a place to create a private cultivation environment for Chunyang, and I'm planning to have you guys move there. Moreover, the Songjiang neighborhood is too far away from the 4th middle school, so it's inconvenient to go to school and go home and all that. Lu Cheng added a turn of phrase and continued, and what I said last time, arranging for you to work at the healing store. It's one thing to make a lot of money, but mainly you're getting older, and setting up a stall isn't a permanent solution. Chen Shan sniffed and frowned slightly. A hesitant look appeared on his face. That, Xiao Lua, these two things you said are a bit sudden. I haven't thought about them. The family has lived in the Pine River neighborhood on the west side of the city for more than a decade, with good neighborly relations and a peaceful life. Suddenly he had to move. He was a bit hard to accept for a while. There was also going to work at the Martial Temple's healing store. Although he was a junior martial arts practitioner, his level was limited. So what could he do if he went there? This was also the reason why the last time Lu Qing had invited him, he had been slow to agree. However, Lu Qing had a sentence that spoke to Chen Shan's heart. That was the issue of Chen Yang's cultivation. Families that are in a position to do so not only practice at school, but have even more resources at home. Some would even hire family tutors, with all kinds of pills, resources, and martial arts supplies, especially those family children, who were simply not comparable to children from ordinary families. Brother, are you serious? Chen Yang suddenly cried out in surprise, his eyes glaring round. Private cultivation environments. Those were something that only rich people or family descendants could have. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would have the opportunity to enjoy this kind of treatment. Sit down. No big deal. Chen Shan chided, pressing the agitated Chen Yang back into his seat. Lu Qing looked at Chen Shan, who was still hesitating, smiled and continued. Let's put it this way, uncle. As for my store, it is indeed very short of manpower. The 2 deputy healers are too busy every day, and I'm not willing to recruit strangers in. You at least know medical skills. Even if you come to help me for free, I won't pay you a salary. Consider it as my payment for arranging a private cultivation place for this kid. When Shen Yang heard this, he quickly helped out. Dad, just say yes. Brother Lu is helping us. He's not taking advantage of us. Nonsense. Does Laozi still need you to remind him? Chen Shan blared at his son, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally nodded his head in agreement for the sake of his son's future. All right, I'll go. You can arrange whatever you want at work. I'm still strong in this body. Lu Qing was immediately delighted. Look at what you said. These days there is no medical trouble. Won't let you fight. It's all easy work. Tell you what. You guys go home and pack up. I'll make the rest of the arrangements. Afterward, the 3 of them had enough wine and food, and Lu Qing arranged for a limousine to send Chen Shan's father and son home to pack their bags. While he himself was sitting in a black sedan, he dialed the phone number of Chen Shao of the Chen family. Meanwhile, in the rich neighborhood in the north of the city, the Chen family park. Inside the manor, the single-family villas were strewn with green trees, rockery and flowing water, and the environment was tranquil. The entire manor covered an extremely wide area, as if it was a paradise, highlighting the Chen family's grandeur and heritage. At this moment, in a secluded courtyard, Chen Zhao's posture was upright and his gaze was like a torch. He fiercely stomped out, and the great 4 red inferno copper mechanical legs under his feet erupted with a dazzling red light. A powerful wave of air spread out in all directions with him at the center. Treading heavenly steps, Chen Zhao's figure instantly disappeared in place, transforming into a meteor that rushed toward the sky. He drew a graceful arc in the air and stomped out again. It was as if the void shook with a roar. After a great deal of noise, Chen Zhao slowly landed on the ground, his mechanical right leg glowing with a reddish copper-colored metallic luster, and his breath. This moment, unprecedentedly powerful. In the middle of the courtyard, beside a stone table, Chen Xiaorui, the head of the Chen family, was sitting and sipping tea. His beard and hair were white, but he was hale and hearty, and there was a wise light in his eyes. Suddenly,
He looked at his grandson Chen Xiao, a satisfied and kind smile blooming on his aged face. Shower, you've broken through to the 6th grade. Chapter 122, A Patriarch's Aged Heart Failure. Thanks to this mechanical right leg. Otherwise my grandson would still be on his way to honing his martial arts. How could he break through so quickly? Chen Xiao said humbly and slowly came to Chen Xiurui and stood respectfully at the side. The Chen clan had 2 Grand Earth Order family master teachers, the Void Sky Steps and the Heaven Treading Steps, which shook the 4 corners of the world. By the end of the last 100 years, the only one of the Chen clan's children who was able to learn both martial arts was Chen Xiao, who was also the leader of the Chen clan's younger generation. And the reason why these 2 martial arts were so difficult to practice was that they had to be cultivated to minor success at the same time before the 3rd rank, and they had to be cultivated to major success at the same time before the 6th rank. Otherwise, it is foregone and less powerful. That was why most of the Chen clan members chose to practice only one discipline to be on the safe side. Practicing both disciplines at the same time was an almost impossible task, and the slightest mistake would lead to going off the deep end. Although Chen Xiao was gifted and reached the standard for cultivation, it was still very difficult to cultivate and the progress was slow. This was why the Chen family members upgraded the most slowly of all the top martial arts families, as they were still honing their martial arts. But the ceiling of the Chen clan's martial artists was also very high. Once a breakthrough was made, the battle power was almost on par with a martial artist one small realm higher. Ever since Chen Xiao had assembled the Red Inferno Copper mechanical legs, the machinery had connected with his bloodline, creating a magical and powerful mastery, as if he was born with it. This mechanical right leg was even more freely utilized than his own. This greatly reduced the amount of time he spent on the cultivation of the 2 martial arts, allowing him to focus more on his senses and breakthroughs. Today, he finally broke through to the 6th rank, become a strong martial arts master. And all this, thanks to that modified mechanical limb. It's all because of Dr. Lu, my Chen family, indeed, should repay little friend Lu's kindness. Chen Xiurui nodded slightly in recognition. Suddenly, the cell phone on the table rang with a crisp ring, shattering the tranquility of the courtyard. Chen Xiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and picked up her cell phone to take a look. A hint of surprise flashed across her face. I didn't realize I was talking about the other side. This call came. Young Chen, I'm Lu Cheng. A young, familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Chen Xiao couldn't help but show a look of delight on her face, and hurriedly said, Dr. Lu, what are you looking for me for? I do have a favor to ask. I'll be at Chen's house right away. Let's talk about the specifics in person. On the phone, Lu Qing briefly explained the matter of wanting to send Chen Shan's father and son to the Chen family. This included the downfall of the Jiang family, and Jiang Liuyun's personal visit to base 15, threatening him, as well as telling the truth. Okay, I'll send someone to meet you at the door, Chen Xiao said dryly. Hanging up the phone, a chill flashed across Chen Zhao's face as he looked at Elder Chen and spoke. Grandpa, Dr. Lu is in trouble. Old me knows. Chen Xiurui's face was unperturbed, as if he had everything under control. You know? Chen Xiao was surprised. Chen Xiurui smiled faintly, a hint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. This morning when you were still cultivating, I got the news that Base 7 had come and was carrying a transfer order from the Elders Hall, wanting to forcibly take away Lu Cheng, but it was stopped by Qin Ming from the military department with his men. As the head of the first family of Base 15, it was impossible for him not to know about such a big thing that had happened in the base, and everything was under his control. Chen Xiao was even more puzzled and asked suspiciously, Ha, Grandpa, Dr. Lu is kind to us. Since you know about this, why don't you step in and help him out? With Grandpa's status as a 7th grade sect master, as long as he asked, this kind of small matter could easily be done. Tiny Jiang Luyun, he, the lord of the Chen family, doesn't have to follow the command of the Elders Hall. He only needs to say one word to make him get out of number 15. Silly boy. Chen Xiurui gently shook his head, a smirk appearing on his pale face, taking the initiative to help, and someone begging for help. Are the two the same thing? You're quite the sophisticate. Grandpa's high opinion. 10 minutes later, an underling of the Chen family respectfully brought a sunny and handsome young man in a punching bag into the courtyard. Chen Xiao smiled and greeted him. Enthusiastically, he said, Dr. Lu, long time no see. Lu Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and carefully sized up the other party. Spinning around, he said with the same smile on his face, it has indeed been a long time. Congratulations, young Chen, for advancing to the rank of 6th grade martial arts master, a great advancement in strength. Chen Xiao was already surprised by Lu Qing's eyesight, and was not surprised by the other party's ability to see through his current realm at a glance. He smiled and moved forward, introducing himself, Dr. Lu, by way of introduction.
This is my grandfather and the contemporary head of our Chen family. Lu Qing had naturally noticed this kind-faced old man long ago, and as he greeted him, the eye of the divine mechanism began to scan the patriarchal figure. This one, however, was on the list of great summer patriarchs. It was one generation higher than even Elder Su of Division 15, and his cultivation seniority was even deeper. Suddenly, this moment, the information scanned out by the eye of divine chance caused Lu Qing's brows to furrow in shock. Patient, Chen Xiurui, realm, peak of the 7th grade, disease, heart failure, insufficient qi and blood supply. Half a year from now will be the end of his days. Treatment plan, powerful organ. Remodel the heart. Remodel the mechanical heart. As we all know, the two most important places for martial artists to cultivate are the dantian and the heart. The dantian determined the amount of qi and blood power that was stored and invoked, while the heart, the converter of the martial artist's qi and blood after absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, was the source of the martial artist's power. If the heart fails, even the best elixirs in heaven and earth auras will not be able to make the martial artist go further, and will even bring life to an end. In the meantime, ding, triggering the choice, facing a dying martial artist, who has had a rough life and is on the verge of breaking through the realm with no hope. Can you bear to watch him die like this? May I ask the host how he will choose? Choice 1, I'll put up with it. Lao dang, you're hopeless. Wait for GA. Reward, iron-hearted banner 1. Choice 2, the old man was so pitiful. The key wasn't that he was a zoner, but that I looked kind and decided to save him. Reward, mechanical heart surgical skill. At the sound of the voice, Lu Qing's eyes lit up. Originally, he had planned to, in exchange for helping Chen Xiao upgrade his mechanical legs, reward the Chen family for sheltering Chen Shan's father and son. I didn't realize that this elder Chen wasn't in good shape either. It turned out to be heart failure and his days were numbered. And as always, the system is attentive, sending pillows when you doze off and technology when patients come in. If this were to cure the Chen family head, wouldn't it be a direct addition to the clan's beaters? It's kind of exciting to think about. Lu Qing quickly gathered his thoughts and said with his face as usual, Elder Chen, the kid has heard about you for a long time. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiurui stroked his beard and said with a smile, the matter of little friend Lu. I have just heard from my grandson that Jiang Luyun is indeed bold and daring to threaten you. Don't worry, the old man will intervene in this matter. You don't have to worry about the Jiang family's side. Lu Cheng nodded gratefully. Thanks to Elder Chen's kindness, Jiang Luyun doesn't need to take it to heart. I'm just worried that he'll threaten the safety of the people around me. So I want to ask Elder Chen to let that uncle and brother of mine live in the Chen family for a while, so that there's at least a guarantee of safety. It's a small matter. I'll just let Shower make the arrangements herself. Elder Chen directly tapped the decision without hesitation. Then with those old and deep eyes, he looked at Lu Qing with a smile and a hint of expectation in his eyes. Lu Qing knew that the begging had been done and it was time for him to show his sincerity. Don't worry, old master. I will upgrade young Chen's leg for him as soon as possible. A 6th grade strength and a 4th grade mechanical leg really doesn't fit the status anymore. I will definitely select the best materials for him and build a top-of-the-line mechanical leg. Good. Chen Xiurui sniffed, and the smile on his face became even brighter, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Chen Xiao, who was on the side, was equally excited. A mechanical right leg of grade 4 fine quality could give him a 50% increase in qi and blood. What if it was more advanced? However, just as the grandchildren were getting excited, Lu Qing's voice came next. As for Elder Chen's qi and blood failure condition, the kid's current cultivation is insufficient and needs to wait for some time yet before I can remodel your organs and help break through the 8th grade. And with this statement, the smiles on Chen Xiurui and Chen Zhao's faces instantly froze. The incredulity under his eyes rolled over like a tsunami. Chen Xiurui's aged and pale voice trembled. Little friend, could it be that you're not joking? Chapter 123, taught by himself. Ding, you have decided to save the poor old man in front of you. Rewarding mechanical heart surgical skill. The system rewards arrived instantly, and Lu Qing was overjoyed in his heart. On his face, he did not move. He looked at Chen Xiurui. His tone was steady. Naturally, I am not joking. Your qi and blood withered. Mainly lies in the heart failure. Not enough qi and blood to generate power. In that case, what is the harm in replacing a heart? Heart replacement surgery is not entirely without precedent in today's medical field. But that was only limited to ordinary people and low-grade martial artists. Once a high-grade martial artist was involved, the difficulty rose geometrically, and a heart from an existence of the same level was necessary, and must be cultivated martial arts characteristics similar, qi and blood fusion. Even so, the success rate is still ridiculously low. Not to mention changing the heart of a peak 7th grade sect master. The first step alone, searching for a peak 7th grade heart, was by no means easy. It was simply harder than climbing up to the sky.
little friend lose medical attainments. I really still underestimated. Chen Xiurui's voice carried a hint of trembling that was hard to hide, and his eyes flashed with a light of shock and anticipation. He took a deep breath. Never thought that, proximity, actually really have the chance to break through the 8th product, regardless of whether what Lu Qing said was true or not, and what percentage of success there was. This was a ray of hope in the midst of despair. Soon, under Elder Chen's personal arrangement, Chen Shan's father and son were brought to the Chen family. A Chen family servant led Chen Shan and Chen Yang's father and son into the courtyard. Both of you, please, step into this quaint and atmospheric courtyard full of signs of age. Chen Shan, who had a thick and honest character, was obviously a bit formal, walking carefully with every step, as if he was afraid of stepping on a blade of grass or a piece of wood of this prestigious family. Chen Yang, on the other hand, was like a curious monkey, looking around, his face full of the desire to explore the new environment, his eyes dribbling around. Family master, the person has been brought. The Chen family subordinate reported to Chen Xiurui, then consciously retreated to the side, no longer making a sound. Lu Qing took the initiative to go forward and introduced, Master, this is my uncle Chen Shan, and this younger brother of mine, Chen Yang, who has a mischievous and active personality, so I'll trouble you in the future. Uncle, this is the old man of the Chen family, Patriarch Chen, clan, Patriarch. Chen Shan's voice trembled a little. He had never dreamed in his life that he would one day see a legendary sovereign-level powerhouse with his own eyes, and so close. Chen Xiurui smiled brightly. His voice carried the kindness and generosity of an elder. There is no need to be formal in my Chen family. Speaking of which, you are also surnamed Chen, and are both from the same family, so it's fate. Ah yes, thank you for your willingness, letting us father and son live in the Chen family. Chen Shan was so grateful that his speech was somewhat incoherent. On the side, as soon as Chen Yang heard that the old man on the opposite side was actually a legendary Zhongshe powerhouse, his eyes instantly lit up like he had discovered a new continent. He took a few steps forward and followed Lu Qing's call and asked, Master, you are a grandmaster, so do you think I have the stature of a grandmaster? Chen Shan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His heart jumped to his throat. He secretly tugged on the corner of Chen Yang's coat, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. To life this kid, usually naughty and mischievous even if, facing the patriarch even dare to be so bold. Really a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Oh, Elder Chen froze as he looked at the young teenager with interest, a smile appearing on his face. Good question. Then I'll ask you, what do you think is the purpose of achieving a patriarch? Without even thinking about it, Chen Yang replied without hesitation. Of course, I will beat up whoever I want, martial artist or not, ferocious beast or not, whoever dares to make me impervious, I'll make him get down where he is. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiurui laughed openly, thinking that years ago, when the previous Chen family head, who was also his father, asked him the same question, his answer was just like this, fearless and arrogant. Good boy, rather fitting the old man's temperament. Do you want to follow me to cultivate in the future? Grandpa, you are. On the side, Chen Xiao showed a surprised look on his face, but he knew his grandfather's temper. Ever since Grandpa lived in this red maple residence, he no longer interfered in the family's affairs, and no longer taught the family's sons and daughters, focusing on cultivation and exploring the elusive realm of the 8th grade. Today Wai suddenly opened his mouth to teach the juniors, and it is not the Chen family's direct line juniors. It's like the sun is beating down on the west side. Lu Qing, on the other hand, stood to the side, silent, quietly observing all of this. He could see that the Chen family's old man seemed to really like Chen Yang, but this was not the key factor, but mainly for his own commitment to the change of heart. Once Chen Xiurui broke through to the 8th grade, then the Chen family of base 15 would be directly ranked in the top 3 of the 18 families of Disxia. The benefits of this were enough to make any peak patriarch put their foot down. Chen Xiurui gave his own grandson a disgusted look, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. What? Old man, I taught you out. You just run around outside blindly, not coming to see me for 10 days and half a month. Now I want to teach another obedient one. You also have a problem with that? That's not what I meant. Grandpa, Chen Xiao explained helplessly, feeling that he was more wrong than sinus. Chen Xiurui no longer looked at him, but instead looked at Chen Yang, who was like a leather monkey, and a trace of love flashed in his eyes. From now on, you and your father will live in the Red Maple Villa, and the old man will personally teach you martial arts. Are you willing? Chen Shan looked dumbfounded on the sidelines as he mechanically turned his neck to look at Lu Qing, his eyes filled with doubt and shock, as if asking, what's the situation? Patriarch wants to personally teach his son? You also, sister said. For a moment he couldn't tell if this was a surprise or a shock, and his entire body was in a state of confusion. Willing.
Chen Yang was busy nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. If he took this back to school, he could properly pretend again. Patriarch teaching. It was as if he could already see the envious and jealous eyes of his classmates. Chen Xiaorui smiled with satisfaction and looked at Chen Xiao. Arrange for someone to clean up the 2 rooms in the west wing for Xiao Yang. Chen Xiao subconsciously said. Isn't that where I stayed when I came to stay with you? Chen Xiaorui said without hesitation. You won't have to come in the future. Chen Xiao, huh? Chen Xiaorui's gaze then fell on Lu Qing. A glint flashed in his eyes. Little friend, the matter you asked for can be done today. After saying that, his pale figure suddenly disappeared into the red maple special courtyard, leaving only a gentle breeze behind. In the meantime, inside a lavish hotel room, Zhang Luyun sat on the soft sofa, listening to the report of his subordinate's silver ambassador. His brows tightly locked. My lord, that Chen Shan father and son were picked up by the Chen family. Our people didn't have time to make a move. The Chen family? There was a hint of doubt and displeasure in Zhang Luyun's voice. They've never had deep ties with Section 15. How could they suddenly intervene in Lu Qing's matter? The silver ambassador under his hand lowered his head and carefully replied. It is said that, some time ago, Chen Xiao of the Chen clan was seriously injured, and it was Lu Qing who cured him. Rubbish. Zhang Luyun's face was gloomy. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. So what if they entered the Chen family? I don't believe they never came out. Arrange for someone to stand guard. This envoy doesn't believe that the Chen family will flip out with my Zhang family for 2 ordinary people. Yeah, the old man can make you believe. Suddenly, a thick and old voice descended in the room like thunder. The voice contained a terrifying pressure, causing Zhang Luyun and that silver envoy in the room to instantly turn pale, unable to even straighten their backs, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. A fine cold sweat immediately oozed from Zhang Luyun's forehead. Patriarch? Dare I ask senior? Which one are you? Chapter 124. What the hell is this? It was about a tea break. Chen family, red maple residence. Beside that originally empty stone table, the figure of elder Chen Xiaorui actually reappeared like a ghost. He was sitting on a stone bench, with an extra cup of tea in his hand at some point, and was leisurely savoring it as if he had never left. Seeing this, Lu Qing quickly stepped forward with a trace of doubt on his face. Master, this is Don. Chen Xiaorui didn't answer directly. He just slowly took out a piece of paper from his bosom, and on that paper was the transfer order signed by the elder Hall. Lu Qing was shocked in his heart. This old man, he actually snatched this up? At least it is the transfer order approved by the Grand Elder himself. Really do not give any face. Awesome. Lu Qing secretly smacked his lips, but in his heart, he was extremely satisfied. The stronger the Chen family's attitude was, the more it represented Elder Chen's attitude, the more it was showing that it would be on his side, which was undoubtedly a peace of mind. Thanks a lot. Lu Qing solemnly accepted the transfer order and casually put it away inside his spatial ring. This time, Zhang Luyun had no reason to take him away in the open. There's no transfer order, so who can prove what you're saying is true or false? Even if it proves to be true, what if you lost it on the road? Even if it is found to have been robbed, it was the Chen family's master who robbed it, so what does it have to do with me? Lu, if you have the guts, go fight a peak grandmaster? The door to the west wing opened with a creak, and several Chen family underlings came out in a line. They had already packed up the room for Chen Shan's father and son. Chen Yang has never enjoyed this kind of living environment. It is simply too high-end than the villas and mansions boasted by those students who have money at home. And he was so excited that he jumped up and down like a monkey for a while. Lu Qing completely put down his heart, and accompanied by Chen Xiao, he slowly left the Chen family. Walking to the vermilion red gate of the Chen family, Chen Xiao suddenly stopped in her footsteps with an unprecedented serious expression on her face. Dr. Lu, I dare to ask. The matter of heart replacement. How much certainty do you have? Lu Qing smiled. He could naturally see that the other party was worried about Chen Xiaorui. Elder Chen was the pillar of the Chen family. Before Chen Xiao had grown up, the entire Chen family had to rely on Chen Xiaorui, a peak powerhouse, to hold it up. This was where the foundation of the family lay. There's no need to worry, young Chen. It's just that this technique is still being researched, and after I perfect it, I guarantee that renewing the old man's life for at least 20 years will not be a problem. Lu Qing opened his mouth to make up nonsense. Where is what is still being studied? Just that his cultivation still lacks fire. To perform a 7th level mechanical technique, one needed a 5th level of cultivation to be able to do so. But how can I say such disgraceful words? It's not in keeping with my status as Master Lu. Chen Xiao was overjoyed at his words. Renewing his life for 20 years. In that case, his grandfather would really have a chance to step into that legendary realm of the 8th rank. Good. At that time, my Chen family will be grateful. By the way, half a month from now is Grandpa's 100th birthday. His old man specially instructed me to invite you to the venue. I hope Dr. Lu will appreciate your presence. Lu Qing nodded and naturally agreed. Now that he was feuding with the Jiang family, he was in need of tying up with another top family. And the Chen family, at the moment, was the only top family he was close to. Above the southeastern wilderness, the Golden Peak mountain range, rolling like a sleeping dragon, lay across the earth. The peaks here, unlike other places, the mountains showed a strange metallic luster, and under the sun's rays, they glittered with bits of golden light. The dense jungle, like a green velvet carpet, covered this mountain range full of metallic flavor, and when a gust of wind blew by, the leaves rustled, as if it was a crisp sound made by the collision of metals. Hillside, Jiang Mingzhong led a team, followed by a dozen or so Jiang clan experts, all of whom were elites with 4th or 5th grade cultivation, and they wore uniform black power suits with a formidable aura. The one leading the group, Jiang Mingzhong, was a late 6th grade martial arts master. His pair of eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, scanning the surroundings, not missing a single breeze. A Jiang clan expert walked up to him and said in a low voice, "Master Fifth, this Golden Peak mountain range stretches for hundreds of miles, and the 8 people who chased the Golden Horn Titan earlier were lost here. We don't have the exact location, so we can only search one sub-peak at a time, and this is currently the 6th one. Speed up the progress." There was a hint of impatience in Jiang Mingzhong's tone. He didn't care about the deaths of those 8 Jiang clan disciples. What he cared about was time. The longer the time dragged on, the greater the probability of the Golden Horned Titan escaping, which was something he absolutely could not tolerate. However, according to his judgment, the Golden Horned Titan should not have gone far, because he had been seriously injured when he was in the southwest. He must have needed a long time to recover after traveling a long distance to the southeast, and the Titan clan feeds on metal in order to repair their injuries. The Golden Peak mountain range, the very treasure land where the Golden Horned Titan was healing and recuperating. The rich metal resources here had a fatal attraction to it. Yes, the Jiang clan's experts led the order and hurriedly urged the people behind them to speed up. A line of innate experts rushed across the mountain, like walking on the ground. No one could stop them at all, and those low-ranked ferocious beasts, sensing the powerful aura emanating from their bodies, avoided far away from them early on. Strange, although this place is only a medium-risk area, how come ferocious beasts are so rare? Jiang Mingzhong frowned slightly as a feeling of uneasiness surged in his heart. However, just then, ho ho ho, a mechanized roar, like thunder, exploded among the mountains and forests, rattling one's eardrums. A black mechanical beast in the form of a panther rushed out of the dense forest like lightning. It was covered in an icy metallic luster, and its scarlet electronic eyes flashed with bloodlust as it snapped the neck of a 4th grade innate Jiang clan expert with a single bite. Put! Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground around them, and the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. Jiang Mingzhong and the others were shocked. They had never seen such a bizarre creature before and froze in place for a moment. What the hell is this? On guard! Get on guard! Jiang Mingzhong was the first to react, and he roared angrily. The rest of the Jiang clan's experts also came back to their senses as they quickly formed a battle formation. And in the shadows, dozens of pairs of red points of light, densely lit. Chapter 125, Puppet Warbeast. Save! Help me! The Jiang clan expert whose neck had been snapped off by the mechanical leopard's bite collapsed helplessly to the ground. His eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain, staining the surrounding grass. However, the surrounding group of Jiang clan experts were as if they were immobilized, and none of them dared to take a step forward. Eyes watched as his kinsmen reached out their trembling hands, eventually dropping them helplessly as their vitality faded. And across from them, the hideous and incomparable mechanical leopard beast seemed like a monster full of technology, was watching them with cold electronic eyes, as if picking out his next prey. The mechanical panther was silver-gray in color, and its streamlined body shimmered with metallic luster in the sunlight. Precision gears and transmissions were clearly visible at the joints of the limbs, and every movement was accompanied by a slight sound of mechanical operation. It has an extremely unique head design with no flesh and blood in the traditional sense. In its place was a head made of metal and electronics. The 2 scarlet electronic eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty, chilling light. Rustling. Immediately afterward, a creepy sound came from the grass, and more golem mechanical beasts poked out. They come in all shapes and sizes, from giant mechanical beasts like tigers, to athletic mechanical cheetahs, to python-like mechanical snakes. Each one is transformed from a variety of beasts. It was covered in all sorts of weapons and armor and was full of killing. These mechanical beasts numbered more than 40, all of which were level 5 and level 4 puppet beasts. They looked completely vicious, with red light flashing in their electronic eyes, as if they were a group of demons from hell. That's right, The mountain that Jiang Mingjong had led his men to break into was the base camp that Lu Qing had chosen. It had his legions of puppet war beasts on it. Among them, 303rd grade puppet beasts, 54th grade puppet beasts, and 25th grade puppet beasts. These war beast puppets were tireless, painless war mechs whose only task was to guard their homes. As soon as an intruder is spotted, it's a fight to the death. Such a huge troop of war beasts, even if a martial arts master bumped into it, he could only avoid it for the time being. All be careful. These mechanical beasts, their strengths are all at the level of 4th or 5th rank great demons. Jiang Mingjong's face became extremely ugly. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from these mechanical beasts. Each one was not to be underestimated. Before the words fell, he directly struck out. His qi and blood of the late 6th grade violently erupted like a volcano erupting, and the powerful qi wave pressed the surrounding grass and trees to bend over. He only saw his figure flash, instantly appearing in front of that level 5 leopard puppet beast, and a whip kick viciously struck its body. Bang! The leopard puppet beast's huge body flew out backwards like a cannonball, ruthlessly smashing into a huge rock with a deafening thud. The rock was instantly in pieces, splattering debris and filling the air with smoke. However, shockingly, after the smoke cleared, the leopard puppet beast staggered to its feet. It didn't die like a normal ferocious beast, but instead resisted the strike of the titular 6th grade powerhouse. Roar! On the leopard mechanical beast's metal back, a piece was obviously concave. Cracks appeared on the surface, and nuisance electric current sounds continued to emanate, but it still remained ferocious and once again pounced towards Jiang Mingjong. When the crowd of Jiang family experts saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. This damn thing surprisingly resisted the 5th master's strike? Jiang Mingjong's face grew more and more grave. Although none of these mechanical beasts were his opponents, they were really a bit hard to kill, very tenacious, and there were just too many of them. Even if he was able to kill them all by himself, he would still have a considerable amount of wear and tear on himself. The bottom line is that a lot of time will be wasted. Form a sword formation. Jiang Mingjong made an instant decision and issued a command, intending to utilize the Jiang clan sword formation to fight these monsters. Yes. Swish swish swish. More than a dozen Jiang clan experts quickly closed their formation and surrounded each other, summoning their flying swords from their spatial rings. In an instant, more than a dozen flying swords rose up into the air, circling and flying in the air, their bodies glittering with cold light, transforming into a powerful sword chi-killing formation, protecting them within it. Roar! However, the 30-odd mechanical puppet beasts, not knowing the slightest bit of fear, rushed up and attacked together, as if they were an emotionless killing machine. The sword array chopped at the mechanical puppet beast, emitting an ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing, and sparks splashed in all directions, as brilliant as fireworks. Jiang Mingjong was riding 3 flying swords alone, fending off more than a dozen level 5 puppet beasts by himself. His sword technique was incomparably powerful, and each sword contained a powerful force of chi and blood, forcing those level 5 puppet beasts to retreat back and forth. Damn it! These mechanical ferocious beasts are too numerous and seem to be tireless. 5th Master. At this rate the sword formation will collapse sooner or later. A 5th grade Jiang clan expert shouted anxiously. The chi and blood of all of them, the innate experts, dropped rapidly under the fierce attack, and their faces turned pale. However, mechanical puppets did not need chi and blood to fight, but pure mechanical power. As with the indestructible body modification, it's the equivalent of a monster without a blue bar, and can keep fighting like crazy as long as its body isn't broken. Just then, a scream came from the ranks. A puppet beast in the form of a lion seized an opening and broke through the defense, snapping the neck of a Jiang clan expert with a bite. Blood spurted out, and the scene was extremely bloody. Then, 2 more screams rang out. Miserable moans of agony spread through the ranks, and it looked like the sword formation was about to be unable to support them. Get lost! Jiang Mingjong's face turned blue as he roared. An extremely terrifying tidal wave of chi and blood erupted from his body, sweeping out like a tsunami and shaking all the mechanical beasts back 3 feet. Yet it was only a shock back. Only the few mechanical beasts closest to him, crippled by his shock, fell to the ground still working their bodies stiffly, nuisance electric currents splattering across their body surfaces, lost to the fight and unable to get back on their feet. What? Jiang Mingjong once again revealed a stunned expression. The difficulty of these mechanical beasts was far beyond his expectations. If it was the usual 4th or 5th rank beasts, he would have to put in some effort at most with his 6th rank cultivation, and killing 20 or 30 of them would not be a problem. But these, the killing moves that exploded with full force, actually only managed to dry over a few of them? And by the looks of it, these mechanical beasts seem like they can be repaired again and still TM work as well. It's a hell of a day. Roar! Hiss! Moo! Within moments,
Those remaining 40 puppet beasts once again surrounded them, their eyes shooting red light-piercing ons as if they had become even more ferocious. And Kong Myung-jong took advantage of this momentary lull and hurriedly shouted, "Retreat! Down the hill first!" Yes, the remaining 8 Jeong clan innate experts operated the sword formation at the first opportunity, fighting and retreating, fleeing the scene. After about 20 minutes or so, Kong Myung-jong finally took his team and withdrew down the mountain. However, on their way to escape, they were chased by those puppet beasts and they lost 4 more innate experts. What a terrible loss! On an open space, Jiang Mingjong and the 4 remaining Jiang clan experts sat paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. They hurriedly took out pills and took them, resting on their knees to regain their chi and blood. Fifth master, what exactly is going on with those mechanical ferocious beasts? Came out from where? A Jiang clan expert asked with a palpitating heart, a look of shock still lingering on his face. Kong Myung-jong's face huffed, and his eyes flashed with unwillingness. Tramp, how do I know? Mechanical beasts. Mechanical beasts. His mouth chanted, and suddenly, something seemed to come into his mind. Then Lu Qing's mechanical limbs and mechanical necks, don't they all happen to be mechanically related? Could it be that the mechanical ferocious beasts on this mountain are also related to the sun? Jinfeng Mountain, however, happened to be within the jurisdiction of Base 15, and analyzing from this point, the chances of it being that Lu Qing were high. Then, will the Golden Horn Titan, too, come into this person's hands? Thinking about this, he became more and more suspicious that the Golden Horn Titan was on this Golden Peak Mountain. Jiang Mingjong's eyes flashed as he looked toward a Jiang clan expert. We're running out of manpower. Immediately contact Lu Yun and ask him to bring people to Golden Peak Mountain for support. Chapter 126, Chairman Shin's information. In the meantime, Starlight Hotel, inside a luxurious suite. Well, ahem. Jiang Lu Yun was sitting on his knees and was regulating his breathing with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his face turned white. A mouthful of bruised blood surged up from his chest, and his throat erupted in a violent spurt of fishy sweetness. To the side, the Silver Ambassador's men were quick on their feet and hurriedly handed over a high-level healing elixir. Jiang Luyun took the elixir and took it in one mouthful, then mobilized his body's breath and ran to absorb the medicinal power. A few moments later, he slowly opened his eyes. The bottom of his eyes flashed a trace of viciousness. His tone of voice was filled with a few points of resentment. Old thing. He dared to hurt me. How dare he hurt me and threaten me? One must know that as the most talented person in the younger generation of the Jiang family, he was considered by the family to be the next family head to be cultivated. Even his grandfather, the head of the Jiang family, hadn't even bothered to lift a finger on him since he was a child. And that old undead Shin Xiurui actually dared to hurt him today. It was a slap in the face of the Jiang family. In the face of his grandfather. Seeing this, Silver Ambassador's men quickly pacified. My lord, with the Chen family meddling in this matter, we can no longer lay our hands on Lu Qing on the 15th. Ha. That's really good. Jiang Luyun laughed back in anger, his voice so cold that it was as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. With Branch 15 disobeying the Elder Hall's transfer order, and the Chen family openly provoking my Jiang family, I see that this entire Base 15 is going to unite in revolt. My lord, should we contact the family now? The Silver Ambassador under his command asked cautiously. At those words, Jiang Luyun was silent. Contacting the family at this moment? Wouldn't that make the family think they're incompetent? With the transfer order approved by the Elder Hall personally, but even a district of the third grade physician cannot bring away. Spread out are not afraid of people laughing. He had already been suppressed by Jiang Jun and came to number 15 to prove that he was better than Jiang Jun. How can you lose face when you have to ask for the family's help when you've just reached the 15th? Furthermore, base-to-base communications couldn't cover the wilderness area and contacting each other would take at least 3 days if someone was sent to run back to the clan to report it. In the meantime, maybe he has a chance. At this point, a martial ambassador walked quickly into the luxury suite. With an anxious face, he reported to Jiang Luyun, Lord Gold Envoy. An urgent contact came from Jiang Fifth Master's side. Soon, he told the news from Jiang Mingjong one by one. This included the latter's encounter with the mechanical beast attack at Golden Peak Mountain, as well as speculations about the Golden Horn Titan being related to Lu Qing, all of which were reported. Jiang Liuyun's expression suddenly stared as his eyes became sharp. The clan sent him to Base 15 to look for Lu Qing this time, while fifth uncle Jiang Mingjong split up and headed to Golden Peak Mountain to search for the Golden Horn Titan. I didn't expect. This Golden Peak Mountain actually has something to do with this kid too? If the Golden Horn Titan also fell into the hands of Lu Qing, then this kid, hiding can be too deep. Immediately gather your men. Those in the innate realm, come with me to Golden Peak Mountain. The rest of you, stay at Base 15 for now. Jiang Luyun made a quick decision on the spot. That underling Silver Ambassador showed a worried look and persuaded. But your internal injuries, at least you need to recuperate for 2 more days. It's about the Golden Horn Titan. There's no delay. It's only the patriarchal might. This envoy can carry it. The bottom of Jiang Liuyun's eyes were filled with the pride of a genius, and he got up boldly, striding out of the luxury suite with a determined back. The other side. Lu Qing walked out of the Chun family and walked down the wide street. The sunlight poured over him, pulling out a long shadow. Suddenly, the cell phone rang, breaking the silence around them. Caller ID, Shin Ao. Lu Qing froze. How could Chairman Shin Ao find himself at this time? Drop. The call is connected. Facing this martial arts master's partner, Lu Qing still acted very politely. President Shun, is there something wrong? The nano repair patch has encountered problems in sales? Ha ha ha, naturally not. How could there be a problem with Lu Dong's technology? Shin Ao's bright laughter came from the other end of the phone. Shin Mao has another matter to inform you. Oh, Mr. Shin received the news that this morning the people from Branch 7 came and tried to take you away. And after this line of people missed, they stayed in my Starlight Hotel. Shin Ao relayed the information from his men to Lu Qing. Just half an hour ago, that Jiang Luyun took the 6 innate experts under him and left the base. But there are still people left at No. 15. I suspect that they have another tactic in mind for your actions. A special warning. Lu Qing's gaze lurched as he asked. Their people. Which direction did they go out from? North gate of the base. Lu Qing immediately frowned, his eyes becoming grave. The northern wilderness area of Base 15 was exactly in the direction of the Golden Peak mountain range. The Jiang clan had indeed still detected the clues of the Golden Horn Titan. However, they should have no evidence yet and think of themselves. Otherwise, Jiang Luyun hadn't come over at the beginning to ask for someone with a transfer order in a courteous manner. Alright, thanks to President Shun, I know about this matter. Lu Qing thanked him and hung up the phone before quickly heading towards the north gate of the base. Big Ben and Baba absolutely could not be exposed. Otherwise, he could not withstand the backlash from the Jiang family. Now, the only way out is to kill and kill. Chapter 127 Delaying Tactics. More than 2 hours later, Lu Qing arrived at the base of the Golden Peak mountain sub-peak. The mines were deep and dark, with 3 grade 5 earth vein essence iron veins snaking through them, with a grade 6 earth vein essence crystal vein connecting them in the center. This level 6 vein emitted a dazzling earthy yellow luster, glittering like a gem set in the earth, lighting up the dimly lit tunnel as if it were day. When Lu Qing stepped into the mountain, the system began to operate, and through the mechanical puppet beasts that patrolled the mountain, he was able to clearly observe every corner of the entire mountain peak, as if there were an invisible pair of eyes that took it all in. It seems that the Jiang family this time, not only sent Jiang Luyun, but also arranged other experts. Lu Qing looked at the virtual blue light screen with a grave and thoughtful expression. Lu Qing watched the video of the previous attack on Jiang Mingzhong and the others. That Jiang Mingzhong, who was leading the group, had a cultivation level as high as the late 6th grade, one small realm higher than Jiang Luyun, and the real-time monitoring footage of the Jiang Luyun had already rejoined Jiang Mingzhong. In the 2 groups of people, there were a total of 10 5th grade masters, plus Jiang Mingzhong and Jiang Luyun, 2 6th grade martial arts masters. This lineup, which could not be described as luxurious, was more than enough even for exploring the high-risk areas of the wilderness. 2 6th grades. This is really troublesome. Lu Qing skimmed his lips, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. All beings are equal, guaranteed to kill the 6th character, but you only get 1 shot per day. And looking at the Jiang family's posture, it was obvious that they intended to keep an eye on Jin Feng Mountain, and it was 80% that they had a guess about Baba's whereabouts. Jiang Luyun and the others would definitely explore up gradually, pressing on step by step. The only way to be safe is to stall for time. Lu Qing reacted quickly in his mind. He could only utilize the puppet beast troops to delay the other party from going up the mountain first. As long as they could drag it out until 12 a.m., equality of all beings would be refreshed, and by then, 2 6th characters, 1 for each shot, and the remaining 10 5th characters were not enough to worry about. At that moment, a heavy footsteps came from far and near, interrupting Lu Qing's thoughts. Golden Horn Titan Baba held a large pile of refined earth vein essence iron in both hands and ran over with gusto. Lu, bully for you do. It looked at Lu Qing, and its naive face was filled with the joy of inviting credit. Lu Qing turned his head and looked at the big guy. Unlike the bloodthirsty ferocity of other ferocious beasts, the Titans have a gentle character and only know one thing about swallowing gold, and their dream in life is to lie flat. Titans don't actively attack people if they aren't being attacked. So what was the reason for the Jiang clan's desire to hunt the Golden Horn Titan? At this point, Jiang Liuyun's group had already started heading towards the mountains. Lu Qing didn't deploy the 3rd-level puppet beasts, facing these innate experts, and the 2 6th grades. He could only deploy the puppet beasts transformed by the great demons to withstand them for a moment or two. Apart from the damaged ones, the 60 or so great demon-level puppet beasts were in full force under Lu Qing's personal command, lurking like a ghost in the mountains. At the foot of the mountain, the jungle was deep and so quiet that you could only hear the wind rustling the leaves. Jiang Luyun, Jiang Mingjong and the others cautiously advanced towards the mountain. Because of the previous attack by the mechanical beasts, Kang Myungjan became extra cautious this time, and the team did not travel too fast. After about 5 minutes, Jiang Luyun asked with some impatience, "Fifth uncle, is the mechanical ferocious beast you mentioned really that powerful? Why is it still missing until now?" There was a hint of skepticism and contempt in his voice. Kang Myungjan replied with trepidation, "Be careful, that thing is very hard to kill. Even I would have trouble killing it completely. Humph, now that we have the two of us joining forces, even if a 6th-ranked lord comes, he can be crushed," Jiang Luyun said confidently, a proud gleam in his eyes. Jiang Mingjong nodded approvingly, but still reminded, "You still need to be careful. That thing can't sense chi and blood, and is good at sneak attacks to a fault. Everyone, stay close." His voice was soft, yet it echoed through the mountains with a hint of tension and seriousness. Swish! Just as the words fell, a pitch-black level 5 mechanical snake sprang out of the grass like lightning, towards a 5th-grade Zhang clan expert. He attacked and killed. Lu Qing's intention was to kill the rest of the team first, and then finally take care of the 2 6th ranks. This mechanical puppet snake was a full 2 meters, with an elongated body and pitch-black metallic scales covering its entire body, like a black lightning bolt, swift and deadly, imperial sword art. This time, however, the many Zhang clan experts had long been prepared. The moment they heard the voice, the 3 experts' sword fingers were urged, and the 3 flying swords chopped down violently. The sword light flashed, directly chopping down that 5th-level puppet snake with a combined effort, and the metal scales were chipped away a few pieces. Holy? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. The fact that he was out of his element made him very upset. He didn't expect the Zhang family to be so vigilant this time, so he continued to command those puppet beasts that were good at sneak attacks and had sensitive speeds. What with the puppets of mechanical leopards, mechanical snakes, and mechanical eagles continuously engaging in sneak attacks, weaving through the jungle like ghosts. However, with 2 martial arts masters in attendance, it was difficult for Lu Qing to succeed in his attack. Although these puppet beasts were powerful, they still appeared to be a bit outmatched in front of the martial arts masters with terrifying battle strength. A full hour passed before he was able to score once and kill a Zhang clan expert, and Jiang Luyun and the others were gradually approaching the halfway point of the mountain. If he hadn't commanded the constant harassment, I'm afraid the other side would have already reached him. However, Lu Qing wasn't worried. The purpose of stalling had been achieved. He only needed to wait a little longer. It was the real moment of the hunt. Hoo-hoo! As night fell, the cold wind blew harshly through the mountains and forests, making a whimpering sound like the cries of ghosts and wolves. Black dark clouds shrouded the Golden Peak mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, making the entire mountain forest even more eerie. Inside the mine cave, the corner of Lu Qing's mouth hooked up slightly, and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. The time of the hunt. It's here. Facing a puppet beast that couldn't be perceived with chi and blood, if it lost its vision again, then it would be destined to be a one-sided abuse. In the darkness, human perception would be greatly reduced, while the golem beast was unaffected. Swish! In the next second, in the middle of the screen, a robust black shadow violently sprang out, its speed as fast as a ghost. It bit off the head of a Zhang clan expert alive with a single bite, and blood spattered out, turning it into a headless corpse. Watch out! Jiang Luyun shouted in surprise, but in the night, when he reacted, the team member behind him had already lost his life and turned into a cold corpse, only to see not far away, that is a saber-toothed tiger mechanical beast, 2 sharp metal blade teeth, deep into the Zhang family expert's brain, will be held in the mouth, blood dripping down the blade teeth. Jiang Mingjong immediately maneuvered his flying sword and scared off the mechanical saber-toothed tiger. Be careful, I'll set the light to a wide range and slow down. Jiang Mingjong ordered at once, low and alert in his voice. The others immediately turned their flashlights up to their maximum range of light, which enhanced a greater range of vision than the precise far beam mode. But the remoteness was so greatly curtailed that the speed of travel had to be slowed down as well. But, just as Kang Myungjan was speaking in between, another puppet snake shot out like a ghost, biting off a piece of flesh from Jiang Luyun's arm with a single bite, blood instantly staining his sleeves. What? Jiang Luyun was furious. He didn't expect that he would be injured by a mechanical beast. He chopped down with his sword with all his might, and the sword chi was as sharp as substance, chopping that 5th-level puppet snake into 2 pieces. The puppet snake that was chopped into 2. The fracture showed a small and precise mechanical structure. Electronic components ZZ fire. Looks very strange. Die for me. Jiang Luyun's face is very ugly.
Chen Xiaorui bullied him is just a matter of time. The district of a mechanical actually can also hurt him. Jiang Luyun violent anger and then chopped another sword. Sword Qi, want to thwart his bones and ashes. But, the mechanical snake body, broken in two, was surprisingly still able to move, and it nimbly fled into the shadowy thicket, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Luyun cracked. Bastard. And the time, which has come to 11 p.m. Sharp. Chapter 128 Gambling. The night was like ink, so thick that it couldn't be melted, weighing heavily on top of the Golden Peak mountain range. Fifth uncle, are you saying that these mechanical ferocious beasts are really related to Lu Qing? Jiang Liuyun's face was iron blue and he clenched his teeth. He viciously tore off a piece of his coat and wrapped it around the bleeding wound with a rough motion. That damn mechanical snake had actually hurt him. After truly seeing how bizarre and difficult these puppet beasts were, the doubts in his heart grew as wild as weeds. Who else could be able to carry out such a precise mechanical modification on a ferocious beast lifeform? Other than that Lu Qing who had invented mechanical prosthetics, created a mech, and invented nano-repair technology one after another? Jiang Mingzhong's expression also became grave as he said in a deep voice. Well, there is indeed a great possibility. It was no coincidence that a large number of mechanical beasts related to Lu Qing had suddenly appeared on Golden Peak Mountain, where the Golden Horn Titan was hiding. Perhaps the Golden Horn Titan had already fallen into Lu Qing's hands. At first, Jiang Luyun didn't believe it. How could Lu Qing subdue a peak 5th rank Titan with a mere 3rd rank cultivation? But with the assistance of these mechanical beasts, it would be easy as pie. No wonder he would rather offend the Jiang family than go back with me. Jiang Luyun's eyes flowed. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he began to analyze step by step, and it seemed that every point corresponded to Lu Qing's whereabouts and motives. These mechanical ferocious beasts, they will only harass and sneak up on us. It's as if there is someone behind the scenes deliberately maneuvering to stop us from going up the mountain. Thinking of this, a hint of viciousness flashed in Jiang Liuyun's eyes as he decisively ordered, "Everyone, speed up the traveling speed and attack the mountain with all your might." He decided to stop being careful, and at this rate, he would only be consumed by those hard-to-kill mechanical ferocious beasts. On the side, the crowd looked at each other, a hint of hesitation showing in their eyes. The terror of the mechanical ferocious beasts had left a huge shadow on them, and that ubiquitous and undefendable attack made their hearts tremble. Young Master Lu Yun, is this too adventurous? Someone couldn't help but speak, a tremor in his voice. They were all direct descendants of the Jiang family with noble status. If it wasn't for the peak bloodline Golden Horn Titan, there was no need for them to personally take action. But this time, having lost a large portion of their men just before arriving at Golden Peak Mountain, even with Jiang Liuyun's decision, they began to hesitate. Unbridled, Jiang Mingzhong's eyes dripped and immediately scolded in a stern voice. Lu Yun is my Jiang family's young master. The clan elder personally commands. Even I have to follow orders. Are you questioning the clan elder? There were currently 5 houses in the Jiang family, and Jiang Lu Yun, as the first line of the eldest house, was the future heir of the Jiang family, whereas the other 2nd, 3rd, and 4th houses all had zone masters sitting in their ranks. Only he, the 5th house, had only one martial Dao master at the highest. This time, when he acted together with Jiang Lu Yun, he had the intention of drawing closer to the big house. So naturally, he would not let go of any opportunity to perform. When the 5th master Jiang opened his mouth, none of those first family sons dared to retort anymore. The crowd changed their strategy at the first opportunity, collecting their breath and running up the mountain at full speed. Asterisk. Inside the tunnel, Lu Qing was slightly surprised as he took it all in through the vision of the puppet beast. In the current situation, Jiang Luyun seemed to have discovered his deliberate delaying tactic and wanted a quick battle. He saw that the opposing personnel had already stepped over the mountainside and were coming towards the upper half of the mountain. But, there are still more than 50 minutes until 0:00 a.m. It's too late. Full siege. Lu Qing's gaze was cold. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Big deal. Spell out the entire puppet force, but also absolutely cannot let Jiang Luyun come close to this place. Take a gamble. Thus, the command to siege was given to all the mechanical beasts through a special signaling frequency. On the dark mountain forest path, Jiang Luyun and the others ran as fast as ghosts. Roar! Moo! Nico! In the next moment, countless mechanized beast roars hissed, resounding deafeningly in the dark night. Tigers, leopards, jackals, wolves, snakes, eagles, lions, those that ran on the ground, those that swam in the water, those that flew in the sky. All sorts of mechanical puppet beasts came overwhelmingly from all directions, their metal bodies glittering with an icy luster in the darkness, and their mechanical eyes flickering with a red light that made people shudder. This Those few Jiang clan experts were so scared that their faces were colorless. Their legs were weak, and they could barely stand. This horrifying scene caused even Jiang Luyun and Jiang Mingzhong's backs to chill and their scalps to tingle. Even if it's strong, it's only a 4th or 5th order being. Kill. Jiang Luyun was, after all, a 6th grade martial Dao master. And he reacted quickly. All 6 flying swords were activated and shot out as 6 streams of light. The sword chi streaked across the sky, tearing through the air and emitting ear-piercing shrill whistles. Jiang Mingzhong similarly activated his 3 flying swords and killed with his imperial sword. His sword light flashing, mirroring Jiang Liuyun's flying swords and multiplying their power. Several Jiang clan experts didn't dare to lag behind and followed closely. Their role was to assist the 2 6th grade in the battle. Once they lagged behind, they would be torn alive by the mechanical beasts. Boom, 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 boom. With the 2 6th grade joining forces, they were completely unafraid of the 60 or so grade demon grade puppet beasts, killing the beasts with a crushing advantage. Every minute, a puppet beast would be torn apart by the sword light. The metal body, no longer able to withstand the pressure, crumbled and resolved, parts scattering all over the place, sparks of electricity flying in all directions. Killing like this is not the way to go. Inside the tunnel, Lu Qing's face grew more and more grave, his brows locked. It has to come out. Nowadays, with the cultivation of the middle 3rd grade, the mechanical power is 36,000 Hz, and with the increase of the 5th grade frost mech, it can reach 61,200 Hz. If you use the push-up heavenly palm, you are able to explode with a power of more than 600,000 Hz. But the difference between a 6th grade martial arts master with millions of cards of chi and blood was too great. I don't know if I can seriously injure a 6th grade. If he succeeded, he would be able to kill the other one with equality of all beings, and then pile on the seriously injured one with the Sea of Beasts tactic. But Lu Qing had no choice. Big deal is to run. Just run through 12 and you'll be able to counter. Ka! Jiang Luyun chopped off the head of a mechanical tiger with a sword. The metal head rolled to the ground. The red light in the mechanical eyes extinguished. Humph! The combined battle power of 2 6th ranks was truly terrifying. Jiang Mingzhong's imperial sword cooperated with him, and a smile appeared on his face. Ha ha, these ghosts, which made me in such a mess, now seem to be nothing more than that. However, just as his words fell, an endless, unavoidable, unstoppable killing intent, like the shadow of death, instantly enveloped him. In his pupils, a flash of cold light enlarged rapidly. Whoosh dash, a 5mm bullet, breaking the speed of sound, penetrated his brow with a sharp whistling sound and unparalleled precision. What? Jiang Mingzhong's smile froze on his face, and he didn't even have time to react in any way as his eyes quickly laxed and his vitality faded. The smile remained on his face as he turned his head to his nephew, but he saw that the only thing on Jiang Liuyun's face was fear, and his lips were trembling. Fifth uncle. You. Chapter 129 Exposure. Plop dash. Kang Myung-jong's tall body fell to the ground with a loud bang, striking a chord in the hearts of the crowd. His eyes were wide open, and he stared dead at the night sky that was covered by dark clouds, as if he wanted to carve the endless darkness into the depths of his soul. 5. Uncle 5. Jiang Liuyun's trembling voice echoed in the silence, his voice filled with panic. The 5th master is dead? Master 5 is actually dead. The remaining few Jiang clan experts were similarly terrified, their faces pale and trembling. How did you die? A 6th grade martial arts master was killed without a word like this? Not even a trace of resistance. It's as if a gentle kiss from death took away life. What's that? A faint bright light flashed in their minds. It seemed like a bullet. But how is that possible? How can a bullet kill a 6th grade martial artist? However, before they could recover from their shock, an even more terrifying sense of crisis came like a tidal wave, completely drowning them. Boom! A ghostly blue mech appeared out of the darkness. It was 2 meters tall, with a thick layer of frost condensed on its metallic surface, which shimmered with a ghostly cold light under the moonlight. The mech took heavy steps, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if it was a huge beast from the ancient times, carrying the aura of destroying everything as it blasted its palm towards Jiang Luyun. Imperial Sword Art. 6 swords in one. Sword and shield. Jiang Liuyun's pupils suddenly contracted. He could clearly feel that the power of this palm far exceeded those mechanical beasts. It even gave him a whiff of death. The internal injuries he had suffered under Chen Xiaorui earlier were now hidden in pain, and in the face of an attack of this magnitude, he had to go all out and carefully fend it off. And Lu Qing was also clear about this, so he purposely used the first shot for a second to kill Jiang Mingzhong before attempting to sneak attack the internally injured Jiang Luyun. Whoosh! The 6 flying swords that Jiang Luyun was riding were like 6 spirit snakes, dancing in the air. 5 silver flying swords, their bodies flowing with a faint silver radiance.
emitting a stern cold aura. These were Xian rank quality flying swords, a golden flying sword with a golden body, as if it was made of pure gold, exuding a dignified and overbearing aura. This was an earth rank grade flying sword, and it was Jiang Liuyun's original flying sword, with infinite power. The 6 flying swords circled rapidly under Jiang Liuyun's control, interweaving into an impermeable sword shield in front of him. Bang! The mecha's huge palm covered in frost, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, fiercely blasted on top of the sword shield, emitting a deafening explosion of metal collision. I go? Lu Qing was abruptly shocked. The powerful qi and blood of a 6th grade martial artist was really not something he could break through right now. In the next moment, the frost mecha was shaken by this huge force and flew backwards. The huge body traced an arc in the air, bursting back more than 20 meters in a row before barely stabilizing itself, its metal feet plowing 2 deep furrows in the ground. As for Jiang Luyun, running the imperial sword technique at full strength had involved internal injuries, and he only felt a stifling pain in his chest. A fishy sweet breath surged up his throat, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. The 5th master is dead. Escape! Let's escape! Several Jiang clan experts no longer have the desire to fight. With the death of the 5th master Jiang and the serious injury of Jiang Luyun, all they had left was a sense of panic as they turned and ran. Even a 6th grade powerhouse had been killed in seconds. So where would they, the innate 5th grade, have the heart to complete any family missions? At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to live. Damn! Jiang Luyun was also shocked by Jiang Mingzhong's death. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure his internal injuries. He turned around and was escaping with his sword. The 6 flying swords surrounded his body, transforming into a stream of light as they sped towards the mountain. Kill! Lu Qing's ice-cold voice came out from inside the mech, like a death sentence. The surrounding dozens of mechanical puppet beasts immediately roared and chased after them. Their eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light, and their metal bodies were as ghostly as ghosts in the darkness. With amazing speed, none of these people can be released alive from Golden Peak Mountain. Otherwise, the consequences are endless. Aha! The Jiang clan's experts who had lost the formation of the team and were only focused on escaping were quickly caught up by the puppet beasts. Like hungry wolves pouncing on food, they pounced on these experts of the Jiang clan, their sharp claws and teeth tearing apart their flesh and blood, greedily gnawing on them, making creepy chewing noises. Off. All of you. Jiang Luyun waved the earth rank flying sword in his hand. The sword light flashed, cutting back the puppet beasts that surrounded him one by one. He was in a frantic state, wanting to kill his way out of the siege. Lu Qing, on the other hand, ordered all of the puppets, including the 10 martial artist modified level 5 puppets inside the spatial ring, to pile them all up as well. Today, Jiang Luyun must be left behind. Snort! Only the thunder golem was seen killing its way in from the beasts, its body glittering with piercing thunder light, electricity jumping across its metal body with crackling sounds. The thunder puppet leapt up violently, and a dazzling lightning bolt of thunder condensed from its entire body, slashing towards Jiang Luyun. The whole blackness is as bright as day. Lu Qing himself, on the other hand, was once again storing up his strength for the prone heavenly palm. After the body had been transformed by the indestructible body, the tolerance of side effects had greatly increased, and using it twice was not a problem. 1, 2, 3, 10. Boom! The mechanical power of more than 600,000 Hz erupted once again. Lu Qing maneuvered the frost mecha, transforming into a ghostly blue lightning bolt and killing Jiang Luyun with a palm strike. This time, Jiang Luyun chopped back a thunder puppet with his sword, but it was too late for him to cast another sword shield. Then all go to hell. Jiang Luyun's eyes were filled with blood. He knew that he had no way back. He had no choice but to fight to the death. He tightly gripped the strongest earth-rank golden flying sword. The qi and blood in his body crazily surged into the sword, erupting into a blazing sword light as he steeply stabbed at the charging frost mecha. Boom! The metal palm carried an endless cold aura as it ruthlessly slapped Jiang Luyun's chest. Jiang Luyun was immediately hit as if by a heavy blow. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. His body flew out like a kite with broken strings, smashing a large tree that was hugged by 3 people at the waist, making a loud clicking sound. Lu Qing, on the other hand, his pupils shrank as he tried to sidestep the golden flying sword, but the speed of the flying sword was too fast and it still slashed through the mech's head. Ka-chow! The metal face armor on his head was cut with a deep crack by the flying sword, and the fragments crumbled away, revealing the small half of Lu Qing's face, which was a young face, but at the moment, it was covered with killing intent. To the side, Jiang Luyun struggled to get up from the ground. He braced himself against a silver sword and stood up with difficulty, his eyes showing endless anger. Lu Qing, ahem, it's really you. All of these mechanical beasts. It was true that the other party was behind all of this. He could finally conclude that the Golden Horn Titan had definitely fallen into the hands of the other party. On the opposite side, Lu Qing was silent. The killing intent on his face had condensed like substance, and he knew that his identity had been exposed. Tonight is destined to be a fight to the death. It's 5 minutes to 0, and he's out of options now. One could only rely on the remaining dozens of puppets to try and drag the severely injured Jiang Luyun to his death. Lu Qing, if I die in the 15th, do you think you can get rid of the suspicion? Jiang Luyun blood constantly spilled from the corners of his mouth. His face was permeated with fear, but he could no longer run. The only thing he could do was to vigilantly hold his sword to watch out for the puppet beasts that were gradually approaching around him, especially the kind of Lu Qing's means of being able to kill the 6th grade in seconds. But, Shakti, he suddenly thought of something. If that kind of tactic Lu Qing was able to use at will, then he would have died long ago. Still need to surround yourself with these mechanical ferocious beasts? Ha ha ha, Lu Qing, go to hell. Jiang Luyun laughed violently, a flash of desperation exploding from his eyes. As long as they killed Lu Qing, these mechanical beasts would naturally be solved. Whoosh! At that moment, the 5 silver flying swords around him hovered and flew out, transforming into 5 silver streams of light with sharp air-breaking sounds. He's going to take a hit. Lu Qing's heart was suddenly a crisis. The plan was exposed. Turning around, he was ready to bolt. But at this point, swish, in the darkened sky, a greenish-colored sword light cut through the dark clouds, only to see a green jade flying sword break through the sky. Chapter 130 giving an account of the aftermath. The night was low, dark clouds rolled in, and a flash of green sword light cut through the sky like a shooting star falling. Boom! The green jade longsword plunged deeply into the ground, its body trembling and emitting a buzzing sound, stirring up dust in the sky. Smoke and dust dispersed. An upright figure slowly stepped out. He was wearing a white suit, immaculate, like an immortal descending to the world. Sword brows and starry eyes, high nose, thin lips pursed, outlining a cold and handsome face. He stood with his arms folded, exuding a transcendent noble gentleman's aura around him. The person who came was none other than Jiang Jun. Jun Knight, you're just in time. When Jiang Luyun saw this cousin of the same clan, he immediately revealed a look of ecstasy, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He shouted excitedly, "Quick! This son has taken the family's treasure." At the same time, Jiang Luyun pointed at Lu Qing, his eyes filled with resentment. He also killed 5th uncle. Kill him. Avenge my Jiang family. This word once. Lu Qing's heart instantly sank to the bottom, like falling into an ice cellar. He had long known that Jiang Juni was likewise a son from the No. 7 base city's first family. Before killing those Jiang family experts to silence them, there is also the intention to prevent Jiang Jun Knight No. After all, he wants to mix in the 15th base, but also rely on each other. But now it's all exposed. Whoosh! With a flick of Jiang Juni's sword finger, the green dragon jade sword transformed into a streak of light, as fast as lightning, and shot straight at Jiang Luyun. What? Jiang Luyun was shocked. He never expected that Jiang Junyao would strike at himself. He hastily urged his 6 flying swords in an attempt to fend off the flying green dragon jade sword. However, those 6 proud flying swords, the moment they touched the green dragon jade sword, they were like papier-mâché, breaking one after another. Put! The green dragon jade sword was as powerful as a bamboo sword, piercing through Jiang Luyun's heart, a bloody hollow that was shocking to the eyes. You, surprisingly, kill me? Jiang Luyun's eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Junyao, the genius son from the same clan, with a complex expression of shock, anger, and more than anything else, incomprehension. He didn't understand that even though the two were quite at odds, it was a family matter within the family. So why would he kill himself for an outsider? Why? With deep puzzlement, Jiang Luyun's body collapsed with a loud bang, and with a plop, his life was cut short. At that moment, Jiang Jun slowly turned around. The sword duke in a white suit raised an eyebrow at Lu Qing, his voice noble and cold. Not boss? Old, boss. You. Lu Qing froze on the spot. He didn't expect Jiang Junyao to be on his side, but in the next second, his eyes found a steep change. This was because his eye of divine mechanism couldn't help but detect that Jiang Juni's information was different. The other side of the body. Something is wrong. Patient, Jiang Jun, realm, half-step to the 7th grade. Illness, the patient has reached the half-step 7th grade stage, and when the formal breakthrough occurs, the power of the dual Dan will completely erupt, backfiring on the patient's physical body. Treatment plan, transform the indestructible body. Harness the power of the dual Dan, and you can ascend to invincibility. Double Dan? It wasn't that Lu Qing didn't know that the god of fortune was that some kind of dual Dan martial artist, but when he had checked the other party's information before, the system hadn't shown that there was anything wrong with it. He then only thought that it was some sort of special physique. After all, Zhang Junyao was the first genius of the martial hall, but he didn't realize that this physique actually had this kind of fatal side effect. Now that the other party was on the verge of stepping into the 7th grade zongshu, the backlash of the double dan was revealed. Zhang Junyao scanned around the surrounding mechanical ferocious beasts, and then looked at Lu Qing, revealing a faint smile, but did not ask too many questions. This time, he was in seclusion to suppress his realm, and he could have dragged it out for a while longer. However, after hearing the news from Jiang Qi that the Jiang clan had struck out against Lu Qing, he could only leave the gate early, causing the realm to stay at half-step 7th grade. At most 3 days, he will completely explode. At that time is the time of death. Jiang Juni spoke faintly. I don't have much time. I've already informed Elder Su of your matter. He'll protect you, boss. Lu Qing wanted to say something. Jiang Juni directly interrupted him. If Elder Su can't protect you, there's one more person. I've already asked someone to send a message. The Nine Swords Grand Elder of the Elder Hall. Now that someone from the Martial Hall is colluding with the 100 Beasts cult, and the Jiang family is colluding in it, there will be great chaos in the southeast. And of the 4 great elders, the only one who is trustworthy is the 9 Swords. Immediately, Zhang Juni took out a token from his spatial ring, black as ink, emitting a ghostly cold light. This is the Temple Master's order. Take it and the other great elders won't be able to move you. Do not expose yourself in non-essential moments. Boss. Lu Chang once again wanted to speak. Jiang Juni interrupted again. Does it feel like I'm explaining the aftermath? Only to see him sprightly smile. Smiled a genius loneliness never seen before. You guessed it right. Boss. I can save you. Lu Qing finally blurted out. Jiang Jun's handsome and peerless face stiffened violently. Say that again. Horseman Lu Qing's face was full of fawning. I said, I have a way to take care of the double Dan revolt. He. Chapter 131, Refreshing Cognition. Jiang Junyue froze in place. That face that had always been arrogant and cold. At this moment, it was like an exquisite stone sculpture, frozen with all its expressions. And the heart of the dog leg beside the heart of the dog leg was a secret pleasure. The common unhurried sword prince also has a time to miscalculate. I've finally got it for me. Mr. Lu, our technical people are in demand. He. Pop. With a crunching sound, Jiang Juni clipped Lu Qing's scalp with a slap, his handsome face suddenly resuming its usual high spirits. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Qing's eyes widened. The bright smile instantly froze on his face. You're not the one who keeps interrupting me? The downside of techies is also obvious. They're prone to getting their asses kicked. No he. He deflated his mouth as he took the pitch-black token in Jiang Juni's hand. The token emitted an eerie glow. It was the order of the Hall Master that symbolized the supreme power of the martial hall. Possessing the Temple Master's order, one can overrule the decisions of the Elders' Hall. And seeing the token is like seeing the Temple Master in person. This beating couldn't be taken in vain, and it was something that Jiang Juni had promised to give himself, so he had to take it. Lu Qing's finger flashed with a spiritual light and he put the Temple Master's order into his spatial ring. Jiang Juni didn't say anything, but looked at Lu Qing with a hint of surprise in his eyes. What solution do you have that can resolve the double Dan backlash? Tell me. Jiang Juni was not surprised that Lu Qing, a medical genius that was rare in 1,000 years, was able to tell that he was carrying a double Dan physique. However, when Lu Qing said that he could cure the double Dan revolt, Jiang Juni had to be shocked. This is a terminal disease that no one has been able to solve since ancient times. Think of the magnificent champion Marquis Hua Zhaodong, and the singable overlord Xiong Yu. If it were not for the double Dan backlash, the history of Daxia might have been a different story. When it came to business, Lu Qing's expression became serious. Lu Qing organized his words and opened his mouth. I did research a method of hardening the body, which, unlike mechanical prosthetics, requires a deeper transformation of flesh and blood with metal. I've tested the data. The strength of the transformed flesh is about tens of times that of the original, and it can even reach hundreds or thousands of times if it's completely transformed. I've named it the indestructible body, and roughly speaking, it should be able to withstand the power of the dual Dan's backlash. Lu Qing didn't say his words too fully. After all, this was the system's extras. He could only be a bit more subtle. However, solving Jiang Jun's double Dan revolt was definitely not a problem. The indestructible body. Physical body strengthened tens of times. Jiang Juni fell into deep thought and muttered. After a full 5 or 6 seconds, it was only then that Jiang Juni slowly raised his head, a resolute look in his gaze. What is needed? Jiang Juni was well aware that to accomplish this kind of heaven-defying body-quenching transformation, the heavenly materials and treasures needed would definitely not be small either. Lu Qing thought about it and opened the door. At least 9 pieces of grade 7 metal are needed. Jiang Junyue was about to break through to the 7th grade zongshu. And if he wanted to suppress the double Dan backlash, the 6th grade medal would definitely not be enough. And one phase of the transformation must be completed at a time. Bones are steel. Skin and flesh are gold. Blood is quicksilver. The 5 Tibetans are like iron. The strange meridians and veins are chaotic. And the 3,000 orifices are indestructible crystals. That means either bone, skin, or blood. And at least one of these must be picked to be completely remodeled. And in one step. If he were to transform it piece by piece like Lu Qing, the strength of his flesh would definitely not be able to withstand the double Dan backlash. And the amount of metal needed for one stage is exactly 9. Grade 7 metals were incredibly precious, and were the main material for creating Earth-ranked treasures, a piece of which was worth over $1 billion. Not to mention the 9 pieces, which are worth tens of billions of astronomical dollars. It is important to know that those top 10 leading companies in Base 15 have a market capitalization of only $2 to $3 billion. Metal, I have. Jiang Jun said lightly, his tone revealing a sense of unconcern. When can we start? Jiang Junyuan only had 3 days, and time was running out. If he couldn't find a way to suppress the backlash of the double Dan within 3 days, he would die. Lu Qing was stunned. He knew that Jiang Juni was rich, but he didn't know that this guy was so rich. Tens of billions of dollars worth of grade 7 metal. Saying you can take it out? No, man. What's your background anyway? Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Even the head of the Jiang family isn't this bold, is he? As far as he knew, Jiang Junyue was the Kong family's collateral descendant, and was not treated well by the family, so he should be living a miserable life like in the novels. What's the bug? What makes him so rich? Lu Qing has once again refreshed his knowledge of the god of wealth's strength. For the sake of your health, boss, naturally any time. Lu Qing was completely convinced, and said with solemn respect, you are extremely gifted. If you fall, it would be a loss for the Grand Xia, a mourning for the martial palace. I'm afraid that I won't be able to devote myself to healing in the future, and I'll be plunged into deep remorse and self-blame for the rest of my life. After saying that, Lu Qing pocketed all the corpses of the Jiang family members on the ground. It included the corpses of 2 6th grade powerhouses, Jiang Mingzhong and Jiang Luyun. As for the damaged puppet beast units on the ground, the intelligent armament team would naturally come and take care of them. Very good. Jiang Juni nodded in satisfaction. He liked subordinates who were efficient and spoke well. Whoosh! With a wave of Jiang Juni's sword finger, 2 green dragon jade swords hovered at his feet. Lu Cheng followed Jiang Junyao and stepped onto a hilt, and the imperial sword broke through the air. It disappeared into the night of Gold Peak Mountain. Half a day later, the eastern sky, a touch of fish belly white quietly emerged, as if accidentally knocked over the ink tray, stained open faint ink marks. Base 7 City. The Jiang family manor was luxurious and huge, with an ancient courtyard in a very solemn style. A large number of black houses dotted the landscape, and as the No. 1 Sword Dao family in Desya, the decoration was filled with sword symbols, stern and solemn. At this point, in a quiet tea room, a middle-aged man around 50 years old was brewing and sipping tea, a set of movements flowing in a graceful manner. The man was gentle and elegant in appearance, as if he were an ancient aristocratic gentleman doctor. He was none other than the Jiang family's eldest house, the son of the Jiang family's head, Jiang Mingyuan. It was also Jiang Liuyun's father. In addition, Jiang Mingyuan was also currently serving as the acting family head of the Jiang family, with a status just below the 3 clan elders. Most critically, it was his strength, being one of the 5 patriarchs of the Jiang family, with a mid-7th grade cultivation, acting family lord. Something has happened. At this moment, a Jiang clan's son hurriedly ran in, stumbling and almost falling several times. What's the alarm? Come, speak slowly. Jiang Mingyuan was not in a hurry, and even took the initiative to hand over a cup of his own freshly brewed tea to the son, the aroma of which was overflowing. That Jiang family son but did not pick up the carved jade porcelain teacup. His voice was trembling. The people who went to the 15th base brought back news that said that young Master Luyun was lost in Golden Peak Mountain, including the 5th master. The initial judgment is that all of them fell in the Golden Peak Mountain. Snap! The cup in Jiang Mingyuan's hand slipped and fell on the wooden floor without breaking. The tea tumbles and spills, and the cup swirls all the way along the rim. It wasn't until the cup stopped that Jiang Mingyuan came back to his senses, his voice low and hoarse. Say that again? Chapter 132 Jiang Mingyuan's anger. Young Master Lu Yun, as well as Master Fifth, they were lost in Golden Peak Mountain, and initially, it should be all fallen in the Golden Peak Mountain. The voice of that Jiang family's son echoed in the quiet tea room like a death knell, each word like a sharp knife, piercing hard into Jiang Mingyuan's heart. That son secretly raised his eyelids and observed Jiang Mingyuan's reaction, afraid that he would say another wrong word. Jiang Mingyuan's face was instantly gloomy, as if the sky before a storm was approaching, with dark clouds and lightning. Speak clearly. How did Lu Yun go to Golden Peak Mountain? His voice was low and hoarse, and every word felt like it was squeezed through his teeth. Jinfeng Mountain. It's Gold Peak Mountain again. He remembered that the last time he had sent out 8 of his family's children to hunt down the peak bloodline Golden Horn Titan. It was after they had fled to the Golden Peak Mountain in the southeastern wilderness that they had lost contact. Now it was almost certain that those 8 people, more than likely, were dead beyond repair. A few days ago, he had once again sent a family team to the southeast based on the second clan elder's intention, led by his 5th brother, Jiang Mingzhong himself. He traveled to the southeastern wilderness and went to the Golden Peak mountain range to look for traces of the Golden Horn Titan. His son, Jiang Luyun, on the other hand, was going to base 15 to bring back that genius special practitioner. But now, someone had come to tell him that his own son, too, had died on Golden Peak Mountain? What the hell is going on? Jiang Mingyuan slammed the table so hard that the teacups jumped in shock, splashing tea in all directions. His eyes burned with rage, as if he wanted to burn everything to the ground. That family disciple shivered in fear and his body involuntarily took a step backward. He seldom saw the acting head of the family so furious. This one has always been gentle and elegant. He trembled his voice and said, "It is said that it is the 5th master's side, which has encountered a mysterious creature attack in the Golden Peak Mountain, a kind of mechanical ferocious beast, and there are not enough manpower." So he asked young Master Lu Yun to bring people over to support him. He then went through the situation, reported back one by one, not daring to leave out the slightest thing, and describing every detail clearly. A mechanical beast? Jiang Mingyuan's brows were locked in deep contemplation. Suddenly, his gaze flickered as if he had thought of something. Are you saying that Lu Qing rejected Lu Yun? Jiang Mingyuan immediately thought of Lu Qing, who had invented all sorts of mysterious mechanical artifacts, and this was something that was definitely unrelated between the two. Yes. That Jiang clan's son hurriedly nodded his head and confirmed. Golden Peak Mountain. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes grew more and more shadowy, as if they could drip water. He took out his cell phone at once and dialed a number. As the current agent of a top martial arts family, he naturally had an intelligence network of his own. Even as far away as base 15 in the southeast, he had ways to check out some hidden clues. Doodle doodle. The waiting tone of the phone stung in the silence of the room. 3 minutes later, Jiang Mingyuan hung up the phone, his face already cold as frost. He gripped the phone tightly, his knuckles white from the effort. Cough up. Cough cough cough. Ryun, my son. Suddenly, he coughed violently and his body shook violently. Jiang Mingyuan covered his mouth. Blood spilled out from his fingers and dripped onto the tea case, coloring the piece of clear tea bright red and shocking to the eyes. Acting family head, that Jiang clan's son called out worriedly, his voice filled with astonishment. Jiang Mingyuan slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to destroy everything. Elder Sutong of the 15th, last month, gave the agency of Golden Peak Mountain to Lu Qing, which means, Golden Peak Mountain is Lu Qing's territory. Cough cough cough. With that, he began to cough violently again, each cough tugging at his lungs, leaving him with a pained, yet incredibly angry expression. The Jiang clan's son on the side was filled with shock as he stared in disbelief at what he was hearing. How is this? How is it possible? This son is only a mere martial arts practitioner. His hands are powerless. How could the union of young Master Lu Yun and the 5th master be planted on Golden Peak Mountain because of him? Kang Mianyun didn't answer. He slowly closed his eyes, and the sect master cultivation in his body began to overflow uncontrollably. The Sword Dao Patriarch was the strongest in killing, and the room immediately resounded with bursts of invisible sword sounds, with a murderous aura as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Goosebumps rose all over the Jiang clan's son's body as he felt a powerful pressure enveloping him, making him almost breathless. Whether it has anything to do with him or not, the Patriarch himself will go to the 15th and find out. Whoosh! Jiang Mingyuan rose up boldly, and a cold flying sword shot out from under his feet, carrying him away in the air, leaving behind only a murderous and stern figure. The other side. Inside the luxurious villa, the lights were brightly lit, and all kinds of precious furnishings and decorations showed off the owner's honorable status and extraordinary taste. Jiang Junyao led Lu Qing to his residence. He chose this place in order to ensure a smooth healing process. The energy fluctuation of breaking through the clan master was so terrifying and widespread that there was no way to go to a healing store in the center of the city, but only in a private residence. At this point, in a broad cultivation room of 200 square feet, the surrounding walls were bronze and iron, made of high-grade alloy material, sturdy enough to withstand powerful impacts. Jiang Junyao sat cross-legged on the floor, his eyes closed tightly as he adjusted himself. His breathing was smooth and powerful, and every time he exhaled, It was as if he was in tune with the heavens and earth, ready to break through to the realm of the 7th grade patriarch at any time. On the other hand, Lu Qing was upgrading the level of the indestructible body transformation module using the harder grade 5 metal, Earth Vein Essence Iron. The remodeling pod he had built before was only enough for his own use, and now that he was going to help the 6th ranked Zhang Junyue break through the 7th ranked body hardening, it had to be strengthened and upgraded, or else it simply wouldn't be able to withstand the massive energy pressure. Then we'll lose the whole thing and it'll all be over. Phew, finally done. Lu Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. After a night's work, the upgrade to the retrofit pod was finally completed. A 2-meter-high, 3-meter-wide metal mechanical capsule presented itself. From the previous silver-gray color, it had changed to the current dark brown cabin with a more sophisticated, advanced surface pattern. The hatch of the mechanical compartment was half open, like a giant mouth waiting to devour its prey, and shimmered with an eerie light. 36 mechanical straight arms stretched out from the sides of the pod, each one flexible as if it possessed life. The cabin's abdominal adamantine blade, a combined set of blades, was sharp and glowing with a cold light, as if it could cut through any creation. The bulkheads were studded with countless indicator lights and displays, which flashed regularly to show the operating status of the mechanical pods, and every detail was filled with a sense of technology. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction and looked to the side at Zhang Junyao, shouting, "Boss, it's ready to go." Chapter 133, The Might of a Grandmaster. The blazing sun was high in the sky, like a huge eye of fire, scorching the earth. Waves of heat rolled through the air as if to twist and melt everything. At that moment, a cold and icy flying sword, as if it was a shocking sword from beyond the 9 heavens, cut through the long sky. With a bitterly cold aura, it suddenly appeared in the sky above the Marshall Hall 15 branch building. Wherever the flying swords passed, the temperature in a radius of several hundred meters plummeted, as if it had fallen from the height of summer into winter in an instant. And above the flying sword, a middle-aged man dressed in gray plain clothes stood with his arms folded. He was as upright as a pine, with an elegant and handsome face, just like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal world. However, the ice-cold to the core aura that emanated from his body made people shudder and look away. This uninvited guest is, precisely, Zhang Liuyun's father, the acting head of the Zhang family, Cold Sword Patriarch, Zhang Mingyuan. Su Tong, come out. Zhang Mingyuan's voice exploded like thunder between heaven and earth, each word containing the powerful pressure of a 7th grade grandmaster. The sound echoed over the city for a long time, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Such a big commotion has naturally aroused public concern. They stopped and looked up into the sky with a mixture of horror and curiosity in their eyes. Look, what is that? A young mother said with a trembling voice as she held her child tightly in her arms. It seems like a person, flying through the air? Could it be a super martial arts powerhouse? A middle-aged man wearing glasses pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose in astonishment. Who's he yelling at? Su Tong. My God. Isn't that the name of our Marshall Hall elder? A young man wearing a martial arts uniform suddenly reacted and exclaimed. Just as the crowd was talking, 2 figures shot up from the Marshall Hall building. They exuded the powerful aura of a 6th grade martial arts master, like 2 shooting stars that cut through the sky. These 2 people were none other than Ambassador Han Jin of the Intelligence Department and Ambassador Luo Jin of the Law Enforcement Department. In the absence of Elder Su Tong, they were the people with the highest positions in Division 15. The 2 of them flew to mid-air, their chi and blood exuding. Barely stepping into the air, they bowed respectfully towards Zhang Mingyuan and said in unison, "Greetings, Cold Sword Patriarch, 6th grade masters." Although they couldn't fly in the air for long periods of time like 7th grade sect masters, they could still do it by stepping in the air for short periods of time. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Duke of Swords Zhang Juanyao's kind of dual-core driven sword cultivator, who could fly with his sword for long periods of time at the 6th rank, and even take people for a ride. Zhang Mingyuan's face was expressionless, his eyes coldly swept over the 2 men, and his voice was ice-cold as he asked, "Where's Su Tong? Tell him to come out." Ambassador Han Jin took a deep breath and replied respectfully. Reporting back to Patriarch, Elder Su he went to other bases in the southeast, up to explore important matters, and is temporarily away from Branch 15. I don't know that you have come to know. 15 this time. Before he could finish his words, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended like a titanic pressure. The strength of this pressure caused the faces of Envoy Han Jin and Envoy Luo Jin to instantly turn pale. The chi and blood in their bodies were like candles in the wind under this pressure, shaking as if they would be extinguished at any moment. Put. The 2 could no longer support themselves, and their bodies fell from the sky like kites with broken strings. Zhang Mingyuan, on the other hand, was like a ghost, instantly appearing underneath the Marshall Hall building. He stood there silently with his hands behind his back,
the coldness emanating from his body causing the air around him to freeze. Envoy Han Jin and Envoy Luo Jin struggled to get up from the ground and half-kneeled in front of Jiang Mingyuan. The pressure on them was as heavy as a mountain, making them almost breathless. Luo Jin made it difficult to raise his head and looked at Jiang Mingyuan, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Dare I ask you, this is mean?" Jiang Mingyuan's eyes were as cold and unfeeling as 10,000 years of ice. He said indifferently, "Su Tong is not here. Then hand over Lu Qing. This clan has something to arraign." Ambassador Han Jin was shocked at his words. He forced the pressure on his body and said, "Cold Sword Patriarch, you are a noble patriarch. Lu Qing is well at least my official special recruit. I'm afraid you are out of order. Unbridled. This clan is the rule." Jiang Mingyuan's voice was as cold and piercing as the chilly winds of the Nine Ghosts. With a light pressure from his fingers, Ambassador Han Jin and Ambassador Luo Jin immediately felt an even stronger pressure coming on. The two of them could no longer support themselves, and both knees fell heavily to the ground, their veins rippling on their foreheads as if they would burst open at any moment. Jiang Mingyuan's voice sounded again, each word filled with endless majesty. "Say it again. Hand over Lu Qing." The two were crushed for breath, and Rajan made it hard to speak. After your son transferred Lu Qing to move his post, we do not know where he went. Dare I ask, what exactly did Lu Qing offend you?" Jiang Mingyuan snorted coldly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said disdainfully, "Full of nonsense. Don't think that this clan doesn't know that it was your military department that intercepted my son, and Lu Qing has had no news since then, but my son died on Golden Peak Mountain, and according to what I've found out, Section 15 handed over the agency of this mountain to this man half a month ago. So you dare to say that there is no involvement with his son? Do you still want to try to harbor them? You are listening to rumors spread by whom? Division 15 has never awarded the Golden Peak Mountain Agency to anyone. And isn't there a misunderstanding?" Luo Jin make the bottom of the heart thump. Their own lies were immediately demolished. Could not help but gulp saliva, cold sweat beaded down. However, he still stiffly denied it, and under the might of the patriarch, this was the only step he could take. Although there had previously been a conflict between the law enforcement department and Lu Qing, during the Dark Moon King operation, but, after all, Lu Qing was a member of Division 15, and no matter what, he shouldn't be taken at random by outsiders. This is the face of Division 15. Moreover, some disabled brothers of the law enforcement department are not without the favor of the convalescent store. Grudges are grudges and favors are favors, and the 2 points must be clearly distinguished. Yes, very good. Jiang Mingyuan laughed in anger as the coldness in his body, like substance, spread out in all directions. Coldly, he said, "Since you and the others are bent on harboring this person, then this clan will have to personally force him out." Whoosh! He turned around and flew towards the peaceful healing shop next to the Martial Palace building, his figure as fast as lightning. At this moment, the people in the healing store had long since noticed the uninvited guest, who seemed to be trying to disadvantage their director Lu, Zhang Hanbin, Dr. Su Ting, Xiao Mo, and those female caregivers. All of them were stony-faced and at a loss for words. Jiang Mingyuan blinked and appeared in the lobby of the first floor of the healing store, coldly scanning the circle of these people. Immediately, with a flick of his fingers, dozens of cold and ice sword chi struck into the bodies of the crowd with unparalleled precision. What is this? It feels like I can't move. It hurts. It's cold. Those female caregivers who had no cultivation and were only modified with level 1 prosthetics. At this moment, when the cold and ice sword chi entered their bodies, they only felt that their blood stopped flowing. It was simply unbearable, as if his breath was about to be cut off and he had fallen into an ice cellar. "Come on." Jiang Mingyuan gently drank, and the crowd's bodies stiffened, pulled by the cold sword chi within their bodies, following the former as they floated and flew away. Like a puppet on a string, it was defenseless. And so, in plain sight, thousands of base city folk had gathered in the center of the city, watching the scene in horror, wondering what was going on. Jiang Mingyuan controlled the people in the healing store and flew on his sword to the rooftop of the Martial Hall building, overlooking everything, and the convalescent store crowd are all limbless, under the scorching sun, but the cold bodies shivering, kneeling on the ground in a row, like lambs to the slaughter. At this point, Jiang Mingyuan casually looked at a female caretaker and said in a refined voice, "Tell me where Lu Qing is." Chapter 134, The End of Rehabilitation. Poof. The girl didn't say a word. A face of stubbornness, eyes full of defiance. Jiang Mingyuan sighed and flicked out a finger. A cold sword chi, like the scythe of the god of death, directly chopped off that mechanical arm of hers. Ah! The girl let out a violent cry of pain. The mechanical prosthetic limb was flesh connected through tendons and neurons, no different from her own arm. Even in order to achieve the efficacy of chi and blood increase in operation superior to the physical body,
The nervous system has to be more sensitive, and the pain sensation is several times that of an ordinary human torso. You come and say where Lu Qing is. Jiang Mingyuan looked at the other girl again, his eyes filled with indifference. I don't know. Big deal. You'll kill me. This girl was obviously a strong-natured one. When Director Lu saved them from the Black Dragon Association and fitted them with prosthetic limbs to become able to live like normal people, how could they betray them? Not to say that they really didn't know, but even if they did, they couldn't possibly reveal half the information. Griffin, don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Mingyuan flicked out another finger, and Four Sword Chi directly chopped up all of the girl's mechanical limbs. Unspeakable sharp pains came, but the girl did not cry out, only forcibly enduring the sharp pains. Her face was pale, she let out muffled grunts, and her body was trembling, as if she would faint at any time. Ugh! Jiang Mingyuan sighed. He had lost his patience. The powerful stance of the Sword Dao Patriarch stood at the top of the Martial Hall building, and Jiang Mingyuan's voice was thick and mixed with qi and blood, reverberating around the square. Listen to the people of number 15. If you don't hand over Lu Qing, this clan will waste these people, including the medical cooperation associated with it. I will feel out all of them one by one and cut off their financial access. The other side, the luxurious and expensive villa. In the cultivation room, the metallic brown indestructible body modification pod, which was currently closed tightly, had a naked body sitting in it. The youth inside had a handsome and peerless face, noble and cool. However, Jiang Jun's expression at the moment was slightly grim, and it was from pain. The transformation of the indestructible body must always be in a state of conscious awareness. Lu Qing then did not inject him with anesthetic. He stood aside, manipulating the mechanical cabin panel while dictating the way to quench the indestructible body. He could only use the machine to assist, and the hardening and remodeling of the body could only be done by Jiang Junyao himself. So go into detail, describing for the other person each step of the body hardening details, the way of transforming and fusing the metals. Unless Lu Qing was a 7th grade cultivator, he could personally operate the indestructible body transformation method and directly transform others. As for Jiang Juni this time, the part of the transformation he chose was blood. A total of 9 portions of grade 7 metal abyssal sea quicksilver were used. Lu Qing was itching to see it. It was just too buxom. Jiang Juni's flesh was all covered in sharp cuts that seemed to have just healed, dripping with blood and shocking to the eyes. Boss, the last step is refining the orifices. Lu Qing took a deep breath and forced down the envy in his heart. His eyes focused on the display of the mechanical cabin. Immediately after that, tell the other person the steps and details of refining the orifices. Now that all of the abyssal sea quicksilver has entered your bloodstream, you only need to refine the power of the orifices again to completely fuse the two, and then you will be able to achieve the indestructible body transformation. Inside the mechanical cabin, Jiang Junyue's face trembled slightly for 2 seconds, and when he heard Lu Qing's words, he immediately followed the other party's words to run the power of his orifices and fuse the blood with the quicksilver. 6th grade martial arts master. At least 240 orifices opened, and Jiang Jun Knight as the martial arts hall first genius. The number of open aperture 330 aperture. Bang! 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 The power ran through the body, dozens of them in succession like muffled thunder explosions, and an orifice exploded into pure energy, as if it were a fusion agent thoroughly fusing the quicksilver metal in human blood. Very well, keep it up, boss. The moment your whole body's blood completely fuses with the 9 portions of quicksilver, that's when you'll make your breakthrough. On the side, Lu Qing's eyes flashed with excitement, and his voice trembled a little. A 7th grade sect master and it's a dual-core driven sectarian, coupled with the strongest body in this world. I wonder, to what extent will it be strong in the end? Suddenly, just then, the cell phone rang, breaking Lu Qing's thoughts. Lu Qing took a look and the caller display was Jiang Qi. With a slight frown on his face, he picked up the phone, and an urgent voice immediately came from the other side. Lu Qing, something has happened. Jiang Account Yuan suspects that you killed his son and has personally come to branch 15 to demand someone. If you don't show up, I'm afraid that the people in the healing store will be difficult to preserve. Lu Qing was confused. Jiang Mingyuan? Who is he? And which one is his son? Jiang Qi gasped a little in anxiety. He is Jiang Liuyun's father. Did he not die in Golden Peak Mountain? Dead. Lu Qing slowed down, his expression composed. Boss rushed over to help me kill that Jiang Liuyun, his old man. How many grades of cultivation? 7th grade. Sovereign. Lu Qing froze for a moment, glancing at Jiang Jun, who had yet to finish quenching his indestructible body, and his tone was a bit low. I know. Tell him I'll be there in half an hour. And if one of the men at the healing shop dies, I have a way of making him fall 15. Hang up. Right now.
The only way was for him to rush to the Marshall Hall building and save his own people before delaying until Jiang Jun arrived. Right now, Division 15 did not have a patriarch sitting on it, and needed to rely on Jiang Junyao, who was about to make a breakthrough. I believe that even if a dual Dan martial artist had just broken through, he should still possess the strength to fight with a mid-7th grade, right? But, if the latter couldn't make it, he needed to make another handful of preparations. Inform Master Chen and ask him to make a move. If he couldn't, he would have to use equality of all beings and take a gamble. Drawing a bullet of judgment or higher level can also kill a grandmaster. Only, in doing so, he would be completely immortalized with the Zheng family in the open. Lu Qing looked toward the mechanical cabin. John the Count Abyss has arrived at number 15. I'm going over to, briefly and quickly, cabin. Immediately, a faint response came out. I will follow. Chapter 135, Where to Take My Men. At the top of the building, the crowd at the healing store is behind bars, each one helplessly suffering endless torture. The hands and feet of all the female caregivers were severed by the invisible blade of a sword, including Zhang Hanbin and Xiaoma. All of them were chopped off a hand and blood flowed like a stream. Jiang Mingyuan's gaze, as sharp as a falcon's, finally landed on Su Ting's body. She was the only one still physically intact. Your turn, tell me where Lu Qing is. Jiang Mingyuan's voice was low and majestic. Every word was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed Su Ting's heart. Seeing Jiang Mingyuan pause again, he added, You have good natural talent. As long as you provide clues, instead of hurting you, this clan can help you break through the innate. Su Ting, the young intermediate martial arts practitioner, carried a third-grade cultivation. She had just graduated from graduate school and was at the height of her powers. Introduced by her mentor, she came to this healing store, originally thinking that her career would be full of ups and downs, but she never expected to meet Lu Qing here. Lu Qing, the mysterious director Lu, was away from the healing store most of the time, but whenever he had the time, he would act like a patient mentor, teaching Su Ting the ways of medicine. The other party recounted various complicated cases and shared his unique medical techniques, benefiting Su Ting in every detail. Under Lu Qing's guidance, it was as if Su Ting had entered a whole new world of medicine. Su Ting prefers life in a convalescent store to those of her classmates who went into big hospitals to get their seniority. The place is simple, but full of people and academics. Lu Qing, on the other hand, has almost become the idol she worships in her heart, than her own mentor ever had. At this moment, in the face of Jiang Mingyuan's coercion, Su Ting spat out a mouthful of saliva without fear, her voice clear and loud. Bah, what's an innate? This girl doesn't care. Very good. You all have guts. Jiang Mingyuan's voice seemed to come from an ice cellar, each word carrying a piercing chill. But this clan really dislikes it. He just gave a single look, gazing contemptuously at Su Ting, and in an instant, Su Ting's delicate body trembled, and as if the cold sword chi in her body had been instructed, they all stabbed madly at her heart, like 10,000 arrows piercing through her heart. Wow! Her chi and blood instantly collapsed and ran wildly around in her body, like a wild horse that had gone off the rails, wreaking havoc on her body. The heart, that was the core of a martial artist's ability to absorb and transform the aura of heaven and earth into chi and blood, was the source of life. As in the case of Elder Chen, even though his death was approaching and his heart was failing, he could still rely on heavenly treasures to sustain his life. However, Su Ting's heart function was completely destroyed by Jiang Mingyuan's sword chi, which meant that she would only be able to stay at the early 3rd grade for the rest of her life, and her lifespan wouldn't be more than 30 years old. Her fate, then, would be like a flower that withers before it has fully blossomed. Dr. Su. On the side, Zhang Hanbin and Xiao Mo were lying on the ground, their eyes filled with worry and anger, and they couldn't help but shout out. Jiang Mingyuan, however, was indifferent, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Following that, he said faintly, It's almost time. This clan is not in the mood to play anymore. Now change the rules. If Lu Qing doesn't show up for a minute, this clan will kill one person. The voice echoed from the top of the building like a death sentence. At the moment, below the building, Jiang Qi hurriedly ran to the 2 golden ambassadors. Han and Luo, your excellencies. Lu Qing has news. He said he'll be here soon. He also said, Why are you still selling out when it's time to say what? Envoy Han Jin looked at him eagerly, his eyes filled with anxiety. He said for us to warn Patriarch Coldsword that if one person dies in the healing store before he arrives, he'll let the Patriarch fall number 15. Jiang Qi's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and he himself felt that the news was too ridiculous. What? The 2 golden ambassadors were dumbstruck when they heard this, as if they had heard a heavenly dream. Warn the Grand Master? Isn't that purely looking for a beating? Who are we referring to? Aren't the 2 of them the only ones who can talk to Kong Myung-yoon in Section 15 now? MD, this kid is not crazy.
Just help Lu Qing lied Luo Jin make regret. So play is it? The two men couldn't help but gulp, their hearts filled with helplessness and bitterness. At this point, on the rooftop, Jiang Mingyuan's voice once again echoed between heaven and earth. 1 minute is up. The first one. Han Jin and Luo Jin face changed greatly. They know. They cannot wait any longer. Must go up to take a beating. But the moment they were about to charge up, the sky suddenly changed. The wind and clouds whistled, and the sea of clouds seemed to have been hit by a tsunami, tossing and turning at extreme speeds, as if the end was coming. Dang! 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 A few muffled thunderous footsteps came from the firmament, surprisingly shattering the cold sword chi in the sky, as if it were snowflakes drifting and dissipating between heaven and earth. The Chen family's best skill, treading heavenly steps. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes stared steeply into the sky as a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw the figure of the visitor, he immediately gained a few moments of awe in his attitude. Latecomer, meet Elder Chen. Chen Xiaorui stepped into the void and appeared on the rooftop in the blink of an eye. Each of his steps seemed to be stepping on the hearts of the crowd, bringing about endless pressure. And he had a young man with him. It was Lu Qing. When the Han and Luo golden ambassadors of Section 15, as well as the people of the healing shop saw Lu Qing arrive and bring a strong man as well, a look of hope appeared in their eyes. While Jiang Account Yuan was in the middle of the 7th grade, Chen Xiaorui was in the top 10 of the Great Xia Patriarch list. A peak patriarch. 7th grade chi blood is between 10 and 50 million cards, 10 to 20 million for the initial period, 20 to 30 million is the medium term, 30 million, 40 million is late, 40 to 50 million is the peak. It should be noted that the peak 7th grade realm was not the same concept as a peak sect master. The former was just a sovereign powerhouse whose chi blood exceeded 40 million cards. However, a peak patriarch like Chen Xiaorui was an extreme powerhouse whose chi and blood had long since reached the limit of 50 million, but was slow to break through to the 8th grade. If they really fought, within 10 moves, Chen Xiaorui would be able to kill Cold Sword Patriarch Jiang Mingyuan, only to see Elder Chen slowly waving his hand. A stream of thick chi and blood was like warm sunlight, wrapping around the body of the people of the Convalescence store, and the people immediately felt that the pain in their flesh had decreased by a lot. However, the sword chi of the royal sword technique was the Jiang family's mastery, and outsiders could not dissolve it, he could only ease the pain, not eradicate it. Chen Xiaorui looked at Jiang Mingyuan and spoke faintly. Little Jiang, how has Heavenly Sword been doing lately? The Heavenly Sword Patriarch, i.e., the head of the Jiang clan, was also a peak patriarch, ranked even higher than Chen Xiaorui on the patriarch list. Jiang Mingyuan immediately replied respectfully, thanks to Elder Chen's concern. My father enjoys flowers and birds every day and is in good health. However, he quickly turned his words around and questioned, Elder Chen, are you going to intervene in this matter as well? The old man was entrusted by someone. Chen Xiaorui closed his eyes by default, making his position clear, and behind him, Lu Qing, stood out at this time and, its voice was not loud, but it was fearless and intrepid. Unlock the sword chi in their bodies, let me tell you what you want to ask. Jiang Mingyuan looked carefully towards Lu Qing, and suddenly his face changed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You're Lu Qing? Say, did you kill my son? His voice was filled with anger and killing intent, as if he wanted to eat Lu Qing alive. Your son? Who? Lu Qing of course denied it. He didn't want to admit it at this time. What he had to do was to stall for time. Elder Chen had promised him that he could save everyone, but there was no way he could take action against Jiang Account Yuan. It was understandable. After all, the Jiang family was powerful and there existed two peak sect masters. The current pie he drew for Master Chen was just that, a pie, and it was to be expected that the latter did not want to completely turn his back on the Jiang family. Jiang Account Profound was huffing. He didn't expect Lu Qing to dare to play dumb in front of him. How dare you play dumb? My son fell to Golden Peak Mountain. Can you clear your name? I really don't know. Lu Qing looked innocent, as if he really didn't know anything. Besides, what does this have to do with me and these people? They're just working for me. Like this. You punch sword chi into me. I'll come under your control and unlock them. Under the survey of his eye of divine mechanics, the Jiang family's sword chi might not be solvable to the next person, but the system had hundreds of methods. First, let the crowd be completely out of danger before Lu Qing could have no scruples. Little friend this? At those words, Chen Xiaorui suddenly looked at him with worry. He didn't expect Lu Qing to make such a decision. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head, signaling that the other party was fine. His smile filled with confidence and calmness. Jiang Mingyuan said with a cold smile, you're not afraid to die, so this clan will fulfill you. With a wave of his hand, the cold and ice sword chi within the people in the healing store instantly overflowed out of their bodies, evaporating into the hot sun like ice and snow melted by the sun. Immediately,
he snapped his fingers again and, a gazing cold sword chi struck Lu Qing's body and went straight into his dantian. As if it was going to freeze his dantian, Lu Qing's entire body was cold to the bone, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, but he remained calm and collected, as if nothing had happened. Humph. Let's see how long you can hold back. Sword chi into the body. It can't be solved without my Jiang family's sword Dao patriarch. Even Elder Chen can't save you now. Follow this clan back to the Jiang clan and see what else you can do to argue. Jiang Mingyuan stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and Lu Qing's body slowly levitated as if it was being controlled by an invisible force to be sucked over. Just then, swish, a green-colored sword chi cut through the sky like lightning, directly cutting through the suction force and freeing Lu Qing from Jiang Mingyuan's control, only to hear the end of the sky, a haughty and cold voice echoed out, as if a heavenly god were questioning the mortal world, without a trace of emotion. Where does the eldest want to take my people? Chapter 136, The Invincible Sword Prince. Sword Chi? 7th grade? On Jiang Mingyuan's face, the previous appearance of a refined gentleman had long since disappeared, replaced by a surprise that was hard to hide. Other than him, how could there be a Sword Dao Grandmaster in his Division 15? That's not possible. But he quickly reacted. What did the visitor call him? Uncle? Did. Jiang Mingyuan was in a daze when, in the sky, a green-colored point of light gradually zoomed in, and the person who came was none other than the Sword Prince, Jiang Junyao, who came with his sword. The green dragon jade sword beneath his feet had sword chi running through it, even slicing a hole through the sea of clouds that Elder Chen had condensed. June night. Jiang Mingyuan's expression was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. You've broken through the 7th grade. You didn't die? Even Chen Xiaorui, who was on the side, was appalled. This aura, it's definitely a 7th grade correct, but this Martial Hall first genius's double Dan physique, he is also clear about the inside. People with double Dan. Since ancient times, the 7th grade must die. Is this sun going to go against the heavens? And when Lu Qing saw the visitor, his heart relaxed. Whoosh! Jiang Jun rode his sword and landed steadily beside Lu Qing. His sword finger gently tapped at Lu Qing's dantian, and a green-colored sword chi was injected into the latter's body, like a well-trained army, easily strangling the cold ice sword chi in Lu Qing's body. In the end, the two strands of sword chi dissolved and dissipated. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyuan said angrily, June Knight, what are you doing? This son is most likely the murderer of your cousin. What is your intention in protecting him? Jiang Juanyue's expression was bland. It doesn't mean anything. Lu Qing is my man. I don't care if you killed Jiang Luyuan or not. In any case, you can't take him away. Eldest uncle, we are all people who understand. You and I know exactly what the family wants to do. Help your son to seek revenge. But the surface on the pretext, the Jiang family purpose but for mechanical technology, is not it? As soon as these words came out, Jiang Mingyuan's expression was completely gloomy. That elegant temperament was gone at the moment. Xian nephew, you'd better think clearly about the consequences of disobeying the clan elders. Don't think that you can ignore the clan just because you broke through the 7th rank. You just broke through and don't know that there is also a gap in the realm of the sovereign. Yeah? Jiang Jun raised his eyebrows slightly, and as his voice fell, he flicked out a finger, and a green dragon jade sword shot straight toward Jiang Mingyuan. Humph. So what if you have dual Dan? Early 7th grade. Ultimately too young. You haven't even fully comprehended the sect master's momentum yet. Jiang Mingyuan snorted coldly and similarly swung out a cold flying sword. However, the ice-cold flying sword didn't even touch the green dragon jade sword before it was directly shaken away by the invisible sword chi. The green-colored sword chi was like a real dragon as it pounced. Jiang Mingyuan's face was shocked, and he hastily offered up his other 5 flying swords to fend them off. What? However, he realized that even if all of his chi and blood cultivation of the mid-7th grade erupted, he could not block the sword. Put! A sword pierced through his shoulder, and the jade sword slashed through, returning to Jiang Juanyao's hand. No way. This can't be. Jiang Mingyuan had a shocked look on his face. The sovereign realm was different from other realms. The gap between them was like a heavenly rift. A small realm was a heavenly rift. Even a double Dan martial artist shouldn't be able to cross this chasm so easily. Hiss. Jiang Mingyuan's face suddenly changed abruptly, instantly feeling the invasion of Jiang Juanyao's sword chi within his body. He hastily mobilized his power to resist it. To the side, Jiang Jun said blandly, Eldest uncle, go back and recuperate. If you strike again, you will die. Jiang Mingyuan was upset. Are you going to completely turn your back on the family? After saying that, his sharp eyes landed on Lu Qing. This son killed my Jiang clan members. Even if I can't bring them away today, when the clan elder himself arrives, his fate will only be worse. Could it be that you think that you are still the enemy of the clan elders? The Jiang clan had 3 clan elders. The first clan elder,
who was also the head of the clan, as well as the second clan elder, who were all peak patriarchs. Only the third clan elder was slightly weaker, having just stepped into the peak of the 7th grade. Aha! But he saw Jiang Jun's eyes flash. You've reminded me. Whoosh! 3 green dragon flying swords appeared out of thin air, and he directly waved his hand, flinging Jiang Mingyuan onto his own flying sword. Immediately afterward, he himself stepped onto the flying sword and looked at Lu Qing again. Come up. Ha? Where to? Lu Qing was confused, but he still silently stepped onto the green dragon jade sword, to take care of the aftermath for you. After saying that, Jiang Jun's sword chi urged the 3 of them to break through the air and disappear from everyone's sight. Top of the building. Elder Chen deadpanned as he stared at its back. This sun has just broken through the 7th grade. Why can't even I see through the cultivation? It took less than 3 hours to fly the sword for 10,000 miles. Jiang Junyao rode his flying sword, and surprisingly, he crossed the southeast and arrived at base 7 in the southwest region. The Ginger family. This, Kang Mianyun's breath caught. Even for him, flying to base 15 took a night, while Jiang Juni surprisingly only took a little over 2 hours. Above the sky, 3 green dragon jade swords hung in the air. Below, the majestic and imposing Jiang clan. Boom! Immediately afterward, an infinite aura erupted. All 9 of Jiang Jun's green dragon jade swords appeared, forming a heavenly sword formation in the firmament. In the formation, 9 green dragons transformed into sword chi roamed, explode with amazing and overwhelming power. It's as if Jiang Wei, the ancestor of the Jiang family, realized the way of the Tao in the Jianga. One for a while, sword blocking the curtain of Chao Wei's millions of soldiers. The Sword Duke was at the beginning of the 7th grade, with 10 million chi and blood, and he was a dual dan martial artist, with chi and blood up to 20 million. The Indestructible Body Physique Edition, a complete fusion of 9 pieces of grade 7 metals, that is, an increase of 63 times. Mechanical power 1.26 billion. This is a power that was above that of a peak patriarch. It could be said that the moment Jiang Juni stepped out of the undying body transformation cabin, he is the first person in the world. Under the 8th grade, the Sword Duke looked down on the entire Jiang clan with an invincible stance. Family head, come out and meet me. Chapter 137, Overwhelming the Jiang family. Master of the house, come out and meet me. A proud voice, wrapped in biting sword intent, exploded like thunder in the sky above the Jiang family, vibrating eaves and arches buzzing, glazed tiles rustling and falling. Within the Jiang clan, countless clansmen looked up at the sound of the voice, their gazes filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of person, so bold, dares to come to my Jiang clan to sow their wild oats? A young disciple exclaimed. Nope, that's Sword Prince Jiang Junyao. Another disciple recognized the visitor, his voice trembling as if he had seen something incredible. Didn't he go to section 15? How? Quickly look, that one bound by sword chi and hanging in the air. Is the acting family head Jiang Mingyuan? Shocked cries rose and fell. The faces of the Jiang clan's people changed drastically, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Deep in a secluded courtyard, wigwam flowing water, ancient trees, aura dense. The second clan elder of the Jiang clan was sitting on his knees with his eyes closed, a faint purple aura surrounding him. The sudden sound of a sword chime disturbed his purification, and he snapped his eyes open, a glint of light flashing through his cloudy old eyes. Pinching his hands together, he perceived the familiar sword chi, and above his old face, a look of horror gradually spread. He actually broke through the 7th grade. How is this possible? In the sky above the Jiang clan, Jiang Junyue had his feet on the green dragon jade sword. His white clothes were snowy, and his sleeves fluttered like a modern-day banished immortal. He looked cold and disdainful, looking down on everything below him like a king on the throne. And beside him, Jiang Mingyuan was firmly bound by the sword chi, his face pale and his clothes disheveled. There was nothing of the elegant gentleman's demeanor of the past, full of wretchedness, like a bereaved dog. Lu Qing stood behind Jiang Juni, smacking his lips in his heart. Holy, this is too much of a pretense. This is to bring him directly to the Jiang family to kick off. Just then, a purple light cut through the sky, accompanied by a sharp air-breaking sound. A figure came with a sword. The visitor wore a purple brocade robe. His beard and hair were white, but he was hale and hearty. His gaze was like a torch, and a stern sword aura surrounded his body. This person was none other than the 3rd clan elder of the Jiang clan, the Mad Sword Patriarch. The Mad Sword Patriarch stepped on a wide, blood-colored flying sword, and on top of the sword, a bloody aura surrounded it, emanating a palpitating killing intent. His eyes widened in anger as he snapped at Jiang Juni. Jiang Juni, what are you doing? Don't let Ming Yuan go yet. Noisy. Jiang Juni indifferently spat out 2 words and flexed his fingers. A green dragon jade sword, wrapped in a powerful sword chi, shot out. One moment,
The flying sword was still at Jiang Junyi's fingertips, and the next moment, it had appeared in front of the Mad Sword Patriarch, the speed of which was staggering. Not good. The Mad Sword Patriarch's pupils suddenly shrunk, alarm bells ringing in his heart. However, it was already too late. The green-colored sword chi transformed into a roaring green dragon and ruthlessly slammed above the chest of the Mad Sword Patriarch. Bang! With a loud bang, the Mad Sword Patriarch was struck as if by a heavy blow, blood spraying wildly from his mouth, his body flying out backwards and falling heavily to the ground. His breath wilted and he had already lost his fighting strength. One move, just one move. It seriously injured a peak 7th grade sect master. The people of the Jiang clan were horrified at the sight. The third clan elder is a powerful person who only stepped into the peak of the sovereign master a few days ago, but he can't actually block a single sword from Jiang Junyi. It's too terrifying. Double Dan breaking through the 7th grade. How on earth did he do it? What the hell is he trying to do? Jiang Junyi? Could it be madness? Boom! There was another loud bang, and a powerful aura rose up into the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky. An old man in a gray robe, with white hair and a rosy face, came stepping through the air with a dragon's walk. It was none other than the second clan elder of the Jiang clan, a peak patriarch. 50 million extreme chi blood surrounded him like a round of obsidian sun, emitting a suffocating pressure. He glanced at the third clan elder, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, and then turned his gaze back to Jiang Junyi. Narrowing his eyes, he asked in a deep voice, "June Knight, your breakthrough to the 7th grade is a joyous occasion for my Jiang family. Why did you hit out at your elders as soon as you returned? There is a small matter that requires an explanation from the clan." Jiang Junyi's tone was indifferent, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. The second clan elder was secretly furious in his heart, but on his face, he still maintained an amiable smile. "If there's anything, you can just speak with the old man. We're all family. Why make a big deal out of it? You can't be the master." Jiang Junyi coldly interrupted him. "Go down." The words have not yet been spoken. The power of the sword array skyrocketed, and the green-colored sword chi covered the sky, just like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens. The momentum was majestic and frightening. The second clan elder's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly offered 7 flying swords to form a sword formation to resist. However, his sword formation was so fragile and vulnerable in front of Jiang Junyi's sword formation that it was instantly crushed. Ahem! The second clan elder's mouth sprayed blood wildly. His body staggered, barely stabilizing his form, eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of power is this? This has surpassed the 7th grade. Jiang Junyi no longer paid any attention to him, but instead cast his gaze deep into the Jiang family, his tone icy. "If you don't come out, I'll demolish this place." "Enough!" An old and majestic voice came from the depths of the Jiang family, carrying a hint of helplessness and vicissitudes. An old man dressed in sackcloth, with white hair, a stooped body and hobbling gait, but with a majesty that one would not dare to despise, walked slowly. He, the Jiang family head, Heavenly Sword Patriarch. "See you, family master." The people of the Jiang family saluted. "Family lord." The second clan elder and the third clan elder also bowed respectfully. The Heavenly Sword Patriarch looked up at Jiang Junyao, then at Jiang Mingyuan, who was bound by the sword chi, and Lu Cheng, who stood to the side. In a voice of vicissitude, he asked, "What do you want to be accounted for?" Jiang Junyi raised 3 fingers. 1. This person provoked my Division 15. He needs to abolish his own cultivation. He glanced at Jiang Mingyuan, his tone icy cold. Then, with a slight movement of his sword finger, he sent Lu Qing down to the center of a group of enraged Jiang family members. Secondly, Lu Qing is my man. The Golden Horned Titan belongs to him, and the Jiang family members are not allowed to set foot on Southeast Golden Peak Mountain from now on. Finally, Jiang Jun's gaze landed on that second clan elder. Thirdly, the second clan elder of the Jiang clan made a deal behind the scenes, buying out the Hall of Elders with the intention of forcibly occupying my Division 15 talent, and also scrapping his own cultivation. The Jiang family was in an uproar when these words came out. "This can't be right." The second clan elder and the third clan elder roared in unison. The surrounding Jiang clan crowd was also agitated, making 2 sect masters waste their own cultivation. This was simply a strange shame. The old man was silent for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. "I can promise the first 2, but not the third. I observe your cultivation, already overriding the 7th grade, but you also know that the Jiang family has the 10,000 swords grand formation, which can withstand the 8th grade. If you insist on forcing, the big deal is that the fish will die and the net will be broken. I can ground him for 10 years, during which time I will take back all his privileges. In that case, is it possible?" Jiang Junyi didn't even think about it and nodded on the spot. "Yes, Ben is a lion's share of the deal. The top families have the bottom of the barrel where they are. and the eighth product is not necessarily really able to take it down when it comes. The likelihood of truly allowing a peak sect master to nullify his cultivation was slim to none. Cutie pie. It's only then that you're fish out of water with the top families. Lu Qing stood in the crowd of the Jiang family, his scalp tingling, feeling like the gazes around him were trying to eat him alive. He was shocked. I did not expect that the Jiang family head would really agree to these three outrageous requirements, and even more shocked by the operation of the boss. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Mingyuan in the sky was directly thrown down, and the old man probed his palm to catch him. Father. Jiang Mingyuan's face struggled, his eyes full of unwillingness, but the old man's eyes were closed. A hint of viciousness flashed in Jiang Mingyuan's eyes as he merged his fingers into a sword and pointed it above his dantian. Put. Blood spurted out, and Jiang Mingyuan stifled a grunt, nearly fainting. Under this finger, the Jiang family lost a sword Dao master, and the name Cold Sword Master no longer existed in Dixia. Chapter 138. But are you satisfied? The hemp-clothed old man slowly opened his mouth, and although his voice was light, it echoed in the ears of every Jiang family member. His grandson, the leader of the younger generation of the Jiang family, was killed in the Yellow Springs. His son, the future hope of the Jiang family, had his cultivation wasted. In a few short moments, the old man seemed to have aged 10 years. Those eyes that were originally as sharp as a falcon's were now also covered with a layer of lingering dullness. Zhang Jun stood with his arms folded, not commenting on the old man's words. Swish! With a gentle wave of his hand, a green dragon jade sword wrapped in soft sword chi lifted Lu Qing below and sent him back to his side. Lu Qing only felt a heavenly rotation, and when he came back to his senses, he was already standing on top of Zhang Jun's flying sword. It was a scream in his mind. Cursing the boss is not thick. You pretend to pretend to pretend. Using me to pull hatred is also too dog. But as a qualified henchman, he knew that he could not go against his boss, which was the self-cultivation of the elites. Buzz. Subsequently, the two green dragon jade swords, emitting a clear sword chirp, took the two of them and turned around to vanish into the distance. The huge green dragon sword formation also dissipated, turning into a bit of green light that dissolved between heaven and earth. When the Jiang family members saw them leave, they were relieved and let out a long breath of relief. Everyone couldn't understand why. After just a few months of not seeing each other, Zhang Jun's strength had skyrocketed. Even the head of the family, who was scared of him, didn't dare to make a move easily. What's even more incomprehensible to them is that, for the sake of an outsider, Zhang Jun had gone so far as to turn against the family and waste the acting family head's cultivation in public. All of the Jiang family members felt incomparably stifled, a nameless rage burning in their hearts, but they didn't know where to release it. Family Master, why don't you activate the 10,000 Swords Grand Formation and exterminate this son? The second clan elder could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. His eyes were red, and his voice hissed. He is simply lawless. No respect in his eyes. He wouldn't deserve to be surnamed Jiang. The hemp-clothed old man's eyes looked at him indifferently, his voice so calm that it did not have a single ripple. Enabling the Great Formation? Do you think you're playing house? It shall not be utilized unless it is the moment of the family's survival. Have you forgotten the lessons of your ancestors? That's just it. Go back to your closed door and contemplate. You've comprehended the intent of breaking through to Grand Master for all these years, but it's still skin deep. 10 years is just the right amount of time for you to reflect on your refinement and cultivate intensely. The second clan elder was struck by lightning, and his entire body froze in place as he blurted out, Big brother, do you really want to ground me for 10 years? The hemp-clothed old man did not answer, but only looked at him quietly, his eyes deep and unreadable. The second clan elder's lips trembled as if he wanted to say something else, but in the end, he lowered his head in a disheveled manner and said in a hoarse voice, I know, and I honor the order of the family head. After saying that, he turned around and transformed into a stream of light, disappearing in the same place. All disperse. The hemp-clothed old man waved his sleeve, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. His figure then became blurred, like a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of the crowd. Base City 15. Martial Temple Building. Zhang Jun threw Lu Qing down, and then flew off alone with his sword, disappearing into the sky. His cultivation had yet to be fully stabilized, and as a dual Dan patriarch, he possessed two distinctly different kinds of patriarchal momentum. What he had displayed against the third clan elder of the Jiang clan was the powerful and unparalleled chopping the sky momentum. The other, on the other hand, was even more subtle, and he had not yet been able to fully comprehend it, and needed to continue to close his mind and comprehend it. Inside the sanatorium, the injured women caregivers were admitted to wards to recuperate from their injuries. Lu Qing walked into a ward, and what met his eyes was Zhang Hanbin and Xiao Mo, who were lying on the hospital bed with weak breath. The two of them, both of them had their arms and legs chopped off, with thick bandages wrapped around their wounds, and blood could be seen seeping out vaguely. Elder Chen Shorui was also there, his brows furrowed as he was channeling chi and blood to the injured. This time, thanks to the other party's timely intervention, the lives of the people were saved. The only one who remained unconscious at this moment was Su Ting. The face was as pale as paper, and the breath of life was so faint as to be almost imperceptible. Her heart was severely damaged by Zhang Mingyuan's sword chi. Even with the Nano 4 technology from the healing store, it was barely enough to hold her breath. With this level of injury, even Chen Xiorui was at his wit's end. Even if Su Ting managed to survive, I'm afraid she only had 3 to 5 years left to live. Director Lu. Director. Seeing Lu Qing return, Zhang Hanbin and Little Foam's faces showed a look of surprise, as if they had seen a savior. Lu Qing quickly walked over to the hospital beds and carefully scanned the injuries of the people. After seeing Su Ting's symptoms, his brow furrowed slightly. At this time, with a sobbing voice, Xiao and Mo said anxiously, "Director, you quickly save Sister Su. She's dying, alas." On the side, Chen Xiorui sighed and shook his head. The heart was damaged by the 7th grade sword chi. There's nothing I can do about it. Lu Qing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Elder Chen saved them in time. The kid is already grateful. For the rest, leave it to me. Little friend can still save her?" When Chen Xiorui heard this, a hint of surprise flashed through his cloudy old eyes, but he quickly seemed to remember something. At that time in the Chun family, Lu Qing had personally said that he could remodel his heart and renew his life. However, didn't little friend Lu say that this kind of medical technology hadn't been properly researched yet? How come it's okay now? His old face was filled with doubt. His heart was anxious but he was too embarrassed to ask. That was his hope to break through the 8th grade. Please send Dr. Su to the 2nd floor to prepare for surgery. Lu Qing didn't explain too much, but only faintly commanded, "Yes, Director Lu." The members of the martial hall on the side didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly followed Lu Qing's orders to send Su Ting to the operating room on the 2nd floor. 2nd floor. Inside the operating room. In the operating room, the 4 walls were white. The air was filled with the faint smell of sterilized water, and all kinds of precise medical instruments were neatly placed, glittering with cold metallic luster. With a bang, the bright, cold shadowless light was turned on, illuminating the entire operating table. Lu Qing was wearing a white lab coat and a mask, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. The cold scalpel was held in his hand, glinting in the light. On the operating bed, Su Ting lay there quietly, her eyes closed tightly, her brows slightly furrowed. Even in her unconsciousness, the sharp pain in her heart caused her pretty face to twitch from time to time, making her look particularly agonized. Lu Qing's heart stirred, the system panel unfolded before his eyes, and he quickly selected the mechanical heart template. Mechanical heart. Introduction. The mechanical heart is divided into levels 1 to 9, with the following details. Level 1 mechanical heart increases aura conversion efficiency by 5%, provides no longevity bonus. Level 2 mechanical heart increases aura conversion efficiency by 10%, does not provide a longevity bonus. Level 6 mechanical heart increases aura conversion efficiency by 30% and provides a 100-year lifespan bonus. Grade 7 mechanical heart increases aura conversion efficiency by 35% and provides a 150-year lifespan bonus. Grade 8 mechanical heart increases aura conversion efficiency by 40% and provides a 200-year lifespan bonus. Specific operation, click for more. I see. Lu Qing quickly skimmed through the introduction of the mechanical heart, and his mind was enlightened. Chapter 139 Miraculous Effect. Elder Chen's Ecstasy. So it is. Quickly understanding the principle of the mechanical heart, Lu Qing's eyes lit up. The increase effect of the mechanical heart is similar to that of the mechanical prosthetic leg, which provides the power of chi and blood. The mechanical heart, on the other hand, increased the speed at which the heart transformed aura into chi and blood. It wasn't until the 6th level of mechanical heart that the longevity bonus began to appear. Su Ting was a 3rd grade martial artist. Transforming the 3rd grade mechanical heart for her would be most effective. Too high a level would instead be burdensome and not conducive to her physical recovery. 2.5 hours passed by in an intense and organized rush. With his exquisite skills and the assistance of the system, Lu Qing smoothly created the mechanical heart's surgical aids. After everything was ready, Lu Qing's eyes were firm and he gently removed Su Ting's clothing, revealing her pale skin. Swish! The sharp scalpel, cutting through the white skin of Su Ting's chest. Bright red blood gushed out instantly. Lu Qing was fully concentrated, carefully avoiding the important blood vessels and nerves, exposing Su Ting's damaged heart to view. He placed the tertiary metal, which had long been prepared. The device was carefully implanted and aimed at Su Ting's chest cavity, ready to replace the original broken heart. After an unknown amount of time, A gleaming metal heart began to beat rhythmically in Su Ting's body amidst the precise mechanical operations.
Slight thumps intertwined with the surrounding medical instruments form a symphony of life. Lu Qing's technique was fine and skillful.
He connected the mechanical heart to the blood vessels and nerves in Su Ting's body,
one by one,
to ensure that it could function properly. The whole procedure was like carving a fine work of art.
Finally, at some point, the surgery was successfully completed.
When Su Ting slowly opened her eyes were greeted by some harsh lights and the familiar smell of disinfectant.
At this point,
she had been wheeled out of the operating room and was lying on a trolley as she traveled down the hallway to her room.
On the side was Lu Qing, who was following along.
He had taken off his mask and still had that cloudy demeanor on his face. Su Ting looked at Lu Cheng with a complicated expression and weakly spoke.
"Lord Director, I'm not dead?" Lu Qing turned his head and smiled. "Awake? Have you ever seen a patient who died at my hands? Seems like there really isn't one."
Su Ting's delicate pretty face thought hard, as if she really hadn't heard that Lu Qing had a precedent of curing someone to death.
Well, only by his own hand. And in the meantime, in the middle of the hospital room, Elder Chen Xiurui had not yet left.
The reason why he stayed was to see with his own eyes what kind of heaven-defying means is the art of changing hearts that Lu Qing said in his mouth. When he saw Su Ting being pushed into the hospital room like she was nothing, Chen Xiurui was shocked beyond words. His old eyes glazed over.
It's true. Ha ha ha. It's really true that the heavens are not against the old man."
Chen Xiurui could no longer care about his image and laughed up to the sky, his voice filled with the joy of surviving a robbery. The people around them were startled by Chen Xiurui's actions. One looked at him dumbfounded,
not knowing why this esteemed old man would suddenly lose his temper like this. And this moment,
Su Ting could only feel her heart beating
stronger than ever. Chen Xiurui immediately concentrated,
and he keenly sensed that an incomparably pure heaven and earth spiritual qi was constantly surging into Su Ting's body. The bubbling aura was like spring water, being absorbed by the mechanical heart in her body and transformed into pure qi and blood power.
Bang!
A slight vibration suddenly came from a certain orifice within Su Ting's body. Her eyes widened in bewilderment as she froze.
It seems like I've broken through the middle third grade.
Chen Xiurui's gaze was like a torch as he stared tightly at the beating mechanical heart in Su Ting's chest.
With an uncontrollable trembling in his voice, he ecstatically said, "It is actually possible to actively absorb the aura of heaven and earth." And he was incoherent with excitement, as if a child had seen a beloved toy.
What Chen Xiurui wanted to say was that, and that this remodeled heart was even more pure than the aura absorbed by a martial artist's normal cultivation.
It's as if it's been naturally filtered. While Lu Qing was on the side, his face was calm and indifferent.
He never had any doubts about the technology of the divine machine system, as powerful as ever. This was still only a level 3 mechanical heart.
If one were to transform a level 7 one for Chen Lao, its function and efficiency, naturally, would be even more powerful.
And it will also increase his life by 150 years.
So the old man will still be excited to fly in place?
For a peak 7th grade sect master, what they lacked the most was time. After immersing themselves in the 7th grade realm for most of their lives,
many people were just short of that final proverbial kick. To put it bluntly, just not enough time. Old life is not enough. At that time, adding an extra 150 years of life expectancy to allow Elder Chen to break through the bottleneck was almost a nail in the coffin. Chen Xiurui could no longer hold down his inner excitement, and eagerly asked, "Little friend,
you did not say last time that this art of changing the heart has not been studied and perfected it.
Then this is." Having heard what was said,
Lu Qing's face changed abruptly.
This. Chapter 140, Opening a Branch. This.
Lu Qing smiled faintly and explained calmly.
After all, Dr.
Su is only a 3rd grade martial artist, and the current level of research is already sufficient for her.
But you are a patriarch powerhouse.
I'm afraid that the complexity of the surgery is more than dozens of times higher, and it will indeed take some time before it can be perfected.
Are you kidding me? Can I tell you I'm too good to play? How can I lose face?
Oh, it's all my fault for being so excited that I actually overlooked such a simple question.
It's my fault for being abrupt.
Chen Xiurui came to a realization and an apologetic expression appeared on his face as he gently slapped his forehead as if he was blaming himself for his negligence.
Lu Qing was generous. I don't blame you.
I'm afraid I'd be more anxious than you if I encountered a great opportunity that had a lot to do with my life.
Chen Xiurui smiled brightly and asked curiously again. I don't know, little friend,
the exact time of this technological research.
How long will it take for the old man perform this heart transplantation technique? Lu Qing laughed bitterly.
This old man was really monkeyish. He had no choice but to make things up.
Elder Chen,
this method is extremely difficult.
For several years I have been researching it day and night, spending millions of huge sums of money every day.
And this is only the first result.
to realize it on a 7th grade zone. Sure. We still have to wait for at least a year and a half. Just name a time. At least for a year. And the old man won't be chasing after it. Chen Xiurui's face was full of appreciation. So that's how it is. Little friend Lu is truly a heavenly genius. Then I will wait for the good news. He nodded his head, expressing his heartfelt admiration for Lu Qing's talent. Take care, Elder Chen. Lu Qing also nodded and smiled, decidedly ended the conversation. With a satisfied smile, Chen Xiurui turned around and swayed, his back disappearing into the hospital room. Lu Qing, on the other hand, took it upon himself to treat the disabled healing shop crowd. He personally fitted Xiaoma and Zheng Hanbin with mechanical prostheses, moving gently and skillfully. As for the more than 10 female caregivers, Lu Qing had planned to directly hand over the primary intelligent devices to operate before remembering that the 200 intelligent devices robots had all stayed at the Jinfeng mountain base. Luckily, he had the auxiliary equipment to build the smart arms with him, so he simply built some more primary smart arms robots. And anyway, tertiary metals couldn't be any cheaper for Lu Qing's current stature. On the vast and boundless wilderness land, a huge steel city loomed large, like a sleeping beast, quietly perched on the land. Southeast of Daxia, Base City 13. The atmosphere in the highest conference room of the Martial Palace mansion was solemn. The conference room was unusually spacious, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows set into all 4 walls overlooking the city. The interior was decorated in a simple and dignified manner, emphasizing the majesty and authority of the Martial Palace. 4 people were seated at a long, 6-meter conference table. The long table was made of dark metal with a cold, shiny surface. Elder Su Tong of Division 15 was clearly among them. At this moment, Elder Su frowned and said to the other 3, according to the intelligence of the last half a month, it has been confirmed that the 100 Beasts cult is purposefully, actively driving and concentrating the beasts in the southeast, and it can almost be concluded that they want to brew and unleash a wave of beasts in unprecedented numbers. His voice was low and serious, each word like a heavy stone. Grass. These sons of ES. Haven't there been enough tragedies caused by the beast tide? Are they still considered human? Elder Red Flame directly exploded into foul language. Slamming the table, his voice exploded in the conference room like thunder. This person was none other than the Elder of Branch 13, nearly 50 years old, with a stout figure, a hard face, and a look so fierce that it seemed to be able to scare a child to tears, especially his head full of red hair, the roots of which stood up as if it was burning like red fire. Just like his temper, the slightest point would ignite. What are you shouting for? You reckless man, can you shout to death the Pope of the 100 Beasts by shouting here? Really? Scaring my good son again. On the side, a beautiful woman around 40 pouted. She was dressed in a snow-white cheongsam. Her figure was well-shaped, and she had not a trace of fat in her age. And in her arms she held an equally snow-white cat, petting it gently as it shivered and snuggled into her arms. Elder Bai Ru, an elder of Section 16 and a member of the Bai family, the number 1 martial arts family in Base 16. Upon hearing this, Elder Redfire instantly glared angrily. You're the one who's reckless. Your whole family is reckless, bringing a broken cat to every meeting. Your guts are smaller than a rat. Say it again. Believe it or not, my lady will really burn you redhead with a single fire. Elder Bai Ru's willow eyebrows rose, and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Come on, say it again. Alright, you two, don't fight every time you two talk about business. You're both from the Southeast family. Why bother? Elder Qin Ji Chun of Branch 14 rounded up the situation, his face full of helplessness. If it weren't for these two, the progress of the meetings over the past half-month would have been at least half as fast. This Elder Qin Ji, who appeared to be 47 or 78 years old, had a kind face, but his eyes revealed a hint of shrewdness and competence. He, too, was a member of the Chen family of Base 15, Chen Xiurui's second son, and had held the position of elder in Branch 14 for 5 years. Finally, after Elder Red Flame and Elder White Ru had temporarily called a truce, he looked at Elder Su and asked, I wonder where the regional location of the 100 Beast sect that drives the beasts is located? Burial Bone Mountain. Elder Su replied, a hint of gravity in his voice. How is that? Choosing that hole of a place, Burial Bone Mountain, to create a beast tide? Are they out of their minds? Elder Redfire reacted with a face full of doubt and disbelief. This time, Elder Bai Ru didn't spray him, but both fell into thought. The Burial Bone Mountain was located in the central part of the southeast region, with a lack of resources, all of which were large swathes of dead volcanoes. Not to mention humans, even ferocious beasts were unwilling to live there. Elder Chenji suddenly thought of something and his breathing became rapid. Perhaps, the only advantage of the Burial Bone Mountain lies in the geographical location, which is not far from the 4 bases in the southeast at the same time and not too close. Is it possible that the beast tide that the 100 Beasts cult is preparing to unleash is large in scale? big enough to attack multiple bases. His voice grew more and more agitated, as if he had already seen that terrifying sight. As soon as these words came out, the other three people's faces changed slightly at the same time. Apparently, they all agreed on the possibility. A touch of gravity surfaced on Elder Byru's beautiful face, and her voice was filled with worry. If that's the case, the trouble will be big. In the last 2 years, the beast race unrest has become more and more intense. The scale of the military departments of the bases is not as big as before, and their combat power has decreased greatly. If they are attacked at the same time, without mutual support, it will be difficult to withstand a large-scale tidal wave attack. These dog scum must be stopped. This plague cannot happen, Elder Redfire said decisively, as if flames were burning under his eyes. Elder Chinji's response was a nod. Stopping it is necessary, but it's still necessary to make a backhand. If a beast tide really breaks out, we'll still need enough power to meet the enemy, with about the same amount of high-end combat power. The number of beasts was hundreds or thousands of times that of humans, or even more, which was the most terrifying part of the beast tide. Even if the strongest people were able to fend off the high-level ferocious beasts, what about those ordinary people? They couldn't. They could only die in the face of the endless murderous beasts they couldn't kill. If all that's left of a country is the strongest, it's no different than a dead country. Suddenly, Elder Chinji looked at Elder Su with a meaningful smile on his face. By the way, Elder Su, as far as I know, the strength of the military division of the 15th is increasing instead of decreasing, and this is all dependent on the mechanical prosthetics. My idea is, can we have that Dr. Lu of yours? Similarly, open healing stores in other divisions to increase the military's combat strength in case of emergency. He's also from Base 15, so he naturally has a channel for news from the Chun family's side. With regards to Lu Qing, he knew him better than the two elders, Bai-Ru and Red Fire. As expected, both of these two men revealed their surprise upon hearing this. They had certainly heard of the name of Dr. Lu Qing Tian Kai, mechanical limbs that heal disabled martial artists with divine results, but they had no news of the 15th Division. But they had no idea how many warriors had been saved and how much fresh blood and war power had been added to the 15th Military Division at the healing shop since it had opened. Elder Su, is what Elder Chen said true? The impatient Elder Redfire couldn't sit still, and if the table wasn't long enough, he almost disliked Elder Su's face. Elder Byru smiled faintly with a meaningful expression. Elder Su, Southeast is a family. It's not good for you to eat alone like this, right? Elder Su smiled awkwardly and explained. The healing store was set up not long ago, and it was only a preliminary test in the military department, and I didn't expect such amazing results. Yes? Why don't you give us all the data from Military Department 15 for reference and comparison, so we can see how effective it really is? Even Elder Chinji stared at him with his eyes wide open. Although he knew the general information, he was unable to learn the specific battle data of the 15th Military Division. Elder Su had no choice but to transfer the data to the three. The three of them opened it and looked at it, their faces shocked to the core. Snap! Elders Red Fire and White Ru stood up at the same time and shouted in unison. Agree with Elder Chen's proposal. Open a branch. Chapter 141, Physician or Immortal? Elder Su sighed helplessly, difficulty written all over his face. Three of you. This healing store can't just be opened. First of all, Lu Qing himself has to nod his head and agree to it. Furthermore, even if he agrees, with 4 bases in our southeast, he won't be able to keep himself busy alone. This matter, we still have to think long and hard. No! Elder Redfire slammed the table, interrupting him. Those copper bell eyes glared as if they were about to spit out fire. Our military department at Base 13 has the worst attrition. Once the beast tide comes, if the front line can't withstand it, the consequences will be unimaginable. We must have healing stores. If it's a big deal, this elder will personally invite him. Elder Byru cackled and laughed, her voice as clear as a silver bell, but with a hint of mockery. Ha! I didn't expect you, a reckless man, to learn to use your brain. However, it's really delusional to want to compete with just this excuse of yours. Then she turned her head and looked at Su Tong, a hint of flirtation flashing in her eyes. Elder Su, why don't you take me to meet this Lu Chung? I'm certain that I can get him to voluntarily agree to come to our section 16. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Your by family's women only know how to play those unseemly tricks. Do you think that the genius physician will be able to look at them? What a disgrace. Elder Redfire was disdainful, his rough voice vibrating in the conference room. You said who can't get on the stage. Elder Byru's tone instantly went cold, as if a layer of frost had formed. Both of you, don't be angry. Let me say a fair word. Elder Chenji once again stepped forward to round up the situation, his voice gentle and powerful as he attempted to calm the quarrel. Elder Su has a point. No matter how talented Lu Qing is, He's still just one person, and he's too distracted to do anything about it. How about this? Let's pick another base and open a healing store. Upon hearing these words, the tit-for-tat auras of both Red Flame and Bai Ru were only slightly restrained. Elder Chen Ji paused and cleared his throat. Ahem. Therefore, setting up a branch in my branch 14 is most suitable. You guys don't know that my family's elder and this Junior Lu are very close friends, so I'm sure the chances of him agreeing to my Chen Ji will be much higher. What? When the Red Fire and White Ru elders heard this, they were furious. The former slapped the table and cursed angrily. Good, you shameless dog thief. You want to compete too, don't you? Elder Su. He sat silently, utterly speechless. This is the highest level meeting in the Southeast land. How did it come to this? What's the difference between this and a fight between Amazons in a food market? Just then, a military envoy in a black uniform walked in, his pace steady and strong. What is it? Elder Redfire asked impatiently, his voice still rough and loud. That martial envoy immediately replied. A message came from Branch 15. It's for Elder Su. Section 15? Elder Redfire froze for a moment, but still nodded, signaling that martial envoy to deliver the document to Elder Su. Elder Su took the document and slowly opened it. Suddenly, his face gradually became grave. His brows locked as if he could pinch a fly. What's wrong? Elder Chenji asked with concern, his gaze fixed on the document in Elder Su's hand. Lu Qing. Elder Su's face grew deeper and deeper. His lips trembled slightly as he slowly spat out two words. As soon as the other three heard the name, which was news about Lu Qing, they all immediately gathered around. Each face was filled with concern and excitement. What happened to Lu Qing? However, Elder Su, was slow to speak, and the expression on his face changed from huffing and puffing, gradually shifted to shock, and finally became complicated and difficult to describe. For a full 2 minutes, the entire conference room was awfully quiet, and only the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard, and only after that did Elder Su slowly raise his head, his face so serious that it was somewhat terrifying. What in the world has happened? Could it be that something happened to Lu Qing? Elder Bai Ru asked with a frown on her face. She even placed the white cat she had been holding in her arms onto the ground, her mind all drawn to that mysterious document. Elder Su's eyes were gloomy as he said, the Jiang family bought their way into the Elder's Hall, obtained a transfer order, and tried to forcibly take Lu Qing away. After they missed, the Jiang family's cold sword patriarch personally stepped in and injured our branch, and threatened the lives of all the people in the healing store in an attempt to force Lu Qing to give in. Elder Su briefly recounted what happened. When the crowd heard this, they all flared up, and the four elders were enraged. The military envoy who delivered the documents was even more frightened and staggered out, especially the Red Flame elder. He directly broke into a rage. Damn it, old me knew back then that this group of people surnamed Jiang weren't any good. There must be their mole in the Hall of Elders, and the Jiang family is definitely not off the hook. Elder Bai Ru was even more furious. A few days ago, her pair of daughters entered the southeastern wilderness to practice, but they encountered an interception by the Jiang family sword cultivators and nearly lost their lives, but fortunately they were saved before escaping. When she received this news, she couldn't wait to immediately kill the Jiang family to get an explanation, but since she had been discussing the affairs of the southeast, she simply couldn't find the time to go home, let alone go to the southwest to settle the score with the Jiang family. However, when they heard the news that Sword Prince Jiang Junyao had broken through the 7th rank and stepped into the realm of the sovereign, everyone was shocked beyond words. It was as if they were struck by a thunderbolt, and the elders completely froze in their seats. This Martial Palace's youngest genius ever, actually, really succeeded. With the talent of a double Dan, he had achieved the position of a patriarch. What an amazing feat. However, this is far from over. When Elder Su spoke about how Jiang Junyue brought Lu Qing to defend the southwest with his sword, trampled on the Jiang family, and even overpowered the two Jiang family elders at the Pixongshe realm, the entire conference room completely fell into a dead silence. It's as if time stood still and you could hear a pin drop. Finally, on the contrary, it was Elder Chenji, who was usually the most composed, who couldn't help but shout out, how is this possible? Even if it's a body of dual Dan and reaches the sect master realm, there's no reason to crush a peak sect master. That's the head of the Jiang family, the heavenly sword sect master. That was a veteran powerhouse of the same level and generation as his own father, and he couldn't be clearer about the gold content in this. How on earth did Jiang Juni do that? Elder Bai Ru spoke out. The Great Xia's canonical texts had recorded countless methods of finding ways to break the double Dan reversal, but there was not a single precedent of success. It is unbelievable that a problem that no one has succeeded in for thousands of years has been solved by their side. Elder Su slowly shook his head, his words carrying an unconcealed joy. It's not Kong Jun Knight. Before the breakthrough, it was Lu Qing who quenched his body and suppressed the double Dan. Lu Qing? Lu Qing again? The three elders were once again dumbfounded. Their eyes glazed over and their mouths opened so wide that eggs could be stuffed under them. Elder Redfire swallowed hard and his speech became stuttered. Su, Elder Su, is this Lu Qing, a physician you recruited, or a god that fell from the sky? Chapter 142 Elder Su's Return. 2 days later, Base 15, downtown healing shop. In the lounge on the second floor, Lu Qing plopped down on the soft sofa. For female caregivers were providing him with services. Their techniques were gentle and skillful, either pressing or kneading, pushing or holding. Every bit of it was just right. Director, are you comfortable? Director, is this force okay? Director, am I getting more skillful? After replacing the new mechanical prosthetics, Lu Qing realized that the massage skills of these female caregivers became more and more exquisite. What does it mean? Little Foam's handiwork is still not good. Not as good as Wisdom Instruments, and it still needs to be coached in the future. No, teaching. The young female caregivers in front of us are fitted with feminine prosthetics with soft lines, and the silver metallic sheen contrasts with their pale skin, giving them a different kind of cyber beauty. Under the careful service of the four machine ladies, Lu Qing was simply so cool that he was floating in ecstasy. He closed his eyes and relished the rare moments of coziness. Now that's how a capitalist should live. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, a phone rang suddenly, breaking the silence in the room. Disturbed Lu Capital frowned, picked up his cell phone and took a look. A string of unfamiliar numbers. He was a bit upset. Crooked. Who is it? I am Su Tong. An old and familiar voice came from the opposite side. Lu Qing had a jolt of excitement and instantly bounced up from the sofa, his attitude immediately making a 180-degree turn. Ioha, Elder Su, you're back? Why didn't you say so in advance so that I could go to the base entrance to pick you up? The base cities were blocked from each other by the wilderness area, and it was impossible to establish electronic communication. The fact that the other party was able to call himself meant that he had entered the precincts of Base 15, and the person had naturally returned. There was a noticeable silence on the other end of the line for A. Following that came Elder Su's voice. There's no need to pick me up, but you're needed to come to the Marshall Palace building, and the matter of building a mecha unit, as mentioned before, will have to be discussed in detail. As soon as Lu Qing heard this, he immediately thought about it. At first, when Division 15 gifted the agency of Golden Peak Mountain to himself, the condition was to build a 300-man mecha unit for Division 15. There was talk of 300 level 3 exoskeleton mechs. He had already received the Golden Peak Mountain, but he had not yet cashed in this mech for Elder Su. I'm on my way. Hanging up the phone, Lu Qing reluctantly climbed up from the sofa. Alas, enjoyment is always short-lived. Part-time work is the destiny. Next to it, a road away, was the Temple of Martial Arts building. In an ancient office, the aroma of sandalwood filled the air, and several ink landscape paintings hung on the wall. With an air of lightness and tranquility between the brush and ink, Lu Qing gently knocked on the door, then pushed it in. He looked at the office's objects and furnishings, typical of the ancient daxia style, but not extravagant. Instead, they were all ordinary furnishings, and the level of luxury was even a bit less than the Silver Martial Ambassador's office. Elder Su was sitting on a futon, sipping tea alone. The aroma of tea curls up and intertwines with the sandalwood fragrance. Seeing Lu Qing's arrival, Elder Su's gaze moved away from the teacup and said faintly, "Sit." Lu Qing sat down across from him, and before he could speak, Elder Su took the initiative to mention a topic that surprised him a bit. How did you suppress the dual Dan backlash? Lu Qing froze. He didn't expect the other party to call him here not to talk about business first, but instead he was curious about the matter of him helping Jiang Junyao make a breakthrough. But it was understandable when one thought about it. After all, dual Dan breaking through the 7th grade was a miracle in the entire history of the Great Xia. I had nothing to do, and in passing, I researched a therapy to strengthen the body, just in time to try to help Jiang Jin make a breakthrough, and I didn't expect it to succeed so easily. It was a fluke, Lu Qing said with a sincere face and a humble attitude. Elder Su heard, almost did not a white eye to him rolled over. Nothing to do? Smooth? It worked so easily? If it's really like what you say, then isn't it true that all of the people of Xia have been fools throughout the ages? So many healers have spent their entire lives unable to crack the double Dan backlash, and you cracked it in passing? Elder Su was speechless for a while in his heart, but on his face, he forced himself to be calm. Not bad. I didn't look away. Back on topic. What preparations are needed to build 300 sets of your kind of mechs? When can it be done? Lu Qing thought for a moment and said without hesitation. Any time, only. One needs to select the person who will equip the mech first. This mech is called an exoskeleton mech and is tailored to each individual's body. So if used in mass production, it won't achieve the best results.
Elder Su didn't expect the conditions to be so simple, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This is natural. All of base 15's good men at the peak of the 3rd grade. I'll let you pick them all. Not much else. So now, Lu Qing said as he was about to get up, but he realized that Elder Su didn't move. Elder Su hesitated and still spoke. He personally poured a cup of tea to Lu Qing and then said, "One more thing. The other 3 bases in the southeast would like to ask you to open a branch of the healing shop to equip their military departments with mechanical limbs. I won't hide it from you." The old man left during this period of time to investigate the movements of the 100 Beasts cult. It is expected that there will be an outbreak of a beast tide in the southeast, and there is a need to increase the strength of the military departments of the bases, and your mechanical limbs are the perfect means to help the war department's disabled combatants recover. However, if you think it's too much trouble, it's okay to set up a branch. It's really not okay, and the matter can be put to rest. Elder Su said at the end of his sentence and then closed his words. Lu Qing was a rare talent in base 15. The latter had only encountered the compulsion of the Zheng family, and his mind must be sensitive to ideas in this regard. At this time, no matter what, it could not cause Lu Qing's rebelliousness. However, what he didn't expect was for Lu Qing to look as if he was on cloud 9. That's it? I thought, what's the big deal? Setting up 3 branches. Simple. Upon hearing that it was such a good thing, Lu Qing's heart was happy. It's just a prosthetic limb. Why would he need to do the surgery himself now? Throw a couple of primary intelligence devices directly at it, and any surgery below level 4 can be taken care of. Sending an escort to the other 3 bases would have been straightforward and done without him even having to make the trip himself. And the robot can be used 24/7 to keep the bosses happy. Most importantly, he had sold the other 3 divisions a huge favor by just going along for the smallest of things. It's a hidden benefit that no amount of money can buy. Elder Su froze, still somewhat confused. You just agreed?